transcending into the enchanting world of Pokémon. Wang Ming finds himself bound to a reincarnation system, reaping bountiful rewards through successive simulations of rebirth. Magical capsules enhancing talent quality. Potions that transcend characteristic limitations. Gene enhancers that defy racial constraints. On that fateful day, in a resplendent bridal gown, the Shenado became the most exquisite fairy. The Groudon, adorned with fiery wings, fulfilled its dream of soaring through the skies. Even the horned Caterpie emerged as a distant cousin of the Rayquaza. The master of Pokémon cultivation, the revered Pokémon leader, and the 10-time champion of the National League. Behind each of these illustrious honors lies the shadow of Wang Ming. Chapter 1. The beginning of rebirth. In my previous life, I was the national champion. At that moment, the vehicle was merely 0.01 centimeter from my head, and I could distinctly see remnants of chives lodged between the driver's teeth. Boom, whoosh, snap. Born on the ground, aspiring to ascend to the heavens, he longed to transcend humanity and become immortal. Wang Ming realized his childhood dream of becoming an astronaut. In a dilapidated apartment building in Hualan City. This is a report from our station. Yesterday, the Hualan Pokemon contest concluded successfully, and the champion of this edition is. The cacophony of the television jolted the youth sprawled on the sofa awake. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the boy's face and casting it in a pale glow. Pokemon contest? Pokemon? Could it be that I'm still dreaming? As the boy slowly opened his bleary eyes, a sharp pain pierced through his head. After a moment's adjustment, he began to comprehend the surreal events unfolding before him. I have transcended, and I have landed in the world of Pokemon. The boy exclaimed in disbelief. His name is Wang Ming, a mere delivery boy who had been riding his electric scooter to fulfill orders. A massive truck had barreled towards him, and when he next opened his eyes, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm. The world of Pokemon. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of hardship, I would transcend into the world of Pokemon? Fate has truly favored me. No, perhaps I should be more grateful to that truck driver. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Overwhelmed by joy that he was a devoted Pokemon enthusiast, having long yearned for the world of Pokemon since childhood. Now that he had been reborn into this realm and realized his long-held dream, how could he contain his exhilaration? I wonder if I possess a golden finger? Once the thrill subsided, Wang Ming gradually calmed himself and began to ponder a serious question. 8S is well known. Every traveler through dimensions is bestowed with a golden finger, a requisite for becoming the protagonist. Wang Ming felt that as a member of the Legion of Transcenders, he too was deserving of such a boon. Ding! Detection of host eligibility for binding conditions. The simulation reincarnation system is activating. Upon hearing the mechanical notification resonate in his mind, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Indeed, he could not escape the fate of being a protagonist. My golden finger has finally arrived. Surely, I must receive a beginner's gift pack or something of the sort. If all else fails, a divine beast egg or a master ball would suffice, and I could reluctantly accept it. Just as Wang Ming indulged in his delightful daydreams, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Reincarnation Simulation System has been successfully bound. This system is dedicated to assisting the protagonist in experiencing various trainers' lives through simulated reincarnations, thereby obtaining substantial rewards and guiding the host on the path of the strongest trainer. After the system's introduction, Wang Ming grasped the essence of its function. In essence, his system resembled a game he had played in the past, a life reincarnation simulator, allowing him to experience different trainers' lives through the simulation, thus earning a plethora of generous rewards. With that realization, Wang Ming was immediately invigorated. This meant he had to do nothing but move his fingers to experience a thrilling life and reap abundant rewards. Such a windfall was precisely what Wang Ming cherished most. Splendid. Let's commence, system. I am eager to simulate. Wang Ming exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Ding! As this is the host's first binding of the system, a complimentary simulation opportunity has been awarded. Shall the host begin the simulation now? Commence! Before him, the screen trembled, and Wang Ming's vision shifted. Lines of clear information materialized before his eyes. The simulation of reincarnation has begun. Please proceed with talent selection. P.S. Talent quality ranges from low to high in the order of white, blue, purple, and orange. The higher the quality, the stronger the talent. P.S. The host may select any 3 out of the following 10 talents as initial talents. Wang Ming glanced at the talent list below. 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings. White-born with disabilities, physically frail, and prone to untimely demise. However, endowed with formidable willpower, capable of withstanding immense setbacks and trials. Freeloader, blue upon birth, can randomly acquire 1 blue talent for free. Champion rebirth. Purple in the previous life, a champion of a national Pokémon competition, with a certain probability of awakening memories from that life upon birth. Placeholder. White 1 selectable talent is missing. Hasty. White birth is a significant event. What uses talent? Pokémon Emissary, blue naturally attuned to Pokémon. Point 1 purple and 2 blue. It seems my luck is rather favorable. Wang Ming murmured, deftly selecting his initial talents. Freeloader, blue. Champion rebirth, purple, and Pokémon Emissary, blue. These 3 were the finest among the 10 talents, the most beneficial to him. Upon finalizing his initial talents, the screen shifted once more. Please allocate your initial attributes. P.S. Available allocation points, 20. Normal attributes, 5. Maximum, 10. Appearance, 0 wisdom, 0 physique, 0 family background, 0. Appearance is still important. After all, being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. With that, Wang Ming swiftly maxed out his family background. In his eyes, wealth equated to attractiveness. Subsequently, he meticulously allocated the remaining attribute points 1 by 1. Physical appearance, 2. Intelligence, 5. Constitution, 3. Family background, 10. Ding. Preparation complete. The simulation of reincarnation officially commences. The scene began to oscillate violently. Immediately, lines of information began to emerge, akin to carp leaping over the dragon gate. The freeloader, blue, talent has been replaced with charismatic, blue. Age 0. You have been born, and you are a boy. Age 1. You were born into an aristocratic family. Both parents hold esteemed positions within the Elf Alliance, enjoying high status. Age 2. Though your appearance is unattractive, you possess an undeniable charm and come from a wealthy family, endearing you to others. Age 3. You receive an aristocratic education from a young age. However, your talents are mediocre, leading to a hint of disappointment from your parents. Age 4. While playing at the amusement park with a little girl, you sought to showcase your grace, but inadvertently fell from the slide, striking the back of your head. Fortune has smiled upon you as you awaken the memories of your previous life. Age 5. You begin to exhibit remarkable talent, displaying profound knowledge of various magical creatures, offering unique insights, and earning the title of child prodigy. Age 6. Your parents enroll you in the Noble Elf Academy, where your outstanding charm captivates many of the girls in your class. Age 7. You receive your first Pokémon, a fiery Chiclet, as a gift from your father. Chapter 2. Splendor and Tragedy. Bountiful Rewards. At the age of 8. You excel academically, possessing a distinct personality, and are renowned as a prodigy throughout the school. At the age of 9. You advance to the Intermediate Fairy Academy with perfect scores across all subjects, earning the admiration of the principal and the privilege to enter the fairy hunting grounds. In the fairy hunting grounds, you encountered a shiny Kirlia, triggering the fairy envoy talent, which greatly increased its affection for you, leading it to decide to accompany you. At the age of 10, you participated in a school competition where, alongside your shiny Kirlia and Blaziken, you triumphed over all and secured first place. At the age of 11, the school belle confessed her feelings for you, but feeling a sense of loyalty towards your Kirlia, you declined her advances. At the age of 12, finding school life tedious, you resolved to drop out and embark on a journey. Your parents respected your decision and provided you with 100 million for your travels. At the age of 13, you visited various city gyms, establishing a formidable reputation through your prowess, instilling fear in gym leaders across the land, earning the title of Gym Slayer. At the age of 14, you continued your adventures, with your strength steadily increasing. At the age of 15, you continued your adventures, with your strength steadily increasing. At the age of 16, after collecting 10 badges, you decided to travel to the Highland City to participate in the Grand City Tournament. With your formidable abilities, you advanced to the top 8, but unfortunately faced an unexpected dark horse competitor, resulting in a narrow defeat. At the age of 17, regaining your confidence, you resolved to continue honing your skills. At the age of 18, you encountered a Dragonite in the Endless Sea and captured it. At the age of 19, you obtained a Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken, significantly enhancing its power. At the age of 20, the bond between you and your shiny Kirlia deepened, with it becoming increasingly attached to you, leading to a daily strengthening of your relationship. At the age of 21, your parents frequently reached out, hoping you would settle down and return to serve the Fairy Alliance. At the age of 22, numerous secret realms began to appear across various regions, prompting you to explore them in search of greater strength. Within the secret realm, you faced a life-threatening crisis. Blaziken sustained severe injuries, and in an effort to save you, your shiny Kirlia fell victim to a dark fairy's attack. At the age of 23, heartbroken, you vowed to avenge your shiny Kirlia, traversing secret realms and vanquishing countless dark fairies. Your actions drew the ire of powerful fairies within the secret realms, and dark fairies lured you into an ambush, resulting in a fierce battle. Despite your valiant efforts, you were gravely injured, and Dragonite carried you away, while Blaziken remained behind, lost to the unknown. You were rescued by a passing traveler, Selena, whose sweet smile and gentle demeanor reminded you of your shiny Kirlia. At the age of 24, you and Selena became close friends, embarking on adventures together in search of Blaziken. Yet regrettably, your efforts yielded no results. At the age of 25, your relationship with Selena deepened, your heart gradually opening as you released your obsession with vengeance and searching. At the age of 26, your parents' urging intensified, and feeling it was time to return to a normal life, you proposed to Selena. At the age of 27, you and Selena became a legally wed couple, welcoming a child of your own. At the age of 28, you became a staff member at the Fairy Alliance's Secret Realm Research Institution, steadily climbing the ranks due to your formidable strength and impressive knowledge. At the age of 29, upon hearing rumors of a Mega Blaziken within the Secret Realm, the long-buried sorrow in your heart resurfaced, prompting you to venture forth in search of it. You bid farewell to Selena and embarked on your journey alone with Dragonite. Within the Secret Realm, you discovered Blaziken, affirming it was indeed your Pokémon. However, it had transformed into a dark fairy with no recollection of you. Blaziken led an assault alongside the dark fairies, and despite your desperate resistance, you could not bring yourself to strike back. Overwhelmed by the dark fairies, you fell to their hands, succumbing to darkness. You departed this world at the age of 29, concluding your life. The simulation has ended, and your overall score is 50 points. The system is currently calculating your rewards based on your score. Please be patient. Wang Ming sighed, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. The protagonist's early life was resplendent, yet the latter half was steeped in sorrow, having lost not only the Pokémon that cherished him most, but also his lifelong battle companion. Even more tragic was that, after finally uncovering the whereabouts of Blaziken, he met his end at the hands of dark fairies. The dark fairies are truly detestable. I wonder where they originate from. If I encounter them again, I shall slay them all, Wang Ming declared vehemently. The life of the protagonist in this simulated reincarnation mirrored his own, their fates intertwined. Thus, Wang Ming's hatred for the dark fairies was entirely justified. In his world, tales of secret realms and dark fairies were frequently reported, though they belonged to a far more perilous domain, one beyond the reach of Wang Ming's current strength and status. As he pondered, the system's voice resonated, lifting his spirits. Beep. The rewards have been tallied. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 legendary capsule, 1 healing capsule, 20 small experience candies, 10 ultra balls, 10 great balls, and the talent Eye of Revelation. Wang Ming examined each reward with keen interest. Legendary capsule. Upon use, it elevates a Pokémon's talent to legendary quality. Healing capsule. Possessing potent healing abilities, it can cure any malady upon use. Small experience candy. Grants a modest amount of experience upon consumption. Ultra Ball. A reliable Pokeball that makes capturing Pokémon relatively easy. Great Ball. A high-performance Pokeball that facilitates the capture of Pokémon. Eye of Revelation. A talent ability that allows for the surveying of Pokémon information. Elated by the enticing rewards before him, Wang Ming could hardly contain his joy. This is fantastic. My Ralts is in dire need of these items. His initial Pokémon, Ralts, had been purchased at great expense by his parents from the Pokémon market. However, this particular Ralts had a slight limp and was quite frail. Were it not for this, Wang Ming's family would never have been able to afford such a rare Pokémon. Despite this, Wang Ming never gave up, always training alongside Ralts. Their bond was exceptionally close, often sharing meals and playing together. Wang Ming had long contemplated how to heal Ralts. Now, he had found the solution. Eagerly, Wang Ming released Ralts from its Pokeball and embraced it excitedly, saying, "Ralts, I finally have a way to help you. Soon, you will be as healthy as any other Pokémon." Chapter 3. Rebirth, The perfect Ralts? Ralts tilted its little head, gazing at Wang Ming with a look of confusion. Wang Ming refrained from elaborating further and instead produced the legendary capsule and healing capsule. Here, my dear, take these, he urged with enthusiasm. Once Ralts consumed these 2 capsules, not only would its ailments be cured, but its talents would also be significantly enhanced, reaching legendary quality. Though Ralts sensed Wang Ming's peculiar demeanor, akin to that of a child being coaxed into eating candy, it chose to trust him wholeheartedly and unhesitatingly swallowed both capsules. Gulp. Upon ingesting the capsules, Ralts felt a surge of warm energy coursing through its body, igniting a fiery sensation that engulfed it. Suddenly, it became limp, losing all strength, and collapsed into Wang Ming's embrace. Wang Ming held it tightly, patiently awaiting the transformation that would unfold. After a brief moment, Lalo Lassie gradually regained consciousness, an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through its body. The once frail form was instantly revitalized, brimming with vigor. Lalo. The eyes of Lalo Lassie sparkled with radiant light, filled with gratitude as it gazed upon Wang Ming. It could feel the tremendous transformation within itself. Not only had its weakened constitution improved, but even its previously injured leg had healed, returning to normalcy. Wang Ming was equally elated, rejoicing in Lalo Lassie's recovery more than anyone else. In a moment of excitement, Lalo Lassie made a bold move, gently pecking Wang Ming on the cheek before shyly bowing its head and burrowing into his embrace, too bashful to emerge. Wang Ming chuckled, finding himself somewhat entranced by the delightful fragrance. Looking down at Lalo Lassie nestled in his arms, a stream of information suddenly materialized before his eyes. This must be the ability of the Eye of Insight. He wondered how Lalo Lassie's details would appear. Pokémon, Lalo Lassie, gender, female, level, 10, base stats, 198, type, psychic fairy. Ability, synchronize, transfers its own poison, paralysis, or burn status to the opponent. Talent, legendary. Item, none. Moves, growl, psybeam, shadow clone, teleport. Wang Ming found himself puzzled by the talent section and inquired, System, how are these talents categorized? Reply to host. Talents are classified into 4 qualities, ranging from low to high, common, rare, epic, and legendary. So, does that mean Lalo Lassie possesses the highest quality talent? Indeed. Wang Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. The current strength of Lalo Lassie had surpassed his wildest imagination. Oh, and he still had the small experience candies to give to Lalo Lassie. Suddenly, he recalled the experience candies that could elevate a Pokemon's level. Previously, due to Lalo Lassie's inconvenience in battle, leveling up had been a troublesome endeavor. Thus, Lalo Lassie had remained at a mere level 10 until now. With the small experience candies at hand, he was certain they would significantly boost Lalo Lassie's level. Wang Ming eagerly fed all 20 small experience candies to Lalo Lassie. In no time, Lalo Lassie's level began to rise at a visible pace. Moments later, Lalo Lassie's level stabilized at 19, a remarkable increase of 9 levels. How exhilarating. In the time it took to sip a cup of tea, Lalo Lassie had ascended 9 levels. Had this been in the wild, achieving such a feat would have taken at least 10 days to half a month. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation, wishing he could possess an infinite supply of small experience candies to allow Lalo Lassie to continually level up, directly surpassing level 100. However, that was merely a fanciful thought. After all, experience candies were not sold. He could only acquire them through the system. Contemplating the system, Wang Ming suddenly realized a pressing issue and promptly asked, System, when will I be able to simulate reincarnation again? Having tasted the sweetness of it, he had grown quite fond of the idea of simulated reincarnation. Host can earn simulation points by completing tasks issued by the system. Beep. A novice task has been released. Please check it yourself. Wang Ming eagerly opened the task list. Novice task. Pass the Pokemon College entrance examination and gain eligibility for admission to the Pokemon League University. Task reward. 1 simulation opportunity. A slight smile crept upon Wang Ming's face. This task is within my grasp. He was a student in Class 3 of the senior year at the Hualan City Pokemon Academy, and tomorrow marked the day of the Pokemon entrance examination. The Pokemon entrance examination was akin to the National College entrance examination of his previous life, with the sole difference being that the questions pertained strictly to matters concerning Pokemon. In his past life, Wang Ming had been an avid Pokemon enthusiast, possessing theoretical knowledge that surpassed that of some so-called experts and professors. Passing the Pokemon entrance examination would be a mere formality, although the Pokemon League University was the most prestigious institution in this world. Wang Ming was confident he could easily gain admission. If he couldn't get in, it was likely that no one could. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Wang Ming decided to utilize the remaining time to review. Meanwhile, deep within the Hualan forest, a group of adventurers stood solemnly, all fixated on the scene before them. Before them loomed a dark fissure, the entrance to a secret realm. "Notify the Adventurers Guild that we have encountered a secret realm in Hualan Forest," stated a composed middle-aged man, his demeanor unusually serious. He understood better than anyone the perils that lurked within such realms. "Captain, the guild has been informed," one of the team members approached and reported. The middle-aged man nodded and asked, "What did the guild say?" "They instructed us to enter and assess the situation, reporting any anomalies immediately." "All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We shall proceed in." After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man spoke, yet the gravity etched upon his face only intensified. The other team members displayed a somewhat calmer demeanor, lacking their captain's tension. "Captain, you needn't be overly anxious. It's just a secret realm, after all. We've been through worse, and we've even slain dark Pokémon. What is there to fear?" one member boldly declared, showing no sign of trepidation. The middle-aged man retorted sharply, "What do you know? Dark Pokémon are not to be trifled with. The ones we faced before were mere minions. The truly formidable ones remain unseen." The individual fell silent, aware that their captain had more experience than they could fathom. Having ventured into countless secret realms and encountered immensely powerful dark Pokémon, nearly losing his life. Thus, the middle-aged man exhibited a caution that surpassed that of his comrades. "Be careful, enter one by one. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately," the captain advised, stepping into the fissure first. Chapter 4, Dark Dragonite. Pokémon Entrance Examination. Upon entering the secret realm, the entire sky appeared dim and devoid of light, shrouded in ominous black clouds. Indeed, black clouds. The middle-aged man had grown accustomed to this sight. After surveying the surroundings and finding no abnormalities, he beckoned the others to follow. "Hiss, why do I feel such a chilling aura here?" One of the newcomers, experiencing the secret realm for the first time, was startled by the scene, nervously scanning the area. "What is so frightening about this?" "Just wait until you've seen more. You'll realize these are merely commonplace occurrences," a more seasoned team member remarked with a smirk, reveling in the opportunity to assert dominance over the newcomers. Not long after, the group stumbled upon a valley ahead, equally shrouded in darkness and lifelessness, mirroring the clouds above. The middle-aged man gazed intently at the distant valley, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted, "Captain, something seems to be flying towards us." At this proclamation, the tension among the group escalated. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave as he swiftly turned around. They all looked up to see a small black dot in the sky rapidly approaching them. The dot grew larger, first the size of a ping-pong ball, then that of a basketball, and finally, it swelled to the size of a fitness ball. Eventually, they could discern the shape of the black, a dragon-like creature with wings. The creature was massive, entirely cloaked in black, with eyes as red as blood and sharp fangs bared menacingly as it hurtled toward them. "It's a dark Pokémon, a dark Dragonite," one of the individuals exclaimed, falling to the ground in sheer fright. Dark creatures are notoriously difficult to contend with, and what more, this one is a Dragonite, known as the Quasi-Deity King. The dark Dragonite before them was evidently beyond their capacity to confront. "Run, seek refuge in the valley." At this critical juncture, a middle-aged man bellowed, dragging the others towards the valley ahead. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps before they halted, gazing in despair at the figure standing majestically atop the mountain in the valley, a war-godlike silhouette. A dark Blaziken. No, not merely a Blaziken, but a super Blaziken. It was a super dark Blaziken. The desperate cries of the crowd echoed through the air, amplifying the desolation of their roars. "No, even if I perish here, I must convey the secrets of this place," the middle-aged man shouted, resolutely rising to his feet, recording everything with the device on his wrist, transmitting it to the Adventurers Guild. The next day, at the Hualan City Pokémon Academy, Wang Ming strode out of the examination hall with an air of confidence and a broad smile. He had completed the exam, and it had gone exceedingly well, instilling him with ample confidence to enter the Pokémon League University. Now, he merely awaited the results. Once they were released, he could apply to the Pokémon League University and secure his admission. At that point, he could fulfill his mission and gain simulation opportunities. As he contemplated this, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Wang Ming, how did you do?" Turning around, he found his close friend Zhang Tianzhong, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful girl with delicate features. Wang Ming couldn't help but be impressed, thinking, "This rascal has done well for himself. In just a few days, he has already caught the attention of the class beauty." Zhang Tianzhong, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, had a fair complexion and exuded the charm of a beloved young man among girls. Coupled with his affluent background, he was never short of female admirers. The girl by Zhang Tianjing's side was Yin Ruxue, the class beauty known for her excellent academic performance, gentle demeanor, and captivating looks, making her the object of affection for many boys. Now that she was with Zhang Tianjing, countless hearts were undoubtedly shattered. Not bad, and you? Wang Ming replied with a smile. Zhang Tianjing chuckled heartily. You know what kind of brother I am, right? Wang Ming couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. His friend was great in many respects, but his academic performance was lacking. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my new girlfriend, Zhang Tianjing said, wrapping an arm around Yin Ruxue's slender waist with a radiant smile. Hello, Wang Ming. Yin Ruxue greeted politely. Hello, Wang Ming replied courteously. His interactions with Yin Ruxue had been minimal, as they were merely classmates. Given that Zhang Tianjing's relationships rarely lasted more than a week, and he changed girlfriends faster than flipping through a book, Wang Ming had no intention of pursuing anything further with Yin Ruxue. Now that the exams are over, Xiaoxue and I are planning to relax at Golden Beach. Why don't you join us? Zhang Tianjing warmly invited. Wang Ming, however, politely declined, jesting, no thanks. I don't want to compete with the sun during the day. He then added, I plan to train in Hualan Forest. I have a practical simulation coming up in a few days, and I want to take this time to enhance my skills. Seeing Wang Ming's earnestness, Zhang Tianjing ceased his insistence and bid farewell to Wang Ming with Yin Ruxue. Having left the Pokemon Academy, Wang Ming visited a Pokemon shop to gather some supplies before heading straight to Hualan Forest. Hualan Forest, located on the far western edge of Hualan City, boasts towering trees and is home to numerous wild Pokemon, making it an excellent location for trainers to capture Pokemon and hone their skills. After half an hour, Wang Ming arrived at Hualan Forest. At this moment, many trainers were engaged in spirited battles at the forest's outskirts, creating a lively atmosphere. Beside him, Ralts became excited, eager to participate in a real battle. Ever since its condition had improved, Ralts had been longing to prove itself and bring glory to Wang Ming. Wang Ming's Ralts was exceptionally beautiful, drawing the attention of many trainers. Just then, a jovial man wearing a straw hat approached Wang Ming with a smile, saying, Young man, your Ralts is quite adorable. How about a friendly match? If you win, I'll share a secret about Hualan Forest with you. With that, the straw hat man released his Pokemon. Wang Ming focused his gaze and realized it was a Butterfree. Pokemon, Butterfree, gender, male, level, 12, base stats, 395, type, bug flying. Ability, compound eyes, increases accuracy of moves. Talent, ordinary, item held, none moves. Gust, confusion. Though Butterfree possessed higher base stats than Ralts, the level disparity was substantial, and Wang Ming believed Ralts had a good chance of winning. After a brief assessment, he decided to let Ralts participate in the battle. Go Ralts! Ralts, with its sparkling eyes, leapt forward eagerly to face Butterfree. Ralts, you sing! Wang Ming exclaimed. Filled with excitement for the battle, Ralts released a melodious sound, captivating Butterfree, who was overwhelmed by the enchanting call, suffering a significant psychological blow, causing its body to tremble dangerously close to plummeting from the sky. Seizing the moment, Wang Ming shouted, Well done, Ralts. Use confusion to slam it to the ground. Ralts closed its eyes, channeling a powerful psychic force that enveloped Butterfree. At that moment, Butterfree felt as though it had been frozen in place, unable to move. The Straw Hat Man's expression turned anxious as he urgently called out, Butterfree, use confusion to break free, then gust to blow your opponent away. Butterfree emitted a piercing cry, unleashing a powerful psychic wave that shattered Ralts' mental grip. Then, with a flap of its wings, it conjured a fierce wind directed at Ralts. Ralts, use teleport. Wang Ming called out at a crucial moment. In a flash, Ralts vanished from its position, reappearing behind Butterfree. Use confusion to attack. Ralts once again gathered a formidable psychic wave, pressing down upon Butterfree in the air. Butterfree cried out in anguish, nearly having its wings crushed, its body losing strength and plummeting uncontrollably from the sky. Wang Ming, undeterred, seized this rare opportunity and commanded Ralts to deliver a decisive blow. Ralts, use confusion again. Another wave of powerful psychic energy crashed down upon Butterfree, who was left dazed and defeated, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue battling. Fantastic! We won! Wang Ming exclaimed with exhilaration. Ralts, equally thrilled, leapt into Wang Ming's embrace, nuzzling its small head against his chest. Wang Ming felt a ticklish sensation and burst into laughter. At that moment, Ralts was suddenly enveloped in a radiant white light, appearing almost ethereal. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, followed by a rush of elation. This was the light of evolution. Ralts was about to evolve. Wang Ming hurriedly turned his gaze towards Ralts. Indeed, the level of Ralts has changed, reaching level 20. Coincidentally, level 20 is the threshold for Ralts to evolve into Kirlia. The nearby Straw Hat Uncle also noticed the remarkable transformation in Ralts, a smile blossoming on his face as he genuinely felt joy for the little Pokémon. Witnessing such an adorable sprite achieve evolution filled his heart with sweetness. Moments later, as the radiant light dissipated, Ralts had undergone a profound transformation. Pokémon, Kirlia, gender, female, level, 20, base stats, 278, type, psychic fairy, ability, synchronize, transfers its own status conditions of poison, paralysis, or burn to the opponent. Hidden ability, legendary, held item, none, moves, sing, confusion, teleport, double team, charm, lucky chant, magical leaf, heal pulse. Observing the completed evolution of Kirlia, Wang Ming's heart brimmed with delight. The Kirlia before him appeared even more petite and charming, particularly with the two delicate pink horns adorning her head, evoking an irresistible urge to hold and play with them. Attempting to stroke her, Kirlia's face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head, soft sounds escaping her lips, transforming the atmosphere into one of enchantment. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Wang Ming quickly withdrew his hand. At that moment, Straw Hat Uncle approached, offering his congratulations and then stating, "Having defeated me, I shall divulge the secrets of Hualan Forest to you." Curiosity piqued, Wang Ming yearned to uncover the secret spoken of by Straw Hat Uncle. To be candid, he continued, "I am an adventurer. A few days ago, I encountered a Scyther in Hualan Forest, but regrettably, I was no match for it and failed to capture it. Now, having shared this secret with you, perhaps you might venture there and test your luck. With your abilities, you might succeed in capturing it." Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly inquired, "Where did you encounter the Scyther?" Scyther, being a rare Pokémon, possesses formidable strength, especially in its early stages, boasting an impressive initial base stat of 500, rendering it a force to be reckoned with. Should Wang Ming manage to capture a Scyther, his prowess would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement, and later evolving it into a Scyther with its immense attack power could potentially allow him to vanquish even the most formidable foes. Just then, Straw Hat Uncle leaned closer, sharing the location of the Scyther. With this newfound knowledge, Wang Ming bid farewell to Straw Hat Uncle and, accompanied by Kirlia, ventured deeper into Hualan Forest. Within Hualan Forest, the abundance of wild Pokémon meant that Wang Ming encountered numerous Caterpies and Rattatas attempting to attack him with each step he took. Thankfully, with Kirlia's impressive strength, a single confusion was sufficient to dispatch them. With Kirlia's assistance, Wang Ming soon reached the location described by Straw Hat Uncle. Ahead, a brilliant lake glimmered, partially obscured by grass. Wang Ming crouched low and stealthily approached the water's edge, his heart racing with apprehension. Would he be fortunate enough to encounter a Scyther? He pondered. Uncertain, Scyther typically does not reside by the lakeside, appearing only when in need of water. It was likely that Straw Hat Uncle's encounter had been a stroke of luck. As he neared the grass beside the lake, Wang Ming cautiously parted the foliage and peered out. Suddenly, a large, green, humanoid insect appeared in his line of sight. Wang Ming's eyes widened with excitement. It was indeed a Scyther. This particular Scyther stood by the lake, drinking water, and its coloration was notably darker than that of its counterparts. While ordinary Scythers are a turquoise green, this one was a deep emerald hue. The only explanation for such a distinction was that it was a shiny Scyther. Chapter 6. Shiny Scyther. Wang Ming stifled his exhilaration, holding his breath to avoid startling the shiny Scyther. He turned to Kirlia, whispering, "You circle around to the back and ambush it. I will draw its attention from the front." Kirlia nodded eagerly, stealthily maneuvering behind the shiny Scyther. Once ready, she signaled to Wang Ming that all was set. Wang Ming gave Kirlia an affirmative gesture, took a deep breath, and burst forth from the underbrush. The shiny Scyther, startled by this sudden intrusion, quickly stood upright, wiping the water from its mouth, and gazed warily at the young boy before it. Wang Ming discreetly reached behind him, grasping an Ultra Ball. Meanwhile, Kirlia, in position, unleashed a confusion attack, catching the shiny Scyther off guard and immobilizing it in place. Wang Ming's face lit up with joy, almost simultaneously. He drew the Ultra Ball and hurled it into the air. A beam of red light shot forth from the Ultra Ball, enveloping the Scyther and drawing it within. The Ultra Ball fell to the ground, its red light flashing incessantly. Wang Ming anxiously focused on the Ultra Ball, fearing the shiny Scyther might escape. Suddenly, the Ultra Ball burst open, a flash of white light erupting from within. Wang Ming's fears materialized. The shiny Scyther had indeed broken free from the Ultra Ball. Unfazed, Wang Ming reacted swiftly, commanding Kirlia, who stood poised nearby. Kirlia, use confusion, as the shiny Scyther emerged, ready to voice its indignation at the unprovoked assault. It was met with a powerful psychic force from behind, striking its head with force. Just as the shiny Scyther was about to express its fondness for a particular food, it was knocked to the ground, stars dancing in its vision, its mind blank. Following this, a blue sphere descended from above, ensnaring it once more. This time, Wang Ming's luck held. The Ultra Ball rolled a few times before finally coming to rest in silence. Wonderful! I have captured the shiny Scyther, Wang Ming exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he rushed over to retrieve the Ultra Ball, cradling it in his hands like a treasured prize. At that moment, he recalled that in his fervor to capture the Scyther, he had almost forgotten to check its information. Slapping his forehead, he released the Scyther from the Ultra Ball. Upon its release, the Scyther's expression darkened, glaring at Wang Ming with indignation, as if to say, "You, little brat, were the one who ambushed me, weren't you? If you have the guts, set me free, and let us see if I want to take you down." Wang Ming offered a sheepish smile, aware that his actions had indeed been somewhat underhanded. To make amends, he retrieved a piece of vanilla cake from his backpack, saying, "Here, don't be upset. This is your compensation." The shiny Scyther cast a disdainful glance at the cake, snorting in contempt, its wings buzzing in a display of its nobility. "You think you can appease me with that? I am a noble shiny Pokémon, do you understand? A mere green cake is insufficient to earn my forgiveness. I would rather starve than take a single bite of your cake." Noticing the Scyther's disdain, Wang Ming produced an energy cube, which he had purchased at a considerable price. Knowing it held great allure for Pokémon, at the sight of the energy cube, Kirlia began to express her discontent. However, that was a meal meticulously prepared for her by Wang Ming. How could it be squandered on that detestable green insect? In a fit of indignation, Caterpie marched over, hands firmly on her hips, cheeks puffed up as she glared at Wang Ming. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, she appeared utterly adorable, exuding an endearing charm. Wang Ming gently patted Caterpie's small head, soothingly saying, "Do not be upset. Once we return, I will buy you even more energy cubes." Indeed, children are the easiest to deceive. Upon hearing this, Caterpie instantly became obedient, ceasing her little tantrum. The shiny Scyther, with its lofty self-regard, was nonetheless drawn in by the enticing aroma of the energy cubes. Approaching Wang Ming, it sniffed the energy cube in his hand before opening its wide mouth and voraciously gulping it down. Chomp, chomp, the shiny Scyther chewed with evident delight, wearing an expression that was almost infuriatingly smug. After finishing the energy cube, it gazed longingly at the vanilla cake in Wang Ming's hand. "Bring it to me." The shiny Scyther extended its sharp forelimbs, effortlessly slicing through the vanilla cake, which it then seized. It quickly swallowed it whole, resuming its enthusiastic chewing. During this interval, Wang Ming curiously examined the somewhat cheeky, shiny Scyther. Pokémon, Scyther shiny. Gender, male. Level, 15. Base stats, 500. Types, bug flying. Abilities, swarm. Increases the power of bug-type moves when HP is low. Technician, boosts the power of weaker moves. Talent, legendary, held item, none, moves. Leer, quick attack, vacuum wave, focus energy, pursuit. Endure, good heavens. How impressive. Not only does it possess the highest legendary talent, but it also boasts dual abilities. Wang Ming's heart roared with delight. Truly, as a shiny Pokémon, its prestige was undeniable. With two abilities coupled with the move slash, could it not dispatch a little child with a single blow? Forget about being a third-tier god. Even a quasi-deity would be cut down. Wang Ming realized he had struck gold this time. The shiny Scyther sensed Wang Ming's excitement, proudly lifting its head and casting a smug glance at Caterpie, as if to say, "See that, little girl? I am the brightest star in this realm." Caterpie merely stuck out her tongue at it, her expression one of utter disdain, clearly looking down on the green behemoth. The shiny Scyther found this intolerable and felt compelled to defend its proud dignity. Thus, it flapped its wings and flew towards Caterpie, only to be captured by Wang Ming in a pokeball. Damn it, another ambush. After securing the Scyther, Wang Ming continued deeper into the forest with Caterpie. The wilderness was not only home to wild Pokémon, but, with a stroke of luck, they might even encounter wild berries. These berries, serving as materials for crafting energy cubes and pokeballs, commanded a handsome price. Especially the rarer wild berries, which could fetch up to 100,000 Pokedollars each. Raising Pokémon was an exceedingly costly endeavor, particularly for someone like Wang Ming from an ordinary family. If he could gather some berries to sell, It would significantly alleviate his burdens. Chapter 7. One wave settled. Another rises Kyrillian. Use magical leaf to deal with it. Wang Ming exclaimed to Kyrillian as a massive Rattata bared its teeth at them, its expression menacing, seemingly intent on devouring them. Swish, swish, swish. Kyrillian shook her petite form, and several green magical leaves floated around her. In the next moment, the magical leaves transformed into sharp blades that shot forth, knocking the Rattata to the ground. Kyrillian exclaimed excitedly, celebrating her victory. Wang Ming was equally elated, gently stroking Kyrillian's two pink horns and affectionately saying, "Well done." Kyrillian's face flushed with shyness, feeling her body soften at his touch. The horns on her head were still too sensitive for her comfort. Wang Ming smiled slightly and withdrew his hand. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Wang Ming's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of joy. Kyrillian leveled up. They had fought side by side, eliminating numerous wild Pokémon along the way. Now, with experience gained, Kyrillian had successfully reached level 21. Just 9 more levels, and Kyrillian will evolve into a shiny Gardevoir. A proud smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips. Gardevoir was one of his favorite Pokémon, and he had always desired to have one as a companion. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by a rustling sound in the grass. Wang Ming became cautious. More wild Pokémon. Kyrillian, prepare for battle. Kyrillian chirped, her agile eyes fixated on the nearby thicket. Suddenly, the grass shook violently, and a brownish figure burst forth. Wang Ming's gaze sharpened as he instantly recognized the creature. A Snivy. This was a wild Pokémon of the grass type. In its mouth, it clutched a pink fruit. Wang Ming's heart raced with excitement. What it bore was none other than a wild berry, the Pecha berry. While not exceedingly rare, it still held considerable value, fetching around 10,000 per berry. If he could acquire some, he could earn quite a bit of extra income. With this in mind, Wang Ming decided to subdue the Snivy. Kyrillian, use charming voice. He commanded. Kyrillian reacted swiftly, conjuring a wave of potent psychic energy that struck the Snivy, delivering a tremendous impact. The Snivy stumbled, nearly losing its balance. Once it regained its composure, it began to squeal angrily, clearly infuriated by Kyrillian's ambush. Strangely, however, the Snivy did not retaliate. Instead, it clutched the fruit and attempted to flee. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Wang Ming was unwilling to allow that, commanding Kyrillian to unleash a more powerful attack. Kyrillian, use magical leaf. Swish, swish, swish. Countless green magical leaves shot out like a rain of arrows, striking the Snivy and causing it immense pain. The Snivy let out a low, pained cry, dropping the Pecha berry from its mouth. Desperate, the Snivy squealed, enduring the searing pain as it attempted to retrieve the fallen berry. At that moment, Kyrillian's assault struck again. Crack, crack, crack. A flurry of emerald blades slammed into the Snivy, knocking it unconscious. The Pecha berry was within reach. Wang Ming laughed heartily and hurried over. As he bent down to pick up the Pecha berry, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. By the time Wang Ming realized what was happening, the berry had vanished without a trace. Looking up, he saw the shiny Scyther eagerly munching on the Pecha berry, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Wang Ming's face darkened instantly, glaring furiously at the shiny Scyther. After all his efforts to obtain a Pecha berry, it had been devoured by that wretched creature. Wang Ming was poised to reprimand it, when suddenly a buzzing sound erupted behind him. Furrowing his brows, he turned to behold a sight that made his complexion change dramatically. Unbeknownst to him, a swarm of bee drills had appeared behind them, advancing ominously. A cursory glance revealed that there were dozens of these formidable creatures. It was utterly impossible for Kyrillian to contend with them alone. Thus, Wang Ming turned his gaze towards the shiny Scyther beside him. If you can handle those beasts, I shall overlook your earlier transgressions, Wang Ming said, his voice steady. The shiny Scyther, aware of its previous misdeeds, refrained from further protest and took flight towards the swarm. Simultaneously, Wang Ming issued a command to Kyrillian. Kyrillian, use Psychic. Bee drills, being bug-type Pokémon, were vulnerable to certain types of attacks. Thus, Wang Ming could only resort to Psychic or Charm as means of combat. Scyther, be wary of their poisonous stingers. Do not allow them to pierce you. As the shiny Scyther plunged into the swarm of bee drills, Wang Ming couldn't help but offer a warning. Bee drills were dual bug and poison types, and their stingers carried potent venom, making any injury potentially troublesome. The shiny Scyther recognized the peril of the toxins and focused intently, darting through the swarm with agility. Utilizing its concentration ability and the move quick attack, it maneuvered with ease. Kyrillian, not to be outdone, fervently unleashed psychic attacks upon the bee drills, intent on matching the prowess of the Scyther. The Beedrills fought back valiantly, brandishing their stingers against both the shiny Scyther and Kyrillian. In no time, the number of Beedrills diminished significantly, with several already dispatched by Kyrillian and the shiny Scyther. Wang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, both Kyrillian and Scyther were exceptionally powerful, and despite the Beedrill's numbers, they were no match for the duo. Just as Wang Ming believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, two Beedrills suddenly charged at Kyrillian. At that moment, Kyrillian, having exerted considerable energy using Psychic, was noticeably fatigued, gasping for breath and appearing pale. Wang Ming's heart raced in alarm. Surveying his surroundings, he seized the tail of a Snivy on the ground and swung it towards the two Beedrills. Simultaneously, he shouted to the Scyther, "Scyther, return quickly to protect Kyrillian." The shiny Scyther, recognizing the imminent danger to Kyrillian, abandoned its offensive and rushed back to her aid. With a resounding thud, Wang Ming struck one of the Beedrills squarely, causing it to stagger and collide with a nearby tree. However, the other Beedrill had already extended its poisonous claw towards Kyrillian, and despite the Scyther's swift approach, it was too late. The Beedrill's stinger pierced deeply into Kyrillian's body. She cried out involuntarily, feeling a sharp pang of pain. The shiny Scyther, having arrived just in time, executed a quick attack, eliminating the Beedrill. Kyrillian swayed precariously, her vision blurring. Wang Ming deduced that she had been poisoned and rushed to cradle her in his arms. Though her complexion was somewhat pale, a smile graced her lips as she nestled against Wang Ming, enveloped in a sense of bliss. Kyrillian has been poisoned. I must act swiftly to cleanse her of the toxin, Wang Ming said, his voice calm, as his gaze flickered to the Snivy on the ground, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. At that moment, the Snivy, having regained consciousness from the earlier impact, shivered under Wang Ming's scrutinizing gaze and attempted to flee. The shiny Scyther, quick to act, thrust its sharp scythe beside the Snivy's head, causing it to freeze in terror. Wang Ming approached with Kyrillian in his arms and instructed the Scyther, ask it where it found that Pecha berry. The shiny Scyther nodded and began communicating with the Snivy. In a short span, Wang Ming learned the truth. The Pecha berry had been discovered by the Snivy quite by accident, guarded by the swarm of Beedrills. Seizing an opportunity when the Beedrills were distracted, the Snivy had stealthily plucked one, only to be pursued relentlessly by the Beedrills. During its escape, it fortuitously encountered Wang Ming, leading to the ensuing events. Wang Ming was not particularly interested in the Snivy's plight. His sole concern was whether there were still Pecha berries remaining. After further inquiries and receiving the Snivy's affirmative response, Wang Ming instructed it to lead the way in search of the Pecha berries to antidote Kyrillian. The Pecha berry was an extraordinary fruit, capable of neutralizing the venom of the Beedrills, making it an ideal solution. Furthermore, Wang Ming learned from the Snivy that there were not just one, but at least 10 Pecha berries available. This revelation filled him with excitement. Just one Pecha berry would suffice to cure Kyrillian, and the surplus could fetch a handsome sum. With this thought, Wang Ming couldn't help but quicken his pace. Before long, he arrived at a wild thicket. In the distance, he spotted a Pecha berry tree, laden with numerous pink Pecha berries. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Wang Ming's eyes as he hurried towards the tree. His childhood penchant for climbing bird nests had endowed him with remarkable climbing skills. In the blink of an eye, he ascended the tree and harvested all the Pecha berries. After ensuring he had not overlooked any, he descended and promptly administered one of the Pecha berries to Kyrillian. In no time, Kyrillian's condition returned to normal, her complexion gradually restoring its rosy hue. With Kyrillian now safe, Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the shiny Scyther gazed longingly at the Pecha berry in Wang Ming's hand, drool escaping its mouth uncontrollably. Amused by the Scyther's antics, Wang Ming retrieved an energy cube from his backpack and handed it to the Scyther. Considering your contributions, I suppose I can generously reward you with this. Upon seeing the energy cube, the shiny Scyther's eyes sparkled with greed, disregarding the drool. It devoured the cube in one gulp, savoring every bite. Observing this, Kyrillian playfully pouted, her expressive eyes pleading with Wang Ming. With a gentle smile, he affectionately ruffled her hair and produced another energy cube. Kyrillian did not reach out for it, but instead opened her mouth, a blush adorning her cheeks. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback before chuckling softly. It seemed Kyrillian desired him to feed her personally. He obliged, breaking off a small piece of the energy cube and placing it in her mouth. Kyrillian's complexion deepened in hue as she buried her face deeper into Wang Ming's embrace. Chewing contentedly, what was originally a sweet and sour energy cube now radiated an unparalleled sweetness in her mouth, surpassing even the most decadent of confections. After a brief respite, Wang Ming resolved to continue his training before returning home. Just then, his phone chimed unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his close friend, Zhang Tianzheng. Could it be that this fellow has already completed his task? As Wang Ming pondered, he opened the message. Upon reading its contents, his expression instantly shifted. Brother, a rift to a secret realm has appeared at Golden Beach. Hurry over. A rift to a secret realm? How could such a phenomenon occur at Golden Beach? Wang Ming was beset by confusion. Although his understanding of secret realms was limited, the simulation reincarnation system had already made him acutely aware of their inherent dangers. While these realms were rife with opportunities, they were certainly not meant for individuals of their caliber to explore. Thus, when Wang Ming received this message, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He needed to alert this reckless individual. Wang Ming knew Zhang Tian was an adventurer at heart. He would undoubtedly wish to delve into this secret realm. Do not enter the secret realm. Wait for me to arrive. After sending this message, Wang Ming swiftly set off towards Golden Beach, accompanied by Kairu Lian and the dazzling flying mantis. Along the way, he anxiously awaited a response from Zhang Tian. However, to his dismay, there was no reply. Could it be that this fool had already entered the realm? Wang Ming's countenance darkened, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. If Zhang Tian had seen the message, there was no way he wouldn't have responded. Yet now, after such a lengthy wait, the silence suggested only one possibility. Zhang Tian was unable to reply. With this thought, Wang Ming quickened his pace. He held a deep bond with Zhang Tian and could not bear the thought of his brother encountering danger. Chapter 9. Perils of the Secret Realm. Upon arriving at Golden Beach, Wang Ming spotted a colossal spatial rift looming over the sea. This was indeed the entrance to the secret realm. A crowd had gathered on the beach, their expressions a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Wang Ming scanned the throng but did not catch sight of Zhang Tian. However, he did recognize a familiar figure. Rushing over, he inquired, Yen Rushue, where is Zhang Tian? Wasn't he with you? Turning around, Yen Rushue's face lit up with relief upon seeing Wang Ming. Thank goodness, Wang Ming, you finally arrived. Tears welled in her eyes. Tianzheng entered the secret realm alone, and no matter how I tried to dissuade him, he wouldn't listen. I know you two share a strong bond. Please, I beg you, go bring him back. Upon hearing Yen Rushue's account, Wang Ming's expression darkened. This fool always had a penchant for recklessness. He silently cursed under his breath before looking up at Yen Rushue. Do not worry, I will go in and check. With that, he stepped boldly into the secret realm. Zhang Tian was his brother, and he could not abandon him. Inside the realm, Wang Ming stood transfixed, awestruck by the scene before him. The sky, as dark as ink, appeared exceptionally eerie. Black clouds drifted ominously overhead, resembling monstrous entities gazing down upon the life below. A chill ran through Wang Ming's body. I must find Zhang Tian and leave this place immediately. With that thought, he took out his phone, preparing to contact Zhang Tian. However, when he turned on his device, he was met with dismay. There was no signal. At that moment, Wang Ming comprehended why Zhang Tian had not responded. He could not see the messages at all. The weight of the situation bore down on him. Damn it, it seems I will have to search step by step. Cursing softly, Wang Ming surveyed his surroundings for any clues. Suddenly, he spotted a neat row of footprints leading into the distance. Examining other areas yielded no new discoveries. After a brief contemplation, he decided to follow the prints. The trail of footprints extended for hundreds of meters. Initially orderly, they gradually became chaotic, with large gaps between them, as if the owner had been running desperately. This guy must have encountered some danger, Wang Ming thought, his heart heavy with concern. As he pressed forward, the footprints grew increasingly erratic, causing his anxiety to mount. Just then, a piercing howl echoed in the distance. Wang Ming quickly looked up, only to see a colossal shadow descending from afar. The massive figure unfurled its enormous wings, spanning 5 to 6 meters. Its beak was sharp, glinting ominously, while its claws appeared terrifyingly powerful, capable of shattering rock with ease. Wang Ming's heart raced, filled with awe. This gigantic creature, entirely black, looked as though it had emerged from the depths of ink. Strangely, its appearance seemed familiar to him. It was unmistakably a dark Pidgey. Is this the Dark Elf? Wang Ming murmured, recalling the horrors he had witnessed in the Reincarnation Simulator. The terror of the Dark Elf was vividly etched in his memory. He stared blankly at the creature as lines of information materialized before him. Species, Dark Pidgey. Gender, Level, 10. Base Stats, 349. Type, Dark. Ability, Dark Boost. Possesses the power of darkness, enhancing all attributes. Talent, Held item, none. Moves. Wang Ming's brow furrowed. The dark Pidgey before him radiated an unprecedented sense of danger. Its attributes and abilities left him puzzled, and the numerous question marks accompanying the other information only deepened his confusion. However, The one detail that provided a sliver of hope was the creature's relatively low level. Perhaps this was his only chance at victory. Without hesitation, he summoned both Kyrulien and the dazzling flying mantis. Upon seeing the colossal dark Pidgey in the sky, both Pokémon were momentarily taken aback. It was their first encounter with such an extraordinary creature, leaving them in a state of shock. Yet, as legendary Pokémon, their adaptability was remarkable. They quickly acclimated to the situation, their eyes igniting with fierce determination. Kyrulien unleashed a captivating melody, while the flying mantis executed a swift strike. Wang Ming simultaneously commanded both Pokémon. Kyrulien's enchanting call aimed to strike a mental blow to the dark Pidgey, while the flying mantis surged forward as a streak of green light. Wang Ming had expected that this dual assault, both psychological and physical, would severely wound the dark Pidgey. However, to his astonishment, Kyrulien's captivating melody had no effect whatsoever on the creature. How strange. Could this dark Pidgey be immune to mental attacks? Wang Ming frowned, murmuring to himself. Just then, the flying mantis collided with the dark Pidgey. Its blades grazed the creature's body, leaving a long gash that immediately oozed black blood. The dark Pidgey screeched in pain and, with a powerful flap of its wings, sent the flying mantis tumbling away. Bang! The flying mantis crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Hang in there, flying mantis, Wang Ming shouted, commanding Kyrulien to use telekinesis. An invisible force enveloped the dark Pidgey. This time, the outcome was drastically different. The dark Pidgey emitted a shrill cry, seemingly terrified of this power. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, then elated. It harbors an intense fear of psychic-type moves. Just moments ago, Kyrulien's use of Charm Voice failed to inflict any damage upon the dark Pidgey, yet its Psybeam proved extraordinarily effective. Both attacks fall under the category of psychic assaults. The sole distinction lies in their respective types. Thus, Wang Ming concluded that the dark Pidgey is indeed apprehensive of psychic-type moves. To confirm his hypothesis, he commanded Kyrulien to unleash Psybeam once more. At that moment, the enraged dark Pidgey charged towards Kyrulien. In its view, dispatching this Kyrulien was of utmost importance. Chapter 10, Dark Spirits Boom. Suddenly, a verdant figure soared into the air with terrifying momentum. The tremendous commotion caught the dark Pidgey's attention, causing it to halt momentarily and glance back, only to find a green light, exuding an icy aura, hurtling towards it. A glimmer sparked in Wang Ming's eyes as he recognized the figure within the green light. It was the shiny Scyther. The shiny Scyther, inherently proud, felt humiliated when the dark Pidgey had previously swatted it into the ground. Thus, it became enraged and resolved to exact vengeance upon the colossal creature. Detecting the fiery wrath emanating from the shiny Scyther, a flicker of disdain appeared in the dark Pidgey's eyes. It dismissed the green insect, believing that since it had once managed to send the shiny Scyther into the earth, it could easily replicate the feat as the Scyther approached with great speed. The dark Pidgey unfurled its massive wings without hesitation and struck fiercely. The dark Pidgey's considerable size created a gust of wind with the blow. Unfazed, the Scyther deftly evaded the massive wings using its swiftness. In the next instant, it extended its razor-sharp claw and struck the dark Pidgey with all its might. This blow was executed with full force, severing a significant portion of the dark Pidgey's feathers, and a torrent of black blood gushed forth like a dam breaking. The dark Pidgey, in agony, let out a piercing cry and turned to peck at the Scyther. Just then, an overwhelming force, one that instilled profound fear, descended from above. Enveloping it, Kyrulien had intervened, employing Psybeam against the dark Pidgey. The dark Pidgey, severely injured, emitted another anguished cry. Now's your chance, Scyther, use pursuit. Wang Ming seized the opportunity, issuing a swift command. The shiny Scyther reacted promptly, executing the pursuit move in an instant. Boom. The dark Pidgey, having sustained multiple setbacks, found its massive form faltering and began to plummet from the sky. Wang Ming remained relentless, commanding Kyrulien to unleash Psybeam once again. This time, it seemed as though Kyrulien had instinctively anticipated Wang Ming's command, executing Psybeam ahead of him. The overwhelming energy enveloped the gravely wounded dark Pidgey once more, delivering a decisive blow. With a thundering crash, the dark Pidgey struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and creating a deep crater. Wang Ming did not let his guard down. He rushed over to inspect the fallen creature, discovering that the dark Pidgey still clung to life, its cold, sinister eyes fixed upon him, though it had lost the capacity to fight. Kyrulien, finish it off with Psybeam. Wang Ming commanded sharply, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You dare threaten me even in your incapacitated state? Is that not a clear invitation for your demise? Wang Ming never showed mercy to his foes. with a single Psybeam. Kyrillian conclusively eliminated the Dark Pidgey. At that moment, the shiny Scyther returned, not missing the opportunity to deliver a final blow to vent its pent-up fury. Once he confirmed that the Dark Pidgey had completely ceased to breathe, Wang Ming finally exhaled in relief. Dark spirits truly are formidable adversaries. It was only by honing their skills that Kyrillian and the shiny Scyther managed to vanquish it. Wang Ming spoke gravely, understanding the peril inherent in these dark spirits only after first-hand experience. Yet, simultaneously, another question loomed in his mind. How exactly do these dark spirits come into existence? From whence do they emerge? Wang Ming harbored an unsettling intuition that a monumental secret lay behind the dark spirits, one that he was yet unprepared to confront with his current strength. As he pondered, Wang Ming was suddenly struck by the realization that Kyrillian had leveled up once more. Pokémon, Kyrillian, gender, female, level, 22, base stats, 278, type, psychic fairy, ability, synchronize, transfers its own poison, paralysis, or burn status to its opponent. Talent, legendary, held item, none, moves, call, Psybeam, teleport, shadow clone, charm voice, lucky chant, magical leaf, healing wave, leech kiss, already upgraded again? Wang Ming exclaimed, astonished. Just prior, Kyrillian had leveled up, and now, after defeating a level 10 Dark Pidgey, it had achieved yet another advancement. This was truly remarkable. He marveled at the substantial experience gained from defeating a dark spirit. It was no wonder that, despite the dangers of the secret realm, many trainers were eager to venture within. Wang Ming reflected, if it were an ordinary level 10 Pidgey, not only would it be impossible to gain even half a level, but this dark Pidgey directly allowed Kyrillian to level up, and that was while battling alongside the shiny Scyther. This underscores the vast experience a dark spirit provides. By that measure, the Scyther must have leveled up too, right? Wang Ming turned his attention to the shiny Scyther. Sure enough, its level had risen as well, now standing at level 18. Haha, it seems I should hunt more dark spirits in the future, Wang Ming mused with a faint smile, as though he had unearthed a new treasure. The bountiful rewards from slaying dark spirits tantalized him, and he contemplated the prospect of pursuing them further. Yet he was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the dark spirits, cautioning against recklessly engaging them. However, if he encountered a dark spirit of comparable strength to the Dark Pidgey, Wang Ming would unhesitatingly choose to strike. After tidying up briefly, Wang Ming rose and continued on his path, seeking the whereabouts of Zhang Tianzheng. Having already experienced the might of the dark spirits, the longer he lingered here, the more concern he felt for Zhang Tianzheng. If someone as strong as he nearly fell to a Dark Pidgey, it was hard to imagine Zhang Tianzheng, who was preoccupied with chasing after girls and hardly focused on Pokemon training, faring any better. Not long after, Wang Ming suddenly halted in his tracks. He had heard the sounds of battle, accompanied by a roar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Zhang Tianzheng's voice. That damned fellow, I finally tracked him down. Wang Ming cursed under his breath and hurriedly followed the sound. Before long, he spotted Zhang Tianzheng, who was presently commanding his Houndoom in combat against a dark Rattata. This Houndoom had been purchased at a hefty price by Zhang Tianzheng's parents, while it was not particularly high in level, standing at only 13. Its exceptional base stats allowed it to hold its own against the dark Rattata. Chapter 11. The Illusions of Beasts. Seeing that Zhang Tianzheng was in no immediate danger, Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His curiosity piqued as he observed the dark Rattata. Instantly, a stream of information materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Rattata, dark, gender, level, 5, base stats, 253, type, dark, ability, dark boost, possesses the power of darkness, enhancing all attributes. Talent, carried item, none, skills, only level 5? It seems there is indeed little danger, Wang Ming murmured to himself as he approached. At that moment, Zhang Tianzheng also sensed someone's arrival and turned to find his good brother Wang Ming, instantly beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "Brother, I knew you would come. Hurry and help me. This dark Rattata is just too difficult to handle." He had been locked in battle with this dark Rattata for quite some time, and the match remained inconclusive. At this point, the endurance of his Houndoom was evidently waning. If the fight continued, he might truly face defeat at the hands of the dark Rattata. Wang Ming smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He released his Kirlia. Kirlia possessed psychic abilities, which were highly effective against dark-type Pokemon. Kirlia used telekinesis to deal with it. KIR. Kirlia nodded and joined the fray. The moment the immense psychic power was unleashed, the previously evenly matched contest shifted dramatically, and the dark Rattata found itself at a disadvantage. Zhang Tianzheng noticed the change and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, your Kirlia has evolved after just a few days, and it seems its injuries have fully healed. It's not limping anymore." He chuckled. "Come on, tell me how you did it." Wang Ming smiled modestly, pretending to be aloof. "I merely used the time you spent chasing girls to train." Zhang Tianzheng retorted, "You sly dog, you've snatched all the bamboo shoots from the mountain." During their banter, the dark Rattata, overwhelmed, was swiftly dispatched by Kirlia's telekinesis. Zhang Tianzheng was astounded. He had a profound understanding of the dark Rattata's strength. His Houndoom had only managed to fight to a standstill against it. Yet Wang Ming's Kirlia had decisively ended the battle. What a stark contrast. When had his brother become so formidable? Zhang Tianzheng couldn't help but regard Wang Ming with newfound respect. Having concluded the battle and located his companion, Wang Ming intended to leave. He turned to Zhang Tianzheng and said, "Let us go back. The secret realm is far too perilous. With our strength, staying here could lead us into a dangerous situation." However, Zhang Tianzheng firmly grasped his arm and said, "Wait. We've only just arrived here. How can we leave so soon? Aren't you curious about the treasures that lie within? There are many precious treasures in the secret realm that can enhance a Pokemon's strength, and if we sell them, they could fetch a handsome price." Wang Ming furrowed his brow and replied, "No, it's too dangerous here. No treasure is worth risking our lives for." Seeing Wang Ming unmoved, Zhang Tianzheng grew anxious and quickly said, "Don't go. I have a major discovery that will surely make you stay." Wang Ming couldn't help but smile, intrigued, and asked, "Oh, what discovery?" Zhang Tianzheng leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "I found Mew." "What?" Suddenly, Wang Ming's body trembled and a thunderous realization struck his mind. Mew? That was known as the oldest Pokemon, revered as the ancestor of all Pokemon, a legendary mythical creature. How could it possibly appear here? Wang Ming felt it was improbable. Yet Zhang Tianzheng's earnest expression suggested he was not lying. "Are you sure you're not imagining things?" Wang Ming asked cautiously. Zhang Tianzheng, incensed, retorted, "You can doubt my abilities, but not my vision. Just look at my girlfriends. Which one isn't stunning, surpassing even the beauty of Shishir or Diaochan?" Wang Ming instinctively nodded in agreement. Zhang Tianzheng was indeed not exaggerating. His eye for beauty was undeniable. "Where did you see it?" Confirming that Zhang Tianzheng was indeed telling the truth, Wang Ming felt a surge of curiosity. After all, the legendary mythical Pokemon appearing here undoubtedly harbored great secrets. If he were to leave without investigating, he might regret it for a lifetime. "Hee, I knew you would stay," Zhang Tianzheng exclaimed, noticing Wang Ming's change of heart. He quickly added, "Not long after I entered the secret realm, I encountered Mew. At that time, it was surrounded by a group of dark Pokemon, but it effortlessly dispatched them and then flew westward in the secret realm. I followed it, but was nearly killed by a dark Pidgeotto that chased me. It was Mew that saved me. However, after saving me, it vanished, and I followed its trail to this place. The last time I saw it, it was heading in that direction." After listening to Zhang Tianzheng's account, Wang Ming fell into contemplation. Mew's behavior indicated it maintained a friendly disposition toward humans. Otherwise, it would not have rescued Zhang Tianzheng. Moreover, Mew's continuous flight westward suggested that something there was likely drawing its attention. The last known location of Mew was also in the western part of the secret realm, further supporting this notion. With this understanding, Wang Ming resolved to travel westward to uncover what secrets lay hidden there. "Let's south go see the place you mentioned," Wang Ming announced as he recalled Kirlia. The two then set off toward the west. Meanwhile, a team clad in black uniforms was traversing the secret realm. Each member wore standardized attire, emblazoned with the insignia of the Pokémon League on their chests. Surrounding the emblem were golden letters spelling Adventurers Guild. "Captain, look, there's a corpse of a dark Pokémon." Suddenly, one of the members at the forefront exclaimed. The group hurried over and discovered the lifeless body of a large dark Pidgeotto on the ground. Judging by the bloodstains, it had died recently, indicating a fierce battle had taken place here. The leader furrowed his brow in surprise. To have slain a level 10 dark Pidgeotto. "This individual is certainly no ordinary trainer," he remarked. One of the team members took out a detection device, and, upon learning the level of the dark Pidgeotto, couldn't he help but express awe? They had long dealt with dark Pokemon and understood their formidable nature. Chapter 12, Mew vs. Dark Charizard. Dark Pokemon are not to be underestimated. The disparity in strength between them and ordinary Pokemon is vast. Although this dark Pidgeotto appeared unremarkable, it was only level 10. Its true power should not be underestimated. Even intermediate trainers might not stand a chance against this dark Pidgeotto. Trainers are classified into various levels based on their strength, including novice trainers, junior trainers, intermediate trainers, senior trainers, elite trainers, quasi-champions, champions, master trainers, and Pokémon gym leaders. A trainer only needs one initial Pokémon and to pass an assessment to become a novice trainer, which is the level most trainers achieve. Junior trainers must possess a gym badge, while intermediate trainers require 3 badges of different types to earn their title. Wang Ming currently ranks as an intermediate trainer. Could it be that a powerful trainer from a nearby gym has entered? One team member speculated. After all, to dare venture into the secret realm alone and slay a dark Pidgeotto is no feat for an ordinary trainer. Not necessarily. It could also be another strong trainer. Many solo trainers possess formidable strength that rivals, or even surpasses, that of gym leaders. Even the gym leader might not be their match. Another member offered a differing opinion. Indeed, beyond the heavens, there are heavens, and beyond every human, there exists another. We must not underestimate any trainer. This sentiment was echoed by many present. In their previous missions, they had encountered an exceptionally formidable lone trainer, possessing no fewer than one quasi-divine beast, whose strength was terrifyingly comparable to that of the Elite Four. "Captain, there is a line of footprints here," suddenly exclaimed a member of the exploration team, interrupting the contemplative silence. The group hurried over, and indeed, they discovered a series of dense footprints on the ground. It appeared to belong to a young boy. "Let us follow them," the leading man declared, guiding the others onward. Their purpose for being here was twofold: to investigate the situation and to rescue any trainers who had inadvertently wandered into this place. With the discovery of a boy's footprints, they could not remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and Zhang Tian had been pursuing their path, eventually halting before a gorge. Above the chasm, a completely pink creature floated, incessantly chirping. "Look, it's truly Mew. I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Zhang Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the pink sprite. Akin to someone beholding a vision of beauty, Wang Ming, equally astonished, never expected to encounter Mew here. Yet, a question lingered. What was Mew doing in this location? As their excitement burgeoned, so too did their confusion. Just as Wang Ming pondered, an ominous cloud of black mist suddenly surged forth from the gorge, expanding and heading their way. "Goodness, what is that?" Zhang Tian gasped, his voice trembling as he pointed at the ominous cloud in the sky. Wang Ming followed his gaze, initially perceiving nothing amiss, but upon closer inspection, he sensed an unsettling anomaly. The dark cloud seemed almost alive, unfurling its form. Was there something concealed within? Wang Ming speculated. Without warning, the cloud erupted violently, dispersing in all directions. In its wake, a colossal shadow loomed over the two. At the sight of the shadow, both could not help but exclaim, "It's a dark Charizard." Indeed, the enormous figure that obscured the sky was none other than a dark Charizard. Roar! The terrifying roar echoed through the air as the dark Charizard flapped its massive wings, soaring towards them. Yet, its target was not Wang Ming and Zhang Tian, but rather the floating pink sprite, Mew. Mew continued to emit its melodic chirps, spinning in the air. Huh! The dark Charizard opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of draconic flames to incinerate everything in its path. The fearsome black flames radiated an intense heat, as if intent on reducing all to ashes. Mew, enveloped in a soft pink glow, prepared to respond. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy shot forth, colliding with the black flames. Boom! The two powerful forces collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that shattered the surrounding rocks. The very earth trembled, as if it were on the verge of splitting apart. The cataclysmic sound of the explosion resonated, sending shivers down the spines of Wang Ming and Zhang Tian. "Wang Ming, do you think Mew can defeat this dark Charizard?" Zhang Tian asked, concern etched across his face. Wang Ming, momentarily silent, utilized his insight to examine the two Pokémon hovering above. Pokémon Mew gender: level 100, base stats 600, type psychic, ability synchronize, transfers its own status conditions to the opponent. Talent: legendary, item none, moves: pound, transform, mirror move, mega punch, psychic, telekinesis, origin pulse, barrier, last resort, baton pass, trick, aura sphere. Wang Ming was taken aback. Mew was indeed at maximum level. However, upon further reflection, he found solace. Mew, as one of the oldest Pokémon, had existed since the inception of the Pokémon world, enduring countless millennia. Achieving maximum level was not surprising in the least. He pondered about the level of the dark Charizard. Pokémon: Charizard Dark, gender: level 60, base stats 534, type dark, ability dark aura, enhances all dark-type moves. Talent: none, item none, moves: none. Seeing that the dark Charizard was only level 60, Wang Ming felt a sense of relief. Although dark Pokémon were significantly stronger than ordinary ones, a 40-level disparity would still heavily influence the outcome of the battle. Fear not. Mew shall emerge victorious in this confrontation, Wang Ming declared, confidence radiating from his gaze. Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Wang Ming held such unwavering faith in Mew, while he too wished for Mew to triumph. It was evident that this dark Charizard was a formidable adversary. Just then, a figure plummeted from the heavens and crashed to the ground. Both turned their attention to the unfolding scene. They observed that only Mew remained in the air, while the dark Charizard had been sent crashing underground, its fate uncertain. Chapter 13. This is Mew Mew 1? Zhang Tian murmured in astonishment, still reeling from the shock. The initial clash had left the dark Charizard at a significant disadvantage. Not so fast. Dark Pokémon are far from easy foes, Wang Ming cautioned, his eyes narrowed as he spoke. Despite the level disparity between dark Charizard and Mew, the inherent strength of dark Pokémon could compensate for such differences. Moreover, when considering various factors such as type advantages and base stats, it could be said that Mew had a considerable chance of victory. However, defeating the dark Charizard in a single blow was a different matter altogether. Indeed, as soon as Wang Ming's words left his lips, the dark Charizard erupted from the ground, shattering surrounding rocks in its wake. Roar! The dark Charizard opened its gaping maw, unleashing a stream of black flames. The flames were fearsome, towering like a colossal pillar, imbued with devastating power. As they hurtled towards Mew, Mew emitted a cute, melodic sound, nonchalantly waving its delicate pink pinky. Instantly, a torrent of wild energy cascaded from above, crashing down upon the black flames. Boom! In an instant, the black flames dissipated into nothingness, while the formidable energy continued its relentless advance towards the dark Charizard. This time, the dark Charizard was prepared. It flapped its wings, soaring high into the sky. With a rapid 360-degree spin, it narrowly evaded the impending energy. Whoosh! The dark Charizard transformed into a streak of black light, appearing beside Mew in the blink of an eye. It wrapped its arms around Mew and soared skyward, only to plunge downwards at an alarming speed once a certain altitude was reached. Is it using seismic toss? Zhang Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Indeed, it is Charizard's signature move, seismic toss. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched. Though the move's power might not be overwhelming, its dramatic flair made it a favorite among many trainers. Bang! In this exchange, the dark Charizard gained the upper hand, its tremendous inertia driving Mew deep into the ground. Yet, the dark Charizard was not finished. It unleashed another blast of black flames, intent on delivering a second devastating blow to Mew. At this moment, both Wang Ming and Zhang Tianzheng felt a surge of tension. Could it be that Mew was on the verge of defeat? Boom! As a brilliant light shattered the heavens, sending the dark Charizard flying, the weight in their hearts was lifted. Truly, Mew, the oldest of Pokémon, proved its formidable strength. Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim, silently wishing for a powerful divine beast as his companion. With a strange cry, Mew emitted an even more dazzling pink glow, its fury palpable. As the oldest of spirits, it could not bear the humiliation of being knocked into the ground by a dark Charizard. Thus, it summoned even greater power. At that instant, Mew appeared transformed, its large eyes sparkling like twin suns. Its fingers twitched wildly, and in a flash, a streak of light collided with the dark Charizard. The speed was astonishing, akin to a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. The dark Charizard had no chance to react before being sent crashing to the earth. Hiss! What kind of technique could wield such terrifying speed and power? Hidden at a distance, Zhang Tianjin gasped in awe, struck by Mew's overwhelming prowess. Wang Ming's gaze deepened, his thoughts racing. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "This move must be the finishing touch of Rayquaza. No other technique could blend speed and strength so perfectly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianzheng was even more astonished. Wasn't he that Rayquaza's unique skill? Wang Ming smiled lightly. Do not forget, as the oldest of spirits, you can learn any technique. You must be aware of the effects of its finger movements. Wang Ming's words left Zhang Tianzheng in silent contemplation. The oldest spirit, combined with such a miraculous skill, everything suddenly seemed so natural. What was a mere finishing touch in the grand scheme of things? They could not help but gaze back at the battlefield. Boom! Dust billowed skyward. A massive pit had formed in the earth, and the dark Charizard lay battered and bruised. Its wings broken, a mask of agony etched upon its face. Yet this was not the end. Once Mew unleashed its wrath, even divine beasts could not withstand it. Crack! Countless blades of the earth erupted from below, molten red and searing hot, quickly covering the ground. As the dark Charizard attempted to take flight, a sharp pain shot through its wings, eliciting an involuntary roar of anguish. In that fleeting moment, myriad red blades pierced its body, pinning it to the earth. Did I just see that correctly? Wasn't he that the cliff blade of Groudon? Zhang Tianzheng swallowed hard, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Wang Ming let out a bitter laugh, his eyes momentarily distant. First the finishing touch, now the cliff blade. This was a blatant disregard for both Groudon and Rayquaza. He pondered how they might feel upon witnessing this. A torrent of blood surged forth. The dark Charizard was on the brink of death, mere moments away from complete demise. Mew glanced at it before soaring into the valley, leaving the dark Charizard to its fate. Seeing Mew depart, Wang Ming and Zhang Tianzheng stepped forward. Let us hurry and catch up. We shouldn't lose track again, Zhang Tianzheng suggested, glancing at the barely alive dark Charizard, convinced it had no chance of survival. Wang Ming waved his hand, a hint of madness in his smile. No rush, let me deal with it first. With that, he summoned Kirlia. Zhang Tianzheng, puzzled, questioned, It's about to die, isn't this unnecessary? Wang Ming shot him an incredulous look. Why not seize the opportunity for some free experience? Zhang Tianzheng suddenly understood. Wang Ming aimed to benefit from Mew's generosity. Wang Ming smiled knowingly. Care to join? Zhang Tianzheng shook his head, stating seriously, no need. I can simply purchase experience for my Pokémon without this hassle. Wang Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth, internally scoffing at Zhang Tianzheng's extravagance. Ignoring him, Wang Ming instructed Kirlia to grant the dark Charizard a merciful end. Chapter 14, Evolution. Gardevoir roar. The dark Charizard, seeing Kirlia approach, let out an enraged howl, steam billowing from its nostrils in disdain. It was the king of this territory, leagues above Kirlia, a mere insect in comparison. Yet this insignificant creature dared to take advantage of its plight. The dark Charizard felt a profound anger, unable to endure such humiliation. However, it had lost all capacity to resist, even the opportunity to end its own life. As Kirlia approached, it felt a twinge of fear, but the sight of its master nearby dispelled its trepidation. Kirlia. With a burst of psychic energy, Kirlia attacked the dark Charizard. Though the assault was negligible, it proved to be the final straw, completely overwhelming the dark Charizard. Boom. The massive form of the dark Charizard collapsed unwillingly to the ground, its blood staining the earth black. Meanwhile, Kirlia gained a wealth of experience. Although it had only executed one move, it undeniably vanquished the dark Charizard. Wang Ming's heart soared with joy as he received a system notification. Ding! Your Pokémon Kirlia has met the requirements for evolution. Would you like to evolve now? Without hesitation, Wang Ming replied, Evolve. Wasn't this the very moment he had been waiting for? A radiant white light enveloped Kirlia, transforming it into an ethereal figure. This is the light of evolution. Wait, your Pokémon isn't about to. Zhang Tianzheng noticed something amiss and suddenly turned to Wang Ming, eyes wide with shock. Wang Ming smiled faintly, nodding slightly. Indeed, it is evolving into Gardevoir. Hiss! Zhang Tianzheng gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. Gardevoir could only evolve at level 30. This meant Wang Ming possessed a Pokémon of at least level 30, a significant feat on the entire Pokémon continent. Even among their class, no one had a Pokémon exceeding level 30. The highest was merely around level 25. While such individuals certainly existed within the school, they were invariably privileged, possessing both noble lineage and exceptional talent. Wang Ming, lacking both, had achieved this remarkable milestone in such a short time, truly awe-inspiring. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Tianzheng, the advantages Wang Ming held were unparalleled. Splash! Moments later, as the white light faded, a figure resembling a celestial being appeared before them. It was none other than Gardevoir, now fully evolved. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly gazed at Gardevoir. Simultaneously, lines of clear information materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Sableye, gender, female, level, 30, base stats, 518, type, psychic fairy, ability, synchronize, transmits its own status conditions of poison, paralysis, or burn to the opponent. Hidden ability, legendary, held item, none, moves, growl, telekinesis, teleport, shadow clone, heal wish, misty terrain, charm, lucky chant, wish, magical leaf, heal pulse, draining kiss, meditation. Gazing at the information of Sableye before him, Wang Ming could not suppress a smile. A level 30 Sableye with a staggering base stat total of 518. Along with that formidable legendary hidden ability, who in the class could possibly rival him? Even within the entire academy, he was a paragon of excellence. The thought of the upcoming Pokémon practical test sent waves of excitement coursing through him. On that day, he would shine brilliantly and capture everyone's attention. Such was his bravado, tempered with confidence. At that moment, Sableye approached, its demeanor shy yet enchanting, a tad more graceful and less juvenile. Nevertheless, it retained its innocent charm, evoking an irresistible desire to protect it. "Well done, Sableye," Wang Ming praised, gently stroking the creature's head. Yet, he felt a hint of discomfort as he noted the absence of its two adorable pink horns. Sableye blushed a deeper hue, becoming even more bashful. Wang Ming smiled lightly, temporarily returning the Pokémon to its Pokeball. However, Sableye displayed a reluctant expression, refusing to be contained. "Do you not wish to stay in the Pokeball?" Wang Ming inquired. Sableye nodded in affirmation. "Very well, then, you may remain by my side," he decided, recognizing this as an opportunity to cultivate their bond. The trio exchanged knowing smiles and ventured into the valley. Leading the way, Zhang Tianjin leaned in closer, whispering in Wang Ming's ear, "Brother, I sense your Sableye harbors unique feelings for you." Wang Ming smiled modestly. "Of course, she has been with me throughout my growth. My feelings for her are equally profound." Zhang Tianjin shook his head. "That is not quite what I meant," but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Ming, whose expression turned to one of astonishment as he gestured for him to look ahead. Confused, Zhang Tianjin turned to behold a towering, giant white skeleton deep within the valley. The bones radiated a soft, ethereal light, exuding an aura of sanctity. Each bone glimmered with a translucent luster, akin to jade, enveloped in a terrifying energy. Amidst the skeletal remains, a Mew was curiously circling, its large eyes surveying the white bones. "Could it be that Mew came here for this skeleton?" Zhang Tianjin murmured. Wang Ming replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it certainly appears to be the case." "Can you discern what kind of Pokémon this skeleton belonged to?" Zhang Tianjin queried. Only the bones of powerful and rare Pokémon could emit such a luminous glow, a phenomenon long recognized by humanity. The most renowned example is the skeleton of Zapdos discovered on Thunder Mountain, which reportedly still crackled with electrical energy, a truly fearsome sight. "It's hard to say, but in appearance, it bears some resemblance to a lion's skeleton," Wang Ming mused, furrowing his brow. "Could it be a fire lion?" "Impossible. The bones of a fire lion could not possibly emit such divine radiance," Zhang Tianjin countered. "What Pokémon could it be?" The two fell into contemplative silence. At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly recalled his innate ability, the Eye of Insight. "I wonder if the Eye of Insight can reveal anything about this mysterious skeleton?" With a sense of intrigue, Wang Ming activated his ability to probe the enigmatic bones. Chapter 15. The Solar Messenger. To Wang Ming's relief, the Eye of Insight proved effective against the skeletal remains. Pokémon: Solgaleo deceased. Gender: level. Base stats: 680. Type: Psychic Steel. Ability: Full Metal Body. Cannot have its abilities lowered by opponents' moves or abilities. Held item: None moves. Gasp. Upon reading the information regarding the skeleton, Wang Ming was rendered speechless. An indescribable shock surged from the depths of his heart, momentarily leaving him in a state of disbelief. After a prolonged silence and several deep breaths, he finally regained his composure. He could hardly fathom that this skeleton belonged to the illustrious legendary Pokémon, Solgaleo. Solgaleo, a true deity among Pokémon with a base stat of 680, standing alongside other legendary beings such as Groudon and Kyogre. Wang Ming never anticipated that he would stumble upon the remains of Solgaleo in this place. Yet, what perplexed him was the notion that even a being as powerful as Solgaleo could perish, and in such a secretive domain no less. A nagging suspicion arose within him that a monumental secret lay hidden beneath this event. As he pondered, Mew suddenly exhibited new behavior. After spinning in the air a few times, it gracefully descended to the ground. Its large eyes were curiously fixated on the earth, as if something intriguing lay beneath. Could there be something extraordinary hidden below? Zhang Tianjin mused. "Let us just wait and see. I sense it will act again," Wang Ming replied. Their gazes converged upon Mew, which had already sensed their presence but chose to ignore them. After a moment of scrutiny, Mew began to enthusiastically dig into the ground with its small hands. In no time, a Pokémon egg, radiating a crystalline glow, surfaced partially from the earth. This egg emanated a divine light, identical to that of the skeleton. However, its aura was faint, suggesting it might be in a state of slumber or affected by some other unknown factor. Could this possibly be the egg of Cosmoem? Wang Ming suddenly gasped in astonishment. Cosmoem, also known as Cosmic, is the initial form of Solgaleo. The egg's location was remarkably coincidental, nestled directly beneath the skeleton. and its divine glow mirrored that of the bones. This led Wang Ming to such a conclusion. Zhang Tianzhong, though unaware of the skeleton's identity, could not help but show excitement at the sight of the egg. It's a Pokemon egg. Its quality is undoubtedly exceptional. If we could obtain it, we'd strike gold, he exclaimed with fervor. Wang Ming sighed, resigned. Don't harbor such thoughts. Do you really think we could snatch the egg from you? He too yearned for the precious egg, but he was acutely aware of his own limitations and would not engage in futile endeavors. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Zhang Tianjing's enthusiasm waned. Indeed, they were merely students at the Pokemon Academy. How could they possibly wrest the egg from Mew's grasp? Just then, Mew had successfully extracted the egg from the mound of earth. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures shot across the sky, casting it into shadow. Mew sensed the ominous presence from afar, gently placed the egg on the ground, and fixated its gaze on the horizon, an intense fury boiling within its eyes. Wang Ming and Zhang Tianzhong, sensing the disturbance, turned to witness the alarming sight before them. Countless dark Pokemon were soaring towards them from the sky. Wang Ming merely cast a cursory glance, estimating that there were at least dozens of dark elves. This is disastrous. How could there be so many dark elves? Zhang Tianzhong, momentarily flustered, murmured in terror. Wang Ming's expression was equally grim as he silently summoned his flying mantis. The sheer number of dark elves was overwhelming. Should a battle ensue, Dream could not possibly attend to them all. Thus, they had to prepare for combat. You have a flying mantis? And it's a shiny one. Upon seeing Wang Ming's glistening flying mantis, Zhang Tianjing's eyes widened with astonishment. It seemed his brother was even more enigmatic than he had imagined. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, frowning as he said, "Now is not the time for this. A fierce battle is about to unfold, and you must be ready." Zhang Tianjing's demeanor immediately turned serious. He understood that the dark elves were not to be trifled with and were likely to attack them. Even Dream might not be able to protect them in such a scenario. Understood. Zhang Tianjing nodded firmly, releasing his swift dog. The two stood prepared for battle. At that moment, Dream sprang into action, charging forward unhesitatingly to confront the dark elves. A harsh cry echoed from the sky, adding an even more chilling atmosphere to the already somber battlefield. Boom! In the heavens, Dream unleashed a powerful strike, sending a multitude of dark elves plummeting. However, sheer numbers prevailed. Some dark elves managed to break through the defenses and flew towards Wang Ming and the others. "They're coming. Shinado, Flying Mantis, prepare for battle," Wang Ming shouted with composure. The shiny flying mantis transformed into a streak of green light, darting towards the approaching dark elves, while Shinado remained in place, employing its formidable psychic powers and fairy-type attacks to engage the dark elves. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianzhong was not to be outdone. He commanded his swift dog to launch a fierce assault. In an instant, a barrage of various elemental attacks filled the air, a kaleidoscope of brilliance illuminating the darkened sky. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, numerous dark elves fell from the sky, their life force extinguished. Most of these were vanquished by Dream, with only a scant few attributed to Shinado's prowess. The combat proved to be considerably more arduous for the flying mantis and swift dog due to the elevated levels and strength of the dark elves, making them formidable adversaries. Only Shinado, having successfully evolved and reached level 30, could manage them with relative ease. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a dark Beedrill surged back from a distance, intent on seizing the divine egg radiating with celestial light. Wang Ming's eyes widened in alarm. That was the egg of little Xinyun. It must not fall into the hands of the dark elves. "Shinado, stop it!" Wang Ming bellowed, as Shinado received the command and prepared to act. The seemingly benign skeleton erupted in blinding radiance, akin to a blazing sun, obliterating any dark elf that dared to approach. Chapter 16. Opportunity and Danger. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. The skeleton was capable of autonomously destroying dark elves, shielding the egg from their malevolent grasp. Though its body lay lifeless, its divine majesty lingered. Wang Ming murmured to himself, his expression dazed. In that moment, he finally comprehended why the egg had remained unscathed here for so long. It was all due to the protection of the skeleton. Even in death, Solgaleo retained the dignity of a divine beast, using its residual power to instill fear in the dark elves, safeguarding the egg from harm. Wang Ming's heart was stirred, and a sense of admiration welled within him. The messenger of the sun, even amidst darkness, continued to shine forth. "Brother, should we find an opportunity to escape? There are simply too many dark elves here. If we continue to linger, we shall surely meet our end." At that moment, Zhang Tianjing spoke up, his expression grave. His swift dog was not high in level, making the battle against the Dark Elves exceedingly disadvantageous, and it had already sustained numerous injuries. With a solemn expression, Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Though he did not voice any objections, he was under the protection of Shinado and the Flying Mantis, thus temporarily safe, able to hold out a while longer. However, Zhang Tianzheng was at his wit's end. His swift dog was battered and could no longer continue fighting. Remaining here without the protection of Pokémon could easily lead Zhang Tianzheng into peril, vulnerable to the Dark Elves' onslaught. I will have Shinado and the Flying Mantis carve a path for you. You must seize the moment to escape, Wang Ming said swiftly, his eyes scanning the battlefield for weaknesses. Zhang Tianzheng paused, perplexed, and asked, "And what about you?" "I cannot leave just yet," Wang Ming replied. He was not willing to abandon the egg. He wished to stay a while longer to ensure its safety. Of course, should circumstances change, he would have no choice but to depart. Zhang Tianzheng found himself in a difficult dilemma. He did not wish to flee alone, leaving Wang Ming behind. Yet, if he stayed, he would not only be unable to assist Wang Ming, but might also distract him, placing him in danger. After much contemplation, Zhang Tianzheng steeled himself and declared, "All right, once I'm out, I will find someone to rescue you." Wang Ming nodded slightly, feeling little concern. He would not face danger. If the situation grew dire, he could always retreat. Moreover, Dream was still present as the primary force. "Go, now," Wang Ming suddenly shouted. Zhang Tianzheng dared not hesitate and took off running. The Dark Elves in the sky, noticing someone attempting to flee, immediately surged towards Zhang Tianzheng, intent on eliminating him. In a critical moment, Wang Ming commanded Shinado and the Flying Mantis to attack together, granting Zhang Tianzheng the opportunity to escape. Once Zhang Tianzheng was safe, Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Now, he could focus on dealing with them. Wang Ming raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes brimming with battle intent. "Shinado, use Psychic." Having gained experience from the previous battle, Shinado had leveled up to 31 and learned a new skill, Psychic. This formidable psychic move was particularly effective against Dark Elves, making Shinado's timely acquisition of this ability pivotal to the battle's outcome. The terrifying psychic energy coalesced, striking the Dark Elves above. With a single attack, it dispatched a level 5 Dark Pidgey. Meanwhile, Dream, still engaged in combat, noticed Wang Ming. Dream's curious eyes examined Wang Ming, seemingly puzzled as to why this human boy had not yet departed. Flying Mantis, use Wing Attack. Wang Ming, engrossed in the battle, failed to notice Dream's gaze. This was a rare opportunity to elevate Pokémon levels, and he was determined not to squander it. Crack! The Flying Mantis had now reached level 21. Though it still lagged behind Shinado, it was capable of holding its own. The mantis's sharp wings shimmered with a chilling light in the sky, reaping the lives of Dark Elves. Wang Ming did not instruct it to attack the intact Dark Elves, but rather to ambush those grievously wounded by Dream, yet still clinging to life. Though the strategy would yield less experience, the speed of their hunt would significantly increase. Overall, the experience gained was still quite substantial. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Tianzheng had not ventured far when he encountered members of the Adventurers Guild. "Young man, are you all right?" The team leader inquired with genuine concern. "We are from the Adventurers Guild. May I ask what transpired over there?" Previously, they had observed a swarm of Dark Elves flying toward the valley, surmising that something extraordinary must have occurred in that vicinity. Now, witnessing someone fleeing from that very valley intensified their anxiety. Initially, Zhang Tianzheng remained cautious, but upon learning that they were from the Adventurers Guild, he felt a surge of excitement. The Adventurers Guild, affiliated with the Elite Alliance, was dedicated to exploring secret realms and investigating wild mystical elves. Thus, the strength of each member was not to be underestimated. Their arrival sparked a glimmer of hope within Zhang Tianzheng. He swallowed hard, eager to relay the events that had unfolded in the valley. As he recounted his tale, all present were momentarily taken aback, their astonishment palpable. The remnants of mystical elf skeletons, the ancient elven dream, the enigmatic mystical elf egg, everything seemed to narrate the extraordinary nature of that place. With ancient elves descended upon the world, it was certain that a profound secret lay hidden, awaiting discovery. This could be a monumental finding. We must investigate further. Of course, we must also rescue that young boy, the team leader declared, his expression a blend of excitement and worry. They had previously witnessed the sheer number of Dark Elves, and despite their formidable strength and numbers, they lacked absolute confidence in confronting such a multitude. Nevertheless, venturing into the valley was imperative. Time is of the essence. Please, lead the way, young brother. Zhang Tianzheng, visibly more anxious than the others, did not hesitate and quickly guided them back to the valley. Brother, you must hold on. Chapter 17. The gift of the dream in the valley, numerous dark elves lay fallen, sprawled across the ground. When Zhang Tianzheng led the members of the Adventurers Guild to this scene, they were all left speechless. Did the boy in the dream accomplish all this? One team member muttered in disbelief. Even for these seasoned professionals, dealing with such a multitude of dark elves was no small feat, let alone slaying a significant number of them. Even with the assistance of the dream, the boy's extraordinary capabilities were evident. Indeed, this individual is quite talented. Perhaps we should consider inviting him to join our Adventurers Guild. Another team member, recognizing Wang Ming's potential, expressed a desire to recruit him. With a dazzling flying mantis and a powerful Venusaur, individuals of his caliber would surely attract attention not just from our guild, but from other organizations as well. Securing his allegiance will not be an easy task. The team leader sighed, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. They had all witnessed Wang Ming's prowess. Who wouldn't he wish to possess such a gifted trainer? Yet, it seemed unlikely that the Adventurers Guild could accommodate someone of his stature. Silence enveloped the group as they acknowledged the leader's sentiments. Indeed, such a prodigy cannot be easily swayed. Enough of this despondency. We must confront these dark elves swiftly, the team leader urged, his face etched with seriousness. Although the dream and Wang Ming had dispatched numerous dark elves, many remained, and their threat was not to be underestimated. Understood. The others concurred, fully aware of the urgency, and began to engage in battle with the dark elves. Come forth, Charizard. Arise, Venusaur. Manifest, Alakazam. In an instant, a dazzling array of formidable elves materialized, leaving Zhang Tianzheng in awe. Ha ha ha, salvation is at hand. With so many powerful elves appearing simultaneously, the weight on my heart has finally lifted. At that moment, Wang Ming also took note of the unfolding situation. Upon seeing the multitude of flying elves, he couldn't help but exclaim, so many powerful elves. Where did this kid find such a remarkable group? While marveling, a sense of curiosity lingered within Wang Ming. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Zhang Tianzheng dashed to Wang Ming's side, eager to explain, these individuals are from the Adventurers Guild, whom I encountered on the way here. They specialize in dealing with dark elves and are here to rescue us. The Adventurers Guild? Wang Ming expressed his surprise. He was familiar with the guild, an affiliate of the Elf Alliance focused on matters concerning dark elves. However, he had not anticipated encountering them here. Young brother, are you unharmed? At that moment, the team leader approached Wang Ming, expressing his concern. I'm fine. The leader nodded and continued, that's good to hear. You two should rest here while we handle the rest. With that, the team leader rejoined the fray, directing his elves in combat against the dark elves. The dream, noticing the arrival of more humans, emitted a few soft calls but paid little heed to them. In no time, the dark elves were nearly eradicated, with only a handful stubbornly resisting. At this juncture, the dream retreated from the battleground, returning to the bones to retrieve an elf egg. This egg was of exceptional quality, likely housing a very rare elf. The team leader noticed the egg nestled in the dream's embrace, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Should he obtain this elf egg, he could undoubtedly nurture another powerful elf. Unfortunately, despite his strength, he dared not attempt to snatch it from the dream. After all, it was the oldest elf, existing since the dawn of the Pokémon world, far beyond his capacity to confront. The other team members also displayed glimmers of greed, their eyes fixated on the egg. Wang Ming felt the same. Yet he understood that he was likely destined to be estranged from this precious egg. Just as he sighed in resignation, the dream suddenly approached him, cradling the egg. Wang Ming's heart raced, and anxiety gripped him. Why was the dream coming towards him? Did it? The others were equally perplexed, staring at Wang Ming in astonishment, unsure why the dream seemed so fond of this young boy. Could it be that the dream intends to gift this elf egg to him? One of the Adventurers Guild members speculated aloud, causing everyone's hearts to race with anticipation. Was it truly possible that the dream would bestow the elf egg upon a mere boy? Amidst the uncertainty and tension, the dream circled Wang Ming a few times, its large eyes curiously scrutinizing him as if contemplating something profound. At that moment, Wang Ming was on the edge of his seat, too anxious to even breathe. Zhang Tianzheng, equally apprehensive, was drenched in sweat. The elf surrounding Wang Ming was reputed to be the oldest of its kind. It was impossible for anyone to remain composed in its presence. Meanwhile, Shinado displayed a flicker of annoyance, feeling that this pink creature harbored ulterior motives towards Wang Ming and was prepared to intervene. Wang Ming, startled by Shinado's demeanor, quickly gestured for it to refrain from acting. Confronting the dream was tantamount to courting disaster. If it were angered, they all might face dire consequences. Shinado, though reluctant, ultimately complied with Wang Ming's silent command. Wang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Mew suddenly emitted an unusual cry, and astonishingly, it transferred the Pokémon egg nestled in its embrace into Wang Ming's hands. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as everyone stared in disbelief at Lin Fan. Mew had actually gifted the Pokémon egg to him. The question lingering in everyone's mind was, why? Even Wang Ming himself was perplexed, unable to fathom Mew's intentions behind such an act. Without offering an explanation, Mew blinked its large eyes at Lin Fan twice before vanishing into thin air. Wang Ming, meanwhile, stood there, gazing blankly at the Pokémon egg in his hands. Had he truly received the egg of Little Nebula? Even now, he felt as though he were caught in a dream. Hey bro, impressive. I never realized you had such a connection with Mew, Zhang Tianjing chimed in, approaching with a playful smirk. Shut it. Wang Ming shot him a glare, though the smile on his face betrayed his amusement. Possessing Little Nebula's Pokémon egg meant he would eventually have a first-tier divine beast. How could he not be thrilled? Chapter 18. Return. It is worth noting that first-tier divine beasts are considered to be among the most elite Pokémon. Trainers who possess a first-tier divine beast invariably achieve remarkable accomplishments, often reaching the pinnacle of the Pokémon League. Wang Ming was confident that with the assistance of a first-tier divine beast, coupled with his own burgeoning strength, he could not only aspire to be a master trainer, but perhaps even become a Pokémon champion. The mere thought of it made him break into an uncontrollable smile. At that moment, members of the Adventurers Guild gathered around, their eyes gleaming with envy. Being trainers themselves, they harbored an intense fascination for powerful Pokémon, and the sight of such a rare egg stirred their covetous hearts. Young man, do you know what kind of Pokémon egg this is? The leader inquired. He suspected that Mew would not have bestowed the egg upon Wang Ming without reason. There might be some clandestine connection between them. Wang Ming shook his head, replying, I don't know. Although these individuals belong to the Adventurers Guild, the human heart is inscrutable. He could not be certain whether they might be tempted by greed. If he divulged that this was Little Nebula's egg, the allure of such immense value could well provoke them to act, potentially leading to dire consequences. For his own safety and to protect the Pokémon egg from falling into unscrupulous hands, Wang Ming resolved to keep its details secret. The leader felt a twinge of disappointment but could not suppress his curiosity, examining the egg closely. Yet, even with his extensive experience, he could not immediately identify its origins. Just then, one of his teammates spoke up. Captain, could it be an egg of NEI? What makes you say that? The leader raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The teammate explained, I noticed that Mew retrieved the egg from beneath that skeletal remains, so I surmised it might be related to it. Given the form of those bones, it appears to belong to a very rare lion-type Pokémon. After much consideration, I believe NEI is the most fitting candidate. The leader nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the merit of his teammate's reasoning, yet he remained non-committal. If it truly were NTI, then this young man had struck gold indeed. He cast a meaningful glance at Wang Ming before redirecting his attention to the radiant skeletal remains. Previously, he had noted the bones, but had not taken the time to scrutinize them. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized that his teammate was indeed correct. It was a skeleton of a lion-type Pokémon. The luminous aura it emitted was certainly not something an ordinary Pokémon could possess. Yet, was it genuinely NTI? Might there be other possibilities? As the leader pondered this, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the disturbance. Beep, beep, beep. The leader exclaimed in alarm, as a frantic alarm sounded. He hastily retrieved a square device from his satchel, and his expression changed drastically. Captain, what is happening? A teammate inquired, his face grave. We need to leave immediately. The entrance to the secret realm is about to close. Gasping, the faces of all present turned pale. Once the entrance to the secret realm closed, there would be no escape. When it would reopen was a matter of fate. They could potentially be trapped there for eternity. What about the skeleton? A teammate voiced in distress. The ordinary man sighed, feeling a pang of regret, yet he conceded, forget it. We need to get out first. He then turned to Wang Ming and Zhang Tianjing. Stick with us, don't get separated. Wang Ming and Zhang Tianjing understood the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. Without a moment's hesitation, they all fled swiftly from the area. Outside, on the golden sands, the entrance to the secret realm rippled ominously, threatening to close at any moment. Yin Rushue stood among the crowd, anxiously watching the entrance, silently praying, You must return safely. No sooner had her words left her lips than a figure leaped from the realm. Soon after, several others followed suit. Yin Rushue's face lit up with joy, tears welling in her eyes as she rushed forward, heedless of wiping them away. Are you all right? I thought you. Yin Rushue exclaimed, throwing herself into Zhang Tianjing's arms, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking his shirt. Zhang Tianjing held her tightly, his eyes brimming with affection. Ha ha ha, don't cry. I'm fine. Wang Ming shot Zhang Tianzheng a knowing glance, signaling him, and then discreetly departed. He had no desire to be a third wheel in their tender moment, nor did he wish to be subjected to their affection. Just then, the leader called out to him, "Young man, would you be interested in joining our Adventurers Guild?" The leader extended an olive branch. He simply could not let such a talent slip away. Wang Ming paused, contemplating before responding. "I don't have plans for that at the moment." Though the leader felt a twinge of disappointment, he remained undeterred. "I'm Wu Feng. If you ever wish to join the Adventurers Guild, just mention my name. You will always be welcome." "Thank you." Wang Ming expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to Wu Feng. In truth, his refusal was not due to a lack of desire to join the Adventurers Guild, but rather because he had yet to decide. To join the Adventurers Guild, he first needed to gain admission to the Pokémon League University, a concern he was confident he could manage. Once enrolled, he could choose from a variety of majors. Broadly speaking, the options included breeding, theory, medical, combat, and adventure. Among these, Wang Ming leaned towards combat and adventure. However, he had not yet made a definitive choice between the two. This was why he had declined Wu Feng's invitation. Agreeing would mean committing to adventure and forsaking combat, a result he did not desire. Only when he had reached a final decision would he provide Wu Feng with a definitive answer. He wondered when the results of the Pokémon entrance examination would be released. Forget it, he thought. I should focus on acquiring an egg incubator first. Wang Ming murmured to himself as he made his way towards the Pokémon market. The incubation of Pokémon eggs necessitates the use of specialized incubators. And in order to ensure the successful hatching of his little nebula, he must purchase one. Chapter 19. A noble's assistance. The Pokémon market was a bustling hive of activity, teeming with trainers at every turn. Many Pokémon accompanied their trainers, either bonding with them or proudly showcasing their prowess to others. At this moment, Wang Ming released his Shinado, not for the sake of ostentation, but rather to deepen the bond between them. Shinado was breathtakingly beautiful, her snow-white gown billowing gracefully in the wind, resembling a delicate fairy untouched by the world. Her presence immediately captivated the attention of everyone around. "Wow, what a stunning Shinado. I wish I could have one too," exclaimed one onlooker. "Don't be ridiculous. A rare Pokémon like Shinado is beyond the reach of someone like you," retorted another. "To possess such a magnificent Shinado, this young man must hail from an extraordinary background," speculated a third. "Perhaps he is the scion of a distinguished Pokémon family." "That seems unlikely. Look at his attire. It's all commonplace, hardly befitting a noble," another chimed in. But you misunderstand. He is merely modest, much like Yelma, who wears old Beijing cloth shoes. Can you really say he is impoverished?" This reasoning seemed sound. Indeed, the lifestyles of the elite were beyond our comprehension. Wang Ming relished the attention he received from those around him, while Shinado appeared slightly bashful, tugging at his sleeve with a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with shyness. "I recall there being a shop specializing in incubators just ahead," he thought, navigating through the crowd and proceeding down the street. Sure enough, he soon spotted the establishment, the Xiangtai Pokémon Incubator Specialty Store. Upon entering, he was greeted by a charming young lady clad in a maid outfit, a unique feature of the Xiangtai store that had attracted many customers. "Good day. How may I assist you?" Her voice was sweet, reminiscent of honeyed nectar in September. "I wish to purchase an incubator," Wang Ming replied. "Please follow me." The girl led him to a counter and patiently elaborated. The bottom tier features ordinary Pokémon incubators, with average hatching efficiency and results. The middle tier offers refined incubators, boasting relatively commendable efficiency and outcomes. The top tier consists of advanced Pokémon incubators, equipped with a sophisticated AI adjustment system that can modify various parameters based on the egg's condition, ensuring exceptional hatching efficiency and results. After her explanation, the girl looked at Wang Ming with her sparkling eyes. "Which type are you considering?" To be candid, no one would shy away from high-quality goods. Yet, Wang Ming's funds were limited. Acquiring an advanced incubator was beyond his means. Thus, he inquired about the middle tier. "How much is the refined incubator?" "The small one is 100,000 alliance coins. The medium is 200,000, and the large is 500,000. Wang Ming nearly choked, astonished by the exorbitant prices. Is this not blatant extortion? Even the small one costs 100,000 alliance coins. He had assessed that, given the size of the Pokémon egg in his bag, the medium incubator would be the most suitable. However, his total savings barely exceeded 30,000 alliance coins. He could not afford even the smaller option. Should he resort to the ordinary incubator? Wang Ming pondered, though with great reluctance, as the efficacy of the ordinary incubator was woefully inadequate. The nebula egg had already suffered from years of being buried underground. Using such subpar equipment might jeopardize its hatching entirely, a risk he could not afford to take. Just as despair began to set in, a strikingly elegant lady in a fitted dress approached him with graceful strides. "Please attend to the other customers," she instructed the young maid. "Yes." Turning her attention to Wang Ming and his Shinado, her eyes sparkled with interest as she spoke. "Little brother, which incubator catches your fancy? Sister can offer you a discount." Wang Ming felt a twinge of indignation. He considered himself no child, at least not in certain respects. Nevertheless, adhering to the adage of not rebuffing a friendly face, he inquired, "Are you the owner of this establishment?" The lady nodded, chuckling. "Indeed, little brother is quite astute." Wang Ming's spirits lifted, and he quickly expressed, "I wish to purchase a Pokémon incubator of superior quality, but my funds are insufficient. Might you allow me to acquire it now and repay you when I have the means?" Discounts seemed out of the question, even at a reduced price. He could not afford it. The only feasible option was to incur a debt, promising to return when he had the funds. The proprietress laughed heartily, clearly delighted by his respectful address. "Would you be so kind as to show me your Pokémon egg?" Noticing the bulge in Wang Ming's bag, she surmised that the egg must be contained within. After a moment's deliberation, he retrieved the egg. It was futile to discern the Pokémon within, akin to chasing shadows. So he had no fear of revealing the nebula's identity. The proprietress examined the egg with curiosity, an intrigued glint appearing in her eyes. "This egg is likely extraordinary," she mused. Though unable to identify its essence, she sensed its uniqueness. "Very well, considering your charming demeanor, I shall gift you this Pokémon incubator," she declared, rising to retrieve a medium incubator from the third tier. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend such generosity. This incubator could easily be worth hundreds of thousands of coins. He swallowed hard, astonished. Accepting such a lavish gift felt daunting. "Sister, why?" he queried, unable to believe that merely calling her sister would elicit such a costly present. The proprietress smiled warmly. "I find you quite intriguing and would like to befriend you." Wang Ming paused, then realized the implication. She likely recognized his potential. A young man with a mysterious Pokémon egg and the ability to nurture a rare Shinado was bound for greatness, making him a desirable ally. It was not unlike the earlier overtures from the Adventurers Guild. Understanding this, Wang Ming felt a wave of reassurance. "Thank you, sister," he replied, no longer hesitating. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the proprietress, he left with the incubator, eager to return home and hasten the hatching of Little Nebula. Chapter 20. The second simulation. Not long after Wang Ming departed, a sprightly and adorable girl descended from the upper floor. She bounced over to the proprietress. Her large eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "Sister, why did you give him a high-end Pokémon incubator for free? That must be worth tens of thousands of Alliance coins." The proprietress smiled enigmatically, her charm undiminished, and replied, "Do not underestimate him. This young man is far from ordinary. His future is limitless, and he is destined to become a formidable trainer, perhaps even assisting us in uncovering that ancient secret realm." Upon hearing her sister's words, the young girl gasped in disbelief and asked, "Sister, is he truly as formidable as you say?" She was acutely aware of the terrifying and perilous nature of the ancient secret realm mentioned by the proprietress. Even those on the verge of becoming celestial kings would not dare to claim a safe return from such a place. What merit could an unremarkable youth possess to earn her sister's favor? Yet, a knowing smile graced the proprietress's face. "Just wait. Perhaps it won't be long before we hear of his renown." Upon returning home, Wang Ming eagerly powered up the egg incubator for his Pokémon and placed the egg of Little Nebula within. Instantly, a myriad of data began to adjust autonomously. Before long, the previously dim egg radiated with brightness, teeming with vitality. A look of surprise and delight flickered across Wang Ming's face. "Truly, this premium quality is impressive. The efficiency is indeed remarkable. At this rate, I should witness Little Nebula hatching by tomorrow night," he murmured, glancing at the estimated hatching time displayed on the screen. As night deepened, Wang Ming, weary from the day's labors, succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he frolicked joyfully with his Pokémon, with Little Nebula floating nearby, laughing heartily. The following morning, as Wang Ming was about to stretch, he sensed something beside him. Turning his head, he discovered that Shinado had unknowingly nestled beside him. A smile graced his lips, and he felt a flicker of joy in his heart. He gently stroked Shinado's head, but as he prepared to rise, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the sleeping Scyther, who was emitting peculiar sounds and drooling onto the bed. Wang Ming's expression darkened instantly. With a swift kick, he sent the creature tumbling off the bed. It turned out that everything was not merely a dream. When Scyther opened its eyes, It found Shinado snuggled against Wang Ming while it lay on the floor. Incensed, it protested, "Why should there be such a disparity among Pokémon? Is it merely because she is female? Is it her superior appearance?" I, Scyther, refused to accept this. In a fit of rage, it pointed at Wang Ming, as if to declare, "Without an energy block, do not expect my forgiveness." Wang Ming was thoroughly amused by this creature's antics. Remembering he had some wild peach fruits yet to sell, he got up, washed up, and prepared to visit the Pokémon shop to sell the fruits for some currency. Intending to purchase delectable energy blocks for his Pokémon and to pacify Scyther, "Let us go, I'll treat you both to something delicious." At the Pokémon shop, Wang Ming sold all the peach fruits and garnered a substantial sum of 50,000 Alliance coins. With newfound wealth, he generously purchased a considerable number of energy blocks for Scyther and Shinado. At this moment, Scyther and Shinado trailed behind him, eagerly devouring the energy blocks with delight. Their gluttonous display caught the envious eyes of other trainers' Pokémon. Scyther, in its foolishness, boasted near other Pokémon, provoking their ire and inciting a brawl. However, Scyther's formidable strength allowed it to emerge unscathed, retaliating against the other Pokémon instead. The trainers of those Pokémon were not pleased with this turn of events. Aware of his culpability, Wang Ming sheepishly smiled at the crowd and hastily retreated with Scyther. As they neared home, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in Wang Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining the qualification to enter the Pokémon Alliance University. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a task reward. 1 simulation attempt. Initially taken aback, Wang Ming soon erupted with uncontainable joy. He had successfully gained admission to the Pokémon Alliance University. Although he realized that with his capabilities, entering the university was not an insurmountable feat, the realization of this achievement stirred exhilaration within him. "Does this mean I can simulate again?" he pondered, feeling a thrill even greater than the prospect of entering the university at the thought of the rebirth simulation. The last time he had only scored 50 points yet received bountiful rewards. This time, he was confident in achieving an even better score and reaping richer rewards. Anticipation surged within him for the upcoming simulation. "Let us go home," Wang Ming urged Scyther and Shinado as they rushed home. Upon reaching home, however, he did not hasten to commence the rebirth simulation. Instead, he checked his Pokémon College entrance examination information online. Indeed, he had received an admission notice from the Pokémon Alliance University with a remarkable score of 750 out of a perfect score. Below the admission notice, there was also a notification regarding the battle simulation scheduled for the following day. The scores from this simulation would determine his future specialization, making it crucial for candidates wishing to pursue the combat and adventure categories. For others, it may seem inconsequential, but for Wang Ming, who had yet to decide between the two, the battle simulation score was of paramount importance and warranted serious attention. Nevertheless, with Shinado and the shiny Scyther by his side, he felt a sense of reassurance. To the Pokémon Alliance University, I, Wang Ming, shall go. A radiant determination sparkled in his eyes. He shut down the computer, locked the door, took a deep breath, and summoned the system. The most significant venture was about to commence. Chapter 21, A Triad of Purples, Innate Talent System, Initiate Simulation. Wang Ming settled on his bed, ensuring he would not be disturbed by retracting both Shinado and Scyther into their Pokeballs before he spoke. Ding! Consumed 1 simulation point. The rebirth simulation has commenced. Please select 3 initial talents from the following 10 random options. Magical Fairy. Purple, there is a chance to summon a little fairy at birth, granting you 1 wish. God of Thunder. Purple, naturally attuned to electric-type Pokemon, enabling you to gain their favor more easily. Brilliant Mind. Purple, initial intelligence 5. Flashy. Blue, you have a penchant for the extravagant, often encountering opportunities and dangers. Carefree. Blue, you are innately optimistic and tend to live a long life. Exotic Charm. Blue, you possess a special affinity for opposite gender Pokemon, who, in turn, are more drawn to you. Wang Ming glanced over the options and noted 3 purple talents, 3 blue talents, with the remainder being inconsequential white talents. It was fortuitous to have rolled 3 purple talents, though a slight disappointment lingered at the absence of orange talents. After a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to select his talents, choosing the 3 purple options as he found the blue ones somewhat lackluster. Please allocate your initial attribute points. Available points, 20, Appearance, 0, Intelligence, 5, Physique, 0, Family Background, 0. Having finalized his initial talents, Wang Ming began to allocate his starting attributes. After the previous simulation, Wang Ming came to the realization that physical attractiveness held little significance. However, he deemed it necessary not to appear too unattractive. Consequently, he allocated an additional 2 points to ensure he was presentable. As for his physical constitution, a standard level sufficed, thus he raised it to 5. Previously, he had invested nearly all his points in a family background, so this time, Lin Fan resolved to adopt a different approach. He elevated his family background to 5 and allocated the remainder of his points entirely to wisdom. With the initial 5 points in wisdom, this propelled his intellect beyond its limits, achieving a staggering total of 13. With this, he was ready, perfection achieved. Thus, Wang Ming embarked on his second simulation. Age 0. You have been born a boy. You sense an extraordinary power lurking within your mind, and upon attempting to perceive it, you trigger the purple talent. Balala Little Witch. You summon Balala Little Witch and make a wish. Your wish is granted, and the following year, you gain a sister. Age 1. You are born into an ordinary working-class family. Your parents are employees at the Elf Research Institute, working long hours and seldom having time to care for you, leaving you to play with your sister. Age 2. Your prodigious talent and exceptional IQ are noticed by your parents, who decide to enroll you in an elite kindergarten. Age 3. In order to finance your education, your parents spend less and less time with you. You begin to take care of your sister, demonstrating a maturity beyond your years. Age 4. Your sister is quite clingy, following you around like a shadow. You effortlessly grasp the knowledge taught in kindergarten, impressing all your teachers. Age 5. Your parents feel immense pride and enroll you in the Junior Elf Academy for further development. You become captivated by elven knowledge, frequently skipping classes to immerse yourself in the library, exploring the ocean of knowledge. Age 6. Your teacher informs your parents about your truancy, but you view the teacher as antiquated, earning the admiration of all with your perfect scores. Age 7. Your vast knowledge surpasses the library's offerings, leading you to become engrossed in the large public library downtown, neglecting school entirely. Age 8. The teachers, unable to tolerate your behavior any longer, decide to issue you a warning of expulsion. With your extensive knowledge, you leave the teachers speechless once again, astonishing everyone. Age 9. True talent shines through. Your gifts capture the attention of the principal, who chooses to recommend you to the Elf Alliance's Theoretical Research Institution. You successfully pass the Elf Alliance's assessment, breaking records as the youngest researcher to become a theoretical researcher. Age 10. Your parents take pride in your achievements. Your salary surpasses the combined total of both their incomes. With a precocious maturity, you wish to relieve them of their burdens, urging them to retire and devote more time to your sister. Age 11. Your interactions with your sister diminish, and your relationship becomes increasingly distant. The once clingy child has now matured into a beautiful young lady. Age 12. While conducting field research, you tragically encounter a forest fire, resulting in numerous elven casualties, leaving you profoundly shaken. During your escape, you encounter a severely injured Jalora, who was wounded while rescuing other elves. Feeling compassion, you take him back for treatment. Age 13. You and Jalora become inseparable companions, always together. Throughout your outdoor adventures, you face numerous dangers, all of which Jalora mitigates. Age 14. Your sister begins to date, leaving you feeling melancholic as her older brother. Upon seeing her again, she teasingly questions why you have yet to find a girlfriend. Age 15. You come across a mysterious document sent from above, and you begin to study it diligently, leading to an uncontrollable obsession. Age 16. You traverse various locales, seeking out the so-called secret realms. Age 17. You continue your quest across the land, searching for these enigmatic places. Age 18. At the pinnacle of youth, you meet the most beautiful person, forming a friendship with the traveler, Xiao Yao. Age 19. The heavens reward the diligent. You finally discover a secret realm and successfully enter it on an adventure. Within the secret realm, you encounter unprecedented dangers. But fortunately, Jalora's speed allows for your escape. Age 20. Your obsession with the secret realms deepens, leading you to fervently search for relevant literature. Age 21. Your relationship with Xiao Yao flourishes, and you introduce him to your parents. Your sister weeps joyfully, exclaiming that you finally have a girlfriend. Age 22. You marry Xiao Yao, yet your research on secret realms yields no fruitful results. Age 23. Your sister becomes an adventurer, exploring various secret realms and ruins. Chapter 22. The Ultimate Secret of the Secret Realm. Age 24. The number of secret realms in the world remains pitifully low, with only a few emerging each year, and information regarding them is scarce, causing your research to stagnate. Age 25. Your sister marries a wonderful person, whose character closely resembles yours. Age 26. Your career is on the rise, yet you find yourself spending less time with loved ones. Age 27. Your career continues to ascend, further diminishing your time with family. Age 28. The frequency of secret realm appearances begins to increase. Your sister frequently ventures into these realms, bringing back invaluable data. Age 29. Thanks to the information provided by your sister, your research makes significant progress, and you sense that you are on the verge of uncovering the truth behind the emergence of dark elves. Age 30. Your sister participates in the National Alliance competition, winning the championship and becoming a champion-level trainer. You feel immense pride in her accomplishments, but regretfully miss her celebration due to work commitments. Age 31. You persist with your research. Age 32. You welcome your own child into the world. Age 33. You continue your scholarly pursuits. Age 34. Your research encounters obstacles, leading you to suspect that your previous conclusions may have been erroneous. You find yourself in need of a critical piece of evidence to support your theories. You seek out your sister, requesting her assistance in the secret realm to retrieve a specific item. She agrees and embarks on the journey alone. Age 35. You wait an entire year, but your sister never returns. You sense a foreboding, regretting your selfishness in sending her into danger for the sake of your research. Your brother-in-law learns of the situation. He holds no resentment towards you and entrusts your child to your care as he sets off to find his wife. Age 36. Your brother-in-law sends word that he has located the secret realm your sister entered and ventures inside alone. Age 37. You wait in eager anticipation, yet the outcome mirrors the past. Age 38. Unwilling to accept defeat, you delve fervently into studying all aspects of the secret realms, striving to unravel their mysteries and rescue your sister. Age 39. The number of secret realms appearing across the land begins to gradually increase, and the information you gather grows ever more abundant. Age 40. Your parents, already in poor health, succumb to the emotional toll of these events. Nearing the end of their lives, you feel a profound guilt regarding their passing, intensifying your obsession with uncovering the secrets of the realms, vowing to reveal their mysteries. Age 41. Your son inherits your intellect and becomes a researcher. You worry he may follow in your footsteps and forbid him from studying anything related to the secret realms. At the age of 42, relentless research has left you utterly exhausted, your physical condition deteriorating with each passing day. By the age of 43, you are acutely aware that your time is running short. Yet, your endeavors yield no groundbreaking results, and a sense of urgency drives you to sleepless nights. Perhaps heaven has taken pity on you, for at last, your research begins to show promise. A surge of excitement courses through you, as you sense that the secrets behind the mysterious realm are within your grasp. By the age of 45, you are elated, having discovered a method to withstand the assaults of the dark elves. Eagerly, you pack your belongings, leaving behind only a letter as you embark on your journey. Perhaps foreseeing the impending fate, you do not retain the means to resist the dark elves' attacks. The path ahead is fraught with peril, with a significant chance of never returning. You cannot bear the thought of your longtime companion, Jalora, meeting a tragic end alongside you in the depths of the mysterious realm. Thus, you return it to the very forest where you first encountered it, setting forth alone on your expedition. At 46, you traverse countless mountains and rivers, enduring the trials of time, until you finally arrive at the ancient mysterious realm. It was here that your sister had ventured before you. You successfully enter the realm, and your experiment bears fruit. The dark elves regard you as one of their own, refraining from attacking you. You tread upon a path yet unexplored, where you encounter a majestic dragon adorned with medals around its neck. You recognize it as the very Pokémon that earned a champion's medal for your sister, a creature with which you once shared a connection. Regrettably, the dragon no longer recognizes you, its memory erased. A sense of despair envelopes you, leading you to feel that your efforts may ultimately be in vain. Yet, you refuse to succumb to fate and press onward. At 47, you find yourself on a solitary road, having glimpsed the conclusion of your quest and located the person you sought. However, all that remains is a haunting reminder of what once was, as they have been reduced to mere bones. You witness even more astonishing phenomena, uncovering the greater secrets concealed behind the mysterious realm. With no lingering attachments, you yearn only to unravel the enigma before you. You are unaware of how long you have been traversing this path, but your body has reached its limits. You behold the ultimate secret and unravel the mystery, yet no joy fills your heart, nor any sense of fulfillment. Ultimately, you collapse upon the road, your life nearing its end. In your final moments, you seem to hear a voice whispering in your ear, "Are you willing?" You smile, and in an instant, all your regrets and yearnings dissipate. Your life comes to a close at the age of 47. The simulation concludes, and your overall score is 80. The system is calculating rewards based on your score, Please be patient. Wang Ming cannot help but sigh, feeling a profound sense of discontent. Despite achieving a high score in this simulation, the outcome is tragically grim. He wonders what the protagonist ultimately witnessed and what the so-called ultimate secret entails. Moreover, what does that voice echoing in their ears signify? Everything remains shrouded in mystery. However, it is certain that the protagonist must be filled with remorse. To sacrifice the lives of loved ones for the sake of research is indeed a tragic fate. Perhaps, if given another chance, they would no longer cling to the pursuit of the mysterious realm. Simultaneously, Wang Ming's curiosity about the mysterious realm deepens. He realizes that both of his simulations are inextricably linked to it, with the final outcomes related to the realm. Perhaps the system is hinting at something significant. The mysterious realm is indeed a crucial piece of information. At this moment, Wang Ming's heart is no longer adrift. He resolves to become an adventurer. He makes a pivotal decision. Tomorrow, I will contact Wu Feng. Wang Ming has decided to join the Adventurers Guild. Just then, the system's voice resonates once more, igniting excitement within Wang Ming. It is time to reap the rewards. Chapter 23, Abundant Rewards. Ding. The rewards have been tallied. And congratulations to the host for receiving 10 medium experience candies, 1 advanced learning device, 1 random item carrying package, 1 designated item carrying package, 1 trade awakening capsule, 10 dark balls, and 1 master ball. Medium experience candy. Upon use, it can enhance a Pokemon's experience. Advanced learning device. When used, it allows all Pokemon in the same team to share battle experience at a 100 rate, excluding non-battle experience. Random item carrying package. Upon opening, it grants a randomly selected carrying item. Designated item carrying package. Upon opening, it allows the selection of any carrying item. Trait awakening capsule. Upon use, it enables a Pokemon to awaken an additional trait, excluding hidden traits. Dark ball. A rare type of Pokeball that makes it easier to capture Pokemon inhabiting dark regions, especially effective against dark elves. Master Ball. A Pokeball that guarantees a 100 capture rate of Pokemon. Ding. It has been detected that the host successfully unraveled the secret of the mysterious realm in this simulation. Congratulations to the host for receiving a hidden reward of 3 purification capsules. Purification capsule. When consumed, it can purify dark elves, allowing those who have fallen into darkness to regain their true selves and restore their original appearance. Wang Ming cast a glance at the rewards acquired from this simulation, a smile creeping onto his lips. An 80-point reward is indeed incomparable to a mere 50 points. It must be said that this bounty is exceedingly generous. The ordinary rewards alone comprise 7 types, all of which are immensely beneficial, truly invaluable treasures for Wang Ming. The medium experience candy can be given to Little Nebula, ensuring it hatches promptly, as its level must not lag too far behind. After all, it is the most promising Pokemon in his team and one of his greatest assets for the future. The advanced learning device is an essential tool on the path to becoming a powerful trainer. With it, his Pokemon will level up more rapidly, and he need not fret about which Pokemon to train first. The carrying items will depend on what he can obtain, allowing for better allocation later. The Trait Awakening capsule is best suited for Shinado, as the shiny Scyther has already maxed out its traits and has no need for the Awakening capsule. As for Little Nebula, it possesses only 1 trait, making the capsule unnecessary for it. The Master Ball, as expected, will prove indispensable for capturing ultra-rare Pokemon in the future. As for the Dark Ball, who would have thought it could capture Dark Elves? What an eye-opener. Wang Ming had previously experienced the formidable prowess of Dark Elves, having recently encountered a Dark Charizard, which was undeniably awe-inspiring. Capturing a Dark Elf would indeed be an excellent choice. Although Dark Elves are notoriously difficult to deal with and cannot be trained even if captured, the hidden reward of the Purification Capsule perfectly addresses this issue. It must be said that the system has thought this through comprehensively. With the combination of the Dark Ball and the Purification Capsule, the system seems to be preparing him for the capture of Dark Elves in the mysterious realm. However, he is genuinely curious whether the purified Dark Elves differ from ordinary Pokemon and if they can retain their original traits. After a brief contemplation and planning for each reward, Wang Ming begins to utilize them one by one. He first activates the Advanced Learning Device, which is technically a system function that does not require his Pokemon to carry it. It simply needs to be activated. His Pokemon can then share battle experience in combat, thus facilitating their growth. Next, Wang Ming opens the random item carrying package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Metal Film. Metal Film, when carried by a Pokemon, it enhances the power of Steel-type moves. Some Pokemon require it for evolution. It is indeed a metal coat. And I must say, my fortune seems to be quite favorable. Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. As a mere accessory, the metal coat might be considered commonplace, but for Wang Ming, who possessed a Scyther, it held significant value. This is because, after acquiring the metal coat, Scyther could evolve into a Scyther. Although there is no difference in their base stats, the allocation of individual attributes exhibits considerable disparity. Overall, Wang Ming found himself more inclined towards the Scyther. It was the perfect opportunity to facilitate Scyther's evolution. He retrieved a Pokeball and released his shiny Scyther, adorning it with the metal coat. Soon, he received a system notification. Ding! It has been detected that shiny Scyther meets the evolution criteria. Would you like to evolve it now? Evolve. As a radiant glow enveloped the shiny Scyther, Wang Ming's heart surged with excitement. Moments later, as the white light dissipated, the appearance of shiny Scyther had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its color had lightened to a verdant green, and its two sharp sides had transformed into formidable pincers. Overall, the change was quite pleasing, though the color left something to be desired. Nevertheless, Scyther seemed immensely pleased with its new appearance, proudly flaunting itself before a mirror. A father does not disdain the appearance of his child. For Wang Ming, regardless of form, he would never harbor disdain for his Pokémon. Not only had its appearance changed, but the information regarding Scyther had also undergone a substantial shift. Pokémon, Scyther, shiny. Gender, male, level, 25, base stats, 500, type, bug steel. Abilities, technician, increases the power of weaker moves when attacking. Swarm, increases the power of bug-type moves when HP is low. Talent, legendary. Item, metal coat. Moves, Leer, quick attack, feint, bullet punch, swords dance, pursuit, agility, metal claw. Fury cutter, quite satisfactory. Wang Ming nodded approvingly and opened a randomized item package. What should he choose? As he pondered, shiny Gardevoir suddenly dashed out from its Pokeball. Upon seeing the metal coat adorning Scyther, Gardevoir expressed envy, playfully tugging at Wang Ming's arm and shyly planting a kiss on his cheek, indicating her desire for a small gift. Don't worry, you will have one too. Wang Ming affectionately ruffled Gardevoir's head, then cast a somewhat apologetic glance at the egg incubator housing a Pokémon egg before beginning to select an appropriate item for Gardevoir. Although Gardevoir was powerful with high attack and decent defense, it possessed a critical vulnerability, its low HP. It could easily succumb to combat with even a slight injury. Perhaps I should consider an item that could restore its health. The first thing that came to mind was leftovers, but it was rather lackluster, akin to begging for scraps. Gardevoir would likely prefer not to have that. After much contemplation, Wang Ming finally thought of an exceptionally suitable item for Gardevoir. This is it. A smile crept onto his lips as he gently tapped the selection. Chapter 24. The Birth of Little Nebula Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Shell Bell. Shell Bell. When the Pokémon holding it attacks and inflicts damage on an opponent, it restores a small amount of HP. With the system notification fading, a beautifully crafted silver bell appeared in Wang Ming's hand. Gardevoir's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Shell Bell, akin to a little girl who had spotted her favorite toy. She eagerly snatched the bell from Wang Ming's hand and joyfully adorned it around her neck. Do you like it? Wang Ming inquired with a smile. Gardevoir nodded fervently, then suddenly jumped up and planted a kiss on Wang Ming's face before bashfully retreating into her Pokeball. Hee. Wang Ming chuckled, his face radiant with joy. The Shell Bell was not only exquisite but also capable of restoring health, making it a perfect fit for Gardevoir. Moreover, given Gardevoir's already formidable attack power, the damage dealt would yield a significant amount of restored HP, far surpassing the efficiency of leftovers. Thus, the Shell Bell was undoubtedly the ideal choice for Gardevoir. Next came the ability capsule. Wang Ming summoned Gardevoir from her Pokeball once more and administered the ability capsule. After consumption, Gardevoir awakened a new ability. Ability, Copycat. Upon entering battle, copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Wang Ming glanced once more at Gardevoir, noticing that her information had also changed. Pokémon, Gardevoir, gender, female, level, 33, base stats, 518, type, psychic fairy. Abilities, synchronize, transfers its own status conditions of poison, paralysis, or burn to the opponent. Copycat, upon entering battle, copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Talent, legendary, item, Shell Bell, moves, sing, psychic, teleport, shadow clone, wish, misty terrain, charm, lucky chant. Wish, magical leaf, heal pulse, drain kiss, calm mind, psychic. With my current strength, I suspect that the simulated battle tomorrow will astonish many. A smile involuntarily crept across Wang Ming's lips. He could almost envision the spectacle of the following day, where everyone would marvel at his prowess. He would be the brightest star in the arena, the most radiant celestial body in the night sky. Ding dong ding dong. Just then, a flurry of ringing bells echoed, causing Wang Ming's heart to leap. He swiftly turned to gaze at the corner where the Pokémon incubator stood, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Little one, I have finally awaited your arrival. Wang Ming hastened towards it. At that moment, the Pokémon egg within the incubator had cracked, and an adorable little Pokémon floated out from the shell. It was none other than Little Nebula. Wang Ming eagerly opened the incubator and cradled Little Nebula in his arms. Little Nebula blinked its large, innocent eyes, curiously surveying Wang Ming as if questioning something. Are you my mommy? No, I am your daddy. Wang Ming grinned broadly, growing fonder of this delightful creature by the moment. Once Little Nebula completed its ultimate evolution, it would undoubtedly be his greatest trump card. Simultaneously, the information regarding Little Nebula appeared before Wang Ming's eyes. Pokémon, Cosmic, Gender, Genderless, Level, 1, Base Stats, 200, Type, Psychic, Ability, Unaware, ignores changes in opponent S abilities while attacking. Talent, Legendary, Item, None, Moves, Splash, not bad at all. Although it lacked offensive moves, with a high-level learning device, leveling up would not pose a challenge. Wang Ming thought to himself as he fed all the medium experience candies he had obtained to Little Nebula. After consuming the candies, Little Nebula experienced a significant surge in levels, ascending directly from level 1 to level 20. While its moves remained unchanged, that was of little concern. Now, let us find you a comfortable home. Wang Ming produced a great ball, capturing Little Nebula within. In terms of quality, a luxury ball would have been more suitable for a Pokémon's residence. However, due to Wang Ming's limited resources, he had to make do with a great ball for the time being. After meticulously organizing all the items, Wang Ming proceeded to open his computer and downloaded the application form for the Elven Alliance University, subsequently filling in the required information with great diligence. When it came to selecting a major, he unhesitatingly chose adventuring, although he had not made a definitive decision prior to this moment. His resolve had solidified after 2 simulations of reincarnation. There's a section for a recommender. Wang Ming's eyes brightened as he noticed an additional field for a recommender following the major selection. Contemplating briefly, he decided to write down Wu Feng's name. He had previously mentioned that should Wang Ming wish to join the Adventurers Guild, he could readily use his name. Thus, this would not be considered deceitful. The Adventurers Guild is affiliated with the Adventuring Major at Elven Alliance University. All students who apply for the Adventuring Major are required to join the Adventurers Guild after the semester begins, as it is essential for their practical adventures. After completing the form, Wang Ming eagerly awaited the arrival of the next day. A sleepless night passed, and dawn broke. Wang Ming gathered his belongings and, accompanied by his Pokémon, set off eagerly towards Elven Alliance University. Elven Alliance University is situated in the heart of Jingbei City, a considerable distance from Hualan City, where Lin Fan resided. Wang Ming spent a full 3 hours traveling to reach the university. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a throng of new students at the entrance, all of whom were resplendently attired, accompanied by powerful and rare Pokémon that were not typically owned by the average person. This was Wang Ming's first experience in such a lavish metropolis, and he could not help but feel a sense of wonder at his surroundings. The thought of living here in the future sent waves of excitement through him. Wang Ming. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback before a smile of joy spread across his face. To his surprise, he found familiar faces, Yin Rushua and Zhang Tianzheng. Hey, surprised? Unexpected? Zhang Tianzheng grinned. I knew you would get in here. So I had my dad pull some strings to help me get in as well. The brothers were overjoyed to reunite. Good lad, impressive as always. Wang Ming clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. To be attending the same university as his brother was indeed a source of great happiness. Wang Ming then turned to Yin Rushua and tentatively inquired, So, are you also here? Yin Rushua chuckled softly. However, Zhang Tianzheng shot Wang Ming a glance and explained. She got in on her own merit. Wang Ming smiled sheepishly and gave Yin Rushua a thumbs up. Those who were admitted to Elven Alliance University, based on their own capabilities, were undoubtedly exceptional. As for himself, it was solely due to his extensive experience as a Pokémon player. Otherwise, he would never have been able to gain admission based on his previous academic performance. Let us go, the assessment is about to begin. Zhang Tianzheng led the way, ushering the two through the university gates. Along the way, he curiously asked, Have you decided on your major yet? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming replied, Adventuring. Remember the Adventurers Guild members we encountered in the ruins? They invited me previously. and I used their captain's name as my recommender. Zhang Tianzheng looked at Wang Ming with envy and praised, "That's impressive. No wonder you're my brother." However, his expression turned serious as he cautioned, "But adventuring is not an easy profession. Each day could bring immense danger. Be cautious once you enter." Wang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. He had anticipated this aspect, yet he believed that one must strive for their dreams in life. As for danger, it lurked in various forms throughout life. "By the way, what major did you choose?" Wang Ming asked. Knowing Zhang Tianzheng's personality all too well, he surmised that, compared to battling Pokémon, Zhang Tianzheng preferred more abstract and esoteric subjects, such as the realms and dark elves. Thus, he guessed that Zhang Tianzheng would most likely choose a theoretical major. Sure enough, Zhang Tianzheng responded, "I opted for the theoretical major. Since you are in adventuring, we brothers will surely achieve great things together." His excitement was palpable, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. Zhang Tianzheng's words reminded him of the reincarnation simulation from the previous day. Would their paths mirror those of the protagonists in the simulation? Wang Ming was uncertain but resolved to remain vigilant. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the entrance to their respective assessment areas. "Off you go. See you later." Zhang Tianzheng waved goodbye, leading Yin Ruxue into the theoretical assessment entrance, while Wang Ming stepped into the adventuring assessment entrance. After submitting his application form, he was escorted to a sealed room. "Please wait a moment. Once all candidates are prepared, the battle simulation will commence." Understood. Wang Ming patiently settled in the room to await the proceedings. Meanwhile, in the simulation control room, a middle-aged man clad in the Adventurers Guild attire approached one of the staff responsible for inputting application data. "I heard that a candidate listed my name as their recommender." The man was none other than Wu Feng. The staff member promptly replied, "Yes, indeed." The members of the Adventurers Guild were not to be underestimated, especially this individual, who held a significant position within the guild, a figure to whom many aspired. Wu Feng's eyes suddenly brightened with anticipation. Could it be him? He recalled the young man he had met in the ruins. Only that boy would have the audacity to use his name. "Retrieve that candidate's information for me." "Yes." When Wu Feng saw the photo on the screen, a smile of satisfaction crept across his face. He had indeed come. The person in the photo was the same young man he had encountered in the ruins, Wang Ming. Fortunately, I did not give up on leaving him my information. Otherwise, I might have missed out on a genius, Wu Feng reflected, a sense of relief washing over him. He then turned to the staff. "Show me the footage from the battle room where he is located." "Yes." On the screen, Wang Ming was patiently awaiting the assessment, with his Shenheduo nestled beside him. "Hiss. This candidate's Pokémon is actually a Shenheduo. Could he be a descendant of some noble family?" One staff member exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by Wang Ming's extraordinary Pokémon. "No. He is merely an ordinary citizen," another staff member responsible for collating candidate information replied, his expression mirroring disbelief. "That is quite remarkable. To raise a Shenheduo from humble beginnings is no small feat," as the staff discussed. The official in charge of the assessment suddenly entered the room. "Professor, all candidates are in position. We may commence the assessment." The elderly professor nodded, preparing to initiate the assessment. However, at that moment, Wu Feng interjected, "Wait. Adjust Wang Ming's Pokémon level for this simulation battle to level 30. As these words were uttered, all eyes turned to Wu Feng in disbelief. "Captain Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" spoke the elderly professor, his expression revealing his unease. The levels of the simulated battle Pokémon for these candidates have been meticulously designed. Altering them recklessly may seem unfair to some. Yet, Wu Feng replied with a smile. "Do you truly believe that a Pokémon of standard examination level would be beneficial for him?" The crowd shared a bittersweet smile. Wang Ming's Shenheduo was clearly on an entirely different level than the examination Pokémon, capable of dispatching it with a mere few moves, making it impossible to gauge his true strength. Observing the hesitation among the crowd, Wu Feng added, "Rest assured, I have my sights set on this candidate. My intention in doing so is solely to witness his true capabilities." With Wu Feng's assurance, the crowd felt no further need to intervene, and thus, they adjusted Wang Ming's simulated battle Pokémon level to 30. Meanwhile, Wang Ming remained blissfully unaware of these developments. In the simulated battle room, Wang Ming was taken aback as the scenery around him transformed dramatically, and he found himself in an arena. He had heard whispers of such arenas before, but witnessing it firsthand left him awestruck. This was an exceedingly advanced spatial simulation technology, conceived through research into secret realms, capable of creating expansive environments within confined spaces, immersing individuals in the experience. This technology was frequently employed for practical combat simulations, facilitating trainers in their battles. Is it about to commence? Wang Ming quickly acclimated. Excitement sparkling in his eyes, his entire being ignited with the flames of combat. His battle was about to begin. Chapter 26, Shenandoah vs. Gengchi. With a flash of white light descending from above, a Pokémon emerged from its brilliance. Is there some mistake? Wang Ming's initial thought upon seeing this Pokémon was that the simulated battle system had malfunctioned. The opponent had summoned a Gengchi. Utilizing his insight, Wang Ming quickly discerned the details of the Gengchi. Pokémon. Gengchi. Gender. Level. 30. Base stats. 500. Type. Ghost Poison. Ability. Cursed Body. May occasionally cause the opponent's move to become disabled upon being attacked. Talent. Item. None. Moves. Shadow Punch. Hypnosis. Lick. Curse. Black Eyes. Cursed. Nightshade. Strange Light. Ambush. Retribution. A level 30 Gengchi? This was no jest. Wang Ming was now certain that the simulated battle system had indeed malfunctioned. A level 30 Gengchi was not something a freshman could contend with. Not even he could guarantee he would triumph over this Gengchi. Just as Wang Ming was about to inquire about the situation, a voice resonated in the room. Long time no see, little brother. I'm Wu Feng. Do you remember me? We met in the secret realm. I know this assessment is merely a formality for you, so I took the liberty of modifying your battle Pokémon. I hope to witness your true strength. Regardless of the outcome, you will be successfully admitted and enter the Adventurers Guild. Of course, if you dislike my approach, I can immediately revert it and sincerely apologize. Wu Feng's words illuminated Wang Ming's mind, and he began to hold a degree of respect for this man. Wu Feng had not only given him face, but also provided him with a sense of reassurance, covering all bases. Wang Ming smiled lightly. No need for that. Let's proceed with this one. Shenandoah, what do you think? He turned to his side to consult Shenandoah, who nodded, her eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. She too yearned to combat a formidable opponent to hone her skills. All right, let us begin. Wu Feng ceased further commentary, focusing intently on the match. In the arena, Wang Ming's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Shenandoah, go? Shauna. In terms of levels, the disparity between the two was not insurmountable, allowing for a fair contest. In terms of type, each had its respective advantages and disadvantages. Gengchi's ghost type countered Shenandoah's psychic type, but conversely, Shenandoah's psychic type also countered Gengchi's poison type. This created a scenario of mutual counters, with both sides having their chances of victory. However, when it came to items and base stats, Shenandoah clearly held the upper hand. Thus, considering the overall situation, Shenandoah had a significantly higher likelihood of victory. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming initiated the battle. Shenandoah, use Meditate. Given Gengchi's inherent ability, Wang Ming chose not to attack immediately, but rather to enhance Shenandoah's offensive capabilities. Gengchi's ability, Cursed Body, had a chance of rendering the attacking Pokémon immobile. If Shenandoah were to use Psychic to strike Gengchi and trigger Cursed Body, she would become unable to use Psychic again. A Shenandoah without Psychic would be like a tiger without its fangs, greatly diminishing her combat prowess. Therefore, until he was certain of defeating Gengchi swiftly, Wang Ming would not take the initiative. Of course, due to Shenandoah's own copy ability, she also possessed Cursed Body. If Gengchi were to attack Shenandoah, there was a chance that it too would become immobilized. Should Gengchi happen to use Shadow Punch against Shenandoah and become immobilized, Wang Ming would reap significant benefits. Once Gengchi could no longer use Shadow Punch, it would be akin to a fish at his mercy. Thus, in a sense, the first to attack would find themselves at a disadvantage. Unfortunately for Wang Ming, Gengchi lacked a trainer to direct it, so it would not strategize as meticulously. Seeing that Shenandoah did not launch an attack, Gengchi opted for a proactive approach. Ghost. A massive tongue suddenly appeared out of nowhere, lashing towards Shenandoah. Shenandoah, evade. Do not attack yet. Utilize Meditate to enhance your attack power. Wang Ming urged. Meditate not only increased Shenandoah's special attack, but also bolstered her special defense, offering some protection against Gengchi's special attacks. Shauna. Shenandoah adeptly employed Teleport to maneuver around Gengchi. Frustrated by its inability to strike Shenandoah, Gengchi unleashed Shadow Punch in anger. Caught off guard, Shenandoah was unable to evade and took a solid hit. Shauna, she retreated to the side, rubbing her sore shoulder. Shenandoah, use Healing Wave. Wang Ming remained unhurried, allowing Shenandoah to restore some health. A surge of life energy enveloped Shenandoah, revitalizing her from her earlier injuries. Ghost. Gengchi, witnessing this, again attacked with Shadow Punch. This time, seeing that Shenandoah had sufficiently powered up, Wang Ming commanded her to strike back. However, he directed her to use Psybeam instead of Psychic, a precaution to avoid triggering Cursed Body. The boosted Shenandoah's attack power was formidable, though Psybeam's damage was not immense. It still inflicted significant harm on Gengqi. Gengqi let out a pained cry, its large form staggering backward. Wang Ming, seeing this, did not hesitate and issued another command. Shenheduo, use Psybeam again. A terrifying psychic force enveloped Gengui, who retaliated with Shadow Punch, yet still sustained injuries. Wang Ming felt a surge of joy within, realizing that Gengui was on the verge of succumbing. At that moment, a sudden outburst of cursed energy erupted from Gengui's body, casting a shadow over Shenheduo. It appears the characteristic of cursed body has been triggered. A look of surprise flickered across Wang Ming's face, but he remained untroubled. Yet, it was of little consequence now. The battle was nearing its conclusion. A smile crept upon Wang Ming's lips, as if he could see the goddess of victory beckoning him. Shenheduo, unleash a powerful psychic strike to bring this to an end. Wang Ming commanded, intent on concluding the conflict. Chapter 27, Wu Feng's Invitation Boom. A formidable wave of psychic energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Gengui's head and crashing down in an instant. Gengui's eyes turned crimson, wide with determination as he swung his fists against the overwhelming psychic force. The flurry of punches collided with the potent psychic energy, resulting in a tremendous backlash. With a resounding thud, Gengui was sent hurtling backward. Simultaneously, an electronic mechanical voice echoed in Wang Ming's ears. Congratulations, challenger. You have emerged victorious. Wang Ming exhaled in relief, an involuntary smile curving his lips. At last, victory was his. Well done, Shenheduo. Wang Ming stepped out of the virtual realm. Meanwhile, in the simulation battle control room, Wu Feng inquired nonchalantly, Professor, what do you think of this student? The elderly professor's face was alight with smiles, his wrinkles converging as he replied, quite impressive indeed. It is a rare feat to make accurate judgments in such a brief period. Wu Feng nodded in agreement, thoroughly satisfied with Wang Ming's performance. Just then, a staff member entered the room. Captain Wu, I have brought the individual you requested. Behind the staff member stood Wang Ming and his Shenheduo, standing shoulder to shoulder. Wu Feng hurried over, excitedly patting Wang Ming on the shoulder. I witnessed your battle. It was splendid. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Wu Feng extended his hand in congratulation. Thank you, Wang Ming expressed his gratitude. But have you considered that there is a method that allows you to attack without concerning yourself with Gengui's cursed body? Wang Ming was not overly surprised by Wu Feng's query, for he had contemplated this very question earlier. Are you referring to the Misty Terrain move? Wang Ming replied with a smile. Misty Terrain is one of Shenheduo's techniques, creating a veil of mist that shields Pokémon on the ground from status effects. If Misty Terrain were employed, Shenheduo would indeed be unaffected by the adverse effects of Cursed Body. However, the same would apply to Gengui, which, in Wang Ming's view, did not constitute a favorable situation. Thus, he refrained from using that move at the time. Exactly. I am curious why you chose not to adopt that approach during the battle, Wu Feng asked, perceiving it as a more secure method devoid of any gambling connotations. Wang Ming chuckled as he explained, it may be related to my personal habits. To illustrate, it's akin to eating sunflower seeds. Some prefer to crack one and eat it, while others like to crack a bunch and consume them all at once. I happen to belong to the latter group. Laughter erupted among the group at his words. What a clever lad. Wu Feng patted Wang Ming's shoulder heartily. Once the other candidates complete their assessments, you will officially join the Adventurers Guild. So, do you already have a preferred team in mind? Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, asking in surprise, what? Do I need to select a team? Wu Feng chuckled, clarifying. If you have a particular team in mind, you can make such a request, though whether it will be granted is another matter. Of course, most candidates are assigned randomly, and which team one ends up in is purely a matter of luck. Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully, realizing the explanation was enlightening. How about it? Are you interested in joining our team? Wu Feng formally extended the invitation, which was the very purpose of his visit. Wang Ming considered it, and felt that joining Wu Feng's team would indeed be a wise choice, as he was only familiar with Wu Feng within the entire Adventurers Guild. Moreover, he found Wu Feng to be quite amiable, a person with whom one could easily get along. Joining Wu Feng's team seemed to offer nothing but benefits. Sure. Wang Ming nodded affirmatively. Wu Feng's face lit up with joy as he excitedly shook Wang Ming's hand. Congratulations on joining Team Moon. Team Moon? Wang Ming inquired. Indeed. Every team has its own code name, and ours is Moon, Wu Feng explained. Wang Ming nodded, appreciating the name. Come, let me show you our camp. Wu Feng appeared exhilarated, as securing Wang Ming was his greatest delight. Wait, aren't we going to wait for the others? Wang Ming asked. No need. They will be assigned on their own, Wu Feng replied. At the Adventurers Guild, Team Moon's campsite was a luxurious apartment complex, adorned with exquisite decorations that spoke of opulence. What do you think? Not too shabby. right? Wu Feng beamed with pride. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Wang Ming admitted, taken aback by the sight before him. Let us go inside and take a look, Wu Feng suggested, leading him into the apartment building. After a brief tour to familiarize themselves with the facilities, Wu Feng brought Wang Ming to his dormitory. A single room? This is quite extravagant, Wang Ming remarked, surprised. Wu Feng's expression turned serious. It certainly is. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. Once all the new recruits arrive tonight, I'll discuss some important matters with you. Okay, thank you, Captain. After bidding farewell to Wu Feng, Wang Ming lay down on his bed, allowing his mind to empty as he adjusted to the sudden changes surrounding him. Oh, I almost forgot something important. With a thought, Wang Ming activated the system. After completing the reincarnation simulation, he had been too preoccupied with checking rewards to look into the next mission. Now, with time to spare, he recalled it. System, open the task interface, Wang Ming said softly. Moments later, lines of information clearly materialized before him. Mission objective, participate in the trainer competition of Jingbei City and successfully reach the finals. Mission reward, 1 simulation attempt. The Jingbei City trainer competition? He wondered when it would commence. Perhaps he could ask Captain Wu later. Wang Ming murmured to himself, as this was his first visit to Jingbei City, and he was unaware of the competition's details. However, the system had not imposed a time limit, so there was no rush. After closing the system, Wang Ming called his parents to arrange a few matters, finally feeling at ease. A new journey was about to begin. Chapter 28, A New Beginning in the Evening. Within the exclusive apartment of Team Moon, a group of individuals sat together, patiently awaiting Wu Feng's address. Everyone, this time Team Moon welcomes 3 new members. Please give them a warm welcome. Applause erupted as everyone turned to the newcomers. You 3, please introduce yourselves, Wu Feng prompted the trio. Wang Ming was the first to rise, introducing himself to the assembly. Greetings, everyone. My name is Wang Ming, and I kindly ask for your guidance in the days to come. The crowd nodded in satisfaction. A few familiar with Wang Ming from their previous encounter in the secret realm, aware of his remarkable abilities. They were pleasantly surprised that the captain had indeed recruited this extraordinary youth. It seemed that the Moon team had struck gold this year. Indeed, to have such a prodigious individual among them promised boundless potential for their future. However, they reminded themselves not to grow complacent, lest they be surpassed by this newcomer, which would surely invite ridicule. The group collectively nodded in agreement. Wang Ming's arrival filled them with joy, yet it also instilled a sense of urgency, propelling them to strive for greater heights. Hello, everyone. I'm Jin Shi. A short and stout boy stood up, speaking somewhat shyly. Following him, another newcomer introduced himself. I am Chen Gu, a tall and slender youth with keen, piercing eyes, starkly contrasting with Jin Shi's demeanor. Once the trio had introduced themselves, Wu Feng encouraged the rest of his team to follow suit. After everyone had presented themselves, Wu Feng finally spoke. First, I would like to outline the tasks we adventurers will be undertaking. An hour later, Wu Feng had covered most of the necessary information, while the others struggled to stave off drowsiness. Wang Ming, however, appeared contemplative, having gleaned 2 key points from Wu Feng's discourse. Firstly, the adventurer teams primarily engaged in explorations of secret realms. Secondly, their presence was often necessitated by the emergence of ancient elven ruins. In summary, the adventurer's work was both thrilling and fraught with peril. After concluding his address, Wu Feng instructed one of the team members to distribute ID cards and multifunctional watches to the trio. The ID card contains all your personal information, including points, identity details, and tasks. The multifunctional watch is an indispensable device for secret realm explorations, integrating communication, information detection, and stability alerts among its myriad functions, proving vital for any adventurer. As Wu Feng elaborated, Wang Ming interjected, Captain, what exactly are these points you mentioned? Wu Feng replied with a smile. Points are a form of universal electronic currency within the Elven Alliance. You may exchange points for various items, including elven eggs, pokeballs, energy cubes, and more. The method of earning points is quite straightforward. The Adventurer Guild issues numerous tasks daily, and upon completion, you will receive corresponding points. Wang Ming's eyes brightened as he nodded thoughtfully. According to Wu Feng, points were indeed crucial, especially for those wishing to train their Pokémon. Akin to the nature of Alliance currency. Do you have any other questions? Chen Gu inquired. What do the information detection and stability alert functions on the multifunctional watch entail? Wu Feng explained. Information detection allows you to assess the individual data of Dark-type Pokémon. As for the stability alert function, Wu Feng paused, his expression turning serious. The secret realm space is exceedingly unstable and may close at any moment. The multifunctional watch can gauge the realm's stability, and should it become unstable, the watch will sound an alarm, prompting you to evacuate swiftly. Otherwise, you may find yourself trapped once the entrance seals. The trio's expressions tightened. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Ming, having witnessed such occurrences in the secret realm before, remained largely unfazed. Although he found himself curious about how the watch's detection capabilities compared to his own eye of revelation. Well then, if there are no further questions, you may all return to your quarters to rest. Tomorrow, you will be escorted to the secret realm for your trial. Upon hearing the word trial, both Chun Gu and Jin Shi became visibly excited, as it would be their first foray into a secret realm, brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Wang Ming, however, displayed little enthusiasm, having already ventured into a secret realm prior. After the meeting adjourned, Wang Ming returned to his room and laid down to rest. Meanwhile, Wu Feng furrowed his brow, fixated on the screen before him, lost in contemplation. Lao Liang, what is your perspective on the actions of the rock team? Wu Feng inquired solemnly of the middle-aged man beside him. Liang Yu frowned, inhaling deeply before responding. Though the footage is chaotic, it is evident they have encountered a grave crisis. Moreover, judging by the shadow on the screen, I suspect it is likely a dragon-type Pokémon. As for the figure standing atop the mountain, at this point, a bittersweet expression crossed Liang Yu's face. Captain, you must have deduced it as well. Indeed. Wu Feng's gaze turned distant. A mega-evolved dark Blaziken. Following discussions among other teams, a dragon-like creature had been tentatively identified. What creature is it? Liang Yu asked, astonished. A dark Rayquaza. Wu Feng's words drew an involuntary gasp from Liang Yu. A dark Rayquaza? And a mega-evolved dark Blaziken? What calamity had befallen the rock team to face these two terrifying dark entities? It was surmised that the rock team had suffered complete annihilation. Yet they must have uncovered something significant. Wu Feng continued. The higher-ups wished to dispatch another small team to investigate that secret realm. Liang Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. Why not send elite members? This situation exceeds what a regular team can manage. Wu Feng chuckled wryly, explaining, recently, secret realms have been emerging with great frequency. Such realms are not uncommon. Most of the guild's experts are otherwise engaged, leaving tasks like this to teams such as ours. Which team are they planning to send? Liang Yu pressed. Wu Feng shook his head slowly, stating, nothing has been decided as of yet, but I sincerely hope it is not our team, otherwise. Wu Feng left the sentence hanging, and Liang Yu fell into silence, both men exhaling a resigned sigh. Let us hope for the best. Chapter 29. A modest trial. Early the next morning, Liang Yu led Wang Ming and the others into a relatively safe secret realm. This realm had been established long ago, subsequently secured at its entrance by guild personnel using advanced technology, and the formidable dark creatures within had been cleared out, leaving only weaker dark Pokémon for the newcomers to hone their skills against. Liang Yu guided the trio to an area with sparse human traffic. He pointed to a nearby dark Rattata and remarked, we can now test the information detection function of the multifunctional watch by examining that dark Rattata's data. As soon as Liang Yu finished speaking, Jin Shi eagerly retrieved his multifunctional watch and aimed it at the dark Rattata. In no time, lines of information about the creature appeared on the screen. Wang Ming also attempted to use his multifunctional watch to scan the dark Rattata's details, subsequently comparing it with what he could see through his eye of revelation. After some analysis, he discovered that the information detected by the watch closely mirrored what his eye of revelation revealed. With one exception, the multifunctional watch did not display the dark Rattata's attributes and characteristics, whereas Wang Ming's eye could. It seemed that his eye of revelation was indeed superior. The tools provided by the system are quite impressive, Wang Ming mused to himself. Wang Ming, why don't you demonstrate how to defeat a dark Pokémon for them? At that moment, Liang Yu suddenly glanced over, and Wang Ming spoke up. Having encountered Wang Ming in the secret realm before, Liang Yu was aware of his prowess, which is why he requested him to set an example. Wang Ming, not declining the invitation, nodded in assent, and said, no problem. Subsequently, he summoned his Shinado. Before anyone could react, Wang Ming issued a command to Shinado. Shinado, utilize Psychic. With a resounding shana, a terrifying wave of psychic energy enveloped the dark Rattata, and with a sharp crack, it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Jin Shi, bewildered, stared at the fallen dark Rattata and then at Wang Ming, awaiting an explanation. Ahem. Wang Ming coughed lightly and responded nonchalantly. Release your Pokémon, execute a move, and conclude the battle. It is as simple as that. Is it truly that simple? It feels as though merely having hands would suffice. Are dark Pokémon truly this weak? If so, I could handle it too. Jin Shi's face brightened, seemingly reassured that dark Pokémon were not as formidable as he had initially thought. However, Chun-Gu remained unfazed, his expression a placid sea. He believed that if Wang Ming could defeat the Dark Rattata with a single blow, he could do the same. At this juncture, Liang Yu cleared his throat, interrupting the two's musings, casting a reproachful glance at Wang Ming, as if to say, I asked you to demonstrate, not to show off. He then turned to Chun-Gu and Jinshi, awkwardly stating, do you think dark Pokemon are quite weak? Jinshi nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Although Chun-Gu was less enthusiastic, he also gave a slight nod. In truth, dark Pokemon were indeed powerful. The two, puzzled, turned their attention to Wang Ming. Liang Yu sighed, saying, do not compare yourselves to him. His Shinado is on an entirely different level than your Pokemon. His ability to easily defeat the Dark Rattata does not imply you can do the same. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the two finally grasped the crucial oversight they had made. They had been so focused on the Dark Rattata that they had entirely overlooked Shinado standing beside Wang Ming. Now realizing this, they stared at Wang Ming in disbelief. Shinado? His Pokemon is actually a Shinado? That's utterly terrifying. Is he truly just a freshman like us? Jinshi's face turned pale, incredulity etched upon his features as he gazed at Shinado. How frustrating. I thought my strength was commendable among this year's freshmen. Only to discover someone far more powerful today. Chun-Gu regarded Wang Ming, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Wang Ming, I shall remember you. Noticing the two's spirits waning, Liang Yu continued, however, do not be disheartened. While dark Pokemon are formidable, they possess a critical weakness. This revelation sparked immediate interest in both Jinshi and Chun-Gu, who eagerly looked to Liang Yu for further clarification. Even Wang Ming felt a tinge of curiosity, eager to hear what Liang Yu would disclose. With a slight smile, Liang Yu explained, dark Pokemon are particularly vulnerable to Psychic-type moves. Psychic-type? Oh, I understand. Wang Ming's Shinado just utilized a Psychic move, which is why it was able to defeat the Dark Rattata in one strike, Jinshi exclaimed. Excitement bubbling forth as if he had uncovered something monumental. Liang Yu regarded him with admiration, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this factor played a significant role. Wang Ming, however, felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He had anticipated that Liang Yu would unveil some earth-shattering secret, only to find it was something he already knew. This understanding was precisely why adventurers often opted for Psychic-type Pokemon or those with Psychic moves as their companions. Liang Yu continued, you should keep an eye out for this in the future. If you come across a Psychic Pokemon that seems promising, consider nurturing it. Both nodded in earnest agreement. Well then, I've said all I needed to. Now you should practice diligently. The dark Pokemon here may not be particularly strong, but they are more than sufficient for your training. After imparting his words of wisdom, Liang Yu turned to leave. As soon as Liang Yu departed, Jinshi eagerly approached Wang Ming, seeking guidance. Brother Wang, how do you train your Pokemon? Do you have any tips? Your Shinado is not only powerful, but also quite beautiful. Wang Ming smiled lightly, ready to impart some knowledge to the eager young lad. However, Chun-Gu scoffed derisively from the side, hypocrite. He then turned and walked away. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Chun-Gu had some sort of issue with appreciating others' strengths. Yet, he dismissed the thought and patiently explained to Jinshi. The most crucial aspect among Pokemon is the bond you share. As a seasoned Pokemon enthusiast, Wang Ming's insights were not mere platitudes, but born from experience. His brief pointers left Jinshi feeling enlightened and immensely grateful. Thank you, Brother Wang. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Jinshi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The more time he spent with Wang Ming, the more he sensed the latter's extraordinary capabilities. Wang Ming merely smiled faintly, waving his hand. All right, I must continue my training. So I won't keep you any longer. With that, he strode toward a dark Pokemon. Though the dark Pokemon here were not particularly formidable, they would suffice for his leveling up. Chapter 30. The Glimmer of Green Light, Pokemon, Dark Arbok. Gender, Level, 7, Base Stats, 288, Type, Dark. Ability, Dark Boost, possessing the power of darkness enhances all attributes. Talent. Item held, none. Skills. At this moment, a dark Arbok lounged before Wang Ming. Upon noticing an intruder in its territory, its demeanor shifted dramatically. Continuously flicking its crimson tongue, its cold, bloodthirsty eyes scrutinized Wang Ming. As if to say, who dares to trespass in my domain? Disturbing my rest could be perilous for your health. However, upon seeing Shinado by Wang Ming's side, it faltered. As a dark Pokemon, it should have exhibited courage, yet years of confinement by humans had dulled its rebellious spirit. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the dark Arbok swiftly coiled and attempted to flee. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. They hadn't even begun to fight, yet the opponent was already retreating? Wasn't the ferocity of dark Pokémon supposed to be legendary? This was quite the embarrassment for dark Pokémon. Once he regained his composure, Wang Ming immediately commanded Shinado, use Psychic. No matter how fast the dark Arbok tried to escape, it could not outpace Shinado's attack. It hadn't gone far when it sensed an invisible force descending upon it, rendering it unconscious. Without a glance back at the dark Arbok, Wang Ming turned to seek other targets. This scene did not go unnoticed by onlookers, many of whom regarded Wang Ming with newfound respect. Who is this guy? How is he so formidable? He even possesses a Shinado. Could he be a scion from a Pokemon lineage? Yet, others were skeptical. He doesn't seem like it. Perhaps he simply got lucky and captured a Shinado by chance? Why not you challenge him and see? Forget it. I can't even defeat that dark Arbok. How could I possibly stand a chance against him? Meanwhile, Wang Ming found another dark Pokemon of a decent level. Unsurprisingly, it too was effortlessly bested by Shinado's straightforward attack. Yet, despite this, Wang Ming felt that the pace was still somewhat sluggish. Thus, he released his shiny Scyther. Go engage in a spar with those dark elves. I shall reward you with energy cubes tonight. Upon hearing the mention of energy cubes, the eyes of the shiny Scyther instantly gleamed with excitement. In a flash, it transformed into a streak of green light and vanished from sight. Soon after, the anguished cries of the dark elves echoed in the air. A smile involuntarily crept across Wang Ming's lips. Double experience, double joy. This spectacle once again left the onlookers in awe. Am I seeing things? Was that Scyther that just dashed by? No way. That looked like a flying Scyther to me. Just look at that vibrant green glow, reminiscent of the Hulumber grassland. What flying Scyther? That was clearly a shiny Scyther. Did you not notice its imposing pincers? With this revelation, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. The swift figure they had just witnessed was indeed a shiny Scyther. What on earth was its origin? Not only was there a shiny Gardevoir, but also this extravagant Scyther, truly a display of opulence. No need for speculation. No one understands wealth better than I do. He must surely be the heir of some prestigious Pokemon family. Wow, handsome and from a good family. I wish to marry him. Dream on. With your looks, can you compete with a Gardevoir? Moments later, Wang Ming and Gardevoir were leisurely battling the dark elves when, all of a sudden, the shiny Scyther reappeared beside him. Why are you back? Wang Ming inquired in astonishment. The shiny Scyther chuckled and pointed behind it. When Wang Ming turned to look, he was taken aback. It was unclear what mischief the shiny Scyther had engaged in to incite a throng of adventurers to pursue it. That wretched Scyther, give me back my experience. Green grasshopper. Return my energy cube. It turned out that the shiny Scyther had been selectively targeting the dark elves that were already on the brink of defeat from other trainers' Pokemon. This resulted in many trainers receiving only a fraction of the experience they had worked hard to earn. However, this was not the most infuriating part. The most vexing aspect was that the shiny Scyther, feeling peckish, began to snatch food from other trainers. The poor trainers, unable to defeat it or catch up to it, could only band together to collectively confront this insufferable Scyther. We must teach that Scyther a lesson, otherwise, this will never end. Yes, we shall not rest until we have taught it a lesson. Faced with the furious shouts of the crowd, Wang Ming could only steel himself and step forward. Compensation was out of the question, he lacked the funds for that. Surrendering his Scyther was also not an option, for it was, after all, his Pokemon. So what could he do? One word, battle. This was also the most commonly employed method of conflict resolution among trainers. Since the issue cannot be resolved amicably, let us engage in a Pokemon duel. I apologize for the actions of my Scyther, but given that this has already transpired, making a scene here will not solve anything. How about we have a Pokemon duel? If you can defeat my Scyther, I will allow you to deal with it as you see fit, and I will not protest. Wang Ming proposed. Even in the face of so many people, his demeanor remained calm and composed. The clamor gradually subsided, as the crowd realized that continuing to shout would not yield any results. While a Pokemon duel was a viable solution, the key question was who would step up to fight. They had all witnessed the prowess of the Scyther. It was not a foe easily vanquished. Just as the crowd fell into silence, a young boy stepped forth from the throng, his face radiating confidence as he declared, "I will fight." The crowd turned towards him, their expressions lighting up with hope. It was Leon. He hailed from a prestigious Pokemon family, and if he were to step up, victory was surely within reach. Rumor had it that he had recently collected all 4 gym badges and had garnered praise from numerous gym leaders. His talent was exceptional. I also heard that during the recent simulated assessment, he concluded a battle in just 1 minute. His strength is truly terrifying. He was the one. If he could not secure victory, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could. Soon, the crowd had chosen a representative to face off against Wang Ming's Scyther. Chapter 31. A display of might. I will not demean myself by using an unfair advantage. I shall face you with my own Pokémon. Liang spoke with a hint of arrogance, his tone brimming with confidence. He could have opted for a Fire-type Pokémon, which would have had a fourfold advantage over Wang Ming's Scyther, rendering it defenseless. However, he deemed such tactics beneath his dignity as a prodigy. Engaging in a battle where one had foreknowledge of the opponent's chosen Pokémon, only to deliberately select a type advantage, would be rather underhanded. Always considering himself superior, Liang would never stoop to such levels. Thus, he chose a different Pokémon to battle. This Pokémon had fought alongside him in numerous battles and possessed considerable strength. Come forth, Leafeon. Hiss. It was indeed Leafeon. Liang had not chosen a Fire-type Pokémon, which indicated his self-assuredness. After all, a genius like him would disdain to rely on petty tricks to secure victory. Clearly, he intended to defeat this young man in an honorable manner. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all expressing their faith in Liang. Meanwhile, Wang Ming's confidence appeared to wane as the crowd's support shifted away from him. At that moment, a chubby boy's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Go, big brother. I believe in your victory, Jinshi said cheerfully. He had been battling the Dark Elves earlier and, upon seeing the gathering crowd, had come over to investigate, only to discover Wang Ming preparing for a fight. He held unwavering confidence in Wang Ming. Humph, where did this chubby kid come from? He clearly doesn't understand the situation and is just shouting nonsense. Ignore him. Let him shout. The louder he yells, the harder he'll fall. A chuckle escaped Wang Ming's lips, as he felt little concern for the upcoming battle. He had already discerned the capabilities of the Leafeon before him. Pokémon, Leafeon, gender, male, level, 29, base stats, 525, type, grass, ability, chlorophyll, boost speed in sunny weather, talent, epic, item, wise glasses, moves, quick attack, tackle, tail whip, helping hand, sand attack, round, volt switch, double kick, thunder fong, pin missile, teleport. Although the level 29 Leafeon was 4 levels higher than the Scyther, it would still face challenges in defeating it. This was not due to Wang Ming's arrogance, but rather the innate qualities of the Scyther. The shiny Scyther possessed 2 remarkable abilities, Bug Sense and Technical Mastery. Bug Sense amplifies the power of Bug-type moves when its health is low, while Technical Mastery enhances the potency of low-power moves. The move Fury Cutter falls under the category of low-power moves, and its type is pure Bug, allowing it to benefit from both abilities. Moreover, the effect of Fury Cutter itself doubles the move's power upon successive hits. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that being struck by Fury Cutter from the Scyther was akin to facing certain doom. Go, Scyther. If you lose this battle, even if I show you mercy, they will not. Wang Ming taunted. He was exerting pressure on the Scyther, urging it not to become complacent. Indeed, the Scyther understood the significance of this battle. Its demeanor shifted from its usual carefree attitude to one of utmost seriousness. Both sides took their positions, and the onlookers prudently distanced themselves, clearing a space for the impending clash. In the next moment, the battle erupted unexpectedly. They both issued commands simultaneously. Scyther, use quick attack to close the distance, commanded one, while the other called, Leafeon, employ sand attack to lower your opponent's accuracy. With a powerful push from its legs, Leafeon kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. Don't fall for his trick, Wang Ming shouted in warning. Should its accuracy be diminished, it would spell disaster for Scyther. The Scyther moved swiftly across the arena, dodging constantly in search of an opportune moment to approach Leafeon. Liang furrowed his brow, realizing that this strategy was futile, and thus took the initiative to attack. Leafeon, disengage and use Thunder Fong. Thunder Fong possessed a unique effect, with a certain probability of inducing paralysis or fear in the opponent. Should Scyther fall victim to either condition, its situation would become perilous. A surge of furious electricity erupted from Leafeon's mouth, lunging towards Scyther. Wang Ming's lips curled into a smile, showing no intention of retreating. Just as Leafeon was about to reach Scyther, he commanded, focus energy. The Scyther's aura suddenly condensed, poised for an imminent explosion. Boom! The formidable lightning struck Scyther, inflicting damage, yet it remained standing, undeterred. At that moment, Liang discerned Wang Ming's cunning plot. You intend to finish me off in one blow? How insidious! Liang scoffed. Leafeon, retreat. Do not engage with it. But Wang Ming merely chuckled coldly. It's too late to withdraw now. Scyther and Wang Ming shared an unspoken connection. Though no command had been issued immediately, Scyther instinctively knew Wang Ming's next move. Without hesitation, Scyther surged forward as Leafeon retreated, slashing wildly with its massive claws. Focus energy increased the likelihood of striking critical hits, and combined with the effects of the Fury Cutter, Scyther's attack was nothing short of catastrophic. Bam! The colossal claw collided with Leafeon, sending it hurtling through the air. And this was merely the beginning. Just as Leafeon was launched into the air, the second claw descended in quick succession. This strike was even more ferocious, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Leafeon. Leafeon! Liang exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. Yet his cries were in vain. The third claw fell without fail, its power surpassing the cumulative force of the first two, crashing down upon Leafeon and embedding it deeply into the ground, rendering it unconscious and unable to rise. Leafeon, are you all right? Liang rushed forward, cradling the fallen Leafeon in his arms. At that moment, Leafeon bore severe injuries and required immediate healing. I have lost. I was too careless. Next time, I shall not repeat the same mistake, Liang uttered, departing with Leafeon. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. They had placed high hopes on Liang, yet he had been defeated in a mere instant. How astonishing! Chapter 32, Wu Feng's plea for assistance. Wang Ming, however, was not particularly surprised. Everything had unfolded according to his design. Since the battle has concluded, let us consider this matter resolved. Everyone, please disperse, Wang Ming stated nonchalantly. The crowd wore expressions of indignation. Though they felt discontent, they were not the type to break their word. After muttering a few grievances, they reluctantly dispersed, choosing not to pursue Wang Ming further. Wang Ming glanced at Scyther, who was now flaunting its victory, brandishing its formidable pincers with pride. Wang Ming approached and scolded. In the future, conduct yourself with a bit more humility and refrain from causing trouble for me. If this happens again, I shall not come to your aid. Scyther, with its usual carefree demeanor, had indeed been a source of trouble for him before. Scyther sheepishly smiled and lowered its head, aware that its actions had nearly brought calamity upon Wang Ming. Very well, continue battling the Dark-type Pokémon, but remember not to steal others' experience. Scyther nodded and darted away, disappearing from sight. Wang Ming then resumed his battle alongside Shinado. However, it wasn't long before he was expelled. This time, it was not due to other trainers, but rather at the behest of the management staff. TCH, is it a crime to take down a few extra dark types? Wang Ming grumbled inwardly, feeling quite dissatisfied. The management had deemed his hunting of too many dark types as disruptive to the other trainers' training. Of course, all of this was thanks to Scyther. For some reason, Scyther had been acting as if it were on a stimulant, relentlessly pummeling the dark types. In no time, the number of dark types within the secret realm had dwindled significantly due to Scyther's onslaught, drawing the attention of the management staff and resulting in Wang Ming's expulsion. Despite being ousted, Wang Ming's gains were substantial. The levels of Scyther and Shinado, as well as Little Nebula, had seen remarkable increases. Scyther reached level 28. Shinado achieved level 35, while Little Nebula attained level 25. I suppose I shall check the task hall, he mused. With the training's secret realm inaccessible, Wang Ming decided to visit the task hall in hopes of acquiring some tasks to earn points. As he approached the task hall, he was about to enter when he unexpectedly collided with someone. Team Wu, what brings you here? Wang Ming exclaimed in surprise, having not anticipated encountering Wu Feng here. Noticing Wu Feng's furrowed brow, he surmised that something was troubling him, which explained why he hadn't been paying attention and bumped into him. Wu Feng looked up, recognizing Wang Ming, and sighed. Oh, just came out for a meeting. But he quickly realized something was amiss. Wait, shouldn't you be training in the secret realm with Jin Shi and the others? How did you end up here? Wang Ming awkwardly chuckled, scratching the back of his head, feeling rather embarrassed. Hee, I was just expelled. Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at him quizzically, awaiting an explanation. After Wang Ming recounted the events, Wu Feng couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. You little rascal. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wu Feng's mind. He recalled witnessing Mutwo battling alongside Wang Ming in the secret realm, vanquishing dark types. Moreover, Mutwo had even gifted Wang Ming a Pokémon egg, prompting Wu Feng to suspect an unspoken connection between Wang Ming and Mutwo. Upon reflection, this possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Come, I'll take you to a place. Without further ado, Wu Feng grabbed Wang Ming and led him away. Wang Ming, bewildered, had no time to process the situation before he found himself in the conference room. The atmosphere within the conference room was heavy. Dozens of individuals sat together, their faces etched with solemn expressions, silently waiting in their seats. They are all seasoned members of the Moonlight Squad, having received their captain's orders, and have gathered promptly. Captain, as Wu Feng entered, everyone rose in unison. Please, take your seats, he said. Wang Ming, find a place to sit as well. The crowd paused in surprise. only then realizing that Wang Ming had followed closely behind Wu Feng. "Captain, why did you bring him along?" Liang Yu inquired, perplexed. This kind of meeting, from any angle, should not involve Wang Ming. Wu Feng did not respond directly. Instead, he gestured for Liang Yu to sit. Although Wang Ming was equally puzzled, he understood that this was not the moment for questions and found a seat. Once everyone was settled, Wu Feng spoke. "I assume you have all received the orders?" Everyone nodded, except for Wang Ming, who remained in the dark. "The mission we are about to undertake is exceedingly perilous, with a significant chance of not returning. Therefore, I have selected only the most capable members, which includes all of you." At this point, Wu Feng's gaze fell on Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, you possess remarkable talent, yet your youth means your strength still leaves something to be desired." Wu Feng's words garnered agreement from the others, who had previously encountered Wang Ming in the secret realm and recognized his potential. "However, you possess something all of us lack. Do you recall the mythical creature we encountered in the secret realm? I believe you may possess a unique trait that attracts divine beasts. Thus, I would like you to attempt to establish contact with that creature, to see if we can gain its assistance. If we can secure the help of that mythical being, our journey will be significantly safer." At this declaration, all eyes turned to Wang Ming. The events surrounding the mythical creature in the secret realm seemed to indicate a profound connection between it and Wang Ming. Initially taken aback, Wang Ming soon realized that Wu Feng had summoned him in hopes of leveraging his potential to gain the creature's aid. However, he found himself at a loss. How could one even contact a mythical being? He himself had no idea why the creature had bestowed an egg upon him in the first place. If he were to attempt contacting it, his only avenue might be through the small nebula. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that this was the only method he could conceive of at present. Yet before proceeding, he sought clarity on one critical question. "Captain, could you explain the nature of your mission?" Wu Feng did not refuse, understanding that he needed Wang Ming's assistance. He resolved to be transparent. "Take a look at this footage." With that, Wu Feng opened his computer and began playing a peculiar video. Chapter 33. Reflections of reality in the footage. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead as an enormous shadow raced toward them from the distance. As the shadow drew nearer, its outstretched wings seemed ready to envelop them all. An intangible sense of dread emanated from the screen, causing everyone's hearts to quiver. Why does that figure seem so familiar? Wang Ming furrowed his brow, fixated on the image. Just then, Wu Feng spoke. "This is a dark dragonite." His words struck Wang Ming like a revelation. Indeed, it was a dragonite, albeit a dark variant. The earlier visuals had been too blurred for him to discern, and without Wu Feng's prompt, he might have struggled to identify it. A dark dragonite? Surely our mission isn't to hunt down this creature? Wang Ming pondered. If that were the case, while it would indeed be dangerous, it wouldn't warrant the solemnity exhibited by Wu Feng and the others. After all, their collective strength was formidable, and they stood a reasonable chance of overcoming a dark dragonite together. As he mulled over this, the scene shifted abruptly. Suddenly, an isolated peak emerged in the frame, atop which stood a figure reminiscent of a war god, resolutely poised. Although the image remained somewhat hazy, Wang Ming instantly recognized it. That was none other than the Mega Blaziken. No, more accurately, it was the Mega Dark Blaziken. The presence of both the Mega Dark Blaziken and the Dark Dragonite indeed posed a significant challenge, he mused. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt from the blue. Wait a moment. His expression shifted to one of grave concern. He swiftly summoned the system and inquired, "System, does each instance of my simulated reincarnation impact reality?" The appearance of the Dark Dragonite and the Mega Dark Blaziken evoked memories of his first simulated reincarnation, where the protagonist had possessed a Dragonite and a Mega Blaziken. However, both had ultimately become intertwined with the dark spirits within the secret realm. Wang Ming wondered if the Dark Dragonite and Mega Dark Blaziken in the video were somehow related to those two Pokémon from his simulated experiences. Response to the host. Each simulated reincarnation is based on the real world, and every instance leaves traces in reality. As for the underlying connections, the system is not authorized to disclose them. The host must explore this on their own. Wang Ming exhaled deeply, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Each simulated reincarnation indeed impacted the real world. But how? In what ways? And what were the implications for him? All these questions remained shrouded in mystery, awaiting his discovery. If that were the case, then the Dark Dragonite and Mega Dark Blaziken were indeed the ones in question. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Ming's eyes. He suddenly recalled the rewards bestowed upon him during his previous simulated reincarnation, the Dark Ball and Purification Capsule. These items could potentially enable him to capture the Dark Dragonite and Mega Dark Blaziken and evolve them into their normal forms. If so, It would be akin to acquiring a Dragonite and a Mega Blaziken, an exhilarating prospect. Yet, Wang Ming also understood that dark spirits were not easily subdued. The Mega Dark Blaziken had once slain his predecessor. If he were to confront it alone, he would likely meet a similar fate. Hence, capturing both the Mega Dark Blaziken and the Dark Dragonite would be no simple task. It appeared that seeking the help of the mythical being was imperative. With its assistance, capturing the Mega Dark Blaziken and Dark Dragonite might become feasible. However, where could he find a way to establish contact with the mythical creature? Perhaps the small nebula was his only option. Captain, I can attempt to reach out to the mythical creature, but I have one condition. Wang Ming's declaration sparked excitement among the others. If he could indeed contact the mythical being, their safety would be assured. Speak your mind. Even if it were 100 requests, I would acquiesce, Wu Feng replied. Wang Ming stated, I want to accompany you on this mission. The room fell silent. All present taken aback. The perils of the secret realm were not to be underestimated, even with the mythical being's protection. Individual strength was paramount when faced with the relentless tide of dark spirits. This was precisely why they had chosen only the most skilled to embark on this mission. Clearly, Wang Ming did not belong to that echelon. Wang Ming, it's not that I wish to exclude you, but this mission is exceedingly dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, Wu Feng's voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken conclusion hanging heavily in the air. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing, I have my own methods. Seeing Wang Ming's determination, Wu Feng sighed, feeling it unnecessary to press further. Very well then. Wang Ming smiled knowingly. When shall we set off? In 3 days. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Ming released Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun, do you have a way to contact me? Wang Ming inquired earnestly. Gu? Xiao Xingyun circled around Wang Ming twice, displaying a puzzled expression. This little pink creature. Wang Ming produced a photograph of Mew, pointing at it. Xiao Xingyun examined it curiously, and after a moment, even extended its tongue to lick the photo. Wang Ming quickly pulled it back, asking once more, Can you find it? Xiao Xingyun shook its head and resumed circling Wang Ming, appearing quite merry. Wang Ming sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. If they could not locate Mew, they would have to seek it out themselves. Initially, Wang Ming intended to establish a dual safety net. First, by having Xiao Xingyun contact Mew for assistance. Second, by going to Thunder Mountain to find Zapdos for protection. With both Zapdos and Mew accompanying them, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Now that Xiao Xingyun could not reach Mew, he had no choice but to head to Thunder Mountain to find Zapdos. Zapdos was the Pokémon of the protagonist in his second simulation, and based on the system's hints, Wang Ming surmised that Zapdos must exist in reality as well. Previously, the protagonist had returned Zapdos to Thunder Mountain during the simulation. Wang Ming was uncertain whether Zapdos still resided there, but he had no choice but to take a chance at Thunder Mountain. Chapter 34, News of Zapdos in the evening. Wu Feng knocked on Wang Ming's door. How is it? Any way to contact Mew? Wu Feng asked eagerly, as the possibility of receiving Mew's aid determined the safety of their impending journey. Wang Ming shook his head in disappointment, unable to contact it for the time being. Wu Feng's countenance immediately darkened. Is there no other way? If we cannot secure Mew's assistance, our venture may be fraught with peril. Wang Ming replied, Actually, I know of another Pokémon whose strength should rival that of Mew. We can enlist its help. Hearing this, Wu Feng's expression brightened, and he was astonished at Wang Ming's connections. Just who was this remarkable individual, knowing so many powerful Pokémon? Wu Feng eagerly inquired, Not inferior to Mew? Could it also be a legendary Pokémon? Wang Ming shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Not a legendary, but a mythical. Wu Feng's heart raced. A mythical Pokémon? In some respects, mythical Pokémon were even rarer than legendaries. The fact that Wang Ming knew a mythical Pokémon underscored his extraordinary nature. Wu Feng felt a deepening respect for Wang Ming, elevating his status in Wu Feng's eyes. What mythical Pokémon? Wu Feng wondered, knowing only a handful. Zapdos. Wu Feng gasped, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. With a base stat total of 600, Zapdos was indeed comparable to Mew. Wang Ming's Zapdos, however, what was its level? While Wu Feng pondered this, Wang Ming continued. I plan to visit Thunder Mountain tomorrow to see if I can bring it here. Wu Feng suddenly froze. What did you say? Thunder Mountain? Wang Ming, puzzled by Wu Feng's reaction, asked, What's the matter? Is there a problem? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Feng slowly responded, A few days ago, a thunderstorm struck Thunder Mountain, and it is said that someone spotted Zapdos. However, that Zapdos seemed to be injured. You wouldn't be referring to that one, would you? Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Injured? But Zapdos was the ruler of electric types. How could it be harmed by lightning? Where could its injuries have come from? If Wu Feng's information was accurate, then the situation was far from simple. Wang Ming was uncertain whether the Zapdos Wu Feng spoke of was indeed the one he sought, but he felt it was likely. I guess I'll find out when I go, Wang Ming replied, his thoughts racing. In that case, I entrust everything to you, Wu Feng said earnestly, preparing to leave. He knew Wang Ming needed rest for their journey the next day. Wait a moment, Wu Feng, Wang Ming called out, halting him. I have a question for you. What is it? Wu Feng asked. I would like to know when the trainer tournament in Jingbei City starts. I want to register. Wang Ming had been meaning to ask Wu Feng this for some time, but had yet to find the right opportunity. Now that he had the chance, he would not let it slip away. Oh, you're asking about that? Wu Feng smiled slightly. Every year in early May, the Jingbei City Trainer League opens for registration and preliminary competitions. If you wish to participate, I can register you right now. After a moment's thought, he added, however, given your strength, there's really no need for you to compete in the preliminaries. As a guild member, you can bypass them and proceed directly to the main event. Wang Ming was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Is that possible? Today was April 25th, which meant that registration was just a week away. If he could indeed move directly to the main event, it would save him a great deal of time and avoid conflicting with their current mission. I'll arrange that for you shortly, Wang Ming said, feeling a surge of joy. Thank you, Wu Feng. Wu Feng smiled slightly. No need for thanks. Make sure to rest well. You have a journey ahead of you. I won't disturb you any longer. The Dark Organization, a group dedicated to the research of dark Pokémon, aimed to harness their power to control the entire Pokémon world. They were the adversaries of the Pokémon League and the most formidable enemies of the Adventurers Guild. Within the Dark Organization, members were engaged in fervent discussions. Leader, we have received reliable information. The entrance to the secret realm will open in 3 days. At that time, members of the Adventurers Guild will enter, but it seems they are sending only a small team, without any high-ranking officials, likely to assess the situation within. A member of the Dark Organization reported the intelligence he had gathered. To put it nicely, they are scouting. To put it bluntly, they are merely cannon fodder. I know those Adventurers Guild folks all too well. They appear virtuous on the surface, but beneath it all, they are nothing more than a bunch of hypocrites. The leader of the Dark Organization scoffed, clearly dismissive of the Adventurers Guild. Since they are unwilling to make a big move, let us seize this opportunity. TSK. A Dark Dragonite and a Mega Dark Blaziken. Those are rare specimens that would greatly benefit our research. If this mission goes smoothly, it may yield unexpected rewards for the organization. I need not elaborate on what each of you might gain, right? Before the words had even settled, excitement surged among the members. If this mission succeeded, each one would reap immeasurable benefits. After all, the Dark Organization has been studying Dark Elves for many years, and they have certainly not emerged empty-handed. They have acquired formidable powers from the Dark Elves, powers that few can resist. This is precisely the reason why an increasing number of individuals yearn to join the Dark Organization. Spread the word and prepare everyone. We shall set out in 3 days, declared the leader of the Dark Organization, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Yes. Chapter 35. The journey to Thunder God Mountain early the next morning. Wang Ming bid farewell to Wu Feng and embarked on his journey to Thunder God Mountain. Thunder God Mountain, a renowned peak within Baitsong City, is said to be the dwelling place of a powerful thunder god, the ancestral home of electric-type spirits. On stormy days, the mighty thunder god descends through the clouds, treading upon lightning to safeguard his people. Moreover, Baitsong City is not far from Jingbei City. A mere half-day's journey by car suffices to reach it. By afternoon, Wang Ming found himself at the foot of Thunder God Mountain. The mountain rises to a height of 100 zhong, with a dense jungle blanketing its base. One must traverse through this jungle to reach the mountain itself. Legend has it that long ago, this forest suffered a catastrophic fire that raged for 3 days and nights, reducing the entire woodland to ashes. Countless spirits perished in what was deemed the greatest calamity Thunder God Mountain had ever witnessed. Fortunately, timely rescue efforts managed to control the flames, sparing the mountain from total destruction. In the aftermath, the local residents banded together to plant saplings, nurturing the land back to life. Time flowed swiftly, and now, Thunder God Mountain has regained its lush, vibrant visage, teeming with life. The forest at its base has become an exceptionally dense haven for wild spirits. Towering trees reach skyward, forming a grand canopy. As Wang Ming strolled through the woods, he was serenaded by the melodic chirps of birds and the soft whispers of insects. The fragrant blossoms wafted on the breeze, their subtle perfume intoxicating to the senses. Even Shinado was captivated by the enchanting splendor of nature. unable to restrain itself from emerging from its pokeball to savor the unique aroma of the wilderness. Wang Ming merely smiled softly, choosing not to intervene. Thus, the duo wandered leisurely through the forest, reveling in the tranquil ambience. How could he possibly locate Zeraora? He pondered whether it resided within this forest or atop Thunder God Mountain. Wang Ming mused, recalling that in the simulator, the protagonist had merely released Zeraora back into the woods, leaving its ultimate whereabouts unknown. However, he had learned from Wu Feng that Zeraora had been sighted on Thunder God Mountain. Perhaps he could uncover some clues and encounter Zeraora there. Well, I shall first ascend the mountain, he resolved, quickening his pace. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when a small electrike leaped from the bushes, baring its teeth and obstructing his path. This was undoubtedly Zeraora's territory, and since Wang Ming had a request of Zeraora, he wished to avoid conflict with the small electrike. Shinado, do not attack it. Let us find another way around, Wang Ming instructed, guiding Shinado to a different path. However, as soon as he moved, the electrike followed closely behind, once again positioning itself in front of him, growling defiantly. Wang Ming furrowed his brow but refrained from saying much, attempting to change direction once more, only to have the electrike persistently trail him. After several unsuccessful attempts, Wang Ming's patience wore thin. He had no time to waste with this stubborn creature. Step aside. If you do not, I shall take action. Wang Ming's expression turned cold. Yet, the electrike showed no signs of retreating. Faced with this obstinate creature, Wang Ming decided to act without hesitation. Shinado, use Sweet Kiss to put it to sleep. Be careful not to harm it too severely, he commanded. Shinado nodded in understanding, and soon a captivating melody emanated from its lips. The electrike, overwhelmed, felt as if struck by a powerful force, swiftly losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Wang Ming continued onward with Shinado. Unbeknownst to Wang Ming, shortly after his departure, a Litten emerged from the underbrush. Upon seeing the fallen electrike, its eyes blazed with fury. It dashed to the side of the electrike, tenderly licking its wounds. In a short while, the electrike began to stir, slowly regaining consciousness. However, it remained too weak to stand. The Litten's anger intensified, as it carefully carried the electrike to the shade of a large tree, allowing it to rest. Meanwhile, Litten, fueled by rage, pursued Wang Ming's departing figure. Simultaneously, not far from the foot of Thunder God Mountain, Wang Ming and Shinado encountered further trouble. A pack of electrodes surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with menace, their sharp fangs glistening ominously. These electrodes were no ordinary foes. Some had evolved into Electivire, boasting a formidable level of 30. Wang Ming dared not underestimate them. Releasing his shiny scyther, in a one-on-one battle, Shinado could easily dispatch any of them, but against a group, it would struggle. With a fierce roar, the electrode lunged forward. At that moment, both Shiny Scyther and Shinado sprang into action. Shiny Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Shinado, employ Confusion. Wang Ming commanded. Undeniably, Shiny Scyther and Shinado exhibited remarkable prowess, easily dispatching their adversaries with minimal effort. However, the electrode were equally formidable, unleashing powerful electric energy that transformed the surroundings into an electrified battlefield. Within this electric arena, the potency of electric-type moves surged. Many electrode began to summon bolts of lightning, aiming them at Shiny Scyther and Shinado with their Thunder Fang attacks. Given the heightened power of their electric moves, the potential damage was considerable. You too, be cautious and avoid their attacks, Wang Ming urged. Crack! As he spoke, a blinding bolt of lightning struck towards Shiny Scyther. An Electivire had launched the assault. Shiny Scyther, watch out! Wang Ming shouted, fury igniting in his eyes. Shiny Scyther, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly executed quick attack, dodging to the side. Boom! Fortunately, Shiny Scyther's quick reflexes allowed it to evade the strike, which merely scorched the earth, creating a deep crater. Realizing its ambush had been foiled, the Electivire's expression turned icy as it glared at Wang Ming, its eyes devoid of warmth. Had it not been for Wang Ming, the attack may have succeeded. Roar! The Electivire let out a thunderous roar, vowing to eliminate this detestable human trainer first. Chapter 36. This is my wife Awo. The terrifying surge of lightning coalesced, transforming the Electivire into a radiant sun, emanating dazzling brilliance, a sight both awe-inspiring and blinding. Discharge? This is a potent, group-targeting electric move. Wang Ming's expression suddenly grew grave. The Thunder Beast's move could potentially alter the tide of battle. Furthermore, should the lightning rain down indiscriminately, even he might find himself in peril. Aware of this, Wang Ming dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, commanding his Shinado, employ Psychic to thwart the Thunder Beast. Sensing the impending crisis, Shinado acted almost simultaneously with Wang Ming's command. A formidable psychic force enveloped the Thunder Beast's head. The Thunder Beast momentarily paused, but the terrifying energy cascaded down upon it with unrelenting force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. And the once proud Thunder Beast was now buried in the earth. The lightning that had gathered around it dissipated, scattering chaotically in all directions. Coincidentally, a bolt of electricity surged towards Wang Ming. His complexion changed dramatically. He was not like the wise elder, who could withstand numerous shocks and remain unscathed. If this bolt struck him, it would surely claim his life. He instinctively prepared to roll aside. At that moment, a gentle hand unexpectedly embraced him. He then felt two soft, plush forms press against his back. With a swift motion, Wang Ming found himself at a distance, and Shinado emerged from behind him. It was in that fleeting instant that Shinado had enveloped him and utilized teleportation to rescue him. "Thank you, Shinado," Wang Ming expressed gratefully. Had it not been for Shinado's timely intervention, he might have indeed suffered injury. Shinado's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded lightly and turned back to rejoin the fray. With the Thunder Beast no longer posing a threat, the battle quickly reached its conclusion. The remaining Thunder Beasts, realizing the tide had turned, fled in panic. Just as Wang Ming intended to catch his breath, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the forest. This roar was imbued with rage, far more potent than that of the Thunder Beast. It was likely a formidable foe. Having been persistently thwarted, Wang Ming felt his temper flare. "Oh, another challenger? This time, I shall see which fool dares to impede my path." Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming rose from the ground, his gaze fixed upon the foliage, awaiting the arrival of his formidable adversary. Before long, leaves fluttered wildly as a black and blue sprite leapt forth from the underbrush. The sprite stood about a meter tall, exuding an imposing presence, its physique robust. Its body was a deep black, with its ears adorned in yellow and blue. A long black tail, blooming with a yellow flower at its tip, danced in the air, accompanied by sporadic crackling sounds. "Luxray?" Wang Ming squinted, deciphering the sprite's information. Sprite, Luxray, gender, male, level, 35, base stats, 523. Type, electric. Ability, intimidate, increases attack against opponents of the same gender and decreases against those of the opposite gender. Talent, rare, held item, none, moves, tackle. Leer, charge, electric terrain, thunder shock, bite, roar, scary face, thunderfang. Upon seeing Luxray's ability, Wang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. If he sent out Shinado to battle, wouldn't he the opponent be courting disaster? Well then, since you've shown yourself, do not blame me for being merciless. With a cold smirk, his expression soon turned serious. Shinado, prepare for battle. Shinado stepped forth, radiant as a celestial being. As her ability activated, the previously confident Luxray instantly deflated. Wang Ming, seizing the moment, commanded Shinado, use Calm Mind. Since Luxray had not initiated an attack, Wang Ming intended to bide his time and strike decisively. Shinado closed her eyes gently, her lovely lashes fluttering in the breeze. She stood there gracefully, resembling a lotus emerging from water, embodying a natural beauty. For a moment, Luxray was entranced, staring blankly at Shinado, forgetting its original intent. Observing Luxray gazing at Shinado like a love-struck fool, Wang Ming felt a surge of indignation. "That's my wife. What business do you have staring at her?" Incensed, he resolved to summon his scyther to engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation to teach this audacious creature a lesson. At that moment, Luxray seemed to regain its senses, its focus sharpening once more. "No, I have a partner. How could I betray her?" Luxray thought, casting one last glance at Shinado before launching its attack. Whoosh! Just as Luxray made its move, a green flash appeared, sending it flying. Scyther had struck, using quick attack. Shinado, employ psychic. Simultaneously, Wang Ming directed Shinado. Before Luxray could land, an overwhelming psychic force coalesced above it, plummeting downwards. Boom! Luxray was driven into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around it. Roar! Luxray bellowed, crackling with electric energy, resembling a ball of lightning. Enraged, it clawed its way from the pit, eager to display its formidable electric prowess. Yet, before it could unleash its might, the combined assault of Scyther and Shinado struck, forcing Luxray to stagger back. Tormented by their relentless onslaught, the dual assault on both its mind and body proved too overwhelming for Luxray, and it collapsed to the ground. Wang Ming, witnessing this, let out a cold huff. "Next time you dare to gaze upon my wife, I shall shatter your skull." With that ominous remark, Wang Ming led Shinado and Scyther towards Thunder Mountain. Luxray, lying on the ground, struggled to lift its eyelids. watching Wang Ming's departing figure with a flicker of joy in its eyes, tinged with profound dread. It seemed that a tremendous entity resided atop that mountain. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Luxray relished its fleeting triumph, a series of footsteps approached from behind. Straining to turn its head, Luxray caught sight of a Thunder Beast's corpse suddenly landing before it, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. Fear sparked in Luxray's gaze as it slowly lifted its head, encountering a yellow and black sprite standing before it, clutching a Thunder Beast's lifeless body. With a kick, the sprite sent the Thunder Beast's corpse flying, then cast a disinterested glance at the fallen Luxray. Startled, Luxray quickly gestured towards Thunder Mountain. The sprite said nothing further, rising to head towards the mountain itself. Chapter 37. The first encounter with Zekrom atop Thunder Mountain. The previously clear skies had transformed. Dark storm clouds swirled ominously, lightning striking intermittently. Having endured a grueling journey, Wang Ming finally reached the summit. Phew, what a tiring trek, he exclaimed. Shinado, please set me down. Wang Ming grinned at Shinado. Blushing, she complied and let him down. It was not that Wang Ming was lazy, nor was he weak, and certainly not lecherous. The primary reason was simply that the mountain was too high and the winds too fierce. Climbing was exhausting. Thus, he had relied on Shinado's teleportation ability to reach the peak. Gazing at the stormy skies, Wang Ming's expression gradually shifted to one of delight. The clear blue sky, juxtaposed with the ominous gathering of thunder and lightning, suggested the presence of a formidable electric-type Pokémon dwelling in this vicinity. Perhaps it was the very creature he sought, Zekrom. With this thought, Wang Ming quickened his pace, and before long, he reached the summit. Before him lay a vast, flat expanse, ample enough to accommodate large Pokémon. Wang Ming lifted his gaze, hoping to catch a glimpse of Zekrom. Yet, in the next instant, he was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment and dread. Instead of Zekrom, there lay a dragon-type Pokémon as dark as coal. Its body absorbed light, save for the tips of its lightning-shaped gray horns, which shimmered with a hint of azure. It possessed a pair of ebony wings, enormous hands, and robust legs. Its tail, a curious spiral resembling a conch shell, added to its enigmatic appearance. Though it lay still, an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from it. Wang Ming's heart trembled violently, and he could not help but gasp in fear. He had encountered the legendary divine beast, Zekrom. Pokémon, Zekrom, gender, genderless, level, 80, base stats, 680, type, Dragon Electric, ability, Turbo Blaze, allows it to ignore the opposing Pokémon's abilities when using moves. Hidden ability, legendary, held item, none, moves, Dragon Rage. Thunder Fong, Fusion Flare, Imprison, Volt Switch, Dragon Breath, Splitter, Mind Crush, Bolt Strike, Roar, Dragon Claw, Crunch, Thunder. It is said that whenever Zekrom emerges, it chooses an individual yearning to establish an ideal world as its battle partner, fighting alongside that person to realize their vision. Now, Zekrom had inexplicably appeared on Thunder Mountain. Did this signify that it had already found its chosen one? And could that individual be within these very mountains? Wang Ming could not fathom the answers to these questions. However, one thing was certain. The Zekrom before him was not a being he could provoke. One sneeze from it could very well spell his doom. The revelation that Zekrom resided on Thunder Mountain left Wang Ming wondering where Zeraora had gone. Suddenly, he recalled Wu Feng's words about someone spotting an injured Zeraora on Thunder Mountain. Could it be that Zeraora's wounds were inflicted by Zekrom? After all, only Zekrom possessed the power to do so. Though Zeraora was a mythical beast, it still paled in comparison to Zekrom's might. Had Zeraora already departed from Thunder Mountain? Wang Ming pondered this. Now that Zekrom occupied Thunder Mountain, the age-old adage of one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers seemed to suggest that Zeraora's presence here was highly improbable. Regardless, it would be prudent for him to leave this place. He had no desire to dance on the brink of death, and it was evident that Zeraora was nowhere to be found. Just as he took a step, Zekrom's eyes suddenly opened. Its crimson gaze, imbued with an aura of coldness and death, sent shivers down Wang Ming's spine. Merely meeting its eyes felt like plunging into an icy abyss. White mist billowed from Zekrom's nostrils, and lightning crackled around its form. It slowly rose, stretching its wings as the skies lit up in celebration of its presence. Wang Ming's feet froze in place, his expression grave. He was uncertain whether Zekrom was friend or foe, but the likelihood of it being a friend seemed slim. Fleeing was out of the question. No matter how fast he was, he could never outrun Zekrom. Thus, Wang Ming took a deep breath and turned to face it resolutely. Zekrom, taken aback by the human's courage to confront it, expressed a flicker of surprise. Human, leave this place. It is not where you belong. echoed a cold voice in Wang Ming's mind. Startled, he quickly understood that this was Zekrum's telepathic ability, a trait shared by certain legendary Pokémon to communicate with humans. Zekrom did not attack recklessly, which brought Wang Ming a measure of relief. Furthermore, with Zeraora absent, he was keen to vacate the area. Just as he prepared to depart, Zekrom unleashed a bolt of lightning towards him. Wang Ming's heart sank, fearing Zekrom intended to strike him down. However, upon realizing that the bolt was aimed behind him, he turned to see Zeraora had appeared at his side. Zeraora unleashed its own bolt of electricity, and the two powerful currents collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light and sound. Zekrom refrained from further aggression, its gaze fixed intently on Zeraora, as if poised to act at any moment. Zeraora, too, held its ground, stepping closer to Wang Ming and instructing, "Human, come with me." Wang Ming, bewildered, was promptly led down the mountain by Zeraora. Why was this creature speaking in human language? What compelled it to seek him out? What transpired between Zekrom and itself? A myriad of questions swirled in Wang Ming's mind, refusing to dissipate. Once they had descended Thunder Mountain, Zeraora came to a halt, just as Wang Ming was about to inquire. Zeraora seemed to anticipate his question and spoke first. "My master taught me the language of humans." Wang Ming nodded, deep in thought, before gazing at Zeraora. "I sensed the presence of your master within you." Wang Ming was taken aback. How did Zeraora seem to read his thoughts and predict his questions? But unfortunately, you are not him. Upon saying this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zeraora's face. Wang Ming, quick to notice, smiled and replied, "If you wish, you could consider me your master." Zeraora suddenly halted, scrutinizing Wang Ming before shaking its head. "You are unworthy." Wang Ming's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Why did Zeraora's words sting so deeply? Chapter 38. Joining forces with Zeraora upon reflection, Wang Ming recognized that, given his current strength, he indeed lacked the qualifications to have Zeraora accompany him. Perhaps one day he would, but certainly not now. He wondered about Zeraora's capabilities. Driven by curiosity, Wang Ming activated his insight eye to examine Zeraora's information. Pokémon, Zeraora, gender, genderless, level, 90, base stats, 600, type, electric, ability, Volt Absorb, heals when hit by electric-type moves, held item, Soothing Bell, moves, Scratch, Spark, Fury Swipes. Volt Switch, Foul Play, Roar, Close Combat, Charge, Thunder Punch, Splitter, Volt Tackle, Quick Guard, Plasma Fists, Melee Combat, Discharge, at level 90. Zeraora surpassed Zekrom in terms of level alone, and its ability offered a degree of counter against Zekrom. However, its base stats were a significant drawback, and its held item was rather mundane. Wang Ming conducted a brief analysis. In terms of overall strength, Zeraora still fell short of Zekrom. This is precisely why Zekrom wounded Zekrom after their confrontation, seizing the Thunder Mountain, which rightfully belonged to it. Contemplating this, Wang Ming's heart swelled with curiosity, prompting him to inquire, why does Zekrom covet Thunder Mountain? Zekrom cast a disdainful glance at Wang Ming, seemingly regarding the question as overly simplistic, and retorted, "Why not ask Zekrom yourself?" Wang Ming's lips twitched, left speechless by the retort. Zekrom appeared to harbor significant animosity towards him. No, perhaps it was not only directed at him, but rather towards humanity as a whole. It is essential to remember that the devastating fire on Thunder Mountain was ignited due to human negligence. Consequently, Zekrom harbored a deep-seated resentment towards humankind. Furthermore, in recent years, rampant deforestation by humans had even threatened Thunder Mountain, which faced the prospect of being developed into a tourist destination. Zekrom's animosity only intensified, resulting in an even greater disdain for humanity. Although Wang Ming bore the aura of Zekrom's master, he was, after all, not its true master. The fact that Zekrom ventured to Thunder Mountain to rescue Wang Ming and even deigned to respond to his queries was truly remarkable. Given Zekrom's demeanor, it was uncertain whether it would acquiesce to his request. Wang Ming began to feel anxious. If Zekrom were to refuse him, the situation could become quite dire. At that moment, Zekrom suddenly dashed to the base of a grand tree, electricity crackling in its grasp as it gently tapped the small electric lion. Intrigued, Wang Ming hurried over, only to discover that this small electric lion was the very one that had obstructed his path not long ago. After absorbing the lightning energy from Zekrom, the previously frail electric lion regained its vitality. Upon spotting Wang Ming, the young lion's face displayed a hint of displeasure, clearly harboring resentment over their earlier encounter. "This is my companion. It initially intended to prevent you from proceeding to Thunder Mountain to avoid Zekrom's wrath, yet you ignored its warnings and even harmed it." Wang Ming managed a sheepish smile, having thought the small electric lion was there to hinder him, when in reality, it had sought to assist him. Yet, he could hardly be faulted, as he had no way of discerning the electric lioness' intentions. So, were those thunder beasts also sent by you? Wang Ming pondered, recalling the thunder beasts that had surrounded him at the foot of Thunder Mountain. Those creatures had been less than benevolent, nearly leading to his demise. Upon hearing the term thunder beasts, Zekrum's expression darkened instantly. No, after Zekrum seized Thunder Mountain. Those creatures betrayed us and chose to follow Zekrum. Zekrum explained through gritted teeth. It had once believed that betrayal was a trait exclusive to humans, only to discover that even among spirits, treachery existed. Wang Ming was taken aback, realizing the depth of the situation. No wonder those thunder beasts had been hostile towards him. They were indeed in league with Zekrum. Their initial attempt to thwart his ascent to Thunder Mountain was likely driven by fear of Zekrum's displeasure should he disturb its slumber. With this newfound understanding, Wang Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he had previously harbored some lingering discomfort. Now that clarity prevailed, Wang Ming deemed it the opportune moment to express his intentions. He turned to Zekrum and stated, "I seek your assistance." Zekrum fell into contemplation. The secret realm, you say? I have ventured there on a few occasions. Memories of the past resurfaced in Zekrum's mind. Years ago, its master had released it, embarking alone into the secret realm, never to return. Zekrum shared a profound bond with its master, which had driven it to delve into the secret realm multiple times in search of its whereabouts. Yet to no avail. Over time, it had buried this sorrow deep within. Now, with Wang Ming's mention of the secret realm, those memories were rekindled. But why should I assist you? Zekrum inquired calmly. It was not that it could not journey to the secret realm. Rather, it required a compelling reason. Wang Ming contemplated for a moment before responding. Your body is injured and in need of healing, which I can provide. Moreover, do you not yearn to reclaim dominion over Thunder Mountain? Should this task proceed successfully, I could leverage the power of the dark spirits to help you regain control. The prowess of the Dark Dragon and the Mega Dark Blaziken was beyond question, while they might not surpass Zekrum, combined with their strength. The tide of battle could surely shift. Wang Ming planned to capture the dark spirits and refrain from using purification capsules on them, instead harnessing their power to assist Zekrum in reclaiming Thunder Mountain. However, ensuring that the dark spirits would attack Zekrum rather than Zekrum was a matter worthy of deep consideration. Wang Ming currently lacked a solid solution, but firmly believed that a path would reveal itself once the dark spirits were captured. A flicker of surprise danced in Zekrum's eyes, leading it to regard Wang Ming with newfound respect. It had witnessed the might of the dark spirits and recognized their potential. If their assistance could be secured, reclaiming Thunder Mountain would not pose insurmountable difficulty. Very well, I shall grant your request. After a moment of deliberation, Zekrum acquiesced. Wang Ming finally exhaled in relief. With Zekrum's support, their journey would undoubtedly be far more favorable. Thank you. Without further ado, let us hasten back. Chapter 39. The Enigmatic Secret Realm. 2 days later. Adventurers Guild, North Jing City. Moonlight Squad Apartment. This undertaking is fraught with peril. Everyone must be on high alert. We are all aware of the dangers that lurk within the secret realm, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. Exercise utmost caution. Once we enter the secret realm, stay close to the team and do not fall behind. In the conference room, Wu Feng admonished the group solemnly. Although Wang Ming had successfully enlisted Zekrum's aid, the inherent dangers of their mission remained significant and warranted careful articulation. I have conveyed all necessary warnings. Now, let us embark. Yes. The group, faces etched with seriousness, set forth on their journey. Just then, Wu Feng received a call from higher-ups. The tone on the other end was grave, punctuated by ominous voices. A wave of unease washed over the group, each sensing a foreboding presence. Even Wang Ming's brow furrowed, an instinctual awareness that something was amiss. Upon hanging up, Wu Feng's expression confirmed their fears. His brow was tightly knit, his countenance heavy with unspoken gravity. Captain, what is it? Wang Ming could not help but inquire. Wu Feng glanced at the group, sighed deeply, and gravely declared, the dark organization has struck. Hiss. At these words, everyone involuntarily gasped in shock. As elite members of the Adventurers Guild, they had encountered the dark organization before and were well aware of its terrifying reputation. Now, with the dark organization's involvement, the situation had escalated to a new level of severity. The dark organization ambushed personnel stationed at the secret realm's entrance and has already gained entry. We can no longer afford to wait. We must hurry there immediately. Wu Feng's tone was urgent, and before he finished speaking, he led the group out. Wu team, what kind of power is the dark organization? This was Wang Ming's first encounter with the term dark organization, and he could not suppress his curiosity. "We can discuss it on the way," Wu Feng casually replied, guiding the group away from the Adventurers Guild. An hour later, Wu Feng and his team arrived deep within the Hualan Forest. Before them, the entrance to the secret realm shimmered, rippling like a seductively beckoning maiden, enticing them to enter. "You have arrived, and the members of the Dark Organization remain oblivious to the conspiracy that unfolds this time. Having dispatched numerous formidable individuals, upon entering, please endeavor to avoid any conflict with them. Our primary objective is to investigate the circumstances within and subsequently report back to our superiors." As Wu Feng and his companions approached, an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat emerged from a tent, offering his admonitions to the group. "Understood, Dr. Mu. Let us proceed. Everyone stay close and do not fall behind," Wu Feng replied succinctly, leading his team into the secret realm. Once inside, Wang Ming released Jirachi. The mythical Pokémon groomed its fur before surveying the surroundings. "Is this the secret realm you spoke of?" Jirachi inquired, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. Wu Feng respectfully affirmed, "Indeed. According to the footage, we are aware that dark dragonites and super dark blazikins roam here." Jirachi merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate. While the dark elves are formidable, they are not to be underestimated. Due to its master's influence, Jirachi harbored a deep disdain for dark elves and would not hold back if encountered. As for the dark dragonite and super dark blaziken mentioned by Wu Feng, Jirachi anticipated some challenges but felt no undue concern. As a mythical beast, it possessed its own pride. The group progressed slowly through the secret realm, documenting their surroundings. The sky loomed with dark clouds, and the distant mountains undulated ominously. After a short while, a team member spotted something unusual. "Look, it's a dark talonflame." Not far ahead lay the corpse of a dark talonflame, its abdomen slashed open and body mangled, painting a gruesome scene. This atrocity was likely the work of the Dark Organization. The coagulated blood indicated they had departed some time ago. Liang Yu crouched beside the dark talonflame, gently rubbing the bloodstains on the ground, and spoke. "Their reconnaissance skills are exceptional. I play the role of scout in our team." From the scuff marks in the grass, "They seem to have headed in that direction," Liang Yu pointed out. He then turned to Wu Feng and asked, "Captain, should we pursue them?" Wu Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "No, those individuals are not to be trifled with. It is best we avoid provoking them for now." He gestured towards another direction. "Let us investigate over there instead." The others nodded in agreement and altered their course. Along the way, they encountered a few dark elves obstructing their path. Fortunately, none posed a significant threat, allowing the rest of the team to handle them effortlessly without Wu Feng or Jirachi needing to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming instructed Shinado to use Psychic to collect some resources, thereby gaining considerable experience. However, as they continued onward, Wang Ming began to sense something amiss. He frequently glanced back, feeling as though an unseen presence was trailing them. Noticing Wang Ming's peculiar behavior, Liang Yu was the first to speak up. "What's the matter, Wang Ming? Have you noticed something?" After a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming voiced his concern. "I can't shake the feeling that something is following us." A shiver ran through the group as they anxiously scanned their surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Liang Yu furrowed his brow. "Are you sure?" Wang Ming nodded, then shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps I'm mistaken." At that moment, another member chimed in. "This is your first time undertaking such a perilous mission. It's natural to feel anxious. Don't dwell on it, just relax." Clearly, this individual was skeptical of Wang Ming's claims. The others similarly agreed, believing Wang Ming was merely overly tense. Perhaps, Wang Ming conceded, unable to fully grasp the situation. He sighed. "All right, let us keep moving, but remain vigilant." Wu Feng spoke up, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Ming, but refraining from further comment. The group pressed on, and Wang Ming approached Jirachi, whispering, "Have you sensed anything unusual?" He felt compelled to ask, convinced that his instincts were not mistaken. Jirachi, with a knowing smile, glanced at Wang Ming and replied nonchalantly, "You are quite fortunate." Wang Ming was left perplexed, unable to decipher Jirachi's cryptic remark. Regrettably, after uttering this statement, Jirachi fell silent, leaving Wang Ming in a state of frustration. Did Jirachi sense something as well? Why wouldn't he share that information with him in a clearer manner? Wang Ming was engulfed in confusion. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly ventured deeper into the secret realm. Before them lay a mysterious lake, its waters an eerie black, resembling ink, reflecting a faint luminescence. Along the bank stood a row of black fruit trees, adorned with scattered dark fruits akin to blackcurrants. "This is the first time I've encountered such a peculiar tranquility," Wang Ming remarked, breaking the silence. "Are all the elements within the secret realm black?" Liang Yu, seizing the opportunity to clarify, responded, "Not entirely. Most things are black, but some retain their normal colors. For instance, trees and rivers generally resemble those in the outside world. This bizarre lake and fruit trees, however, are a first for us." Wang Ming was taken aback by this revelation. Did this imply they had made a groundbreaking discovery? At that moment, Wu Feng interjected, instructing two team members, "You two, gather some samples for research purposes." Understood. The duo promptly made their way toward the lake and fruit trees. Seizing the moment, Wang Ming curiously scrutinized the pitch-black fruit trees. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could his eye of insight be useful in examining these fruits as it had been with the Dark Elves? With a focused thought, he activated the eye of insight. Instantly, a stream of clear information appeared before him. Category: dark fruit. Maturity: fully mature. Effect: a delicacy for Dark Elves. Can also be used to craft dark balls. Note: dark balls created from dark fruits are remarkably effective, making it easier to capture Dark Elves. Upon reading the effects of the dark fruit, Wang Ming's eyes lit up. It could be used to craft dark balls. Moreover, their efficacy surpassed that of ordinary dark balls. Such a find was nothing short of extraordinary. He needed to gather as many as possible. Dark balls were already rare and invaluable tools for capturing Dark Elves, and Wang Ming had only been gifted 10 by the system, which felt insufficient. Now that he had discovered the materials to craft more, hope glimmered on the horizon for solving this dilemma. "Wu team, I believe these fruits could be beneficial to me. I'll go collect some," Wang Ming declared to Wu Feng before dashing toward the black fruit trees. "Be cautious," Wu Feng nodded, offering no further objections. There were numerous black fruit trees, and the dark fruits were plentiful, so it was reasonable for Wang Ming to gather some. The dark fruits felt cool to the touch and appeared quite delectable. In no time, Wang Ming had harvested a significant quantity, nearly filling his backpack. As he prepared to harvest a few more fruits before returning, Shenado suddenly emerged from its pokeball, blocking his way. What is it, Shenado?" Wang Ming inquired, perplexed by Shenado's unexpected appearance. Generally, Shenado only manifested itself in the face of danger. With this thought, Wang Ming's expression turned grave. He turned to Shenado, noticing its gaze fixed intently on a particular black fruit tree, as if something were hidden within its depths. However, Wang Ming couldn't detect anything unusual. He attempted to use his vision to investigate the black fruit tree, but found nothing amiss. Just as he was about to speak again, he inadvertently glanced at his side, where Gardevoir was also scrutinizing the black fruit tree. In an instant, Wang Ming sensed something was amiss and began to retreat. If only Shenado were fixated on the tree, it could be explained, but the fact that Gardevoir was also observing it was decidedly unsettling. "Wang Ming, what's wrong?" Wu Feng asked, noticing Wang Ming's sudden withdrawal. Wang Ming recounted the earlier events to the group, which immediately heightened everyone's vigilance. They all instinctively turned their attention to the black fruit tree. Suddenly, the tree began to change under their watchful eyes. Its trunk softened, undergoing an astonishing transformation. Its form reassembled, reverting to its true appearance. Though they had yet to see the true visage of the creature, they had begun to speculate. The ability to mimic and transform into any entity was a skill unique to few, and aside from a Ditto, it seemed unlikely any other Pokémon could achieve such feats. This was likely not a fruit tree, but rather a dark Ditto. As the true form of the tree was revealed to them, it confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed a dark Ditto. "Shenado, use Psychic." Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the Ditto's true form, Wang Ming issued his command. Shenado reacted swiftly, enveloping the dark Ditto in a terrifying, invisible force that promptly descended upon it. The dark Ditto let out a shriek, its body contorting grotesquely. This cry acted as a catalyst, awakening more dark Dittos from their slumber. Numerous black fruit trees twisted and collapsed, revealing their true forms as dark Dittos. Wu Feng and the others quickly regained their composure and released their Pokémon to battle. "Stay alert," Wu Feng shouted, taking the lead. His Pokémon was a Charizard, which circled in the sky, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated the dark Ditto. Soon, another dark Ditto transformed mid-air, becoming a Charizard itself, entirely black as coal. "Roar!" The dark Charizard bellowed, spewing forth fierce black flames. The two Charizards clashed in the sky, but the dark Charizard was clearly at a disadvantage and soon fell to defeat. Not only could these dark Dittos mimic appearances, but they also replicated their opponents' moves, proving to be formidable foes. Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Just then, his gaze sharpened. One of the dark Dittos had transformed into Shenado's likeness. As Wang Ming was about to speak, an even more shocking transformation occurred. Another dark Ditto morphed into Gardevoir. Most alarmingly, beneath the feet of this dark Gardevoir, terrifying lightning crackled and danced. These creatures Wang Ming's expression grew serious. These dark dittos were far more challenging than he had anticipated. "Leave this to me," Gardevoir suddenly declared, its gaze frigid as it charged toward the dark Gardevoir. Wang Ming felt reassured by Gardevoir's confidence. Even though the dark ditto could imitate Gardevoir's form and skills, its strength could not be replicated. Therefore, he harbored no concerns for Gardevoir. His only focus was to eliminate the vile impostor before him. "Dark Shenado. Shenado, use Psychic," Wang Ming commanded. "Shana." Shenado elegantly extended its form, unleashing a terrifying, invisible force that enveloped the Dark Shenado. The Dark Shenado shrieked, its body thrumming with psychic energy as it struggled against Shenado's Psychic. With a resounding clash, the Dark Shenado faltered, quickly being hurled away. Wang Ming seized the opportunity, commanding, "Once more, use Psychic." As the Dark Shenado was sent flying, another wave of formidable psychic energy descended upon it before it could mount a defense. "Transform." The Dark Shenado cried out in anguish as it reverted to its original form, crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Ming remained relentless, determined not to let it escape. "Shenado, finish it off." With that merciless command, Shenado unleashed a powerful psychic force, ending the life of the Dark Ditto. Meanwhile, on another front, the Dark Gardevoir, entwined with black lightning, raced through the air, leaving trails of thunder in its wake, pursued by Gardevoir. The disparity in their strengths was apparent. Had Gardevoir not held back, the Dark Gardevoir would have perished countless times over. The stronger the original, the less effective the mimicry became, particularly in scenarios where the original was relentlessly attacking. Before long, Gardevoir lost interest and concluded the battle with a powerful electric attack. Wu Feng and the others swiftly wrapped up their respective fights, thus alleviating the threat posed by the Dark Dittos. Just when everyone believed the ordeal was over and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously tranquil surface of the lake began to ripple, waves expanding rapidly toward the shore, as if something beneath the water was about to emerge. This sudden development caused everyone to tense once more, their gazes converging on the lake's surface. With a tumultuous roar, the water erupted. A towering column of water shot skyward, bursting forth in a dazzling display of black droplets. "The Pokémon you speak of is about to appear," Gardevoir remarked, its expression now serious. The group paused, instinctively glancing at Gardevoir. Its words struck them like lightning, conjuring a vivid image in their minds. "The Pokémon," they echoed in unison. "And it emerges from the water, could it be?" Simultaneously, they uttered 4 ominous words, "Dark Dragonite," as if to validate their speculation. A massive black dragon-like Pokémon surfaced from the depths, revealing itself to be the Dark Dragonite. Its corpulent form boasted enormous eyes, and 2 fluttering antennae adorned its head. What should have been an adorable visage now appeared terrifyingly fearsome. Wang Ming silently called back Shenado, recognizing that this battle was beyond his capacity to participate in. He gazed vacantly at the terrifying figure reflected upon the lake's surface, a stream of information materializing before his eyes. Pokémon, Dark Dragonite, Dark. Gender, Level, 70. Base Stats, 600. Type, Dark. Ability, Dark Enhancement, possessing the power of darkness. All attributes receive an increase. Hidden ability, Held Item, Power Band. Moves, at level 70, coupled with the Power Band enhancing its attack. This battle would not be an easy affair for Gardevoir, Wang Ming murmured with a calm demeanor. Despite Gardevoir holding a 20-level advantage, it bore no significant edge in other respects. Moreover, Dark-type Pokémon inherently boasted greater strength than their ordinary counterparts. Thus, a 20-level disparity was not insurmountable for the Dark Dragonite. Perhaps, this would culminate in a fierce confrontation. "Do you have confidence in defeating it?" Wang Ming inched closer to Gardevoir and inquired. "We'll find out by trying." Gardevoir replied with a nonchalant tone, and in an instant, it surged forward. Its speed rivaled that of lightning, with arcs of electricity crackling beneath its feet. Simultaneously, the Dark Dragonite abruptly opened its eyes, icy glimmers shooting forth from its gaze. It let out a deep, resonant roar. Soon after, a wave of formidable energy erupted from its mouth, forcing the water's surface to ripple violently. Utilizing its speed advantage, Gardevoir easily evaded the Dark Dragonite's assault. With a crackle, immense electrical energy amassed in its fists, radiating a dazzling white light. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the Dark Dragonite, unleashing a thunder punch aimed squarely at its head. The Dark Dragonite, unfazed, raised its own fist, engulfed in black flames, striking back at Gardevoir. Boom! The clash of thunder and fire, the confrontation of light and dark. Both the Dark Dragonite and Gardevoir were forced to retreat simultaneously, creating a massive wave upon the lake. As the dark Dragonite retreated, it did not hesitate to counterattack, flapping its enormous wings to conjure a gale of darkness directed at Zeraora. Yet Zeraora, with its agile movements and lightning speed, swiftly adjusted its position mid-air, diving into the water, causing the dark wind to lose its target. In the next moment, arcs of lightning began to coalesce around it, erupting in an instant and resonating across the entire lake. Though the water appeared black, its conductivity was exceptional. The dark Dragonite was taken aback and hastily distanced itself from the water's surface. At that moment, Wu Feng and others also joined the fray, engaging in battle. Although they were no match for the dark Dragonite, their coordinated efforts could still pose a challenge, thereby aiding Zeraora. Chapter 42. Zeraora vs. Dark Dragonite Charizard, Gyarados, Venusaur, Exeggutor. A host of Pokémon joined forces to encircle the dark Dragonite. Each emanated immense energy, unleashing their signature moves against the dark Dragonite. Zeraora was no exception. In that moment, it resembled a thunder god, enveloped in electricity, with golden arcs of lightning dancing around it, exuding an aura of terror. Boom! In the next instant, Zeraora's body erupted in brilliance, transforming into a radiant sun that illuminated the sky. Lightning surged forth, rampaging uncontrollably from within Zeraora, manifesting as brilliant beams directed at the dark Dragonite. Crackle! With an onslaught of attacks, the dark Dragonite found itself momentarily flustered, struggling to defend against the barrage. Roar! The dark Dragonite bellowed, emitting a thunderous roar. Its massive form plummeted into the water, creating towering splashes. It submerged? This complicates matters, Lianyu remarked. His brow furrowed and expression grave. Most of their Pokémon were ill-equipped for underwater combat. If the dark Dragonite remained submerged, they would be at a loss. I have Gyarados. Capable of battling in water with formidable strength, Wu Feng interjected, producing a Pokeball to summon Gyarados. However, Wang Ming swiftly intervened, his voice steady. Wu, hold on a moment. Zeraora may have a plan. Wu Feng paused, instinctively glancing at Zeraora. Zeraora was engulfed in a tempest of lightning, with torrents of electricity surging beneath its feet. Boom! With a resounding roar, all the lightning cascaded downward, crashing into the lake. Bang! Columns of water erupted from the lake's surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The lightning darted through the water like fish, causing the lake to boil. Zeraora stood atop the lake, gathering spheres of lightning in its hands and casting them into the water. In an instant, the lake was thrown into chaos, waves crashing relentlessly. Roar! Gurgle! The dark Dragonite could no longer endure, bursting forth from the water once more. This time, it was not alone. It was accompanied by a multitude of dark Pokémon. Dark Gem Starfish, Dark Stinging Jellyfish, Dark Dragon King. Countless dark Pokémon emerged from the depths, their cold, bloodthirsty gazes fixated on the figures on the shore. Hiss! That's far too many. Wu Feng gasped, unable to suppress a shiver at the sight of the overwhelming number of dark Pokémon. Initially, they had the advantage by exploiting their numbers. Now, with the sudden emergence of so many dark Pokémon, their advantage had evaporated into thin air, plunging them into a dire predicament. Leave this behemoth to me. You focus on dealing with the other dark Pokémon, Zeraora coldly declared. The lightning surrounding it blazed brighter, the roar of thunder echoing through the skies. Roar! The dark Dragonite likewise roared in fury, revealing no fear in a one-on-one confrontation with Zeraora. It harbored confidence in its ability to triumph over its adversary. Whoosh! At that moment, both sides moved, transforming into a black and yellow blur as they clashed fiercely. The rest of you, come with me to handle the other dark Pokémon. Wu Feng shouted, his expression fierce. The current situation was dire, necessitating caution. Even Wang Ming joined the fray, releasing Shinado and Shiny Sizer. Don't overreach. Choose opponents you can defeat, Wang Ming advised. The chaos made it difficult for him to ensure the safety of Shinado and Shiny Sizer, so he could only offer this caution. In the sky, the dark Dragonite and Zeraora engaged in a fierce battle. Their clash was tumultuous, a spectacle of fire and fury. The dark Dragonite wielded black lightning in its left hand and flames in its right. With Fire Punch and Thunder Punch unleashed in rapid succession, Zeraora was forced into retreat. Yet, Zeraora, leveraging its lightning-like speed, deftly dodged, its fists crackling with violent electricity. ZZZ. The electric energies intertwined, coiling around Zeraora's hands, ensuring each strike bore the essence of lightning. Plasma Fist. This was Zeraora's signature move. Wang Ming observed the fierce clash between the dark Dragonite and Zeraora, unable to suppress his admiration. Whoosh! Zeraora's fists cut through the air, colliding repeatedly with the dark Dragonite. The dark powers clashed with the vibrant lightning, intensifying the battle's ferocity. Bang! With a powerful impact, both combatants were sent reeling backward. As the dark Dragonite retreated, it forcefully adjusted its trajectory at an astonishing angle, hurtling towards Zeraora. With a swift flick of its long tail, it ensnared Zeraora and then hurled it violently into the lake. Boom! Zeraora transformed into a projectile, soaring towards the water's surface. Just before impact, a surge of potent electricity erupted beneath Zeraora's feet, cleaving the water apart. Seizing the tremendous recoil, it launched itself skyward, sending the dark Dragonite spiraling away. A fierce roar emanated from the dark Dragonite, as it concentrated a terrifying energy in its maw, radiating a brilliant glow. This energy was formidable, palpable even from a distance, sending shivers down Wang Ming's spine. Zeraora, too, sensed the immense power of the dark Dragonite, and its expression grew grave, suddenly abandoning its defensive stance. Zeraora charged towards the dark Dragonite. In the blink of an eye, Zeraora appeared before the dark Dragonite, engaging in a primal display of martial prowess. The dark Dragonite evaded while simultaneously gathering its formidable energy. Bam! Zeraora seized the opportune moment, landing an uppercut squarely on the dark Dragonite's head, sending it reeling. Concurrently, the energy the dark Dragonite had amassed was now fully charged. With an enraged bellow, it unleashed the concentrated energy, a pitch-black beam erupting from its jaws, exuding a cataclysmic force that cleaved the lake in two. Everything in its path withered and perished. Even those not directly struck by the ominous beam were caught in the violent shockwave, sustaining injuries. Shiny Scyther, Shiny Shuppet, flee from there, Wang Ming urgently called out, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, both the Shiny Scyther and Shiny Shuppet were far enough from the battlefield to escape unscathed. However, numerous Dark-type Pokémon were caught in the devastation, annihilated by the black beam. Wu Feng and his companions' Pokémon were also injured, yet miraculously, their lives remained intact. Relieved to see his Pokémon unharmed, Wang Ming began scanning the skies for Zeraora's silhouette. When he finally caught sight of it, a wave of concern washed over him. Zeraora was injured. Chapter 43. The intervention of Mew. Although the previous black beam had veered slightly and failed to strike Zeraora directly, it nonetheless inflicted significant damage, leaving Zeraora severely wounded. Gritting its teeth against the pain coursing through its body, Zeraora propelled itself towards the dark Dragonite. The dark Dragonite, having expended considerable energy in its recent attack, found itself momentarily fatigued and unable to retaliate. Zeraora seized this rare opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, aiming to conclude the battle. With reckless abandon, Zeraora unleashed a barrage of plasma fists upon the weakened dark Dragonite, who could do little more than endure the onslaught. However, the dark Dragonite's robust physique, combined with its dark-type resilience, rendered it remarkably tough. Despite inflicting notable harm, Zeraora's efforts were insufficient to incapacitate its adversary. At that moment, the dark Dragonite began to recover from its fatigue, its eyes ablaze with fury, fixed intently on the airborne Zeraora. It had endured significant punishment, and now, fueled by a desire for revenge, it was unwilling to let the affront go unpunished. Without hesitation, the Dragonite's wings transformed into a dark blur, charging straight at Zeraora. The intertwining of black electricity and flames sent the dark Dragonite into a frenzied state. Zeraora, already wounded and wary of the dark Dragonite's reckless aggression, found itself retreating under the relentless assault. The situation was dire. If this continued, Zeraora would surely succumb. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself in concern. The unfolding events were troubling, and he feared that if Zeraora fell, their own fates would be equally grim. Just then, Wang Ming felt an uncanny presence behind him, accompanied by a faint, indistinct call. Whipping around, he saw nothing amiss. How peculiar. He scratched his head in confusion, about to turn back to check on Zeraora, when suddenly, a pink little creature materialized before him, startling him. Wang Ming jumped back, his expression twitching in disbelief as he recognized the playful spirit of Mew. All along, he had sensed something following them, and now it seemed Mew had been the source of that sensation. Was it really appropriate for such a legendary Pokémon to be so playful? Faced with the ancient deity, Wang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Unable to confront it directly, he could only mutter his frustrations internally. However, having heard that Mew could comprehend human thoughts, he pondered whether that was true. Mew flitted around with its large, sparkling eyes, performing circles around Wang Ming, occasionally attempting to catch its own tail. Its carefree demeanor starkly contrasted with the tensions surrounding them. "Hey, Great One, Shall we deal with that creature first? Wang Ming chuckled, seeking Mew's assistance. He had witnessed Mew's formidable prowess firsthand. It could effortlessly dispatch threats like the likes of Rayquaza and Groudon. Yet, Mew continued to flit about him, showing no signs of engagement in the battle. Wang Ming's impatience grew. Without Mew's intervention, he could not force its hand. Just then, a light bulb moment struck him. Was Mew following him because of the little star cloud? He recalled the moment Mew had gifted him the Pokémon egg containing the little star cloud. Perhaps it was worth a try. Turning away, he discreetly released the little star cloud while the others remained preoccupied with the ongoing battle. Come here, come here. I have something wonderful to show you. Wang Ming beckoned eagerly. Mew floated over, but still intent on catching its tail. Upon seeing the little star cloud, Mew's south eyes transformed into crescent moons, clearly thrilled at the sight of its successful hatching. The little star cloud reciprocated Mew's enthusiasm, nuzzling against it excitedly. Wang Ming stood awkwardly to the side, watching the affectionate display between the two. After a brief moment, Mew and the little star cloud reluctantly parted. Mew winked at Wang Ming, then circled around him a few times, calling out joyfully before gracefully ascending into the sky. Wang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Once again securing the little star cloud, excitement bubbling within him as he looked skyward. Mew was ready to intervene. Wu Feng and the others noticed Mew's sudden arrival, their faces lighting up with joy as they turned their gaze to Wang Ming. Wang Ming shrugged, indicating that he too was unsure why Mew had appeared at that moment. Zeraora acknowledged Mew's presence with a nod. The existence of the mythical creature had been discerned long ago, yet its true essence remained elusive. With a gentle flick of its finger, the ethereal being summoned a mysterious force that descended from the heavens, enveloping the majestic Zeraora. This potent energy, imbued with a profound vitality, began to mend Zeraora's wounds. In a matter of moments, its injuries showed significant improvement. The dark Rayquaza, witnessing this, was instantly incensed. Having labored to inflict such grievous harm upon Zeraora, it could hardly tolerate the sight of its recovery. With a fearsome roar, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy towards the mythical creature. Yet, with an effortless blink, the mythical being vanished, eluding the dark Rayquaza's onslaught. Sensing the shift, the dark Rayquaza whipped its tail back violently, only to find the mythical creature miraculously appearing nearby, narrowly avoiding the strike. Rather than retaliate, the mythical being chose to frolic, utilizing the gusts generated by the dark Rayquaza's tail to spin around playfully. Observers could only twitch at the corners of their mouths, left speechless by the audacity of such an ancient deity who faced the formidable foe with unruffled composure and even amusement. Truly, only a being of such caliber could exhibit such levity amidst chaos, as it was well known that this mythical creature was the most playful among the divine. Chapter 44. The Super Dark Blaziken. The dark Rayquaza seethed with rage. This diminutive, pink creature clearly did not regard it with the reverence it deserved. As a leader among dark Pokémon, having vanquished many powerful foes, it found the creature's nonchalance a grave affront to its dignity. Thus, the dark Rayquaza resolved to teach this insolent being a lesson in respect. With a crackling fury, it ignited its limbs with dark flames and electricity, launching an assault toward the mythical creature. Unfazed, the mythical being maintained its playful demeanor, effortlessly dodging the dark Rayquaza's attacks with its teleportation abilities. Meanwhile, Zeraora had nearly regained its strength and joined the fray. Bolts of lightning erupted beneath its feet, surging forth with the swiftness of a tempest, leaving crackling trails in its wake. The mythical being continued its playful taunts, darting around the dark Rayquaza with ease, driving the creature to the brink of madness. Desperate for respite, the dark Rayquaza attempted to land and recuperate, but Zeraora was relentless, engaging it in close combat. A powerful tail swipe coupled with a beam of darkness finally forced Zeraora back, allowing the dark Rayquaza to touch down and catch its breath. At that moment, the ever-playful mythical creature finally took action. With a whimsical wiggle of its fingers, it donned an innocent expression. Suddenly, the ground trembled, fissures splitting the earth. With a thunderous roar, colossal stone blades erupted from below, glowing like molten lava and radiating an intense heat. The mythical creature unleashed the signature move of Groudon, Cliff Blade. The dark Rayquaza, furious and taken aback, realized too late that this seemingly harmless creature had been manipulating its stamina, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with devastating power. With a furious roar, the dark Rayquaza took flight, attempting to evade the relentless onslaught of stone blades that emerged like a torrential storm. In a moment of peril, a massive stone blade erupted from beneath, nearly piercing its wing. The dark Rayquaza gasped in terror, knowing all too well the dire consequences had it been struck. Equally alarmed was Wang Ming, who had intentions of capturing the dark Rayquaza and did not wish to witness its demise. He could only pray that the mythical creature would temper its assault. Under the dual pressure of the attacks, even the dark Rayquaza faltered. The raging electric energy coursed through its form, while the insufferable pink creature continued its playful gestures, pushing the dark Rayquaza to the brink of collapse. Finally, the dark Rayquaza succumbed, plummeting to the earth like a meteor. Wang Ming's excitement surged. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. "At last, it's my turn," he exclaimed, hastily retrieving a dark ball to capture the creature, throwing two at once for good measure. But to his astonishment, just as the dark balls were about to ensnare the dark Rayquaza, a surge of black flames erupted, incinerating both balls. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, his face darkening with frustration. Who dares interfere? He turned to unleash his wrath, only to fall silent at the sight before him. Approaching with an air of battle readiness was a figure reminiscent of a war deity, adorned with a majestic V-shaped horn and wreathed in swirling black flames. It was none other than the super dark Blaziken. Wang Ming was overwhelmed with awe and trepidation. He beheld the statistics of the dark Blaziken. Pokémon, Super Blaziken, Dark, Gender, Level, 90, Base Stats, 630, Type, Dark. Ability, Dark Amplification, enhances all attributes with the power of darkness. Talent. Item, Black Belt. The Super Dark Blaziken's level was a staggering 90, rivaling Zeraora's own. Coupled with its advantageous ability, type, base stats, and held item, it seemed the mythical creature might not stand a chance against it. This promised to be an unprecedented and formidable battle. Zeraora's expression turned grave as it fixed its gaze on the Super Dark Blaziken, the power of electricity surging within its form. Even the mythical creature ceased its playful antics, its large, expressive eyes now focused intently on the impending confrontation. In that moment, the Super Dark Blaziken had become the focal point of all attention. With a cold gaze sweeping over the assembly, the Super Dark Blaziken's eyes finally settled upon the dark Rayquaza, and it began to advance toward it, rendering all present motionless with apprehension. It was Zeraora who broke the stillness first, transforming into a streak of lightning, harnessing its formidable electric power as it charged at the Super Dark Blaziken. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning erupted, but the Super Dark Blaziken vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Zeraora. Reacting swiftly, Zeraora conjured a sphere of electrical energy to strike backward. The Super Dark Blaziken retaliated with a blazing fist, sending Zeraora reeling. In a seamless motion, it darted once more to Zeraora's rear, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zeraora soaring into the air. Before Zeraora could regain its balance, a second kick followed, launching it further into the sky. The Super Dark Blaziken leapt into the air, bending one knee, and drove its knee into Zeraora's form. The impact elicited a searing pain, as if its very bones were being torn asunder. Yet, the Dark Blaziken showed no signs of restraint. At the moment when Zeraora ascended to its zenith, an intense conflagration of black flames engulfed its form, transforming into a dark fire dragon that surged towards Zeraora. Bang! In an instant, Zeraora streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing down to the ground and creating a profound crater. This fluid and seamless series of attacks transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone regained their senses, Zeraora was already sprawled upon the ground. Chapter 45, Capturing the Dark Dragon. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. How terrifying it was that such a formidable creature as Zeraora could be vanquished in an instant. The might of the Super Dark Fire Chicken left everyone astounded. Meow at that moment, the expression of the hovering Mew appeared tinged with displeasure. It enveloped itself in a pink energy shield and subsequently unleashed a powerful psychic force directed at the Super Dark Fire Chicken. Crack! The Super Dark Fire Chicken's icy gaze remained unwavering as it swiftly moved, leaving phantoms in its wake. With a single punch, it shattered Mew's psychic attack, then charged towards Mew. Boom! The Super Dark Fire Chicken aimed a kick directly at Mew's forehead. Fortunately, Mew possessed the ability to teleport, narrowly evading the assault of the Super Dark Fire Chicken. Whoosh! Meanwhile, amidst the swirling dust, a golden creature enveloped in lightning soared into the sky, launching itself upward. It was none other than Zeraora. It had not lost its fighting spirit. The terrifying electricity flickered in its eyes, brimming with indomitable resolve to challenge the Super Dark Fire Chicken. The prior battle had left it feeling humiliated, and it could not bear to let the Super Dark Fire Chicken get away unscathed. Mew reappeared beside Zeraora, resolutely gazing at the Dark Fire Chicken. It waved its finger, dispersing powerful life energy that cascaded over Zeraora, mending its previous wounds. The two stood side by side, prepared to confront the super dark fire chicken. The battle was on the verge of erupting. In the blink of an eye, both sides clashed, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that radiated outward. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming hurled another dark ball at the dark dragon. This time, unimpeded by the super dark fire chicken, the dark ball effortlessly enveloped the dark dragon. Bang! The dark ball landed on the ground, radiating a brilliant light, causing Wang Ming's heart to seize with anticipation. Success! It must succeed, Wang Ming silently prayed. Bang! With a sharp crack, the writhing dark ball suddenly exploded, and the weakened dark dragon broke free from its confines. Alas! Wang Ming sighed in disappointment. Although the dark dragon had lost its fighting ability, its eyes still glimmered with a chilling light, fixated on Wang Ming as if it intended to devour him whole. The audacity of this human to attempt capturing it with a pokeball was utterly infuriating. Yet, Wang Ming paid little heed to the dark dragon's glare. This dark dragon was no longer the fearsome beast it once was, akin to a tiger with its fangs pulled. It posed no threat to him. No matter how fierce its gaze, it was futile. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant the dark dragon struggled free, Wang Ming threw another dark ball. This time, it had to succeed, Wang Ming repeated fervently in his mind. He had already expended 3 dark balls. If he failed again, he would be left with very few. Bayou. A beam of light shot from the dark ball, once more ensnaring the dark dragon within. Crack. Moments later, the dark dragon broke free from the dark ball once again. Its gaze intensified with fury, locking onto Wang Ming with fierce determination. How dare this wretched human attempt to capture me? Just as the dark dragon's complaints faded, another dark ball unexpectedly struck it on the head. Indeed, Wang Ming had thrown yet another dark ball. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to capture the dark dragon, Wang Ming's frustration boiled over. There was no way he would fail this time. As soon as he spoke, a crisp popping sound was heard, and the dark ball ceased its rolling. Success! Wang Ming could hardly contain his elation. He had finally captured the dark dragon. Eagerly, he rushed over to retrieve the dark ball, joyfully cradling it in his hands. He chuckled, imagining a bright future. Once I purify you, you shall be my Pokémon. Just as Wang Ming indulged in his hopeful fantasies, a black fireball suddenly hurtled towards him. It was the handiwork of the super dark fire chicken. During its battle with Mew and Zeraora, it had neglected to prevent Wang Ming from capturing the dark dragon. It could not tolerate this affront and resolved to eliminate Wang Ming. Fortunately, Mew acted swiftly, using teleportation to rescue Wang Ming from beneath the dark fireball. I shall capture you too, Wang Ming declared fiercely, glaring at the super dark fire chicken hovering above. Had it not been for Mew's timely intervention, he might have met his end at the hands of the super dark fire chicken. Humph. The super dark fire chicken exhaled a plume of black mist, clearly displeased with Mew's interference. Its expression grew colder, and the flames enveloping it blazed even more fiercely. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it shattered the ground beneath it and launched itself towards Mew. Unfazed, Mew transformed into a dazzling light, colliding with the super dark fire chicken. Bang! The clash of 2 formidable energies sent both parties reeling. However, the super dark fire chicken was directed toward Wang Ming. Wang Ming gasped in shock, realizing the super dark fire chicken's true target was not Mew, but himself. The previous collision had merely been a feint. Had it attacked directly, Mew and Zeraora would have undoubtedly saved him, and the super dark fire chicken could not have succeeded. But in attempting a surprise assault, the outcome was uncertain. One could not deny the super dark fire chicken's terrifying cunning. In an instant, the situation unfolded, and none had time to react. Even Mew and Zeraora were caught off guard. They sought to intervene, but it was already too late. Just as everyone believed Wang Ming was beyond escape, a dark energy sphere suddenly descended from the sky, obstructing the super dark fire chicken's advance. It was this brief pause that granted Mew the opportunity to act. Without hesitation, Mew used teleportation to relocate Wang Ming to safety. Roar! Frustrated by the repeated interruptions, the super dark fire chicken teetered on the brink of fury. It coldly regarded the distance, its eyes ablaze with boundless wrath. In the sky, a ragged group of individuals rushed toward them. Above them, a colossal 3-eyed creature loomed. It was this very creature that had just saved Wang Ming. Chapter 46. 3 Heroes Battle Lu Bu. The 3-eyed giant creature displayed a wide, menacing grin, emanating an eerie aura that was undeniably terrifying. Yet, there was no denying that its timely intervention had indeed rescued Wang Ming. All eyes turned gratefully towards the creature above. But when they beheld the 3-eyed beast, they were left speechless. Even Wang Ming stood frozen in astonishment, unable to fathom that it was this entity that had come to his aid. It was none other than the Super Jengar. Wang Ming instinctively activated his Eye of Revelation and directed his gaze towards the Mega Jengar. Instantly, a clear and visible stream of information materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Mega Jengar, gender, male, level, 90, base stats, 600, type, ghost poison, ability, shadow tag, prevents the opponent from escaping by trapping their shadow. Hidden ability, epic, item, curse mark, and ancient, fearsome talisman that enhances the power of ghost-type moves when held by a Pokémon. Moves, shadow punch, hypnosis, lick, curse, dark pulse, nightshade, dream eater, astonish, bite, shadow ball. Nightmare, evil wave, destiny bond, bad dream, shadow claw, a level 90 Mega Jengar. Could these individuals truly be? Wang Ming's expression turned blank, and he muttered to himself. At that moment, beside him, Wu Feng spoke up, a bitter smile gracing his face. They are the members of the dark organization I mentioned. Wu Feng never anticipated that the ones who ultimately came to Wang Ming's rescue would be adversaries of the Adventurer's Guild, members of the dark organization. Even Wang Ming was taken aback by Wu Feng's revelation, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Wasn't the dark organization perpetually at odds with the Adventurer's Guild? Moreover, it was said that the members of the dark organization were ruthless demons. So why would they extend mercy to a mere junior member of the Adventurer's Guild like him? Wang Ming instinctively sensed that there might be an undisclosed secret hidden within this situation. Just as he was lost in thought, a fierce battle erupted once more. This time, the Mega Dark Fire Chicken unleashed its wrath upon the Mega Jengar. In terms of overall strength, the Mega Jengar should be on par with the Zeraora. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, it would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against the Mega Dark Fire Chicken. And indeed, this was the case. As soon as the Mega Jengar and the Mega Dark Fire Chicken clashed, it found itself in a precarious position. Furthermore, the Mega Jengar bore numerous wounds, suggesting it had endured a brutal battle prior to this encounter. This was evident from the disheveled appearance of the onlookers as well. At that moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not going to take action? You must have experienced the power of the Mega Dark Fire Chicken. If we do not unite, we will be picked off one by one. His name was Yang Shi, the leader of the Dark Organization's division and the head of this operation. Initially, he believed that with his own strength, he could dominate within the secret realm. However, he did not anticipate underestimating the power of the Mega Dark Fire Chicken. Previously, they had confronted the Mega Dark Fire Chicken, which resulted in a devastating confrontation, nearly claiming the lives of his entire team. Had the Mega Dark Fire Chicken not inexplicably withdrawn, it was likely that none of them would have survived. Even so, they did not consider retreating. Instead, they followed the Mega Dark Fire Chicken here and witnessed the events that had just transpired. In particular, Wang Ming's successful capture of the Dark Dragon left Yang Shi astounded. While the Dark Organization possessed some Pokeballs capable of capturing Dark-type Pokemon, they were exceedingly rare. Even Yang Shi, as the division leader, had only one for his collection. Yet Wang Ming had casually thrown several, leading him to suspect that the boy harbored an incredible secret. Perhaps a collaboration could be forged between them. This was precisely why he had prompted the Mega Jengar to rescue Wang Ming moments ago. In response to Yang Shi's inquiry, Wu Feng could only shake his head with a wry smile, glancing at Wang Ming. Whether or not to intervene was not a decision he could make. Yang Shi keenly picked up on this nuance, his regard for Wang Ming deepening. Could it be that the Zeraora and the Mew were the boy-esque Pokemon? In the current situation, only Mew, Zeraora, and Mega Jengar could stand against the Mega Dark Fire Chicken. If both Mew and Zeraora indeed belonged to the young man before them, that would be utterly terrifying. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Wang Ming felt a profound sense of pressure. Despite his outwardly glamorous appearance and his acquaintance with these two legendary Pokemon, he lacked the ability to command them. Their participation and decisions were entirely governed by their own volition. Helpless, Wang Ming could only look to Mew and Zeraora, hoping they would join forces with the Mega Jengar to confront the Mega Dark Fire Chicken. Fortunately, this time, Zeraora and Mew graciously stood alongside Jengar. At this moment, the Mega Jengar and the Mega Dark Fire Chicken ceased their conflict. Mew waved its fingers, healing the wounds of the Mega Jengar. The two sides faced each other. Tension palpable. The scene resembled the legendary three heroes confronting Lu Bu. Facing the trio's combined strength, the Mega Dark Fire Chicken showed no signs of retreat. It remained composed and confident, exuding an air of certainty. Mega Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Yang Shi commanded, marking the beginning of the battle. Subsequently, the flames of combat erupted uncontrollably. In an instant, the two sides clashed fiercely. Zeraora utilized its incredible speed to launch harassment attacks. while Mew served as the primary offensive force, delivering powerful strikes, and Mega Gengar waited for an opportune moment to strike from the shadows. The synergy among the three Pokémon was seamless, and given their inherent strength, the battle had already tilted in their favor. Particularly noteworthy was Mew, that extraordinary being, unleashing an array of formidable moves such as Cliff Sword, Dragon Ascension, and Oblivion Beam, leaving the onlookers in awe. They had never witnessed such ferocity from Mew before. Although the combat prowess of the Mega Dark Fire Chicken was formidable, it struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught from the trio. Gradually, it began to falter, its injuries multiplying with the passage of time. Whoa, I recall that Mega Gengar possesses hypnosis, right? Why doesn't it use hypnosis to put the Mega Dark Fire Chicken to sleep before continuing the battle? Wang Ming queried, voicing his inner doubts as he observed the combat. With the situation becoming clearer, Wu Feng let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he explained, Dark-type Pokémon are immune to hypnosis. Even if hypnosis were used, it would have no effect on them. Wang Ming nodded in realization, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. So that was the reason he refrained from using hypnosis. During their conversation, the dynamics of the battle shifted once again. Chapter 47. A single misstep, the Mega Dark Fire Chicken found itself in an utterly passive position. Its flames nearly extinguished. It was besieged by Mew, Zeraora, and Mega Gengar, and no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not withstand the combined force of three. Mew unleashed a formidable psychic move, utilizing its terrifying invisible power to confine the Mega Dark Fire Chicken, preventing its escape. Then, it waved its fingers once more, unleashing Illusion Beam. A powerful transcendent force shot forth from its body, striking the Mega Dark Fire Chicken. The Mega Dark Fire Chicken attempted to evade, but was caught off guard by Zeraora's sudden assault. Its movement was disrupted, and it lost the opportunity to dodge effectively. Boom! A tremendous force slammed into the Mega Dark Fire Chicken, sending it flying across the battlefield. At that moment, Mega Gengar also sprang into action. Your form is as elusive as a specter, flickering and unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the Mega Dark Fire Chicken. A sphere of dark energy rapidly coalesced in the hands of the formidable Gengar, who grinned widely, revealing its ghastly white teeth, before launching the orb with great force toward the Super Dark Blaziken. Boom! This formidable assault abruptly altered the trajectory of the Super Dark Blaziken, hammering it viciously into the ground. With a fierce roar, the Super Dark Blaziken executed a roll, kneeling on one knee, its fiery ribbons flickering weakly. As if bereft of strength, it gasped heavily, black smoke billowing from its mouth and nostrils. The tide of battle had turned irrevocably. Yet the Super Dark Blaziken showed no signs of capitulation. With a defiant cry, it reignited its fighting spirit, determined to engage in yet another fierce battle. Just as everyone anticipated another inevitable clash, the earth suddenly trembled. Almost immediately, a cloud of dust surged from the distance, accompanied by thunderous roars. A collective unease gripped the crowd, prompting them to glance back. A vast horde of dark Pokémon was charging toward them, raising clouds of dust and leaving chaos in their wake. Leading the charge were a group of dark Tauros, their bodies significantly larger than their ordinary counterparts. 2 or 3 of them combined were as massive as small mountains. Mixed among them were dark Ursaring and other dark Pokémon, creating a scene reminiscent of an invading army, imposing and terrifying. The expressions of the onlookers shifted from ease to alarm. The sheer number of dark Pokémon charging forth rendered even their trio of powerful Pokémon insufficient for ensuring everyone's safety. Moreover, the lurking presence of the Super Dark Blaziken only heightened their peril. Wang Ming, come with me. In this critical moment, Wu Feng abruptly recalled his Charizard and called out to Wang Ming. Wang Ming understood the dangers of remaining on the ground and lacking a Pokémon capable of flight. He obliged without hesitation, recalling his own Pokémon before joining Wu Feng on Charizard's back. The others quickly released their flying Pokémon, distancing themselves from the perilous ground. Come forth. Dragonite. Yangshi summoned forth a powerful Pokémon, the majestic Dragonite. He leapt onto its back, carrying another member of the Dark Organization into the skies. Witnessing this, Wang Ming felt a surge of astonishment. Were the members of the Dark Organization truly this extravagant? First the Super Gengar, now Dragonite. Such opulence was utterly astounding. Just then, a cacophony of chattering erupted in the air. The sky was engulfed by a dense mass of dark clouds, rapidly advancing toward them, accompanied by a clamor. It's the dark Pokémon. Someone in the crowd shouted, causing hearts to race. The ominous mass consisted entirely of dark Pokémon, a sight so eerie that it sent chills down their spines. Damn it, this must be the doing of that Super Dark Blaziken. Yangxi's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. The crowd turned their gaze toward the super dark Blaziken, now stripped of its earlier confidence and vigor. The fiery spirit it had displayed was merely a fleeting glimmer. The super dark Blaziken coldly regarded the onlookers, seemingly intent on etching their faces into its memory. With a fearsome roar, it abruptly turned and fled. That creature is actually running away. Wang Ming stood in disbelief. Just moments ago, the super dark Blaziken had radiated confidence, poised for a fierce battle against the trio. Now, it was retreating in disarray without a hint of hesitation. Strangely, Dream, Zekrom, and the Super Jingar unanimously chose not to pursue the fleeing foe, leaving Wang Ming profoundly disappointed. It seemed capturing the super dark Blaziken was no longer feasible. While he felt a twinge of disappointment, he did not dwell on it excessively. After all, even if Dream and the others had pursued, the chances of him successfully capturing the super dark Blaziken were slim. His supply of dark balls was nearly depleted, and they faced an even greater danger ahead. The uprising of the dark Pokémon posed a significant threat to them. Well then, everyone, until we meet again. Just then, a spatial rift appeared beside Yangshi and the others, resembling the entrance to a secret realm. Yangshi cast a meaningful glance at Wang Ming before turning and leading the members of the dark organization into the rift. Could they truly create an exit to a secret realm out of thin air? Wang Ming was astounded by this spectacle. Wu Feng remarked, indeed. The dark organization possesses significantly superior technology in this regard compared to the Adventurers Guild. However, do not be too surprised. We in the Adventurers Guild also have methods to create secret realm exits, though our techniques are rather clumsier. Wang Ming's expression brightened. That's splendid. Let's hurry and leave. With the dark dragon already captured and the super dark Blaziken slipping from his grasp, remaining in this perilous place held little significance. Moreover, their situation was exceedingly dangerous. Lingering here could lead to even greater threats. Wu Feng sighed with a rueful smile, shrugging his shoulders. Unfortunately, I lack that ability. Wang Ming, feeling helpless, led the group back toward the secret realm's entrance. Chapter 48. Capturing the Dragonite. Fortunately, with the aid of Dream and Zekrom, they suffered minimal injuries. Before long, the group escaped from the secret realm. Wu Feng and the others needed to establish contact with the outside world to report their findings and some of the information they had gathered. Wang Ming temporarily bid farewell to the group and departed alone. Once he had distanced himself from the Adventurers Guild members, Wang Ming halted, releasing Zekrom. Alongside Zekrom emerged Dream. To retain Dream's presence, Wang Ming had exerted considerable effort, even calling upon the little nebula to ensure it remained with him. The singular purpose of keeping Dream was to assist Zekrom in confronting the formidable Reshiram atop Thunder Mountain. Although Wang Ming had captured the Dark Dragonite, it was still injured and beyond his control, and he dared not release it recklessly to battle Reshiram. As luck would have it, Dream was by his side. So Wang Ming resolved to persuade Dream to accompany him to Thunder Mountain to confront Reshiram. Dream, being exceptionally intelligent, though unable to speak, comprehended Wang Ming's words. After Wang Ming explained the situation, he initially anticipated Dream would refuse, but to his delight, it agreed with enthusiasm. This brought immense joy to Wang Ming. With Dream's involvement, Reshiram atop Thunder Mountain would surely face dire consequences. Excellent. Let us not delay. We shall set forth at once. Wang Ming, eager to prevent Dream from changing its mind, urged them onward toward Thunder Mountain. After all, Dream had a playful nature, and one could never know what it might be thinking. Perhaps in one moment it would agree, and in the next, it might turn its back. Dream did not decline, emitting a series of approving chirps. The group embarked on their journey to Thunder Mountain. Along the way, Wang Ming silently summoned the system. The moment he had long awaited was finally at hand. System, quickly administer the purification capsule to the Dark Dragonite. Wang Ming exclaimed eagerly. After consuming the evolution capsule, the Dark Dragonite will transform into a standard ordinary Pokémon, and its level will regress to the moment it became the Dark Pokémon. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed? Wang Ming was taken aback, and an involuntary sense of disappointment washed over him. Must he indeed regress to a previous level? Such a realization was rather disheartening. Wang Ming had initially believed he could directly acquire a level 70 Dragonite, but now it seemed he had been deluding himself. However, he did not dwell on sorrow for long. Even if the level were to revert to that of the moment the Dragonite transformed into a Dark Dragonite, he would still consider himself exceedingly fortunate. Obtaining a Dragonite was already a stroke of immense luck for him. As for the level, he did not hold overly extravagant expectations. Proceed. Wang Ming murmured softly. Ding. The purification capsule has been consumed, and the Dark Dragonite is currently undergoing purification. Please Please wait a moment. Moments later, a crisp system notification echoed within Wang Ming's mind. Ding! The Dark Dragonite has completed purification. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. He wondered just how high the Dragonite's level could reach. Regardless of how low it might be, it should at least be level 40, right? Filled with anticipation, Wang Ming opened the Dragonite's attributes interface. Pokémon, Dragonite, gender, male, level 50, base stats, 600, type, dragon flying. Ability, inner focus, prevents flinching due to opponent's moves through mental training. Talent, epic, item held, power band. Moves, wing attack, fire punch, thunder punch, bind, glare, thunder wave, hurricane, roost, storm, dragon rage, body slam, agility, dragon tail, water tail, dragon dive. Upon seeing the Dragonite's level, Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Level 50 was already quite impressive. So far, if not counting the Dragonite, his highest level Pokemon was only a level 36 Shinado. The Dragonite surpassed Shinado by a whole 14 levels, which would prove to be immensely beneficial for Wang Ming. This would undoubtedly become his most formidable trump card. However, its talent still seemed somewhat lacking. He contemplated administering a talent capsule during future simulations to enhance its quality. Wang Ming mused to himself. All of his Pokemon, aside from Dragonite, possessed legendary-level talents. Perhaps in the grand scheme of the Pokemon world, epic-level quality was already quite rare, yet it still felt insufficient for Wang Ming. The thought of the reincarnation simulation inevitably led Wang Ming to ponder the upcoming trainer tournament in Jingbei City. Initially, he had harbored some concerns that, with his Shinado and Shiny Scyther's abilities, reaching the finals might not be a certainty. However, now that he had a Dragonite, his confidence soared. A level 50 Dragonite was not something just anyone could contend with. Furthermore, the tournament had age restrictions, barring many veteran trainers from participating. This meant that the overall skill level of the competitors would likely not be exceedingly high, which contributed to Wang Ming's confidence in entering the finals. The following afternoon, Wang Ming arrived at Thunder God Mountain accompanied by Zekrom and Mew. Awaiting them was a lantern, with which Wang Ming was already familiar, having crossed paths in a prior encounter. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance, and due to Zekrom's presence, neither party reignited their conflict. Guided by the lantern, the group made their way towards Thunder God Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a furious roar echoed from the summit, reverberating through the skies. Almost immediately, thunder rumbled ominously, and a dense black cloud, crackling with lightning, descended from the mountain. Within that ominous cloud, a shadowy figure flickered, weaving through the layers of vapor. It was clear without a doubt that it was Zekrom. Roar. Indeed, Zekrom's thunderous roar pierced the air as its head emerged from the dark cloud. It had sensed Zekrom's presence earlier and had come forth to expel him from this territory. Yet, upon seeing Mew beside Zekrom, a flicker of wariness crossed its countenance. As a powerful deity, Zekrom could sense Mew's extraordinary prowess, far surpassing that of Zekrom. Now that they had united, it seemed their intentions were anything but benign. In the spirit of the adage, the first to strike holds the advantage, Zekrom resolved to take the initiative. Boom! Thunder cracked violently across the sky. Zekrom unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at Mew. Without a hint of trepidation, Mew enveloped itself in a pink barrier, successfully deflecting Zekrom's electric assault. Following this, it flicked its finger, summoning a powerful beam of light directed at Zekrom. Zekrom retaliated with a beam of its own, the two forces colliding. Simultaneously, Zekrom sprang into action. Both sides intended to join forces and swiftly overcome Zekrom. Chapter 49. Reshiram and Zekrom. Terrifying bolts of lightning surged beneath Zekrom's feet, propelling it into the air. The thunder raged on, illuminating the forest. Zekrom gathered potent electric energy in its hands, striking Zekrom with a fierce blow. Due to Zekrom's inherent abilities, Zekrom could only engage using non-electric moves, which significantly hampered its combat effectiveness. Thus, it redirected its focus toward Mew. Roar! With a furious roar, Zekrom charged toward Mew. Enveloped in a tempest of electricity, Mew vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Zekrom. With a flick of its finger, a massive surge of lightning converged above, striking down upon Zekrom. In a playful twist of fate, Mew employed Zekrom's signature move against it. Roar! Zekrom, enraged by Mew's antics, raised its sharp claws, lunging toward Mew. At that moment, another bolt of lightning surged toward it. Zekrom was upon it once more. With no choice, Zekrom had to redirect its attack, tearing through the oncoming lightning. Seizing the opportunity created by Zekrom's momentary lapse, Mew transformed into a radiant beam of light, crashing into Zekrom and sending it flying away. It had unleashed the signature technique of its form, the Dragon's Eye. Watching the battle unfold from the ground, Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement. He sensed that a remarkable scene was about to transpire. The dragon's eye combined with Cliff Sword. Indeed, Wang Ming's instincts proved correct. As Zekrom collided with the ground, Mew flicked its finger once more, invoking the Cliff Sword. The earth shattered, and magma erupted forth. Countless massive stone blades, radiating terrifying heat, shot up from the ground. Piercing the sky, Zekrom flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to counteract its descent with the force of the wind. Yet, it was ultimately too late. Crashing violently to the ground and shattering the surrounding stone blades. Roar! Zekrom, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pain, emitted a harrowing scream. A surge of electricity erupted from its body, obliterating the nearby stones. Boom, boom, boom. Zekrom, now furious, flapped its wings to ascend into the sky, intent on tearing Mew apart. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared before it, landing a punch on its head and sending it hurtling backward once more. Zekrom had unleashed Thunder Punch. And that was not the end of it. Zekrom, utilizing its incredible speed, positioned itself behind Zekrom as it careened toward a nearby boulder, unleashing Plasma Fist in a relentless assault. Zekrom roared in defiance, striving to resist, only to be ensnared by Mew's formidable psychic force. The two individuals were indeed merciless in their approach. Wang Ming, standing on the ground, could not help but inwardly lament, feeling unable to bear the sight any longer. The outcome was already predetermined. There was no possibility for Zekrom to turn the tide. With a thunderous crash, Zekrom's massive form collided with Thunder God Mountain, creating a large crater in the peak. Zekrom hovered in midair, refraining from further attacks. It coldly regarded the fallen Zekrom and spoke, "Leave this place, and I shall spare you." Their conflict was not one of life and death. There was no need for a fight to the bitter end. Zekrom responded with a roar, determined to continue the battle. Zekrom shook its head, choosing not to engage in further dialogue, and prepared to strike again. At that moment, a fire dragon surged from afar, roaring as it charged toward Zekrom. Zekrom gathered lightning in its hands, clashing with the fire dragon, resulting in a mutual cancellation of forces. Wang Ming was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively gazing skyward. There, he saw a figure soaring from the distance, beneath which lay a dragon-type spirit, pristine white as snow. Reshiram. His brother's plan was indeed flawed. Knowing the futility, yet pursuing it nonetheless, he was truly someone who fought for ideals. The figure spoke softly, a hint of mockery gracing their features. Unfortunately, with Zekrom's defeat, his plans were forced to be abandoned. Wang Ming gazed at the figure in the sky, astonished. This individual appeared remarkably youthful, a boy clad in white, seemingly of the same age as himself, yet capable of commanding Reshiram. It was unexpected that Reshiram would choose such a youth. What kind of person was this boy, who bravely pursued the truth in order to establish a real world? Wang Ming was filled with curiosity about the white-clad youth. Moreover, from the boy's sudden appearance and his act of saving Zekrom, Wang Ming deduced that Zekrom must have found the individual who also fought for their ideals. It was indeed surprising to see Mew and Zekrom join forces. Could it be because of that boy? The white-clad youth spoke, equally intrigued by Wang Ming. Their eyes met, and they shared an unspoken smile. "Come, your master is calling you," the boy said, directing his voice toward Zekrom. Strangely, Zekrom complied with the boy's words, ceasing its battle and staggering to the youth's side. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Ming's eyes. This revelation made him realize that the white-clad youth must be well acquainted with Zekrom, their bond evidently profound. Upon seeing Zekrom's departure, both Mew and Zekrom ceased their attacks. "Perhaps we shall meet again in the future," the white-clad youth said cryptically, leading Zekrom away. He had more pressing matters to attend to and would not linger here. After the departure of the white-clad youth, Zekrom and Mew returned to Wang Ming's side. Mew did not stay long, casting a final glance at the little nebula before mysteriously vanishing. However, Zekrom remained, not yet departing. "Thank you," Zekrom expressed gratefully to Wang Ming. This time, reclaiming Thunder God Mountain was largely due to his efforts. Wang Ming chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We're like family, no need for formalities. If you truly wish to thank me, why not accompany me from now on?" Zekrom shot him a sidelong glance, somewhat provocatively replying, "We shall see when your strength has grown." Wang Ming smiled knowingly. "I will. One day, I shall bring you back to my side." Zekrom laughed in response. "I eagerly anticipate that day." Chapter 50. Undercurrents in the clandestine organization of Jingbei City. Yangshi examined the pokeball in his hand, capable of capturing dark spirits, reminiscing about the one Wang Ming had used during his own capture of a dark spirit. In comparing the two, Yang noted that Wang Ming's Pokeball was distinctly of a different category. Furthermore, in terms of capturing performance, Wang Ming's Pokeball was evidently superior. If I could obtain the manufacturing method of the Pokeball in that boy's hands, it would be a tremendous achievement. Perhaps I could leave this place and be transferred to headquarters, Yang mused, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned a bright future. The Pokeball in Wang Ming's possession harbored significant secrets. Acquiring it could greatly aid the organization's research, and Yang would undoubtedly be rewarded for his contributions, elevating his status. It seemed necessary to devise a way to contact that lad. If he could manage to entice him away from the Adventurers Guild, that would be even better. Talent is always in demand, regardless of the location. 3 days later, in the wild forest, Wang Ming was training with his spirits in preparation for the upcoming Jingbei City Trainer Tournament. The main event was set to commence tomorrow, leaving him pondering the strength of his opponents. As a novice in such a grand competition, he felt a tinge of nervousness, which was precisely why he had come out to practice, to warm up and regain his fighting instincts, as well as to ease his anxiety. While contemplating the tournament, a stealthy youth suddenly approached him, thrust a letter into his hands, and then dashed away. This left Wang Ming bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Glancing at the letter in his hand and then around, he realized the boy had vanished without a trace. Curiosity compelled him to open the letter. Upon reading its contents, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The letter was addressed to him by someone from the Dark Organization. To his surprise, it was signed by Yang, the president of the organization. The tone of the letter was exceedingly respectful and sincere, without any attempt to conceal their identity. After reflecting for a moment, a figure flashed through Wang Ming's mind. If he were to connect himself to the Dark Organization, it would most likely be due to an encounter with an individual he met in the secret realm not long ago. That person's spirit had saved his life. Could it be him? But why would he seek to collaborate with me and invite me to join the Dark Organization? What secret could I possess that piqued his interest? Wang Ming reevaluated the situation and made a new discovery. He recalled capturing the Dark Dragonite while the Dark Organization's members had witnessed that event. Prior to this, Wu Feng had also consulted him about it. Wu Feng had explicitly informed him that capturing dark spirits was exceedingly challenging, and even the Adventurers Guild was researching methods to capture them. It was rumored that preliminary research had yielded some progress, and the guild's headquarters had developed a Pokeball capable of capturing dark spirits, albeit with unstable performance that required further optimization. Moreover, the manufacturing process was highly complex, making mass production impossible. This rendered the capture of dark spirits an arduous task. When Wu Feng had seen Wang Ming successfully capture a dark dragonite in the secret realm, he had been genuinely astonished. However, due to the complex circumstances at the time, he had refrained from questioning Wang Ming. It was only after returning from the secret realm that Wu Feng finally broached the subject with him. Naturally, Wang Ming could not divulge the truth to Wu Feng, so he concocted a lie to deflect the inquiry. In the end, Wu Feng did not press further, simply providing Wang Ming with two choices. Firstly, this technology must be submitted to the Adventurers Guild. Secondly, the secret must be kept from prying eyes. Without a doubt, Wang Ming opted for the latter. On one hand, he found it impossible to explain how he came into possession of the Dark Orb. On the other, he was utterly unaware of the method to create such an artifact. Thus, from every conceivable angle, safeguarding the secret emerged as the wisest course of action. Fortunately, Wu Feng proved to be exceedingly understanding. Honoring Wang Ming's decision and shrouding the matter in secrecy, he sternly instructed everyone involved in the mission to never divulge this secret. Having spent years in the Adventurers Guild, Wu Feng was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Should this secret fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, Wang Ming could easily find himself ensnared in an endless web of peril. It appeared that the Dark Organization also coveted the secret of the Dark Orb. Regrettably for them, they were unlikely to acquire the answers they sought. Wang Ming tore the letter he held into shreds. From this incident, he discerned that Wu Feng genuinely cared for him, always considering his best interests. Therefore, betrayal of Wu Feng in favor of the Dark Organization was out of the question. As for the so-called secret, if he himself was oblivious to it, how could he possibly disclose it to others? Although he would not align himself with the Dark Organization, he remained vigilant of their potential movements. In Wang Ming's mind, individuals from the Dark Organization were notoriously ruthless, resorting to any means necessary to achieve their goals. His recent rejection of them could very well provoke their wrath. Hence, for the sake of his safety, he had to remain cautious. However, armed with his Dragonite, he felt somewhat reassured that ordinary foes posed little threat to him. After a bit more training, he would return. In anticipation of the battles to come, Wang Ming sought to optimize his condition. He eagerly looked forward to the trainer tournament in Jingbei City. In the luxurious confines of a residence in Hualan City, an innocent young girl bounced excitedly, tugging at the side of a tall beauty, exclaiming, "Sister, watch closely. This time, I shall shine brilliantly. I am determined to break into the finals and seize the championship, proving to everyone that I am the most formidable female trainer." The tall beauty chuckled, her laughter resounding like a symphony, nodding vigorously. "Of course, dear sister, I believe in you." "Humph, that is more like it." The girl tilted her small head proudly, resembling an indignant little swan, brimming with self-satisfaction. She was filled with anticipation for the upcoming trainer tournament in Jingbei City, eager to demonstrate her prowess. She wondered if that little fellow would also participate. She had heard he had been accepted into the Pokémon League University, which stirred her excitement. A familiar figure flashed through the tall beauty's mind, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. The following day, Wang Ming could hardly contain his excitement as he arrived at the competition venue. The battle roster had been released. He was eager to discover who his opponent would be that day. Chapter 51. The bearer of the gym badge. As Wang Ming scanned the battle roster, his gaze abruptly halted at a particular line of information. Wang Ming versus Gong Sun Chu. Gong Sun Chu, he pondered. I wonder what his strength is like. Although the match had yet to commence, Wang Ming's heart was already aflame with anticipation, a surge of battle spirit igniting within him, ready to erupt at any moment. Number 20. So my match against him is the 20th, he mused. It seemed he had a while to wait. Perhaps he should observe the battles of others in the meantime. With this thought, he made his way to the viewing platform. Before long, the enthusiastic voice of the host resonated through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of the Jingbei City Trainer Alliance Tournament. I am your host for the event. Following an impassioned speech, the competition officially began. The large screen displayed the names of the competitors, and the host proceeded to introduce their backgrounds. To Wang Ming's astonishment, the host even announced their accolades. The competitors were identified as the bearers of the 3rd and 4th gym badges. This was rather awkward, for he possessed not a single badge. Wang Ming found himself in a predicament. He had assumed that the accolades section could be filled in casually, believing it would not be revealed during the event. To his dismay, the host read it aloud, exposing his blank accolades section for all to hear. How embarrassing it would be when the host announced it, surely provoking laughter from the audience. However, there was no time left to challenge a gym and obtain a badge. With a sigh, he resolved to face the situation head-on, convincing himself to play the part of a dark horse. Having no accolades may be embarrassing, but it might not be entirely disadvantageous, Wang Ming consoled himself. His opponents might underestimate him, granting him an opportunity for an effortless victory. With this realization, he ceased to dwell on his predicament and focused intently on the unfolding matches. The rules of the competition were straightforward. Each participant would send forth 3 Pokémon, and the one whose Pokémon remained standing until the end would emerge victorious. Each competitor had 3 opportunities to enter the fray, and victory in 2 matches would secure a place in the next round. The first Pokémon summoned by both sides were Butterfree and Beedrill. These 2 Pokémon were notably easy to train in the early stages, evolving rapidly and boasting commendable combat strength, making them the preferred choice of many trainers. Both Butterfree and Beedrill shared identical base stats, exhibiting comparable strength at the same level. However, due to Butterfree's flying type advantage, it held the upper hand overall. As anticipated, the battle concluded swiftly, with Butterfree emerging victorious. The winning side chose not to withdraw Butterfree, but rather continued to let it fight. Perhaps due to fatigue from the previous encounter, Butterfree was unable to secure another victory. Succumbing to the opponent's Pikachu, the bout unfolded rapidly, concluding before long. The second and third rounds followed seamlessly, and it wasn't until the 15th match that Wang Ming finally descended from the viewing platform to prepare for his own battle. From observing the initial 15 matches, Wang Ming gradually discerned a pattern. The first Pokémon released by each trainer was seldom their strongest. This tactic was quite sensible, as the most powerful Pokémon were reserved as trump cards, intended to turn the tide in unfavorable situations. Moreover, throughout the first 15 battles, he noted that the overall skill level of the trainers was rather modest. He had yet to encounter any Pokémon exceeding level 30. This revelation provided him with a sense of relief, offering a clearer understanding of the competitor's capabilities. Clearing his thoughts, Wang Ming began to consider the order in which his Pokémon would participate. Dragonite was undoubtedly not an option, and Starry Cloud was equally unfit for the arena. Thus, his choices were limited to Shiny Scyther and Gardevoir. Both needed to secure victories to ensure his triumph without deploying Dragonite. Given this, the order of combatants was not of paramount importance. After thorough analysis, he settled on his lineup. He would lead with Shiny Scyther, reserving Gardevoir as a trump card. As for Dragonite, he planned to keep it in reserve, only considering its deployment in the later stages of the tournament. Having meticulously contemplated the order of engagement, Wang Ming now sat in the waiting room, patiently anticipating the forthcoming battle. Please, contestant number 20, Wang Ming, proceed to the arena. At the sound of a melodious female voice emanating from the loudspeaker, Wang Ming's eyes snapped open. The moment had finally arrived. With a hint of a smile gracing his lips, he strode confidently and composedly towards the arena. The atmosphere within the arena was electric, filled with the fervent roars of a dense crowd. As the images of the battling contenders appeared on the grand screen, the sound waves reached their zenith. Greetings, esteemed audience. We are now entering the exhilarating confrontation segment. First, allow me to introduce the combatants. The contestant from the red team is the prodigious trainer from Jingbei City, Gongsun Chu, holder of 6 gym badges. What? A holder of 6 gym badges? This Gongsun Chu is no ordinary contender. We are in for quite a spectacle. If memory serves correctly, the Gongsun family is renowned in the Pokémon world. Could this Gongsun Chu indeed be one of their lineage? Indeed, that possibility exists. His opponent is in for some misfortune. To face a prodigy from a Pokémon lineage in the very first round is truly unfortunate. The audience buzzed with speculation. Noticing the audience's heightened excitement, the host continued. And now, the blue team contestant, the brilliant trainer from Hualan City, Wang Ming. Wait, is the match already over? Exclaimed a bewildered audience member. Host, have you made a mistake? Why did you not continue the introductions? Have you considered the possibility that this Wang Ming might have no accolades to his name? I may not be well read, but I find that highly plausible. If that is the case, this Wang Ming is truly unfortunate. I had expected a thrilling showdown, but to discover that Gongsun Chu's opponent is so lacking is quite disappointing. Exactly. Surely this Wang Ming must have at least 1 or 2 badges, yet here he is, participating with nothing to show for it. Isn't that just inviting suffering? The spectators held no faith in Wang Ming. Even Gongsun Chu regarded him with a tinge of disdain, dismissing Wang Ming entirely. In response, Wang Ming merely scoffed, determined to demonstrate through his actions who the true genius was. Chapter 52. The debut of the shiny Scyther come forth. Bulbasaur, let him witness your strength. You too, Scyther. Both trainers released their first Pokémon almost simultaneously. To Wang Ming's surprise, the opposing trainer summoned none other than the grass-type Bulbasaur, one of the starter Pokémon. This would indeed be an interesting encounter. The poison-type moves would have no effect on the shiny Scyther, rendering Bulbasaur's poison attacks useless. Furthermore, the grass-type moves were weak against both bug and steel types, resulting in Bulbasaur's grass moves being severely weakened when facing the shiny Scyther. Merely from a type advantage, the shiny Scyther had already gained the upper hand. However, out of respect for his opponent, Wang Ming chose to use his Eye of Insight to examine Bulbasaur's details. Pokémon, Bulbasaur, gender, female, level, 18, base stats, 405, type, grass poison, ability, overgrow, power of grass-type moves increases when health is reduced. Talent, rare, item, none, moves, tackle, growl, leech seed, vine whip, poison powder, sleep powder, tackle. This would undoubtedly be a battle devoid of suspense. Wang Ming smiled faintly, as though he could already see the outcome. The audience was equally astonished, primarily due to Wang Ming's shiny Scyther. I can't shake the feeling that this Wang Ming is playing the fool. Be confident. Don't merely feel it. He is indeed playing the fool. Goodness, I have never encountered such audacity. He appears to possess no accolades, yet secretly wields terrifying strength, even summoning a super rare shiny Scyther. Oh, how I envy him. I too wish to own a shiny Pokémon, even if it were a shiny Caterpie. Nearby, a Caterpie overheard this and was immediately displeased. How dare you insult me, a proud relative of Rayquaza? With that, the Caterpie spat out a strand of ancient silk, sealing the trainer's mouth. The outcome of the battle between shiny Scyther and Bulbasaur was all but predetermined. It was clear that Scyther would emerge victorious. Not only Bulbasaur, but even Venusaur would struggle to make an impact. In an instant, the audience's sentiment underwent a complete turnaround, rallying behind Wang Ming. Many even praised him, noting that a trainer with such humility and strength was a rare find. Gongsun Chu, who had previously looked down upon Wang Ming, now found himself in a state of bewilderment. He could hardly fathom how a trainer with no accolades could possess a shiny Scyther. This is absurd. Yet, despite this revelation, he was not prepared to concede easily. Battles are never determined by theory alone. Bulbasaur used Leech Seed, even if he could not win this round. Gongsun Chu aimed to deplete Scyther's health as much as possible. Wang Ming, however, had no intention of allowing that. Scyther finished the battle with a single strike. Do not grant it any opportunity to retaliate. With a swift motion, the shiny Scyther vanished, a blur of white light shooting forward. Just as Bulbasaur attempted to execute Leech Seed, Scyther materialized before it, its formidable pincers crashing down. Boom. The speed was so astonishing that Bulbasaur had no chance to evade. The level 30 Scyther unleashed a move that the level 18 Bulbasaur could not withstand. In just one blow, Bulbasaur was rendered unconscious, lying helplessly on its back. How infuriating! Gong Sun Chu's expression darkened, realizing the severity of his impending defeat. He had anticipated losing, but never imagined it would be so thoroughly. In less than a minute, Bulbasaur had lost the ability to fight, not even managing to execute a single move before being overpowered by Scyther. The swift and decisive nature of this battle left Gong Sun Chu regarding Wang Ming with newfound respect. Simultaneously, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Huh, did you see that? This is our boy from Hualan City. I knew he would win. Wait, weren't you just the one claiming he was embarrassing Hualan City? Don't slander me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Everyone witnessed this. He is slandering me. The crowd, realizing the necessity of his next move, Gong Sun Chu's expression turned grave. If he were to lose this battle again, there would be no point in continuing the contest. Therefore, he had to secure victory at all costs. Come forth, Ninetales. This was his strongest Pokémon, his trump card, holding significant importance. A beam of white light shot forth from the Pokeball, and Ninetales made a dazzling entrance. Yet, as the crowd beheld Ninetales, a hush fell over the arena. Everyone stunned into silence. Even Wang Ming's expression morphed into one of amusement as he regarded Gong Sun Chu. Young man, you're quite the showman. For one of Ninetales' tails was adorned with a white stocking, fluttering in the wind as it swayed, drawing all eyes to it. Gong Sun Chu also realized something was amiss. In an instant, he found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel shame or indignation. He was a man of integrity, the epitome of seriousness. As for the stockings adorning the nine-tailed fox's tails, they were far from the public's wild imaginations. It was merely a playful whim of the nine-tailed fox itself that led to their adornment. However, last night, Gong Sun Chu had paid little heed, resulting in the unfortunate incident where the stockings were inadvertently absorbed along with the fox itself, leading to the current theatrical scene. The audience, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into peals of laughter. Gong Sun Chu, consumed by embarrassment and fury, immediately commanded the nine-tailed fox to launch an offensive, hoping to obscure this humiliating display. Wang Ming, too, adopted a serious demeanor. Although the shiny Scyther was formidable, it bore a critical vulnerability, a fourfold weakness to fire. This was particularly troublesome against the nine-tailed fox, whose stats were equally impressive, complicating the battle further. Scyther, be cautious and evade. Do not let it land any fire-type attacks, Wang Ming instructed, simultaneously utilizing his insightful eye to scrutinize the nine-tailed fox's information. Pokemon, Ninetales, gender, female, level, 23, base stats, 505, type, fire, ability, flash fire, when hit by a fire-type move. It absorbs the flames and enhances its own fire-type moves. Talent, epic, item, charcoal, boosts the power of fire-type moves. Moves, Ember, Tail Whip, Roar, Confuse Ray, Quick Attack. Mystical Fire, Flame Burst, Revenge, Will-O-Wisp, Critical Hit, Flamethrower, Protect, Seal, Trick. Wang Ming's brow furrowed. This nine-tailed fox was indeed a formidable opponent. Chapter 53, The Master of Counter-Attributes. Although the shiny Scyther held a level advantage, the fourfold weakness to fire rendered the outcome uncertain. After careful consideration, Wang Ming resolved to seek an opportunity to employ a decisive blow, ensuring that the opponent would have no chance to retaliate. However, for this plan to succeed, the Scyther needed to withstand the opponent's attacks until that moment arrived, ideally avoiding any fire-type moves entirely. Scyther, use agility, Wang Ming commanded suddenly, aiming to enhance the Scyther's speed to render the nine-tailed fox unable to target it. In its agility state, the shiny Scyther became a blur, darting across the arena with remarkable swiftness. With unwavering focus, it prepared to unleash a lethal strike. Simultaneously, a powerful aura began to coalesce around the Scyther, heightening its concentration and sharpening its reflexes. Several of the nine-tailed fox's flamethrower attacks were deftly evaded. I refuse to believe you can continue to dodge. Gong Sun Chu, incensed, commanded the nine-tailed fox to unleash another flamethrower. A terrifying column of fire erupted from the fox's mouth, resembling a massive fire dragon clawing its way toward the shiny Scyther. The relentless use of agility began to take its toll, and the Scyther found itself unable to evade the menacing fire dragon. Wang Ming realized that this time, a direct confrontation was inevitable. Resolutely, he decided to employ a dazzling maneuver to astonish the audience. Scyther, fly low and approach the opponent, then execute a Fury Cutter. The shiny Scyther executed a swift maneuver, skimming just above the ground. Although it sustained some burns from the fire dragon, the damage was considerably lessened. Is that even possible? Gong Sun Chu was momentarily taken aback by the Scyther's audacious tactic. By the time he regained his composure, the shiny Scyther had closed the distance to the nine-tailed fox with astonishing speed. With a swift motion, it struck, sending the nine-tailed fox soaring into the air. Quickly, adjust your position and use flamethrower to repel it. Gong Sun Chu shouted urgently. The command was issued, yet the nine-tailed fox failed to comply. Just as it attempted to act, the Scyther's second strike descended upon it. While the bug-type Fury Cutter was disadvantageous against the fire-type nine-tailed fox, the shiny Scyther's ability compensated for this shortcoming admirably. With 2 strikes, the nine-tailed fox felt its vitality waning significantly. As the third strike landed, it was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with tremendous force. The nine-tailed fox was rendered unable to continue the battle. At that moment, the announcer began to declare the outcome. The victor of this match is Wang Ming from Hualan City. Cheers and roars erupted, resonating through the arena. The audience was in a frenzy, reveling in the spectacle of a match that demonstrated the possibility of triumph even when facing a disadvantageous type matchup. Ah, truly, our youth from Hualan City is exceptional. Even under a 4-fold disadvantage, victory was still within reach. In my youth, I too possess such talent. In Wang Ming, I see a reflection of my younger self. Wasn't it you who was defeated by a counter-type back then? Shouldn't you see your reflection in Gong Sun Chu? Nonsense. Absolutely not. You must have misremembered. This battle bestowed upon Wang Ming immense honor, the Master of Counter Attributes, a title truly well-deserved. As the battle concluded with a crescendo of fervent applause, Wang Ming departed with an air of nonchalance amidst the envious, eager, and respectful gazes of the crowd. In a corner of the audience, a tall beauty adorned with a veil revealed a hint of a captivating smile, her alluring red lips curling upward. She gazed at Wang Ming's departing figure, her voice dripping with charm. Little brother, you've finally arrived. Displaying such formidable combat prowess right from the start has truly piqued my interest. It's making me all the more excited. Hee. Beside her, an innocent girl's eyes sparkled. Sister, I didn't expect him to be quite so strong. Defeating the nine-tailed fox with his Scyther. However, compared to me, he's still lacking considerably. Had I been the one in battle, I would have not only triumphed over the nine-tailed fox with ease, but would have done so even more swiftly. The girl tilted her head back, her fair face radiating a rebellious spirit. There are always those who are more capable than oneself. Do not underestimate him, for you might not even be his match. The tall beauty teased, a hint of provocation in her tone. Impossible. I am undoubtedly stronger than him. If I were to encounter him, I would certainly show him my true prowess. The girl declared, gritting her teeth with determination. I eagerly anticipate the encounter between the two of you. In the afternoon, Wang Ming swiftly found himself preparing for his second battle. This match arrived and concluded with equal swiftness. Whether by sheer fortune on Wang Ming's part or ill luck for his opponent, this adversary proved significantly weaker than Gong Sun Chu. Consequently, Wang Ming effortlessly secured victory in his second match. This triumph signified his advancement to the next round, sparing him the need for a third battle. Simultaneously, Wang Ming took note of the competition statistics, observing that numerous other competitors had also achieved consecutive victories, their strengths not to be underestimated. I must remain vigilant. Although I have Dragonite as my trump card, it is best not to rely on it unless absolutely necessary. If victory could be secured solely through the prowess of Shinado and the shiny Scyther, it would indeed be a most fortuitous outcome. After a brief contemplation, Wang Ming resolved to seize the remaining time to hone his skills further. Time is of the essence. A truly formidable trainer continually strives for improvement, and he could not afford to be complacent. However, this time, Wang Ming opted not for the wilderness but for the gym. Following today as competition, he became acutely aware of the awkwardness that accompanies a lack of accolades. Each time the host introduced him, the brevity and lack of substance starkly contrasted with others. A person's reputation is akin to a face, and while it may not be paramount, possessing one is certainly better than none. Thus, Wang Ming resolved to acquire a few gym badges for the sake of experience. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual endeavor would soon plunge the gyms of Jingbei City into disarray. Chapter 54. The Gym Leader's Frustration in Jingbei City. Wang Ming selected a grass-type gym as his initial destination, deeming it a relatively easier challenge. As it was his inaugural gym challenge, he was unaware of the gym's true strength. Thus, his approach was akin to feeling the waters before diving in. However, by analyzing the prowess of Gongsun Chu, the holder of 6 gym badges, he surmised that the gym's capabilities were not particularly daunting. Let the challenge commence. Upon entering the gym, Wang Ming was met by his first adversary, the gym guardian. Only by defeating the guardian could he challenge the gym leader and earn the coveted badge. Young man, if you wish to challenge our leader, you must first pass through me. Smack. 3 seconds later, Wang Ming faced his second opponent. Was this what they call a 3-second man? Quite impressive indeed. His confidence surged, and he quickened his pace. 2 seconds later, the second adversary was vanquished. 1 second later, the final gym guardian succumbed. At last, Wang Ming stood before the grass-type gym leader. Greetings, challenger. I am the grass-type gym leader. The leader elegantly tossed his hair, poised to introduce himself, only to be interrupted by Wang Ming. Apologies, but could we expedite this? I'm pressed for time. He had other gyms to challenge and no time to squander here. Very well then, let us engage directly. Come forth, Budu. Smack. In no time, the gym leader summoned his second Pokémon. Come forth, Koi. 3 seconds later. Congratulations, you have emerged victorious. Here is the grass badge. It now belongs to you. The gym leader's demeanor was one of dismay, feeling as though his tender spirit had been wounded. Had it not been for the gym's regulations, he would have unleashed his true strength for a proper contest with Wang Ming. Thank you. Wang Ming swiftly exited the grass-type gym. A moment later, he arrived at the normal-type gym. Slap, slap, slap. 5 minutes later, Yu Cheng, the normal-type gym leader, gazed at the young man before him with an expression filled with resentment. I believe you should try the grass-type gym. I'm certain he would be delighted to see you. Yu Cheng felt unable to bear the humiliation alone. As the saying goes, shared joy is a double joy. Shared sorrow is but half a sorrow. Thus, he gallantly recommended the grass-type gym to Wang Ming. However, Wang Ming retorted, I just came from there. Yu Cheng's face darkened in an instant. He had an inkling that Wang Ming's visit to him was the result of the grass gym leader's mischief. In that case, do not blame me for wreaking havoc on your dream lover. Taking a deep breath, Yu Cheng's gaze hardened. He then suggested another gym to Wang Ming. The water-type gym. Is it easy to defeat? With your strength, you could finish the battle in 5 minutes. Thus, Wang Ming proceeded to the water-type gym. The atmosphere was delightful, reminiscent of a golden beach. The gym was spacious and adorned with charming girls dressed in sailor outfits, each cuter than the last. Wang Ming occasionally caught sight of several large white rabbits hopping before him, but he paid them no mind. Ever since acquiring Shinado, he had transcended such trivial amusements and had little regard for the mundane bunnies. After engaging in friendly exchanges with the adorable girls, Wang Ming strode confidently to the innermost part of the water-type gym, where he encountered the gym leader, Lin Yaolao, clad in a bikini. The name was indeed fitting. Upon meeting Lin Yaolao, Wang Ming politely shifted his gaze upward. Just as he intended to unleash his shiny scyther, Shinado unexpectedly darted out of its pokeball, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at Lin Yaolao, yet wearing a strangely enigmatic smile. Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly and lifted his gaze a bit higher. Only then did Shinado revert to its usual adorable demeanor and step forward, ready to secure victory for Wang Ming. Wang Ming shook his head in amusement, standing quietly to admire the dazzling battle. This was an utterly one-sided contest. Wang Ming felt no need to issue commands. Each time Lin Yaolao summoned her Pokémon, they would crumple to the ground within 3 seconds, as if all vitality had been drained from them. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yaolao glared at Shinado and Wang Ming with a look of despair, stamping her foot in frustration. Reluctantly, she leaned down to present the water badge to Wang Ming. The spring sun shone brightly. Fortunately, Wang Ming's resolve was strong enough not to be swayed by beauty. The wisdom of the sages was not honed in vain. After leaving the water-type gym, Wang Ming continued his journey to other gyms. Though diverse in type, they all shared a common trait. None posed a worthy challenge. Each gym leader gazed at him with an unsettling intensity, harboring a desire to strike him. Thankfully, Wang Ming was swift enough to evade their intentions. In this regard, Wang Ming felt quite aggrieved. Was it so egregious to have bested them once? Where was their magnanimity? What of their tolerance? Was human compassion so inconsequential? Ultimately, Wang Ming came to a realization. At the electric-type gym, he found the answer. With your strength, why challenge lower-tier gyms? You should be aiming for the intermediate gyms. Frequenting lower-tier ones for easy victories may invite trouble, you know? Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully. No wonder those gym leaders regarded me with such hostility. It all makes sense now. Wang Ming continued to inquire. Where can I find an intermediate gym? There is but one in the entire Jingbei City, located at 107 Ronghua Avenue. The strength of intermediate gyms surpasses that of the basic ones, and even with your prowess, you may not necessarily prevail. If you wish to conquer it in one attempt, it would be wise to train a bit longer. The electric-type gym leader offered sound advice. Thank you, gym leader. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Ming departed the electric-type gym, taking the badge with him. However, he did not head to the intermediate gym. Instead, he returned to the competition venue. He approached the service desk and laid out 8 gleaming gym badges, leaving the attendant momentarily stunned. I would like to update my honor record. After a long pause, the attendant emerged from her astonishment, closing her agape mouth. Very well, please present your participation certificate. Wang Ming handed over his certificate. Moments later, she returned it to him. Your records have been updated. Will it take effect during tomorrow's competition? Indeed. Wang Ming beamed, his smile radiant. Ha ha ha, being the holder of 8 gym badges. I can only imagine the astonished expressions I will evoke. He grew increasingly eager for the audience's reaction when he stepped into the arena the following day. Chapter 55. The Death Elimination Round. As night fell, Wang Ming cradled Shinado, drifting blissfully into slumber. Tonight, the dreams are wondrous, and the body is invigorated. The following noon, the main event has concluded. A considerable number of competitors have advanced to the next round. If one believes that it is now time to breathe a sigh of relief, they are gravely mistaken. The most intense battles are only just commencing. In this round, a staggering 99% of participants will be eliminated, leaving only 16 coveted spots for progression. Thus, this round has been playfully dubbed the Death Elimination Match. Even the usually composed Wang Ming cannot help but feel a surge of tension. In the waiting room, Wang Ming takes a deep breath and rises to make his way toward the arena. His journey is set to begin anew. Now, let us warmly welcome the blue team contestant to the arena. He is none other than the prodigious trainer from Hualan City, Wang Ming. He has entered this round with overwhelming prowess, emerging as the dark horse of this year's Jingbei City Trainer Competition. With resplendent honors, he is a holder of 8 gym badges. On the commentary platform, the host passionately introduces him. The audience is stirred, their blood racing as they shout in fervor, their gazes toward Wang Ming brimming with admiration. Some even spontaneously unfurl banners and summon cheerleaders to rally support. The vibrant banners flutter in the wind, emblazoned with golden letters proclaiming, "Brother Ming, soar freely. We shall always be by your side." However, some soon notice a discrepancy and voice their doubts regarding Wang Ming's accolades. Didn't he have not a single gym badge yesterday? How has he suddenly amassed all 8 today? This is rather implausible. Isn't it? I too find it hard to believe. Could his badges be counterfeit? Friends, such talk is ill-advised. You are well aware of the League's verification methods. Attempting to forge such credentials would be akin to scaling the heavens. Indeed, but how did he suddenly acquire 8 gym badges? At this moment, a middle-aged man, seemingly unperturbed, interjects, because he single-handedly challenged all 8 gyms in Jingbei City last night. Gasp. As these words escape his lips, the crowd collectively inhales sharply, turning to face the middle-aged man. One can take liberties with food, but one must not speak carelessly. To single-handedly conquer all 8 gyms of Jingbei City is utterly impossible. No one knows these gyms better than I. Precisely. If you lack knowledge, it is best to remain silent. Who do you think you are? The middle-aged man, neither joyful nor sorrowful, retorts, I am the gym leader of the electric-type gym in Jingbei City. With that, he produces his gym leader badge. The crowd rushes to observe it, their expressions shifting dramatically. Ah, so it is the esteemed gym leader. Our apologies. They had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man was indeed the gym leader of the electric-type gym in Jingbei City. Then it seems Wang Ming truly did conquer all 8 gyms in a single night? It appears that this is indeed the case. In that instant, the crowd's perception of Wang Ming transforms, filled with awe, reverence, and admiration. Down below, Wang Ming gazes at his opponent. This adversary is no simple foe. Though not as illustrious, he is commendable, named Zhou Du, a holder of 7 gym badges. Both sides ready themselves, and in the next moment, they release their Pokémon simultaneously. Come forth, Nidorino. Arise, Scyther. With no superfluous words, they commence battle with utmost decisiveness. Nidorino, use Poison Sting to attack. Zhou Du commands, intent on engaging Wang Ming in a war of attrition. Wang Ming, however, has no intention of complying. If victory can be achieved in one strike, why prolong the fight? Utilize Quick Attack to close in on the opponent, then unleash Fury Cutter to defeat it. Wang Ming declares. Whoosh. Scyther flaps its wings, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Its speed is remarkable, and in dodging, It swiftly approaches Nidorino. Nidorino, use double kick to repel it. Jodu shouts, hurriedly altering his attack strategy. Nidorino raises its hooves and kicks at the oncoming Scyther. Yet, to its surprise, Scyther deftly sidesteps, gliding past it to position itself behind Nidorino. Just as Nidorino attempts to turn, a powerful pincered strike descends upon it. Following that, a second, and a third. By the time Scyther retracts its claws, Nidorino has already been sent flying, collapsing onto the ground. Return, Nidorino. Jodu's expression darkens. With the loss of his first Pokémon, the battle begins to tilt unfavorably for him. After a moment of contemplation, Jodu releases his second Pokémon, Onix. Onix is it. While its defense is formidable, it is weak against Steel-type moves. Perfect. Today I shall employ a different battle strategy. Using Fury Cutter repeatedly has become rather monotonous. Wang Ming smiles faintly, already formulating his next plan. Yet, before making a move, he utilizes his insightful eye to examine Onix's information. Pokémon, Onix, gender, male, level, 25, base stats, 385, type, rock ground. Ability, sturdy, it cannot be knocked out in one hit. Even by moves that usually result in a knockout. Talent, rare, item, none, moves, bind, tackle, harden, mudslap, curse, rock throw, rock slide, rage, stealth rock, rock polish, Euroball. Knock off, dragon breath. At level 25, Onix is still at a disadvantage compared to Scyther. This time, the goddess of victory shall favor me once more. Scyther has now reached level 30, a force to be reckoned with. Dealing with a mere level 25 Onix should pose no challenge. Scyther, use Bullet Punch to toy with it. Due to Onix's sturdy ability, even a Fury Cutter cannot defeat it with one blow. Rather than that, it is wiser to deplete its energy with Bullet Punch first. Onix, use Rock Slide to trap it. Jodu commands. As a barrage of rocks rains down from all directions, encircling Scyther, Scyther, utilizing Bullet Punch, breaks through one of the rocks and then leaps atop Onix's head, delivering a powerful punch to its cranium. Each strike lands with a dull thud against Onix's sturdy body. One must concede, Onix's defense is indeed formidable. After several punches, it appears utterly unscathed. Onix, use Bind. Observing Scyther daring to approach so closely, Jodu's expression shifts to one of delight, hastily issuing commands. Should Onix manage to ensnare Scyther, with its immense strength, it could very well render Scyther unconscious. With a mighty roar, Onix leaps into the air, coiling and tightening its massive form, intending to constrict Scyther. In an instant, Scyther finds itself trapped within a passage formed by Onix's body. The situation is perilous. Scyther, use Quick Attack to escape from within, then employ Metal Claw to whittle it down. Wang Ming, unfazed, calmly issues his command. Swish. Scyther's speed is astonishing. A streak of light that bursts forth just as the passage's exit begins to close. Damn it, so close. Jodu grits his teeth, his eyes filled with frustration. Had Scyther been a moment slower, Onix would have succeeded, equalizing the score. Unfortunately for him, Onix has failed. The audience atop the stage was taken aback by the spectacle, their hearts nearly halting in suspense. How fortunate it was that the shiny Scyther almost failed to emerge unscathed. I was beginning to think that Ming Shun would lose this round. TCH, naive fool. What do you understand? What Ming Shun thrives on is the thrill. In the arena, the shiny Scyther employed its astonishing speed, relentlessly unleashing Metal Claw upon the Onix. Despite the Onix's formidable defense, its sluggish speed, exacerbated by its immense size, rendered it ineffectual against the agile Scyther, which danced around it with ease. Before long, the Onix found itself on the defensive. Observing this, Jodu resolved to take a gamble. The outcome hinged on this moment. Onix, use Euroball. Euroball is an exceptionally unique attack. Its power contingent upon the disparity in speed between itself and its opponent. The greater the difference in velocity, the more potent the strike. Earlier, the shiny Scyther had reached its peak speed through its rapid movements, making this the opportune moment for Onix to strike. However, Wang Ming merely scoffed, remaining unperturbed. I anticipated you would resort to this. Alas, it is too late. Scyther, execute Fury Cutter. The Onix began to spin at high speed, transforming into a storm of rock as it charged towards the shiny Scyther. In response, the Scyther wielded its pincers and surged towards the Onix. Bang! Sparks flew as both Pokémon were sent reeling backwards. The shiny Scyther steadied itself mid-air using its wings, though its expression was far from pleasant. The Onix, however, slammed into a distant wall and collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. If only the Onix could have held on a moment longer, the outcome might have remained uncertain. But that was merely a hypothetical. I declare the winner of this match to be Wang Ming from Hualan City. The arena erupted into a fervent cheer, a tide of excitement surging forth. Wang Ming smiled faintly and bowed to his opponent in a gesture of respect before departing at a leisurely pace. Do you still consider him weak? A statuesque beauty in the audience inquired with a grin. The naive girl huffed dismissively. He merely defeated a weakling. That proves nothing. I could do the same. Ah, but have you noticed one thing? He has only utilized a single Pokémon thus far. The tall beauty countered without hesitation. So what? Perhaps that is his strongest Pokémon. The naive girl remained unimpressed. Do you truly think that? The tall beauty shot her a knowing glance. The naive girl fell silent, struggling to find her words. Deep down, she had already begun to recognize Wang Ming's extraordinary talent. Yet her pride prevented her from conceding this realization in front of her sister. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention. I just received the battle roster from the league. Your opponent in the third round is him. Surprised? Suddenly, the tall beauty added, causing the girl's eyes to widen in shock. My third opponent is him? Indeed. Are you feeling anxious? The girl snorted, quickly concealing her altered expression. Humph. I'm not the one who should be nervous. It's him. If he wishes to challenge me, he must first get past the second round. With that, the girl stormed off in a huff. Ah, this is truly a match to anticipate. It promises to be quite the spectacle. In the afternoon, Wang Ming prepared for his second battle. The format of the Death Elimination Tournament differed significantly from that of the previous matches. In the main event, one needed only to win 2 bouts, but in the Death Elimination round, a consecutive 3 victories were required to potentially advance to the top 16. Furthermore, should the number of contestants with 3 victories exceed 16, additional matches would be held to eliminate the excess and determine the final 16. It was clear that this battle would be exceptionally brutal. Let the match begin. With the announcer's voice ringing out, both competitors released their Pokémon. Once again, Wang Ming chose to send forth his shiny Scyther. His rationale for this decision was twofold. Firstly, to conceal his true strength and prevent the revelation of Shinado, thus avoiding becoming a target for other competitors. And secondly, because his current opponent was not particularly formidable, even weaker than his previous adversary, rendering Shinado's involvement unnecessary. The battle commenced swiftly. The opponent summoned a Beedrill, a commonplace Pokémon, at level 20. Against other foes, this individual might have had a fighting chance, but facing Wang Ming, he was simply out of luck. In a matter of moments, the shiny Scyther dispatched the Beedrill with a decisive Fury Cutter. Come forth, Fire Mouse. The loss of the first Pokémon rendered the opponent more cautious, immediately sending out a Fire-type Pokémon to battle. Against the 4 times weak Scyther, the Fire Mouse certainly held the advantage. Fire Mouse, use Flame Wheel. The opponent unleashed a powerful attack right from the start, aiming for a swift conclusion. The Fire Mouse was engulfed in roaring flames, transforming into a massive fireball as it hurtled towards the shiny Scyther. Soaring into the sky, the Scyther executed a high-speed dive, utilizing its agility to strike back. Wang Ming calmly devised a counter-strategy. Although the Fire Mouse's flames were formidable, they could not reach the heavens. With the Scyther soaring above, the Fire Mouse lost its target. Simultaneously, the shiny Scyther initiated its counterattack. It plummeted like a meteor, a shooting star streaking across the sky. Sizzle! A brilliant light flashed, and the Fire Mouse was sent flying. The shiny Scyther darted through the air, offering the Fire Mouse no chance to retaliate, delivering 3 swift cuts that rendered it incapable of battle. Phew! Victory is mine. Only 1 match remains. If I win this, I will have 1 foot firmly planted in the top 16. Wang Ming exhaled, a smile gracing his face. I wonder who my next opponent will be. If only they were as weak as the previous 2. Wang Ming envisioned the possibilities blissfully, yet reality proved to be unforgiving. After experiencing the favor of Lady Luck on numerous occasions, Wang Ming was ultimately unable to escape the looming presence of the god of misfortune. The most formidable opponent he had ever faced was about to emerge. Chapter 57. A formidable foe as evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon. Accompanied by his beloved, the day's Death Elimination Tournament concluded splendidly. Wang Ming, with 2 consecutive victories, had emerged as the tournament's biggest dark horse. Numerous media representatives sought to interview him, but he declined them all, choosing instead to maintain a low profile. Isn't that right, Shinado? Despite Wang Ming's refusal of media attention, his reputation did not diminish. Rather, it soared, gaining extensive coverage and making him a highly sought-after figure in the entire Beijing North City trainer competition. He had become quite a renowned celebrity in his own right. His good friends Zhang Tianjing and Wu Feng extended their congratulations. Zhang Tianjing reproached Wang Ming for not informing him about the matches, while Wu Feng, unable to attend due to a mission, expressed his support from afar. Zhang Tianzheng had been preoccupied with theoretical exams and initially could not attend. However, as Wang Ming's brother, he felt compelled to be present at such a crucial event to cheer him on. Thus, he resolved to skip class the following day to watch Wang Ming compete. Wang Ming would undoubtedly refuse, as theoretical assessments were of utmost importance for new students. Zhang Tianzheng's decision seemed somewhat counterproductive. Wang Ming believed that the sentiment was what mattered. Attendance was inconsequential. However, unable to withstand Zhang Tianzheng's unwavering determination, Wang Ming ultimately acquiesced to him. Although Wu Feng could not attend the competition, he still contributed to Wang Ming's efforts. He managed to procure the list of Wang Ming's opponents and their battle data for the upcoming match. Wang Ming was genuinely grateful for this. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. This knowledge was precisely what he needed at this moment. Lu Xiaoyu? Wang Ming murmured to himself as he gazed at the photograph of his opponent. For some inexplicable reason, he found the girl before him oddly familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. What might her capabilities be? He opened the battle records that Wu Feng had provided. A wave of shock washed over his face upon reviewing the records. His opponent, it turned out, was also an undefeated champion. Even more formidable was the fact that, thus far, Lu Xiaoyu had only deployed a single Pokémon in her battles. It seemed Lu Xiaoyu was no ordinary competitor. Tomorrow would undoubtedly present a fierce contest. Wang Ming's eyes glimmered with a subtle light as he scrutinized the battle data on his phone. Lu Xiaoyu's Pokémon was a Heracross, which, in terms of base stats, was on par with his shiny Scyther. However, he pondered the level of her Heracross. Judging by her battle records, it was likely at least level 25 or higher. Wang Ming contemplated how best to confront this challenging opponent. Given that Heracross possessed a fighting-type secondary attribute, which effectively counters bug types, the effectiveness of his Scyther's Fury Cutter would be significantly diminished. He turned to his side, glancing at his Gardevoir, contemplating whether to alter the order of his Pokémon for the upcoming battle, considering having Gardevoir lead the charge. It was highly probable that Lu Xiaoyu would send out Heracross as her first Pokémon, and Wang Ming felt uncertain about his chances of victory with Scyther against Heracross. However, if he opted for Gardevoir, he could secure a solid win in the opening round. The downside to this strategy was that it could complicate subsequent battles and potentially expose his Dragonite's existence prematurely, a scenario Wang Ming wished to avoid. Furthermore, if his opponent had previously observed his matches, she might adapt her strategies accordingly. Yet, the intricacies of this situation remained unpredictable. It was a gamble, a high-stakes contest. After careful consideration, Wang Ming ultimately resolved to embrace a night of rest with Gardevoir. As for tomorrow's match, he had reached a decision. The following day, as the sun began to rise, Wang Ming arrived at the arena early. His competition was scheduled for the morning and would commence shortly. As the first rays of sunlight bathed Wall Street, he stepped into the arena. Familiar opening remarks and cheers filled the air, everything mirrored previous experiences. Save for one notable change, today's adversary stood before him, Lu Xiaoyu. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, particularly her eyes, which sparkled like stars, radiating a brilliant glow. Her nose was delicately defined, and her lips slightly parted. A masterpiece of nature, yet marred by an air of arrogance that lingered between her brows. Lu Xiaoyu's gaze was frigid, rife with anger and disdain, leaving Wang Ming perplexed. He had no acquaintance with her and had never provoked her. Why did she harbor such animosity towards him? Was she experiencing an early onset of adolescence? Regardless, Wang Ming remained undeterred. His singular focus was on winning this match. Any notions of chivalry could be cast aside. As the match commenced, the announcer's voice faded, and both competitors released their Pokémon simultaneously. Would Wang Ming employ his shiny Scyther? Was there any doubt? The shiny Scyther would forever be his champion. If he did not utilize Scyther this round, he might as well relinquish his head for others to kick around. Then, as Wang Ming summoned his first battle Pokémon, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Wang Defa? Where was my beloved Scyther? Had my Scyther fallen from grace? In a corner, someone silently shed tears of regret. Yet, others were exhilarated by Wang Ming's decision to send out Gardevoir. My darling, get lost, she's mine. Indeed, behind every successful trainer lies a beloved companion, silently supporting them. The audience was taken aback by Gardevoir's appearance, as it was Wang Ming's first time utilizing her in battle. Even Lu Xiaoyu was astonished. She had anticipated that Wang Ming would deploy his shiny Scyther and had deliberately sent out Heracross to match up against it. However, Wang Ming's unexpected choice had thrown her off balance. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu was unfazed. She had confidence in her Heracross, believing it capable of holding its own against Gardevoir. Go! Heracross. Once, Wang Ming had triumphed against type disadvantages. She felt assured that she could do the same. Confronted with Heracross, a smile involuntarily crept across Wang Ming's lips. He had utilized his insight ability to gauge his opponent's strength. Pokémon, Heracross, gender, male, level, 30, base stats, 500, type, bug fighting, ability, guts when affected by a status condition. Its attack increases. Talent, epic, item, black belt, increases the power of fighting type moves. Moves, tackle, horn attack, leer, endure, push, seed bomb, critical hit, feint attack, aerial ace, brick break, revenge, fury attack, and mega horn. Had I sent out my shiny Scyther, perhaps you would have had a fighting chance. Alas, you face Gardevoir now. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with fervor. His initial choice had been correct. Now was the time to execute his strategy. Gardevoir, do not engage. Use Calm Mind to enhance your abilities. Stay alert to your opponent's movements and utilize Teleport to evade their attacks. Wang Ming swiftly issued a series of commands, and fortunately, Gardevoir understood his intent with ease due to their frequent communication. Standing poised in the arena, Gardevoir emanated an enchanting aura, akin to a lotus blossoming from the mud. Pure and untainted, her flowing white gown danced in the breeze, surrounded by an enigmatic presence. In that moment, Gardevoir resembled a beautiful fairy, evoking a sense of adoration. The audience was utterly captivated, their eyes filled with affection. Oh, how I yearn for a Gardevoir, not for anything else, but simply for my admiration. Brothers, I've heard Gardevoir can be found in the wild. Shall we venture out and catch one? We need at least 10. On the other side of the viewing area, Zhang Tianjing hastily took his seat. Upon witnessing Gardevoir in the arena, a peculiar smile graced his face. This lad, undoubtedly up to no good behind my back, TSK, has nurtured Gardevoir to such a splendid state. He then enthusiastically engaged in conversation with the nearby ladies. Look, that's my brother. Wow, how impressive. Are you as formidable as Mingxin? Certainly. Then, may I add you on WeChat? That might not be appropriate, for I am not one to engage lightly. Oh, it seems you've misunderstood. I was actually inquiring about Mingxin's WeChat. In the arena, facing the onslaught of Heracross, Shinado effortlessly evaded the attacks with its teleportation ability. Observing this, Luo Xiaoyu grew increasingly anxious, her chest heaving with excitement. She realized that Wang Ming's Shinado was enhancing its abilities, laying the groundwork for the ensuing battle. Should Shinado continue to bolster itself, even if the initiative remained on her side in the upcoming confrontation, it would prove challenging to prevail. Heracross unleashed the seed machine gun. Luo Xiaoyu commanded, intent on overwhelming Shinado with relentless assaults to disrupt its meditative state. The barrage of seeds rained down upon Shinado, who had just teleported to the opposite side, only to be met with the furious onslaught of the seed machine gun. After several rapid teleportations, Shinado began to feel the strain. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a gleam of joy lighting up her face. Heracross, use aerial ace, she ordered. Suddenly, Heracross surged forward with blinding speed, its long, thick horn transforming into a deadly blade aimed at Shinado. In a critical instant, however, Wang Ming remained silent. For Shinado had already taken action. A powerful psychic force enveloped Heracross, halting its advance. The horn was mere inches from Shinado's head, yet it could advance no further. Boom! An unseen force struck Heracross, sending it hurtling away. Heracross, hold on! Luo Xiaoyu shouted desperately, eager to grasp at any chance for survival. With a tremendous crash, Heracross collided with the wall, creating a sizable dent. Thud! As it fell to the ground, many believed the battle was over, yet Heracross rose once more. Success! A smile of delight spread across Luo Xiaoyu's face. The effect of the hold-on move ensured that even the mightiest of attacks would not push the opponent to the brink of collapse. However, repeated usage could lead to failure. Heracross, use sneak attack. At that moment, even if victory seemed distant, she sought to inflict at least a bite of damage upon her adversary. Whoosh! Heracross, akin to a flickering light, suddenly accelerated. Appearing beside Shinado in the blink of an eye, its claws descended with ferocious speed, slashing at Shinado. Though Shinado exerted every effort to dodge, it was still grazed by the claws. At this juncture, Wang Ming issued his command. Shinado, finish your opponent with Draining Kiss. Draining Kiss not only inflicted damage, but also converted that damage into health for Shinado. Although Heracross's desperate attack had wounded Shinado, it was swiftly countered with a Draining Kiss, restoring Shinado's vitality. In that moment, Luo Xiaoyu realized she had achieved nothing, her hopes dashed in vain. Her resentment towards Wang Ming boiled within her. Happiness can be ephemeral, arriving abruptly and departing just as swiftly. Though she felt an indignant sorrow, there was little she could do. Ultimately, all her bitterness and resentment transformed into a burning flame of vengeance within her heart. In the next moment, it erupted like a volcano. "Come forth, Gyarados. Show your strength and secure my victory," Luo Xiaoyu declared, her face radiant with confidence. Gyarados was her most formidable Pokémon, and she held unwavering certainty in her triumph against Shinado. Indeed, Gyarados was an immensely fearsome opponent. However, the arena's confines would limit its potential. While there were areas within the battlefield suitable for water-type Pokémon, they were not expansive. Wang Ming could potentially exploit the geographical advantage to mitigate Gyarados' power, offsetting the disparity in their species stats. "Now, let me witness just how formidable your Gyarados truly is." Wang Ming activated his Eye of Insight to scrutinize Gyarados' information. Simultaneously, he commanded Shinado to initiate an attack. Chapter 59, Gyarados vs. Shinado. Pokémon. Gyarados, gender, male, level, 38, base stats, 540, type, water flying. Ability, intimidate upon entering. It intimidates the opponent, thereby lowering their attack power. Talent, epic, held item, power band, increases the power of physical moves slightly. Moves, bite, rampage, glare, twister, ice fong. Water tail, dragon dance, outrage. Upon learning of Gyarados' level, Wang Ming felt a slight sense of relief. Shinado's level stood at 40, still slightly higher than Gyarados'. Shinado, use Future Sight. Future Sight was a newly acquired and immensely powerful psychic attack. However, its effects would not trigger immediately. There was a delay before its impact. In an instant, an unknown force from the future enveloped Gyarados. Though it did not suffer harm at that moment, it seemed to be ensnared by an impending crisis. Unable to evade, Luo Xiaoyu sensed something amiss and immediately commanded Gyarados to launch a fierce assault, hoping to eliminate the opponent before the threat manifested. "Gyarados, use Ice Fong." A chilling aura coalesced in Gyarados' mouth, forming a set of icy, sharp fangs. With a roar, Gyarados leaped into the air, aiming to bite Shinado. Luo Xiaoyu aimed to use Ice Fong's special effect to freeze Shinado, thereby forcibly interrupting its attack. Shinado, however, was astute, opting not to confront Gyarados directly. As Gyarados charged, Shinado swiftly employed teleportation, vanishing from its original position. Upon reappearing, it was perched atop a distant rock. Gyarados crashed into the ground, the icy breath meeting the earth, freezing the stones beneath it. Failing to land a hit, Gyarados leaped once more into the air. At that moment, a mist began to emanate from Shinado, quickly enveloping the entire arena. Wang Ming could not restrain a slight smile at the sight. Shinado was indeed following his lead, demonstrating remarkable intelligence. Shinado had unleashed the misty terrain, which ensured that any Pokémon on the ground would be immune to status conditions. Therefore, even if Gyarados' Ice Fong struck Shinado, it would not result in a freeze. This effectively countered Gyarados' Ice Fong. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Luo Xiaoyu stomped her foot in frustration, repeating the word thrice. Yet her anger remained unquenched. "Gyarados, use Water Tail." Luo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth as she spoke. Anger often clouds one's judgment, and she found it increasingly difficult to suppress the fire raging within her. Roar, crash. The ferocious Gyarados lifted its massive tail and brought it crashing down. Shinado employed Psychic to defend, yet it was effortlessly breached. At a critical moment, Shinado once again utilized Teleport to evade Gyarados' attack. However, this maneuver left it feeling utterly fatigued, a wave of weakness washing over its body. Observing this, Luo Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of delight, and she leaped with excitement, causing her ample bosom to bounce enticingly, providing quite the spectacle for onlookers. "Gyarados, unleash a devastating attack," Luo Xiaoyu commanded, summoning the mightiest move at her disposal. Although this technique was indeed formidable, it bore a significant drawback. It would plunge the user into a state of confusion afterward. Clearly, Luo Xiaoyu was beyond caring about such consequences. Her singular desire was to vanquish Shinado and prove her worth. On the observation platform, a statuesque beauty shook her head in disappointment, murmuring softly to herself, "You've lost, sister. You were ultimately too proud." Sometimes, a little humbling can be beneficial. Despite Luo Xiaoyu being her sibling, she felt no sorrow for her failure, but rather a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the other spectators exhibited expressions of anxious anticipation, their eyes fixated on the battle unfolding below. Gyarados' aura surged dramatically, thrashing about with reckless abandon. They could sense that the decisive moment was at hand. A petite girl, overwhelmed with tension, buried her face deeply into her ample bosom, while a middle-aged man, engrossed in the Pokemon battle, fidgeted nervously, inadvertently reaching out and causing a commotion that elicited gasps and a flurry of exclamations. Crack! Ah! Scoundrel! In the arena, facing Gyarados' relentless assault, Shinado naturally sought to avoid its fury. Just then, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly enveloped Gyarados, crashing down upon it. The power of Future Sight was at work. That immense psychic energy poured onto Gyarados like a deluge, overwhelming it. In one moment, Gyarados was writhing in the air. In the next, it lay prostrate on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. This was no ordinary Future Sight. It was a manifestation of Shinado's peak offensive power, a force that could not be understated. Though Gyarados was known for its tough hide and robust defenses, it could not withstand such an overwhelming force. Its body slackened, gasping for breath intermittently. Shinado, too, was not unscathed, as the tremendous strain caused beads of sweat to form on its brow. Gyarados, get up! Luo Xiaoyu cried out desperately, tears streaming from her eyes. Although the battle was not yet concluded, she understood that she had lost. Yet, she could not accept this outcome. She was undeniably exceptional, with many in her family envying her, and suitors aplenty. How could she be defeated by a nameless thief? One who could not even afford an egg incubator? Luo Xiaoyu's heart twisted with resentment, her gaze filled with defiance and bitterness. I shall not be defeated. I still have it. I will force you to succumb before me. Luo Xiaoyu's expression contorted as she discreetly removed the necklace from around her neck. At the end of that necklace dangled a glimmering mini Pokeball. When she clasped the Pokeball in her hand, it suddenly enlarged to the size of a regular Pokeball. This was a protective Pokemon gifted to her by her father, meant to safeguard her. Although she could not command the Pokemon within, she no longer cared about that. All that mattered now was defeating Wang Ming. Chapter 60. A veil of fog above the arena. The host was poised to announce the victor of the match when he suddenly realized that Luo Xiaoyu intended to take further action, causing his expression to darken. The principle of accepting defeat is a virtue that every trainer must uphold. In the Pokemon world, nothing is more despicable than being unable to lose gracefully. Luo Xiaoyu's blatant disregard for the battle's conclusion was a clear indication of desperation, a betrayal of the very ethos of a trainer. Such behavior was unacceptable in a grand tournament, and the host felt compelled to intervene. Luo Xiaoyu, this match is over. Please recall your Pokemon. If you persist in your defiance, I shall report you to the league and revoke your eligibility to compete. The host spoke with a calm yet firm tone, his eyes glinting with cold authority. However, Luo Xiaoyu paid no heed, continuing her reckless intent to unleash the powerful Pokemon from the ball. At that moment, Wang Ming's expression also darkened, for he noticed Shinado's evident fear and its grim countenance. Such a reaction was rare, only occurring when faced with an insurmountable opponent. Wang Ming's gaze shifted to the Pokeball in Luo Xiaoyu's hand, and his face paled. The ball she held bore a striking resemblance to the dark ball that had been gifted to him by the system. How could this be? Wang Ming froze, suddenly gripped by a terrifying realization. Could it be that the Pokeball in Luo Xiaoyu's possession could also capture dark Pokemon, and that within it lay an exceedingly powerful dark Pokemon? If this were true, it would explain Shinado's trepidation. Shinado, return, Wang Ming urgently commanded. If Luo Xiaoyu truly released that Pokemon, Shinado could very well suffer severe injuries. Such a fate was one Wang Ming would never allow. Obediently, Shinado returned to Wang Ming's side. Just then, a ferocious roar echoed from above the arena. A massive shadow loomed over the battlefield. Spectators looked up to see a Dragonite soaring high above. Xiaoyu, are you still not stopping? An icy voice rang out from the Dragonite. The tall woman's gaze was frosty as she fixed her eyes on Luo Xiaoyu below. Luo Xiaoyu trembled, gradually awakening from her trance. Upon seeing the imposing figure above and glancing at the Pokeball in her hand, she instinctively recoiled several steps, causing the ball to slip from her grasp. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. Wang Ming also looked up at the towering woman, his expression one of disbelief. He recognized her. She was the owner of the high-end incubator he had received. Moreover, it finally dawned on him why Luo Xiaoyu looked so familiar. She bore a striking resemblance to the tall woman, and their previous conversation had made it evident that they shared a profound connection. Sister, Luo Xiaoyu faltered, realizing she had nearly committed a grave error, leaving her at a loss for words. Come with me. There is no longer any need for you to participate in this tournament. The tall woman's voice bore a hint of anger and chill. Luo Xiaoyu's head drooped in shame, tears cascading down her cheeks as she picked up the fallen Pokeball and silently departed from the arena. Apologies. I will explain this matter to the league, the elegant woman remarked, casting a glance at the host. The host said nothing further, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The tall woman then turned her gaze toward Wang Ming, offering him a mysterious smile before she left. The match concluded. Later that afternoon, Wang Ming shared a meal with Zhang Tianzhong, engaging in light conversation before parting ways and beginning his journey home alone. Unexpectedly, he encountered the tall woman, who stood nearby, leaning against a large tree. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, endowing her with an air of mature femininity. Little brother, we meet again. The tall beauty's laughter chimed like bells, utterly enchanting. Wang Ming offered an awkward smile, extending his hand in greeting. You aren't here because of Luo Xiaoyu, are you? Wang Ming could surmise that the bond between Luo Xiaoyu and the tall woman was far from ordinary. He had nearly driven Luo Xiaoyu to the brink of madness, and it was unlikely that the tall beauty would be pleased about it. What if I said I was? Wang Ming sighed and replied, actually, are you suggesting that you believe you shouldn't have been so harsh? The tall beauty smiled slightly, as if she anticipated Wang Ming's forthcoming words, and interjected. However, Wang Ming shook his head, his expression becoming quite solemn. No, I believe she is unwell and requires treatment. The tall beauty was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are the first person bold enough to say that about her. If Xiaoyu hears this, she will probably get furious with you. The tall beauty's tone shifted as she continued. However, my sister truly does have her issues. Wang Ming's heart jolted. He then realized that Luo Xiaoyu and the tall beauty were sisters. It was no wonder they bore such a strong resemblance. What kind of ailment? Wang Ming asked nonchalantly, not expecting the truth behind Luo Xiaoyu's condition. Princess syndrome. Wang Ming replied, that's an ailment, but not entirely one. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Li, and I am Xiaoyu's elder sister. I came here to personally apologize, as my sister has been rather spoiled. Wang Ming, being an understanding individual, and given that Luo Li had previously gifted him a high-end egg incubator, held no ill will toward Luo Xiaoyu. Little brother, you truly have a generous heart. Here is my contact information. Feel free to call me if you have any questions. I won't keep you any longer. I'm off now. Luo Li waved goodbye to Wang Ming and vanished into the crowd. At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly called out to her, asking, may I ask you a question? Luo Li smiled slightly. Don't hesitate. You can ask as many times as you like. I didn't mean it that way. Why does it become times now? Never mind. It doesn't matter. I wish to know if the orb around your sister's neck contains a dark spirit? Luo Li paused, a mysterious smile spreading across her face. It seems you have already figured it out. Indeed, it contains a dark spirit. Wang Ming's heart raced. Although he had suspected it, the confirmation still shocked him. It appeared that not only the Dark Organization and the Adventurers Guild possessed methods of capturing such beings, but other factions did as well. This was originally a family secret that should not have been disclosed. But do you know why I chose to tell you? Luo Li suddenly posed this question. Wang Ming was taken aback and instinctively blurted out, why? Because you bear a striking resemblance to someone. In that moment, Wang Ming felt as if he had grasped something elusive, only for it to slip away just as quickly. When he regained his senses, Luo Li had already vanished into the throng. Chapter 61. The Top 8 Battles. No one dares to challenge esteemed genius trainers after a new round of competition. The list of the top 16 has been unveiled. The arena reverberated with a voice that stirred the soul. Upon hearing the names on the list, Wang Ming could not help but smile slightly. He had made it to the top 8. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find that Luo Xiaoyu was not among them. In truth, with her capabilities, she could have easily entered the top 8. Unfortunately, yesterday's events had deprived her of that precious opportunity. The completion of the system's task was drawing near, and anticipation bubbled within him. Wang Ming's heart surged with excitement, eager to proceed to the next simulation. Just then, the loudspeakers began announcing details regarding the upcoming top 8 matches. After listening, Wang Ming gained a general understanding of the competition format. Unlike the elimination rounds, the top 8 battles were far more ruthless. The league would select the 8 strongest seed contestants based on their previous performance, and the remaining 8 would challenge them. Victorious challengers would replace the defeated seeds, becoming new seeds themselves. Each participant would only have 2 chances to challenge, and the seeds would have the same. Thus, even if a seed were defeated, they would not lose their qualification to advance, but could challenge another seed instead. Once all 8 seeds were determined, they would proceed to the semifinals. Now, the contestants whose names are called, please come to the arena. The announcer's voice echoed once more. Meng Liang. At the arena's entrance, a robust, muscular youth emerged with a smile. Opposite him stood 8 others, all of similar age. These were the challengers, while Meng Liang was one of the 8 seeds. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge Meng Liang? The announcer's resounding voice filled the air. After a moment, someone stepped forward. I will. The speaker was a shorter boy, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yusheng versus Meng Liang. The first match of the top 8 begins. Both sides sent forth their first Pokémon. The match format was the same as before, employing a best-of-3 system. The first to win 2 rounds would immediately end the match. Come forth, Abel. Arise, Tyranitar. Abel. Use Ice Fang. Tyranitar, unleash Sand Tomb. The 2 Pokémon clashed powerfully. Ultimately, Abel had the upper hand, defeating Meng Liang's Tyranitar. Yusheng appeared elated. Sensing the prospect of victory. Abel, we must push forward to the top 8. He exclaimed excitedly. However, Meng Liang remained unfazed, grinning as he said, defeating me is not so simple. Come forth, my prized treasure. A towering, muscular humanoid Pokémon slowly emerged from its Pokeball. It was none other than Machamp, the final evolution of Mankey. Machamp, give it your all. Meng Liang roared with enthusiasm, akin to a frenzied beast. Machamp let out a mighty roar, pounding its chest with fervor. Yusheng was momentarily startled, taking a step back. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Machamp charged toward Abel, delivering a powerful kick that sent it soaring, followed by a dazzling flurry of punches that inflicted devastating damage, ultimately taking Abel down. Wow, so fierce. Yusheng was taken aback, his confidence wavering. He released his second Pokémon, preparing for a decisive battle against Machamp. Unfortunately, it proved to be a futile effort. After just a few rounds, he was defeated. I declare the winner of this match to be Meng Liang. The first challenger had failed, serving as a warning to the remaining contenders. Those selected as seeds by the league were not to be underestimated. Their strength was far more formidable than it appeared. The first round concluded, and the second round commenced swiftly. Challenger Zhang Guan versus seed contestant Li Dai. The battle was equally thrilling, yet the outcome mirrored the previous match. Zhang Guan too was defeated, deepening the somber mood among the challengers. 2 consecutive losses had left them disheartened. Do they stand a chance of victory? There was no time for them to ponder further, as the third round was about to commence. This time, the participants exhibited considerable caution, and it took a while before one individual stepped forward. Alas, the outcome remained unchanged. The challengers once again faced defeat. The sequence continued with the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds, until finally, after enduring 6 challenges, a challenger emerged victorious. This victory ignited a flicker of hope for the challengers, rekindling the flames of battle within their hearts. However, when the seed player for the 7th round appeared, the recently kindled flames were swiftly extinguished by a deluge of cold reality. Wang Ming had arrived. He stood there, exuding an immense pressure upon all present. Among the spectators, whispers erupted. Do you think anyone will dare challenge the god of Ming? I doubt it. His strength is universally acknowledged. Challenging him would be akin to seeking torment. But as trainers, should we not approach challenges with reverence, trembling as we strive to catch up? Why don't you take a shot at it? Forget it. I was merely jesting. After a prolonged silence, no one stepped forward to challenge him. Wang Ming was taken aback. Could it be that he would ascend without contest? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the host's voice echoed. Is there no one willing to challenge Wang Ming? If truly no one steps forward, he shall advance directly. The host's words lingered in the ears of the challengers, leaving them in a state of indecision. They had witnessed Wang Ming's prowess. Defeating him seemed nearly impossible. Yet, they were also unwilling to simply watch him advance unopposed. After a moment, someone finally stepped forward. I'll go. All eyes turned to the tall youth, admiration evident in their gazes. The tall youth appeared to relish the attention, sporting a confident smile as he strode forward. At that moment, Wang Ming accidentally fumbled, causing Shinado to escape from its Pokeball. Oh dear, my Pokemon seems eager to unleash some chaos again, Wang Ming said with an innocuous smile. However, to the tall youth, it appeared terrifying. He quickly retreated back into the ranks. The onlookers exchanged glances, puzzled. Is he trying to intimidate me with Shinado? The tall youth said earnestly, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Shinado. The crowd was taken aback, collectively exhaling in resignation. Wang Ming's advancement to the top 8 was now a foregone conclusion. Chapter 62, The Existence Beyond Divine Beasts in the 8th round of challenges. Wang Ming took his place among the spectators. The order of appearance for the seed players was determined by the league's rankings, and Wang Ming was set to appear second to last, indicating that the league regarded him as the second strongest. Thus, he was curious about the prowess of the player deemed first by the league. As the host's voice faded, a handsome youth clad in a white shirt gradually entered the arena. The youth's captivating eyes shimmered with the glimmer of distant stars, and his presence radiated an intangible confidence. Wang Ming recognized him as Li Feng. He had witnessed a few of Li Feng's battles prior, but overall, they had been rather unremarkable, devoid of anything particularly commendable. Wang Ming found it perplexing that the league had ranked him above himself. Clearly, the spectators shared this sentiment. To be honest, this pretty boy looks quite appealing. He must have tasted victory often. I've seen his previous matches, and his strength is rather average. I can't fathom why he ranks above the god of Ming. Do you suppose he has some connection with a higher-up in the league? I've heard rumors of a beautiful supervisor who favors handsome young men. Heh, the truth will reveal itself soon enough. Even the challenger's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had spotted prey. Before the host's words could fully resonate, the challengers began to jostle for position. Step aside, yes mine. No way, I haven't had a chance to challenge yet. I must go. What are you? A mere nothing? With your meager strength, you'd only be humiliated. Better not embarrass yourself. You dare insult me? Do you want to go right now? Come on. Who is afraid? At that moment, the host intervened, declaring, anyone wishing to challenge Li Feng, please step forward. As the words fell, everyone stood up in unison, leaving no one behind. The host's mouth twitched. With so many challengers, this would take ages. Surely, they couldn't expect Li Feng to battle without a break. However, Li Feng, seemingly unfazed, spoke slowly. You all can come at me together. The crowd was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What? You want us all to challenge you at once? Have you lost your mind? Do you think you're the god of Ming? Clearly, the crowd dismissed Li Feng's words with scorn. Li Feng offered no rebuttal, but turned to the host. The host's expression grew serious. Taking on 8 challengers was no small feat moreover. These individuals had advanced to the top 16 based solely on their own strength. Li Feng's proposition to take on all at once seemed fanciful. Yet, Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Li Feng. He could discern that Li Feng was no fool. If he dared to propose such a challenge, he must possess some form of assurance. Li Feng, are you certain you wish to proceed? The host inquired solemnly. While Li Feng's approach could expedite the resolution of the battle, it would be exceedingly unfair to him. Li Feng nodded nonchalantly, confidence radiating from him. Seeing Li Feng's unwavering assurance, the host decided to refrain from further discussion. Very well, you may begin. The crowd buzzed with excitement. What an utter fool, daring to challenge all 8 of us. We shall show him what today. He who seeks to show off often finds himself outmatched. This seems to be one of those cases. As they spoke, each challenger released their Pokémon. Faced with 8 Pokémon of varied attributes, Li Feng simply smiled gently, slowly retrieving a Pokeball from his waist. The sight of the Pokeball left the crowd in shock. In Li Feng's hand lay a Master Ball. Gasp! This kid has a Master Ball. Why didn't we see him use it before? This is bad. I have a foreboding feeling that he has been concealing his strength. We may very well become mere stepping stones today. At that moment, tension gripped the hearts of all present. Even Wang Ming wore an expression of surprise. A Master Ball, indeed, promised an entertaining spectacle. With a flash of white light, the Pokémon hidden within the Master Ball emerged. It's it. This kid is incredibly bold to have concealed this so deeply. We're doomed. Am I the clown in this scenario? What emerged from Li Feng's Master Ball was a Pokémon with stats rivaling those of semi-divine creatures. The King of Vacations. With a staggering base stat of 670. It put many divine beasts to shame, leaving Groudon in tears in the restroom. However, it bore a fatal weakness, its ability, laziness. After each move, it would succumb to a state of slumber. This has rendered the prowess of the Sloth King woefully inadequate, starkly mismatched with its formidable base stats. Yet, it is undeniable that the strength of the Sloth King remains unquestionable. Should it manage to overcome its lazy nature, it could reduce countless legendary Pokémon to tears. Wang Ming expressed his astonishment at Li Feng's choice of the Sloth King, not anticipating such a powerful Pokémon being unleashed. Although the Sloth King possesses immense power, its laziness serves as a constraint. If Li Feng aims to secure victory, it would be prudent to conclude the battle in a single strike. Wang Ming murmured to himself as he activated his insightful eye to scrutinize the Sloth King. He was keenly curious about the true extent of its strength. Pokémon, Sloth King, gender, female, level, 40, base stats, 670, type, normal, ability, lazy, after using a move. It falls asleep. Talent, epic. Item, silk scarf, a scarf with a pleasant texture that enhances the power of normal type moves. Moves, bluster, grab, encore, yawn, slack off, hammer arm. Throw, punishment, critical hit, amnesia, yearn, gradual breakdown, doubling back, frenzy, ultimate impact. Upon observing that the Sloth King was equipped with a silk scarf and the move ultimate impact, a smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. It seems he intends to end the battle in one decisive blow. The silk scarf will augment the Sloth King's offensive capabilities, while ultimate impact will unleash its full potential. The synergy of these two elements will elevate the Sloth King's attack to unprecedented levels of terror. Wang Ming sensed a thrilling spectacle was imminent. Robbery. Hand over your New Year's money. Chapter 63. The Battle for the Top 4 Sloth King. Show them your most formidable power. Li Feng spoke calmly, his expression radiating confidence. With a languid pose reminiscent of a slumbering Buddha, the Sloth King slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze was sharp yet infused with a hint of lethargy, casting a fearful glance upon the opposing Pokémon. In the blink of an eye, it sprang to its feet, transforming into a projectile that soared forth with a deafening whoosh. A tempest of wind accompanied its flight. The colossal creature barreled through the air, crashing into 8 Pokémon with the force of thunder. Before anyone could react, a terrifying shockwave surged toward them, compelling all to retreat in haste. Bang, bang, bang. When they finally opened their eyes again, all 8 Pokémon had been sent sprawling, colliding against the distant wall, ensnared and unable to extricate themselves. Meanwhile, the Sloth King lay on the ground, snoring peacefully. In a single strike, the battle had been decisively concluded. It was an exquisite opportunity to attack. Yet their Pokémon had all succumbed to defeat. Should they release a second Pokémon? They deemed it unnecessary. Even if they were to win, it would not be a source of pride. Li Feng's prowess had earned him the respect of all present. He was more deserving than anyone to compete in the forthcoming semifinals. I concede. I too concede. Brother, aside from Wang Ming, you are the second person I truly admire. No further attempts were made. A deep-seated admiration for Li Feng blossomed within them, and they were reluctant to engage in any underhanded tactics. Li Feng merely smiled faintly, recalling the Sloth King as he departed amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. After a considerable time, cheers erupted in the arena. Another dark horse had emerged. In the afternoon, the matchups for the semifinals were announced. The competition would adopt a draw system, with contestants facing off against others who drew the same number. Each participant had only one chance to battle. Victory would lead to the semifinals. Defeat meant elimination. Each contender had fought with unwavering determination to reach this stage, and none would concede easily. Compared to previous rounds, this tournament had introduced several changes. The battle arena had transitioned from a fixed to a randomized format, allowing competitors to adapt and select suitable Pokémon for combat. The first match featured the contestant who drew number 1. Unfortunately, Wang Ming was among them. His opponent was Chun Fan, who had previously displayed impressive combat prowess. His Ducklet, renowned for its skill, had triumphed over numerous formidable foes. Wang Ming never underestimated any opponent, unless they were truly lacking. This time, he decided to lead with his shiny Scyther. Within the arena, both sides released their Pokémon. As Wang Ming had anticipated, his adversary summoned Ducklet. Pokémon: Ducklet, gender, male, level 30, type, normal flying. Ability: inner focus. Through mental training, it remains unfazed by opponents' attacks. Talent: epic. Item: leak, a long, sturdy stalk that increases Ducklet's chances of landing critical hits. Moves: Sand Attack, Leer, Fury Cutter, Peck, Poison Jab, Brave Bird, Acrobatics, Return, Cut, Air Slash, Swords Dance. A commendable opponent, Wang Ming noted. I've heard many girls adore Ducklet, especially those that carry a leak. I wonder if that is indeed true. Perhaps I could converse with this fellow at some point. A strange thought flickered through Wang Ming's mind before he redirected his focus back to the battle. Shiny Scyther. Use Fury Cutter. A familiar scent, a familiar strategy. Chun Fan was equally resolute, exuding confidence in his Ducklet. Ducklet, use Fury Cutter as well. He sought to engage Wang Ming in a direct confrontation. Clang, clang. The sharp pincers of the Scyther clashed with the long, sturdy leak, sending sparks flying. The brilliant display of fireworks was mesmerizing, reminiscent of a starry night sky. The two combatants exchanged blows, embodying the gallant spirit of legendary warriors. Quack! Ducklet emitted a low call, swinging its leak with increasing speed, creating afterimages that dazzled the onlookers. Shiny Scyther mirrored this display, wielding its massive pincers as if they were swords, launching a flurry of strikes that suggested the might of an unarmed master. Boom! A shockwave rippled outward. At a certain moment, the two separated. Your Shiny Scyther is impressive. Your Ducklet is formidable too. Both combatants expressed their admiration, prompting puzzled looks from the audience, who couldn't help but silently critique the exchange. Why do I feel like they're engaging in mutual flattery? Be confident, drop the awkwardness. Yet, despite the flattery, why do I feel no discomfort? Because you're simply outclassed. That stings, old pal. Huh, wait, aren't you just as inferior as I am? Why do you feel no shame? Because I'm charming. After this exchange, Wang Ming decided to switch tactics. Shiny Scyther, use Blade Dance. Blade Dance was a newly learned move for the Shiny Scyther, which Wang Ming had yet to utilize. Now was the perfect opportunity to experiment. Swish! The shiny Scyther gathered all its strength, delivering a powerful slash that unleashed a blade of wind. The wind blade, propelled by a fierce gale, transformed into countless razor-sharp edges, spiraling toward Ducklet. Ducklet, use Air Slash. Chen Fan also altered his strategy. Quack! Ducklet drew its leek from its waist, slashing with vigor to conjure a wind blade that met the incoming gust head-on. Boom! The clash of two potent gusts of energy sent shockwaves that shattered nearby stones. A small whirlwind emerged, swirling throughout the arena. At that moment, the shiny Scyther charged forward, positioning itself directly before the Ducklet. The previous wind blade was merely a diversion employed by Wang Ming to draw the opponent's attention. Now, he unleashed his true strike, the Fury Cutter. The familiar maneuver proved effective once more. Ducklet, caught off guard, flailed its leek in a desperate attempt to defend. Yet its body was forced to retreat repeatedly. It would soon reach its limits. Ducklet, use Cut. In this critical moment, Chun Fan's response was resolute. Ducklet raised its leek and swung it forcefully forward. The sheer force cleaved through the surrounding air. The shiny Scyther was compelled to halt its assault, its body retreating in reaction. Seizing the opportunity, Ducklet pressed forward, its leek transforming into a streak of white light as it executed the aerial ace. The shiny Scyther, taken by surprise, was sent flying. Just as the spectators believed the shiny Scyther was on the verge of defeat, it abruptly curved its body in midair at an astonishing angle and darted forward in a flash of light. In a brilliant moment, it crashed into Ducklet, sending it soaring into the sky, causing the leek to tumble from its grasp. Chapter 64. Shinado vs. Charizard. Ducklet, quickly regain your composure. Chen Fan recognized the precarious state of Ducklet and urged it to recover. Flapping its wings, Ducklet attempted to adjust its position, albeit clumsily. Unfortunately, it faltered. The shiny Scyther seized the moment, delivering a powerful cut that sent Ducklet hurtling away. But the onslaught did not cease there. Before Ducklet could rise from the ground, the shiny Scyther's scythe descended upon it. Fury Cutter. Within just 2 strikes, Ducklet was rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Return, Ducklet. Chen Fan's expression bore only sorrow. Devoid of disappointment, he cradled Ducklet gently, as one would a cherished companion. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, he slowly departed with Ducklet in his arms. Do you not wish to continue the fight? Inquired the announcer from above the arena. Chen Fan had merely lost the first round, yet victory was still within reach. However, he shook his head, softly murmuring, I have only it. With that, he left, leaving the onlookers in shock. Wang Ming bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement, expressing respect for Chen Fan. This was a worthy opponent, one whose name might echo in the future. I declare that the victor of this match is Wang Ming from Hualan City. Let us extend our warmest applause as he advances to the semifinals. The applause surged and ebbed like the roaring sea. The golden sunlight bathed the arena, and the battle's clarion call had been sounded. The semifinals progressed swiftly, concluding amidst the fading light of the setting sun. Tomorrow was the day Wang Ming had eagerly anticipated, for if he triumphed, he would secure a place in the finals, fulfilling the system's task and earning another chance at simulation. Throughout the night, Wang Ming was too exhilarated to sleep, even with Shinado in his embrace. After tossing and turning for half the night, he finally succumbed to slumber. The following day marked the commencement of the highly anticipated match. By a stroke of fate, Wang Ming's opponent was not the expectedly foe, but a young man named Kong Lo. Wang Ming had observed Kong Li's formidable strength the previous day. He possessed a fully evolved starter Pokémon, a force not to be underestimated. This time, Wang Ming opted not to lead with the shiny Scyther. At this juncture, it could no longer guarantee him victory. The most prudent choice remained Shinado. Go, Shinado. Simultaneously, Kong Lu released his first combatant. Charizard, you shall be my champion. Clearly, both sides were determined to seize victory in this inaugural bout. Who would ultimately prevail in this contest of skill? Wang Ming activated his insight eye to glean the specifics of Charizard. Pokémon. Charizard, gender, male, level, 38, base stats, 534, type, fire flying. Ability, Blaze, powers up fire-type moves when the Pokémon's HP is low. Talent, Epic. Item, Charcoal, boosts the power of fire-type moves. Moves, Scratch. Wing attack, Roar, Ember, Smoke Screen, Flamethrower, Dragon Claw, Air Slash, Shadow Claw, Dragon Rage, Phantom, Fire Fong, Flare Blitz. At level 38, Charizard could only be matched by Shinado. Aside from Dragonite, Wang Ming felt relieved with his choice. Had he sent out the shiny Scyther, he would have lost a Pokémon needlessly. Shinado used Calm Mind. Initially, Wang Ming opted for a conservative strategy, enhancing Shinado's abilities rather than launching an immediate attack. Kong Lu, unwilling to allow Wang Ming such leeway, resolved to take the initiative and disrupt Shanedo's meditation. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Kong Lu initiated with a formidable move to assert his dominance. Roar. Charizard let out a fierce cry, soaring into the air before unleashing a column of fire aimed directly at Shanedo. The scorching flame carried a terrifying energy, incinerating the rocks beneath it. Shanedo, use Teleport to evade. Wang Ming remained composed, issuing the command. In the blink of an eye, Shanedo vanished from its position. The ferocious flames struck the ground, creating a massive crater in the solid earth. Debris flew, and dust swirled. A wave of heat washed over the audience, prompting them to turn away. Charizard is quite audacious, creating such a spectacle right from the start. Shanedo may find it challenging to contend. Not necessarily. Ming's strength is formidable. While Charizard is impressive, I still hold faith in Ming's Shanedo. Humph, you seem to be merely biased in favor of Shanedo. Nonsense. I am not that type of person. Show me the evidence. Or cease your idle chatter. Keep casting baseless accusations, and I might just report you for defamation. With one strike failing, Charizard gathered flames once more, transforming them into a fearsome fire dragon that surged forward in a furious roar. Shanedo, undeterred, countered with a confusion attack, clashing against the fiery beast. The intangible met the tangible. Psychic energy collided with flames, resulting in an explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the arena, the aftermath whipping through the audience. Why do I always seem to be the one getting hurt? My friend, that sentiment is misguided. The gale may knock us down, but it cannot erode our indomitable spirit. Look, what is that? As the wind swept by, skirts fluttered. Adornments in shades of pure white, resembling strawberries, Pikachu, and Jigglypuff appeared in abundance. Wow, such dazzling light. Ahem, is it inappropriate to peek like this? Indeed, we should observe with proper decorum. After 2 exchanges, both sides stood evenly matched. Charizard, use Fire Fang. Charizard summoned a blazing inferno within its jaws, transforming into fearsome fangs as it dove toward Shanedo. Shanedo evaded the attack and utilized Mist to avoid entanglement in the air. Wang Ming employed Mist deliberately to prevent Shanedo from succumbing to burns or other adverse conditions. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the battlefield, shrouding the entire arena. Charizard soared through the sky, executing a rapid dive as flames erupted from its mouth, incinerating the surrounding mist. Shiny Gardevoir executed another teleportation to evade Charizard's assault. Suddenly, a terrifying energy enveloped Charizard's head, cascading downwards. In a swift maneuver, Charizard flew low before ascending at a 90-degree angle, soaring high like a mythical bird, thus avoiding Gardevoir's attack. Brothers, please lend your support by recommending this book at the Book Drought Square. The daily readership has significantly dwindled, and the income barely covers instant noodles. The author is truly struggling. Chapter 65. The Arrival of Dragonite Shiny Gardevoir. Use Future Sight. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ming resolved to unleash a more potent move to vanquish Charizard. Gardevoir. It nodded, and an aura of power began to shift around it. An invisible force coalesced within, erupting forth to envelop Charizard. In that instant, Charizard sensed an unsettling presence. It felt as though a formidable power was manipulating its fate, poised to deliver a lethal blow at some point in the future. With a roar that pierced the heavens, Charizard attempted to dispel its unease. But this only intensified its anxiety. Charizard, use Flamethrower. As Charizard's master, Kong Lu shared a profound bond with it and sensed its distress. Realizing that Gardevoir's future sight was at play, he thus devised a plan to inflict a severe blow on Gardevoir in the shortest time possible. Boom. Charizard gathered a massive fireball in its mouth, resembling a sun from the heavens, radiating brilliant light. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to boil, leaving the spectators in the stands drenched in sweat, parched as though ensconced in an inferno. The next moment, the fireball streaked across the sky like a meteor, roaring mightily as it hurtled towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir, evade. The fireball hurtled swiftly, darkening the sky. Gardevoir activated its teleportation, attempting to escape this formidable attack. Bang! Just as she made her move, the fireball detonated right before her. The colossal fireball shattered into countless smaller fireballs that rained down in all directions. The flames raged on. Gardevoir deftly dodged the incoming fireballs, yet the sheer number overwhelmed her. Despite possessing the extraordinary skill of teleportation, she could not evade them all. Several fireballs struck her, inflicting wounds. Fortunately, the damage was not severe. Angered by the assault, Gardevoir emitted a mesmerizing cry that disrupted Charizard's psyche, dealing psychic damage. Simultaneously, a powerful psychic force descended upon Charizard, knocking it off balance and nearly causing it to plummet from the sky. At that moment, The effects of Future Sight manifested. Boom. In the next instant, the power of Future Sight erupted, striking Charizard with relentless force. A series of 3 strikes left Charizard severely injured, its body swaying precariously as it plummeted earthward. Bang! Dust and debris erupted from the ground, engulfing Charizard's form. Charizard! Kong Lu shouted anxiously. He felt the weight of Charizard's injuries. He did not wish for more. He merely hoped for Charizard's safety. What an opportunity! Gardevoir, unleash Psychic. In this critical moment, Wang Ming showed no mercy, roaring with fervor. It was essential to note that Charizard had previously harmed Gardevoir. Wang Ming shared a deep bond with Gardevoir, and witnessing her distress ignited his dissatisfaction with Charizard. Now that he saw the chance to defeat Charizard, he would not let it slip away. Gardevoir, recognizing the precious opportunity, she wasted no time in launching her attack. A formidable psychic force enveloped Charizard's head, descending rapidly. Just as everyone anticipated the battle's conclusion, a brilliant flame suddenly erupted from the cloud of dust, followed by a fierce roar. This unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Wang Ming was slow to react. By the time he attempted to issue a command, the flame had already struck Gardevoir. Bang! Gardevoir was instantly propelled backward, crashing into a distant rock and shattering it to pieces. Gardevoir. Pain flickered across her face as she knelt on the ground. Although this strike did not incapacitate her, it inflicted significant damage. After unleashing that attack, Charizard succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Wang Ming hurriedly called Gardevoir back to his side, inquiring about her injuries with concern. Gardevoir merely shook her head, her complexion slightly flushed, indicating she was all right. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. After gently rubbing Gardevoir's sore chest, he lovingly returned her to her Pokeball. Though he emerged victorious from this battle, Gardevoir would find it challenging to contend in the subsequent skirmishes. To ensure his absolute triumph, Wang Ming felt it was time to summon Dragonite. On the other side, Kong Lu also recalled his Charizard, his gaze aflame with fury and an icy demeanor. Now it's your turn. He retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, kissed it softly, and released it. As the spectators beheld Kong Lu's Pokemon, they realized how naive they had been. It became clear that not only Wang Ming and Li Feng had concealed their strengths, even Kong Lu had harbored hidden prowess. This time, Kong Lu unleashed a Pokemon that was equally formidable as Charizard, Greninja. After all this time, it turned out that we had been the jesters. While these individuals had been toying with us, first Wang Ming, then Li Feng, and now Kong Lu, how many more trainers were hiding their true capabilities? However, Wang Ming now faced a daunting challenge. As it stood, we knew he still possessed a shiny Scyther. If he were to send forth that Scyther, it would likely spell defeat for him. I doubt Wang Ming would deploy the shiny Scyther. Each of these trainers is a genius. How could they possibly have only 1 or 2 Pokemon? Perhaps Wang Ming has even more powerful Pokemon yet to be revealed. At that moment, all eyes focused intently on Wang Ming. They were eager to see which Pokemon he would choose to combat this dire situation. Kong Lu, with a mocking smile, gazed at Wang Ming and taunted, "If you intend to send out your shiny Scyther, you might as well go home. That green-haired mantis stands no chance against my Greninja." Wang Ming merely chuckled in response. "Rest assured, the Pokemon I am about to deploy will not disappoint you." His eyes sparkled with determination, piercing through the fog. Intent on confronting the goddess of victory, he slowly retrieved a previously unused Dark Ball, holding it in his hand. All eyes fixated upon the enigmatic Dark Ball. Filled with curiosity, they had never before seen such an unusual Pokeball. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Wang Ming whispered, communing with Dragonite. "This time, I entrust you with the task, Dragonite." Chapter 66. Advancing to the finals. When Wang Ming released Dragonite, everyone was utterly astonished. Although they had considered that Wang Ming might possess even more formidable Pokemon, they could never have anticipated that it would be a quasi-deity Dragonite. Dragonite, revered as the sovereign among quasi-deities, boasts an extensive array of skills and a remarkably diverse offensive potential. Its inherent attributes are also exceptionally commendable. Aside from a minor vulnerability to Ice-type Pokemon, it is virtually flawless in every other aspect. While Greninja is undeniably powerful, it stands little chance against Dragonite. I knew it. I was certain that Ming was invincible. Even a quasi-deity Dragonite is in his possession. How could one possibly lose this match? I was wrong to doubt his prowess. My perspective was too narrow. It turns out Ming is the one who harbors the deepest secrets. Oh wow, I have a penchant for those who are modest yet remarkable. Being with him must bring great happiness. Even Kong Lu, who had initially been quite pleased, now wore a grim expression. If Wang Ming had unleashed some ordinary Pokemon, it would have been acceptable, even if at a higher level. But to summon a quasi-deity Dragonite at the slightest provocation feels rather unfair. Although Greninja is formidable, it finds itself somewhat outmatched against a quasi-deity. After all, the disparity in strength between the two is glaringly apparent. However, Kong Lu would not concede defeat easily. He was determined to exchange at least a few blows with his opponent. Wang Ming shared this sentiment. After finally bringing Dragonite into the fray, he certainly intended to showcase its prowess. With a subtle smile, Wang Ming activated his insight to gaze upon Greninja. Pokémon. Greninja. Gender. Male. Level. 40. Base stats. 530. Types. Water Dark. Ability. Torrent. Increases the power of water-type moves when health is low. Talent. Epic. Item. Expert Belt. A well-worn black belt that slightly boosts the power of moves when they are executed exceptionally well. Moves. Water Shuriken. Pound. Growl. Quick Attack. Smokescreen. Bubble. Copycat. Night Slash. Lick. Water Pulse. Mist. Shadow Sneak. Critical Hit. What a pity. If only it were a higher level. It could have played with Dragonite for a while. At level 40, Greninja would likely last no more than 2 moves against Dragonite. Wang Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. The fire of battle within him dimmed by half. Given this, it would be best to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, Wang Ming soon regained his excitement. For if he triumphed in this match, he would earn the opportunity to simulate once more. Dragonite, use Dragon Dive. Wang Ming bellowed, initiating the assault. Dragonite flapped its small wings with thunderous force, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, charging towards Greninja with lethal intent. The sky seemed to fill with spectral dragon shadows, rallying in support of Dragonite, unleashing an aura of impending doom. Kong Li's expression grew grave as he hastily commanded Greninja to unleash its ultimate technique. Greninja, use Water Shuriken. Jetting forth, blades formed of water were hurled at the approaching Dragonite, transforming into lethal darts. Dragonite executed a series of agile spins and evasive maneuvers, deftly avoiding the projectiles. In an instant, it appeared before Greninja. Thud! A dull thump resonated as Dragonite's massive form collided with Greninja, sending it hurtling away. Yet, Dragonite was far from finished. It suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light, its fists crackling with electricity, a signature move known as Thunder Punch. Boom! The electrifying fist struck Greninja with immense force, erupting with a torrent of thunderous energy, sending Greninja crashing into the ground. But that was not the end. Dragonite opened its mighty maw, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. A blinding white light illuminated the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to tremble before it unleashed its fury. The power of Dragon Rage was not to be underestimated. The 3 consecutive strikes landed squarely upon Greninja, leaving it with no chance to retaliate. Greninja's long tongue lay limp upon the ground, its entire being seemingly drained of strength. Greninja was defeated, utterly and completely. The audience, astonished by Dragonite's rapid-fire onslaught, remained in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. I thought this was just the beginning, and yet it concluded so swiftly? This is far too quick. It seems my title as the Quick Draw Champion will soon be relinquished. TSK. No wonder Dragonite is a quasi-deity. Even a formidable opponent like Greninja stands no chance against it. This is simply too surreal. I must confirm that this isn't merely a dream. Ouch! You hurt me. Why are you pinching me? Sorry, I just wanted to check if I was dreaming. Then why not pinch yourself? Because I can't. At that moment, the host's familiar voice broke through. The winner of this match is Wang Ming from Hualan City. A smile crept across Wang Ming's lips. He had finally reached the finals. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. The host has entered the finals of the Jingbei City Trainer Tournament, achieving the task objective and receiving a reward of 1 simulation opportunity. Ding! Detected that the host now possesses a simulation opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the simulation now? Not now, Wang Ming replied. It was still within the arena. Where too many eyes were watching, it was not the right time for a simulation. He would wait until he returned to a secluded place to conduct it undisturbed. With that thought, Wang Ming eagerly departed the arena, heading straight for his residence. Upon his return, he summoned the system. It was time to commence the simulation. Chapter 67, the third simulation system. Initiate the simulation. Wang Ming took a deep breath, fully prepared. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully consumed 1 simulation opportunity. The simulation has commenced. Ding! Please select 3 initial talents from the following 10 options. Universal Genius. Orange, all your initial attributes increase by 5. Superpowered Youth. Purple, your mental acuity is extraordinary, allowing for easier communication with Pokémon and attracting Psychic-type Pokémon. Theoretical Master. Purple. Your logical reasoning is exceptional, increasing the likelihood of becoming a Pokémon Theoretical Master. Fortunate Fool. Blue. You are inherently foolish, yet blessed with luck, often encountering unexpected gains. Heartthrob. Blue. You possess an extraordinary charm with the opposite sex, favored by many young ladies. Poverty-stricken. Blue. Your home is barren except for 100 acres of fertile land. Broken Spirit. White. You are born with a disability, prone to despondency, and easily led into a life of crime. Incorrigible. White. You have a natural tendency to be troublesome, often disliked by those around you. Brat. White. You possess the traits of a mischievous child, always stirring up trouble. Upon seeing the orange talent, Wang Ming could not help but smile slightly. At last, he had encountered an orange talent again. Moreover, this time it was even more powerful than the previous one, providing a flat increase of 5 to all initial attributes, which means that by starting without allocating any points, he would still be at a normal person's level. If he were to add a further 20 points in initial distribution, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming selected the Universal Genius talent. As for the remaining two, he took his time to ponder carefully. There remained 2 purple talents. The Psychic Prodigy is quite commendable, yet the Theoretical Master seems somewhat lacking. Wang Ming, in this lifetime, harbors no desire to become a theorist. He prefers to venture into the wild, training alongside Pokémon and exploring the world to become a true Pokémon master. Dismissing the notion of the Theoretical Master, he shifts his gaze towards other blue talents. As for the white talents, are they even a choice for humans? He promptly decides to ignore them. What about selecting the Femme Fatale talent? Wang Ming muses, stroking his chin. Attracting the opposite sex is of no consequence to him. He is not a lecherous individual. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that by choosing this talent, he can afford to allocate fewer points to his looks. Indeed, that seems fitting. It shall be done. Wang Ming decisively concludes with a chuckle. Ultimately, he selects Omnivorous Genius, orange, Psychic Prodigy, purple, and Femme Fatale, blue, as his initial talents. However, he cannot shake the unsettling feeling of a draft at his back, the reason for which eludes him. He brushes it off and continues with the simulation. Please allocate your initial attributes. Available points, 20, Appearance, 5, Wisdom, 5, Physique, 5, Family Background, 5. He has firmly established his appearance attribute, rendering further investment unnecessary. Instead, he can allocate the surplus points to other attributes. This was Wang Ming's intention from the outset. Otherwise, with his upright character, he would never have chosen the Femme Fatale talent. There is also little need to inflate his wisdom. He recalls that the last time he overemphasized wisdom, he ended up as a theoretical trainer. It is imperative to maximize both physique and family background, as they are essential attributes. After careful contemplation, Wang Ming's attribute distribution is as follows: Appearance, 5, Wisdom, 5, Physique, 15, Family Background, 15, a perfect beginning. Wang Ming smiles faintly as the scene begins to shift. 0 years. You are born, a boy of robust constitution, distinct from others. 1 year. Your parents are high-ranking officials within the Alliance, holding esteemed positions. 2 years. Your talent is average, yet you are adored by girls. The neighbor's little girl often pinches your cheeks. You are quite indignant about this and vow to punish her once you grow up. 3 years. Your parents wish for you to receive preschool education, aiming to mold you into a genius. You protest vehemently, insisting you only wish to play with the neighbor girls. 4 years. Your parents inform you that there are even more lovely girls at school, and you happily agree to attend. 5 years. Your parents take you to the breeding house to select a Pokémon, and you choose a Abra as your starter Pokémon. 6 years. You garner much attention from the opposite sex at school, often followed by a gaggle of little girls. Your behavior incites discontent among the boys in your class, and some band together to confront you. The class monitor steps up, shielding you from harm. In gratitude, you invite the class monitor to dinner at your home, and she readily accepts. 7 years. You and the class monitor become childhood sweethearts. 8 years. You participate in a school competition and, thanks to your family background and efforts, secure first place. 9 years. You enter the Junior Pokémon Academy, coincidentally placed in the same class as your childhood sweetheart. 10 years. Your Pokémon evolves into Kadabra, significantly enhancing its power. 11 years. You begin to feel troubled, as you become the focal point for girls wherever you go. You grow weary of this life, perceiving them as superficial, attracted merely to your appearance rather than your soul. 12 years. You represent your class in a school competition, once again achieving first place. 13 years. You gradually drift apart from your childhood sweetheart. finding her to be as mundane as the other girls. 14 years, you graduate, emerging as the finest student of your school. 15 years, you acquire your second Pokémon, Ralts. You begin to realize your talent, finding a strong affinity with Psychic-type Pokémon. 16 years, your Ralts successfully evolves into Galade. 17 years, you participate in the City S Alliance tournament, only to fall short, reaching the semifinals. 18 years, you embark on a journey to train, seeking more powerful Psychic-type Pokémon. 19 years, during your travels, you encounter a natural bird diviner who perceives your extraordinary potential and wishes to cast your fortune. You agree with enthusiasm. The diviner predicts that you will alter the very fabric of the Pokémon world and gives you a natural bird's egg, claiming it shall fulfill its destiny only in your hands. 20 years, the natural bird becomes your close companion, foreseeing numerous dangers and helping you evade them. You sense the natural bird's extraordinary nature and cherish it dearly. Chapter 68. Past life causes, present life effects. 21 years, under the guidance of the natural bird, you discover the legendary Pokémon siblings, Latios and Latias, within the waterfall cave, successfully capturing them. 22 years, with fervor, you participate in the 100 City Alliance competition, emerging as the champion. 23 years, you ascend to the rank of a champion trainer, bringing joy to your parents, who introduce you to potential brides, hoping to see you settle down. Yet, you feel you have yet to encounter the girl worthy of your all, and politely decline your parents' suggestions. 24 years, a significant upheaval occurs within the Alliance, forcing your parents into a victim's role. You are still traveling when you receive the news. Regrettably too late to intervene. 25 years, you begin to investigate the orchestrator behind the entire affair, vowing to avenge your parents. 26 years, you finally uncover the perpetrator and resolve to infiltrate the Alliance headquarters alone. Before departing, you consult the natural bird for an omen. Yet the answer is fraught with peril. Undaunted, you proceed regardless. The Alliance is rife with formidable trainers, including champions and even masters. You sustain grave injuries, failing to confront the culprit, let alone exact your revenge. Utilizing the natural bird's predictive abilities and the stealth of Latios and Latias, you manage to escape the Alliance headquarters. 27 years, you are determined to seek even greater power to confront your enemies. During your travels, you meet the girl, Lily, and realize she is the one you have been searching for. Lily is equally captivated by your unique aura, developing feelings for you. 28 years, you and Lily traverse the world together, with your relationship rapidly deepening. 29 years, you take Lily to your parents' graves and declare your relationship. You marry Lily, welcoming a child of your own. 30 years, you gradually come to the realization that one person's strength is insufficient to challenge the Alliance, prompting you to establish your own organization to oppose them. 31 years, you create a powerful organization, naming it Dark. Wherever there is light, shadows will follow. Where there is an alliance, there will be a dark organization. 32 years, the influence of the dark organization begins to grow, attracting more recruits. 33 years, you encounter a small nebula in the starry forest and capture it. 34 years, secret realms begin to manifest across various locations. Under your careful training, the small nebula evolves into Solgaleo. 35 years, the dark organization continues to advance, attempting to infiltrate the Pokémon Alliance. You continue to feel that progress is too slow, yearning for a more formidable power to expedite the growth of the dark organization, sufficient to rival the Elf Alliance. At the age of 36, you glean information about the secret realm from others, embarking on a journey into its depths, seeking the strength of the dark elves within. By 37, the original intent of the dark organization begins to shift, drawing more individuals into the study of the secret realm. At 38, during the research process, dark forces inadvertently leak, transforming the beautiful island into a forbidden zone, where countless beings succumb to infection, ensnared in darkness. In a bid to prevent the dark powers from spilling into the outside world, you command the destruction of the entire island. At 39, your actions provoke the dissatisfaction of Latios and Latias, who express their disappointment, believing you have forsaken your benevolence, and decide to part ways with you. After years of companionship, you have come to regard them as partners. The sorrow of their departure weighs heavily upon your heart, yet you do not attempt to impede their choice. At the age of 40, the development of the dark organization reaches a critical juncture. To elevate it to new heights, you resolve to dispatch a team to explore the primal secret realm. To ensure the success of this endeavor, you enlist Solgaleo to accompany your team. Regrettably, they never return. In your quest for understanding what transpired and the whereabouts of Solgaleo, you send more individuals into the primal secret realm, Disappointment ensues as none return alive. Despondent, you begin to seek even more powerful allies, determined to venture into the primal secret realm alone to uncover the truth and rescue Solgaleo. At 41, on a new island, you detect potent fluctuations of psychic energy, encountering Mew and Mewtwo. You trigger the latent talents of a psychic youth, calming the conflict between the two Pokémon, gaining their favor. You present your request, and in gratitude, Mew and Mewtwo decide to accompany you to the primal secret realm. At 42, the might of Mew and Mewtwo exceeds your expectations, allowing you to traverse the secret realm with impunity. You nearly vanquish all-powerful dark elves within, only to encounter the fallen Solgaleo. Overwhelmed with grief and despair, Mew perceives your feelings for Solgaleo and utilizes its powers to summon the space deity Palkia and the time deity Dialga. Although their powers do not revive Solgaleo, they leave behind an egg. Tears of gratitude fill your eyes, as if you glimpse the resurrection of Solgaleo. You desire to take the egg back, but Mew and Natural Bird impede you. Through a mental connection with Natural Bird, you learn the reason and willingly leave the egg behind. Mew and Mewtwo unite their strength, eradicating the Dark Elves to safeguard the egg's safety. You bid farewell to Mew, your heart resolutely focused on avenging your parents. For reasons unknown, Mewtwo chooses to remain by your side, yet does not become your Pokémon. At 43, you return with the secrets of the primal secret realm to the Dark Organization, significantly enhancing its power and expanding its influence. By 47, the Dark Organization's reach spans the entire Pokémon world, qualifying it to contend with the Elf Alliance. Believing the time has come, you prepare to take action. At 48, a great battle becomes inevitable. You succeed, slaying your enemies. At 49, the Elf Alliance does not crumble as a result. You locate members of your father's lineage and choose to allow them to continue managing the Elf Alliance. You disband the Dark Organization, sparking discontent amongst many, yet they acquiesce to your decision. The Dark Organization thus fades into history, like your hatred, dissipating with the wind. A sense of relief washes over you, though joy eludes you. At 50, you embark on a journey with Lily, setting forth to explore the wonders of the world. Occasionally, you encounter old friends, such as Mew and Mewtwo. You jestingly chide Mew for its mischievous nature, as it hardly embodies the demeanor of a mythical creature. You find Mewtwo admirable, epitomizing your vision of a divine beast. This leads to frequent banter and skirmishes between the two Pokémon. By 80, Mew has once again set off to traverse the world. Mewtwo, too, seeks its purpose, and before departing, it shares that it seems to have grasped the meaning of friendship. Lily also departs from your side, and you recall her radiant smile as she left, as if her joy lingered in the air, easily visible upon awakening. Old friends gradually wither away, akin to leaves falling in the wind. At 90, a profound sense of solitude envelopes you. Mew visits you several times, seemingly untouched by the passage of time, remaining as playful and elusive as ever. Mewtwo also returns, expressing that it believes it has found its purpose and cherishes the world as it is. Latios and Latias have also visited, though you remain unaware of their presence. By the century mark, you sense your life nearing its conclusion. Fortunately, you are not alone, accompanied by Hoopa, Galade, and Natural Bird. At 105, you ultimately succumb, departing this world peacefully. Alongside you, Hoopa and Galade pass on, their lifespans still long, yet their hearts have already followed you. The fate of Natural Bird remains uncertain. However, each year during Qing Ming, a cerulean bird can be seen lingering at your grave. After your passing, Mew visits, having procured a flower from an unknown source to place at your grave. Mewtwo also pays homage, standing vigil at your resting place for 3 days and nights before finally departing. Latios and Latias appear as well. It is said that on that day, a heavy rain fell, and a mournful cry echoed through the stormy night, never ceasing. Chapter 69. The Path of Mega Evolution. You have concluded your life. This simulation has ended, and your overall score is 90 points. The system is currently calculating rewards based on your score. Please wait. Wang Ming's thoughts drift, as if he has returned to the simulation. It is a journey filled with both wistfulness and envy. So real it aches, as if he has lived an entire life. At times, Wang Ming wonders if this so-called simulation is merely a cycle of his existence through the ages. Alas, the answer remains one he must seek for himself. With a heavy sigh, Wang Ming gathers his thoughts, allowing past uncertainties to dissipate like mist. At last, he comprehends why the corpse of Solgaleo appeared in the secret realm on the Golden Beach, and why the egg of the small nebula emerged. It seems the secret realm he entered was indeed the primal secret realm referred to by the protagonist in the simulation. That Solgaleo likely belonged to the protagonist. while the egg was the handiwork of Mew and others. This elucidates Mew's gift of the small nebulous egg to him. Perhaps Mew views him similarly to how Zeraora regards the protagonist in the simulation. All of this aligns with the adage that destiny is preordained. With these realizations, Wang Ming's spirits lift. Yet, a few lingering questions swirl in his mind. First, what distinguishes the primal secret realm from ordinary secret realms? What discoveries did the protagonist make within the primal secret realm that augmented the Dark Organization's power? Second, if the Dark Organization was dissolved by the protagonist and faded into the annals of history, how did it resurface, becoming an opposing force to the Elf Alliance? Third, where did Mutwo disappear to? Why have I never heard a whisper of information regarding it? Fourthly, does the natural bird still exist in this world? Wang Ming harbors a distinct fondness for the natural bird, not solely due to its formidable combat prowess, but rather because of its extraordinary ability to foresee the future. This capability is precisely what Wang Ming desperately requires. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice resounded once more. Rewards have been credited. Ding. The simulation rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Super Evolution Package 1, Dark Ball Crafting Recipe 1, Special Power Awakening Package 1, and 10 large experience candies. Super Evolution Package. Upon opening, you may select any Super Evolution Keystone and a corresponding Superstone. Dark Ball Crafting Recipe. Once used, the host will learn the method to craft Dark Balls. Special Power Awakening Package. Upon opening, the host may randomly awaken a special power, including but not limited to Aura Power, Dragon Mastery, Psychic Power, Telepathy, etc. Large experience candies. These can significantly enhance a Pokemon's experience. Wang Ming gazed at the rewards before him, his heart brimming with joy. Among these rewards, his favorite remained the Super Evolution Package. Could I truly possess a Pokemon capable of Super Evolution? The prospect was indeed exhilarating. Excitement sparkled in Wang Ming's eyes as he eagerly opened the Super Evolution Package. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Friendly reminder, based on a comprehensive analysis of the host's current Pokemon and their bond, this system recommends the Shenado Super Evolution Package. A smile of agreement involuntarily crept across Wang Ming's lips. I was thinking the same. In truth, even without the system's prompt, he would have reserved this opportunity for Shenado. It was not merely a matter of preference, but rather practicality. In terms of both bond and compatibility, Shenado was undoubtedly the optimal choice for Super Evolution. It is you. Wang Ming's fingers twitched, and a Super Keystone ring along with a red-green marbled Superstone appeared in his hand. Come forth, Shenado, and behold what I have prepared for you. With a knowing smile, Wang Ming released Shenado. Upon seeing the glimmering gem in Wang Ming's hand, Shenado's face flushed crimson, and ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. Is he about to confess his feelings? What a beautiful token of love. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Just as Shenado's thoughts wandered, Wang Ming removed the shell bell from her, replacing it with the Superstone. Instantly, a surge of potent energy enveloped Shenado's form. In an ethereal moment, Shenado felt her bond with Wang Ming deepen, causing her cheeks to redden further. Are we about to take our relationship to the next level? Master. Shenado cannot indulge in such thoughts. Wang Ming regarded Shenado with appreciative eyes, then donned the evolution ring, pressing his fingers upon the evolution keystone. Zing! Two blinding beams of light simultaneously enveloped both Shenado and Wang Ming. Soon after, those two beams began to intertwine, merging into a resplendent white light that enveloped Shenado completely. Her pristine gown fluttered, akin to a butterfly in flight. Her soft and delicate form undulated, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. At that moment, Shenado stood before Wang Ming like a celestial fairy, exuding a blend of shyness and sanctity. Wang Ming's eyes widened, his heart racing with fervor, a fiery excitement igniting within him. Gulp! He felt his throat go dry, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. How beautiful truly. A beloved creature adored by all. If only she could evolve into a human form, how magnificent that would be. Perhaps, he mused, he could entertain such delightful thoughts. However, strangely enough, Shenado's complexion began to redden further, accompanied by suggestive sounds. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. Their already close bond, coupled with the connection forged through the evolution keystone and superstone, allowed certain thoughts to resonate between them. Ahem, well. Wang Ming cleared his throat, his face flushing, hastily suppressing his wandering thoughts. Being exposed by Shenado left even his thick skin feeling thin. Fortunately, Shenado, still innocent and naive, did not linger on this matter, sparing Wang Ming from further embarrassment. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he must tread carefully henceforth, avoiding such thoughts. Wang Ming chuckled softly, uncertain whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Putting the matter aside, he turned his attention back to the system rewards. The second reward was the crafting method for dark balls. This was an invaluable asset, especially since he was currently at a loss for where to find dark balls. The system had conveniently provided him with the crafting recipe. What a stroke of luck. In a good mood, here's an extra update. No need to flatter me, or I might get conceited. Chapter 70. The marvelous use of eternal power. Without hesitation, Wang Ming utilized this reward. Soon, an unfamiliar memory blossomed within his mind. It was indeed the crafting method for dark balls. Dark fruit, dark essence. Wang Ming discovered that the crafting method for dark balls was not vastly different from that of ordinary Pokeballs. The only distinction lay in the addition of two ingredients, dark fruit and dark essence. Wang Ming already possessed dark fruit, but he was uncertain about the nature of dark essence. System, what is dark essence? Where can it be obtained? Wang Ming inquired, replying to the host. Dark essence can be found in the secret realm, referring to the black liquid found within the secret realm. Wang Ming was taken aback, instinctively questioning. Just like the black lake I encountered last time? Precisely. Wang Ming felt chagrined, realizing he should have collected some on his last visit. Wu Feng and the others had taken a few samples, but they were undoubtedly minuscule in quantity. They likely submitted them to the higher-ups, leaving him with no chance of using them. It seems I must visit the secret realm when I have the opportunity. Wang Ming resolved. The other materials needed to craft dark balls were readily available for purchase, but both dark fruit and dark essence required retrieval from the secret realm. Well, I shall go after this competition concludes, Wang Ming firmly decided. He then turned his gaze to the special power awakening package. I wonder what kind of special ability I will awaken. According to the system's description, each special ability possesses extraordinary power, regardless of which one is awakened. It would represent a significant gain for Wang Ming. With curiosity tinged with anticipation, Wang Ming opened the special power awakening package. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth, prompting him to involuntarily close his eyes. Following that, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the special ability, Eternal Power. Eternal Power, the ability to read the thoughts of Pokémon and heal any injuries or abnormal states they may possess. Upon discovering that he had awakened Eternal Power, Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with astonishment. I never imagined I would awaken Eternal Power, truly a stroke of luck. With Eternal Power, it is akin to possessing telepathy and an inexhaustible supply of healing items. To put it plainly, it is extraordinarily impressive. From now on, my mother will no longer need to worry about my Pokémon getting injured. Moreover, possessing Eternal Power allows for easier communication with his Pokémon. No, more dramatically, with any Pokémon. With this thought in mind, Wang Ming resolved to test this formidable ability. Due to the profound telepathic connection between Shinado and him, the most suitable experimental subject became the Shiny Scyther. Wang Ming released the Shiny Scyther from its Pokeball and began to channel the power of Tokiwa, attempting to comprehend the thoughts occupying the creature's mind at that moment. The Shiny Scyther, deep in slumber within its Pokeball, was abruptly awakened by Wang Ming's actions, causing its mood to sour instantly. It gazed at Wang Ming with a resentful stare, inwardly grumbling. Why on earth did this foolish master release me? Doesn't he realize I was in the midst of a delightful slumber? Humph, if it weren't for those energy cubes he had previously given me, I would have taught him a lesson about the harsh realities of life today. Oh, who is this lovely girl? Has my master developed a wandering heart? Really? Can't he consider the feelings of this solitary mantis? If nothing else, he could at least procure a female mantis for me. I wouldn't mind a green one, as I have a penchant for the color of grass. Wait, hold on, isn't that Shinado? What a drastic transformation. Oh no, what if my master has done something perverse to her? This is bad, this is really bad. He wouldn't possibly overlook me too, would he? Oh dear, I'm still just an innocent little mantis. Wang Ming's expression darkened, becoming as black as the darkest object in the world. He clenched his fists tightly, with rage simmering within him. In the past, before he possessed the power of Tokiwa, he had genuinely enjoyed the company of the Shiny Scyther. Although it often caused trouble, it undeniably brought a great deal of joy to his life. However, now things felt different. He realized that the Scyther's propensity for trouble was not without reason. It truly deserved its fate. If everyone in the world could read the Shiny Scyther's thoughts, Wang Ming was certain that this creature would not last a second. Even he, its master, felt an overwhelming urge to give it a thorough thrashing, let alone others. In truth, Wang Ming began to regret capturing such a peculiar creature in the first place. Ah, I can't take it anymore, he roared, unleashing the pent-up anger within him. The shout left the Shiny Scyther utterly bewildered. What is happening? Is he turning feral? No way, no way. Is he really going to lay a hand on me? Wah? Come on, you big weirdo. Go ahead and ravage me. Who told you to be my master? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of blows echoed, and the shiny scyther nearly faded in color, transforming almost back to a regular scyther. Its head swelled, rose higher, and turned red. Its body also grew plumper, and it babbled incoherently. Eventually, the Super Shinado joined the fray. Sharing a telepathic bond with Wang Ming, she sensed something was amiss. Her eyes flashing with fury, the duo engaged in a tag team, pulling out even the 7 Wolves belt for the final blow. The shiny scyther quailed. Fine, let us fight. But can we not joke about the 7 Wolves? Wang Ming, now addicted to the thrill, paid no heed and continued to unleash a flurry of blows. After a considerable time, perhaps due to exhaustion or compassion, he finally ceased his assault. Shinado sat nearby, panting heavily. Wang Ming's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered he possessed the power of Tokiwa. He turned to Shinado with excitement. Let me heal you. Then, he placed his hands upon her chest. Instantly, a vibrant energy cascaded from his hands, rejuvenating Shinado's weary form. Her complexion flushed, though it was uncertain whether it was due to the soothing energy or something else entirely. In the blink of an eye, Shinado was restored to her former self. Meanwhile, the shiny scyther, with its swollen face, suddenly brightened, as if discovering a new world. It awkwardly shuffled over to Wang Ming, its eyes pleading, hoping he would also heal its wounds. Thanks to the great deity Ink Sands, ordinary folks should be like this, a reward from the esteemed patrons. An additional 2 chapters for them, more to come. Chapter 71. The pinnacle showdown. Though the shiny scyther had its faults, it was, after all, his Pokémon. With his anger subsided and his grievances aired, Wang Ming decided to let bygones be bygones. Will you still act up in the future? No more mischief. Will you dare to speak ill of me again? No, you will not. And I expect you to stow away those unwholesome thoughts and learn to be a righteous individual like me. All right, master, replied the scyther. Wang Ming smiled with satisfaction. Isn't this perfect? Indeed, what the world lacks is not love, but rather individuals like me who are understanding. Now, come here, Wang Ming beckoned. The shiny scyther promptly approached, puffing out its chest with an air of satisfaction. Wang Ming was taken aback. I'm healing you. Why are you puffing out your chest? The shiny scyther, confused, thought, isn't healing supposed to involve chest contact? Shinado did that just moments ago. Have I made a mistake? Wang Ming's lips twitched. His mind flooded with dark thoughts. Yet, he found it difficult to voice his concerns. After all, healing does indeed require placing hands on the chest for optimal results. Yes, exactly like that, he reluctantly admitted. The shiny scyther, delightfully thrusting its chest forward, though it wasn't particularly high, created a bizarre, yet harmonious scene alongside Wang Ming, who was both exasperated and bemused, with Shinado observing quietly. During this process, the shiny scyther inadvertently emitted sounds that sparked the imagination, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Wang Ming nearly kicked the creature in frustration, but managed to restrain himself. Patience is a virtue in grand schemes. After what felt like an eternity, the healing finally concluded. Seeing that the shiny scyther was restored to its pristine condition, Wang Ming swiftly returned it to its pokeball. It was not out of malice, merely a relief for the eyes. Refocusing his mind, Wang Ming turned his attention back to the rewards from the system. Phew, only one reward remains. After contemplation, and glancing at Shinado beside him, he decided to allocate the experience candies to the little Nebula. The growth process for Nebula had been arduous, but upon completing its final evolution, its strength would surge to unprecedented heights, achieving a qualitative transformation. This was something Wang Ming had long anticipated. System, please distribute all the large experience candies to Nebula. Ding. Distribution complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your Pokemon Nebula has met the evolution criteria. Would you like to evolve now? Wang Ming's face brightened. Finally, it's time for evolution, he exclaimed eagerly. Evolve. Ding. Congratulations, host. Cosmic has successfully evolved into Cosmoem. Simultaneously, information about Cosmoem appeared before Wang Ming's eyes. Pokemon, Cosmoem, gender, none, level, 43, base stats, 400, type, psychic, ability, sturdy, prevents being knocked out in one hit, even from one-hit KO moves. Talent, legendary, held item, none, moves, cosmic power, teleport, only 10 more levels until the final evolution. Wang Ming beamed with joy. When Cosmoem evolves into its final form, that will be the moment I truly shine. Having dispensed the rewards, Wang Ming began to review the next mission. System, show me what the next task is. Soon, the mission interface appeared before Wang Ming's eyes. Mission objective: subdue the super dark fire chicken and make it your Pokémon. Mission reward: 1 simulation attempt. Mission time limit: none. This time the mission is to capture the super dark fire chicken? Wang Ming felt a hint of astonishment at the task assigned by the system. Ever since the entrance to the secret realm had closed, there had been no further developments. Without access to the secret realm, capturing the super dark fire chicken seemed utterly implausible. Moreover, even if he could enter the secret realm with his current strength, he would be unable to contend with the super dark fire chicken. Only by finding Mew and Zeraora could he hope to successfully capture the formidable creature, as it would require the combined efforts of both Pokémon. Should he seek them out? Zeraora would be relatively easier to find, but when it came to Mew, Wang Ming was at a loss as to where to begin his search. As the progenitor of all Pokémon, Mew could appear anywhere. Perhaps it would be in a forest today and in a desert tomorrow. Locating Mew was no simple task. However, if Mew did not join him, he would certainly struggle against the super dark fire chicken with only Zeraora by his side. This predicament was truly vexing. Wang Ming clutched his head, feeling as though it might explode. Wait, perhaps I could seek it out. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Ming. He recalled a powerful Pokémon from this simulation, Mewtwo. It is well known that although Mewtwo is a clone of Mew, its combat prowess is astonishingly superior. Even Mew would not stand a chance against it. If he could indeed find Mewtwo, capturing the super dark fire chicken would be within reach, even without Mew. Furthermore, Mewtwo was considerably easier to locate than Mew. At least Wang Ming knew of one place where Mewtwo might be found: New Island. Although New Island is quite far from Jingbei City, it was not impossible to reach. It would simply require more time. Thus, with a sense of resolution, Wang Ming felt a wave of clarity wash over him, his worries alleviated. After the competition tomorrow, he would venture to New Island. With this thought, he cradled Shinado and drifted into a deep slumber, filled with dreams. The next day, the list of finalists was revealed. Wang Ming did not feel particularly surprised by his opponent. He had anticipated that they would inevitably face each other. Li Feng. He had fought his way through the ranks to reach the finals. Now, the ultimate battle between the two of them was about to commence. This would undoubtedly be the most exhilarating showdown of the Jingbei City Trainer Tournament. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the spectacle, and the grandeur of the event was beyond description. In that moment, the two of them became the focal point of the entire arena. Chapter 72, The National Goddess Shinado. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of this tournament. Now, let us welcome our protagonists with the loudest cheers. The host passionately introduced as the atmosphere crackled with excitement. First, let us invite the blue team contestant to the stage. He is the dark horse of this tournament, Wang Ming. Known colloquially as the God Ming, he possesses formidable Pokémon, including the dazzling Scyther and the enchanting Shinado. As Wang Ming stepped out from the entrance of the arena, a smile graced his face. It's God Ming. I can't handle it. Someone support me. I think I'm going to faint. A young girl trembled with excitement, her eyes sparkling. God Ming, you are the most powerful trainer. A scruffy older man shouted at the top of his lungs, exerting all his energy. Others even held up a banner inscribed with golden letters, fluttering in the gentle breeze. God Ming on the march, not a blade of grass left standing. Wang Ming only smiled modestly in response, but inwardly he felt a swell of pride. The sensation of being surrounded by so many admirers was truly delightful. Next to appear was the red team contestant, Li Feng, who had previously astounded everyone with his absence during the match. Dressed in a white shirt, Li Feng strolled out calmly and confidently. The gentleman was as refined as jade, a paragon of elegance. It must be said that Li Feng's charm could rival that of Wang Ming, though they embodied different styles. Wang Ming radiated a sunny, vibrant confidence, while Li Feng exuded a composed and graceful aura. A handsome man is always welcomed wherever he goes. Li Feng evidently had his share of admirers as well, though he paled slightly in comparison to Wang Ming. As both sides prepared, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange of resolve. I declare the match to begin. As the hostess' words echoed, the cheers reached a fever pitch. Both contenders simultaneously released their Pokeballs into the arena. What Pokemon would God Ming choose to lead with? Surely it would be Shinado. Not necessarily. It could also be Dragonite. Dragonite is likely to be saved as a trump card, and Wooden Tea enter the fray so early. I think you make a valid point. What do you think Li Feng will use to start? Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't pose such a question, aside from the absent king. There is no other option. Oh, this fellow seems quite perceptive. May I ask your name? Hee, let us keep it low-key. I am the Jingbei Little Prodigy, known as the Master of Theory. So it's the Little Prodigy. My apologies, I am Hualan's Wu Yinzu, affectionately dubbed the Shinado Harvester. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. In the arena, two beams of white light materialized simultaneously. Shinado and the absent king emerged together. Indeed, everyone's predictions were correct. They had both released their prized Pokémon. Shinado versus absent king. You will undoubtedly lose this round, Li Feng remarked, shaking his head with disappointment. He had anticipated that Wang Ming would unleash Dragonite, but he was surprised to see only Shinado take the stage. Having previously observed Wang Ming's battles, Li Feng acknowledged Shinado's strength, yet he believed a significant gap remained between it and his own absent king. This battle harbored no suspense. Wang Ming, however, was unfazed by his words. On the contrary, a playful smile appeared on his face. Really? Then let me show you this. Just as Wang Ming finished speaking, two brilliant golden beams shot from his eyes. His left hand suddenly lifted, two fingers resting upon the ring on his right hand. What is Godming doing? Uncertain. But surely he wouldn't break into an awkward dance, would he? Just as everyone speculated, a middle-aged man nearby suddenly spoke up, articulating a thought. Did you not notice? Godming is wearing a ring. So what? I wear a ring too. That is hardly unusual. But Shinado is also wearing a crystal pendant around its neck. Wait. Are you implying? Yes, it must be it. Godming intends to have Shinado undergo mega evolution. As the middle-aged man's words fell, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Wang Ming's ring. Simultaneously, a potent energy emanated from the crystal around Shinado's neck. The two formidable energies intertwined in the air, enveloping Shinado within their brilliance. The radiance illuminated the entire arena. It's mega evolution. I can't believe I'm witnessing Shinado's mega evolution. Oh my mom. I've made it. To see Mega Shinado in this lifetime, I would have no regrets even in death. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm, all astounded by Shinado's transformation. Even Li Feng, who was typically composed, was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Wang Ming's Shinado could achieve mega evolution. To understand the rarity of a superstone is to grasp that even some noble elves may not possess one. Yet, how did Wang Ming acquire such a treasure? Alas, he has no time to ponder this, for an arduous battle awaits him. The white gown billows gracefully in the air, as a holy fairy descends from the heavens. The Super Shinado, resembling a celestial being, stands in regal independence, untouched by any taint. It seems that any impure gaze cast upon her is a sacrilege. At that moment, as the Super Shinado descends slowly, every pair of eyes is transfixed. It is a breathtaking scene, one that inspires a desire to freeze this moment in time forever. Mother, I think I'm falling in love again. This is the goddess of my dreams. I would willingly sacrifice everything for her. To die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. My lifelong wish is simply for the Super Shinado to glance my way. Bro, your ambitions are too modest. I wish you would look at me twice. Even Wang Ming, who has seen the Super Shinado once before, cannot help but reveal his admiration. Hee, my wife is as beautiful as ever. Wang Ming chuckles foolishly, his heart brimming with delight. Just then, a furious roar erupts from the arena. It is the slumbering king, awakening in rage. These people are too loud, disturbing its serene slumber. It seeks to unleash its fury, its gaze instinctively drawn to the Super Shinado. At this moment, Li Feng commands a preemptive strike. Slumbering king, use ultimate impact. Without hesitation, Li Feng unleashes the most powerful move, aiming to end the battle in one decisive blow. Wang Ming, undaunted, gives his own command. Super Shinado, use Shadow Clone. In an instant, dreamlike figures scatter across the arena, leaving the slumbering king bewildered as it struggles to discern reality from illusion. Chapter 73, Super Shinado vs. Slumbering King. The slumbering king is taken aback. Faced with so many Super Shinado, which one should it attack? If they had clustered together, a single ultimate impact could take them all down. The problem is that the Super Shinado are dispersed throughout the arena, rendering its attack aimless. At that moment, Wang Ming issues another command. Super Shinado, use teleport. Instantly, the Super Shinado begin to flicker in and out of existence, encircling the slumbering king. Li Feng's expression darkens, his eyes darting about. Suddenly, as if he has made a discovery, his face lights up with joy. Slumbering king, attack the one on the left. Wang Ming's expression shifts slightly. Li Feng has keenly detected something, his confidence soaring. Gotcha. Now he is absolutely certain that the leftmost Super Shinado is the real one. This was only possible because Wang Ming had inadvertently glanced in that direction when issuing his command. It was this momentary lapse that allowed Li Feng to spot the flaw and seize the opportunity. Roar. The slumbering king surges forward with cataclysmic force towards the left Super Shinado. Boom. A colossal wave of energy crashes against the Super Shinado, akin to a meteor striking the earth, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shatters the surrounding rocks. Dust clouds billow, enveloping the arena. Li Feng smirks, as though he has already secured victory. He gazes at Wang Ming, eager to see anxiety and regret etched on his face. Yet, to his disappointment, Wang Ming's countenance reveals neither despair nor regret, only a hint of mockery. Why is he? Suddenly, Li Feng seems to realize something, his face paling. Oh no. Before he can finish, Wang Ming, as if to prove a point, issues another command. However, this time it is not an attack order. Super Shinado, use meditate. He is enhancing the Super Shinado's attack power. His confidence stems entirely from the Slumbering King's ability. As the dust settles, the Slumbering King lies on the ground, soundly asleep. The Super Shinado stands not far away, emanating potent psychic energy. Damn it, I've been deceived. Li Feng's expression darkens ominously. The so-called flaw was merely a ruse devised by Wang Ming to lure him into a trap. Ultimately, he had underestimated his opponent. Nevertheless, he refuses to concede defeat. The Slumbering King is tough and has a vast amount of health. Even if it is currently asleep, it might awaken in the next round. As long as the Super Shinado does not unleash a powerful attack, he still has a chance to turn the tide. This is a gamble, but a necessary one. Should he withdraw the Slumbering King now, the situation would become perilously dire. Slumbering King, you must awaken soon. Li Feng silently prays, filled with urgency. Meanwhile, Wang Ming is preparing to make his move. He feels it is time to strike. Super Shinado, use Future Sight. A terrifying force from the future locks onto the Slumbering King, destined to erupt at a certain moment and strike it with tremendous force. Now use Psychic. Wang Ming commands. Boom. The Super Shinado, having achieved Mega Evolution, experiences a qualitative enhancement in attack power, and the overwhelming psychic force crashes into the Slumbering King. Even with its considerable health, it suffers irrevocable damage. One more attack, and the Slumbering King will surely be rendered incapable of continuing the battle. However, Wang Ming refrains from doing so. Instead, he instructs the Super Shinado to meditate once more to further augment its attack power. With Future Sight already locked onto the Slumbering King, it is destined to lose its fighting ability once it awakens. Hence, whether the Super Shinado attacks or not becomes inconsequential. The priority lies in enhancing its own attributes. Why do I feel that Ming is being so cunning? He can devise such an irritating strategy? What do you know? This is the art of war. Otherwise, do you think Ming would have earned the favor of the Shinado? This is the mark of a true genius trainer. Only a Shinado is worthy of him. Naturally, Li Feng is aware of Wang Ming's intentions, and his face has darkened to a charcoal hue. He cannot allow Wang Ming's Super Shinado to continue enhancing itself so freely. That would be a catastrophic blow to his next battle. Return, Slumbering King. Li Feng calls back the Slumbering King. He must send forth his second Pokémon, his most formidable one. Arise, Metagross. As the name Metagross reverberates throughout the arena, a tremor of astonishment ripples through the crowd. A pseudo-legendary Metagross. What is this guy's background? Not only does he have a Slumbering King, but also a Metagross. Could he be a scion of some Pokémon dynasty? Compared to his lineage, I am more intrigued by the fact that pseudo-legendaries seem so commonplace now. How can they encounter pseudo-legendaries so easily, while I could search my entire life and never find one? Perhaps this is fate. Sigh no more. It only brings tears to speak further. The emergence of Metagross stirs a shock comparable to that of the Super Shinado's appearance. Even Wang Ming's expression reflects a hint of surprise. He gazes at the enormous Pokémon, resembling a metallic crab, as lines of information materialize before him. Pokémon, Metagross, gender, genderless, level, 50, base stats, 600, type, psychic steel, ability, clear body, prevents its stats from being lowered by the opponent's moves or abilities. Talent, epic item, leftovers, after being carried, the Pokémon's health will slowly recover during battle. Moves, hammer arm, tackle, psychic, metal claw, magnet rise, pursuit, bullet punch, miracle eye, zen headbutt, shadow ball, psychic, agility, comet punch. A level 50 Metagross. This presents quite a challenge, Wang Ming muttered to himself, his brows furrowing in concern. Although Mega Gardevoir held an advantage in base stats, it faced insurmountable disadvantages in terms of level and type. Moreover, the primary offensive move of Mega Gardevoir was Psychic type, which was rendered 4 times less effective against Metagross, severely limiting Gardevoir's attacking capabilities. Even Fairy-type moves would face a 2-fold resistance. Thus, this battle proved exceedingly arduous for Mega Gardevoir. Wang Ming was even contemplating sending out Dragonite. Chapter 74. The Battle of Semi-Deities. Clearly, Li Feng also recognized this predicament, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I will undoubtedly win this battle. Li Feng brimmed with confidence. In the next moment, He unhesitatingly commanded Metagross to launch a fierce assault. Metagross, use Metal Claw. The massive Metagross leapt into the air, hurtling towards Mega Gardevoir. It extended its sharp claws, carving an elegant arc through the air as it swung towards Gardevoir. Sizzle! The claws of Metagross sliced through the air like a razor-sharp sword. In an instant, Mega Gardevoir vanished from her position, reappearing behind Metagross. A flurry of emerald green leaves materialized around her, transforming into a dense barrage of arrows that rained down upon Metagross. Swish, swish, swish. Metagross quickly spun around, raising its arms defensively. Thud, thud, thud. The magical leaves struck Metagross, producing a dull thud, akin to hitting a wall of brass, inflicting minimal damage. Metagross. It roared, its massive claws clenched, morphing into a flurry of fists that crashed towards Mega Gardevoir like a meteor shower. Mega Gardevoir utilized Teleport, continuously evading the onslaught. Guard! A melodic cry erupted, revealing her frustration. A powerful psychic energy began to coalesce before her, forming a radiant sphere that collided with Metagross's fists. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, dispersing in all directions. Metagross and Mega Gardevoir were both forced to retreat, standing on opposite sides, their gazes locked. Gardevoir. Use Future Sight to attack it, then employ Shadow Clone to disrupt its onslaught. At that moment, Wang Ming issued his command. This battle was exceptionally challenging, and he could only strive to wear down Metagross. Although Psychic-type attacks faced a fourfold resistance, Mega Gardevoir's options were limited, yet Future Sight remained a viable strategy. Guard. A mist of purple rose in Gardevoir's eyes, a formidable force from the future locking onto Metagross, rendering it unable to evade. Heh, a fourfold resistance is no mere boast. Even Future Sight cannot defeat my Metagross. Li Feng remained unfazed, having complete confidence in his Pokémon. Metagross, use Miracle Eye. Metagross. It roared, a sharp light emanating from its eyes as it scanned for Gardevoir's true form. Soon, it detected the anomaly and located Gardevoir. Without hesitation, Metagross charged forth with a fierce roar. Use Psychic. Wang Ming hastily commanded. Metagross, unleash Zen Headbutt. Li Feng countered. Both trainers unleashed their Psychic-type moves, determined to assert their dominance. Metagross's body became enveloped in mysterious energy, launching itself like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Mega Gardevoir amassed terrifying psychic energy before her, transforming into a beam of light aimed at the incoming Metagross. Boom! The collision between the two produced a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that uprooted the surrounding rocks. Dust billowed, enveloping the entire arena. Mega Gardevoir surged upward from the dust, seeking to gain a vantage point. However, at that moment, Metagross suddenly charged from beneath her, transforming into a streak of white light that collided with Mega Gardevoir. Bang! Mega Gardevoir was caught off guard and sent flying. Well done, Metagross. Let us maintain the momentum and deliver the final blow. Li Feng's face lit up with excitement. Victory was drawing nearer. Metagross. A terrifying energy began to gather in its mouth, glowing with blinding white light. The radiance intensified, overshadowing even the sun. Boom! In the next instant, the dazzling white light burst forth, transforming into a beam directed straight at Mega Gardevoir. Uft! Just as the crisis loomed, Metagross suddenly trembled and plummeted from the sky. The destructive beam lost its target, striking the distant wall and cleaving it in two. At that critical juncture, Future Sight had saved Gardevoir's life. Come back. You've done well, Wang Ming said gently. He feared for Gardevoir's safety if the battle continued. With Metagross now somewhat depleted, it was time to summon Dragonite. Though Mega Gardevoir was reluctant, she recognized she was no match for the metallic behemoth, so she returned to Wang Ming's side without protest. Go, Dragonite. This battle relies on you. Dragonite, also a semi-deity, was no less formidable than Metagross. Coupled with Dragonite's level advantage, Wang Ming felt confident in securing victory in this match. Here comes Dragonite. Mr. Chubby finally makes his debut. How exhilarating. The battle of semi-deities is about to unfold. This is going to be spectacular. Finally getting to witness a clash of semi-deities. How thrilling. Amidst the excitement, one onlooker remarked, "Hey, could you refrain from touching my backside? Oops, my bad." An old habit resurfacing. Surrounding them were alluring ladies with intoxicated eyes, exuding charm as if they had reached the pinnacle of life, while some uncles shouted enthusiastically, their hands wandering restlessly. Fortunately, those around them were vigilant, likely having experienced prior ambushes, preventing any unwelcome advances. In the battle arena, Li Feng was equally filled with anticipation. Both trainers had semi-deity Pokémon, promising an extraordinary duel. Like Wang Ming, he believed his odds of winning were higher. Metagross boasted exceptional physical defense. often referred to as an impregnable fortress. In contrast, Dragonite favored physical offense, which somewhat countered Metagross's strengths. Let the battle commence. I can hardly wait. A manic smile broke across Li Feng's face, his eyes ablaze with the fire of combat. Metagross, use Psychic. Li Feng initiated the attack. Metagross. A potent psychic energy converged above Dragonite's head before crashing down. Dragonite executed a rapid dive, performing a sharp 90-degree turn to skim the ground, successfully evading Metagross's assault. Use Hurricane. Wang Ming commanded. Dragonite flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest that swept through the air, carrying a storm of sand toward Metagross. Caught in the whirlwind, Metagross was bombarded by scattered debris, the sound echoing like a relentless hailstorm. Metagross. With a determined effort, Metagross leveraged its weight advantage to break free from the storm, landing steadily on the ground. Meanwhile, Dragonite was hot on its heels, its fists ignited with flames, striking down upon Metagross like a shooting star. This is its signature fire-type move, Flame Punch. It possesses a commendable effectiveness against the steel-type Metagross. Chapter 75. A familiar old friend boom. Flames consume all in their path. Swaying with an enchanting grace, Metagross retaliates, swinging its formidable fists in defiance. Bang, bang, bang. The shadows of their punches intertwine, delivering a flurry of strikes in mere instants. Owing to its advantageous type and level, Dragonite gains the upper hand in their clash. Observing this, Li Feng realizes that a direct confrontation with Dragonite is no longer viable, and commands Metagross. Metagross, use Meteor Mash to force it back. Metagross. A dazzling light begins to coalesce, enveloping its fist in a radiant glow. Like a comet streaking across the night sky, it hurtles toward Dragonite. Unfazed, Dragonite ignites its fist in flames, ready to meet the impact. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberates, causing the entire arena to tremble. Both Pokémon stagger back, locking eyes with each other, their gazes aflame with the fire of battle. Metagross, use Iron Defense. Faced with Dragonite's relentless assault, Metagross, despite its formidable defense, finds itself struggling against the sheer power of Dragonite, which, compounded by its type advantage, proves to be quite overwhelming. Thus, Li Feng resolves to enhance Metagross's defensive capabilities significantly with Iron Defense. Metagross, with its limbs firmly planted on the ground, it becomes as unyielding as stone. A translucent layer of crystalline armor begins to form around its body, encasing it in steel-like protection. Sunlight glints off Metagross, reflecting brilliant rays, showcasing the terrifying strength of its defenses. Dragonite, use Thunder Wave to paralyze the opponent. Wang Ming remains unperturbed, not rushing to attack. ZZZZT. A surge of electricity descends, enveloping Metagross. At this moment, while Metagross fortifies its defenses, it is unable to evade, unfortunate enough to be struck by the Thunder Wave. Instantly, Metagross feels the numbing sensation take hold, restricting its movements. Just when Wang Ming believes he has succeeded, Li Feng executes a surprising maneuver that leaves Wang Ming dumbfounded. With a subtle smile, Li Feng shows no concern for the paralyzed Metagross. Metagross, use electromagnetic levitation to channel the electricity beneath you. Metagross, with focused determination, it attempts to harness the residual electrical energy within. Gradually, its body begins to levitate, floating into the air. The electricity from Dragonite's earlier attack is expelled, converging beneath it, providing the impetus for its ascent. Is this even possible? Wang Ming's lips twitch in disbelief, clearly caught off guard by this turn of events. The audience is left in astonishment, stunned by Li Feng's display of skill. I thought Wang Ming was already impressive, but Li Feng has outdone him. Both are indeed genius trainers, exhibiting a level of understanding and application of techniques that is beyond ordinary people. Perhaps, this will become an unpredictable battle. Despite his surprise, Wang Ming remains focused and commands Dragonite to initiate the offensive. Dragonite, use Dragon Rage. Although Metagross has heightened its defenses, it proves futile against the Dragon Rage, which ignores defensive capabilities altogether. Roar. Dragonite bellows, unleashing a terrifying beam of energy. Everything in its path withers, reducing the ground beneath to rubble. Use Agility to dodge it. Metagross evades with swift movements, as Dragonite relentlessly pursues, soaring through the air while periodically unleashing fearsome energy beams. Stop evading. Use Meteor Mash to bring it down. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly alters his strategy, commanding Metagross. Metagross abruptly halts, turning to raise its luminous fist, striking toward Dragonite. Use Flame Punch. Wang Ming commands as well. Dragonite's fist bursts into searing flames, resembling a ferocious fire dragon. Bang, bang, bang. They clash repeatedly, traversing the arena from one end to the other. Various structures are destroyed, reduced to ruins and ashes. Boom. At last, Dragonite proves superior, landing a punch squarely on Metagross's head, driving it into the ground. Metagross. It roars, erupting from the earth in a fierce leap. Its eyes aflame with fury as it re-engages Dragonite. Metagross, use Hyper Beam. Dragonite, unleash your Hyper Beam too. Wang Ming shouts frantically, eager to conclude this battle. Roar. The air trembles with their combined roars. Two brilliant beams of light shoot forth simultaneously, colliding with cataclysmic force, generating a terrifying shockwave that nearly sweeps the audience off their feet. A breathtaking spectacle unfolds, reminiscent of ethereal beauty, yet none are there to appreciate it. All captivated by this exhilarating confrontation. Go, Metagross. Leafoam cheers, urging for victory. Dragonite, show it your might. Wang Ming counters, rallying his Pokémon. The two radiant beams contest one another, dimming even the sun. They exchange blows, neither yielding an inch. Roar. Dragonite flaps its wings furiously, its beam growing ever more resplendent. Overwhelming Metagross. Don't give up. Hold strong, Metagross. Leafoam implores, unable to remain still. Metagross clearly finds itself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. Well done, Dragonite. Push harder, victory is within our grasp. Wang Ming exclaims, exhilaration illuminating his eyes. Roar. Dragonite resonates with Wang Ming's sentiments, perceiving his fervor. In that moment, buried memories awaken, as if time rewinds. In a previous year, there was someone who spoke similar words to him, exuding the same confidence and desire for victory as Wang Ming does now. Dragonite finds that familiar sensation, as if time itself has looped back. A low growl escapes Dragonite, a blend of sorrow and joy. Wang Ming, moved by the sound, momentarily loses focus. In that instant, an unspoken bond forms between him and Dragonite, an understanding deeper than mere words. Old friend, you have finally returned. This soft sigh transcends the river of time. It matters not whether it is Wang Ming's voice or the heart of Dragonite speaking. What truly matters is the connection they share. Wang Ming smiles, the corners of his mouth lifting gently. Dragonite mirrors his joy, its antennas swaying. Victory! Roar! The harmonious cry of both trainer and Pokémon reverberates through the heavens. The formidable beam of light can no longer be resisted, obliterating Metagross with overwhelming force. The scene freezes, plunging into silence. In a world of white light, only one trainer and one dragon stand tall. Chapter 76. The path to championship, is it over? They have won. Wang Ming has triumphed. Oh yes, Wang Ming is victorious. Ha ha ha. I told you, Wang Ming is invincible. To the little brat opposite, your pretty boy has lost. Wang Ming is the ultimate champion. Wang Ming mighty. Wang Ming forever. After a brief silence, cheers erupt like a tidal wave, each swell more fervent than the last. Some even take to the stage, performing exuberant dances. If the male fans are this animated, the female fans are even more fervent. Wang Ming is so handsome. Just seeing his face leaves me weak at the knees. I wish for Wang Ming to love me fiercely. I would do anything for him. Even if I cannot win Wang Ming's heart, I must have him. In this life, I will marry no one but Wang Ming. In a secluded corner, members of a shadowy organization observe Wang Ming, engaged in hushed discussions. President, could it be that the Dragonite he is using is the very same one from the secret realm? A voice inquired, astonishment etched across their face. The vice president, Yang Shi, pondered for a moment before responding slowly, it is highly probable. It seems this young man is even more enigmatic than we had anticipated. Perhaps he possesses a method to restore the dark spirits. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd at this revelation. A means to rejuvenate the dark spirits was something no organization could currently achieve, not even their own shadowy organization. Yang Shi was taken aback as well. As the vice president of the dark organization, he was privy to much more information than the average individual. He recalled that the dark organization had once experienced an extraordinarily glorious period, during which their research on dark spirits was profoundly comprehensive, to the extent that they had even discovered ways to restore them to their original state. However, for reasons unknown, the organization abruptly vanished overnight from the Pokémon world, leaving no trace behind and subsequently fell into decline. It was only a few centuries ago that the dark organization was re-established and began to develop anew, achieving its current standing. As for who initiated its reconstruction, Yang Shi was in the dark. It was rumored that the individual who had reformed the dark organization had a deep connection to the original organization that faded into the annals of history. Given that Wang Ming also appeared to possess a method to restore the dark spirits, Yang Shi couldn't help but wonder if there was a link between Wang Ming and the ancient dark organization. It seemed the time had come to seek an opportunity to converse with him. A faint smile graced Yang Shi's lips as he and the others melted away into the crowd. In the arena, as the curtain fell on the final battle, Wang Ming stood upon the podium alongside Dragonite and Gardevoir, bathed in the golden rain of celebratory fireworks. The Scyther, having emerged from its Pokeball, bounded joyfully to Wang Ming's side, eagerly engaging with the audience. Although it had not participated in the finals, it felt that such a glorious moment would be incomplete without its presence. After all, it considered itself the team's visual centerpiece, at least in its own estimation. The Jingbei City Trainer Tournament had concluded splendidly, and let us extend our highest accolades to the champion. That champion is none other than Wang Ming. On that day, the most beautiful moment was forever etched in time. On his way home, Wang Ming delightedly examined his rewards: a League Gold card, a skill learning machine for the skill Aura Sphere, and a Master Ball. These were the bountiful rewards for his championship victory. The gold card contained 10 million League coins, more than sufficient for him to nurture his Pokémon. The Aura Sphere learning machine would enable suitable Pokémon to learn the powerful skill, which was on par with the ability to foresee the future. As for the Master Ball, it held little immediate utility for him, but it would serve as a perfect tool for capturing formidable Pokémon in the future. Aura Sphere, let me ponder who might benefit from learning it, Wang Ming mused. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his mind, detecting host's needs, automatically filtering Pokémon eligible to learn Aura Sphere. How considerate. A smile crept across Wang Ming's face as he glanced at the system interface. Eligible Pokémon: Gardevoir, Dragonite. Recommended Pokémon for learning: Gardevoir. Aura Sphere is a special attack, whereas Dragonite specializes in physical attacks, and Gardevoir focuses on special attacks. In a comprehensive assessment, Gardevoir is indeed the more suitable candidate. Although the system provided a recommendation, Wang Ming deliberated thoroughly before arriving at his final decision. He would grant the skill to Gardevoir. This system can autonomously consume the skill learning machine to enable the Pokémon to comprehend the skill. Would the host like to proceed? After a moment's reflection, Wang Ming deemed it appropriate and replied, yes. Moments later, a clear system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your Pokémon Gardevoir has learned the new skill, Aura Sphere. Simultaneously, Gardevoir's updated information materialized before Wang Ming's eyes. Pokémon: Gardevoir. Gender: female. Level: 44. Base stats: 518. Type: Psychic Fairy. Abilities: Synchronize, transfers its own poison, paralysis, or burn status to the opponent. Trace, copies the opponent's ability upon entering battle. Talent: Legendary. Item held: Mega Stone. Skills: Sing, Confusion, Teleport, Shadow Clone. Wish: Misty Terrain. Attract: Lucky Chant. Wish: Magical Leaf. Heal Pulse, Draining Kiss. Meditate: Psychic. Imprison: Future Sight. Attract: Aura Sphere. Oh? What purpose does the skill Attract serve? I hadn't paid it much attention. Wang Ming's curiosity piqued as he began to investigate further. Attract: Gardevoir sways gracefully, performing an elegant dance to captivate the opponent, thereby reducing their attack power. This skill is effective only against opponents of the opposite gender. A smile involuntarily graced Wang Ming's lips. That sounds rather amusing. I should have Gardevoir demonstrate it for me one day. In battle, he would certainly refrain from allowing Gardevoir to use such a skill, but in everyday life, well, that remained to be seen. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, Wang Ming intended to inform Wu Feng that he would be taking a few days off to seek out Mutwo on New Island. However, he discovered that Wu Feng and the others were out on a mission and had not yet returned. A flicker of concern arose in Wang Ming's heart. What if something had happened to them? Just then, Jean Sure approached him, relaying information about the assessment tasks. Assessment tasks? Are they mandatory for everyone? Indeed. The task deadline is 3 days, and it commenced yesterday. Brother Ming, you should quickly head to the hall to claim your task. I've heard that failing the assessment incurs severe penalties, Jean Sure stated seriously. All right, I shall go and see. Thank you. After bidding farewell to Jean Sure, Wang Ming made his way to the Adventurers Guild Hall. Chapter 77. Secret Realm Assessment. In the Adventurers Guild Hall, a throng of people surged, with many novice adventurers, much like Wang Ming, rushing in from outside to claim their assessment tasks. Wang Ming stood in line for a considerable time before finally obtaining his assessment task. Assessment task: proceed to the Secret Realm and eliminate 3 dark spirits of level 15 or higher. Assessment difficulty: ordinary. Assessment deadline: 3 days. Assessment reward: 1,000 points. Assessment format: utilize the multifunctional watches recording feature to document the elimination of dark spirits and submit the video. Assessment supplies: 3 healing potions, 1 universal medicine, 1 distribution map of Jingbei City's secret realms. Wang Ming scrutinized the assessment details before contemplating a change in his plans. He resolved to complete the assessment task first, while also seeking materials for crafting dark balls, and then proceed to New Island in search of Mutuo. Having made this decision, Wang Ming wasted no time and swiftly exited the premises. On his way, he consulted the multifunctional watch to peruse the distribution map of Jingbei City's secret realms. Ultimately, based on the information provided, he selected a particularly suitable secret realm located near a cave to the west of Jingbei City. According to the map, the area was dotted with numerous black lakes, ideal for collecting dark essence. 2 hours later, Wang Ming arrived at his destination, the pitch-black cave. This location was home to various wild Pokémon, with Zubat and Geodude being the most prevalent. Upon entering the cave, Wang Ming was greeted by a rather peculiar sight. Machoke was enthusiastically pummeling Geodude. Such a friendly form of interaction was indeed rare in the wild. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, discerning Wang Ming's perplexity, and kindly elucidated. This is a tradition of our region, to continually hone their abilities and enhance their strength in splitting mountains and shattering stones. The Howley often venture into caves in search of small fist stones to practice upon. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming could not help but twitch his lips, inwardly lamenting. Truly a fierce local culture. He silently observed a moment of mourning for the small fist stones in this area. The middle-aged man continued. It is precisely for this reason that the Howley here are renowned for their formidable strength, making this an ideal spot for many fighting-type trainers to capture them. Wang Ming nodded noncommittally. He could not outright condemn this practice, although it did seem somewhat wasteful of the small fist stones. As Wang Ming prepared to depart, the middle-aged man suddenly grasped his arm and leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Young man, would you be interested in a female Howley? Although those here are stronger than their counterparts outside, the truly powerful ones are the female Howley. Once they evolve into female Machamp, you will comprehend their terrifying prowess. They can even demonstrate their might against beings of the third tier, not to mention the deities." The man's expression was exceedingly grave, as if he spoke an undeniable truth. Wang Ming scoffed inwardly, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. He was a gentleman of principle, harboring no thoughts about female Machamp. Moreover, the Machamp family bore a striking resemblance, rendering the distinction between male and female negligible. Perhaps only in this locality did such differences exist. However, the crux was that Wang Ming did not need one. His Shinado sufficed. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating his lack of interest in the female Howley. Seeing Wang Ming's intent to leave, the middle-aged man grew anxious. "Don't go. If that doesn't work, I also have a female Machamp I could part with." Wang Ming ignored him. All right. To be frank, I possess a rare, shiny female Machamp that I could reluctantly sell you. What do you think?" Wang Ming resolutely continued on his way, showing no sign of hesitation. Moments later, he had entered the depths of the cave. "Ahem, could you please stop staring at me? It's rather embarrassing." Wang Ming coughed lightly, glancing at his Shinado with a smile. Shinado maintained a frosty demeanor, resembling an ice goddess, casting a fierce glare at Wang Ming before retreating into her pokeball. Wang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief and released his shiny Scyther. Upon emerging, the creature burst into a series of lewd chuckles, exuding an air of mischief. Wang Ming approached, delivering a swift reprimand. "What are you laughing at? Clear the way." The shiny Scyther, well aware of the little thoughts in its mind, retreated with a hint of caution. "I can't handle Shinado, but you think I can't handle you, little mantis?" The shiny Scyther, slightly disheartened, rubbed its head and ventured further into the cave. With the shiny Scyther leading the way, the journey remained tranquil. Before long, the duo arrived at the entrance of a secret realm. This was a public secret realm, unguarded by any sentinels. Wang Ming hesitated not at all, guiding his shiny Scyther into the depths of the realm. The first sight that greeted him was a marshland, the ground uneven and dotted with dark primordial liquid. However, it was tainted with excessive impurities, rendering it unsuitable for collection. Wang Ming cast a cursory glance before redirecting his attention. Numerous primordial lakes existed within this secret realm. There was no need to linger in the marshland. "Let us move on and explore other places," Wang Ming instructed his shiny Scyther. As he took a step forward, he felt something writhing beneath his feet. Wang Ming glanced down, discovering that the ground was surging upwards, accompanied by a foul odor. It was reminiscent of socks that hadn't been washed in a decade, mingled with the stench of rotten eggs festering in a latrine for 49 days. "Damn it. How unfortunate to step in this foul dark muck," Wang Ming muttered under his breath, quickly leaping aside. The shiny Scyther, perceptive as always, had sensed something amiss from the outset and had scampered off to a safe distance. Wang Ming's expression darkened instantly. "Did you notice this earlier?" The shiny Scyther wore an innocent expression. "By all that is good, I only ran after I saw you jump. Do you hear this? How did I end up with such a peculiar Pokémon? Wang Ming lamented. Hurry up and deal with it. He was disinclined to bicker with the shiny Scyther, his tone growing impatient. The Dark Muck's level was not particularly high, merely level 16, just right for his task, though the shiny Scyther could be unreliable at times. Its combat prowess was undeniable. Before long, the shiny Scyther had dispatched the Dark Muck. Wang Ming stood by, documenting the battle. What are you doing, master? The shiny Scyther queried. Recording a video. Is it one for uploading? Yes. Wait, don't stop just yet. Let me strike a pose. Get lost. After a friendly yet polite exchange, the duo resumed their journey. Chapter 78. Dark Gyarados. This secret realm was not particularly vast, and during this time, Wang Ming encountered several trainers honing their skills within the realm. Their strengths were generally not very high, presenting a notable disparity compared to Wang Ming. Along the way, he had not encountered many dark Pokémon. However, he had managed to defeat 4 or 5, sufficient for his assessment. After some time, they came upon an expansive lake, and a smile crept to Wang Ming's lips. So much dark primordial liquid, this will suffice. Scyther, let us go. With a hearty laugh, Wang Ming hurried toward the lake. In no time, he reached its edge. Producing a pre-prepared container, he filled it to the brim, satisfied with his efforts. Just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the water. He looked up to see an abundance of bubbles rising in the center of the lake, as though something below was exhaling them. Could there be dark Pokémon hiding beneath the surface? Wang Ming murmured, a frown creasing his brow. At that moment, the bubbles began to churn violently, bursting with a cacophony of sound, as if the water's surface were boiling. Following this, a column of water erupted skyward, showering the area with dark droplets. Roar! Accompanying this spectacle was a thunderous bellow that resonated through the air. A dark Pokémon, measuring over 20 meters in length, emerged from the depths. Upon witnessing this formidable creature, excitement surged within Wang Ming. It was none other than a dark Gyarados. Just what I needed. A water-type Pokémon to complete my team. Wang Ming grinned broadly, signaling his shiny Scyther with a glance. However, the creature hesitated, gesturing to itself, and then to the imposing dark Gyarados, clearly expressing, I'm so small compared to it. Are you sending me to get beaten? Wang Ming merely smiled faintly, uttering a single phrase that dispelled all the shiny Scyther's trepidations, prompting it to charge forward recklessly. I'll find you a female mantis later. In that instant, the shiny Scyther seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Wang Ming seized this opportunity to appraise the dark Gyarados. Pokémon, Gyarados, dark. Gender, level, 25, base stats, 540, type, dark. Ability, dark boost, possessing the power of darkness. All attributes are enhanced. Abilities, items, none, skills. It was careless, that fellow Wouldn't. Wang Ming's words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Whoosh bang. A flash of emerald light darted across the sky before crashing to the ground. Face down again. My handsome visage. How am I supposed to rendezvous with the female mantis now? Wang Ming couldn't help but overhear the inner musings of the shiny Scyther, though it was somewhat unkind. For some reason, Wang Ming found it amusing. Shinado, please take care of it. Ultimately, Wang Ming summoned Shinado, wishing to avoid wasting too much time on the dark Gyarados. Shauna. Wang Ming approached the shiny Scyther to tend to its wounds. The shiny Scyther stood tall as always, puffing out its chest. Bang. No more of this in the future, do you hear me? Wang Ming shot at a fierce glare, delivering a heavy reprimand. The shiny Scyther felt somewhat perplexed. Didn't you say this way would yield better healing results? That's not true. I was just pulling your leg, it's all the same. The shiny Scyther was even more confused. Wait a minute, then why did you treat Shinado? Suddenly, the shiny Scyther seemed to have an epiphany, as if it understood something. Oh, I get it. He, master, you're so lewd. Wang Ming's face darkened as he delivered a sharp reprimand. You know nothing. Shut your mouth. And never bring this up again, do you hear? I understand. The shiny Scyther wore a mischievous grin, looking thoroughly deserving of a beating. The more Wang Ming thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and he chose to give it 2 more sharp reprimands before finally feeling satisfied and healing its wounds. He dubbed it a collaborative treatment. Meanwhile, Shinado had also concluded its battle. The dark Gyarados was knocked unconscious and was being dragged to the shore by psychic power. Wang Ming took out a dark ball, gleefully capturing the dark Gyarados within it. Next, he used a purification capsule. Instantly, the dark Gyarados returned to its original form, transforming into a regular Gyarados. Initially, Wang Ming didn't pay much attention, merely casting a casual glance. However, when he saw the information on this Gyarados, his eyes lit up. This was actually a shiny Gyarados. Pokémon, Gyarados, Shiny, Gender, Male, Level, 25, Base Stats, 540, Types, Water Flying, Ability, Intimidate, intimidates opponents upon entering battle, lowering their attack power. Talent, Legendary, Items, None, Skills, Bite, Thrash, Scary Face, Twister, Haha, I've struck gold. I've captured a red Gyarados. Wang Ming was taken aback by this sudden stroke of luck, his face beaming with joy. He couldn't wait to release the Gyarados. Roar. As expected, a brilliant red Gyarados appeared before him. Very good, very good. Wang Ming was immensely satisfied. Once he obtained a Mega Stone for it, and facilitated its Mega Evolution, it would become a formidable ally. Gyarados already boasted impressive base stats, and its Mega Evolution would elevate its prowess to extraordinary levels. Even the legendary birds would steer clear of it. Having stored Gyarados away, Wang Ming didn't linger in the secret realm, but left directly to report his task. However, he was unexpectedly halted by a group of individuals just as he exited the cave. Young brother Wang, our leader requests your presence. Wang Ming assessed the group with a calm demeanor. He recognized them from a previous encounter in the secret realm. Their leader had once saved his life. There must be a reason for their leader to seek him out, and Wang Ming had a general idea of what it might be. He pondered whether he should accompany them back. After some consideration, he ultimately declined. Returning with them posed too great a risk. If they detained him, it would spell disaster. Wang Ming believed his current strength was still far from that of true elites, and he needed to exercise caution in all matters. Therefore, he dared not take such a risk. Chapter 79. A beautiful woman descends. Are you certain you want to accompany us? Upon hearing Wang Ming's refusal, the expression of a middle-aged man from the dark organization turned cold. If Wang Ming dared to utter a negative word, he might not hesitate to strike. I will not go. Wang Ming, undaunted, replied with poise. If need be, he could always fight. There was no shame in retreating if things got out of hand. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite. The middle-aged man peeled away his friendly facade, revealing a menacing countenance. Wang Ming, however, was quick to respond, already prepared for battle. In an instant, he produced 4 Pokeballs. The next moment, 4 beams of white light surged forth, dazzling and resplendent. Come forth. Shinado, come forth. Scyther, come forth. Dragonite, come forth. Gyarados. Wang Ming unleashed 4 Pokemon at once. Aside from the shiny Scyther, each radiated a formidable aura. The members of the Dark Organization were momentarily taken aback by Wang Ming's display. Could he truly command all 4 at once? Wang Ming had no worries on that front. While it might be a challenge for others, his possession of the power of Tokiwa granted him a telepathic bond with his Pokemon. With just a thought, he could effortlessly communicate with them. Not to mention, commanding 4 was child's play. 5 or 6 would be equally manageable. You all stay back, let me handle this. The middle-aged man scoffed. Showing no fear toward Wang Ming's 4 Pokemon, even appearing somewhat smug, he slowly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and released the Pokemon inside. Darmanitan, let them tremble before your might. Roar. Flames erupted, incinerating everything in their path. A Pokemon engulfed in fierce flames, as if it had emerged from magma, appeared before everyone. It was none other than the powerful Darmanitan. Wang Ming's expression grew grave as he discerned the information on this Pokemon through his insightful eye. Quite formidable. Pokemon, Darmanitan, Gender, Male, Level, 70, Base Stats, 540, Type, Fire, Ability, Zen Mode, occasionally inflicts burn status on opponents that come into contact with it. Talent, Epic, Items, Lava Rock, a box brimming with massive lava energy. Favored by certain Pokemon. Skills, Thunder Punch, Scary Face, Ember, Smokescreen, Mist, Critical Hit, Fire Spin, Clear Smog, Flamethrower, Strange Light, Fire Punch, Smoke, Flamethrower, Sunny Day, Overheat, Solar Beam. Inferno, a level 70 Pokemon, was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Even his 4 Pokemon combined wouldn't suffice. One strike from the opponent could easily obliterate them. Especially the shiny Scyther, which was 4 times weak to fire. Darmanitan, use Solar Beam. The middle-aged man sneered, intent on finishing the battle in one blow. Shinado, use Aura Sphere. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Wang Ming urgently commanded, striving to deploy his most potent moves to counter the opponent's terrifying attack. Roar. Just as both sides prepared to unleash their strikes, a dragon's roar suddenly resonated from above. A graceful figure soared above the Dragonite, rapidly approaching. Boom. The violent flying dragon unleashed a sphere of energy, shattering the immense flames of the duckbill flame beast with but a single strike. Are you all right, little brother? In the blink of an eye, a captivating figure descended from the heavens, appearing beside Wang Ming. It was she. A look of surprise crossed Wang Ming's face. He had not anticipated that Luo Li would manifest at such a critical moment. Although he felt grateful for Luo Li's intervention, he was not naive enough to believe her presence was mere coincidence. It was likely that, just like this shadowy organization, she had long since tracked his movements. Are you from the Luo family? The middle-aged man, upon seeing the violent flying dragon beneath Luo Li, seemed to recall something, and a flicker of apprehension appeared on his face. Luo Li merely smiled faintly, offering no response. Instead, she scrutinized the group before finally speaking. Members of the Shadow Organization? The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh, yet he too refrained from answering, merely signaling to the two individuals behind him. They understood the cue and stepped forward, adopting an exaggerated tone as they recited their lines. Since you have asked with such sincerity, I shall generously inform you that we are the Shadow Organization, traversing the realms of light and darkness to prevent the destruction of the world and uphold the ideals of love and justice. Upon hearing this, Luo Li smiled subtly. She was quite familiar with this phrase, often uttered by members of shadow organizations when confronted. Wang Ming fell into contemplation, recognizing the phrase from another world. How could such a familiar yet strange line find its way into the mouths of shadow organization members? What fool could have imparted such a peculiar slogan? Most absurd of all was the seemingly serious middle-aged man, whose face bore a proud smile. Shouldn't he feel ashamed? What was there to be proud of? Wang Ming found himself perplexed and astonished. In his recollections, this world lacked a Team Rocket, let alone figures like Giovanni and Meowth. If none of this existed, how could the iconic phrases of Team Rocket's trio emerge? Could it be that someone else had traversed worlds like him and ascended to a high-ranking position within the Shadow Organization? That seemed almost too fantastical. Wang Ming sensed that there might be a significant secret behind all this and deemed it essential to interrogate a member of the Shadow Organization. I will protect this young man. Inform your leader that should you dare trouble him again, you will be opposing the Luo family. Upon discerning the identities of those present, Luo Li spoke with an imposing authority. The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately. He truly dared not provoke the Luo family. Moreover, the violent flying dragon on the opposing side was no trivial matter. Should a confrontation ensue, they would undoubtedly suffer. We shall take our leave. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man disdainfully snorted and led his group away. Just then, Wang Ming stepped forward, calling out to them. Wait. Answer me one question. Who taught you that line you just recited? Wang Ming fixed his gaze on the two individuals behind the middle-aged man, seemingly attempting to see through them. With Luo Li supporting him, this was a perfect opportunity to inquire, and he did not wish to let it slip away. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and after a moment's thought, he finally spoke. This question was not a secret, and revealing it to Wang Ming posed no risk. Besides, he truly did not dare to engage Luo Li in combat. This was a rule of the Shadow Organization, established since its inception. Having said this, the middle-aged man hurriedly departed with his companions. Wang Ming stood frozen in place, a thunderous realization echoing in his mind. He felt as though he had grasped something significant. Chapter 80. Each with their own agenda at this moment, a bold idea began to take shape in Wang Ming's mind. He felt that he was on the verge of uncovering the secret behind the simulation reincarnation. However, many aspects still warranted scrutiny, and numerous questions remained unanswered. Perhaps, as he unearthed more secrets, the answer that lingered in his mind would be validated. Are you all right? What are you dazed about? Luo Li approached, her eyes sparkling with allure, expressing concern. Wang Ming instinctively shook his head, responding casually, I'm fine. Suddenly, he felt a chilling wave wash over him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Wang Ming jolted his head up to find Shanai Duo fixating on him with an icy glare. Clearing his throat, he discreetly distanced himself from Luo Li, allowing the coldness in Shanai Duo's eyes to gradually dissipate. Wang Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Shanai Duo truly misinterpreted the situation, how could they continue to share a sleeping space in the future? Luo Li cast a knowing glance between Shanai Duo and Wang Ming, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Little brother, you certainly know how to have fun. How about taking your sister along next time? Wang Ming's heart raced, and he dared not respond, offering only an awkward smile as he shifted the topic. Thank you for your timely rescue. As he recalled his Pokémon, he added, unfortunately, Shanai Duo and the Shiny Scyther are unwilling to return. He understood Shanai Duo's reluctance, but he could not fathom the Shiny Scyther's behavior. However, it soon became clear. The Shiny Scyther scampered over to Luo Li, eagerly introducing itself. Hello, beautiful. I am the Shiny Scyther, also known as the Spring Breeze Scyther, a figure of charm and valor. Might I inquire if you are interested in discussing interspecies reproductive matters with me? Luoli, unable to comprehend the shiny Scyther's words, merely found the exchange amusing, laughing heartily. Yet Wang Ming could distinctly sense the shiny Scyther's intentions, and his face darkened. Ever since he became aware of the shiny Scyther's thoughts, his expression had grown increasingly somber. He discovered that the shiny Scyther was not only mischievous but also rather lewd, having learned nothing virtuous from his own exemplary character. It was truly lamentable. Without further ado, Wang Ming seized the shiny Scyther's tiny wings and promptly tossed it into its Pokeball. "Your Pokemon are quite unique," Luoli remarked with a knowing smile. Wang Ming scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Perhaps I have trained them well," the shiny Scyther retorted. "Humph, truly shameless." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luoli's demeanor turned serious. "Now that you have drawn the attention of the Shadow Organization, it's not a favorable situation. Fortunately, I am free these days. Where would you like to go? I can accompany you and provide protection." Wang Ming was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Could it be? Is she developing feelings for me? Although he considered himself charming and heroic, dubbed a girl killer, surely that couldn't be the case? Wang Ming speculated that she must have ulterior motives. Why? Luoli smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to Wang Ming and exhaling a hint of fragrant breath. "Because I wish to understand you better." With that, she sauntered ahead. Are you intrigued by the secrets I hold?" Luoli's words, seemingly seductive, concealed deeper implications. Wang Ming, not swayed by mere beauty, saw through her intentions. How fortuitous. He too was eager to delve into her secrets. Since that dark orb associated with Luo Xiaoyu, he had subtly suspected a connection between the Luo family and the protagonist of his second simulation reincarnation. Now that she sought to draw closer to him and extract his secrets, he would adopt a strategy of feigned compliance to ensnare her in turn. With clarity on his plan, a smug smile crept onto Wang Ming's face as he hurried to catch up with her. At that moment, Wang Ming felt a pang in his heart, as if he were on the brink of losing something dear. He abruptly turned his head, only to discover that his beloved Shinado had not followed him. Instead, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and she silently retreated into her Pokeball, ignoring Wang Ming entirely. "No, my dear, please let me explain," Wang Ming lamented, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He truly had no connection with Luoli. It turned out that it was not only young girls who could sulk, express anger, or feel jealous. Even his beloved Pokemon could exhibit such emotions. And perhaps even more intensely. This was a predicament he found difficult to clarify. With a deep sigh, Wang Ming succumbed to his frustration. Upon returning to the Pokemon League, Wang Ming fulfilled his mission and arranged to meet Luoli the next day to embark on a journey to New Island together. Given that he was being eyed by a dark organization and lacked a skilled protector, traveling without Luoli seemed risky. Having her accompany him would not only ensure his safety, but also provide an opportunity to learn more about the Lu family. The only source of his distress was the challenge of explaining the situation with Shinado. As anticipated, that evening, Shinado still did not emerge. While the shiny Scyther was the first to appear, it eagerly settled nearby, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama, its eyes gleaming with a sense of schadenfreude, as if to say, "You dared to steal my girl. Now look at the consequences." Wang Ming shot a terse reprimand at it, urging it to return to its Pokeball. He had intended to offer a heartfelt explanation to Shinado, and having Scyther witness the exchange would surely undermine his authority. Once the shiny Scyther retreated into its Pokeball, Wang Ming finally released Shinado. However, to his astonishment, as soon as she was freed, she promptly returned to her Pokeball. Wang Ming chuckled wryly, attempting several more times. But to no avail. It appeared that Shinado was genuinely hurt. Fortunately, through his unwavering persistence, Shinado eventually granted him a chance, remaining outside her Pokeball. Today, Wang Ming patiently recounted the events of the day, and after a series of sweet words and gentle coaxing, he finally earned Shinado's forgiveness. "So, shall we sleep together tonight?" he inquired with a sigh of relief and a playful grin. Shinado's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in acquiescence. That night, with a charming companion by his side, another beautiful dream awaited him. Chapter 81. Smoke and clouds dispersed the following morning, as the sun ascended high in the sky. Wang Ming and Luoli met at Huarong Avenue, embarking on their journey to New Island together. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the previous day's efforts, Shinado remained unusually quiet and did not emerge from her Pokeball, creating a more relaxed atmosphere between Wang Ming and Luoli. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation, with Luoli subtly steering the dialogue toward the realm of secrets, while Wang Ming, not to be outdone, guided Luoli's inquiries toward the dark orb and her family's affairs. At last, Luoli could no longer contain her laughter, playfully rolling her eyes at Wang Ming and teasing him for his cunningness. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask directly. I can satisfy your curiosity without my sister's presence. Luoli leaned closer, whispering enticingly into Wang Ming's ear. Internally, he cursed her for her enchantment. Though he remained outwardly composed, clearing his throat, he decided to be forthright, asking, I would like to know where your sister obtained that dark orb. Luoli tilted her head slightly, revealing her delicate neck, while the allure of her form shimmered in the light. She thoughtfully placed her finger on her lips, contemplating before finally speaking. That is a treasured heirloom of my family, the only one of its kind, so do not entertain any thoughts of taking it. However, if you manage to win my sister's heart, perhaps she will divulge more secrets to you. Wang Ming's lips twitched. Thankfully, he recognized the importance of discernment and did not fall prey to the charms of this little enchantress. For an ordinary person lacking resolve, conversing with Luoli would prove quite challenging. No, I have no feelings for her whatsoever. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, as Luelixia truly did not appeal to him. And what about me? Luoli teased, inching closer, her alluring figure almost within reach, a deep cleavage tantalizingly visible before him. Wang Ming felt his face flush. He was still an innocent youth, unaccustomed to such advances. I think we should focus on more serious matters, he replied, feigning calmness while his heart raced within. Humph, how dull, Luoli pouted, ceasing her attempts at seduction. With her allure set aside, their conversation flowed smoothly. Before long, Wang Ming had gathered a wealth of valuable information from Luoli. He learned that the Lu family was an ancient lineage within the Pokémon world, boasting formidable strength. One of the family's defining traits was that every direct descendant possessed a Dragonite. This was largely due to the Lu family being the premier breeders of Dragonites in the entire Pokémon realm, making them rarer than even the initial 3 starter Pokémon within their family. The Dragonite that Luoli carried had been nurtured from a young age, accompanying her throughout her growth. As the daughter of the current head of the Lu family, Luelixia was afforded special protection, as evidenced by the Pokeball around her neck. According to Luoli, that Pokeball was traditionally carried by every family head, serving as a symbol of their lineage. However, to ensure the safety of her child, the current head of the Lu family had entrusted it to Luelixia for her protection and growth. Although Luoli did not disclose the identity of the Pokemon within that Pokeball, Wang Ming surmised that it was undoubtedly extraordinarily powerful, beyond his current capabilities to contend with. It was even possible that Luoli's Dragonite might not be a match for it. Additionally, Wang Ming gleaned an even greater secret from Luoli's words. The Pokemon within the Pokeball had been brought back from an ancient secret realm by the previous head of the Lu family. Yet, the exact identity of that Pokemon remained a mystery to all. Henceforth, each family head would don that Pokeball. But with one stipulation: it must never be opened unless absolutely necessary. The selection of the Lu family head was also quite straightforward. The son inherits the father's legacy, and the daughter likewise inheriting her father's legacy. This system was akin to an ancient hereditary succession. In essence, should no unforeseen events occur, Luelixia was destined to become the next head of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming felt a sense of shock. Not merely because Luelixia would be the next head, but rather that the Pokemon within that Pokeball had originated from a secret realm. This reminded him of the Dragonite belonging to the protagonist's sister in the Second Life simulation, who had ventured into a secret realm and never returned. Ultimately, the protagonist encountered a darkened Dragonite within that realm. This led Wang Ming to ponder whether the Pokemon brought back by the Lu family head could be that very dark Dragonite. To validate his hypothesis, Wang Ming nonchalantly inquired, "Could you tell me the name of the previous head of your Lu family?" "Wang Yu." Boom. Wang Ming chuckled, and all his doubts dissipated in an instant. His conjecture had been confirmed. Wang Yu was indeed the child of the protagonist's sister from the Second Life. Just then, Luoli suddenly wore a mysterious smile and said, "Do you know why I said you resemble someone?" "Why?" "Because a portrait reminiscent of you hangs in the ancestral hall of the Luo family." Conversing with Luo Li has proven immensely beneficial for Wang Ming, unraveling many of his previously perplexing queries. Assistance is reciprocal. Luo Li has also posed numerous inquiries to Wang Ming, yet he refrains from providing complete answers. Many of these questions delve into his personal secrets, including the system, matters he cannot disclose. This has led to Luo Li's dissatisfaction. "How stingy. I've shared so many secrets with you, yet you refuse to divulge anything." Luo Li feigned anger. Wang Ming smiled sheepishly, aware that his reticence was somewhat unjust. However, the multitude of secrets he harbors leaves him with little choice. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Ming took a deep breath and spoke, "Rest assured, I shall repay this favor." "How do you intend to repay me?" Luo Li inquired. Curiosity piqued. You will find out in due time, Wang Ming replied cryptically. Having learned the truth, he had already formulated his plans. After being ensnared in darkness for so many years, it was high time to restore you to a normal life, Wang Ming murmured to himself. For reasons unknown, a trace of melancholy flickered in his bright eyes, perhaps evoking memories of something past. Chapter 82. The New Island Storm in the Evening. Wang Ming and Luo Li paused to rest at a quaint inn. Two individuals, two rooms, merely separated by a wall. Inside the room, a shiny scyther was gnawing on a delectable energy cube while engrossed in a dazzling competition broadcast on television, occasionally murmuring critiques. Meanwhile, Shenandoah and Cosmoem frolicked nearby. As for Dragonite and shiny Gyarados, Wang Ming refrained from releasing them due to their size. Tomorrow afternoon, they would likely reach their destination. But what if Mutwo was not there? Wang Ming found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation. He could not be entirely certain that Mutwo awaited them on New Island. He was merely gambling on a possibility. Should he fail to uncover Mutwo's whereabouts, capturing the super dark Blaziken would become an elusive dream. I wonder where that little Mew is frolicking now. If only it were by my side, I wouldn't have to venture so far to seek Mutwo, Wang Ming mused, formulating strategies for the impending challenges. This contemplation consumed several hours. When the night grew deep and quiet, just as Wang Ming prepared to embrace slumber with Shenandoah, Luo Li knocked at his door, seeking a heart-to-heart conversation to delve into the enigma of dark Pokémon. Fortunately, endowed with a sense of righteousness and with Shenandoah by his side, Wang Ming firmly declined Luo Li's request. This night was destined to be one spent in the company of a fair maiden. The following noon, Wang Ming and Luo Li arrived as promised at the waters of New Island. It was said that New Island stood amidst these waters, an artificial isle. However, its geographical location was peculiarly secluded, nestled in a forgotten corner of the vast ocean, rendering it exceedingly elusive to discover. Wang Ming relied solely on a second-hand map to approximate its location. Let us depart, he declared, folding away the map and summoning Dragonite to his side. Leaping onto its back, Dragonite took flight, soaring into the sky, while Luo Li, opting not to ride with him, piloted her own Salamence closely behind. The azure sky and white clouds painted a picturesque scene, capturing the attention of numerous trainers fishing in the New Island waters. Wow, look, it's the illustrious Dragonite. I've always wanted to catch one, but alas, luck has never favored me, one exclaimed. Naturally, Dragonite is an exceedingly rare Pokémon. It's not something you can simply fish for, another replied. Oh, your line is tugging. A Pokémon has taken the bait. Reel it in and see what it is. I wonder if I might catch a rare Pokémon this time. Wait, that adorable creature with the elongated body and wind-winged ears looks so familiar. It appears to be a Dratini. Time passed, and gradually, the number of people on the surface of the sea diminished, with long stretches devoid of any human presence. The previously serene weather began to shift, the sea breeze stirred, and dark storm clouds encroached upon the sky, draping it in ominous shades. A storm is brewing, Wang Ming murmured, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Such irregularities often heralded something extraordinary. He sensed it was a good omen, indicating their proximity to New Island. Steady now, Dragonite. We may be nearing our destination. With a triumphant roar, Dragonite flapped its wings excitedly, tracing graceful arcs in the air, quickening its pace. The sky darkened further, sunlight obscured. Shrouded in shadows, the sea grew restless, waves crashing violently against the surface. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the dim waters, followed by a deafening roar that nearly shattered Wang Ming's eardrums. Boom! The first clap of thunder shattered the tranquility, unleashing chaos upon the surroundings. A torrent of lightning cascaded down, relentless and unyielding. Wang Ming, something feels amiss here. Are you certain New Island is nearby? Luo Li queried, noticing the disturbance as she flew closer to him, her voice steady. The impending storm and the threat of a tsunami were among the most harrowing scenarios one could encounter at sea, and even though they were not reliant on a vessel, such extreme weather could pose grave dangers. Yet, Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, his demeanor electrified. It must be here. This unexpected turn of events only fortifies my conviction. New Island is undoubtedly in this vicinity. Seeing Wang Ming's unwavering certainty, Luo Li opened her mouth to speak but thought better of it, choosing instead to follow in silence. Suddenly, as they conversed, a colossal wave towering several meters surged toward them from the distance, crashing against the water's surface and setting the ocean ablaze with turbulence. This was merely the beginning. A series of monstrous waves continued to rise, relentlessly advancing toward them. Wang Ming dared not allow Dragonite to ascend too high, with the storm still lurking above. Reluctantly, he directed Dragonite to weave through the waves, evading the tumultuous onslaught. The waves surged, and the winds howled, accompanied by the relentless rise and fall of the sea. The wind's force was immense, akin to a wailing specter. Wang Ming struggled to keep his eyes open, his clothes drenched. Luo Li fared no better. The rain mingled with the fierce wind, drenching her and accentuating her alluring silhouette, her curves captivating to behold. Yet no one was there to appreciate this hard-earned beauty. Wang Ming, Luo Li shouted, but her voice was drowned by the storm, leaving Wang Ming oblivious to her call. Realizing this, Luo Li braved the gale and flew to his side. What's wrong? Wang Ming glanced at her, a rush of warmth flooding his senses. Too much, too alluring. Thankfully, he quickly regained his composure and quelled the surging heat within him. Perhaps we should turn back, in this dreadful weather. What chance do we have of locating New Island? Luo Li suggested. She did not believe Wang Ming could find it under such conditions. Wang Ming pondered for a moment, his gaze resolutely fixed on her as he declared, "You should leave. I must search alone." A suspicion dawned upon him. Perhaps Mutuo was preventing them from approaching New Island. The reason is quite simple. Mutuo harbors a disdain for humanity, with the exception of one individual. After all, in a certain sense, he and that person can be considered old friends. Loli could not comprehend Wang Ming's stubbornness, yet she felt it would be rather ungracious to depart alone. Thus, a flicker of madness ignited in her eyes. "If you seek, then I shall accompany you." Chapter 83. Once friends, I will stand by your side, Loli declared resolutely. Wang Ming was both amused and exasperated, as it seemed Loli had misunderstood his intentions. If Loli remained by his side, he might very well struggle to locate the new island. Just as Wang Ming was about to clarify, a colossal wave, towering several meters high, descended from the heavens like a deluge, crashing towards them like an impenetrable wall of water. The ferocity of the wave left them no chance to evade, and they were engulfed in its depths. Wang Ming felt a sudden heaviness in his head, as though struck with great force. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness consumed him, he instinctively released his shiny Gyarados. After that, he knew nothing more. Time passed, though Wang Ming could not discern how long, until he finally awoke. As he opened his heavy eyelids, a blurred figure began to materialize within his vision. It was resplendent in a pale hue, a magnificent tail swaying gracefully, standing before Wang Ming with an air of majestic authority. As his awareness gradually returned, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a mix of shock and joy. Mutuo. Before him stood the powerful Pokémon he had sought so desperately. Wang Ming was overcome with excitement as he gazed at Mutuo. Pokémon. Mutuo. Gender. Genderless. Level. 100. Base stats. 680. Type. Psychic. Ability. Pressure. Exerts pressure on opponents, sometimes preventing them from using moves. Classification. Legendary. Held item. None. Moves. Confusion. Psybeam. Psychic. Mystical Shield. Calm Mind. Hyper Beam. Future Sight. Self-Suggestion. Miracle Eye. Psycho Cut. Power Swap. Guard Swap. Self-Recovery. Mind Force. Barrier. Wave Bomb. Instant Amnesia. Mist. Priority Move. Breakthrough. Upon viewing Mutuo's information, Wang Ming exhaled in relief. Such a configuration was indeed worthy of a battle-hardened entity. Simultaneously, Mutuo scrutinized Wang Ming. This youth bore an uncanny resemblance to a figure from the past, even sharing a similar aura. However, Mutuo was certain that the Wang Ming before him was not that individual, for he had witnessed that person's demise. The reason for their striking similarity, even in essence, puzzled Mutuo, leading him to conclude that it might be attributed to the reincarnation theories posited by certain anthropologists. "What brings you to seek me?" Mutuo spoke coolly, exuding a haughty demeanor. Just as Wang Ming was about to respond, a small pink Pokémon suddenly emerged from beside him, sticking out its tongue at Mutuo and making a silly face, seemingly displeased with Mutuo's attitude towards Wang Ming. Shalebi?" Wang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this little creature had appeared by his side without his notice. Wait a moment. Could it be that this little one has been following me all along? A grave thought dawned on him. If that were the case, had he not been searching for something he already possessed? Mio Shalebi appeared to sense Wang Ming's internal conflict, its large, expressive eyes curving into crescent moons as it spun joyfully in the air, as if mocking Wang Ming. Wang Ming's lips twitched, suppressing a sarcastic remark. "Indeed, you live up to your reputation, Shalebi, the ancestral master of mischief." However, he also felt a wave of relief wash over him. To encounter both Mutuo and Shalebi simultaneously meant that capturing the elusive dark flame chicken was now an assured endeavor. "Humph." Mutuo snorted, casting a disdainful glance at Shalebi. His piercing gaze fixed on Wang Ming, awaiting his response. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming articulated his request. Upon hearing it, Mutwo's expression remained unchanged. He merely stared at Wang Ming and questioned, "Why should I assist you?" No sooner had he spoken than Celebi, displeased, puffed up its cheeks and floated angrily to Mutwo's side, delivering a playful punch. Mutwo's countenance darkened immediately, his fists clenching with an audible crack. Boom. In the next moment, a surge of chaotic energy erupted from within him, gathering into an energy sphere that crackled ominously. It was evident that he was prepared to engage Celebi in combat. Sensing the escalating tension, Wang Ming hurriedly intervened. Should a fight ensue, he would surely bear the brunt of the consequences. This was hardly the behavior one would expect from a mythical Pokémon. Mutwo scoffed, using a phrase he had learned from a dear friend to mock Celebi. In response, Celebi protested vocally, its cries echoing in apparent defiance, though its confidence appeared somewhat diminished. Wang Ming, observing the scene, could not help but smile wryly. He had learned from the reincarnation simulation that Celebi and Mutwo had always had a contentious relationship, constantly bickering. To see that, after all these years, nothing had changed was both amusing and nostalgic. "You both remain just as you were," Wang Ming remarked, prompting both Mutwo and Celebi to halt and turn their astonished gazes towards him. Realizing he had let slip a secret, Wang Ming cleared his throat and feigned profundity. "In truth, I am your previous master." Both Mutwo and Celebi stared at him in disbelief. Wang Ming then addressed each Pokémon individually, saying, "Mutwo, you still maintain that aloofness. Why not learn a thing or two from Celebi about gentleness? Celebi, you remain as mischievous as ever. Can you not restrain yourself a bit? Perhaps take a page from Mutwo's book and embody the essence of a mythical creature?" Wang Ming felt a surge of pride as he reprimanded two of the most powerful and ancient Pokémon. However, his triumph was short-lived. In unison, Mutwo and Celebi retaliated, launching a combined playful assault on Wang Ming. At that moment, his shiny scyther also emerged from its pokeball, eager to witness the spectacle. Fortunately, their blows were not particularly severe, and with Celebi's healing abilities, Wang Ming emerged relatively unscathed. Yet, the wounds to his spirit remained untreatable. In that moment, Wang Ming profoundly empathized with the shiny scyther's past experiences. He cast a mournful glance at his shiny scyther, resolving that the next time he decided to unleash a thorough beating, he would refrain from using his healing powers to mend its wounds. Truly, his affection for the shiny scyther was unwavering. "I truly hope you are who you claim to be," Mutwo observed, gazing at the dejected Wang Ming. A hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. He sensed the lingering essence of the individual from the past within Wang Ming, though their personalities diverged significantly. More accurately, Wang Ming was, in comparison, far more flamboyant. Nevertheless, seeing the shiny scyther brought him a sense of acceptance. One might say, birds of a feather flock together. And perhaps that was the essence of it all. Mutwo smiled faintly, an unfamiliar joy blossoming within him. Once again, he had found a friend. Chapter 84. The Dark Organization's command. With the combined efforts of Wang Ming and Celebi's persuasion, Mutwo ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to journey into the secret realm. A great weight lifted from Wang Ming's heart, and he exhaled in relief. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about her." At that moment, a tantalizing figure suddenly emerged in Wang Ming's mind. Luo Li. A colossal wave had swept them apart, and although Wang Ming was rescued by the legendary Mutwo, Luo Li had vanished without a trace. "Mutwo, my dear companion, there was indeed a woman who accompanied me on this journey. We were separated by that monstrous wave. Do you know her whereabouts?" Wang Ming gazed at Mutwo, concern evident in his eyes. Mutwo, with an air of authority, replied nonchalantly, "I have little fondness for other humans encroaching upon my domain, yet you need not fret. She is safe and has been sent away." Upon hearing Mutwo's words, Wang Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, and some of the doubts that had plagued him were dispelled, just as he had suspected. That tempestuous upheaval had indeed been orchestrated by Mutwo, merely to prevent Luo Li from reaching New Island. Had Wang Ming ventured alone, he would have avoided such peril. Resolving this matter in his mind, he silently vowed that the next time he returned to New Island, he would do so without any companions. "Follow me. I have something to present to you." Just as Wang Ming was lost in contemplation, Mutwo spoke again, piquing his curiosity about what Mutwo intended to bestow upon him. He trailed behind Mutwo to a control room, where Mutwo retrieved a medallion radiating a deep obsidian glow from an iron box. The medallion bore an intricate, serpentine character, dark. The moment Wang Ming laid eyes upon the medallion, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Coupled with the inscription, he quickly surmised its connection to the Dark Organization. Could this truly be the emblem unique to the Dark Organization? As he pondered, Mutwo handed him the medallion, elucidating. This is what you entrusted to me in your moment of peril, claiming that one day a person resembling you would come to claim it. The revelation sent a jolt of astonishment through Wang Ming. It was evident that this statement was likely made by the protagonist during the third reincarnation simulation. However, Wang Ming was perplexed as to how that protagonist had foreseen future events. Was it the natural gift of foresight? After contemplating this possibility, Wang Ming deemed it the most plausible explanation. Upon receiving the medallion and examining it closely, he discovered its true nature. It was a sovereign medallion. The reverse side bore a brief inscription. To behold this medallion is to encounter the Dark Sovereign. A grin spread across Wang Ming's face as the purpose of this medallion became clear to him. He was to reclaim the Dark Organization. Oh, how wonderfully ironic fate can be, he mused. Just prior, he had been pursued by members of the Dark Organization, and now he possessed the medallion of its sovereign, becoming their ruler. In the blink of an eye, his circumstances had shifted dramatically. This theatrical twist of fate was indeed a source of profound reflection. The Dark Organization's branch in Jingbei City will be the first to feel my wrath, Wang Ming declared with a manic smile. He tucked the medallion away and initiated contact with Wu Feng to inquire about the secret realm, for it was currently under the control of the Alliance. An entry was not permitted to ordinary individuals. Moments later, Wu Feng responded, informing him that the secret realm would open the day after tomorrow, granting him a singular opportunity for entry. The day after tomorrow? It seemed there was ample time to resolve matters concerning the Dark Organization. Wang Ming had already devised a plan in his mind. He intended to pay a visit to the Dark Organization's branch in Jingbei City. With Mutwo and Mew by his side, he was confident that he would face no danger. Do you have any matters to attend to? If not, would you accompany me to a certain location? Wang Ming inquired of Mutwo and Mew. Upon hearing the prospect of going out, Mew couldn't contain its excitement. Flitting around in the air, chirping incessantly, Mutwo swatted it away, restoring a semblance of calm. Very well, Mutwo replied flatly. Wang Ming nodded, about to speak further when Mew, in a huff, flew towards Mutwo, brandishing its tiny fists, eager for a duel. Hold on. We are all Pokémon. Let us show some respect. Fighting would be a disgrace to our dignity, Wang Ming interjected, mediating between the two. After some persuasion, they reluctantly ceased their skirmish. Wang Ming realized that these two had a troublesome habit of brawling without cause. This was not a commendable trait. What if, in the heat of battle against true adversaries, Mew and Mutwo chose to clash among themselves? That would be a dire predicament. Thus, Wang Ming resolved to address this issue with them, fostering a spirit of peaceful coexistence. However, unbeknownst to him, this would prove to be one of the most challenging endeavors of his life. After a brief arrangement, Wang Ming departed New Island with Mutwo and Mew. As they journeyed, Mutwo walked with its hands clasped behind its back, gliding through the air, while Mew, with half-closed eyes, lounged comfortably on Mutwo's tail, occasionally stretching in utter contentment. Mutwo had contemplated intervening but, recalling Wang Ming's words, decided that as a powerful being, it should not stoop to bickering with such a whimsical creature. Thus, it held back. Wang Ming observed this interaction and smiled faintly. Wasn't this a harmonious scene? Yet, it wasn't long before he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Harmony sometimes breeds chaos. As expected, the two soon resumed their brawl, unleashing a barrage of formidable abilities. While neither sustained significant injuries, the aquatic spirits beneath the waves bore the brunt of their antics, caught in the crossfire and rolling over in dismay. Floating lifelessly on the surface, the scene was reminiscent of calamity befalling those who swam peacefully. In a matter of moments, the sea was dotted with white. Fortunately, Wang Ming intervened just in time to halt their fracas. Otherwise, it could have continued indefinitely. As the skirmish subsided, Wang Ming believed they could resume their journey. However, a group of oblivious individuals soon approached. Upon sighting them, Wang Ming's smile widened in delight. It seemed fate had delivered them directly to him. Just when he was at a loss for how to locate the Dark Organization, they had presented themselves on a silver platter. Was this not fortuitous in the extreme? Well, boy, without the Luo family's assistance this time, let us see how you escape my grasp, sneered a middle-aged man. He was unwilling to return to the Dark Organization without having captured Wang Ming. Yet, as he drew nearer, his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the two spirits in the sky. Those are Mew and Mutwo. I can't believe it, he exclaimed in shock, cursing vehemently. Turn the ship around. Retreat at once. Are you all mad, rushing headlong into certain doom? But it was too late. The ship had come to a halt, and the confrontation was at hand. The middle-aged man sensed his impending doom. Chapter 85. Returned, yet not fully returned. Long time no see. Uncle, Wang Ming greeted, a radiant smile illuminating his face. I still vividly recall how you threatened me just 2 days ago. How about unleashing that grand roast duck of yours for a little sparring match? The middle-aged man's face fell, his countenance marred by despair. You, at such a tender age, harboring grudges. You want to spar? As long as you can guarantee that your two spirits won't intervene, I would gladly engage in 10 rounds. But you bring forth 2 colossal Pokémon, and what chance do I have? The middle-aged man immediately conceded. The prospect of survival outweighed any concern for pride. Wang Ming chuckled derisively. It was evident that the man feared the strong while bullying the weak. Such behavior was universal. While Wang Ming's actions might have seemed to leverage the might of his spirits, he couldn't deny how exhilarating it felt. Very well. Let us engage in a manner befitting reason. Please repeat the question you asked earlier, and we shall consider the matter settled, Wang Ming stated generously. The middle-aged man appeared as if released from a heavy burden, quickly donning a smile as he exclaimed, "My leader wishes to invite you for a visit." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Ming interjected with a grin, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go?" With that, he gestured for the others to lead the way. The middle-aged man was left utterly bewildered. Hadn't Wang Ming previously refused to go? Wasn't he resolutely opposed? Why the sudden change of heart? Moreover, he was accompanied by 2 formidable mythical beasts. Was he intending to engage in battle? The middle-aged man felt as though he had inadvertently thrust the clandestine organization into peril. "Leader, it's not that I am disloyal to the organization. He threatened me, I swear." With tears welling in his eyes, he wiped away the invisible moisture and hastily took the lead. Wang Ming relished this sensation. Casting a proud glance back at Mutwo and inquiring, "What do you think? Do I still possess the charm of my former self?" To his surprise, Mutwo shot him a disdainful look and replied, "You were never this lowly back then." Wang Ming felt a wave of discontent wash over him, pondering that perhaps seeking out Mew would be a better choice. Indeed, Mew proved to be much more understanding. Regardless of what Wang Ming said, it nodded in agreement. Throughout the journey, Wang Ming found himself in a state of bemusement. Upon traversing mountains and rivers to reach the branch of the clandestine organization, Wang Ming finally regained his composure, his demeanor revitalized. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the middle-aged man return with Wang Ming, expressed their congratulations, parting ways to allow them passage. Yet, the middle-aged man alone bore the weight of his inner turmoil. On the surface, it appeared that he had successfully brought Wang Ming back, but in truth, he had been coerced into doing so. Despite the absence of Mutwo and Mew, the middle-aged man was acutely aware that the 2 mythical creatures were undoubtedly lurking nearby. At the slightest hint of danger, they would undoubtedly reveal themselves without hesitation. Thus, he could only continuously signal the members of the organization with his eyes, but they mistook his gestures for a mere twitch, paying little heed to his plight. This infuriated the middle-aged man, who thought to himself that disaster was imminent. The organization was on the brink of ruin, all due to his missteps. With a look of despair, the middle-aged man led Wang Ming to the leader's chamber. The room was vast, adorned with exquisite yet antiquated decor, exuding a sense of nostalgia. This indicated that its occupant was not a person driven by material desires. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and the leader, Yang Shi, entered with a smile. "Little brother, I trust you are well. My people haven't caused you any harm, have they?" Upon saying this, Yang Shi turned his gaze to the middle-aged man, his expression darkening. He had explicitly instructed that Wang Ming must not be harmed. The middle-aged man forced a grim smile. "Harm him? Don't jest. It's a miracle he hasn't harmed me. Please, have a seat. The reason I summoned you is to discuss the matter of the dark ball." In that instant, Yang Shi's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, fixated intently on Wang Ming as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Wang Ming remained unfazed, calmly asking, "What do you wish to know?" "I wish to ascertain the origin of that dark ball you possess. I found it." "Impossible." Yang Shi slammed his hand on the table and shot up from his seat, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Wang Ming. "I witnessed that Pokeball you wielded during the Trainer Championship in Jingbei City. It is an exclusive item of my organization. How could you have merely found it?" Wang Ming was taken aback, realizing that Yang Shi had gone to the trouble of attending the event to watch him compete. With Yang Shi recognizing the dark ball, matters became significantly easier. "As far as I know, there are other entities capable of crafting Pokeballs designed to capture dark creatures. How can you assert that this particular dark ball belongs solely to your organization?" Wang Ming feigned ignorance, probing for information from Yang Shi. Yang Shi sneered. "I see no harm in telling you. The dark ball is the proud creation of the founder of my organization. One such ball is enshrined at our headquarters. Though I have never seen the dark ball in person, I have encountered its image in literature. I can assert with certainty that no one but my organization can manufacture a dark ball." Wang Ming chuckled, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Now it was his turn to scrutinize Yang Shi. "If that is the case, then I assume you are familiar with this?" He leisurely produced a token from his pocket. Upon seeing the token in Wang Ming's hand, Yangxi's expression shifted dramatically. The Dark Ancestor token. How could this supreme token of my organization be in your possession? Yangxi questioned incredulously. The Dark Ancestor token had vanished long ago. How could it possibly resurface in the hands of a mere youth? It seems you have recognized it. Since that is the case, I no longer need to conceal anything. Take a look at them. Wang Ming snapped his fingers, and Mutuo materialized beside him. While Mew lay soundly asleep atop Mutuo's tail, the sight of the two mythical beasts left Yangxi utterly speechless. If the possession of the Dark Ancestor token could be explained as theft, the presence of Mew and Mutuo unequivocally confirmed Wang Ming's identity. According to the historical records of the organization, the original founder was also accompanied by Mew and Mutuo. I presume you have already deduced my identity, Wang Ming remarked with a faint smile, radiating confidence. Thud. In the next moment, Yangxi knelt before Wang Ming, bowing his head in submission. Yangxi, leader of the Jingbei City branch of the Dark Organization, pays his respects to the master. The middle-aged man stood frozen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the youth before him was, in fact, the leader of the Dark Organization. This was utterly absurd, an outrageous twist of fate. Yangxi, too, was plagued by countless questions, unable to comprehend how the founder of the Dark Organization had transformed into a mere boy. Yet, one undeniable truth remained. To see the Dark Ancestor token was akin to beholding the leader himself. Rise. For now, you must keep my identity a secret from others. Wang Ming spoke calmly. Reclaiming the entire Dark Organization will not be an overnight endeavor. It requires careful planning. Understood. Yangxi stood, though he no longer dared to meet Wang Ming's gaze. I am aware that you have many questions, but now is not the time for answers. However, I can assure you that the Dark Organization shall once again fall under my command. Explaining his identity was far too complicated, entangled with numerous taboos. Wang Ming chose to remain silent about Mutuo and Mew, let alone Yangxi. Now, tell me about the current state of the Dark Organization. To fully reclaim the organization, Wang Ming needed a comprehensive understanding of its situation to strategize for the upcoming plans. Yes, Yangxi nodded and resumed his seat, beginning to recount the general circumstances of the Dark Organization. An hour later, Wang Ming gathered his thoughts, finally grasping the situation of the organization. It turned out that following the disbandment of the Dark Organization by its founder, there were those unwilling to let it fade into obscurity, who decided to seek out former members to reconstruct the organization. It is through the relentless efforts of a group of unwavering individuals that the clandestine organization has gradually reignited, its power steadily ascending to its current state. However, due to the long-standing inability to locate the emblematic Dark Ancestor token, symbolizing the leader's authority, the organization remains without a unifying leader. All significant decisions within the organization are currently made by the Council of Elders. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Council now serves as the supreme authority of the clandestine organization. Yet, the Council is not a monolith. It is divided into two factions. One faction advocates for the continuation of the organization's original ideals, seeking to unearth the secrets of the hidden realms and uncover the truths concealed within. The other faction wishes to abandon the original tenets, proposing to harness the powers of dark elves to overthrow the Elven Alliance and establish a clandestine organization entirely distinct from its predecessors. During the initial stages of reconstruction, the vast majority of members aligned themselves with the former stance. However, as the organization has evolved, the mindset of its upper echelons has gradually shifted. Many have altered their positions, opting to embrace the latter ideology. This trend has become increasingly evident. The influence of the first faction within the organization has waned, diminishing its voice. Within the entire council, only 2 elders remain steadfast supporters of the original ideology. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation within the organization was more complex than he had anticipated. Given the current circumstances, if he were to reveal his possession of the Dark Ancestor token, those who adhere to the old ideals might rally behind him. However, the proponents of the new ideology would likely take action against him to seize the token. In other words, revealing the token at this juncture would be more detrimental than beneficial. It seems that now is not the time to disclose my identity. I must find a way to cultivate my influence within the organization, gradually reclaiming it piece by piece. Wang Ming pondered, casting a glance at Yangxi. Which faction do you align with? He inquired, simultaneously prompting Chao Meng to sense Yangxi's inner thoughts, seeking to ascertain whether he was being disingenuous. I am an unwavering supporter of the old ideals, Yangxi declared emphatically, brimming with pride. Though our faction may be in decline, I firmly believe that our principles represent the true essence of the clandestine organization. Wang Ming was not swayed by Yang Shi's declaration. Instead, he turned his gaze to Qiao Ming, awaiting its response. Qiao Ming shook its head, indicating that Yang Shi was indeed truthful. Wang Ming then exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling a weight lift from his heart, Yang Shi might prove to be a valuable ally in his quest to reclaim the organization. If I were to unify the organization and restore its former glory, what do you think should be done? Wang Ming posed a question to Yang Shi, eager to gauge his understanding of the situation. That would depend on which faction you support, Yang Shi replied. Which faction do you think I would support? Wang Ming replied with a wry smile, his expression hinting at the answer. Yang Shi, having attained the position of president, was no fool. He quickly grasped Wang Ming's implication and couldn't help but chuckle. I believe we should proceed as follows. Yang Shi leaned closer to Wang Ming, articulating his insights and plans. Wang Ming nodded in satisfaction, impressed by Yang Shi's acumen and judgment, as their thoughts aligned harmoniously. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Should we inform the two elders at headquarters? If they were to receive your news, they would undoubtedly lend us their full support, Yang Shi inquired. Eager to swiftly implement the plan, requiring a formidable ally, Wang Ming contemplated for a moment, then shook his head. Let's not disturb the two elders just yet. When the time is right, I will seek them out. It is not yet time for too many to know my identity. Having you as an ally is sufficient for now. Understood. Yang Shi refrained from questioning Wang Ming's strategy, knowing that following Wang Ming's lead was the right course of action. After all, this was a young man endorsed by Qiao Ming and Mu, possessing the Dark Ancestor token. His future achievements were bound to be extraordinary, and the organization might indeed be unified under him. Yang Shi looked forward to that day. Upon exiting the clandestine organization, Wang Ming made a point to remind Yang Shi to rectify the internal atmosphere of the organization. A single rotten apple spoils the barrel. 1,000-mile dike collapses with the intrusion of an ant's nest. The collapse of a grand edifice often results from the accumulation of minor defects. If we wish to completely subjugate the organization, we must begin with the details. After all, Wang Ming was a man who paid great attention to minutiae, and a man who is meticulous often achieves twice the results with half the effort. Where to next? Qiao Ming casually inquired during their journey. Wang Ming smiled slightly, excitement flickering across his face. To the Hualan Forest. Chapter 87. Re-entering the secret realm at the self-service Pokeball Creation Center. Wang Ming placed all the pre-prepared materials into the machine. Following the instructions etched in his memory and the guidelines beside him, he began crafting dark balls. This time, he approached the journey into the secret realm with unwavering confidence. Consequently, he ensured that his equipment was thoroughly prepared. Dark balls were absolutely essential. After a brief moment, Wang Ming gazed at the freshly crafted dark balls in his hands, a smile illuminating his face. Old friend, I've come to bring you home. On the way to the Hualan Forest, Wang Ming received a call from Luo Li. Little brother, are you all right? I've been so worried about you, she exclaimed. Do you have any idea how anxious I've been these past few days? I've been losing sleep over you, and I look so worn out now. Look, even my prized big white rabbit is. Luo Li's voice was sweet, resonating with a captivating allure. She then sent Wang Ming a selfie, her complexion showing no signs of fatigue, while her neckline prominently displayed two enticing peaks. Wang Ming barely glanced at the image before deleting it. No reason to indulge in impropriety. After a brief explanation to assure her of his safety, Wang Ming finally ended the call. Oh, sometimes being adored by everyone can be a burden, he chuckled ruefully. As he turned, he caught sight of Qiao Ming, who had somehow plucked a blade of grass and was now leaning against a large tree, gazing contentedly at the sky. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Wang Ming asked, taken aback by the scene. Qiao Ming, without looking at him, replied in a neutral tone. Let us discuss this once you've resolved your matters. What matters? Just as Wang Ming was about to inquire further, he suddenly realized something, understanding the situation. Shinado had silently appeared beside him, her previously sweet and adorable visage replaced by a frosty demeanor. It seemed she had overheard the alluring voice on the phone and misunderstood the context. This little pixie has caused me quite the trouble, Wang Ming chuckled, shaking his head as he pulled Shinado into his embrace. Little girls are easily soothed, especially innocent ones. With a gentle kiss on Shinado's forehead, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully pounded her fists against Wang Ming's chest, her body relaxing in his hold. A satisfied smile crept across Wang Ming's face as he winked at Qiao Ming. Let us go. However, Qiao Ming disregarded him entirely, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Oh, the bittersweet scent of love. A day later, deep within the Hualan Forest, Wang Ming arrived alone. After presenting his credentials to the guards, he entered the secret realm. The secret realm remains unchanged, yet this time he ventures forth alone, finding many tasks considerably more convenient. I can come out now, Wang Ming called out to the empty space beside him. A ripple surged, and Mewtwo materialized at his side. Where's Mew? Not seeing Mew's figure, Wang Ming initially thought that mischievous creature had scampered off to frolic elsewhere. Turning around, Mewtwo stated flatly, "It's right above you." Wang Ming turned back, nearly startled into retreat, stumbling back a step before regaining his composure. Mew had somehow managed to hang upside down above him, locking eyes with him. Could we refrain from such frightfulness? Wang Ming was on the verge of expressing his irritation but restrained himself, recognizing the necessity of Mew's assistance. Mew voiced its discontent, making a silly face at Wang Ming before darting to Mewtwo's side. "Don't come near me." Mewtwo impatiently swatted it away, marching forward alone. Mew, seemingly indignant, stubbornly followed in Mewtwo's wake, playfully tugging at its tail. Wang Ming observed this spectacle with a mix of amusement and exasperation. How could such an ancient Pokémon behave in this manner? Shaking his head in resignation, he followed suit. It was there, amidst the obsidian lake, where they had battled the dark dragon, that they first encountered the super dark Blaziken. Judging from the direction it had flown in, it should be coming from the opposite side, precisely over there. Wang Ming analyzed briefly, gesturing towards a distant location. In the direction he indicated lay a sprawling valley, shrouded in ominous black mist, exuding an eerie aura. There's a potent presence emanating from within. Shall we investigate? Mewtwo spoke, its tone perpetually calm, as though nothing in the world could disturb its placid heart. Let us go. Perhaps it's hidden there. Wang Ming nodded, recalling the footage Wu Feng had shown him, where the super dark Blaziken stood proudly atop a mountain peak. Perhaps, indeed, it was concealed within that very valley. The perils of the secret realm are no jest. Not far into their journey, they encountered several formidable dark Pokémon. Fortunately, Mewtwo's extraordinary prowess rendered these creatures utterly insignificant. With a mere flick of its hand, those dark Pokémon would be sent hurtling away like cannonballs. Wang Ming couldn't help but feel envious. If only he possessed such powers. In the world of Pokémon, many extraordinary phenomena exist, and individuals endowed with abilities are not entirely absent. Alas, they are exceedingly rare and seldom encountered in daily life. Despite the system's assistance, Wang Ming had yet to awaken any superpowers. However, he remained unperturbed. Each reincarnation simulation brought him substantial benefits. As long as he continued to engage in these simulations, he would eventually attain strength akin to Mewtwo's roar. The mountains loomed deceptively close, yet the journey to reach them was unexpectedly lengthy. Just as Wang Ming and his companions neared the valley, a colossal dark Pokémon erupted from within, unleashing a fearsome roar. This creature boasted a well-defined skeletal structure and gargantuan wings that seemed capable of eclipsing the sun. Its massive head bore hollow eyes radiating a chilling white light, and its jagged fangs glimmered ominously, as if capable of rending any formidable material. "It's the Dark Aerodactyl." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. He had brought an ample supply of dark balls, sufficient to capture various rare dark Pokémon and convert them into his own allies. Although he currently lacked extra purification capsules, this did not hinder his ability to preemptively capture the dark Pokémon. Once he acquired more purification capsules in the future, he could immediately purify these captured dark Pokémon. Chapter 88. An Unforgivable Wang, Part 1. Do not injure it, merely incapacitate it. I wish to capture it. Seeing Mewtwo prepare to strike, Wang Ming hastily cautioned. Mewtwo's strength was overwhelming, and a careless blow could easily slay the Dark Aerodactyl, resulting in a significant loss. Understood. Mewtwo nodded indifferently, its expression betraying no hint of emotion. It slowly raised its right hand, squinting at the Dark Aerodactyl soaring overhead. As the Dark Aerodactyl roared and charged towards it, Mewtwo waved its hand, sending the creature careening sideways. Bang! The massive body crashed to the ground, and before the Aerodactyl could comprehend what had transpired, an overwhelming force enveloped it, rendering it immobile. Despite its desperate struggles to break free, the Dark Aerodactyl was hopelessly trapped. Mewtwo lifted its hand gently, causing the Dark Aerodactyl to rise and hover suspended in midair. With another casual gesture, it sent the Aerodactyl plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Bang! Crack! Bang! Crack! The cycle continued, relentless and unyielding. Moments later, the Dark Aerodactyl lay defeated on the ground, utterly drained of strength, its eyes vacant, black mist billowing from its mouth, a mere fish on the chopping block, awaiting its fate. At this juncture, Wang Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. It's my turn to take the stage. Go, Dark Ball. Thud. A jet of inky darkness shot forth from the Dark Ball, ensnaring the dark Aerodactyl within. This particular dark ball was of superior quality compared to the ones initially gifted by the system, effortlessly securing the dark Aerodactyl in a single throw, showcasing the prowess of a true master. I have captured the dark Aerodactyl. Wang Ming's lips curled into a slight grin, just as he reveled in his triumph. A voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding. Friendly reminder. This dark Aerodactyl cannot be purified with a purification capsule. Please choose wisely. A flurry of question marks swirled in Wang Ming's mind. Cannot be purified? What on earth does that mean? System, explain to me what you mean by cannot be purified. Wang Ming felt as if his innocent heart had been grievously wounded, and irreparably so. Certain dark Pokémon, due to their inherent nature, cannot be purified with a purification capsule. Even if the host utilizes a purification capsule, they cannot be transformed into normal Pokémon. Wang Ming could not fathom this. Why? This question is beyond the authority of this system to answer. Please seek the answer independently. Damn. Wang Ming couldn't help but curse. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Now I've wasted a dark ball for nothing. Just as the system began to respond, Wang Ming, seemingly anticipating its words, interjected. Don't tell me I never asked you anything. Correct. Wang Ming. The system was indeed the system. It could be accommodating when it needed to be. Yet it was equally unyielding when it came to deception. Ultimately, it was a misjudgment. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Ming gazed longingly at the Pokeball in his hand, when suddenly he noticed that his Eye of Revelation had gained a new feature. Pokémon, Dark Aerodactyl category, non-purifiable gender. Level, 30 base value, 515 type, Dark ability, Dark enhancement, possessing the power of darkness. All attributes are elevated. Talent, item, none skills. Now, when he examined dark Pokémon, the Eye of Revelation would indicate whether the particular dark Pokémon was purifiable. Was this a new feature? With this newfound ability, Wang Ming no longer had to incessantly inquire of the system whether purification was feasible when encountering dark elves. Nevertheless, uncertainties lingered in his mind. Why could some dark elves be purified while others could not? Did it pertain to their prior states? Was it only those unfortunate enough to stumble into the secret realm, tainted by darkness, who possessed the potential for purification? And were the primordial dark elves within the secret realm beyond the reach of purification? After contemplating the similarities and differences between the two, Wang Ming formulated his hypotheses. However, he could not validate this matter just yet. He needed further evidence. It was fortuitous that Yang Shi and the others could investigate this and perhaps uncover some insights. Gazing at the dark orb in his hand, an idea suddenly took shape in Wang Ming's mind. Thus, the dark fossil pterosaur was not entirely devoid of worth. Let us proceed onward. Stowing the dark orb away, Wang Ming, accompanied by Mutwo and Mew, advanced towards the valley. The journey ahead seemed significantly shorter, and soon, the group arrived at the valley's entrance. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a faintly putrid odor that assailed their senses. Suddenly, the air was filled with a cacophony of bird calls as a dark cloud approached from afar, carried by a howling wind. It was a vast throng of avian creatures, dark firebirds and dark beak birds, an ominous swarm of dark flying-type elves, obscuring the sun and heading straight for them. Prepare for battle. Wang Ming summoned all his Pokémon, bracing for an epic confrontation. To his astonishment, Mutwo raised a hand, effortlessly barring everyone from advancing, exuding an aura of dominance that suggested it was a formidable barrier. Leave them to me, Mutwo stated calmly, though an unmistakable authority permeated its tone. Its eyes began to shimmer with a vibrant purple glow, and it slowly levitated, confronting the oncoming flock. Was it truly necessary to be so imposing? In Wang Ming's astonished gaze, Mutwo gradually lifted its hands, casually waving them, parting the dense flock of birds with ease. Many dark elves were immobilized by its overwhelming psychic power, rendered motionless in midair before plummeting to the ground. The spectacle was merely the prelude. Mew, curling its fingers, began to gather a terrifying energy sphere in its grasp. The sphere radiated brilliant purple light, expanding and causing the very air around it to tremble. Boom. The purple radiance engulfed everything, annihilating all in its path. The cataclysmic energy sphere was hurled into the flock, erupting in a blinding explosion that illuminated the entire sky. The cries of the fallen dark elves echoed, vanishing into nothingness in mere moments. A violet-white glow enveloped the heavens, with only Mew's ethereal form remaining, unwavering in the firmament. Mew also took action, unleashing a powerful area attack that felled numerous dark elves. In an instant, the once mighty dark elf army crumbled, its threat dissipating. At that moment, however, a disturbance arose from the valley's depths. A figure engulfed in black flames, reminiscent of a war deity, soared into the sky, landing atop a nearby peak. The super dark fire chicken had arrived. Chapter 89. A King Not to Be Humiliated, Part 2. Witnessing the arrival of the main entity. A surge of excitement spread across Wang Ming's face. At last it had come. This time, I shall not allow your escape. Wang Ming glanced at Mewtwo and Mew. And the unspoken intention was clear. Without further ado, Mewtwo and Mew transformed into streaks of light, charging towards the super dark fire chicken. Roar. The thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens. Faced with the two legendary Pokémon, the super dark fire chicken not only chose to confront them, but charged forward with ferocity. One could not deny its remarkable bravery. Wang Ming watched in exhilaration from below as this monumental clash was poised to unfold. The shiny Mega Scyther, in a rather peculiar fashion, dragged a dark elf's corpse from afar, plopping down as if to enjoy the spectacle. Boom. The battle erupted in an instant. Black flames engulfed the sky as the super dark fire chicken led the charge, initiating the offensive. Mewtwo's gaze was icy, its psychic shield rendering the black flames utterly ineffective against it. Mew, despite its petite stature, harbored cataclysmic energy within, rivaling Mewtwo's prowess. With formidable psychic protection, neither was vulnerable to the dark flames. Zzz. The menacing energy sphere coalesced, and Mewtwo retaliated. Whoosh. In the next moment, a dazzling purple energy sphere tore through space, racing towards the super dark fire chicken. The super dark fire chicken's gaze was keen, its form shifting in midair, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Bang! The energy sphere detonated above, radiating a blinding brilliance that illuminated the entire valley. The explosive shockwave obliterated nearby mountains, leveling them to the ground. Rumble. Debris cascaded down, dust swirling in the air. Wang Ming focused intently, eager to discern the outcome of the battle. As calm returned, a fiery figure descended from the heavens, gradually drifting down. The super dark fire chicken had evaded Mewtwo's onslaught. At this moment, its black flames burned even more fiercely, emblematic of its indomitable fighting spirit, like an unquenchable inferno. The super dark fire chicken surged forth, transformed into a fearsome fire dragon, roaring as it lunged at Mewtwo. Mewtwo raised its right hand, gathering overwhelming energy to face the super dark fire chicken head-on. At that moment, Mew emitted an ill-timed chirp and sprang into action. It waved its delicate fingers, summoning a tempest around them. Pure white snowflakes began to drift down, glistening with a radiant light. It unleashed a powerful ice-type move, Blizzard. Whoosh. The howling winds echoed like wails of the damned. The temperature plummeted, rendering the surroundings frigid, but fortunately, Wang Ming's Dragonite possessed fire-type abilities, sparing him from the cold. Undeterred by Mew's attack, the super dark fire chicken clashed with the blizzard, creating a clash of ice and fire. Which would prevail? The wild winds continued to rage, and the black flames remained unextinguished. Both sides were locked in a standoff, with no clear victor. In this critical moment, Mewtwo's energy sphere surged forth. This time, the sphere's might was even more terrifying. Merely skimming the ground left deep imprints. Boom. The sound of detonation echoed across the skies. The super dark fire chicken was at the forefront. Although it reacted swiftly, activating its speed to escape just as the explosion occurred, it was still a moment too late. Suffering injuries from the shockwave. Bang! The super dark fire chicken clutched its chest, forced to descend. Upon touching the ground, it realized the true meaning of terror. Mew had been waiting for this moment. Despite its seemingly harmless demeanor, it could be lethal in battle. The moment the super dark fire chicken's feet met the earth, Mew unleashed its attack. Countless blades of earth erupted, ablaze with molten magma, aiming to pin the super dark fire chicken in place. Sensing impending doom, the super dark fire chicken attempted to take flight, but a resplendent beam shot through the sky, homing in on it. Once again, it was Mew. This time, it executed its signature move, drawing the dragon. Bang! The formidable moves, when combined with terrifying power, rendered the super dark flame chicken utterly defenseless, crashing back to the ground, subjected to the searing torment of a molten hell. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. Though Dream appeared quite adorable on most occasions, it was astonishing to see its ferocity in battle, executing lethal strikes with relentless precision. The super dark flame chicken was left without any means of resistance against such an onslaught. Sizzle. Roar. The scalding earth, sharp as a blade, caused the super dark flame chicken to cry out in agony, as countless jagged edges emerged, encircling it and imprisoning it in place. Enraged, the super dark flame chicken roared, flames surging wildly around its body, its fists striking recklessly against the colossal stone blades. Yet, the shattered stone blades were swiftly replaced by new ones. effectively pinning it to the ground. Meanwhile, Mutwo made its move again, intent on concluding this battle and thoroughly subduing the super dark flame chicken. Thunderous rumbles echoed as a terrifying psychic force coalesced above the super dark flame chicken, poised to descend in the next moment. Bam! Overwhelmed. The super dark flame chicken was flattened to the ground, unable to rise. Its furious roars persisted, but no amount of resistance proved effective. At that moment, Wang Ming stepped forward. The pivotal moment had arrived. A radiant smile of excitement illuminated his face as he held the dark ball, which was already prepared for action. Go, dark ball. The dark ball traced an elegant arc through the air, ultimately hovering directly above the super dark flame chicken, unleashing a crimson beam that ensnared it within. Boom. To Wang Ming's astonishment, the dark ball detonated immediately, without even a moment's tremor. Anticipating this, Wang Ming swiftly threw another dark ball almost simultaneously. This time, although the dark ball did not explode again, it still failed to capture the super dark flame chicken. I refused to believe it. Wang Ming continued to hurl several more dark balls. It was only with the fifth throw that he succeeded in capturing the super dark flame chicken. Ha ha ha, at last. I have captured you. A look of joy spread across Wang Ming's face as he eagerly fed the super dark flame chicken a purification capsule. Moments later, a normal fire chicken appeared before him. Gazing at this familiar yet strange Pokémon, Wang Ming felt a twinge of sadness. Old friend, you have finally returned. Chapter 90. The fourth simulation. As he looked upon his familiar old friend, lines of information began to materialize before Wang Ming's eyes. Pokémon, Fire Chicken, gender, male, level, 55, base stats, 530, type, firefighting, ability, speed boost, increases its speed at the end of every turn. Talent, epic, held item, Mega Stone, moves, Flame Kick, Flame Punch, Scratch, Double Kick, Sand Attack, Growl, Ember, High Jump Kick, Blaze Kick, Peck, Flame Charge, Quick Attack, Body Slam, Break, Brave Bird, Sky Uppercut, Flamethrower, Overheat. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, though it remained uncertain whether this Mega Stone could still facilitate the Fire Chicken's standard Mega Evolution. The Fire Chicken, having emerged from its dark state, had not only suffered a significant drop in level, but had also lost its Mega Evolution. Now, Wang Ming was uncertain if he could successfully facilitate the Fire Chicken's Mega Evolution. Let me give it a try, he thought. Practical experience is the best test of truth. The Mega Keystone is universal, so Wang Ming decided to see if it could interact with the Fire Chicken's Mega Stone. Fire Chicken, Mega Evolution. Pressing his finger against the Mega Keystone, a beam of white light shot forth from Wang Ming's ring, resonating with the Mega Stone on the Fire Chicken. Whoosh. The white light enveloped the Fire Chicken, causing its form to undergo a dramatic transformation. It worked. Excitement flickered across Wang Ming's face. The fact that the Fire Chicken could successfully Mega Evolve was splendid news for him. As Wang Ming observed the Fire Chicken, it too regarded him with curiosity. Just liberated from a state of darkness, its memories were still somewhat muddled, and its consciousness was unclear. However, Wang Ming's visage and aura felt strikingly familiar, as though he were a pivotal figure from its past life. Yet, the specifics of who that person was eluded its memory, reigning in his excitement. Wang Ming calmed his racing heart and recalled the Mega Fire Chicken. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the task reward. Simulation count 1. Detected that the host has unused simulation points. Would you like to proceed with the simulation now? No need. Without hesitation, Wang Ming declined the system's offer. He was still within the secret realm, although the danger had subsided. It was not an appropriate time for a simulation. It was time to leave. Without lingering any longer, Wang Ming quickly departed with Mutwo and Dream. In the Hualan Forest, it was once again time to part ways. Actually, you could always follow me, Wang Ming urged, appreciating the strength of Mutwo and Dream. He genuinely regarded the two Pokémon as his partners, harboring an extraordinary bond. Mutwo shook its head, its expression remaining indifferent as it coldly rejected him. I must return to New Island. If anything arises, you can come find me there. With that, Mutwo departed. Wang Ming sighed, suspecting that Mutwo still held some reservations towards him. Reflecting on this, he turned to Dream. Will you come with me? Dream shook its little head, nuzzled against Wang Ming's chest, then turned and vanished into the fabric of space, off to play once more. Well, it seems I am left alone. Wang Ming chuckled wryly as he strode out of the forest with a light-hearted gait. By the time he returned to the Adventurers Guild, it was already past 6 in the evening. On his way back, Wang Ming encountered Wu Feng and others who were coincidentally returning as well. After exchanging greetings with them, he dove into his apartment. Incense burning, Bathing completed, windows closed, and doors locked. Following a sacred yet solemn ritual, Wang Ming commenced his fourth simulation. Let us begin, system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming simulation count 1. The reincarnation simulation has commenced. Please select 3 initial talents from the following 10 options. Wandering Adventurer. Purple, you have a natural affinity for adventure, traveling the world, making it easy to encounter rare Pokémon. Gene Master. Purple, you possess an innate advantage in Pokémon genetics, enabling you to research things more easily. The Handsomest. Purple, you naturally exude a strong allure to the opposite sex, making it easier to attract wealthy individuals and pave the way for a glorious life. Queen of the Females. Blue, all your Pokémon are female. Beauty is Justice. Blue, initial beauty attribute 3, physique 2. No problems. Blue, you will not encounter any accidents before the age of 10. Polio. White, you will be born with polio. Fire element deficiency. White, you are easily attacked by fire-type Pokémon. Chapter 91. A Different Life. Wang Ming scrutinized the 10 talents presented by the system, analyzing them one by one. First, I will eliminate the white talents. It's not that I look down upon them. It's simply that they are inherently disadvantageous. With the white talents set aside, 3 purple and 3 blue remained. Amidst the hues of purple, one figure stands out unmistakably, Wang Ming. Renowned as the most dashing of them all, he is lauded as the most passionate among the Hualan, devoted solely to Shinado. How could a mere affluent lady ever capture his attention? The wanderlust is essential, for it is the key to capturing rare Pokémon. As for this genetic master, he appears rather intriguing and may offer me an entirely novel conclusion, distinct from any previous experiences. Perhaps it is worth a try. Having finalized his selection of 2 purple talents, Wang Ming pondered the last remaining spot among the trio of blue talents. He felt no need for aesthetic appeal and sought to diminish physical endurance. To him, it bore no difference from a white talent. The lack of merit in this particular talent was evident, as it only sustained until the age of 10. If he could not even survive until then, what was the point of simulation? After a brief contemplation, Wang Ming settled on the talent of the Queen of all Beasts. It was not out of any peculiar preference, but rather due to the lack of alternatives among the other 2 talents. He had no choice but to opt for the Queen. With the trio of initial talents selected, the interface before Wang Ming began to transform once more. Please allocate your initial attributes. Available points: 20, appearance, 0, wisdom, 0, physique, 0, family background, 0. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to embark on a distinctly unconventional beginning. A mean allocation it would be: appearance, 5, wisdom, 5, physique, 5, family background, 5. This represented a wholly new beginning, a fresh endeavor, perhaps leading to unexpected rewards. Simulation is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. 0 years. You have been born a boy. Your parents are Pokémon doctors employed at a union hospital in the city. 1 year. Your parents harbor great expectations for you, initiating your education in Pokémon medicine from the moment of your birth. 2 years. Thanks to your parents' influence, you exhibit considerable interest in Pokémon medicine. However, your performance is quite mediocre, much to your parents' disappointment. 3 years. Your parents welcomed a baby sister into the family, just as they did with your arrival. They are filled with hopes for her, while you gradually find yourself neglected. 4 years. Your sister reveals an extraordinary talent, bringing great joy to your parents. 5 years. Your sister is enrolled in a prestigious school, while you attend a regular one. 6 years. Your parents increasingly disregard you, pouring all their energy into your sister. 7 years. You do not feel lonely, for you discover something far more fascinating: Pokémon medicine. Your sister, constantly pressured by your parents to excel, often complains to you, viewing you as her sole confidant, becoming quite attached. 8 years. Due to her exceptional academic performance, your sister is granted admission to a superior school. Faced with financial strain, your parents decide to withdraw you from school. You harbor no resentment, believing that your sister's opportunity for a better education makes your sacrifice worthwhile. 9 years. You secure a position as a library assistant, balancing work with the study of Pokémon medical literature. 10 years. Your knowledge in Pokémon medicine has significantly advanced, yet you remain unsatisfied. 11 years. You and your sister share the same birthday. Your parents present her with a Vulpix as a birthday gift, while you receive nothing. You do not complain, thinking that her happiness is sufficient. 12 years. Your sister has grown even more charming, yet as in her childhood, she clings to you, playing and caring for the Vulpix together. 13 years. You begin to thoroughly study various medical texts on Pokémon, gradually realizing that your aptitude for medicine is not lacking. At least in terms of genetics, you are on par with those so-called geniuses. Excitement burgeons within you, filling you with confidence about your future. Convinced that you might become a renowned expert in genetics one day. 14 years. Your sister enters a more advanced school, her studies becoming increasingly burdensome. She often seeks your solace, lamenting that your parents only care about her academics, disregarding her feelings. You feel a pang of sadness and attempt to communicate with your parents, but alas, your efforts prove futile. 15 years. You have grown into an independent young man, longing to explore the broader world. You discuss this with your parents, who agree without hesitation. Your sister overhears your conversation. On the day of your departure, she skips school, insisting on accompanying you on your travels. You refuse her, urging her to focus on her studies and not indulge in fanciful notions. Your sister is heartbroken, feeling that you no longer cherish her as before. In your childhood, you would always acquiesce to her every whim. You fail to understand what your sister truly needs, just as she cannot comprehend your intentions. 16 years. Your father is arrested for embezzlement, and your family's financial situation plummets. Upon hearing the news, you are devastated, yet strive to work tirelessly to support your family. 17 years. You receive the tragic news that your sister has succumbed to depression and, overwhelmed by despair, took her own life. Your mother, struck by this loss, descends into madness. The consecutive losses leave you shattered, your spirit utterly crushed. You return to your former city, confronting your deranged mother and attending your sister's funeral. At the funeral, you are inconsolable, weeping bitterly as you hold the 9 tails, your sister's final legacy. 18 years. After ensuring your mother is settled, you depart from that sorrowful city with the 9 tails. The 9 tails shares an intimate bond with you, reminiscent of your sister. In her, you perceive echoes of the girl you once knew. 19 years. You journey widely. Your medical skills continually improving, and you achieve notable advancements in genetics. You ponder if perhaps through genetic technology, you might bring your sister back to you. 20 years. You embark on a frenzied quest to study the genetics of Pokémon. Regrettably, the resources available for your reference are exceedingly scarce. 21 years. Reluctant to accept stagnation, you set forth on a solitary journey, traversing the globe. Chapter 92. A familiar return. 22 years. While adventuring in the marsh forest, you find yourself ensnared in a mire, only to be rescued at a critical moment by a Froakie, who becomes your companion. 23 years. Your research yields modest success, enabling certain Pokémon genes to mutate, thereby enhancing their capabilities. Yet, this is not the outcome you seek, prompting you to delve deeper into your studies. 24 years. Through trials and tribulations, your Froakie evolves into a Greninja, growing even closer to you. The Ninetales, too, becomes more affectionate, occasionally retreating to a rock at night, emitting sorrowful cries under the moonlit sky. You understand that it longs for its previous master, your sister. Yet, you choose not to address it, feigning ignorance. For how could you not also miss that endearing, peculiar girl? 25 years. You arrive at Cherry Blossom Island accompanied by Greninja and Ninetales. The medical practices here are advanced, and you acquire a wealth of useful knowledge. Not only you, but Greninja also exhibits immense interest, particularly in a technique known as ninjutsu. You decide to stay temporarily, learning medicine while accompanying Greninja in mastering ninjutsu. During this time, you encounter a girl of similar age. Her name is Joy, a renowned Pokémon healer on Sakura Island, possessing a wealth of healing experience and profound theoretical knowledge. You often seek her counsel on matters concerning Pokémon genetics, gaining invaluable insights. At the age of 26, love blossomed unexpectedly between you and Joy, as your feelings for each other intensified. One fateful day, as cherry blossoms fell like rain, you confessed your affection to Joy. She gladly accepted, and your relationship deepened. However, at 27, you faced the inevitable truth that all gatherings must come to an end. You had more pressing matters to attend to, prompting you to consider departing. Your desire was to take Joy with you as your partner, yet she chose to remain with her obligations to the world over your love. Heartbroken, that night became your final farewell kiss. By the age of 28, your medical skills had significantly advanced, as you discovered a method to allow Pokémon to transcend their species limitations. Yet, this method was still in its infancy and required further refinement. You began capturing wild Pokémon for research purposes, fortunate that this pursuit did not harm them, but instead enhanced their vitality. Your studies progressed, but ordinary Pokémon could no longer satisfy your ambitions, leading you to seek rarer specimens to aid your breakthroughs. At 29, your research attracted the attention of the Alliance, who dispatched individuals to apprehend you and seize your secrets. By 30, you found yourself exhausted, teetering on the brink of life and death. During your flight, you accidentally fell into the sea, only to be rescued by a Milotic. It brought you to a deserted island, where you temporarily settled and continued your research. Gradually, you formed a partnership with Milotic, who, with your assistance, became more beautiful and powerful, while your studies also advanced significantly with her help. At 32, your research reached a pivotal juncture, forcing you to abandon the island. By 33, you encountered the legendary Ho-Oh within an ancient tower. It was said that Ho-Oh could grant any wish. Overjoyed, you implored Ho-Oh to resurrect your sister. However, instead of fulfilling your request, Ho-Oh left behind a rainbow feather, imbued with its genes, propelling your research forward and making you feel success was tantalizingly close. At 34, you stumbled upon the existence of dark Pokémon, believing this could be the breakthrough your research needed. By 35, you traversed secret realms in search of dark Pokémon to assist your studies. Through your encounters, you obtained increasingly powerful genes, pushing your research further. Yet, a lingering sense of something missing prompted you to delve into the powers of dark Pokémon. At 36, you inadvertently wandered into a perilous ancient realm, teeming with terrifying dark Pokémon and buried secrets. While excited, a sense of foreboding gripped you, as you sensed unprecedented danger, fearing you might meet your demise here. Undeterred, you pressed on, determined to achieve your goals. As expected, you faced a fierce attack from powerful dark entities, narrowly surviving through a combination of skill and luck. Deeper within the realm, you encountered a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to your sister. Aware of the dangers, you decided to join forces in exploring the depths. As you learned about each other, curiosity flourished. You remarked that the woman had a good brother. Although she failed to comprehend his love for her, she countered that you too had a good sister, yet you had not grasped what she truly desired. You noted the striking resemblance between her and your sister, to which she laughed and remarked on your likeness to her brother. As you ventured further, you encountered purer forms of dark matter. You sensed this might be the elusive target you had pursued for years, perhaps on the verge of realization. Unfortunately, more powerful dark Pokémon lay in ambush, and in a bid to increase your chances of survival, the woman led some of them away using her Dragonite. You fought valiantly with your enhanced Pokémon against the dark entities, achieving victory but losing contact with the woman in the process. Desperate, you retreated from the adversity. At 37, armed with the dark matter obtained from the ancient realm, you successfully synthesized a capsule capable of transcending species boundaries, naming it the boundary-breaking capsule. You infused it with strands of your sister's hair, merging her genes, and administered it to Ninetales. Its form underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming humanoid, yet bearing no true resemblance to your sister. Disheartened, you realized your experiment had not truly failed. Rather, it was your unwilling heart that faltered. In a moment of reverie, you believed you glimpsed your sister's smile, as if she were close by. Ultimately, you chose to confront reality, shouldering your pack and re-entering the ancient realm to seek the familiar sister once more. Chapter 93, Boundary Breakthrough. At 38, this was a path of no return, and you underestimated the perils within the realm. You did not find the familiar woman, but instead encountered even more terrifying dark Pokémon. Your Pokémon perished in battle, and Greninja utilized its ninja techniques to escape with you and Ninetales, albeit gravely injured. By chance, you ventured deeper into the realm and reunited with the familiar woman, who appeared disheveled, yet still bore a striking resemblance to your sister. You attempted to rescue her, but she gently refused, insisting on delving deeper to find something vital. Unable to dissuade her, much like you could not with your sister, you resolved to accompany her, determined to protect her. As you journeyed, greater dangers arose, and you narrowly escaped death. To ensure her survival and avoid repeating past mistakes, you chose to remain behind, granting her a chance to live. The woman successfully escaped, while you found yourself in grave peril. In your final moments, a sense of acceptance washed over you, devoid of significant regrets, save for the sorrow felt for the Pokémon by your side. Your fortune had run dry, and this time, you could not evade fate. The dark Pokémon consumed you, along with your loyal companions. In your twilight, you vaguely perceived a shadow approaching, whispering softly in your ear, "Are you willing?" Thus, you concluded your life. This simulation has ended, and the system is currently assessing your results. Please hold on. Ding. Your score for this simulation is 70 points. The system is calculating your rewards based on this score, so please be patient. This has been a life unlike any other. Yet it too could not escape a tragic conclusion. Even more astonishing was the shock it imparted upon Wang Ming. As beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, he discovered that the conclusion of the fourth simulation bore a striking resemblance to that of the second. In both instances, the protagonist, on the brink of death, heard that peculiar voice. Are you willing? Whose voice was it? And what was its true purpose? What role did it play within the enigmatic realm? These questions lingered in Wang Ming's mind, refusing to dissipate, with no one able to provide answers. Despite his desire to uncover the secrets hidden within, he lacked the courage to do so. This ancient realm was fraught with peril, having claimed the lives of the previous two protagonists. Wang Ming did not consider his current abilities to be on par with theirs. If he were to truly venture into that ancient domain, he feared his fate would mirror theirs. Moreover, during this simulation, Wang Ming unearthed an unusual detail: the woman encountered by the protagonist in the realm. He suspected that she might very well be the sister of the protagonist from the second simulation, as her actions and the spirit she employed closely aligned with those of the sister from that scenario. Their dialogue, too, was quite intriguing. However, this revelation led to a more perplexing question for Wang Ming. If his conjecture was accurate, it would imply that the protagonists of the second and fourth simulations existed within the same era, thus creating the possibility of their paths crossing. Wang Ming had always believed that each reincarnation simulation occurred in a distinct temporal context, with no overlapping periods. Yet, it now appeared that his assumptions were misguided. The reincarnation simulations were not as straightforward as he had imagined, raising doubts about his previous speculations regarding the connection between himself and the protagonists within those simulations. This was a matter worthy of deep contemplation, necessitating a thorough reevaluation on his part. During his ruminations, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The rewards for this simulation have been tallied. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 boundary breakthrough token, 5 purification capsules, and 1 shiny capsule. Boundary breakthrough enables a spirit to transcend its racial limitations, acquiring enhanced power and altering its form. Purification capsule, upon consumption, it can cleanse a dark spirit, allowing one who has fallen into darkness to regain their true essence and appearance. Shiny capsule, when used, it can transform a non-shiny spirit into a shiny spirit. Wang Ming gazed at the rewards before him, a smile of excitement playing on his lips. Although the quantity of rewards was modest, each item was a rare treasure. The boundary breakthrough, in particular, sent waves of exhilaration through him. What transformation would occur if he allowed Shinado to undergo a boundary breakthrough? Surely, it would be stunning. Just the thought of it was enough to ignite his enthusiasm. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he eagerly selected the boundary breakthrough option. System, I wish to initiate a boundary breakthrough for Shinado, Wang Ming declared excitedly. Ding. Conducting match detection. Ding. Detection complete. Shinado possesses 2 distinct forms for the boundary breakthrough. Please select one for the breakthrough. Beast form significantly boosts its racial values and combat capabilities, altering its form while retaining its spirit essence. Human form provides a modest enhancement to its racial values and combat abilities, resulting in a dramatic transformation into human form while retaining some spirit characteristics. Wang Ming curled his lip, dismissive of the first form. Why was Shinado referred to as the wife beast? It was because she was far more suited to being a beloved companion than a fierce combatant. Who would keep a Shinado solely for battle? The answer was none. Thus, without hesitation, he chose the second option, human form. Reminder, the conditions for the human form boundary breakthrough are relatively stringent. Does the host still wish to proceed with the human form selection? Wang Ming waved his hand impatiently, exclaiming, hurry up, spare me the details. I want the human form, limitations be damned. Love transcends mountains and seas, and can conquer all obstacles. He was confident that such trivial limitations would not deter him. Boundary breakthrough form selected. Verifying if Shinado meets the conditions for the boundary breakthrough. Please be patient, host. Wang Ming felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Those few minutes felt like an eternity, as though he had endured several seasons. Finally, when the system's voice resounded once more, his eyes lit up with anticipation. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ding. Your spirit Shinado does not currently meet the conditions to evolve into human form. Please fulfill the requirements before proceeding with the evolution. Wang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing to the ground. After patiently waiting for what felt like ages, this was the result? Where was the promised boundary breakthrough? Where was the human form? He had been ready to welcome his Shinado wife, only to be left staring blankly at empty air. Wang Ming was thoroughly disheartened, his expression darker than coal. His mind raced with frustration, recalling a previous incident that had left him equally speechless. Would the host like to view the requirements for the boundary breakthrough? Just as Wang Ming was drowning in his exasperation, the system offered a surprisingly considerate suggestion. With a hint of melancholy, he replied, what do you think? If the system did not provide him with a reasonable explanation, it could expect no peace from him in the future. Soon, a line of information appeared before Wang Ming's eyes. Requirements for the human form boundary breakthrough. 1. Affection level must reach 100, currently at 80. 2. Ensure Shinado is familiar with and adapts to human life. Achieving a mindset adaptation rate of 100, currently at 10. Upon reading the requirements for the boundary breakthrough, Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. He was profoundly shocked. He had anticipated that the system would impose some convoluted, nearly unattainable conditions. To his surprise, the requirements were rather straightforward. All he needed to do was cultivate a good relationship with Shinado and help her acclimate to human life. Moreover, these conditions were entirely reasonable and would greatly aid Shinado in her evolution to human form. It turned out he had unjustly criticized the system. A sense of guilt flickered in his heart, but it was overshadowed by relief. Shinado's breakthrough evolution was just around the corner. Next, it was time for him to nurture the bond between himself and Shinado. And with the shiny capsule, he could ensure that Shinado would become even more beautiful. A mischievous grin spread across Wang Ming's face, taking on a somewhat lecherous air. However, before using the shiny capsule, he sought Shinado's opinion. "My dear, would you like to dye your hair?" Wang Ming chuckled, showing her the image of a shiny Shinado. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Shinado's eyes, and she shyly nodded. Yet, her gaze was not fixed on the picture but rather on Wang Ming, as if to say, "Whatever you like, I shall become." Wang Ming beamed. "Then it shall be this one." He preferred blue over green, just as he favored the serene beauty of Lake Kanas over the vastness of the Hulumber grassland. Seeing Shinado's consent, Wang Ming eagerly administered the shiny capsule to her. Instantly, her colors began to shift. A cascade of verdant hair gradually transformed into a celestial azure, while the form itself began to shift, enveloped in the same celestial hue. If the previous Shinado resembled a swaying lotus flower, the current Shinado epitomized an enchanting blue nymph. With a touch less of frigidness and a hint more of allure, she became even more captivating. Wang Ming was utterly entranced, his gaze lingering, forgetting to pull back. Shinado, under his intense scrutiny, blushed, burying her petite head deep into her chest, inciting an irresistible urge to cradle her tightly, offering her a haven of safety. "Hee. The sparkle is indeed beautiful," Wang Ming exclaimed, his admiration spilling forth uncontrollably. Shinado's bashfulness intensified. His praise stirred ripples of joy within her heart, filling her with delight. "Ahem. Well, let me take a look at the other rewards." A hint of embarrassment colored Wang Ming's face as he became aware of his indiscretion and hastily shifted the topic. This time, the system had bestowed upon him 3 rewards, with only one remaining to be revealed. Purification capsules. 5 of them, a generous offering from the system. Perfect for when he later captures dark spirits, allowing him to purify them and transform them into their true elven forms. Wang Ming smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied with this round of rewards. Speaking of which, it was time to rescue that old friend. The emergence of the purification capsules suddenly reminded Wang Ming of a familiar figure, Luo Li, from their previous conversations. It was evident that the dark sphere encasing Luo Xiaoyu contained the spirit of the protagonist's sister from the second reincarnation simulation, the Dark Dragonite. However, it subsequently succumbed to darkness, lost within the depths of the secret realm. Captured by the Luo family, it had since served as a guardian spirit, passed down through generations. Adorning the family head of the Luo clan, Wang Ming was certain that the Dark Dragonite remained ensnared in darkness, unable to extricate itself. Now that he possessed surplus purification capsules, it was time to liberate the Dragonite and, in doing so, repay a favor owed to Luo Li. With this decision made, Wang Ming dialed Luo Li's number. Before doing so, he took a moment to explain to Shinado, ensuring she wouldn't misinterpret his intentions. After all, he still needed to cultivate their relationship, and he couldn't allow any rifts to form between them. "Little brother, are you missing your sister again? Or perhaps craving her delightful treats? If you wish for a taste, feel free to tell your sister. I shall oblige." Luo Li began teasing Wang Ming right away. Fortunately, Wang Ming remained resolute, bolstered by Shinado's presence, and was not swayed by Luo Li's playful jests. "Ahem, I'm a serious person. I contacted you today because I have something to present to you." "What is it?" "Something that will astonish you." "Hee, you're quite the rascal." Little brother Wang Ming felt his cheeks flush crimson. Indeed, conversing with Luo Li was not something one could prolong without losing composure. "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Tomorrow morning at 8, let us meet at the Honey Whisper Cafe." After confirming the time and place of their rendezvous, Wang Ming hastily ended the call. That was a close one. He nearly succumbed to temptation. Wang Ming sighed in relief and turned to express his gratitude to Shinado. "Thank goodness for you, my dear. This night was destined to be sleepless. Sometimes, certain matters are far more intriguing than slumber." This marked the first step in Wang Ming's endeavor to strengthen his bond with Shinado, laying a solid foundation for further intimacy. It was a promising beginning, setting the stage for what was to come. Only until the midnight hour did Wang Ming, with a contented smile, drift into a deep slumber, cradling Shinado. That night, he dreamt a sweet dream where Shinado, adorned in a pristine wedding gown and holding a bouquet of flowers, walked alongside him into a grand hall. Chapter 95. A sweet beginning. The following day, having endured a long night, Wang Ming rose early. By 8 o'clock, he arrived at the Honey Whisper Cafe, where he found Luo Li already waiting. "Oh, it's been a few days. You appear to have become quite haggard. While it is commendable for the youth to try new experiences, one must also take care of one's health. Should you exhaust yourself, your sister would be heartbroken." Luo Li scrutinized Wang Ming with a mischievous glint in her eye, her gaze lingering on a particular area, accompanied by a knowing smile. Wang Ming felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Luo Li, the little enchantress, was already teasing him so early in the morning, igniting a warm flush in his abdomen. Striving for composure, he lifted the coffee before him and took a gentle sip. Just then, Luo Li, with a flair for the dramatic, nearly made him spew the coffee he had just sipped. With a sultry blink of her captivating eyes and her lips slightly parted, she murmured, "Would you like me to cool you down?" Wang Ming hastily waved his hands, redirecting the conversation to the purpose of his visit. "This is a purification capsule. A gift for you, as a way of repaying your kindness." He revealed a delicately crafted wooden box, opening it to reveal the purification capsules within. Luo Li, encountering such an object for the first time, displayed a mix of surprise and curiosity. "What is its purpose?" she inquired. Wang Ming explained. "It can restore dark spirits to their original forms." He lowered his voice, leaning closer to her ear, but his words struck her like a bolt from the blue. Luo Li's eyes widened, and her crimson lips parted in disbelief, as if ready to accommodate a sausage. Her face was a canvas of astonishment. Profoundly affected by Wang Ming's revelation. Restore dark spirits to their original forms? Is such a thing even possible? Dark spirits had existed for many years, studied by numerous factions, including her own Luo family. Yet, she had never heard of anyone capable of restoring them. The Spirit Alliance, being one of the oldest entities and among the first to research dark spirits, might possess such capabilities. However, to believe that a capsule no larger than a thumb could achieve this was beyond her comprehension. "Are you certain you're not jesting?" Sensing Wang Ming's earnest demeanor, Luo Li questioned with a hint of skepticism. It was not that she doubted him, but the notion was so fantastical that she found it hard to accept. Wang Ming nodded, appearing sincere. "Indeed, I understand your doubts, but I assure you, it is as remarkable as I claim." Luo Li opened her mouth, ready to respond after a sip of her coffee, but Wang Ming interrupted, stating, "Do not inquire about the source of this. Just remember that this capsule can alleviate the suffering of the dark spirit encased within the dark sphere around Luo Xiaoyu's neck, allowing it to return to a normal life." He was willing to reveal the existence of the purification capsules and entrust them to her, a significant gesture of goodwill. However, he would not divulge any further details regarding the capsules. Luo Li opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from further questioning. Wang Ming's intentions were clear. "I can assist you, but please refrain from probing into matters that are best left undisclosed." Everyone harbors their own secrets, and so did Luo Li. Hence, she understood Wang Ming's sentiments at this moment. The fact that he was willing to entrust her with such a crucial item was indeed a rare occurrence. "May I ask why you are giving me such an important item?" Lori lifted her gaze to Wang Ming, her eyes devoid of allure, replaced instead by a profound sense of confusion and bewilderment. Wang Ming offered a faint smile. "It is simply because I owe you a favor." Lori shook her head in disbelief, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Ming, refusing to budge. Surely, it cannot be merely that. Lori was self-aware enough to recognize that, although she had indeed assisted Wang Ming significantly, it hardly warranted such a precious offering. Wang Ming maintained a calm stare, meeting Lori's gaze for a prolonged moment before diverting his eyes. "Perhaps, I share a connection with that spirit," he murmured, uttering words that left Lori perplexed. "Connection? Are you aware of the spirit residing within that dark orb?" Lori recalled that while she had mentioned the origin of the dark orb to Wang Ming, she had not disclosed the identity of the spirit contained within it. Wang Ming chuckled, a flicker of divine light glimmering in his eyes, radiant and captivating. He spoke slowly, his voice ethereal. "The dark flygon." With that, Wang Ming departed, leaving Lori in a state of stunned silence. His revelation had left her utterly astonished, momentarily rendering her incapable of thought. "This is our secret. I trust you will keep it safe. As for that capsule, consider it a gift from an old friend long gone. Oh, and if you encounter the flygon, please convey my regards. Actually, perhaps it's best not to mention it. After leaving the Honeyed Words Cafe, Wang Ming made his way to the Dark Organization's branch in Beijingshi, handing over the captured dark fossil pterodactyl to Yang Shi for further study on its differences from other dark spirits. Subsequently, he briefed Yang Shi on the upcoming plans before departing the Dark Organization's headquarters. As he walked back, Wang Ming felt an invigorating lightness, his spirits exceptionally buoyant. All matters had been meticulously arranged, allowing him to focus on accompanying Shinado, enhancing their intimacy, and aiding Shinado in acclimating to human life. "Come, my dear, let us go shopping for clothes," Wang Ming exclaimed. Just as one adorns a horse with a saddle, so too must a person be dressed. He considered that once Shinado evolved in the future, she would undoubtedly need an array of garments, making this an opportune moment for her to familiarize herself with them. Shauna, the gentle breeze caressed them, and the sunlight was just right. Hand in hand, Wang Ming and Shinado strolled beneath the vast blue sky, their shadows elongated and gradually merging into one, inseparable. The summer sweat was salty, yet the breeze was sweet. Chapter 96. As beautiful as a fairy tale, the Pokémon costume shop was a haven dedicated to the sale of Pokémon attire, bustling with trainers, predominantly young women. Male trainers were a rare sight, yet they shared a common trait. Most were accompanied by a Shinado, some adorned with fresh flowers, others with bow-tied sun hats, and many in white silk, each ensemble strikingly unique and eye-catching. Wang Ming found himself swept up in the vibrant atmosphere, brimming with excitement. It felt as though he had discovered a sense of belonging, encountering kindred spirits. With Shinado's hand in his, he strode confidently into the shop, instantly capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. First were the adoring, fervent gazes of the young women, who seemed eager to leap into Wang Ming's embrace. They had clearly recognized him. As the champion of the Beijingshi Trainer Tournament, Wang Ming's renown was widespread, garnering him countless admirers, particularly among the female populace. Now, encountering the revered figure in person, how could they possibly contain their excitement? "Ah, it's Ming Shun. Ming Shun has arrived. I'm so thrilled. Quick, check my makeup. Is it still intact? Has my lipstick faded? But more importantly, could you see if I need to enhance my assets?" The store erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic shrieks, creating a chaotic scene. The staff rushed out to restore order. "Please maintain your composure and keep the noise down." However, before the staff member could finish her sentence, she turned to see Wang Ming approaching. With her hands covering her cheeks. She let out a piercing scream and shyly fled, fearing her makeup might leave a poor impression on Ming Shun and not wanting him to see her face. Worried it might tarnish her standing in his eyes, Wang Ming stood frozen, bemused. All he wanted was to inquire about the Shinado clothing section. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically? He turned to survey the scene, met with a sea of eager, longing gazes, as if they wished to pounce upon him. Gulping involuntarily, Wang Ming struggled to regain his composure. "What is going on? I may be handsome, talented, and powerful, but surely that doesn't warrant such hysteria?" He found it baffling. Were modern girls truly this superficial? Just then, Shinado stepped forward, positioning herself before him. An invisible force emanated from her, sweeping through the crowd and compelling their gazes to retreat. The young women shot looks of anger and jealousy, yet dared not gaze directly at Wang Ming anymore, cowed by Shinado's imposing presence, though they still stole glances when they thought no one was watching. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, holding Shinado's hand as they approached a male trainer who, like him, was accompanied by a Shinado. Wang Ming's was a shiny variant, while the other was a regular. "Hey, Ming Shun, I've long admired your reputation," the male trainer greeted, clearly recognizing Wang Ming as the champion of the Beijingshi Trainer Tournament. He felt a sense of camaraderie, at least in terms of their Pokemon choices. "Hello, brother. I see you're also a Shinado trainer. You must have some insight into the clothing here. Could you share your knowledge with me?" Wang Ming inquired. He wasn't avoiding the staff. They had all scurried away as if fleeing from a plague upon seeing him. With no other options, he turned to this male trainer for assistance. "No need for formality. Ming Shun, I'm Ma Xinghe, just call me Xiao Ma. When it comes to Shinado attire, you've come to the right person." Ma Xinghe raised a thumb in pride. Wang Ming was unsure if he was boasting, so he simply smiled and encouraged him to elaborate. Ma Xinghe readily produced a garment, enthusiastically detailing its attributes. "Ming Shun, behold. This outfit is crafted from premium silkworm silk, soft and flexible, conforming beautifully to the body, accentuating your enticing silhouette, allowing for a smooth exchange with your Pokemon. Moreover, this silk isn't sourced from just any silkworm. It is spun from the silk of a level 100 silkworm carrying an everstone, making it exceptionally rare and luxurious." Wang Ming was taken aback by Ma Xinghe's description, astonished that such a seemingly simple garment could possess so much significance. "Shauna, do you like it?" Wang Ming asked, admiring the white silk dress, which indeed felt exquisite, gliding under his fingers like the skin of a maiden. Shinado shyly nodded, evidently pleased with the garment. Then let us give it a try. Wang Ming led Shinado to the fitting room, while he patiently awaited outside. At that moment, Ma Xinghe approached quietly, leaning in to whisper in Wang Ming's ear, Ming Shun, might you divulge the secrets behind your Shinado's training? Its appearance is simply exquisite. Compared to yours, my own seems like an ugly duckling. Wang Ming smiled faintly and replied candidly, simply engage in deeper communication with her to foster your bond. Ma Xinghe's eyes brightened, and he nodded thoughtfully, expressing his gratitude to Wang Ming. Indeed, when I return home, I shall try this with my Shinado. As the proud owner of a Shinado, Ma Xinghe desired to enhance its beauty. Before long, Shinado emerged from the fitting room clad in a pristine white silk dress, captivating Wang Ming's gaze. Not only him, but anyone who laid eyes on Shinado was momentarily rendered speechless. She was breathtaking. In that moment, Shinado resembled a fairy who had stepped out of a fairy tale. Her beauty beyond mere words. Hee, my beloved truly is the most beautiful, Wang Ming chuckled foolishly, his heart brimming with joy. Shinado, with a blush on her cheeks, lowered her head shyly. It was her first time wearing such attire, and she couldn't help but feel a bit bashful. What a perfect match. Ming Shun, your Shinado is simply stunning. In this white silk dress, she eclipses all others for miles around. Ma Xinghe seized the opportunity to lavish praise, which greatly pleased Wang Ming and brought a smile to his face. Indeed, he shared the same sentiment. Chapter 97. Accompanying you to witness the most beautiful scenery. One white silk dress was evidently insufficient. Wang Ming wished to purchase additional pieces. Money was no object, for the essence of love was at stake. Ma Xinghe, perceptive to Wang Ming's desires and having received his earlier guidance, now regarded Wang Ming with even greater respect. Consequently, he swiftly introduced another outfit. This is a maid outfit. It exudes charm. Ming Shun, you ought to buy it for Shinado to try at home. I bet it will yield delightful surprises. Have you tried it? Wang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. He felt that such actions were, at the very least, improper. Thus, he resolutely waved his hand and declared, wrap it up. There's no need to try it on. Ma Xinghe understood and promptly acted with efficiency. The manager, who had rushed over to personally attend to Wang Ming, halted upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Truly a talent. Perhaps he could be retained in the store. Unbeknownst to Ma Xinghe, he had already caught the manager's attention. After introducing the maid outfit, Ma Xinghe then presented Wang Ming with sailor suits and bikini sets. Wang Ming, not being a lecherous man, declined Ma Xinghe's suggestions, selecting only a few items. Ming Shun, would you prefer black silk or white silk? I recommend the white. It complements Shinado's complexion beautifully. Wang Ming shook his head and, with an air of authority, proclaimed, I want them all. One word, extravagant. Two words, opulent. After nearly traversing the entire mall, Wang Ming finally prepared to leave with bags in tow, accompanied by Shinado. Just then, the shiny scyther leapt from its pokeball, expressing its desire to purchase an outfit as well. Wang Ming sincerely advised, this isn't suitable for you. However, the scyther, with a stern expression, disregarded his counsel, displaying obstinacy. No worries, I simply fancy this. Wang Ming shrugged his shoulders. He had no desire to argue further. If the shiny scyther desired such attire, he could indulge it. Very well, then choose an outfit for yourself. The shiny scyther beamed with excitement and dashed away in a flash of green light to commence its shopping adventure. 10 minutes later, the shiny scyther emerged wearing a vibrant green dress, its legs adorned with dark green fishnet stockings, a sight that was quite jarring. This unfortunate scene would require a lifetime to remedy. Ming Shun, your little scyther's outfit is rather unique, Ma Xinghe remarked, his lips twitching as he struggled to find an appropriate description for the current state of the shiny scyther. Wang Ming turned his head away, feigning ignorance. It was too embarrassing. He truly wished to distance himself from such an eccentric scyther. Yet, the shiny scyther remained blissfully unaware, even strutting with a newfound swagger. As if showing off, it approached Wang Ming and raised an eyebrow, seemingly inquiring, what do you think? Does my outfit not look splendid? Wang Ming could hardly muster a response, merely nodding in agreement. All right, whatever you say is right. Let us not draw attention. Come back quickly. The shiny scyther, grinning with pride, had intended to flaunt its appearance before the crowd, but was abruptly returned to its pokeball by Wang Ming, who hastily exited the scene. The peculiar gazes from onlookers were simply unbearable. What should have been a delightful outing for the two, filled with sweetness and warmth, had been marred by the shiny scyther, leaving Wang Ming thoroughly vexed. As they walked, Wang Ming's irritation grew, prompting him to release the shiny scyther again and deliver a stern reprimand. warning it to remain concealed henceforth, before continuing his journey with Shinado. Meanwhile, in another location, at the Luo family's hall, the head of the Luo family, Luo Hong, gazed at the purification capsule in his hand, his expression a blend of seriousness and excitement. Are you certain it possesses miraculous effects that can restore the dark Pokémon? The Pokémon within the dark orb around Luo Xiaoyu's neck held extraordinary significance for the Luo family. If it could be restored, it would present a tremendous opportunity for them. Luo Li took a deep breath and firmly nodded. She chose to place her trust in Wang Ming. Witnessing Luo Li's confidence, Luo Hong felt a surge of exhilaration. Very well, let us give it a try. Xiaoyu, please hand me the Pokeball. Luo Xiaoyu removed the Pokeball from around her neck and passed it to Luo Hong. With a heavy exhalation, Luo Hong opened the dark orb. As a beam of white light emerged, he swiftly tossed the capsule into the mouth of the dark Rayquaza. With a furious roar, the dark Rayquaza surveyed the three before it but refrained from attacking. Roar! The dark Rayquaza unleashed a terrifying gust that sent the trio staggering backward. It flapped its wings, summoning a fierce wind to ascend. Yet, at that moment, an energy surged within it, expelling the darkness that plagued its being. Roar! 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 The dark Rayquaza's furious cries echoed as it experienced an unpleasant sensation, plunging into a frenzy. Soon after, a radiant white light began to envelop its form, akin to a purifying force, gradually restoring the dark Rayquaza to its former state. The astonished expressions on Luo Hong and the others spoke volumes. It was truly on the verge of recovery. From where did Luo Li acquire this capsule, endowed with such remarkable power? Hee, my little brother has not misled me. He has indeed bestowed a great favor upon our Luo family this time. Such kindness must be repaid in a special way, which makes me both shy and exhilarated. Luo Li's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, inciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Moments later, as the white light dissipated, a colossal Rayquaza stood majestically before them. Grandfather, I have finally fulfilled your wish. In that instant, tears streamed down Luo Heng's face. The furious dragon roared towards the sky, its voice imbued with sorrow and indignation, as if mourning a departed friend. The father figure, it, and Luo Xiaoyu were deeply moved by the dragon's imposing presence. Tears welling in their eyes, Luo Hong let out a sigh of relief, his gaze filled with appreciation and ease. It was longing for its master. Amusement park. Wang Ming and Shinado sat together on the carousel, laughter echoing in their ears. On the Ferris wheel, they admired the scenery side by side. On the roller coaster, they howled into the wind together. In the haunted house, they dealt a fierce blow to a gung-gui. These experiences were filled with joy and happiness, immersing both in a rapidly intensifying bond, their closeness steadily escalating. Wang Ming sensed that he was on the verge of achieving the first condition for transcending boundaries. Chapter 98. Luo Li's gratitude. As night fell, Wang Ming, weary from a day of play with Shinado, returned to his apartment. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed, as if all his strength had been drained. Yet, upon seeing Shinado joyfully sorting through the clothes they had purchased, Wang Ming felt an instant surge of vitality. Shinado, could you try on an outfit for me? Wang Ming chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head as he posed the question. Many of the clothes had not been tried on by Shinado, and their fit remained uncertain. Upholding the principle of buying clothes that fit well, Wang Ming thought it prudent to have her try them on. If they were unsuitable, they could return them. After all, he was a man of frugality. Shinado shyly nodded, her bashfulness evident as she began to don the garments. Having been a couple for some time now, Wang Ming had witnessed many scenes. Yet when Shinado changed into the maid outfit, his eyes sparkled with delight, akin to two brilliant beams of light. It fits perfectly. Although it may be a bit of an eye hazard, Wang Ming remarked, his gaze unwavering as the heat surged within him. Fortunately, he recognized the importance of restraint, having once formed a bond with the legendary warrior Guan Yu. This minor spectacle was one he could endure. Shinado, let us try on some other outfits. If something doesn't fit, we can exchange it later, Wang Ming stated calmly, adopting an air of indifference, as though untouched by beauty. Obediently, Shinado changed out of the maid outfit and into a sailor suit, presenting an entirely different style before Wang Ming's eyes. If her previous appearance exuded both innocence and allure, this one radiated pure, unblemished charm. She resembled a delicate lotus emerging from the water, pure and untainted, embodying the essence of a sweet and endearing neighbor girl, evoking a protective instinct without any hint of impiety. My wife is truly adorable, Wang Ming beamed with happiness, growing fonder of Shinado with each glance. It was as if she were the most exquisite masterpiece crafted by the heavens, exquisite in any attire. Wang Ming even contemplated that if Shinado was already so beautiful in her untransformed state, how breathtaking would she be once she evolved? With this thought, Wang Ming eagerly anticipated witnessing Shinado's transformation. I wonder how far I have progressed towards breaking the boundaries, he murmured, opening the system. Instantly, a line of clear information appeared before his eyes. Affinity, 90. Mentality conversion rate, 50. Having improved so significantly, it seemed that Shinado's transformation was imminent. A smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips. Just within a day, their affinity had increased by 10, with the mentality conversion rate rising by 40. At this rate, in 3 to 4 days, he would be able to enable Shinado's evolution. As Wang Ming reveled in his delightful daydreams, Shinado changed out of the sailor suit and into a bikini. This time, Wang Ming felt a rush of warmth to his nose, nearly bursting forth. He had not anticipated that Shinado would look so stunning in a bikini, her figure exquisite to the utmost, rivaling even Luo Li, particularly. The 2 concealed red leaves on her chest added an air of mystery to her already alluring curves. Wang Ming stared, entranced, forgetting to avert his gaze. Shinado, shy under his fervent scrutiny, felt a mix of bashfulness and sweet delight. The more captivated Wang Ming became, the happier she felt. Eventually, Shinado donned black and white stockings, providing Wang Ming yet another feast for his eyes, while simultaneously deepening his understanding of Shinado's remarkable ability to carry any style. This delighted Wang Ming, as it promised to add considerable enjoyment to his future life. Not only Shinado but even the shiny Scyther emerged, eager to showcase its attire. However, as soon as it appeared, Wang Ming delivered a stern reprimand, warning it not to intrude again. Having finally found a moment of tranquility, he did not wish for the shiny Scyther to disrupt his time with Shinado. That night, sleep eluded them. Wang Ming and Shinado engaged in deep conversations, opening their hearts and sharing profound exchanges until dawn claimed them. The next morning, it was a call from Luo Li that roused Wang Ming from his slumber. Otherwise, he could have slept for another hour or 2. He had been utterly exhausted the previous day. Little brother, are you there? It's your sister on the line. Luo Li's voice dripped with charm. Fortunately, after the previous night's experience with Shinado, Wang Ming's resolve had strengthened, rendering Luo Li's charms ineffective. After hanging up, Wang Ming took Shinado out. Luo Li had invited him, claiming she wished to repay him for the purification capsule he had gifted. Initially, Wang Ming had intended to decline, for his gift was not merely an act of kindness, it was also tied to his unique relationship with the Dark Dragon. However, Luo Li remained unaware of this, leading to her misunderstanding his intentions. Reluctantly, unable to resist Luo Li's repeated invitations, Wang Ming agreed to meet, accompanied by Shinado. At noon, Wang Ming arrived at a high-end hotel. At that moment, Luo Li was practicing water magic, preparing for Wang Ming's arrival. To her surprise, Wang Ming had brought Shinado along, which dashed her expectations for the encounter. Are you all right? Your face is rather flushed, Wang Ming observed, noticing Luo Li's unusual complexion. Luo Li shook her head, retrieving a pokeball from the table and offering it to Wang Ming. After a moment's contemplation, she switched hands, presenting it with a slightly awkward demeanor. This is a young dragon, a token of my gratitude. If you have no further matters, you may leave now, she said, though her expression hinted at something amiss. Thank you, Wang Ming replied, taking the pokeball without further thought as he prepared to depart. A young dragon was indeed a rare treasure for him, capable of enhancing his team's overall combat strength. However, adhering to his concern for friends, Wang Ming turned back midway to check on Luo Li. Yet, as he reached the door, he paused, suspicion clouding his expression. After a brief hesitation, he turned to leave, for he had already discerned what had transpired. Luo Li, there's nothing wrong. From here, the main storyline unfolds, as Shinado is on the brink of evolution. Are the old perverts excited? Chapter 99, Love Rises with the Wind. It was yet another delightful day, with the air infused with sweetness. Upon exiting the hotel, Wang Ming accompanied Shinai Duo to the entertainment complex, engaging in delightful 2-player games. This served as an excellent means to cultivate their affection, significantly enhancing the intimacy between them. In the afternoon, they ventured to a water park, and by evening, they continued to bask in the joy of the day. Once again, it was a day filled with happiness, and Shinai Duo's intimacy with him reached an impressive 95, while his mindset conversion rate also saw a notable increase, soaring to 80. The following day unfolded in a similarly warm and sweet manner, with Wang Ming and Shinai Duo's relationship taking yet another step forward, allowing for deeper communication between them. On the 3rd day, the flowers bloomed beautifully, just as the blossoms did. By the 4th day, the fragrance of Shinai Duo was quite delightful. As the 5th day approached, The moment Wang Ming had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. Intimacy, 99. Mindset conversion rate, 100. Gazing at the information before him, a smile involuntarily graced Wang Ming's lips. Just a fraction away from perfection, he thought. Let this splendid climax culminate in a magnificent battle. The enhancement of intimacy requires more than mere companionship. It involves shared experiences of play, dining, and rest, but more importantly, it is forged in the fires of battle side by side. This, indeed, is the most effective method to deepen their bond. At that moment, Wu Feng approached Wang Ming, presenting him with a new task. Owing to Wang Ming's outstanding performance in his previous assessment and his triumph in the Beijing North City Alliance Championship, the higher-ups recognized his talent and decided to offer him the opportunity to be promoted to team leader. If Wang Ming successfully completed this guild-assigned task, he would become a team leader and have the privilege of forming his own team. This sounded quite appealing, as he also needed a battle to facilitate Shanai Duo's final breakthrough. Thus, embarking on this journey seemed quite feasible. A faint smile appeared on Wang Ming's lips as he accepted the task. The position of team leader was not of utmost importance to him. What truly mattered was the authority to build his own team. He preferred independent action over being dependent on others, leading his own members to conquer unknown challenges. This, indeed, was what he yearned for. Activating his multifunctional watch, Wang Ming reviewed the details of the task. Task description: a powerful dark happening has emerged in Secret Realm number 38, severely disrupting the stability of the realm. Numerous trainers have fallen victim to its attacks, plunging the realm into chaos. Task objective: proceed to Secret Realm No. 38 and eliminate the dark happening. Task difficulty: hard. Task deadline: 5 days. Task supplies: 1 good healing potion, 1 universal medicine. A dark happening? I wonder what its level might be. However, considering the guild dared to assign me this task, it shouldn't be overly perilous. If push comes to shove, I still have my Mega Blaziken. Danger shall not find me. After a brief contemplation, Wang Ming set off towards Secret Realm number 38. Secret Realm No. 38 lay at the southernmost edge of Beijing North City, adjacent to a vast expanse of ocean. By the time Wang Ming arrived, it was already midday. The sun shone brightly, and a group of adventurers clad in matching uniforms had gathered outside the realm. Upon seeing Wang Ming accompanied by Shanai Duo, they rushed towards him as though they had discovered a savior. "Are you the legendary Ming Xin?" inquired a tall, slender man. Although he had never encountered Wang Ming before, he had heard tales of Ming Xin's feats, always accompanied by the ethereal beauty of Shanai Duo. Additionally, he had received a call from the guild informing him of Wang Ming's arrival, allowing him to identify the legendary figure before him. "Just call me Wang Ming. Can you share with me the details about the dark happening within the realm?" Wang Ming, unfazed by his elevated reputation, exhibited a warm and approachable demeanor, which relieved the gathered crowd. "Certainly, we only recently discovered the dark happening," the tall man replied, regaining his composure as he began to share all the information they had gathered with Wang Ming. 10 minutes later, Wang Ming had acquired a general understanding. From the tall man's account, he learned that the dark happening's appearance had been quite sudden. It had never been seen in this realm before, seemingly materializing out of thin air without any prior indication. Furthermore, the dark happening possessed formidable strength. A seasoned trainer had previously come here to train, only to find themselves outmatched by the dark happening. According to their instruments, the dark happening's level was a staggering 30. A level 30 dark Pokémon could indeed spell disaster for others, leaving even advanced trainers at a loss. Yet for Wang Ming, defeating it posed no significant challenge. Even if only Shanai Duo were to engage, victory would be easily attained. Armed with the information he sought, Wang Ming bid farewell to the group and, with Shanai Duo by his side, ventured into the realm. The secret realm was predominantly mountainous, with a relatively low population of dark Pokémon, most of which were not particularly high in level. Along the way, Wang Ming encountered several dark Pokémon attempting to obstruct his path, but they were effortlessly dispatched by Shanai Duo. Fortunately, the area of this secret realm was not extensive, and after a thorough search, Wang Ming ultimately detected the presence of the dark happening within a secluded valley. "This is it," Wang Ming declared, leading Shanai Duo into the valley, where they soon spotted the resting dark happening. At that moment, the dark happening was healing itself, its body marred by wounds, likely a result of previous battles with other trainers. Without hesitation, Wang Ming decided to act. Having located the target, it was time to engage. "Shanai Duo, it's your turn." "Sana?" Shanai Duo stepped forward, entering a combat-ready stance. "Shanai Duo, use Meditate." The dark happening possessed a formidable recovery ability, coupled with an exceedingly high health pool and impressive special defense. Although its attack power was lacking, it would not be an easy feat for Shinai Duo to defeat it. Thus, the most effective strategy was to restrict its capabilities, preventing it from executing its moves freely. However, given that dark Pokémon are immune to sleep status, Wang Ming had to resort to an alternative approach. One hit was all it would take. To achieve this, meditate was an indispensable choice. Hop high. The dark Happiny sensed Wang Ming's presence and emanated a tremendous malice towards him. Twisting its rotund body, the dark Happiny charged towards Shinai Duo. Shinai Duo, Mega Evolve! Wang Ming shouted, placing his hands atop the Mega Stone. He aimed to conclude this battle, devoid of suspense, as swiftly as possible. Chapter 100. Dark Greninja. A dazzling white light enveloped Shinai Duo, transforming her form into one of greater purity and beauty, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Ethereal and untarnished, the Mega Shinai Duo emerged. A terrifying energy surged, seemingly celebrating the arrival of Shinai Duo. The black hem of her dress billowed in the wind, exuding an aura of both majesty and allure. Mega Shinai Duo, use Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere was a fighting-type move acquired by Mega Shinai Duo through a move tutor, boasting immense power that rivaled that of Future Sight, while also being super effective against the general type of Happiny. The terrifying energy converged, condensing into a sphere of radiant brilliance, trembling the space around it, threatening to collapse under its might. Boom. In the next moment, the energy sphere streaked through the air like a falling star, hurtling towards the dark Happiny. Hop high. The Bliss Egg was rendered speechless by the overwhelming terror of energy, fear flickering in its eyes as it cowered before the formidable Mega Shinado. They were not adversaries of the same caliber. Hap! The Bliss Egg screamed in a desperate attempt to dispel the fear that gripped its heart. A mysterious energy began to coalesce around its body, enveloping it in a protective embrace to withstand the onslaught of Mega Shinado. Boom! The energy erupted, flames soaring into the sky. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and the terrifying shockwave sent Mega Shinado's skirt fluttering. The surrounding rocks were pulverized to dust, scattering into the air. Thud! The Bliss Egg, charred and battered, lay on the ground, its life force dwindling to a mere flicker, akin to a candle flame swaying in a tempest, easily extinguished by a single gust. Hap! The darkened Bliss Egg lay feebly on the ground, emitting faint tremors from its mouth. A pure essence of life energy swirled around it, mending its wounds. The scars on the dark Bliss Egg began to heal at a visible rate, as if resurrecting from the brink of death. Wang Ming was taken aback. He knew the healing ability of the dark Bliss Egg was extraordinary, yet he hadn't anticipated it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. Mega Shinado. Finish it off with a Chi Blast. Do not give it a chance to recover. Wang Ming commanded coldly, urgency lacing his tone. He would not be foolish enough to watch the dark Bliss Egg regain its strength. Shauna. Terrifying energy began to gather in Mega Shinado's hands once more, even more potent than before, poised to deliver the final blow to the dark Bliss Egg. Crack! Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the valley. Wang Ming felt a sudden chill behind him, as though a ferocious beast had set its sights on him, rendering escape impossible. Mega Shinado seemed to sense something amiss. She abruptly abandoned her attack, turning to embrace Wang Ming, teleporting him to a vast open area. As they moved away, a blinding white light suddenly appeared where Wang Ming had just stood. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he glanced at Mega Shinado, shaken by the realization that had she not intervened, he would have perished on the spot. Shauna. Mega Shinado set Wang Ming down, her voice grave, as if warning him of an impending, dreadful danger. Wang Ming's expression turned serious as he gazed toward the spot where the white light had manifested. What could be the source of this ambush? Just as his mind raced with questions, a black figure gradually materialized from thin air, its neck adorned with a long, peculiar tongue. Astonishment washed over Wang Ming's face. It was none other than a dark Greninja. Concurrently, the details of the dark Greninja appeared before his eyes. Pokémon, Dark Greninja, Limit Break. Gender, Level, 80, Base Stats, 580, Type, Dark. Ability, Dark Boost, possessing the power of darkness. All attributes are enhanced. Item, Expert Belt, when held. The power of moves used at their best effectiveness is increased. Moves. As Wang Ming absorbed the information about the dark Greninja, a thunderous realization struck him, leaving him momentarily blank. This dark Greninja had indeed undergone a limit break transformation. Yet, in appearance, it bore minimal changes. Aside from its shuriken becoming larger and sharper, it exhibited no distinguishing traits from a regular Greninja. Furthermore, after the limit break, its base stats were only increased by 50, a fact that left Wang Ming bewildered. From the system, He had learned that a limit break typically resulted in a 100-point increase in base stats unless the Pokémon transformed into a humanoid form. This suggested that the Dark Greninja's base stats should logically be at 630. Could it be a lower-tier limit break? Wang Ming speculated that this Dark Greninja was the very one owned by the protagonist of his fourth reincarnation simulation. That Greninja had spent time on Sakura Island, mastering ninjutsu. This was evident from its silent approach towards Wang Ming and the unexpected strike it had just launched. Moreover, Wang Ming distinctly remembered that the protagonist of the fourth simulation had only successfully developed a single limit break capsule, which he had administered to the Ninetales. Thus, it was impossible for the Greninja to have acquired a limit break capsule. However, the Dark Greninja before him had achieved a limit break, prompting Wang Ming to surmise that the protagonist had likely concocted other similar potions prior to this, albeit with effects inferior to the true limit break capsule. This could explain why the Greninja's base stats had only increased by 50. Yet, this remained mere conjecture. The truth was shrouded in mystery. As Wang Ming pondered, the Dark Greninja launched another attack. His expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he released all his Pokémon. This Dark Greninja, boasting a terrifying level of 80, was far beyond his capacity to confront. Now, he could only place his hopes on a collective offensive. Blaziken Mega Evolve! Wang Ming roared, determined to fight for survival. As long as he drew breath, hope would endure. Even in the face of an overwhelming foe, he would not yield easily. He would battle for his future and for the lives of his Pokémon. The issue regarding the Universal Mega Stone has been rectified. Any contradictions can be revisited. Chapter 101. A life hangs by a thread. Indeed, the disparity in power was stark. The level of the Dark Greninja was far superior to that of Wang Ming's Pokémon, creating an insurmountable chasm that could not be bridged by other advantages. In a single move, the Dark Greninja sent the most powerful Mega Blaziken crashing away. Wang Ming's life was under unprecedented threat. The Greninja executed its swift attack, darting through the other Pokémon like a specter, suddenly appearing beside Wang Ming. The water shuriken in its hand spun rapidly, splattering water, poised to cleave Wang Ming in two. In that critical moment, the space around Wang Ming began to tremble violently, and a mysterious energy enveloped him, transporting him to safety. It was Mega Shinado. She had used teleportation to save Wang Ming, yet the exertion of forcibly applying such energy onto another left her utterly drained. The Dark Greninja, incensed by Mega Shinado's intervention, felt the flames of rage ignite within as it witnessed its prey being snatched away. Whoosh! With icy eyes, the Greninja shot towards Mega Shinado like a sharpened blade, its water shuriken following suit. Mega Shinado dodged. Wang Ming screamed frantically, his heart racing with dread for Mega Shinado's safety. Shauna. Sensing the imminent danger of death and realizing evasion was futile, Mega Shinado unleashed a powerful move, the Chi Blast. She resolved to confront the Dark Greninja head-on. Boom. Two immense energies collided, generating a gargantuan mushroom cloud that soared into the heavens. The explosion echoed deafeningly, reverberating through the skies. The terrifying shockwave reduced everything in the vicinity to ashes. The majestic Shinado was engulfed by a swirling cloud of dust, disappearing from sight. Wang Ming's heart was heavy with anxiety, his gaze fixed intently on the tumultuous haze. Shinado, you must be safe. He fervently prayed within, wishing for her well-being. Suddenly, a surge of energy radiated from the obscurity, enveloping Shinado and safeguarding her. Upon witnessing her unharmed, the weight that had burdened Wang Ming's heart lifted significantly. Thankfully, Shinado had sustained no injuries. Yet, a question began to surface in his mind. How had Shinado withstood the formidable assault of the Dark Greninja? As he observed the psychic barrier shimmering around Shinado, a petite figure flickered into his thoughts. Could it be the mythical Mew? Just as Wang Ming contemplated this, a lively cry resonated in his ears. Mew, hearing that familiar sound, a smile involuntarily graced Wang Ming's lips. Without a doubt, he recognized its owner, none other than that little creature, Mew. Indeed, a pink figure materialized beside Wang Ming, circling him thrice before directing its gaze at the Dark Greninja. The Dark Greninja, noticing Mew, felt a twinge of trepidation upon sensing the immense energy within her. Perhaps provoked by the Dark Greninja's demeanor, Mew launched a powerful counterattack. Intent on vanquishing it, the Dark Greninja, undeterred, retaliated by hurling water shurikens with fervor. The clash of their energies stirred up fierce winds. Suddenly, the earth began to quake. Mountains rumbled ominously. Blades of the earth erupted, transforming the ground into a sea of magma. The Dark Greninja struggled to evade the onslaught of the emerging blades. Finding itself in a precarious position, it leapt into the air, seeking refuge from the perilous ground. This moment was precisely what Mew had been waiting for. With a swift motion, Mew became a streak of light, akin to a falling star, and dashed towards the airborne Greninja, colliding with it mid-flight. The combination of the Earth's blades and Mew's assault proved too much for the Dark Greninja to bear, inflicting severe damage. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming hurled a dark ball, aiming to capture the Dark Greninja. Alas, the adept ninja reacted with uncanny speed. As the dark ball was thrown, it unleashed a shuriken that cleaved the ball in twain. Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, preparing to launch another dark ball. Yet, at that moment, the Dark Greninja vanished, cloaking itself in the surroundings, undetectable. Although Wang Ming could not see it, Mew remained vigilant. Continuing her assault, Mew persisted, while Wang Ming attempted to throw the dark ball in the direction of her attacks, hoping to ensnare the elusive Greninja. Unfortunately, his efforts bore no fruit. When he finally caught sight of the Dark Greninja again, it had retreated to a distance. Cradling a dark happiness egg, Mew, having ceased her pursuit, showed no inclination to follow. Wang Ming sighed, realizing he had likely missed his chance to capture the Greninja. However, a lingering question gnawed at him. Why had the Dark Greninja taken the dark happiness egg, and what was it doing here? According to the information derived from the Reincarnation Simulation, the Dark Greninja was supposed to reside in an ancient secret realm and certainly should not have appeared in this modest locale. How had it arrived here? Could it be that all secret realms were interconnected? Wang Ming pondered deeply, yet found it implausible. As he mused, a notification chime from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The conditions for a boundary breakthrough have been met. Would you like to proceed with the boundary breakthrough now? Wang Ming's face lit up with joy. At last, the moment had arrived. This was the occasion he had eagerly anticipated, yet he refrained from rushing it. Currently, he was still within the secret realm, and the surrounding environment was unstable, unsuitable for Shineido's boundary breakthrough. He resolved to wait until he returned. Impatiently, Wang Ming recalled his Pokémon, eager to depart the realm. However, a glance around revealed that Mew had already vanished. He called out a few times, but received no response. Where could that little creature have scampered off to? With a wry smile, Wang Ming relinquished his fixation and departed the secret realm with Shineido. Upon returning to the Adventurers Guild, Wang Ming reported the events of the secret realm, but withheld the information regarding the Dark Greninja and Mew. He informed them that although he had injured the Dark Happiness Egg, it had managed to escape. Fortunately, the guild did not deem his mission a failure. Instead, they promoted him to squad leader, entrusting him with the command of a small team. As for the squad's name, its members, and other particulars, those would be left for Wang Ming to determine. He was in no rush. Building a team was not an overnight endeavor, and he needed to contemplate further. After receiving the keys to his new apartment, Wang Ming bid farewell to Wu Feng and others, moving out of the Moonlight apartment. The new abode was spacious and exquisitely decorated. He chose the largest and most luxurious room to reside in. Once everything was arranged, Wang Ming released Shineido. "Shineido, I'm about to begin," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he summoned the system to initiate Shineido's boundary breakthrough. In an instant, a radiant sphere of white light enveloped Shineido. Although Wang Ming could not discern the events occurring within, he could perceive that Shineido's form was undergoing a profound transformation. Gulping, he nervously clasped his hands, anticipating the forthcoming spectacle. Time stretched on, filled with suspense. After what felt like an eternity, the white light gradually dissipated. The newly evolved Shineido soon stood before Wang Ming. Upon witnessing her transformed visage, his eyes sparkled like two blazing suns, radiating brilliance. Shineido was breathtakingly beautiful, a celestial vision. Her beauty surpassed the poetic descriptions of sinking fish and falling flowers, evoking an overwhelming sense of admiration. Her figure had become more proportionate and voluptuous, especially the pronounced curves of her bosom, which seemed to rival even lowly S. The sharp features that once characterized her form had vanished, enhancing her allure. Her legs were long and elegant, akin to naturally formed jade, exuding a soft glow and delicate fragrance. As she lightly stepped, her skirt billowed gracefully. Shineido's petite hands were adorably misplaced, adding to her charm. Her hair gleamed with a crystalline sheen, each strand shimmering with brilliance. Cascading blue locks framed her shoulders, exuding a shyness tinged with seduction, innocence intermingled with allure, pure yet enticing. Her complexion was as white as snow, and the blue fabric draped upon her was uniquely enchanting. Her cheeks, once pale, now bore a hint of rosy hue, intoxicatingly inviting. Her lively eyes sparkled with clarity, while her soft pink lips parted slightly. adorably contrasting with her figure. This scene was nothing short of a divine masterpiece, igniting a fervor within Wang Ming that was almost overwhelming. "Shinado, you are truly stunning." Wang Ming stood transfixed, a silly grin plastered on his face. Shinado, too, felt the profound transformation within her. Once she acclimated to her new reality, it seemed as though she made a silent resolve. With a bashful flutter of her eyelashes directed at Wang Ming, she buried her head deeply into the crevice. This coyness, so enticing, caused the noble values that once resided in Wang Ming's heart to shatter instantaneously. "Apologies, Guan Yu," he thought, dismissing the notions of honor and virtue as mere trifles. Like a wolf pouncing on its prey, Wang Ming seized Shinado, unleashing a fervent blaze of passion that consumed them both, incinerating not only their consciousness but also their garments. That night, Xiao Qian and Xiao Bei transformed into their obedient selves, as did Wang Ming and Shinado. When the first rays of dawn caressed the crimson blossoms upon the bed, Wang Ming stirred from his slumber. His gaze fell upon Shinado nestled in his embrace, his eyes shimmering with tender affection. Lovers finally united in a bond of matrimony. "From this day forth, let me be your guardian," he vowed softly. Having shared their first night together, Wang Ming experienced a profound shift in his mindset. Shinado was now his wife, and he resolved never to thrust her into the battlefield again, but to cherish and protect her with utmost devotion. Gently gathering her silken locks, he gazed at the slumbering Shinado, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Both had been exhausted from the previous day's tribulations. Meanwhile, a series of information materialized before Wang Ming's eyes. Pokémon, Shiny Shinado, humanoid form. Gender, female, level, 50, base stats, 568, type, psychic fairy. Abilities, synchronize, transfers its own status conditions to the opponent. Copy, copies the opponent's ability upon entry, becoming identical to it. Talent, legendary, item, Mega Stone, moves, cry, psychic, teleport, shadow clone, healing wish, support power, misty terrain, charming voice. Wish, magical leaf, heal pulse, drain kiss, meditation, psychic force, seal, foresight, temptation, hypnosis, aura sphere. Wang Ming perused the details with a faint smile. Regardless of Shinido's ascension to greater heights, it mattered not to him. She was his wife, not merely a combat companion. Future battles would be entrusted to the shiny scyther. Indeed, he believed it would be pleased. Wang Ming felt he had been quite considerate towards the shiny scyther, always thinking of it first whenever fortune smiled upon him. Having concluded matters of surpassing boundaries, Wang Ming turned his attention to the next task at hand. He wondered about the difficulty of this new endeavor. Upon opening the task interface, a series of clear details soon emerged before him. Task objective: journey to Cherry Blossom Island and locate the Book of Evolution. Task reward: 1 simulation attempt, 1 initial selectable talent. Task deadline: 1 month. Upon seeing the task rewards, a look of surprise crossed Wang Ming's face. This was the first time he had encountered such rewards, which included more than just simulation attempts. An additional selectable talent meant he could choose from 4 talents at the outset. Yet, the system would not enhance rewards without reason. Thus, it was likely that this task would not be simple. Wang Ming did not harbor the illusion that opportunities would fall from the sky without effort. Fortune and peril coexisted. Since the system had elevated the task's rewards, the corresponding difficulty would undoubtedly rise as well. Thus, he remained vigilant. Cherry Blossom Island and the Book of Evolution seemed intricately linked to the protagonist of the Reincarnation Simulation. He wondered if he might encounter old friends along the way. Whispering to himself, he resolved to embark on a journey to Cherry Blossom Island. Chapter 103. The departure of Jirachi. A year's plan begins in spring, and a day's plan begins in the morning. Morning is indeed the ideal time for physical exercise, hence, adhering to principles of wellness. Wang Ming took Shinado for a morning workout before rising from bed. After a brief washing and a hearty breakfast, he set out with Shinado. The journey to Cherry Blossom Island was long and fraught with unknown dangers. To ensure their safety and avoid incidents similar to those in the last secret realm, Wang Ming deemed it necessary to bring a bodyguard along. Immediately, he thought of Jirachi from Thunder God Mountain. Since their last parting, he had not seen Jirachi again, and as he reminisced, a pang of longing stirred within him. Wang Ming felt his strength had significantly improved, and with his newfound reputation, it was time to showcase his growth to Jirachi and invite it back to his side. Thunder God Mountain was not near Jingbei City, and it took him the better part of a day to arrive. After such a long separation, he wondered if Jirachi missed him. As he walked through the woods, he gazed up at the towering peaks in the distance, his thoughts drifting back to the past. It was during his first visit to Thunder God Mountain that he had encountered Zekrom, nearly sending him into a panic. Reflecting on it now sent shivers down his spine. After the white-clad youth had rescued Zekrom, he had never heard of it again. That youth, the master of Reshiram, surely held an extraordinary identity. Yet he had never learned any further information about him. As Wang Ming walked, his mind was filled with past mysteries and confusions, plunging him into deep contemplation. Just then, a deep roar jolted him back to reality. He looked up to see a massive Lurantis emerge from the grass ahead. It seemed familiar, and upon further thought, he recognized it as the very Lurantis he had battled before. Accompanying it was a smaller Litten. Wang Ming regarded the Litten with a sense of familiarity. The Litten seemed to recognize Wang Ming as well, eagerly scampering over to rub its little head against his trousers. "Ah, so it's you, little one," Wang Ming chuckled, bending down to gently stroke the Litten's head. This Litten was the same one that had once thwarted his path to Thunder God Mountain, now evolved, suggesting it had undergone considerable trials. The Litten relished Wang Ming's touch, rolling playfully at his feet, until Lurantis growled at it, prompting it to reluctantly return to its side. "I'm here to see your boss," Wang Ming remarked, harboring unfavorable memories of Lurantis, which had once harbored ill intentions toward Shinai Duo. The roar echoed again, and with his connection to the power of Eternatus, Wang Ming easily deciphered Lurantis' message. Although it growled, to him, it was akin to human speech. "Not at Thunder God Mountain." Wang Ming blinked in confusion. "Then where has it gone?" From Lurantis' growls, he learned that Jirachi was not currently at Thunder God Mountain, having been taken away by a large black creature capable of flight. A large black creature that can fly. Could it be Zekrom again? A sense of foreboding rose within Wang Ming, prompting him to confirm with Lurantis. Moments later, having listened to Lurantis' account, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Zekrom had indeed visited Thunder God Mountain recently, but not for battle. It was there to discuss urgent matters with Jirachi. The specifics of the conversation between the two individuals remain a mystery to Rinken Cat. All it knows is that after their discussion, Jirachi departed alongside Zekrom. Where they ventured and what their intentions were, none can ascertain. Could it be related to Zekrom's master? Or perhaps it was orchestrated by the master of that Reshiram. Wang Ming pondered deeply. Thus far, these were the only two individuals to whom he could attribute his thoughts. Although the questions that plagued his mind remained unanswered, one thing was certain. Jirachi was likely not in any peril. With this thought, Wang Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. Whether he could locate Jirachi was secondary. As long as Jirachi was unharmed, all would be well. At worst, he could simply engage a different bodyguard. Since Jirachi was no longer at Thunder Mountain, Wang Ming saw no reason to linger. After bidding farewell to Rinken Cat, he embarked once more on his journey to New Island. He sought to find Mutwo, that godlike Pokémon. In terms of combat prowess, Mutwo was undoubtedly more reliable. However, it had one significant flaw. It utterly disregarded his commands. Though, Jirachi was no different in that regard. Alas, it was truly disheartening. Reflecting on this, Wang Ming felt a wave of sadness wash over him, a sense of embarrassment creeping in. He couldn't help but glance at his companion, Shinai Duo, with a tender gaze. "Oh, you are truly wonderful," he murmured. With that, Wang Ming stealthily planted a kiss on Shinai Duo's cheek, eliciting a flurry of shyness as she playfully punched his chest with her tiny, rosy fists. Yet, the two ample bunnies on his chest trembled incessantly, granting Wang Ming a feast for his eyes, igniting a vivid recollection of the previous night. Nighttime, after all, was far more delightful than the day. "Wouldn't you agree, Shauna?" he teased. As night descended, Wang Ming and Shinai Duo found a cozy couple's inn, settling in for the night. Perhaps due to the exhausting journey of the day, Wang Ming soon climbed into bed, even though it was still early. One bed, two souls. One remained still as a mountain, while the other moved like a cunning rabbit. Tonight was destined to be another enchanting night, fraught with sleeplessness. The following morning, Shinai Duo, unable to walk due to her condition, had to rest within her Pokeball. Wang Ming, on the other hand, ventured forth alone towards New Island, silently hoping that Mutwo would not behave like that errant Mew, or else he would find himself embarking on a fruitless endeavor. Along the way, Wang Ming engaged in silent prayers. Mutwo was his final hope. Chapter 104. The Secrets of Dark Pokémon. The journey to New Island was both distant and tedious. Wang Ming had contemplated releasing Shinai Duo to keep him company. But upon reflecting on her state, he could not bear to do so, ultimately deciding against it. He mused that it was all his fault. He had been too vigorous. Each time this crossed his mind, he felt a sense of helplessness. Such was determined by genetics, a matter beyond his control. Henceforth, he could only be considerate of Shinai Duo's feelings. "You are my rose, you are my flower." Just as Wang Ming was lost in his thoughts, A melodious ringtone pierced the air. Someone was calling him. Upon checking, he realized it was Yang Shi, and his expression brightened immediately. Could it be that he had thoroughly dissected the mystery of the dark fossil Aerodactyl? With a heart full of anticipation, Wang Ming answered the call. Soon, Yang Shi's voice resonated through the line. Lord of Darkness, we have unraveled the secrets of the dark fossil Aerodactyl. Yang Shi wasted no time, unveiling a sensational revelation. Quick, tell me more. A gleam of joy appeared on Wang Ming's face as he eagerly pressed for details. The dark fossil Aerodactyl is indeed unlike other dark Pokémon. Its internal dark energy is remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities, as if it were entirely composed of dark matter. Strictly speaking, that dark fossil Aerodactyl is the true embodiment of a dark Pokémon, whereas the dark Pokémon we have encountered previously are merely subpar imitations. Yang Shi's statements further solidified Wang Ming's prior conjectures. The dark fossil Aerodactyl was not a transformation from a normal Pokémon. It was inherently a dark entity, composed of the purest form of dark matter. This elucidated why the dark fossil Aerodactyl could not be purified. However, this revelation made the entire situation even more enigmatic. What exactly was dark matter? How did it give rise to dark Pokémon? Why did dark Pokémon fear those of the psychic type? All these questions loomed over Wang Ming's mind like a dense fog, muddling his thoughts. After gathering his thoughts, Wang Ming posed another question. Have you encountered such pure dark Pokémon in your previous research? Yang Shi pondered for a moment before responding. Yes. However, those are exceedingly rare instances, and throughout the years, our dark organization has scarcely encountered them. Hence, the research data concerning such dark Pokémon is classified. Even I, as the head of the Beijing division, lack the authority to access it. Only the elders of the council may review it. Yang Shi's words provided Wang Ming with another crucial piece of information. The number of pure dark Pokémon was exceedingly scarce, making them a rarity. His encounter with the dark fossil Aerodactyl was likely a stroke of luck. This implied that most dark Pokémon were actually transformed from ordinary ones. As for what events transpired to cause a multitude of Pokémon to be infected and morph into dark Pokémon, that remained shrouded in mystery. Moreover, Wang Ming had a nagging feeling that the dark organization, after years of study, must have uncovered something significant. Otherwise, they would not have classified it as top secret. It seemed imperative that he meet with the elders of the council. Wang Ming lost himself in thought. To glean more about the secrets of dark Pokémon, he would need to reach out to the elders of the dark organization. However, he would not do so until his current mission was complete. For now, his priority was to fulfill the system's task of locating the Book of Evolution. After ending the call, Wang Ming spent the remainder of his journey contemplating the mystery of dark Pokémon. Time flew by, and before he knew it, he had reached the waters surrounding New Island. Releasing his Dragonite, Wang Ming mounted it and soared toward the island. This journey proved far smoother than the last, devoid of tumultuous waves or storms to impede him. As he neared New Island, a white figure suddenly appeared in the sky, racing toward him at an incredible speed. Although he could not discern the figure's true visage, his instincts and the effects of his powers led him to recognize who it was. Mutuo. It seemed it had sensed Wang Ming's arrival and had come out to greet him. What brings you to seek me? Mutuo inquired coldly. It was not that it bore Wang Ming ill will. Rather, it was simply its nature. I wish to request your assistance once more, Wang Ming stated plainly, directly outlining his purpose for the visit. Mutuo preferred straightforwardness, and Wang Ming was well aware of this. You wish for me to act as your bodyguard? Mutuo discerned Wang Ming's intentions with remarkable acuity. Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly, asserting, No, I merely wish to take you on a journey around the world. Mutuo scoffed lightly. Possessing the ability of telepathy, it was fully aware of Wang Ming's true thoughts. Why not seek out that clingy companion of yours? Mutuo queried, clearly uninterested in the role of bodyguard. Wang Ming smiled sheepishly and sighed. It's simply that I can't find him. Mutuo raised an eyebrow and taunted, Is that so? As soon as the words left its mouth, it curled its 3 fingers and reached into the air, pulling out an adorable pink creature. Who else could it be but Mew? Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. This little creature had been following him all along. What about his dealings with Shinado? It was hopeless. What if this little rascal had witnessed everything? Wang Ming's expression darkened instantly. If word got out, where would he hide his shame? Shinado would likely be mortified as well. Wang Ming felt it necessary to interrogate this little fellow. Caught red-handed, Mew was quite displeased and rolled up its sleeves, ready to confront Mutuo. However, upon seeing Wang Ming, its fury was immediately doused, and it covered its large eyes, grinning foolishly at him, akin to a child who had misbehaved, seeking forgiveness from an adult. Wang Ming realized that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Did you see everything? He asked darkly, 1,000 expletives racing through his mind. Mew tilted its head slightly, feigning contemplation. After a moment, it solemnly nodded. Wang Ming nearly choked on his own blood, his face growing darker still. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a bewildering situation. A legendary Pokémon, of all things, had been slacking off. Wang Ming was at a loss for words. You mustn't spy again. He felt it necessary to warn Mew, lest it sneak a peek once more. Mew obediently nodded vigorously, indicating it would never eavesdrop again. Only then did Wang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the thought of a little witness lurking nearby while he attempted to deepen his bond with Shinado would indeed be unsettling. Chapter 105. Journey to Cherry Blossom Island. Having resolved the issue with Mew, Wang Ming turned his attention to Mewtwo. Will you accompany us? He inquired, feeling that Mew was unreliable and preferring the added assurance of Mewtwo's presence. However, Mewtwo shook its head, declining his request. I prefer solitude. Besides, with it protecting you, that is sufficient. It cast a sidelong glance at Mew. Although it and Mew were bitter rivals, Mewtwo recognized Mew's capabilities. Very well, Wang Ming sighed, no longer pressing the matter, and departed with Mew. Cherry Blossom Island is a slender isle situated in the Royal Sky Sea, renowned for its picturesque scenery and pleasant climate. Home to a myriad of native inhabitants, the island earned its name due to the abundant cherry blossoms that bloom, creating a striking visual spectacle. Each year, when the cherry blossoms flourish, throngs of tourists flock to witness the breathtaking sight of falling petals. Over time, the cherry blossom rain has become a symbolic emblem of the island. Due to its unique geographical location, surrounded by the ocean on all sides, one must travel by boat to reach Cherry Blossom Island. Although Wang Ming possessed a Dragonite, the journey was long, and he could not expect it to fly tirelessly. Thus, taking a boat became an indispensable choice. On the west coast, Wang Ming boarded a luxurious cruise ship with Shinado. This was the fastest and most comfortable route to Cherry Blossom Island, exclusively for the affluent. Coincidentally, what Wang Ming had in abundance was money. What he valued more was the enjoyment of life, particularly in the company of Shinado. As the ship set sail, Wang Ming and Shinado reclined together on the deck, relishing the sea breeze and basking in the warmth of the sun. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wang Ming began to teach Shinado about human language. Although Shinado shared a deep telepathic bond with him, allowing him to easily comprehend her thoughts even without spoken words, Wang Ming believed that since Shinado had assumed human form and they had shared indescribable experiences, becoming his partner, she should embrace human life and break free from the constraints of being a Pokémon. Fortunately, Shinado was quite intelligent and attuned to Wang Ming's thoughts, making the teaching process relatively smooth. Wang Ming taught with enthusiasm, and Shinado learned with joy, mastering simple phrases that were commonly used in daily life. Just as Wang Ming was engrossed in teaching, a striking woman clad in a bikini sauntered towards him, her voluptuous figure captivating his attention. It was not merely her beauty that drew him in. He recognized her. It was none other than the long-lost Lori. Accompanying her was another lovely young lady, equally stunning yet somewhat youthful, aptly described as having a childlike face with ample curves. The two sisters from the Luo family were here. Wang Ming was quite surprised by the arrival of Lori and Luo Xiaoyu. Well, little brother, what a coincidence. Who would have thought we'd run into each other here? Lori giggled, her laughter as lively as her demeanor. Her gaze roamed over Wang Ming, admiring his well-built physique. Wang Ming offered a faint smile, immune to Lori's allure. Since his profound connection with Shinado, he had transcended such base interests. How could he be swayed by mere physical attributes? To him, they were nothing more than fleeting moments. Seeing that Wang Ming was utterly unfazed by her charms, Lori felt a twinge of astonishment. However, upon noticing Shinado beside him, she quickly understood. Oh, so it's because of her? This was indeed a divine masterpiece, strikingly beautiful, with an enviable figure. Even she felt a stir of attraction. She could not help but wonder how this boy had managed to charm such a remarkable companion. Lori licked her lips, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu stepped forward, her demeanor markedly less amiable than her sister's. Sister, let us go over there, she pouted, tugging at Lori's ribbon. Still harboring resentment from her last encounter with Wang Ming, she was not keen to linger. All right, Lori chuckled, not wishing to dampen her sister's spirits, and said affectionately. Yet before departing, she turned back to Wang Ming and remarked, I'll keep your secret safe. If you have time, I hope you can visit the Luo family, even if just to see it. Wang Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement, neither agreeing nor refusing. He understood Lori's implication, but felt it best not to meet that raucous Dragonite. Sometimes, remaining unseen might lessen the distance between them. The ship continued its voyage, time flowing unceasingly. As night deepened, so too did Wang Ming's thoughts. The sea surged in tumult. Within the cabin, the atmosphere mirrored this intensity. Mastery is forged through practice, and so it was with Shanedo's learning of human language. Even at night, Wang Ming diligently imparted more knowledge to her. The following day, Shanedo returned to her pokeball for rest, leaving Wang Ming to idly gaze at the sea. Lori returned, this time without Luo Xiaoyu. Their conversation was a dance of allure and restraint, with one enticing and the other steadfast. Just as they were engrossed in their banter, a towering wave, 6 meters high, suddenly crashed against the ship, causing it to sway violently. Wang Ming lost his footing and stumbled, reaching for the railing, only to find Lori standing directly in his path. His grasp inadvertently elicited a shriek from Lori and a roar from beneath the ship. Wang Ming reacted swiftly, charging towards the railing with determination, gripping it tightly as he leaned over to peer into the depths below. The once tranquil sea had begun to churn ominously, swirling vortices forming beneath the surface. In the blink of an eye, a colossal column of water erupted skyward with a thunderous roar, sending a cascade of droplets into the air. The crowd erupted into chaos, with many seeking refuge inside the vessel. Yet, Wang Ming felt no fear. Instead, he sensed a call, an urge from a creature of the sea longing to communicate with him. This was the effect of the power of eternity, setting him apart from the ordinary. A deafening roar resonated through the air. As the water sprayed around him, a massive dragon emerged from the waves, its fearsome visage locking eyes with Wang Ming. It was a red Gyarados. However, this particular beast exuded an extraordinary ferocity, its size exceeding that of a typical Gyarados by more than double, a truly daunting sight. Even the shiny Gyarados he had previously captured paled in comparison to this one. Chapter 106. The encounter of the shiny Gyarados. Moreover, what startled Wang Ming was the remarkable information regarding this red Gyarados. Pokémon, shiny Gyarados, mutation, gender, female, level, 40, base stats, 560, type, water flying, ability, overconfidence. If it defeats an opponent, its confidence surges, boosting its attack power. Talent, epic, held item, none, moves, rampage, bite, glare, whirlwind, ice foam, water tail, scary face, dragon rage, crunch. Fascinating indeed. This was Wang Ming's first encounter with a mutated Pokémon, igniting his curiosity. Additionally, this red Gyarados boasted 20 more points in base stats than its ordinary counterparts, a likely consequence of its mutation. Wang Ming recalled reading about Pokémon mutations in books, which suggested that while mutated Pokémon often exhibited enhanced abilities, they also bore certain flaws. Although he could not discern any shortcomings in this shiny Gyarados, he suspected they were present, particularly given its evidently unusual temperament. As he pondered, a voice echoed in his mind. I sense the essence of kin within you. The shiny Gyarados was attempting to communicate with him. Thanks to the power of eternity, Wang Ming could easily comprehend its meaning. It turned out that the tumultuous waves had been conjured by this shiny Gyarados, whose sole intention was to halt the ship and meet him. It felt a powerful kinship with him, a sensation it had never experienced before. Now in its mating season, it yearned for a mate to produce offspring, but had been unable to find a suitable partner. Wang Ming's sudden appearance had sparked hope within it. Thus enlightened, Wang Ming smiled gently and released his shiny Gyarados. Upon encountering one another, the two shiny Gyarados instantly took a liking to each other. Both being shiny Pokémon, they shared an inexplicable affinity for their kind, and their powerful auras drew them together swiftly. As the owner of the shiny Gyarados, Wang Ming understood its feelings well. Furthermore, after having deep conversations with Shanedo over the past few days, his Pokémon, while unable to fully empathize, had been influenced by the discussions. The shiny Gyarados was no exception. Now, witnessing a satisfactory counterpart, how could the shiny Gyarados not feel exhilarated? Without any command from Wang Ming, it began to undulate its body, emitting roars to showcase its grandeur, seeking to court the other. The mutated shiny Gyarados responded in kind, gracefully entwining its form with Wang Ming's shiny Gyarados in a mesmerizing display of their dance. The waves surged and the winds howled, all in celebration of their passionate performance. Wang Ming observed quietly, contemplating his next course of action. He surmised that the mutated shiny Gyarados would implore him to facilitate this beautiful union. Yet, was it wise to let his shiny Gyarados depart? Indeed, his thoughts were soon validated. The mutated shiny Gyarados once again reached out to him, desiring to bond with his shiny Gyarados and engage in the sacred act of mating. A destined union. How could I tear it asunder? Wang Ming deliberated briefly before consenting to the request of the mutated shiny Gyarados. Firstly, as the master of the shiny Gyarados, he could not disregard its happiness. Secondly, This was merely a temporary separation, not a permanent farewell. Thirdly, both Pokémon were exceptional, and their offspring would likely inherit remarkable traits. Wang Ming envisioned the prospect of nurturing an even more formidable Gyarados. Thus, from every perspective, allowing the shiny Gyarados to depart appeared to be the wisest choice. Go ahead, and when I have concluded my business, return to me. Wang Ming spoke, waving farewell to the shiny Gyarados. The shiny Gyarados swam to his side, affectionately nuzzling him before letting out a roar and following the mutated shiny Gyarados into the depths. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, a flicker of concern crossed Wang Ming's face. I hope the shiny Gyarados can hold its own. The disparity in their sizes worried him, fearing that his shiny Gyarados might be overpowered by the mutated Gyarados and yield in the face of conflict. Yet, upon further reflection, he reassured himself. After all, the shiny Gyarados was his Pokémon. It should embody his indomitable spirit, and he trusted it would manage just fine. Your Pokémon has been spirited away, oh dear. If you find yourself heartbroken, come find me tonight, and I shall offer you solace, teased Luoli as she approached, having witnessed the unfolding scene and piecing together the events. Wang Ming offered a wry smile. Luoli never missed an opportunity to provoke him. However, he remained a devoted man, unwavering in his loyalty to Shinado, and firmly rejected her advances. That is impossible for me. Yet, before he could finish, Luoli interrupted him. Do not be so hasty in your denial, dear. I shall leave the door open for you tonight. Come find me whenever you wish. With that, she swayed her alluring figure and departed. Wang Ming scoffed lightly. Such trivial temptations could hardly sway him. He was not so easily undone. The daylight hours stretched long, much like the journey to Sakura Island. As night fell, Wang Ming was filled with excitement, eager to engage in a sparring session with Shinado. However, he was met with unfortunate news. Perhaps due to his vigorous efforts the previous day, Shinado still felt unwell and had not fully recovered. Reluctantly, they resorted to a candlelit conversation, sharing their thoughts openly in a more superficial exchange. It was a night fraught with yearning. Luoli, too, felt the pangs of solitude, left to grapple with her loneliness without fulfillment. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, the shiny Gyarados accomplished what Wang Ming could not, indirectly helping him to mend the regrets of the night. The following day, the ship had come to a halt, but had yet to dock. A throng had gathered on the deck, gazing intently ahead, where a large assembly of trainers had congregated, as if something significant were unfolding. Chapter 107. The beast tide of the sea. Having stayed up late the night before, Wang Ming found himself arriving on deck to a bustling crowd. As Wang Ming finally managed to push his way to the front, he was able to discern the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. A throng of individuals surrounded the ocean's surface, some mounted on dragonites, others perched atop blastoises, all seemingly immobilized, as if obstructed by an unseen force. Wang Ming squinted, only to observe the water boiling furiously, continuously surging upwards, accompanied by a multitude of bubbles that erupted with a crackling sound. This bizarre spectacle compelled the onlookers to halt in their tracks, including the cruise ship, which ceased its advance. Wang Ming's view was somewhat obstructed by the crowd, rendering it difficult for him to ascertain the cause of the commotion. After careful consideration, he resolved to investigate further. Just then, a voice erupted from the crowd, startling everyone. It's a tentacruel. This cry ignited a frenzy, transforming the atmosphere into one of utter chaos. Shouts of alarm cascaded like a torrential downpour. It's a Gyarados, a gem starfish, and look, a Wylord. Oh my, there's a mini dragon too. The cries continued unabated. From the depths of the sea, a swarm of creatures emerged, seemingly driven mad, charging towards the stunned spectators. No. The cacophony of screams escalated, plunging the scene into pandemonium. For reasons unknown, these creatures attacked indiscriminately. As if gripped by primal fear, Wang Ming, sensing the disturbance, summoned his Dragonite. Dragonite, let's take a look. He leapt onto the back of his Pokémon, which soared into the sky. From this vantage point, Wang Ming could swiftly discern the unfolding chaos below. A multitude of creatures erupted from the depths, madly assaulting the hapless crowd. A massive Wylord breached the surface, its cavernous maw agape, devouring several individuals in one swift motion. What madness had befallen these creatures? Wang Ming felt an unsettling disquiet. Normally, even the most tempestuous wild Pokémon, such as a prime ape, would not attack humans without provocation. Attempting to communicate through the power of the earth, he found these creatures had succumbed to madness, their consciousness lost, rendering dialogue impossible. The nature of this aberration caused him to furrow his brow. What could have transpired to drive these creatures into such a frenzied state? Just as he pondered this enigma, a shadow lunged at him from the throng. Fortunately, Dragonite reacted swiftly, evading the attack that would likely have inflicted harm. Following the silhouette, he discovered it was a giant Mantine. Wang Ming recognized this Pokémon, known for its ability to glide effortlessly through both water and air, a rare and remarkable creature. Utilizing his special sight, he quickly discerned the creature's unusual condition. Pokémon, Mantine, infected, gender, male, level, 30, base stats, 485, type, water flying. Ability, water absorb, heals instead of taking damage from water-type moves. Rarity, rare, held item, none, moves, tackle. Supersonic, confuse ray, bubble, bubble beam, signal beam, seed bomb, wing attack, supersonic, strange light, wing attack, headbutt, water pulse, wide guard, charge beam. Its status was that of infection. This was Wang Ming's first encounter with such a peculiar condition, leaving him both astonished and inquisitive. What had this Mantine encountered? Why was it infected? And what had caused this infection? A barrage of questions flooded his mind, overwhelming his thoughts. As he mulled over these mysteries, the Mantine turned and charged towards him once more. Its massive form, with a fearsome maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, could easily rend an adult asunder with a single bite. Unfazed by the Mantine's onslaught, Wang Ming commanded Dragonite to retaliate. Dragonite used Thunder Punch. Electric-type moves were particularly effective against the Mantine. Dragonite's fists crackled with electric energy, striking the Mantine squarely in the face. With a single blow, the creature was sent crashing to the ground. Yet this was merely the beginning. One Mantine fell, but countless others surged forth. Soon, another Wailord plummeted from the sky, casting a shadow over the battlefield. Its roar deafening as it prepared to swallow both Wang Ming and Dragonite whole. Use Dragon Rage to dispatch it. Wang Ming remained undaunted. These creatures were no match for him. Boom. Dragonite unleashed a torrent of energy, which pierced the Wailord's maw, obliterating it from within. The fearsome beam of energy soared skyward. Unstoppable. With a tremendous splash, the Wailord's massive form crashed into the ocean, sending tidal waves surging high into the air, engulfing nearby creatures. The surrounding trainers were all drawn to the spectacle, casting bewildered glances towards Wang Ming in the sky. Who is this guy? So audacious. I don't know. But showing off like this invites trouble. Keep your voice down. Can't you see he's riding a Dragonite? We can't afford to provoke him. So what if he has a Dragonite? My Blastoise isn't to be underestimated. Wang Ming's casual display of power caught the attention of many, including the Low sisters. Hee. This little brother is quite brave, always the center of attention, but I wonder if he is as impressive in other ways? Luo Li mused. Her gaze dreamy, and her voice a soft murmur. Beside her, Luo Xiaoyu, feeling competitive, placed her hands on her hips, causing her ample assets to shift. With an indignant huff, she seemed eager to compete. So what if he has taken down a few crazed wild Pokémon? I can do the same. With that, Luo Xiaoyu released her own Pokémon, entering the fray to challenge Wang Ming. Naturally, Wang Ming had no interest in competing with the brash girl. He focused solely on battling the creatures around him. He noted the overwhelming number of Pokémon present, a perfect opportunity to train and elevate the level of his Cosmoem. This way, Cosmoem could evolve into a more powerful form sooner. Furthermore, the precious dragon given to him by Luo Li was also gaining levels, poised to evolve into a Shelmet before long. Chapter 108. The unveiling of dark matter. The battle raged on. An increasing number of Pokémon surged from the depths of the ocean, launching attacks at the panicked crowd. Ultimately, under the relentless assault, some individuals began to falter. We can't hold on any longer. The situation has spiraled out of control. We need to summon the League to intervene, or countless lives will be lost to these creatures, exclaimed a trainer standing atop a Blastoise. Lacking a flying-type Pokémon, he was unable to traverse the sea, hindered by the blockade of aquatic Pokémon. If this continued, he feared he would meet the same fate as the unfortunate souls before him, devoured by the very creatures he sought to evade. In truth, he was not alone in his thoughts. Many trainers shared his sentiments. This terrifying scene was unprecedented, leaving them utterly at a loss. Moreover, the majority of individuals not only lack flying-type Pokémon, but also do not possess water-type Pokémon, leaving them to remain aboard the ship, observing the skirmish below. Occasionally, they command their Pokémon to launch ranged attacks from the vessel to assist those engaged in battle. Among them, only a handful of individuals with flying-type Pokémon remain completely unfazed. They can traverse the skies at will, free to depart from this chaotic scene. Furthermore, at such altitudes, few Pokémon can reach them, rendering their situation significantly more secure. Wang Ming is one of these fortunate few. However, rather than remaining idle, he immerses himself in the fray, emerging as a pivotal force in the conflict. The might of his Dragonite is formidable. A single Dragon Rage can spell doom for countless Pokémon. Its Thunder Punch is even more fearsome, exhibiting a remarkable effectiveness against aquatic Pokémon. With each punch, the seawater froths, and many Pokémon are rendered unconscious. In mere moments, Dragonite has dispatched innumerable foes. The surrounding onlookers are awestruck by Wang Ming's prowess, gazing at him with newfound respect and admiration. This young man is truly ferocious. Facing such an overwhelming onslaught of Pokémon unscathed and turning the tide of battle, surely he must possess the strength of an aspiring champion. There is no doubt he has the potential of a champion, but to wield such formidable power at such a tender age is rather astonishing. Is he perhaps the scion of a prestigious Pokémon family? No, he is Ming Shun, the champion of the Jingbei City Trainer Competition. Just as the crowd murmurs in speculation, one individual suddenly speaks up, clearly familiar with Wang Ming. How do you know him? The crowd turns their gaze toward the speaker, suspicion evident in their eyes. I once battled him in the Jingbei City Trainer Competition, and I witnessed his brilliance firsthand. At this revelation, the crowd is taken aback. Then you must be Chun Fan. They glance at the large ducklet beside the youth, their expressions pensive. Meanwhile, others express their heartfelt admiration for Wang Ming's selfless combat. I underestimated him. Who would have thought he would choose to stay behind and fight the rampaging Pokémon to save us? Such noble sacrifice is truly humbling. Indeed, it is rare to encounter a young hero of such valor. To meet him today is a stroke of great fortune for us. Wow, is this the legendary prince on a white steed? Mother, I think I'm in love. I wish to transform into his likeness. The crowd is electrified, all inspired by Wang Ming's chivalrous spirit. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wang Ming's motivation for remaining is not solely to rescue them. He is purely intent on leveling up. It should be nearly time. Cosmoem is about to evolve. With excitement coursing through him, Wang Ming accesses the system to check Cosmoem's information. Pokémon, Cosmoem, gender, none, level, 50, base stats, 400, type, psychic, ability, sturdy, cannot be knocked out by a single hit, including one-hit knockout moves, talent, legendary, held item, none, moves, cosmic power, teleport, level 50, just 3 levels short. It appears I need to grind a bit longer. As levels progress, it becomes increasingly challenging to gain experience, yet Wang Ming feels no significant disappointment. Regaining his confidence, he continues to command Dragonite to attack. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupts from the depths of the sea, capturing everyone's attention. Even Wang Ming is drawn in, pausing his actions to peer downward. He senses a familiar aura drawing near. Could it be the shiny Gyarados approaching? Wang Ming muses. Besides this possibility, there seems to be no other. Sure enough, as the water splashes, 2 blood-red Pokémon emerge, and in that instant, Wang Ming realizes his intuition was correct. The shiny Gyarados has surfaced alongside its mate. With a roar, the shiny Gyarados scans its surroundings and quickly spots Wang Ming. It swims directly towards him. Wang Ming shares a bond with the shiny Gyarados, sensing its current fear, his expression turning grave. What has transpired beneath the deep sea? What has compelled both Gyarados to surface in trepidation? Through their exchange, Wang Ming soon learns the truth. A mysterious black substance has manifested in the depths of the ocean, spreading rapidly through the water. This sinister material corrupts everything in its path, causing chaos and madness among Pokémon, leading them to attack one another. The shiny Gyarados narrowly escaped infection, saved in the nick of time by its mate. Moreover, according to the shiny Gyarados, the Pokémon that have been infected and mutated resemble the dark Pokémon encountered in the secret realms. This revelation sends a jolt of alarm through Wang Ming, enveloping him with a profound sense of impending danger. Could the dark Pokémon be a result of the malevolent substance? Wang Ming perceives the complexity of this matter, suspecting it may be linked to the secrets surrounding the dark Pokémon. Suddenly, a colossal, pitch-black Pokémon bursts forth from the ocean, charging towards Wang Ming. Indeed, it is a dark Pokémon. Wang Ming's face reflects astonishment. It is a dark Mega Sharpedo undergoing a transformation. Without hesitation, Wang Ming commands Dragonite to swiftly neutralize the dark Mega Sharpedo. Subsequently, he turns to the shiny Gyarados, temporarily recalling both Pokémon into their Pokeballs to prevent them from being infected by the dark substance. Shall we venture forth together, little one? Wang Ming grins, addressing the air with a madcap enthusiasm. Mew, although unseen, responds with a melodic call. All right, let us proceed. Wang Ming leaps into the water. Enveloped in Mew's formidable protective aura, he is determined to explore the mysteries of the abyss. Chapter 109. Gathering in the Royal Sea area beneath the surface. The ocean is far from tranquil, mingling with the black substance that spreads rapidly in all directions. Wherever it flows, darkness prevails, erasing the vibrant colors of the seabed flora. Suddenly, a torrent of water rushes at Wang Ming, who instinctively dodges. Looking back, he discovers it is an infected anglerfish. This anglerfish has grown to an enormous size, exceeding the typical dimensions by 2 or 3 times, with razor-sharp teeth capable of crushing steel, emanating a menacing aura. The dark anglerfish opens its gaping maw, thrashing its tail as it charges towards Wang Ming, intent on devouring him. Fortunately, with Mew's protection, the anglerfish is swiftly dispatched with a mere flick of Mew's finger before it can reach Wang Ming. The Pokémon here have all succumbed to infection, plunging into darkness and transforming into dark Pokémon. If this situation continues to escalate, the entire Royal Sea area may fall, becoming a realm dominated by dark Pokémon. Wang Ming speaks calmly, his voice betraying the gravity of the situation, which exceeds his expectations, filling him with concern. Should the entire Royal Sea area succumb, it would spell disaster for the entire Pokémon world. It may incite an inevitable war against the dark Pokémon, leaving no one unscathed. It seems necessary to contact the League. Wang Ming murmurs softly. The clandestine organization must also be notified, instructing Yang Shi to send some personnel over. This is a calamity that may incite turmoil. However, it also presents an opportunity to perhaps unveil the secrets lurking behind the Dark Elves. As the de facto rulers of the Pokémon world, the Alliance will undoubtedly not remain idle. Hence, it naturally falls upon the Alliance to address this predicament. Yang Shi and his associates can seize this chance to delve into the phenomena surrounding dark matter and the formation of Dark Elves. This is Wang Ming's strategy, a means to maximize their interests. After placing a call to the Alliance, Wang Ming subsequently reached out to Yang Shi, only to be taken aback by Yang Shi's response. The Dark Lord, the Fifth Elder, is on Cherry Blossom Island. Should we contact him and have him send someone to investigate? The Fifth Elder is one of the elders who upholds the old ideals, as Yang Shi had previously mentioned to Wang Ming. Contemplating this, Wang Ming replied, "For the time being, let us refrain from informing him. I shall seek him out personally in due course." Wang Ming did not even know the Fifth Elder's name. Thus, he would not readily place his trust in a stranger. Although Yang Shi had indicated that the individual was a staunch defender of the old ideals, one can never truly gauge another's heart. What kind of person the Fifth Elder truly is, and whether he is worthy of trust, remains unknown until they meet face to face. Very well, I shall bring a few individuals over. Yang Shi, displaying remarkable acumen, did not inquire further but proceeded as Wang Ming instructed. Do not bring too many. Aim to bring only experts, Wang Ming advised before ending the call. This operation aimed to uncover the secrets of the Dark Elves, not to engage in a conflict with the Alliance. Thus, the quieter their actions, the better. Avoiding conflict altogether would be ideal. What secrets lie hidden behind the Dark Elves? Wang Ming pondered, recalling the events of the second simulation. In the final moments of the second simulation's protagonist, he had glimpsed the ultimate secret of the Dark Elves. Yet, the nature of this secret eluded him, leaving Wang Ming in a state of perplexity. He felt that perhaps this time he might uncover something significant. Just as he was deep in thought, a thunderous roar reverberated through the waters. Suddenly, Wang Ming beheld a dark elf of colossal proportions, akin to the size of a grand vessel, approaching him. It was, unmistakably, a dark roar whale king. The enormity of the roar whale king, already impressive, had been further magnified by the corruption of dark matter, transforming it into a dark elf. The blowhole atop its head was significantly larger than Wang Ming himself. Should it choose to bite down, Wang Ming would scarcely be enough to serve as a morsel. Mew, I entrust this to you. Given the underwater setting, Wang Ming's Pokémon could not easily engage, thus he relied on Mew. Despite facing an adversary whose size dwarfed it exponentially, Mew maintained an air of indifference. Its eyes emanated a fierce brilliance, akin to 2 purple suns, casting light upon the dark roar whale king. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy descended upon the creature, bending its colossal body asunder. The dark roar whale king emitted a pitiful wail, its massive form plummeting toward the abyssal depths of the ocean. Wang Ming paid little heed to the fall of the dark roar whale king. He and Mew pressed onward, intent on uncovering the origin of the dark matter. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, without Wang Ming's protection, chaos ensued. The 2 sisters from the Luo family had already departed for Cherry Blossom Island. Likewise, other trainers possessing flying-type Pokémon also fled, taking their creatures away from the tumult. Those without flying-type Pokémon found themselves in dire straits, trapped with the looming threat of annihilation. Damn it, I must capture a flying-type Pokémon in the future, exclaimed one trainer. filled with frustration at having suffered a setback. Others lamented, eyes filled with envy. At least you have several water-type Pokémon to carry you. We have no means of escape. They looked at their fellow trainers, unable to find solace in their plight. Once this boat capsizes, we all shall meet our demise. This sentiment rang true. In times of distress, there were always those worse off. It boiled down to whom one compared oneself against. Are we to perish here? I refuse to accept this. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Another chimed in, enough. You still have a Galade. You can make do with that. Look at me, apart from my Machoke. I possess nothing, but my Galade is male. In the midst of their peril, the distant roar of engines echoed. A large group clad in white and blue uniforms piloted airships toward them. Ha! Splendid. We are saved. It's the Alliance. Cheer to trainer. Oh, thank the heavens. Fate is not done with me yet. Machoke, do not fear. We are rescued. I shall not let harm come to you. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The arrival of the Alliance personnel rekindled their hopes for survival. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, the expressions of the Alliance members grew grave. Their demeanor even more somber than before. The situation had exceeded their expectations. Chapter 110. The Strange Secret Realm. Report the situation here to headquarters and request reinforcements. The leader instructed in a grave tone. The circumstances were dire, and they could not handle it alone. Understood. One of the team members began liaising with the headquarters on Cherry Blossom Island. Shortly thereafter, he received a response. Captain, headquarters is already aware of the situation and is dispatching personnel to assist. The leader nodded, though his expression remained unyieldingly serious. At that moment, the same team member spoke again. Captain, headquarters also instructed us to ensure the safety of a young man named Wang Ming. The leader paused, stroking his chin, perplexed. Wang Ming? Who is he? The team member replied. According to headquarters, he is a member of the Adventurers Guild, with considerable talent and a key focus for future development. I see, the leader nodded thoughtfully. He was no stranger to such occurrences. The Alliance placed great importance on talented trainers, a fact he understood all too well. You two go and locate the young man named Wang Ming. The rest follow me to rescue those in need. The leader commanded, splitting the group into two. Beneath the deep sea, Wang Ming discovered the source of the darkness, flowing from an enigmatic secret realm. It was his first encounter with such a dense concentration of dark matter, a viscous liquid that melded with the seawater, infecting and corrupting every living creature in its vicinity. No one was spared. Were it not for Mew's protection, he too would be at risk. The entrance to the secret realm lay beneath the depths, continuously spewing forth dark matter. How peculiar. Wang Ming could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. While the emergence of secret realms was random, witnessing one beneath the ocean's depths was unprecedented for him. Moreover, he had never heard of a secret realm that emanated dark matter. Hidden within this phenomenon must lie an unspeakable, earth-shattering secret. Wang Ming murmured to himself, his voice steady. He yearned to investigate further. Yet the eerie dark matter completely obstructed the entrance to the secret realm, rendering entry impossible. Moreover, dark elves were stationed around the entrance as guardians. It remains uncertain whether they were infected or had escaped from the secret realm. The only fortunate aspect was that those dark elves did not attack Wang Ming and Dream. Instead, lingering around the entrance of the secret realm like loyal guardians, safeguarding it from intrusion. Wang Ming was confident that, despite their current non-aggression, should he dare to approach even slightly closer, those dark elves would undoubtedly swarm him, overwhelming him entirely. At that moment, even with Dream's protection, he feared it would be of little consequence. Let us depart. The secrets here are beyond our reach. Wang Ming inhaled deeply, leading Dream away from the site. Under the present circumstances, entering the secret realm to uncover its mysteries was a futile endeavor. Remaining here served no purpose and posed a constant threat from the dark elves. Emerging above the water's surface, Wang Ming summoned his Dragonite, gracefully rejoining the heavens. His sudden appearance drew the attention of many, including members of the Pokémon League. Could he be Wang Ming? One of the League personnel murmured, gazing at Wang Ming, who radiated vigor in the sky. Noticing the man's gaze, Wang Ming lowered his head. Locking eyes with him. A member of the Pokémon League? I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Wang Ming stroked Dragonite's neck, signaling it to descend rapidly. Upon reaching the man, he revealed his guild badge. Adventurers Guild Team Leader, Wang Ming. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy, and he saluted Wang Ming with the League's formal greeting before introducing himself. Rescue Team Member Sun Ing. Team Leader Wang. This area is exceedingly perilous. The League has instructed us to ensure your safety. You should return to Sakura Island with us. The situation was complex, and despite Wang Ming's formidable strength alongside Dragonite, Sun Ying deemed it unsafe. However, Wang Ming shook his head, declining Sun Ying's kind offer. No, I can protect myself. Moreover, there are numerous wild Pokémon in a state of frenzy, and the presence of dark elves is rampant. Your manpower is evidently insufficient. My remaining here will aid you. Wang Ming had his own plans. Cosmoem was still a level shy of completing its evolution, and the Pokémon before him were ideal for leveling up. This would not only satisfy his needs, but also showcase his character, garnering admiration from those around him. Why not seize the opportunity? Sun Ying recognized the truth in Wang Ming's words, yet he was aware that Wang Ming was a priority for protection from headquarters, and he could not afford any mishaps. However, just as Sun Ying was about to persuade Wang Ming otherwise, he was abruptly interrupted. You need not say more. My decision is final. Do not worry about the league. I will explain later. With that, Wang Ming turned and plunged into the fray. Sun Ying watched Wang Ming's figure with admiration, noting how rare it was to find someone so undaunted by adversity, especially at such a young age. Such qualities were indeed commendable. Nonetheless, despite his admiration for Wang Ming, he felt compelled to report this matter to his superior. If the league were to hold him accountable, he could not bear the consequences. The battle raged fiercely and brutally. Eventually, even the shiny Scyther had no choice but to join the fight. This confrontation persisted for several hours until reinforcements from the league arrived, ensuring everyone's safety. Yet, the crisis was far from over. Dark matter continued to spread through the waters, consuming more wild Pokémon. The league swiftly implemented measures, completely sealing off the entire Royal Sky Sea. Wang Ming was subsequently escorted to Sakura Island. However, this was of little consequence compared to the excitement Wang Ming felt at the prospect of his Pokémon Cosmoem finally reaching its ultimate evolution. Beep. Your Pokémon Cosmoem has met the conditions for evolution. Would you like to initiate the evolution now? Friendly reminder. Cosmoem has two possible evolution forms. It can evolve into Solgaleo during the day or Lunala at night. What should it evolve into? Wang Ming pondered, contemplating his final decision. This was a critically significant choice that would impact his future. After much deliberation, Wang Ming ultimately resolved, the Herald of the Sun, Solgaleo. This decision came after thorough consideration. Firstly, Solgaleo aligns more with the temperament of a male trainer. Its predecessor was also Solgaleo, and Wang Ming had a particular fondness for it. Secondly, he feared that if he evolved into Lunala, Shinado would become jealous. Although Lunala is genderless, jealousy knows no gender. Thirdly, Solgaleo leans towards offense, while Lunala is more supportive. Wang Ming preferred to take the initiative rather than adopt a defensive stance. Additionally, he already possessed the power of Tokiwa. A support Pokémon would not significantly benefit his team. Thus, weighing these 3 points, Wang Ming decided to have Cosmoem evolve into Solgaleo. Chapter 111. The Herald of the Sun. Regrettably, it was now evening. Otherwise, he could have allowed Cosmoem to evolve immediately. Wang Ming looked up at the sky, a hint of disappointment passing over his face. It was already twilight, and if Cosmoem evolved now, it would only become Lunala, which was not the outcome he desired. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. With a sigh, Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement within him. On the morrow, he would obtain a powerful legendary Pokémon, Solgaleo. Furthermore, he personally adored the night, for it offered the opportunity to engage in myriad activities. After finding an inn, Wang Ming eagerly climbed into bed. Once more, it was a two-person bed, so comfortable. He had not neglected any of his skills. That night proved to be another one of those sleepless nights. The following day, perhaps due to his regular physical training, Shinado had gradually adapted, no longer feeling awkward or uncomfortable. After a hearty breakfast and some morning exercises, the two finally rose. The first thing Wang Ming did upon waking was to eagerly access the system and release Cosmoem. System, commence evolution, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. As soon as he spoke, a radiant white light enveloped Cosmoem, the very essence of evolution. The brilliance was dazzling. Yet Wang Ming could discern the silhouette of Cosmoem undergoing a monumental transformation within. Herald of the Sun, emerge. Though the waiting felt interminable, the result was indeed worthy. When the white light receded, a Pokémon emanating brilliant radiance and the aura of a champion appeared before Wang Ming. The Herald of the Sun, Solgaleo. The moment Wang Ming had yearned for had finally arrived. Ha ha ha, Solgaleo, you have returned. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled, unsure if it was tears or merely the reflection of Solgaleo's brilliance. Regardless, his heart brimmed with excitement and joy. Roar. Solgaleo responded with a mighty roar, reciprocating Wang Ming's emotions, as if reminiscing about the past. Wang Ming opened his arms wide, embracing Solgaleo, conveying sincere feelings. Simultaneously, He utilized his insight to examine Solgalio's information. Pokémon, Solgaleo, gender, genderless, level, 53, base stats, 680, type, psychic steel, ability, full metal body, abilities and moves used by opponents cannot lower its stats. Hidden ability, legendary, held item, none, moves, teleport, meteor beam, metal claw, cosmic power, morning sun, iron head, metal sound, Psyshock, cannon beam, morning sun, crunch, metal burst, solar blaze. It is undeniable that the capabilities of Solgaleo have undergone a dramatic transformation post-evolution, rendering its previous form nearly incomparable. Now, Solgaleo stands proudly among the elite deities. Aside from the need for further level enhancement, it is nearly flawless in every other aspect. Once equipped with a suitable item, it shall undoubtedly embody the essence of dominance. A smile graced Wang Ming's face, for the emergence of Solgaleo has significantly elevated his overall prowess. However, as a divine creature, Solgaleo cannot frequently reveal itself. It is to be summoned only in moments of utmost significance. Therefore, the responsibility for everyday battles shall still rest upon the shoulders of the shiny Scyther. Wang Ming harbored no objections to this arrangement, trusting that the shiny Scyther would be more than willing to comply. After spending some time bonding with Solgaleo, he finally returned it to its Pokeball and departed with Shinado. Meanwhile, in the Royal Sea region, deep beneath the ocean's surface, the Pokémon League had successfully stabilized the situation after a day of relentless efforts. The dark matter had been contained within a defined perimeter, preventing any further spread. Although the majority of the infected Pokémon remained unaddressed, the matter had been handed over to the Adventurers Guild. They were confident that the guild would efficiently manage the dark Pokémon. Most importantly, they had identified the source of the dark matter leak. At that moment, a multitude of personnel gathered at the site. The secret realm ahead was enveloped by dark Pokémon, continuously oozing black, viscous liquid. Strangely, those dark Pokémon did not launch an assault. Instead, they appeared to be guarding something or awaiting a command. Deploying deep-sea robots to erect a psychic barrier around the secret realm would promptly eliminate these bothersome entities. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair issued commands with a tone of unwavering authority, leaving no room for dissent. He was a core member of the Sakura Island League headquarters. Having devoted decades to the study of secret realms, possessing a wealth of experience and knowledge, and serving as the overall leader of the operation with absolute authority. Dr. Gutian, the coverage range of the psychic barrier is limited. It is unlikely to resolve so many dark Pokémon in one go. A staff member responsible for the barrier setup voiced his concern. Then we shall repeat the process until they are all dealt with. Dr. Gutian replied coldly, his tone unmistakably harsh. However, if we provoke those dark Pokémon, our situation may become precarious, the staff member insisted, steeling himself to consider all potential outcomes. What is there to fear? Those dark Pokémon, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly sink the Titan submarine. Dr. Gutian's voice grew even icier, clearly displeased by the challenge to his authority. This Titan submarine was specifically designed for special operations, exceptionally robust, and equipped with a formidable weaponry system. Even in the face of severe attacks, it would emerge unscathed. If you are unwilling to proceed with the setup, I can find someone else. The staff member offered a wry smile, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. While the Titan submarine might withstand the dark Pokémon's assaults, they had not come with only one submarine. The other submarines lacked the Titan's capabilities, and should the dark Pokémon truly revolt, it would be the others who would suffer the consequences. Very well, I shall proceed with the setup, he conceded, recognizing that this was a situation he could not prevent. Should he persist in his objections, he risked losing his position entirely. The League operated under a strict hierarchy, and a single word from Dr. Gutian could render years of his hard work meaningless. Thus, he dared not speak further and chose to comply. Chapter 112. The Fallen Fairy of Darkness. The underwater robot's engines hummed as it advanced slowly toward the horde of dark Pokémon. This was an exceptionally advanced technology capable of utilizing the power of psychic gems to establish a psychic field, subjecting the dark Pokémon within to psychic assaults, thereby inflicting devastating damage upon them. Depending on the intensity, the psychic fields were categorized into 4 levels: normal, strong, super strong, and destructive. Dr. Gutian opted for the super strong level for this operation to ensure an infallible strike. The destructive level, due to its overwhelming power, was typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances, and the current situation had yet to reach such severity. Moreover, the establishment of a destructive level psychic field was exceedingly complex and fraught with limitations. It could not be set up in the depths of the ocean, which was another reason Dr. Gutian had chosen the super strong level. Soon, all 8 underwater robots were in position, commencing the launch of psychic beams to create the psychic field. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously motionless dark Pokémon seemed to sense impending danger, erupting into chaos as they pivoted en masse, countless eyes fixating intently on the assembled personnel. The sudden shift sent chills through the crowd, causing them to feel a wave of dread wash over them. Could it be that? A voice began. But before the thought could be completed, a series of explosions erupted in succession. One by one, the underwater robots stationed at various points detonated, illuminating the dim ocean floor with brilliant bursts of fire. What is happening? How could the underwater robots explode without warning? Dr. Gutian exclaimed, his expression a mixture of confusion and horror. However, it was not long before he discerned the cause. Under the illumination, a figure emerged from the shadows, a dark Pokémon. Its form as black as ink, revealing itself. In its hand, it clutched a liquid dart, which it casually hurled toward the last remaining underwater robot. A dark Greninja. My heavens, it is indeed a dark Greninja. From its appearance, it was evident that this was no ordinary Greninja that had undergone mutation. Could it possibly be a bond form? Unthinkable. If that were the case, what would become of them? An atmosphere of terror swiftly spread among the crowd, plunging them into panic. Look, the dark Pokémon are in a frenzy. Suddenly, someone shouted, tightening everyone's focus once more. They turned to witness the dark Pokémon surging toward them like an unstoppable tide, a sight both overwhelming and striking. Retreat. We must leave this place. Doctor. Gutian shouted anxiously at the staff. Faced with the frenzied onslaught of so many dark Pokémon, even the Titan submarine could not guarantee their safety. Attack. Activate the psychic cannons. Do not let them encircle us. The Titan submarine, formidable as it was, could barely withstand the assault, let alone the smaller submarines. The army of dark Pokémon surged forth, and the first to bear the brunt were the smaller submarines. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed deafeningly. In mere moments, several submarines had already been sunk by the dark Pokémon. The Jingang Hawk, fortified by its formidable firepower system, finds itself in a relatively favorable position. Not ensnared in a dire predicament, yet the situation remains far from optimistic. Increase the firepower. If these brutes are unafraid of death, let them come forth. Dr. Gutian's visage contorted with ferocity, his expression bordering on madness. Affirmative. The frequency of the super energy cannon was adjusted to its maximum, and with each discharge, legions of dark elves perished. However, this did little to impede the relentless advance of the dark elves, as countless numbers surged toward them. Amidst the fiercest turmoil of battle, none noticed that the dark matter at the entrance of the secret realm began to dissipate, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness. A human, or more accurately, a humanoid spirit. She possessed the physique and appearance of a human, yet her ears were those of a beast, and her eyes exuded an alluring charm that ensnared all who gazed upon her. Her form was exquisite, with curves that rivaled those of a human woman, perhaps even surpassing them. Yet, oddly, she bore 9 tails at her posterior, evoking an uncanny resemblance to a legendary fox spirit reincarnate. Though unnoticed by the masses, her existence was undeniable, as she lurked behind the dark elves like a queen commanding her army. Beside her stood the imposing figure of the dark ninja frog. On Sakurazuka Island, at the venue of the Pokémon fighting tournament, Wang Ming tirelessly sought clues regarding the evolutionary tome, yet to no avail. By chance, he stumbled upon a promotional poster for the tournament and followed the directions to this location. In truth, he held little interest in the Pokémon fighting tournament. However, the promotional content on the poster piqued his curiosity. Miss Joy? Indeed, the Dark Horse competitor advertised on the poster was none other than Miss Joy. Moreover, she donned a nurse's outfit. Can one fathom a shapely young woman transforming her nurse's attire into something akin to a bikini? Wang Ming had witnessed it firsthand. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the young lady's name, Joy Lane. Wang Ming surmised that Joy Lane might belong to the same lineage as Joy from the Reincarnation Simulation. Thus, he aimed to leverage Joy Lane to unearth clues about the evolutionary tome. Regardless, this approach seemed far superior to aimlessly searching like a headless fly. Upon entering the competition venue, Wang Ming arrived at an inopportune moment. The contest had already concluded. However, fortune smiled upon him, for he beheld Joy Lane. At that moment, she stood atop the podium, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Wang Ming, taking his time, awaited patiently on the stage. Once the award ceremony drew to a close and Joy Lane exited, he seized his opportunity. As she prepared to leave the tournament grounds, Wang Ming approached Joy Lane and articulated his purpose, hoping she could assist him. Joy Lane regarded Wang Ming's appearance with surprise, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Coupled with his claim of being a fighting-type Pokémon trainer, it ignited her competitive spirit. I can answer your questions, but first, you must face me in battle. If you defeat me, your request shall be granted. Joy Lane licked her lips, her excitement palpable. Though her family hailed from a lineage of healers, she held little affection for such pursuits, favoring the exhilarating thrill of trainer battles, particularly those involving fighting-type Pokémon, which sent her heart racing. Very well, Wang Ming chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. To acquire information regarding the evolutionary tome, he had no choice but to engage in this fierce contest. Chapter 113, The God of War. The Super Blaziken within the arena, the previously dispersed audience halted their exodus, returning to witness the unfolding duel. They had previously beheld Joy Lane's enchanting combat prowess, captivating in its allure. It was as if a stunning beauty were performing a sultry dance, embodying both temptation and the fervor of battle, a true display of violent aesthetics. To witness Joy Lane in combat was indeed a grand delight. Many male trainers were particularly enamored, some even driven to madness by her prowess. It was not mere lust, but a pure admiration for the artistry of fighting-type Pokémon battles. Now, to have the chance to witness Joy Lane's grace once more ignited their excitement. Not only male trainers, but even female trainers found themselves entranced by Joy Lane's combat skills. The fervor may have waned, yet the passion remained undiminished. In the battle arena, Joy Lane and Wang Ming stood opposed, their gazes locked, the flames of battle igniting in their eyes. The audience buzzed with speculation, pointing fingers and whispering among themselves. What is this boy's background? How dare he challenge our goddess? Doesn't he know she is the champion of this fighting tournament? Humph, a mere attention seeker. Nothing more than a clown. Yet, we must give him credit. Without him, how could we appreciate the goddess's splendor? Indeed, let us be clever and ensure we capture photographs. They shall serve as mementos for future reminiscing. Ha ha ha. We all understand. Below, Joy Lane unleashed her Lucario first. This was her pride and joy. The Pokémon that had secured her victory, its strength formidable. Lucario, the Aura Pokémon, a powerful fighter indeed. Allow me to introduce you to this valiant champion. Come forth, Blaziken. In response to Lucario, Wang Ming accorded due respect, summoning his most potent Pokémon. Lucario emerged with an air of dignity, akin to a lone wolf surveying the world. Blaziken matched this energy, bursting forth enveloped in flames, a fiery deity standing resolute amidst the arena. Though the battle had yet to commence, the tension between them was palpable, their energies clashing with an intensity that seemed to freeze the very air around them. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, reverberating to the heavens. Lucario, use Bone Rush. Blaziken, unleash a focused flame. Both trainers initiated their assaults simultaneously. Lucario darted forward, rapidly closing the gap to Blaziken, while Blaziken, engulfed in flames, surged forth like a blazing dragon toward Lucario. Amidst the fray, Wang Ming activated his insight eye to glean information about Lucario. Pokémon, Lucario, gender, male, level, 48, base stats, 525, type, fighting steel. Ability, inner focus, prevents flinching. Boosting speed upon activation. Hidden ability, epic, item, black belt, enhances the power of fighting-type moves. Moves, Aura Sphere, Quick Attack, Detect, Metal Claw, Swords Dance, Bone Rush, Counter. Bulk up, Meditate. The level is commendable. Had it been anyone else, they might not have stood a chance against you. Alas, you have encountered me. Wang Ming grinned. This battle held no uncertainty. Even without allowing Blaziken to Mega Evolve, victory was assured. However, to expedite the resolution of this skirmish, he deemed that Mega Evolution would be the most prudent course of action. Certainly, his actions were not motivated by arrogance, but rather by the urgency of time. Blaziken. Mega Evolve. Wang Ming's expression turned grave and solemn as he placed his right hand upon the Mega Stone. Instantly, a radiant white light emanated from the Mega Stone, transforming into a silver dragon that intertwined and fused with the luminous white energy emanating from Blaziken's own Mega Stone in the skies above. Subsequently, the white light grew even more resplendent, resembling a miniature sun that illuminated the entire firmament. Roar! Blaziken leapt into the air, embracing the baptism of the white light. Mega Evolution. This young lad possesses a Megastone. Alas, my goddess is destined to be ruthlessly ravaged. It is over. My goddess has already taken on a form belonging to another. The crowd erupted in fervor. A cacophony of lamentation and astonishment ensued. The Megastone is an exceedingly rare entity, not something just anyone can possess. Even a champion might not necessarily have a Mega Stone, let alone achieve Mega Evolution. Yet, this young boy demonstrated what true Mega Evolution entails, leaving everyone envious. Even Joy Lane was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief, her ample bosom seemingly animated with excitement. Who is this fellow? Capable of executing a Mega Evolution? No. If this continues, I am certain to lose. I must not allow him to complete his Mega Evolution. Joy Lane recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly initiated remedial measures to avert disaster. Lucario, use Aura Sphere to attack him. Luke, Aura Sphere is Lucario's most formidable move, and his signature technique. A dazzling energy sphere coalesced in Lucario's grasp, as if encapsulating an entire galaxy. Luke, with a commanding shout, Lucario hurled the energy sphere toward the airborne Blaziken. At that moment, Blaziken had completed its Mega Evolution. Upon seeing the Aura Sphere hurtling toward it, the Mega Blaziken scoffed, effortlessly dodging with a swift bend. In an instant, it appeared before Lucario, executing a blaze kick aimed directly at Lucario's face. Fortunately, endowed with the power of Aura, Lucario evaded the sudden assault of the Mega Blaziken. Well done, Lucario. Joy Lane cheered, her spirits lifted. However, this joy was fleeting. Just as Lucario retreated, the Mega Blaziken pursued with astonishing speed, akin to a phantasm. Watch out, Lucario, it's right behind you. Quickly evade. Joy Lane urgently shouted, her face etched with concern. Alas, she was a moment too late. By the time Lucario heeded her warning, Blaziken's attack had already struck him. Enveloped in searing flames, its fist descended like a meteor, crashing with unrelenting force against Lucario's chin. Flare Blitz makes its grand entrance. A fire dragon roared, soaring into the heavens, propelling Lucario skyward. Roar! The Mega Blaziken leapt, causing the ground to fracture beneath its immense power. Boom! A punch followed by a kick. The blaze kick succeeded the Flare Blitz, sending Lucario flying through the air. Crash! The meteor struck the earth, a shooting star streaking across the sky. Lucario collided violently with the ground, creating a substantial crater. Dust billowed, engulfing the area. Lucario was lost within the chaos, its fate uncertain. Lucario, are you all right? Joy Lane called out anxiously, deeply concerned for Lucario's condition. Luke, fortunately, a response emerged from the dust, assuring Joy Lane that Lucario was still conscious, preventing the tears from spilling forth from her eyes. Thank goodness you're okay, come back. No more fighting. Joy Lane spoke tenderly, her heart aching. The recent barrage of attacks had inflicted significant damage. Even if Lucario had not lost consciousness, it was undoubtedly gravely injured. Joy Lane wished to spare Lucario from further suffering, hence her insistence. Yet, Lucario was determined to continue the fight, unwilling to concede. The indomitable fire within it burned fiercely, igniting its fighting spirit. Disregarding Joy Lane's command, Lucario initiated another assault. However, sheer willpower was not enough. The power of the Mega Blaziken was simply beyond its capacity to withstand. In the blink of an eye, Lucario was sent hurtling back once more, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. This time, its injuries were even more severe. Standing was a challenge, and it could no longer fight. I concede. No more fighting, Joy Lane exclaimed, rushing to Lucario's side, cradling it in her arms. Lucario, are you all right? I told you not to fight anymore. Why didn't you listen and insist on being so brave? Tears welled up in Joy Lane's eyes once more. Yet she resolutely held them back. Lucario was her dearest companion, and witnessing its grievous injuries weighed heavily on her heart. Luke witnessing his trainer's distress. Lucario felt a pang of guilt, believing it had failed to protect her, causing her worry. At that moment, Wang Ming approached. He walked directly to Joy Lane's side and offered her a tissue. Thank you, Joy Lane murmured, though her tone betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. I will fulfill my promise. Feel free to ask any questions you desire, Wang Ming replied with a shake of his head, smiling. There's no rush. Let me first assist you in healing its injuries. Wang Ming gestured toward Lucario in Joy Lane's embrace. Are you a doctor? Joy Lane inquired, taken aback, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. Wang Ming chose not to pry with questions initially. Instead, he focused on aiding her Pokémon, which pleasantly surprised her and considerably enhanced her regard for him. Not exactly, Wang Ming replied, shaking his head. However, I possess the ability to heal Pokémon. With that, he extended his hands, hovering them above Lucario's head. Instantly, a pure essence of life cascaded downward, which Lucario absorbed entirely, mending its injured form. Lucario, infused with the life essence, began to recover at a visibly accelerated pace. Joy Lane's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment as she gazed at Wang Ming. Are you an inheritor of special abilities? This extraordinary power, once possessed by her ancestors, not only allowed for the healing of Pokémon, but also enabled seamless communication with them. A remarkable phenomenon. Wang Ming offered a slight smile. While he did not explicitly affirm, the implications were unmistakable. Let us depart. This place is ill-suited for conversation. I will take you somewhere more appropriate. Leaving the arena behind, the pair sought refuge in a tea house, settling down to converse over tea. Perseverance bore fruit. Wang Ming indeed acquired information regarding the Book of Evolution. Moreover, his earlier assumptions had proven correct. Joylane was indeed a member of the Joy family, and she held the esteemed title of the family's heiress. However, due to her innate disinterest in healing arts and a penchant for battle, she had stealthily slipped away to participate in the fighting tournament. According to Joylane, the Book of Evolution was an ancient tome that her Joy family had long safeguarded, pinned by a man entwined with her ancestry. It was said to contain astonishing secrets regarding Pokémon evolution. Yet, the Book of Evolution remained locked away within the Evolution Tower, its true nature concealed from prying eyes. To behold the true essence of the Book of Evolution, one must first acquire the key to enter the Tower of Evolution, and subsequently endure its trials to reach the final level where the book awaits. The key to this tower is held firmly within the grasp of the Joy family. Only by successfully passing the trials laid out by the Joy family can one obtain the key to the Tower of Evolution. Each year, numerous trainers manage to pass the Joy family's trials and secure the key. Yet none have ever successfully traversed the entirety of the tower to witness the Book of Evolution's true form. From this, Wang Ming deduces that the Tower of Evolution is not an easy challenge to overcome. If I wish to obtain the key to the Tower of Evolution, must I simply venture to your Joy family? Wang Ming pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze to Joylane, inquiring earnestly. Joylane flashed a charming smile and replied, "To participate in my family's trials, certain conditions must be met. At the very least, one must possess the badge from the 8 major gyms of Sakura Island." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, considering that you have just bested me and healed my Lucario, I can grant you a special favor, allowing you to bypass the need for the 8 gym badges and directly participate in my family's trials." Wang Ming's heart swelled with joy, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. This way, I won't have to waste time collecting the gym badges, saving me considerable time." "No need for thanks. I appreciate a gentleman who possesses both strength and thoughtfulness towards women. Let us exchange WeChat. I believe we could become good friends." "Certainly." Wang Ming, eager to expedite his participation in the Joy family's assessment, readily agreed. However, his resting Shinado stirred with discontent. Fortunately, Wang Ming utilized his telepathic abilities to soothe her, ultimately calming her spirit. "Let us proceed. I shall escort you back to my family." With Wang Ming's contact information in hand, Joylane appeared quite pleased as she cheerfully led him away from the tea house. Upon their return to the family estate, Joylane brought Wang Ming to the arena. "Please wait here. I will fetch my uncle." With that, she departed. Joylane's uncle, Joy Yunshan, was the guardian responsible for the key to the Tower of Evolution and the administration of the trials. To obtain the key, Wang Ming must defeat Joylane. He wondered just how formidable her uncle might be. In this moment of leisure, Wang Ming began to contemplate the upcoming battle. However, he mused that it likely would not be too challenging. If he aimed to pass the trial, he felt confident in his abilities. This was not mere arrogance, but a reflection of his established prowess among the younger generation of trainers. If he could not pass, it would suggest that very few could. This realization seemed to conflict with Joylane's earlier statements, leading Wang Ming to believe that his chances of success were quite favorable. As he pondered, Joylane returned, accompanied by a stern middle-aged man. This man bore a square jaw and sported a small goatee beneath his nose, which, rather than diminishing his authority, lent him an air of solemnity. He was indeed Joy Yunshan. "You are the challenger for this trial?" Joy Yunshan's gaze swept over Wang Ming, his tone icy. Wang Ming responded with calm composure, "Yes. I have heard you defeated Joylane?" Joy Yunshan inquired, his demeanor now even more imposing, exuding a palpable pressure directed at Wang Ming. At that moment, a surge of overwhelming energy enveloped Wang Ming, shattering Joy Yunshan's imposing aura and causing him to stagger back in astonishment. "Shinado, take action." Feeling Wang Ming's distress, Shinado's fury ignited. This was her man, and she would not allow anyone to harm him. Wang Ming was taken aback by Shinado's sudden emergence. "I'm fine. Please don't be angry," he gently reassured her, not wishing to escalate the situation with Joy Yunshan. Shinado's expression softened, yet her gaze remained fixed on Joy Yunshan. Should he make any further aggressive moves, she would not hold back. Joy Yunshan halted, a mix of shock and trepidation flooding his senses. He was astonished that this woman had appeared from nowhere, wielding formidable, mysterious power. Simultaneously, he sensed a lethal intent emanating from Shinado. Joylin, standing aside, was equally taken aback by the unfolding drama. She shot her uncle an irked glance, then turned her apologetic gaze to Wang Ming, as if to say something. However, upon observing Shinado beside him, she hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. The beauty of Shinado was unparalleled, captivating not only women but men as well. Joylin had always been confident in her own allure, having entranced countless handsome youths. Yet in comparison to Shinado, she felt overshadowed. Even her prized figure paled in contrast. The presence of such a flawless woman beside Wang Ming dealt a heavy blow to Joylin's aspirations of pursuing him. Nevertheless, she considered remaining a close confidant. At that moment, Joy Yinshan spoke. The earlier incident had left him feeling humiliated, prompting him to seek a way to challenge Wang Ming. Young man, although Joylin has informed me of your circumstances, I have yet to witness your battle prowess. I can understand your lack of the Sakura Island Gym badge. But to challenge me, you must demonstrate your strength. Joy Yinshan scoffed, hoping to put Wang Ming in a difficult position. However, when Wang Ming produced a gleaming medal from his pocket, the smile on Joy Yinshan's face abruptly vanished. This is the champion badge from the North Capital City Trainer Tournament. Do you believe it suffices? Wang Ming smiled lightly, radiating an aura of confidence. Joy Yinshan's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Wang Ming in disbelief. This young man was the champion of a city-level competition, a revelation he had not anticipated. This indicated that Wang Ming possessed the strength of a quasi-elite trainer. No wonder Joylin had fallen to him. It seemed he had come prepared. Joy Yinshan's expression turned grave as he sensed the impending outcome. He was reluctant to face a defeat at Wang Ming's hands. Thus, he resolved to impose additional difficulty. A subtle smirk crept across his lips. You are indeed qualified. I shall not waste time. Let us begin. Defeat me, and you shall gain entry to the Tower of Evolution. Joy Yinshan feigned seriousness, though internally he was plotting how to teach Wang Ming a lesson. Come forth, Sovereign Serpent. Upon seeing the Sovereign Serpent, Joylin's expression shifted from surprise to fury as she glared at her uncle. Uncle, how could you do this? According to tradition, Joy Yinshan should have sent out Galaga, not the Sovereign Serpent. The Sovereign Serpent was one of his most formidable allies, far superior to Galaga. By deploying it, Joy Yinshan was clearly intent on making things difficult for Wang Ming. Ignoring Joylin's ire, Joy Yinshan replied flatly, Joylin, you may observe from the sidelines. Do not interfere in this matter. Wang Ming also discerned something from the conversation between the two, yet he chose to remain discreet. Glancing at the information regarding the monarch snake, he felt a surge of assurance and a smirk of mockery graced his lips. Miss Joy, let it be the monarch snake. I am indifferent, he remarked, winking at Joy Lane. Joy Lane, puzzled, opened her mouth to caution Wang Ming, but suddenly recalled something, breaking into a mischievous grin. All right, as you wish, I shall refrain from intervening. With that, she made a face at Joy Yinshan, displaying her disdain. Joy Yinshan, however, chose not to engage with her and redirected his focus to the impending battle. Unleash your Pokémon. I have no desire to squander time, he stated coldly. Wang Ming replied with a calm smile. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. He then slowly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Go forth, Blaziken. The moment Blaziken descended amidst a tempest of flames, Joy Yinshan was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Wang Ming's Pokémon would be Blaziken, a perfect counter to his monarch snake. Joy Yinshan's expression was one of utter humiliation, akin to having consumed something repugnant. Meanwhile, Joy Lane was unable to contain her laughter and continued to mock Joy Yinshan. Joy Yinshan found himself at a loss for words. After all, Joy Lane was a member of the Joy family. Why was she so openly siding against him? Nevertheless, he had no time to ponder this, for the battle had commenced. Chapter 116. Entering the Evolution Tower with your heart. Respond to my call. Evolve beyond limits. Blaziken. As the soul-stirring cry resounded, Blaziken became the sole beacon of light in this world, a vision of brilliance and radiance. Mega Evolution. How is this possible? Joy Yinshan was left in shock, profoundly moved by the spectacle before him. His eyes reflected nothing but astonishment, devoid of any other emotion. Mega Evolution, a name so sacred, yearned for by countless individuals yet elusive to attain. Even he, despite possessing a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, lacked a Mega Stone, let alone the requisite Keystone. Initially, this battle was already stacked against him, and now, with Blaziken having undergone Mega Evolution, the outcome was all but certain. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he had no chance of victory. Yet, even so, Joy Yinshan did not concede. He chose to confront the harsh realities of life. In his view, a trainer may not possess overwhelming strength, but must maintain a resilient mindset, never yielding easily. Even when faced with formidable foes, one must possess the courage to battle. Surrender is merely another epithet for the weak. Go forth, Monarch Snake, and demonstrate your true prowess. Joy Yunshan roared, fighting alongside his Monarch Snake. Wang Ming, suppressing his smile, adopted a serious demeanor. Battle demanded utmost seriousness, and it could not be taken lightly. Mega Blaziken. Let the flames consume all. Wang Ming issued his command, preparing for a grand showdown. Roar. Mega Blaziken was enveloped in flames, emerging as if from molten lava. The terrifying heat distorting the very air around it. It leapt into the sky, gathering flames in its hands before diving down at breakneck speed, transforming into a blazing meteor aimed at the Monarch Snake. The Monarch Snake conjured a green energy sphere before it, exuding a life force as it hurled the sphere towards the oncoming Mega Blaziken. Mega Blaziken, fierce and unyielding, did not flinch, raising its fist to collide directly with the energy sphere. Boom! With a single punch, the energy sphere detonated in midair, yet not a single scratch marred Mega Blaziken. Roar! Mega Blaziken lifted its foot and sent several approaching energy spheres flying. Monarch Snake, grow and unleash Leaf Blade. At that moment, Joy Yunshan seemed to have found an opportunity. Excitedly shouting, the Monarch Snake let out a cry, its body rapidly expanding, growing more than double its size in the blink of an eye. Even Mega Blaziken appeared diminutive before it. Subsequently, the Monarch Snake whipped its tail, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp leaves. Roar! Mega Blaziken opened its mouth and unleashed a fire dragon, effortlessly obliterating the Monarch Snake's leaf blades. At that moment, Mega Blaziken had already reached the side of the Monarch Snake. With a swift motion, Mega Blaziken executed a fire punch aimed directly at the Monarch Snake's vital point. Joy Yunshan urgently commanded, Monarch Snake, evade it. The Monarch Snake, with its supple body, bent into a circle just as Mega Blaziken's punch struck out. Well done, Monarch Snake. Joy Yunshan's face lit up with joy. Use bind, he ordered, prompting the Monarch Snake to initiate a counterattack, attempting to ensnare Mega Blaziken. Mega Blaziken advanced rather than retreating, forcefully grasping the Monarch Snake's waist with both hands. The Monarch Snake let out a shriek as it was unceremoniously lifted into the air. Bang! Mega Blaziken hurled the Monarch Snake down with tremendous force. Before the Monarch Snake could regain its bearings, it was once again flung into the air by Mega Blaziken. Bang! Bang bang! The series of resounding impacts echoed continuously, leaving deep imprints on the ground. The Monarch Snake was utterly dazed, having lost all sense of consciousness. Boom! Sensing that the Monarch Snake had lost its ability to fight, Mega Blaziken ceased its assault, releasing the Monarch Snake. However, due to inertia, the Monarch Snake uncontrollably flew backward, crashing into a distant stone wall. My dear friend, I concede, Wang Ming stated with composure, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant. Yet the faint smile adorning his face ignited Joy Yunshan's ire. He found himself unable to vent his frustrations on Wang Ming, forcing him to bottle up his feelings. Defeat is defeat, and victory is victory. Despite Joy Yunshan's narrow-mindedness and questionable character, he was undeniably skilled in Pokémon battles. I have lost. Here is the key to the Evolution Tower, he stated, handing Wang Ming a slender stone without hesitation. Thank you. Wang Ming accepted the key with gratitude. Then followed Joy Lane as she led him to the Evolution Tower. The Evolution Tower, situated within the Joy family estate, was an imposing structure, constructed of ancient colossal stones and towering 10 stories high. Standing below and gazing upward inspired a profound sense of reverence. This is the Evolution Tower. The evolution book you seek resides within. Whether you obtain it depends on your capabilities, Joy Lane said with a light chuckle, providing an introduction. Wang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Taking a deep breath, he inserted the key into the stone door. With a rumble that shook the ground, the stone door slowly creaked open, and the key transformed into dust, swept away by a gust of wind. What just happened? Wang Ming inquired, pointing at the vanishing key, a look of confusion on his face. Joy Lane explained, this is a protective measure of the Joy family. There is no need for concern. Should you wish to enter the Evolution Tower again in the future, simply challenge it once more. Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Joy Lane smiled gently, resembling blooming cherry blossoms. All right, step inside. I wish you success in finding the evolution book. Joy Lane waved at Wang Ming, offering her blessings. I will. Wang Ming replied with a confident smile as he stepped inside. The Evolution Tower, Wang Ming had finally arrived. Chapter 117. Reality and Illusion Inside the Evolution Tower. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. Wang Ming surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing. He cautiously advanced, seeking a potential escape. Tap! As his toes touched the ground. A crisp sound resonated through the air, echoing and causing ripples in the atmosphere. Buzzing followed, and a peculiar sound emerged, leading to a transformation in his surroundings. Darkness was replaced by a gentle light, unveiling a heartwarming scene before Wang Ming's eyes. In this tableau, a remarkably handsome young man conversed animatedly with a sweet-faced girl beneath a cherry blossom tree, petals dancing in the air, occasionally landing on their shoulders, creating an exquisite landscape. Not far from the young man, a Greninja leaped with agility, launching liquid shurikens as if practicing ninjutsu. This familiar sight transported Wang Ming back in time. Miss Joy Greninja, and the protagonist from the fourth reincarnation simulation. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Wasn't this scene a reflection of the protagonist's life in the fourth reincarnation simulation? Yet, Wang Ming was puzzled. Why did the protagonist's experiences manifest here? Drawing a connection to the creator of the Evolution Tower, a hypothesis sparked in Wang Ming's mind. Everything here seemed to be the protagonist's creation from the fourth reincarnation simulation. But what was his motive? Was it to preserve this beautiful memory? Or did he have ulterior motives? Wang Ming's confusion lingered. Just then, the scene shifted again. The young man vanished, and the beautiful girl disappeared as well. Only Greninja remained, standing with its back to Wang Ming, arms crossed like a solitary, proud wanderer. What did this signify? Did Greninja harbor an undisclosed secret? Wang Ming curiously scrutinized the familiar, yet unfamiliar creature. Gradually, Greninja stirred. It turned to face Wang Ming, two beams of light shooting from its eyes, fixating intently on him. Startled by this sudden display, Wang Ming instinctively retreated a few steps. As he regained his composure, he realized Greninja seemed to come to life, slowly approaching him. How could this be? Wang Ming's mind raced in disbelief. Greninja had long succumbed to darkness, becoming a shadow Pokémon. Just recently, he had encountered it in the secret realm. Thus, it was impossible for Greninja to appear here in its normal form. An illusion? Yet it felt too vivid to be mere fantasy. Wang Ming murmured, even sensing the cold aura emanating from Greninja pressing toward him. If this were all an illusion, it was truly astonishing. How had the protagonist from the simulation achieved this? Just as Wang Ming pondered, Greninja's speed surged abruptly, charging toward him, the water shuriken in its hands spinning rapidly, emitting a menacing glimmer. Wang Ming's heart raced, a strong sense of danger enveloping him. He had an ominous premonition. If Greninja's water shuriken struck him, he would meet his demise. Though he deemed this a mere illusion, he dared not gamble with his life. Without hesitation, he summoned his own Pokémon for protection. Dragonite, go and handle it. In terms of type advantages, Dragonite was more suited to confront the water and dark-type Greninja than Blaziken. Thus, Wang Ming deployed Dragonite for this battle. Whoosh! The moment Dragonite appeared, Greninja hurled its water shuriken. This Greninja's strength was clearly beyond that of an ordinary Greninja. Having undergone rigorous training in ninjutsu, it possessed significantly enhanced power. Whether in reaction speed or the execution of techniques, it was much stronger. Especially with its signature move, Water Shuriken, it wielded it with remarkable finesse. Its speed increased, catching opponents off guard. Even Dragonite could not evade it, opting to confront it head-on. Roar! Dragonite let out a fierce roar, its fists crackling with electrical power as it struck out, colliding with Greninja's Water Shuriken. A terrifying surge of electricity erupted, crackling and spreading in all directions, obliterating the Water Shuriken. Wang Ming utilized his insight eye to probe Greninja's information, yet nothing appeared. However, from the collision just witnessed, he discerned that Greninja was slightly inferior to Dragonite. Since the insight eye failed to reveal any information about this Greninja, it confirmed that this was indeed an illusion. Although he had reached this conclusion, Wang Ming was still reluctant to let Greninja land a hit on him. After all, dying within an illusion was not an impossibility. Therefore, Wang Ming believed it prudent to defeat this Greninja. Moreover, he speculated that this Greninja might be a trial set by the Evolution Tower, and only by defeating it could he advance further. Having come to this realization, Wang Ming focused entirely on the battle. Dragonite, use Hurricane to disrupt its movements. Wang Ming commanded, intent on teaching the little frog a lesson. Roar! Dragonite soared high, flapping its wings vigorously, generating a fierce wind that howled toward Greninja. Aiming to engulf it, Greninja's movements were hindered, its speed diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ming issued another command. Dragon Dive, close in on it. Don't let it create distance. In an instant, Dragonite, having hovered in midair, transformed into a streak of light, descending with immense pressure. Accompanied by a resonant dragon cry echoing throughout the space, Greninja launched 2 water shurikens and leaped high to evade Dragonite's attack. At this critical moment, Wang Ming made a bold move. Dragonite, use Water Tail to strike the ground. He intended to leverage the powerful rebound from the Water Tail attack to force Dragonite to alter its attack trajectory. Although Dragonite had not fought alongside Wang Ming often, it quickly grasped his intent. It swung its tail fiercely, unleashing a formidable water attack on the ground. The tremendous recoil redirected it skyward. Meanwhile, Greninja, airborne, found itself in an unprecedented predicament with no leverage to escape. Facing the sudden onslaught of Dragonite, Greninja was caught in a dire crisis. Chapter 118. The past Greninja attempted to dodge, but found no means to leverage. In desperation, it resorted to using Bubble to float upward, hoping to use the bubbles as stepping stones for evasion. The idea was sound, but time did not grant it the mercy it sought. Dragonite's speed was simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Greninja. Just as Greninja completed its bubble attack, Dragonite's strike bore down on it. The roar of dragons filled the air, a multitude of dragon figures materializing in the void, converging to pressure Greninja. In a critical moment, Greninja refused to surrender easily, forming strange hand seals and unleashing a mysterious, formidable force. It was a technique of divine power. Wang Ming instantly recognized the technique employed by the Greninja, identifying it as a mysterious and elusive psychic ability known as telekinesis. This move was not only imperceptible to the eye and intangible to the touch, but it also possessed an extraordinary power, rendering it exceedingly troublesome for adversaries. Truly a force that was nearly impossible to defend against. Boom! The Greninja was sent flying, its form wavering and becoming increasingly ethereal. The Dragonite, too, was struck by the telekinetic force, rapidly retreating. Yet, thanks to its advantage of flight, the Dragonite soon stabilized its position, transforming into a streak of light as it charged towards the Greninja once more. On the ground, the Greninja continued to retreat, leaving behind a deep imprint in the earth. At a certain moment, it suddenly halted, its legs bending and taut like a drawn bowstring. In the next instant, bang! The earth fractured, and debris soared through the air. The Greninja shot forth like a dart, swift and precise. Crash! The sounds of collision reverberated through the space. Relentless and deafening, the Greninja and Dragonite collided repeatedly, employing their limbs in a blur of speed that was beyond the naked eye to perceive. Even afterimages danced in the fray as they engaged in their fierce contest, a clash of reality and illusion, of truth and deception. Both combatants were engulfed in a frenzy, maneuvering and dodging within the confines of the limited space. Wang Ming found it impossible to directly observe this battle, let alone issue commands, for their speed was simply too rapid for the human eye to capture. He marveled at the Greninja's formidable prowess. It was impressive that it could compensate for its lower base stats with its own ninja techniques, truly deserving of admiration. Should he ever manage to capture it, it would undoubtedly become a formidable asset to his team. A fervent light flickered in Wang Ming's eyes, excitement brimming within him. He held unwavering confidence in his Dragonite. Despite the Greninja's extraordinary abilities, the Greninja's defeat was merely a matter of time. Indeed, it wasn't long before the Greninja withdrew from the ongoing confrontation. Its form became even more insubstantial, swaying like a flower tossed by a tempest, on the verge of vanishing. Howl! The Dragonite roared skyward, seemingly proclaiming its imminent victory. Neither side made a further move, instead standing in opposition, gazing at one another. Wang Ming remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene. He sensed that the battle was drawing to a close. The Greninja bowed deeply to the Dragonite, expressing respect for its opponent. It refrained from further engagement, turning to fade into the darkness, its form gradually dissipating into a phantasm, reflecting its solitary figure. Pop! The illusions shattered one by one, akin to the Greninja's memories fading into oblivion. The past, like wisps of smoke, vanished in an instant. For reasons unknown, Wang Ming felt a wave of sadness enveloping him, stirring discomfort within his heart. Perhaps one day, he too would face a similar choice. Thunderous roars. The space trembled, the darkness receding like a tide, replaced by light. A stone door appeared before Wang Ming, slowly creaking open. It was the passage to the second level. Gathering his thoughts, Wang Ming cast a final glance in the direction where the Greninja had vanished, then stepped forward, leading his Dragonite into the passage. In the second layer of the evolution tower, he was met not with darkness, but with a deep blue, reminiscent of the ocean, radiating a shimmering glow. Were it not for his ability to breathe freely, Wang Ming might have believed he was truly submerged in the sea. What a wondrous power! How could this be achieved? Wang Ming reached out to touch the deep blue substance before him, feeling its soft and delicate texture, akin to liquid. The immersive sensation was utterly astonishing. As he marveled at the incredible sight, a sudden sound of flowing water echoed from ahead. In an instant, a scene composed of seawater unfolded before him. A young man was adrift at sea, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Just then, a Milotic appeared from thin air, dragging the young man's body towards a small island in the ocean. With Milotic's assistance, the young man gradually regained consciousness and settled on the island to recuperate. Time passed, and Milotic frequently brought him various foods, engaging in playful interactions. Gradually, they became inseparable friends. At long last, the day came when the young man departed. This time, he was not alone. A beautiful little sprite accompanied him. The scene concluded, yet Wang Ming's thoughts did not cease. This familiar tableau mirrored his previous experiences in the reincarnation simulation. If he surmised correctly, the trial in this stage must pertain to Milotic. Wang Ming gazed ahead, and indeed, Milotic had not dissipated with the scene's conclusion. It stood gracefully before him, undulating its body in exquisite beauty. Milotic emitted a melodious call, swirling gracefully through the water before swimming towards Wang Ming. Accompanying Milotic were countless blades of water, heralding the commencement of the trial. This time, it was your turn to battle. An expression of exhilaration lit up Wang Ming's eyes. He intended to summon a more powerful Pokémon, revealing his trump card, the Messenger of the Sun, Solgaleo. This marked Solgaleo's debut in battle, a rare opportunity to showcase its true prowess without the concern of being discovered by others. Arise, Solgaleo. Fight for the honor of the Sun God. Roar. Radiance illuminated the heavens, its roar echoing for miles. The blazing light brightened the entire ocean, rendering Solgaleo the sole beacon of illumination in this realm. Its terrifying aura repelled the surrounding waters, preventing them from approaching. The divine beast exuded an unparalleled majesty, akin to an emperor reigning supreme, capable of annihilating all. The Sun God had descended. Chapter 119. The Sun God, Solgaleo, emblematic of light and divine will, destined to eradicate all evil in the world. Roar. Solgaleo made its move. Solgaleo unleashed psychic fangs. Given that steel-type moves were ineffective against water types, Wang Ming opted for a psychic-type move, one unimpeded by type disadvantages. A surge of power coalesced atop Solgaleo's head, radiating a brilliant light, transforming into a formidable energy sphere that expanded relentlessly. The energy contained within was so overwhelming that it warped the surrounding space. In the next moment, Solgaleo's head plunged downward, propelling the suspended energy sphere forth. It gleamed like a dazzling miniature sun, evaporating the surrounding waters. Faced with Solgaleo's formidable strike, Milotic stood unafraid. It emitted a melodious cry, and the surrounding waters began to converge and swirl. Upon reaching a critical point, the water coalesced into a lengthy dragon, roaring as it collided with the energy sphere. Boom! The two immense forces clashed, generating shockwaves powerful enough to obliterate everything, causing the surrounding waters to recede dramatically. Wang Ming was blown away, nearly losing his balance. In that crucial moment, Shinado caught him, ensuring he remained unharmed. Wang Ming expressed his gratitude with a quick kiss on Shinado's cheek before hastily redirecting his gaze towards Solgaleo. In that moment of collision, both sides exhibited tremendous strength. The energy sphere dissipated, and the water dragon vanished without a trace. Neither of the two Pokémon sustained any injuries. Yet Wang Ming could infer certain circumstances from their expressions. Solgaleo radiated an air of defiance, standing tall like a regal emperor, devoid of any trace of fear or seriousness. In contrast, while the countenance of Milotic appeared unchanged, the gravity in its eyes spoke volumes. Thus, it was evident that in this confrontation, Solgaleo held the upper hand. Wang Ming had anticipated this outcome long before. Solgaleo was a formidable level 1 deity. Not only was it unmatched by ordinary Pokémon, but it also ranked among the elite of all legendary creatures. Although Milotic was indeed a rare Pokémon with considerable strength, it paled in comparison to Solgaleo. Solgaleo, let them tremble before your might, Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement. In response, Solgaleo let out a roaring cry. This time, Wang Ming refrained from issuing commands. Yet Solgaleo took the initiative to strike first. A brilliant radiance erupted from Solgaleo as it began to gather powerful energy, imbued with a formidable life force. From the familiar aura alone, Wang Ming discerned that Solgaleo was preparing a move that would counter Milotic. The grass-type move Solar Beam, also known as Solar Flare. Milotic. sensing the imminent threat, was not one to remain passive. Seizing the opportunity while Solgaleo was still amassing energy, Milotic unleashed a barrage of potent water-type attacks, charging recklessly toward Solgaleo. However, Solgaleo was not one to simply endure Milotic's onslaught. It employed teleport to evade the incoming strikes. Yet, Milotic seemed to possess a premonition, anticipating Solgaleo's next appearance. With a splash, as soon as Solgaleo materialized, Milotic's hydro pump surged forth in swift succession. Bang! Solgaleo was caught off guard, stumbling backward. At that moment, the grass-type energy that had been coalescing before Solgaleo was now primed for release. As it was propelled backward, Solgaleo swiftly corrected its trajectory and unleashed its counterattack. Solar Beam. Instantaneously, a colossal beam of white light erupted from Solgaleo, dazzling in its brilliance as it hurtled toward Milotic. Milotic emitted a startled cry, twisting its elegant form in an attempt to evade. Alas, the solar beam's suddenness and speed left no room for escape. The beam grazed its body, sending it hurtling through the air. Boom! The entire space quaked. Milotic collided with a coral pillar, its form bending into a circular shape. Yet, Solgaleo showed no signs of mercy. True strength knows no compassion. Battles only cease when one party is vanquished. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, Solgaleo transformed into a streak of light, descending from above with the radiance of the sun, aiming to pin Milotic beneath its might. Milotic, attempting to resist, contorted its supple body into a twist and then sprang forth, narrowly evading Solgaleo's crushing stomp. However, this did little to alter the inevitable outcome. Milotic remained in peril. Solgaleo pursued relentlessly, parting the waters in its wake, as if the sea itself feared to be caught in its path. Roar! Boom! Another terrifying energy sphere erupted forth, and as Milotic attempted to counter, it was sent reeling. Sustained assaults rendered Milotic's form increasingly ethereal, as if it might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. Observing this, Wang Ming called out to Solgaleo, "Solgaleo, cease your attack. The outcome is already determined. Further combat is unnecessary." Moreover, he harbored some affection for this Milotic and wished to refrain from total destruction. With a final roar signifying victory, Solgaleo returned to Wang Ming's side. Milotic, too, refrained from launching further attacks, casting a deep glance at Wang Ming, as if truly able to see him. Then, akin to the previous Greninja, it turned and vanished into the shadows. As the light faded, tranquility enveloped the scene once more. With a rumble, a stone door swung open before Wang Ming. First Greninja, then Milotic, next should be Ninetales, he mused. A sense of intuition told him that the Ninetales behind this passage might be extraordinary. Yet, he felt no fear. Come what may, I shall stand firm, and besides, I have Solgaleo with me. With this thought, Wang Ming regained his former confidence and stepped into the passage. This corridor was lengthy. It took him 5 or 6 minutes before he finally glimpsed light. What greeted his eyes was not the ocean or cherry blossoms, but rather an utterly ordinary small room. More precisely, it was a young girl's bedroom. Within, 2 children frolicked joyfully, laughter filling the air. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. A young boy held Ninetales in his arms, standing silently at a funeral, tears streaming down his face. Before him lay a photograph of a girl, her smile radiant like the rising sun, yet it could not warm the boy's currently frozen heart. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ming felt a pang of empathy, as if it mirrored his own experiences, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within him. Was this not the life of the protagonist in the reincarnation simulation? In the blink of an eye, the scene transformed again. The boy began to journey with Ninetales, traversing mountains and rivers. The passage of time left its mark upon him. The once youthful boy had matured into a young man, and Ninetales had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming more sentient, even exhibiting traits reminiscent of a young girl. At long last, one day, the boy administered a potion to Ninetales, resulting in a profound change in its form. Wang Ming recognized this as the boundary breakthrough potion. However, just as the scene reached this point, it abruptly halted. Gulp! As he watched the vanishing image, a wave of tension surged within him. Could it be that his next opponent would be a boundary-broken Ninetales? If this were indeed the case, the ensuing battle would not be an easy one. A boundary-broken Ninetales would necessitate the deployment of Blaziken. Wang Ming murmured calmly to himself. Solgaleo could not participate, as the sun deity held no advantage in attributes against Ninetales. Could one truly believe that Solgaleo, the so-called messenger of the sun, was afraid of fire? Wang Ming found it incomprehensible how such an absurd premise could exist. How ludicrous was this concept? It was akin to a certain ancient legendary beast that could not fly. How utterly preposterous. Yet, these were established facts, and Wang Ming felt powerless to effect any change. Thus, he resolved to accept the situation with grace and composure. Solgaleo, return, Wang Ming called, summoning Solgaleo back before releasing Blaziken. At that moment, as expected, an ethereal figure, resembling a celestial maiden, emerged from the darkness. She possessed a human form and visage, yet bore 9 tails, lending her an air of enigma. Without a doubt, Wang Ming recognized her as the boundary-broken 9 tails. Facing an opponent that had undergone boundary breakthrough for the first time, especially in a semi-human form, Wang Ming felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Blaziken, do you feel confident? Wang Ming inquired of his companion. A grave expression adorned the face of the opponent, clearly indicating the weight of the pressure they felt. In light of this, let us proceed with the Mega Evolution, Wang Ming declared in a somber tone. If we refrain from undertaking the Mega Evolution, not only would the Blaziken falter, but even he would find himself in a state of trepidation. The Blaziken nodded in agreement, signifying its concurrence with Wang Ming's thoughts. Very well then, let us commence. At that moment, Shinado unexpectedly stepped forward, interrupting Wang Ming's actions. Her gaze fixed intently upon the 9 tails, with the flames of battle igniting in her eyes. Shinado, you. Wang Ming stammered, taken aback. Ever since Shinado achieved her boundary breakthrough, she had not engaged in battles between Pokémon. Even during their time in the Royal Sky Sea, she had remained uninvolved. Why now? Of all times, had Shinado suddenly ignited her fighting spirit? Wang Ming couldn't help but glance at the 9 tails. Could it be that her own boundary breakthrough was the catalyst for this change? After much contemplation, Wang Ming concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. With a wry smile, he found it hard to fathom such an outcome. To be truthful, he genuinely did not wish for Shinado to partake in the battle, as it would tarnish her image. Shinado, perhaps we should allow the Blaziken to. Wang Ming attempted to persuade her to return to his side. However, this time Shinado was extraordinarily resolute, disregarding his counsel. After a prolonged and earnest appeal yielded no results, Wang Ming could only smile wryly and acquiesce to Shinado's wishes. There was little he could do, given the extraordinary bond they shared. Blaziken, return. You need not take part in this battle, Wang Ming commanded, recalling the Blaziken before turning his attention back to Shinado. Shinado, heed the call of my heart. In a bid to grant Shinado a fighting chance, Wang Ming resolved to allow her to undergo Mega Evolution. He was uncertain if Shinado, who had already achieved her boundary breakthrough, could still successfully execute the Mega Evolution. But he felt it was worth attempting. Shinado nodded gently, responding to Wang Ming's intent. As he grasped Shinado's hand, the Megastone and the Keystone reacted, emanating a resplendent white light. Wang Ming could hardly contain his excitement. Splendid. Shinado, let us transcend our limits and evolve, he exclaimed exuberantly. The white light intensified, intertwining and enveloping Shinado. Bathed in this luminous glow, Shinado radiated an even greater purity, akin to a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, in her presence. Even the most exquisite sights would pale in comparison. Wang Ming waited patiently, his heart brimming with anticipation. When the white light finally dissipated, Shinado's transformed form was unveiled before him. In that moment, Wang Ming was entranced, captivated by Shinado's beauty, unable to extricate himself from her allure. The pristine white gown she had worn was replaced by a gown as dark and lustrous as a gemstone, accentuating her enchanting and beguiling presence. If the previous Shinado had been a pure fairy, the current Shinado was a captivating sorceress, every movement exuding an irresistible charm that left one spellbound. Wang Ming mused that if Shinado could maintain this form indefinitely, he would happily engage her in battle for 300 rounds. No, make it 600 rounds. Alas, the form of Mega Evolution could not be sustained forever, otherwise. Wang Ming sighed. But then a smile broke across his face as he considered the fleeting beauty of the moment. Though it cannot last indefinitely, it can still persist for a time. With this thought, he found a certain charm in the situation. Just as he was lost in reverie, the 9 tails launched its attack. This was a clash between 2 extraordinary beauties, and Wang Ming instinctively retreated, distancing himself from the battlefield. This time, he refrained from intervening or issuing commands to Shinado. This was Shinado's battle, and he would not meddle. Moreover, he was filled with confidence in her abilities, firmly believing she would emerge victorious. On the battlefield, both opponents danced gracefully, unleashing their might. It was a splendid spectacle, a feast for the eyes. Wang Ming stood to the side, quietly admiring the scene. The Mega Shinado was enveloped in a powerful psychic aura, each strike possessing the potential to rend the very fabric of reality. The 9 tails was no less imposing, surrounded by swirling flames, akin to a goddess of fire. With every movement, fierce flames erupted, as if seeking to incinerate the heavens themselves. The clash of formidable psychic power and fiery might released a terrifying aura and dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. This was a battle of goddesses, a quintessential example of violent aesthetics. Chapter 121. This path is blocked. The gown of the Mega Shenado fluttered, revealing breathtaking vistas that captivated Wang Ming, who stood at a distance. Suddenly, his face flushed crimson, a wave of guilt washing over him. He felt it was inappropriate to be distracted while appreciating such beauty. Thus, he refocused his attention, undeterred by external distractions. The battle was stunning, radiant in its brilliance. The strength of the Mega Shenado was terrifying, surpassing even that of Solgaleo. This realization left Wang Ming astonished, gradually awakening him to an important truth. After undergoing 2 transformations, Shenado was no longer the frail little Pokémon she had once been. The thought of having previously teased Shenado while she rested sent a chill down his spine. Should she ever become truly angry, he might find himself on the receiving end of a severe beating, one from which he could not retaliate. It seemed that he would need to be more considerate of his wife moving forward, Wang Ming pondered. No other reason, merely love for his wife. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle, Wang Ming activated his insight eye to probe the information of the Mega Shenado. By delving deeper into her capabilities and combining both surface-level and in-depth understanding, he aimed to gain a comprehensive insight into Shenado. Pokémon, Mega Shiny Shenado, human form. Gender, female, level, 60, base stats, 668. Types, Psychic Fairy. Abilities, Synchronize, transmits its poisoned, paralyzed, or burned status to the opponent. Copy, copies the opponent's ability upon entry, becoming the same as theirs. Talent, Legendary. Item, Mega Stone. Moves, Sing, Psychic, Teleport, Shadow Clone. Wish, Helping Hand. Misty Terrain, Charming Voice. Wish, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Draining Kiss, Calm Mind, Psychic, Seal, Future Sight, Attract, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Helping Hand, Aura Sphere. It must be said, having undergone 2 powerful evolutions, Shenado now stood among the pinnacle of Pokémon. With a mere 2 points separating her from a certain ancient deity's base stats, her strength could not be understated. Most importantly, the Mega Shenado could fly, an advantage that some Pokémon could not rival. Upon seeing Shenado's information, Wang Ming's earlier worries finally dissipated. My wife is truly formidable. Victory is assured. Wang Ming beamed, genuinely elated for Shenado. After all, her current achievements were a testament to his guidance and training. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the tide of battle shifted. The Ninetales was sent flying. The once picturesque fairy found her flames dimming, reduced to a pitiful state. The Mega Shenado stood like a queen in midair, gazing down upon the fallen Ninetales. Her gown billowed, revealing her fair skin, shimmering with a blinding radiance, enhancing her divine presence. Like a lotus that emerges unsullied from the mud, pure and transcendent, she exuded an aura of sanctity that compelled admiration from afar, yet forbade any disrespectful approach. The mighty Mega Gardevoir is not inherently aggressive when confronted with the injured Ninetales. She chose not to pursue her advantage, but instead granted her adversary a moment to recover. Ninetales, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, soon rose to her feet once more. She gazed at Mega Gardevoir, her eyes tranquil as still waters, betraying not a hint of trepidation despite Gardevoir's imposing presence. After a brief moment, Ninetales averted her gaze. Casting a glance toward Wang Ming, her expression tinged with curiosity, as if pondering something profound. Yet, that fleeting look dissipated almost instantly, for Ninetales' form melded into oblivion, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Wang Ming, undeterred, approached Gardevoir, entwining his arm with hers as they awaited the opening of the passage. With a resounding rumble, a concealed stone door unveiled itself, shedding its shroud of mystery before Wang Ming's eyes. This ancient stone portal, standing approximately 2 meters tall, bore the marks of time's passage. Upon its surface, intricate carvings depicted the likeness of a woman. Wang Ming stepped forward to brush away the dust, revealing its true visage. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the figure represented none other than Miss Joy, the beloved of the protagonist from the 4th Reincarnation Simulation. What could be the significance of immortalizing his beloved's image upon this door? Wang Ming pondered, then glanced downward. At the center of the stone door lay a long, pointed recess, presumably designed to hold some object. Unable to decipher its purpose, he attempted to push the door with all his might, only to find it immovable. Frustrated, he summoned his Pokémon to assist him, but the door remained steadfast. Reluctantly, Wang Ming instructed his Pokémon to return, contemplating the door anew. After a meticulous examination, his gaze settled upon the recess. Could this be the key to unlocking the door? He mused. Perhaps inserting a specific item would trigger its opening. His focus sharpened on the recess as he muttered to himself, for he could find no other anomalies on the door. Curiosity piqued. He scrutinized the recess for clues. In a matter of moments, he made a significant discovery. The shape of the recess reminded him of a pendant he had seen earlier on the first layer. Wang Ming vividly recalled that the protagonist wore a wooden pendant identical in form to the recess, a token of love gifted by Miss Joy, crafted from a millennium-old cherry blossom wood, imbued with profound significance. Thus, the path to opening this passage lay in locating that very pendant. Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with newfound hope, only to dim once more as a daunting dilemma confronted him. Where could he possibly find that pendant? The protagonist, having perished within the ancient secret realm, rendered any hasty venture into its depths perilous given Wang Ming's current capabilities. Moreover, he was oblivious to the location of that ancient realm, let alone the search for the protagonist's remains. If pursuing the protagonist proved futile, might there be alternative avenues to explore? Wang Ming stroked his chin in contemplation. Of course, his Pokémon. An epiphany struck him, a spark of excitement illuminating his eyes. Although the protagonist had met his demise, his Pokémon remained ensnared in darkness. The pendant, perhaps, had been claimed by a shadowy Pokémon. Consequently, Wang Ming resolved to seek information from the dark Pokémon instead. In Chapter 122, Convergence of the Four Corners, he recalled having glimpsed the shadowy Greninja within the realm. Yet it bore no pendant. This implied that the pendant had not been taken by Greninja, thus leaving the Dark Ninetales as the sole option. Wang Ming performed a brief analysis, arriving at this conclusion, though his brow remained furrowed with concern. Yet, if the Dark Ninetales bore no pendant, the implications were dire. He refrained from voicing this thought, as the conclusion was all too apparent. Should such a scenario arise, he would have no choice but to temporarily abandon the quest for the pendant, for the ancient realm was beyond his reach. With this in mind, Wang Ming reluctantly attempted once more to open the stone door, ultimately resigning himself to the futility of the endeavor before departing with Gardevoir. As night deepened, Joy Lane awaited outside, her anticipation palpable. Upon Wang Ming's emergence, her expression brightened, and she hurried toward him, eagerly inquiring, "Did you acquire the evolutionary book?" Wang Ming shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. "No, but I shall return." Joy Lane paused, momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained her composure, not overly surprised. Countless individuals had ventured into the evolution tower over the years, yet none had successfully obtained the book. Wang Ming's failure was thus unsurprising. As a friend, Joy Lane offered words of comfort. "Do not lose heart. I believe you will succeed next time. When you return, I shall ensure my uncle grants you the key to enter the evolution tower directly, sparing you the trials." A faint smile graced Wang Ming's lips as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." Joy Lane beamed, her heart swelling with joy. "It's nothing. Come, let me accompany you." Upon returning to the inn, Wang Ming contemplated reaching out to Yang Shi and the others to inquire about their progress. Just then, a message from Yang Shi arrived. From his correspondence, Wang Ming learned of a tumultuous uprising in the Huangtian Sea, where the Alliance had lost control, plunging into chaos. Even high-ranking officials within the Alliance had fallen. Currently, the Alliance was preoccupied with battling the dark Pokémon. Meanwhile, Yang Shi and his companions had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Huangtian Sea, successfully locating the secret realm and entering its depths. According to Yang Shi, only a handful of dark Pokémon lingered at the entrance, making it safer than other areas. Wang Ming found this revelation astonishing. He recalled how, during his previous encounter beneath the deep sea, the secret realm was swarming with dark Pokémon, numbering in the hundreds, rendering any approach impossible. How could the situation have changed so drastically in the span of a single day? Could it be the handiwork of the Alliance? Reflecting on Yang Shi's earlier comments, Wang Ming hypothesized that upon taking control of the Huangtian Sea, the Alliance may have discovered the secret realm. In their pursuit of entry, they could have clashed with the dark Pokémon guarding it, resulting in a significant reduction in their numbers, albeit at a grave cost to the Alliance, which had suffered considerable losses. Yet, what perplexed Wang Ming was why the Alliance subsequently lost control. Had some unforeseen event transpired? Contemplating this for a moment, he decided to contact the Alliance for clarification, hoping to glean some useful information. Before long, he received shocking news from the Alliance. They had encountered an assault from a dark Greninja and a humanoid dark Pokémon with 9 tails in the Huangtian Sea. Based on the Alliance's description, the latter was likely the dark Ninetales that had undergone a boundary breach. But why had Dark Ninetales manifested in this location? Is the secret realm in the Huangtian Sea the ancient sanctuary mentioned in the reincarnation simulation? Even the Dark Koga Frog has returned here alongside the Dark Ninetales. What are they scheming? Wang Ming murmured to himself, his brow furrowed and his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Moreover, there was one aspect that perplexed him immensely. How did the Dark Koga Frog appear in the Huangtian Sea? When he first encountered the Dark Koga Frog, it was in a secret realm located far within the territory of Jingbei City, a considerable distance from the sea. For the Dark Koga Frog to traverse such a vast expanse to reach the Huangtian Sea seemed nearly impossible, unless it possessed some extraordinary shortcut. This led Wang Ming to contemplate a prior hypothesis. Perhaps certain secret realms are interconnected, or rather, all secret realms may be linked, yet remain undiscovered by anyone. Now, Wang Ming felt this possibility was quite substantial. It seemed he must venture into the Huangtian Sea, whether to uncover the secrets behind this phenomenon, to search for that pendant, or to restore those two spirits to their normal lives. Wang Ming felt compelled to go. He glanced at Shinado beside him, a hint of apology crossing his face. "Let us continue tomorrow," he suggested. Shinado, understanding, shyly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two tidied up briefly before stepping outside. Meanwhile, beneath the depths of the Huangtian Sea, members of the Alliance were engaged in a fierce battle against the surrounding dark spirits, the conflict proving to be quite brutal. The Alliance suffered considerable losses. Yet the tide of battle showed no signs of turning. At that moment, aboard the Titan submarine, Dr. Groudon had regained his former arrogance, commanding his team with vigor. Initially, they had forcibly broken free from the encirclement of the dark spirits, thanks to the Titan's formidable defenses and exceptional firepower, narrowly escaping with their lives. Now, having returned, Dr. Groudon silently vowed to make these dark spirits pay a heavy price. Just then, an intelligence officer approached, whispering a few words into Dr. Groudon's ear. A cruel smile spread across Dr. Groudon's face. "Ha ha ha, those maggots hiding in the shadows wish to covet the secrets here. How naive." He scoffed. "Relay my orders. Summon those champion-level experts. It is time for us to take action." Dr. Groudon was determined to uncover the secrets behind the dark spirits. "Yes," he affirmed. Once the intelligence officer left, Dr. Groudon's gaze shifted, his thoughts swirling. "This time, I shall undoubtedly unravel the mystery. Oh, and those scum from the dark organizations shall not escape unscathed." Before long, the Titan submarine arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Dr. Groudon and his team donned specially designed suits and entered the sanctuary. Unbeknownst to them, the entire scene was being observed by the hidden Dark Ninetales and the Dark Koga Frog. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 123. The Dark Sea in the Huangtian Sea. The night was alluring. The dim moonlight cast a pallid glow upon the surface of the water, exuding an air of desolation. Utilizing his position as the team leader of the Adventurers Guild, Wang Ming successfully traversed the forbidden zone and descended into the depths of the sea. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not suppress a gasp of horror. The ocean was littered with the bodies of dark spirits, floating aimlessly. Typically, corpses submerged in water would eventually rise to the surface after some time. However, these dark spirits remained sunken, their bodies exuding dark matter that seeped into the surrounding waters, continuing to infect other beings. Occasionally, living dark spirits could be seen wandering. Though their numbers were few, Wang Ming could also spot Alliance submarines pursuing the dark spirits, emitting brilliant beams of light, as their terrifying energy cannons obliterated the dark spirits in their path. Given the Alliance's formidable firepower, the chaos engulfing the Huangtian Sea suggested that the threat posed by the dark spirits was far more complex than it initially appeared. Perhaps this was merely a fraction of the dark spirits, with the true force residing elsewhere? Wang Ming did not underestimate the Alliance's combat capabilities. Their ability to govern the entire Pokémon world for such an extended period indicated a profound depth that was unfathomable. Dealing with the dark spirits in the Huangtian Sea should be well within their means, unless the sheer number of dark spirits had caught the Alliance off guard, leading to a breakdown of their defenses. After surveying his surroundings for a time, Wang Ming decided not to linger. Harnessing the concealed powers of Mew, he carved a bloody path forward, reaching the entrance of the secret realm. At this point, the number of dark spirits guarding the entrance had significantly diminished, just as Yangshi had informed him earlier. Could it be that the Alliance had not annihilated all the dark spirits here? Wang Ming stroked his chin, pondering. Otherwise, such a dense swarm of dark spirits would not have dispersed without reason. Let us proceed inside. Without further deliberation, Wang Ming ventured into the secret realm with Mew. Upon entering, Wang Ming was left utterly astounded by the sight before him. The inky black surface of the sea stretched endlessly, exuding a sense of lifelessness, devoid of any spark of vitality. Beneath his feet lay a sea of dark matter, submerging the entire realm. Had it not been for Mew's psychic abilities protecting him, he would have plummeted into that abyss of darkness, swallowed whole by the malevolent substance. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Had he fallen, he would likely have met a grim fate. Dragonite, come forth. Wang Ming quickly summoned his Dragonite, mounting its back. Despite Mew's protective powers, he felt a greater sense of security riding atop Dragonite. Roar! Dragonite spread its wings and soared, navigating through the clouds, visibly unsettled by the bizarre scene before them. Perched upon Dragonite, Wang Ming gazed into the distance, a sense of dread creeping over him. The surreal sight was overwhelmingly ominous. The dark matter dominated the landscape, rendering the sea's surface the sole feature of this realm. In fact, he did not even spot a single dark spirit, the hallmark of this secret realm. This absence triggered an unsettling feeling within Wang Ming. The pervasive silence felt unnatural, as though the entire sanctuary were a monstrous beast lying in wait, ready to ensnare unwary prey. Once the number of unsuspecting victims reached a certain threshold, the ferocious beast would mercilessly close its jaws, consuming all within. Dragonite, proceed with caution. Something is amiss here. Remain vigilant for any anomalies, Wang Ming cautioned, gently stroking Dragonite's neck. He then turned to the air beside him, addressing Mew. Be mindful, little one. Do not wander off. Aware of Mew's inherent restlessness, he felt compelled to keep it close in this eerie situation. Fortunately, Mew was quite understanding, nodding in agreement and adhering to Wang Ming's guidance. Let us investigate that direction. Fixating on the boundless expanse of black waters, Wang Ming ultimately selected a course of action, issuing a command to Dragonite. Roar! Dragonite let out a mighty cry, transforming into a streak of light as it carried Wang Ming westward. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the secret realm, earlier, Yang Shi and his companions entered the realm riding their respective flying-type Pokémon, soaring above the Obsidian Sea. They had been wandering for a considerable time, yet had encountered nothing of significance, save for the lake of dark matter beneath their feet. The scenery surrounding them was monotonously uniform, an endless expanse of black ocean that rendered any sense of direction utterly elusive. Yang Shi and his comrades were oblivious to their exact location or whether they had traversed this area before. Leader, where shall we proceed next? One of the members of the Shadow Organization inquired. He was one of the elite in this mission, possessing formidable strength at the king level, and was renowned for his prowess with flying-type Pokémon, earning him the title of the Flying King. Pensive, Yang Shi furrowed his brow but remained silent, taking in the surroundings. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. We shall head that way. He gestured in a certain direction, though he could not articulate the reason for this choice. After meandering for so long, they had lost all sense of orientation. Yang Shi reasoned that since any path would lead them forward, it would be wise to trust his instincts. The others shared little dissent. Yang Shi was their pillar of strength. His commands were akin to imperial edicts, beyond question or defiance. Soon, they embarked on their journey, unaware that shortly after their departure, the once tranquil surface of the sea began to stir, bubbles rising to the surface. Suddenly, a grotesque, massive dark Pokémon emerged from the depths of the dark matter, its form blending seamlessly with the abyss. Its eyes were particularly haunting, resembling two bottomless pits capable of ensnaring one's very soul. After fixating on Yang Shi and his group for a moment, it submerged quietly, stealthily following them. Chapter 124. The Secret of the Dark Realm. S9 Tales. Within the confines of the secret realm, darkness reigned supreme, creating an atmosphere of oppressive gloom. After advancing for a while, Wang Ming sensed something amiss. He realized that, regardless of how far he traveled, the surroundings remained unchanged, as if cast from a single mold. Dragonite, let us halt for a moment, Wang Ming instructed. He intended to scrutinize the environment, feeling as though he had overlooked something vital. He patted Dragonite's shoulder, signaling it to descend closer to the inky sea. With a roar, Dragonite glided downward. As it neared the surface, the previously placid waters began to churn violently. In an instant, a colossal dark Pokémon erupted from the dark matter, its gaping maw lunging towards Dragonite in the air. Dodge! Wang Ming's expression turned pallid. He had not anticipated the peril lurking beneath the waves. He shouted urgently. Dragonite reacted swiftly, altering its trajectory almost simultaneously with Wang Ming's warning, soaring upwards at breakneck speed. Once airborne, successfully evading the dark Pokémon's sudden attack, Wang Ming exhaled in relief, casting a glance at the creature beneath the waves. Simultaneously, a clear set of information appeared before his eyes. Pokémon, dark marsh monster. Category, unpurifiable. Gender, level, 40. Base stats, 535. Type, dark. Ability, dark enhancement, possessing dark power. All attributes are augmented. Talent, held item, none. Skills, it was a pure dark Pokemon. Wang Ming, utilizing his eye of revelation, discerned the essence of this creature. This was an unpurifiable dark entity, entirely forged from dark matter. Faced with such a foe, Wang Ming saw no reason to hold back. He immediately commanded Dragonite to attack. Dragonite unleashed Dragon Rage to eliminate it. As one of the formidable quasi-deities, Dragonite's strength was beyond question. Furthermore, the dark marsh monster's level was not particularly high, presenting a considerable gap between them. With a mighty roar, a devastating beam of light erupted from Dragonite's mouth, engulfing the dark marsh monster and reducing it to mere fragments, leaving no room for resistance. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The black waters churned with renewed vigor, indicating that something even larger was about to emerge. Wang Ming, not daring to be complacent, instructed Dragonite to prepare for battle. With a resounding crash, water erupted in towering columns, dark matter cascading down like torrential rain. Dodge. Avoid contact with that dark matter. Wang Ming understood the terrifying nature of dark matter. Any exposure would plunge one into darkness, enslaving them to its will, rendering escape impossible. Dragonite soared high, racing away from the encroaching dark droplets. Wang Ming could distinctly see his reflection within the falling dark raindrops as they brushed past. Suddenly, the tumultuous sea erupted with an ominous roar, and a massive dark Pokemon emerged from the dark matter. It was none other than the dark howling whale king, its size rivaling that of a colossal cruise ship. However, what astonished Wang Ming even more was the sight of a dark Pokemon perched atop the whale king's head. To his astonishment, that dark Pokemon was none other than his sought-after target, the Dark Ninetales. No, more accurately, it was the Ninetales of the Dark Realm. Truly, I've traversed the Iron Shoes in vain, yet found you without a single effort. At last, I have located you, Wang Ming exclaimed, his eyes alight with exhilaration. For he had spotted the object of his quest, a pendant crafted from a millennium-old cherry blossom wood, adorning the neck of the Dark Ninetales. Little one, this time it's up to you. You must retrieve that pendant, Wang Ming urged his companion, Mew, who had been concealed beside him. Whether or not he could capture the Ninetales was secondary. What mattered most was that pendant. As for the Dark Ninetales, capturing it would be ideal, but if not, they would surely meet again in the future. There was no need to be fixated on this singular moment. Mew then revealed herself, casting a glance at the Dark Ninetales atop the Whale King, and without hesitation, charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing a barrage of terrifying moves that sent the surrounding dark matter into a frenzy. As Wang Ming commanded Dragonite to evade the splattering dark matter, he utilized his eye of revelation to investigate the Dark Ninetales information. Pokemon, Dark Ninetales. Category, unpurifiable. Gender, level, 100. Base stats, 605. Type, dark. Ability, dark enhancement, possessing dark power. All attributes are augmented. Talent, held item, Fireball Tablet, a tablet infused with fire-type energy, providing immunity to all fire-type damage and significantly enhancing the wielder's fire-type power. Skills. Upon viewing the information regarding the Dark Ninetales, Wang Ming was left in a state of utter disbelief. How could this be? Why was it so? This Dark Ninetales was undoubtedly the very Pokemon that had once simulated the protagonist in the fourth reincarnation. Thus, it was not a purely dark Pokemon, but rather one that had transformed into a dark entity due to the influence of dark matter. This indicates that the Dark Realm's Ninetales should be capable of purification. Yet, what did he witness? Unpurifiable. System, what on earth is happening? Why is the Dark Realm's Ninetales transformed in this manner? Wang Ming inquired, perplexed. Response to the host. The Dark Realm's Ninetales is a pure embodiment of dark spirits, thus it cannot be purified. What? Upon receiving the system's reply, Wang Ming was left utterly astonished, his mind momentarily blank. The Dark Realm's Ninetales is a pure dark spirit? How could this be possible? Could it be that he was mistaken, that this Ninetales was not the same as the one from the reincarnation simulation? Impossible. Wang Ming quickly dismissed this notion. He was certain that this Dark Realm's Ninetales was indeed the one from the simulation. But why would the system claim it to be a pure dark spirit? Could it be that the Dark Realm's Ninetales had been assimilated due to excessive contact with dark matter? Thoughts raced through Wang Ming's mind, contemplating this possibility. However, he sensed that the situation was not so simple. Moreover, he had no time to ponder further, as something even more astonishing had left him in a state of shock. rendering his mind a blank slate. The Dark Realm's Ninetales possessed an Arceus plate. Chapter 125. What is the truth? Indeed, it was the Arceus plate, the Fireball plate. Wang Ming could hardly fathom how Arceus, the creator of this world and a being of unparalleled might within the Pokémon realm, could have its plate manifest upon the Dark Realm's Ninetales. Wang Ming was certain that the protagonist in the reincarnation simulation had never encountered Arceus, let alone obtained its plate. There had been no information regarding the plate, even when devoured by the Dark Spirit. This meant that the plate was not acquired by the protagonist during the simulation, but was obtained by the Dark Realm's Ninetales only after succumbing to darkness. So the question arose, from where had the Dark Realm's Ninetales acquired it? How had it come into possession of such a treasure? Arceus was nearly invincible. Even if the Dark Realm's Ninetales were to undergo further evolution, it would not stand a chance against Arceus. Attempting to seize a plate from Arceus would be akin to chasing a mirage. Just as one wave of perplexity subsided, another arose. A series of enigmas swirled in Wang Ming's mind, inducing a throbbing headache. Meanwhile, the battle's dynamics had quietly shifted. The Dark Realm's Ninetales was evading attacks, clearly at a disadvantage. This further deepened the furrow in Wang Ming's brow. If the Dark Realm's Ninetales could not even contend with Mew, it certainly would not be a match for Arceus. But then, from where had the plate come? Was it merely found? This led Wang Ming to recall an anime he had watched in his past life about Pokémon. In that tale, Arceus, in an effort to save the Pokémon world, collided with meteors from outer space. Although Arceus ultimately succeeded in safeguarding the Pokémon realm, its 17 plates were scattered across the land. Wang Ming pondered. Could it be that this world's Arceus had undergone a similar ordeal, facing some uncontrollable force that led to the dispersal of its 14 plates? Perhaps the Dark Realm's Ninetales had fortuitously stumbled upon the Fireball plate. Wang Ming felt that this possibility was not without merit. Indeed, it seemed quite plausible. Yet, he now lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate these claims. Involuntarily, Wang Ming turned his gaze toward the battling Dark Realm's Ninetales. To uncover the truth, he would have to glean information directly from it. Although the Dark Realm's Ninetales had experienced a boundary breakthrough, significantly enhancing its stats, still, Mew's overall strength surpassed its own. Wang Ming murmured softly, his eyes flickering with an inner light. He had a premonition that the battle was nearing its conclusion, likely culminating in Mew's victory. In doing so, he would not only obtain what he desired, but might also capture the Dark Realm's Ninetales. Though the system had cautioned him that the Dark Realm's Ninetales could not be purified, Wang Ming believed that circumstances could change. The inability to purify it now did not imply a perpetual state. As long as he successfully captured the Dark Realm's Ninetales, there would surely be a way to redeem it later. Bang! Another collision reverberated as the two sides clashed once more. The Dark Realm's Ninetales, ethereal in form, retreated and landed atop the head of the roaring Whale King. Its gaze remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any ripples, fixed intently upon Mew. Then, it averted its gaze, turning to Wang Ming. In that moment, he felt his very soul drawn by an irresistible force separating from his body, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. His body lost control, plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, Dragonite reacted swiftly, catching him just in time to prevent him from falling into the dark matter. When Wang Ming regained consciousness, he found the Dark Realm's Ninetales had vanished. Where's the Ninetales? Wang Ming asked anxiously. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Could it truly slip from his grasp? Mew called out twice, relaying the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. It turned out that after he had inexplicably lost consciousness, the Dark Realm's Ninetales had fled with the roaring Whale King. However, Mew had intervened just in time, and although it could not retain the Dark Realm's Ninetales, it had acquired the Cherry Blossom Wood pendant. At that moment, the pendant dangled from Mew's neck as it played with it. Wang Ming's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly retrieved the Cherry Blossom Wood pendant. After thorough examination, he confirmed that this was indeed the item he had been searching for, identical to the image he had seen within the Evolution Tower. Having obtained the millennium-old Cherry Blossom Wood pendant, Wang Ming felt a surge of elation. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his plan to capture the Dark Realm's Ninetales. The Dark Realm's Ninetales concealed unknown secrets and was also the Pokémon of the protagonist from the previous reincarnation simulation. Therefore, from every conceivable angle, Wang Ming was compelled to retrieve the Dark Realm's Ninetales. Where has it gone? Wang Ming inquired of Mew once more. Mew, understanding that he referred to the Ninetales, raised a paw, pointing in a certain direction, emitting a gentle sound. All right, let us pursue. Without hesitation, Wang Ming pressed on, along with Mew, in the direction where the Ninetales had fled. To Wang Ming's delight, He did not have to chase for long before he spotted the Dark Realm's Ninetales navigating through the dark matter. The Ninetales, much like before, stood upon the roaring Whale King's back, reminiscent of an otherworldly celestial being contemplating profound matters, exuding an air of inscrutability. Wang Ming's arrival caught its attention, and it turned to look back, locking eyes with him. "I found you." Excitement flickered in Wang Ming's eyes. He had not anticipated locating the Dark Realm's Ninetales so swiftly. He would not repeat the same error. Avoiding the Ninetales' gaze, he refrained from being affected, instead addressing Mew beside him. "This time, we must capture it." Mew seemed to sense Wang Ming's determination, raising its tiny fist, ignited with a fighting spirit to subdue the Dark Realm's Ninetales. Before Wang Ming could issue the command, Mew bolted forward, launching its attack. Mew emitted a youthful call, lacking any semblance of intimidation, evoking a desire to protect, yet its combat prowess was not to be underestimated. This time, Mew unleashed a formidable move, one exclusive to ancient divine beasts, neither the sword of cliffs nor the touch of the dragon. Instead, it is the renowned technique of Gyoka, the source wave. A cerulean and white radiance converges beside the ethereal Mew, illuminating the entire darkened sky. In the next instant, all the cerulean and white light beams are unleashed, hurtling towards the Dark Realm's Ninetales. The sky becomes awash with cerulean and white light, enveloping the Dark Realm's Ninetales, leaving it with no avenue for retreat. The Dark Realm's Ninetales finds itself in an absolute perilous situation. Chapter 126. A peculiar coincidence in the face of Mew's formidable onslaught. The Dark Realm's Ninetales displays an astonishing calmness, leaving Wang Ming utterly perplexed. Could it be that the Dark Realm's Ninetales possesses some means of resistance? Just as Wang Ming is engulfed in doubt, the Dark Realm's Ninetales performs an astonishing maneuver. Instead of braving Mew's powerful attack, it plunges headlong into the dark matter. The cerulean light follows closely, striking the dark substance as if it were striking cotton, yielding no effect whatsoever, and the immense force swiftly dissipates into silence. This leaves Wang Ming in utter shock. Could the dark matter possess such miraculous properties? This was beyond his expectations. Suddenly, a grave realization dawns upon Wang Ming. The Dark Realm's Ninetales is attempting to flee. He recognizes the seriousness of the situation. This time, the Dark Realm's Ninetales must not escape. "Mew, pursue it swiftly," Wang Ming calls out, taking the lead as he soars away on his Dragonite. Meanwhile, Mew vanishes from its original spot, reappearing in the distance in the blink of an eye. When it comes to traversing distances, one could confidently assert that it is the unrivaled master. Before long, the Dark Realm's Ninetales breaks the surface of the sea, glancing back at the pursuing Wang Ming and Mew, hastening its escape. Mew follows closely behind, relentlessly launching powerful attacks. However, the Dark Realm's Ninetales proves to be exceptionally cunning. Whenever Mew's attacks are about to land, it dives unhesitatingly into the dark matter. This results in Mew's strikes consistently missing their mark, failing to injure the Dark Realm's Ninetales in the slightest. Mew soon recognizes this troubling pattern. Its small head tilts thoughtfully as it begins to adapt. No longer does it initiate attacks indiscriminately. Instead, it anticipates the moment when the Dark Realm's Ninetales will emerge from the dark matter. Only then does it launch its assault. Boom. This tactic proves effective, inflicting discomfort upon the Dark Realm's Ninetales. Although it does not render it incapable of fighting, it certainly deters it from recklessly revealing itself. Time passes, and Wang Ming finds himself unable to capture the elusive Dark Realm's Ninetales, which stirs a sense of impatience within him. This creature is indeed quite cunning. While it may not be a match for Mew, it certainly does not need to resort to such cowardice. The evasive tactics of the Dark Realm's Ninetales have caused Wang Ming considerable frustration. Though the Dark Realm's Ninetales cannot harm them, he is equally unable to capture it. This cowardly dark spirit is unlike anything he has encountered before. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Just as he is engulfed in frustration, a sudden thought strikes Wang Ming, his expression turning grave. Upon careful reflection, his demeanor darkens further. "It seems I have fallen into a trap," Wang Ming murmurs under his breath, realizing that the Dark Realm's Ninetales appears to be deliberately luring him. His assertion is not mere conjecture. First, while the Dark Realm's Ninetales may not match Mew's prowess, it is certainly not devoid of combat ability. Yet, it has chosen to flee rather than confront. Moreover, it does not flee in secret. Instead, after a distance, it pokes its head out from the dark matter, glancing back as if to ascertain whether Wang Ming has kept pace. Second, the journey thus far has been unnaturally tranquil. Apart from the sea of dark matter, there has been no sight of any dark spirits. Wang Ming distinctly senses a heavy atmosphere here, unlike that of a safe haven. The absence of dark spirits and any semblance of danger is utterly perplexing. Mew, wait. Do not pursue it just yet. The more Wang Ming contemplates, the more suspicious he becomes, prompting him to halt and call out to Mew. He then scrutinizes his surroundings with keen attention, noticing that Wang Ming has not given chase. The Dark Realm's Ninetales also comes to a stop, seemingly confirming Wang Ming's suspicions that it is indeed waiting for him to catch up. Wang Ming, having observed the halted Ninetales, becomes increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. The Dark Realm's Ninetales is enticing him. As for its motives and the destination to which it intends to lead him, Wang Ming cannot discern. However, one thing is certain. The Dark Realm's Ninetales harbors no good intentions. He shifts his focus away from the Ninetales and meticulously examines his surroundings, even employing his eye of truth. Yet, he uncovers nothing, an unexpected outcome. This should not be the case, should it? Am I being overly cautious? Furrowing his brow in confusion, he lifts his gaze in search of the Dark Realm's Ninetales, only to find that it has vanished without a trace. Has it departed? Just then, Mew returns to his side. Little one, did you see where it went? Wang Ming inquires. Mew emits a series of soft sounds, recounting its observations to Wang Ming. It turns out that after lingering for a moment, the Dark Realm's Ninetales submerged into the dark matter and has not reappeared since. This revelation leaves Wang Ming perplexed. The actions of the Dark Realm's Ninetales starkly contradict his earlier assumptions. If it truly intended to lure him, it should not have simply left. As Wang Ming grapples with his uncertainty, a sudden commotion arises in the distance. He looks up to see a group of individuals swiftly approaching him. The only ones capable of entering this secret realm, aside from the League members, would be Yang Shi and his companions. However, the distance is too great for Wang Ming to discern whether they are members of the Dark Organization or the League. As they draw closer, Wang Ming is finally able to identify them by their attire. They are indeed members of the Dark Organization. What a coincidence! To encounter Yang Shi and his group here, Wang Ming feels an unexpected sense of surprise at the presence of Dark Organization members. Soon, Yang Shi and the others spot Wang Ming ahead, a glimmer of joy crossing their faces. Look, it's the Dark Master. The Dark Master has also arrived. Yang Shi exclaims excitedly, hastening towards Wang Ming. The others gaze at Wang Ming with curiosity. This marks their first encounter with him. Although they have heard of the Dark Master from Yang Shi, they have never seen him in person. Now that they behold the Dark Master of the Dark Organization, their curiosity is piqued. However, they are taken aback by Wang Ming's youth. He appears to be nothing more than a boy. Instantly, some among them feel a sense of indignation. A mere youth, still wet behind the ears, is the Dark Master of their organization? Wouldn't this be a source of ridicule if made known? Chapter 127. You are unworthy of being the Dark Master President. Are you certain he is the Dark Master? Could there be a mistake? At last, someone can no longer contain themselves and speaks up. It is not that they doubt Yang Shi, but rather that Wang Ming seems far too juvenile to fit the image of a Dark Master. Upon hearing one of his subordinates pose such a disrespectful question regarding the Dark Master's identity, Yang Shi's expression immediately darkens. What do you mean by that? Are you questioning the identity of the Dark Master? I can affirmatively tell you, he is the one and only Dark Master. If you do not believe it, you are free to leave the Jingbei City League and seek your fortunes elsewhere. Yang Shi's words were delivered with a chilling finality, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned into silence. Noticing the lack of further discourse, Yang Shi withdrew his gaze and continued onward. Do you think the president could have been deceived by that little brat? One of the kings murmured quietly after Yang Shi departed. His prowess among the group was not particularly formidable, yet he was a genuine king, often playfully dubbed the Chattering King by his companions, for he was known for his loquacity. Deceive the president? Have you lost your wits? Do you not understand what kind of person the president is? No one capable of misleading him has even been born yet. If the president values this young man so highly, even going so far as to believe he is the Dark Lord, there must be a compelling reason behind it. We cannot underestimate this boy. The Flying King scoffed at the Chattering King's words. What capabilities could a pretty boy possibly possess? He might only boast a few advantages over wealthy women. The Chattering King remained dismissive, holding a low opinion of Wang Ming. It seems you still refuse to concede. How about you test that lad's mettle later? The Flying King prodded, raising an eyebrow. A test? Why would I, a dignified king, be afraid? The Chattering King retorted boldly. Soon, the group arrived before Wang Ming. Dark Lord. Yang Shi greeted Wang Ming with a respectful bow. Although the others were not entirely convinced of Wang Ming's merit, they followed suit out of deference to Yang Shi. Only one, the Chattering King, wore an expression of defiance, refusing to pay Wang Ming any respects. Wang Ming noticed the Chattering King's attitude but chose not to engage with him, instead conversing amiably with Yang Shi about his experiences in the secret realm. At that moment, the Chattering King interjected, abruptly silencing the surroundings. "You are the Dark Lord? You must be a counterfeit. Since when did our dark organization's leader become a mere child?" The Chattering King's words were a thorough repudiation of Wang Ming. Before Wang Ming could respond, Yang Shi's expression darkened, turning frigid as he raised his hand to reprimand the Chattering King, insisting he apologize to Wang Ming for his rudeness. However, just as his hand was about to descend, Wang Ming halted him. "There is no need for anger. I am but a humble individual, young and inexperienced, and it is not unusual for someone to hold a differing opinion." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Even the Chattering King fell momentarily silent. He had anticipated that Wang Ming, brimming with youthful zeal, would retaliate against his humiliation, yet he was unprepared for Wang Ming's remarkable composure, demonstrating a magnanimity reminiscent of a statesman's ability to endure. In contrast, the Chattering King appeared as nothing more than a petty gossip. The stark comparison led others to reassess their opinions of Wang Ming, recognizing he was not as simple as they had presumed. Nevertheless, Yang Shi felt the matter could not rest there and wished to say more. Yet, Wang Ming preempted him, turning his attention to the Chattering King. Although the Chattering King was slightly astonished by Wang Ming's demeanor, it did not alter his overall impression. He still deemed Wang Ming unworthy of the title of Dark Lord. Wang Ming understood that aside from Yang Shi, who had engaged in private discussions with him, others would inevitably harbor skepticism regarding his claim. He could empathize with their feelings, as he had proven to be not only perceptive but also understanding during his time with Shinai Duo. Thus, he recognized the necessity to demonstrate his strength to earn their respect and validate his identity as the Dark Lord. "I am aware that some of you doubt my status," Wang Ming stated, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before settling on the Chattering King. "What, in your opinion, constitutes a qualified Dark Lord?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the Chattering King could no longer contain himself. "At the very least, your strength must surpass mine." A subtle smile crept upon Wang Ming's lips, as if he had baited a fish. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity to battle me today," Wang Ming replied confidently, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His Dragonite seemed to sense the surge of battle intent within its master, letting out a fierce roar. The Chattering King chuckled at the prospect of engaging in combat, viewing it as a self-inflicted humiliation for Wang Ming. After all, he was a king, while Wang Ming was merely a novice, likely yet to even touch the threshold of a quasi-king. How could he possibly contend with him? Even if Wang Ming had brushed against that threshold, he would still fall short as his opponent. The Chattering King brimmed with confidence regarding this contest, laughing heartily. The expressions of the others grew increasingly peculiar, as any remaining goodwill they had harbored for Wang Ming evaporated. "Ah, he is still just a boy, far too reckless. What a pity. Despite his insolence, the Chattering King possesses genuine power, and most kings would struggle against him. This youth stands no chance." Clearly, no one held any faith in Wang Ming's prospects. Only Yang Shi bore a strange expression, directing a gaze filled with a hint of sympathy towards the Chattering King. While others may be unaware of Wang Ming's true potential, Yang Shi was acutely aware. The fact that even beings as formidable as Mew and Mutwo chose to remain by Wang Ming's side spoke volumes of his unfathomable strength. Not to mention the Chattering King. Even he himself might not be a match for Wang Ming. The Chattering King's actions were nothing short of inviting disaster upon himself. Yet, upon realizing the Chattering King was merely courting his own downfall, Yang Shi reined in his sympathy, turning his anticipation towards Wang Ming's performance. "Do not accuse me of bullying you. I will even allow you a single strike," the Chattering King proclaimed grandiosely, releasing his Pokémon. Upon seeing the Chattering King's Pokémon, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Ming's features. Although the Chattering King was not particularly impressive, his strength was undeniable. Chapter 128. Young man, you lack martial virtue. The Chattering King summoned forth a formidable Volcarona, whose strength was exceptional, with a staggering base stat nearing that of a quasi-legendary Pokémon. The legendary birds remarked on the immense pressure they felt in its presence. Concurrently, Wang Ming utilized his Eye of Insight to examine the basic information of the Volcarona. Pokémon, Volcarona, gender, female, level, 80, base stats, 550, type, Bugfire. Ability, Flame Body, may burn opponents that come into contact with it. Talent, Epic, held item. Charcoal, enhances the power of fire-type moves. Moves, Quiver Dance. Gust, Fiery Dance. Ember, Leech Life, String Shot. Amnesia, Flame Wheel. Heat Wave, Flare Blitz. Bug Buzz, Rage Powder. Hurricane, Fiery Dance. Vortex, Roost. Silver Wind. It must be acknowledged that the strength of a king is indeed formidable. An 80-level Volcarona poses a challenge that most individuals would find insurmountable. Even Wang Ming recognized that he faced a daunting opponent in this 80-level Volcarona, with his chances of victory appearing slim. This indicated that while he had reached the level of a quasi-king, he still fell short compared to established kings. Wang Ming was acutely aware of this reality and did not allow himself to become overly arrogant. Nevertheless, he resolutely chose to accept the Chattering King's challenge. Motivated entirely by the presence of Mew at his side, with the formidable Mew as his bodyguard, why would Wang Ming still choose to send his Pokémon into battle? This time, he intended to have Mew fight, to carve out his own reputation and gain the acknowledgement of others, thereby solidifying his position. The boastful king of Blabbermouth was merely the first stepping stone on his path. Unfortunately, the king remained blissfully unaware of these machinations, still foolishly contemplating how to humiliate Wang Ming. Quickly release your Pokémon. I promise, I'll only let you have one move, the king of Blabbermouth impatiently declared, eager to witness Wang Ming's defeated expression. Very well, but do not regret your words, Wang Ming retorted, eschewing further conversation to resolve the battle with swiftness. They were still within the confines of the secret realm, where hidden dangers lurked, making this sparring session ill-judged. Therefore, Wang Ming needed to conclude the fight promptly to avoid unforeseen complications. Come forth, little one, and engage in a few exchanges with that large moth. Wang Ming spoke to the air around him. Earlier, when Yang Shi and the others had appeared, Mew had concealed itself, remaining unnoticed by the crowd. Had it not been for this, the king of Blabbermouth might have hesitated to challenge Wang Ming. How dare you call my Pokémon a moth? The king of Blabbermouth was incensed upon hearing Wang Ming's playful nickname for his fire moth, viewing it as a grave insult to its dignity. Those who had previously made such remarks had already been thoroughly trounced by him, and this time would be no exception. However, he could not have anticipated the turn of events that awaited him. Upon witnessing the legendary Pokémon that appeared beside Wang Ming, his expression froze in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wang Ming had summoned none other than Mew, the oldest of Pokémon. The others were similarly stunned, gazing incredulously at the pink creature hovering in the air. They were witnessing the legendary ancestor of Pokémon, Mew, in their lifetime. Only Yang Shi maintained a calm demeanor, for he had been aware of Wang Ming's possession of Mew prior to this. Not only Mew, but Wang Ming also had Mewtwo. This knowledge solidified Yang Shi's belief that Wang Ming was indeed the former Dark Lord. Otherwise, given his cunning nature, he would never have acknowledged Wang Ming, even if he had presented the Dark Lord's insignia. Stop. I concede. The Dark Lord is magnificent. Allow me to bow in reverence. The situation swiftly reversed. The once arrogant king of Blabbermouth immediately yielded, bowing deeply before Wang Ming. This left Wang Ming momentarily taken aback. What happened to the promised battle? What about the claim that he was unworthy of being the Dark Lord? How could he back down before the fight even began? Where was the king's pride? The king of Blabbermouth felt a deep sense of frustration. He had genuinely desired to engage in a spar with Wang Ming. But who would have thought Wang Ming would forego the rules of engagement by unleashing Mew? What was left to fight? Even if he summoned Yang Shi, he would only face a crushing defeat. Thus, the king unhesitatingly chose to concede. After all, he did not wish to be humiliated in front of everyone, for that would cement the title of Large Moth upon his Fire Moth, a fate he could not bear to accept. Moreover, the king of Blabbermouth rationalized that conceding was not an act of shame. It was, rather, a gesture of sincere humility, embodying a noble spontaneity that could not be deemed disgraceful. Wang Ming smiled lightly, radiating confidence, and chose not to hold it against him. After all, he had no desire for conflict. His true aim was to garner respect. With this objective achieved, the outcome of the battle mattered little. Shall we not fight then? No more fighting. The king of Blabbermouth waved his hands repeatedly, fully capitulating to Wang Ming. Wang Ming smiled gently and beckoned Mew back to his side. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers. Their prior skepticism towards Wang Ming dissipated entirely, transforming his image and status in their minds dramatically. Wang Ming was now recognized as the Dark Lord of their organization. Seeing the reverent gazes directed at him, Wang Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had sought. By the way, I heard you encountered the Dark Greninja? Wang Ming inquired, casting a glance at Yang Shi. Earlier, during their conversation, Yang Shi had mentioned this, but was interrupted by the king of Blabbermouth. Yang Shi nodded, his expression grave. That Dark Greninja is extraordinarily powerful. Were it not for my Jengar's ability to mega-evolve, we would have been no match for it. Unfortunately, just as we were on the brink of defeating it, it escaped into the sea of dark matter. We pursued it all the way here. Upon hearing Yang Shi's account, Wang Ming's brow furrowed in contemplation. The simultaneous appearance of the Dark Greninja and the Dark Ninetales here was likely no mere coincidence. There might be an undisclosed secret lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 129. The source of dark matter. After a moment of reflection, Wang Ming asked, "In which direction did you last see the Dark Greninja escape?" Yangshi appeared to be deep in thought. After a brief moment, he raised his head and pointed in a specific direction. That way. Wang Ming felt a surge of astonishment. The direction the Dark Greninja fled was the same as that of the Dark Ninetales. Was it a coincidence? Perhaps. But what seemed coincidental might conceal an inevitable truth. After a brief moment of deliberation, Wang Ming made his decision. Let us follow. Their group possessed formidable strength. Even if the Dark Greninja and Dark Ninetales were to join forces, they would not pose a threat to their might. In other words, even if they encountered unforeseen dangers, they could at least ensure their safe retreat. With this thought in mind, Wang Ming no longer hesitated, leading Yang Shi and the others towards the direction in which the Dark Greninja had vanished. Meanwhile, those from the Alliance who had also entered the secret realm were far less fortunate. They were besieged by a relentless onslaught of dark Pokémon, their numbers overwhelming. Professor Gu Tian narrowly avoided injury from the dark matter's infection. Fortunately, a champion-level trainer was there to protect him, sparing him from serious harm. "Professor, we should retreat. The number of dark Pokémon is far too great, and our manpower is insufficient to handle them. If anything were to happen to you, we could not bear the consequences," a champion-level trainer advised, approaching Professor Gu Tian. Initially, they had not encountered any attacks from the dark Pokémon. However, Professor Gu Tian was reckless. Upon encountering any dark Pokémon along the way, he unhesitatingly unleashed his psychic weapon to strike them down. This, in turn, incited the wrath of the dark Pokémon that had been dormant in the dark matter, awakening them in droves to attack. Fortunately, the levels of these dark Pokémon were not exceptionally high. Although they faced a relentless barrage of attacks, there had been no casualties thus far. Nonetheless, their stamina was finite, and they could not sustain this fight indefinitely. If they continued to be worn down by the dark Pokémon, their defenses would soon be breached. At that point, it would not simply be a matter of a few casualties. Damn it, those wretched pests. The next time we meet, I shall annihilate them all. Professor Gu Tian vowed fiercely. His heart was filled with resentment, harboring an intense hatred for these dark elves. Yet, in this moment, he found himself powerless, compelled to choose the path of retreat. "Let us withdraw," Dr. Gu Tian declared, reluctantly guiding the members of the Alliance away from this place. Unbeknownst to them, the dark elves were relentlessly hurting them, as if intent on driving them towards a particular destination. Strangely enough, the direction of their retreat coincided precisely with that of Wang Ming and his companions. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and his group pursued their path. And although they had not encountered the Dark Greninja again, they stumbled upon something even more intriguing. Before them stood yet another rift to a hidden realm, hovering above a sea of dark matter from which it continuously emanated. Could it be that this dark matter was oozing forth from this very rift? The ever-loquacious king of chatter was the first to voice his astonishment, marveling at the existence of yet another hidden realm within a hidden realm. If that were indeed the case, how much dark matter must be contained within to submerge an entire hidden realm, transforming it into a sea of darkness? Wang Ming, equally astonished, had not anticipated encountering yet another hidden realm. Moreover, it appeared that this rift was the very source of the dark matter. "Shall we enter, Dark Lord?" Yang Shi inquired, stepping forward. The emergence of this rift was exceedingly peculiar, likely concealing immense dangers. Yet, undeniably, it also harbored great secrets that beckoned exploration. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ming lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with fervor. "We shall proceed." This was his resolute decision. No one voiced any dissent. They all acquiesced and followed Wang Ming into the rift. Within the rift, they were engulfed by dark matter, as if they had traversed into a realm of shadows. The density of the dark matter was terrifying, the ground beneath them a viscous sea of darkness, tumultuous and prone to sudden surges. The moment they entered, Wang Ming sensed an almost imperceptible yet palpable danger lurking in the surroundings. As he surveyed the area, his expression grew increasingly grave. Before him, a waterfall cascaded from the heavens, reminiscent of the Milky Way plunging from the night sky. However, this waterfall did not pour forth water, but rather a thick stream of dark matter. Wang Ming was struck with a sense of dread. They had indeed discovered the source of the dark matter. Looking up, he saw that this waterfall originated from yet another rift. Merely a transfer point rather than the ultimate source. Wang Ming was once again overwhelmed, exclaiming, "The true source of the dark matter lies even deeper." Just as the group was lost in thought, two dark figures suddenly emerged from the sea of dark matter. Look, it's that dark Greninja. The observant king of chatter spotted the dark Greninja first. Wait, there's another one. What is that creature beside it? Why does it exhibit both elven and human traits? Upon seeing the Dark Realm's nine-tailed fox, the king of chatter began to lose his composure. A hybrid of human and elf was a sight he had never encountered before. The others, drawn in by his exclamation, turned their gazes toward the dark Greninja and the Dark Realm's nine-tailed fox. They had seen the dark Greninja before and were not surprised. However, upon witnessing the appearance of the nine-tailed fox, they were rendered utterly speechless. Such an extraordinary being was unlike anything they had ever heard or seen. If one were to claim it was human, it possessed a tail and unmistakably elfin features. Conversely, if it were deemed an elf, it bore a human visage and form, surpassing even the most beautiful of human maidens, with a figure that was nothing short of perfection. What on earth was this creature? Confusion reigned on their faces. At that moment, Wang Ming spoke up, providing clarity to their bewilderment. This is the Dark Realm's nine-tailed fox. The Dark Realm's nine-tailed fox? The group, hearing this term for the first time, was left even more perplexed, eagerly turning to Wang Ming for an explanation. Chapter 130. Capturing the Dark Greninja. Wang Ming, aware of the urgency of the situation, refrained from unnecessary elaboration and briefly explained the concept of boundary-breaking evolution. Upon hearing this, Yang Shi and the others were astounded. There are numerous forms of Pokémon evolution, including the well-known Mega Evolution, as well as the lesser-known Bond Evolution. But boundary-breaking evolution was something they had never encountered before. Had Wang Ming not elucidated it, they would have found it hard to believe such a miraculous method of evolution existed in this world. Dark Lord, imagine if this remarkable method of evolution could be propagated within the Dark Organization. Our strength would soar, and even the Alliance would no longer pose a threat. The return of the Dark Organization to its former glory would be imminent. The King of Chatter grew increasingly animated, his enthusiasm culminating in spittle flying onto the face of the Flying King. The Flying King wiped his face, glaring at the King of Chatter, who, aware of his misstep, chuckled awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. Despite being a king himself, the disparity in their powers was significant. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Flying King, displaying remarkable magnanimity, chose not to dwell on the matter. At that moment, Yang Shi also voiced his thoughts. Indeed, Dark Lord, such an unfathomable method of evolution should be promoted within the Dark Organization. Not only would your prestige rise immensely, but the organization's strength would also increase dramatically, paving the way for you to take the helm. Wang Ming sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He was well aware of the implications of Yang Shi's words. It was not that he was unwilling to promote this method of evolution. Rather, he lacked the knowledge to do so. While I am familiar with this method of evolution, I do not understand its principles. To promote it would be akin to chasing a mirage. If I truly possessed this method, would I not allow my own Pokémon to undergo boundary-breaking evolution? He pointed to his Dragonite beneath him, countering their assumptions. The group fell silent, suddenly realizing a crucial fact. Wang Ming's Pokémon had not undergone boundary-breaking evolution either. Instantly, their exuberance was dampened. However, do not be disheartened. As long as you follow me diligently, there will come a day when your Pokémon will achieve boundary-breaking evolution, Wang Ming reassured them, noticing their despondent expressions. Now, having obtained the Cherry Blossom Wood pendant, he anticipated acquiring the evolution book upon his return. Wang Ming surmised that the book likely contained the secrets of boundary-breaking evolution, as it represented the culmination of a lifetime's research by the protagonist in the Reincarnation Simulation. By thoroughly studying the evolution book, he felt he would be closer to unraveling the mysteries of boundary-breaking evolution. When that time came, assisting Yang Shi and the others in enabling their Pokémon to achieve this evolution would be a simple endeavor. Upon hearing Wang Ming's promise, the expressions of Yang Shi and the others shifted dramatically, reigniting their excitement. After all, this represented a brand new method of evolution that could elevate their strength to unprecedented heights. How could they not be exhilarated? After all, who wouldn't he aspire to become a champion-level trainer? I shall wait, and vow to follow the Dark Lord unto death. The crowd exchanged glances, fervently proclaiming their allegiance as they knelt before Wang Ming. In that moment, Wang Ming embodied the Dark Lord without question. He smiled gently, signaling them to rise. Let us dispense with these formalities. As long as you follow my lead diligently, once I reclaim control of the Dark Organization, you shall ascend to the ranks of the Elders, and the rewards will be plentiful. Indeed, excitement sparkled in their eyes as they eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. However, there remained a particularly daunting challenge to address. The ominous presence of the Ninetales from the Dark Realm and the Dark Koga Ninja Frog standing not far away. You handle the Dark Koga Ninja Frog. I shall take care of the Ninetales, Wang Ming instructed the group, stepping forward to confront the Dark Realm's Ninetales alone. The others voiced no objections. With Dream on his side, Wang Ming was more than capable of managing the Ninetales. Little one, I leave it to you. Wang Ming turned to Dream with a subtle smile. With a nod, Dream propelled herself 2 meters forward, facing the Dark Realm's Ninetales, ready for combat. The battle was about to erupt. On Yang Xie's side, the approach was decidedly more aggressive, without a moment's hesitation. Everyone launched their attacks upon the Dark Koga Ninja Frog, though formidable in strength and not fearing any single combatant among them. The Dark Koga Ninja Frog found itself overwhelmed by the collective onslaught. Dream was more than capable of handling her own battle, requiring no guidance from Wang Ming. Thus, he stood by, observing the fray, prepared to seize any opportunity. Under the relentless assault, the Dark Koga Ninja Frog quickly fell into a defensive position, retreating under pressure. At that moment, Wang Ming had already retrieved the Dark Ball, poised to capture. Bang! In the realm of skilled combatants, battles often concluded in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, the Dark Koga Ninja Frog was sent flying by Yang Xie's Super Jengar. Sensing the precariousness of its situation, the Dark Koga Ninja Frog attempted to retreat into the sea of dark matter. Yet, at that precise moment, the Flying King, Scorpios, struck with blinding speed, knocking the Dark Koga Ninja Frog back into the fray. Subsequently, the Fire God Moth of the Fragmented Mouth King unleashed a barrage of divine flames, encircling the Dark Koga Ninja Frog completely. The 3 Pokémon coordinated their attacks, subjecting the Dark Koga Ninja Frog to relentless torment. A defiant roar echoed as the Dark Koga Ninja Frog sustained grave injuries, plunging into a state of dire peril. Wang Ming's eyes lit up with excitement as he acted without hesitation, casting the Dark Ball with unwavering resolve. Whoosh! The Dark Ball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely atop the Dark Koga Ninja Frog. In an instant, the creature transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the confines of the Dark Ball. As he silently prayed, Wang Ming produced another Dark Ball, just in case the Dark Koga Ninja Frog managed to break free. After a brief pause, the Dark Ball ceased its quivering. The Dark Koga Ninja Frog remained encased within. An expression of exhilaration blossomed on Wang Ming's face, and he could not suppress an inner roar. I have captured the Dark Koga Ninja Frog. It has finally returned to my grasp. Chapter 131. The Conspiracy of the Dark Realm's Ninetales. Simultaneously, Wang Ming employed a purification capsule on the Dark Koga Ninja Frog, restoring it to its normal state. Soon after, its details materialized clearly before Wang Ming's eyes. Pokémon, Koga Ninja Frog, gender, female, level, 60, base stats, 530, type, water dark, ability, adaptable, changes to the same type as the move it uses, talent, epic, item, expert belt, increases the power of moves with a superb effect, skills, water shuriken, growl, pound, quick attack, dark mist, bubble, mimic, night slash, lick, water pulse, smokescreen, shadow sneak, spikes, critical hit, substitute, telekinesis, shadow clone, with a level 60 Koga Ninja Frog. There was no need to consider individual level advancement. Wang Ming smiled softly, murmuring to himself. A level 60 Pokémon was quite commendable in his current lineup, standing among the elite. Yet, he lamented the talent, finding it somewhat lacking. Most of his Pokémon possessed legendary talents. While epic talents were undoubtedly rare in the eyes of others, he deemed them still inferior in comparison. Recently, during several simulations, the system had failed to reward him with any talent capsules, leaving his Pokémon's talents stagnant. Currently, aside from the Koga Ninja Frog, both Dragonite and Blaziken remained at the epic talent level. This meant Wang Ming required at least 3 talent capsules, a predicament that weighed heavily on his mind. At that moment, the battle with Dream was drawing to a close. The Dark Realm's Ninetales found itself at a disadvantage, entrenched in a state of utter passivity. Upon witnessing the capture of the Dark Koga Ninja Frog, its expression darkened considerably. With a piercing shriek, the Ninetales forcefully distanced itself from Dream. Yet, Dream pressed on, unleashing a more ferocious assault. However, this time the Ninetales displayed cunning, evading direct confrontation by submerging into the dark matter, biding its time to ambush Dream. Wang Ming merely smirked, dismissing such tactics with disdain. While such ambushes might be effective against other Pokémon, they were futile against Dream. No matter when or from where the Ninetales emerged, Dream would sense its presence beforehand and brace for defense. Indeed, Wang Ming's predictions proved accurate. After a period of concealment, the Dark Realm's Ninetales suddenly surged forth from the dark matter. Had it been any other Pokémon, they might have fallen victim to the surprise attack. Yet Dream seemed to anticipate its move, evading the ambush with a swift motion. Frustrated by the failure of its ambush, the Ninetales retreated once more into the dark matter. At this juncture, Yangshi stepped forward. "I'll assist. Super Jengar, go!" Yangshi possessed the highest combat prowess among the group, and though not on par with Dream, he was certainly capable of battling the Ninetales. With the addition of Super Jengar, the situation grew increasingly dire for the Dark Realm's Ninetales, which had already struggled against Dream. Nonetheless, thanks to the unique abilities of dark matter, the Ninetales did not concede defeat immediately. Yet, Wang Ming began to sense something amiss. If the Ninetales was not their adversary, why prolong the conflict? Moreover, why did the Ninetales and the Dark Koga Ninja Frog reveal themselves before them? It seemed illogical, as if they were willingly offering themselves as sacrifices. There had to be another purpose behind their actions. Wang Ming pondered deeply, feeling that the Ninetales was simply stalling for time. Was it awaiting rescue? A sense of formidable urgency enveloped him, unsettling his heart. Dream, Wang Ming suddenly lifted his gaze. About to speak. At that moment, the Chatty King suddenly exclaimed, causing everyone's hearts to tense up. "This is bad. The entrance to the secret realm has been sealed." What? As soon as these words were uttered, everyone turned to look, their expressions shifting dramatically. Indeed, as the Chatty King had stated, the entrance to the secret realm had completely closed, rendering it impossible for anyone to enter or exit. This meant that they were trapped. Wang Ming's mind erupted in chaos, a profound sense of danger overwhelming him. We've fallen into a trap. It was only now that Wang Ming realized they had been ensnared by the Ninetales of the Dark Realm. Just as he had previously surmised, the Ninetales had deliberately lured them here with the intent to annihilate them all. The Ninetales had been engaging in combat merely to stall for time, allowing the true terror to awaken. But what precisely was this true terror? Wang Ming couldn't help but glance towards the Ninetales of the Dark Realm. However, there was no sign of the Ninetales, only an expanse of dark matter. The Ninetales had long since vanished. It is said that foxes are cunning, and today Wang Ming had witnessed just how crafty a transformed fox could be. With no time to ponder further, and disregarding the search for the Ninetales, Wang Ming felt that their most pressing concern was to leave this place as quickly as possible. "Yangshi, do you have any means to escape from here?" Wang Ming inquired with a serious expression. Yangshi, however, appeared unfazed, offering a faint smile as he replied, "Don't worry, Dark Lord. We can open a rift to escape at any time." Before their arrival, Yangshi had made ample preparations and had naturally considered a method to leave the secret realm. Wang Ming was astonished and curiously asked, "What method?" Yangshi pointed to the bracelet on his wrist and explained, "This is a rift generator, capable of creating rifts within the secret realm to facilitate our departure." With a look of intrigue, Wang Ming gazed at the bracelet, a memory flashing in his mind. Previously, when he first encountered Yangshi and the others, they had conjured a rift out of thin air to exit the secret realm. He was surprised that the Dark Organization possessed such a valuable item. With the rift generator in hand, even if the entrance was sealed, they could still escape the secret realm. Chapter 132, Replication, Life and Death Crisis. Just as everyone thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once tranquil sea of dark matter began to churn violently, unleashing tumultuous waves. Almost immediately, countless whirlpools emerged, densely clustered together in a bizarrely magnificent display. From within these whirlpools, roars echoed, as if some terrifying creature were attempting to rise from below. In that moment, everyone's mood grew heavy again, their gazes fixed upon the largest whirlpool. When a familiar sound resonated, Wang Ming instinctively turned to look at Dream, who wore a perplexed expression as she met his gaze. For Dream had not spoken at all. This meant that the previous cry had not originated from her. If not from Dream, then who? A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Wang Ming as he directed his gaze towards the largest whirlpool. Could it be that the sound had emanated from within the whirlpool? If that were the case, Wang Ming's eyes widened in horror, unwilling to delve deeper into that thought. Yet, reality would not change according to his wishes. The strange noises continued, and another familiar voice resonated in everyone's ears. This time, Wang Ming clearly heard that the voice came from within the whirlpool. Although it was similar to Dream's call, upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. The sound was heavier, imbued with a brutal, bloodthirsty aura. As a third voice echoed, a pitch-black sprite suddenly soared out from the whirlpool. This sprite bore a striking resemblance to Dream, albeit with a darker hue and a much larger stature. Far removed from the term petite and adorable, When the crowd finally discerned the true identity of the figure, they collectively gasped, frozen in shock. It was, astonishingly, a dark dream. Wang Ming was equally astounded, realizing that the ultimate antagonist was none other than the dark dream. Even the little sprite beside him, Dream, appeared bewildered. Her lively eyes filled with confusion as she curiously examined the dark dream that was so similar to herself. The dark dream emitted a deep, resonant cry, mimicking Dream's gestures with remarkable accuracy. In the next moment, a black fire dragon descended from the sky, roaring fiercely as it charged toward the crowd. The dark dream, too, could wield such a monstrous skill. When Wang Ming used his eye of revelation to inspect the dark dream, he was once again taken aback. The dark dream's level was a terrifying 100, rivaling that of Dream herself. It seemed the nine tails of the dark realm had been awaiting its awakening. A grave expression filled Wang Ming's face. A level 100 dark dream was not something to be trifled with. Yet, what he did not expect was that this was merely the beginning. Shortly after the dark dream revealed its true form, other dark sprites began to emerge from the remaining whirlpools. When Yang Shi and the others beheld these dark sprites, disbelief filled their eyes. "It's a dark super Jengar," Yang Shi exclaimed, "and a dark fire god moth." The chatty king cried out in a voice akin to a pig's wail. Even the usually composed flying king was momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, "Dark scorpion king." These emerging dark sprites were identical to the very ones they had just utilized. When Wang Ming activated his eye of revelation to probe the information of these dark sprites, he discovered an astonishing secret. The levels of these dark sprites were exactly the same as those of Yang Shi and the other sprites. Replication. These dark sprites were clones of the sprites we had used. As this realization dawned upon Wang Ming, a deep-seated wariness flickered in his eyes. Indeed, when the dark dragon appeared, his suspicions were confirmed. Roars and howls erupted in a cacophony. The dark sprites launched a frenzied assault, thrusting the group into a precarious position, and the tide of battle turned against them. At that moment, the nine tails of the dark realm emerged from the dark matter, coldly observing everything before her. Judging the fate of the group, it was indeed her. She had plotted this from the very beginning. Wang Ming's heart raced. The nine tails of the dark realm was far more formidable than he had imagined, not just in strength, but in intellect as well. "Yang Shi, we cannot linger here. We must leave at once," Wang Ming shouted hoarsely. The situation was dire. He realized that from the whirlpools, a continuous stream of dark sprites was surging forth. Although their power was not as formidable as the earlier ones, they were still not to be underestimated, and their numbers were overwhelming. A collective assault could easily drown them. Understood. Yang Shi recognized the urgency of the situation, refraining from further discussion as he activated the bracelet to open the rift. The opening of the rift required time. While the others fought valiantly to buy Yang Shi that precious time, the nine tails of the dark realm sensed their intentions and let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, all the dark elves surged toward Yang Shi in a frenzied rush. In this critical moment, Wang Ming did not hesitate to join the fray with his super flame sword. "Little one, obstruct them. Do not let them approach Yang Shi." At the same time, Wang Ming commanded Dream. Although the dark dream was formidable, it was inherently at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. As a powerful psychic beast, Dream was still capable of overpowering the dark variant. "Meow," Dream emitted a gentle cry, its delicate fingers dancing incessantly, summoning a formidable psychic force that descended from the heavens, forming a luminous barrier to thwart the dark elves. In a moment of dire urgency, Yang Shi lived up to expectations and successfully opened the rift to the secret realm. "Everyone, come here. Do not engage with them," Yang Shi bellowed at the group. Wang Ming was the first to reach Yang Shi's side, followed closely by the others, including the Chattering King. "Let us go." Without further ado, they recalled their Pokémon and stepped into the rift together. Outside, amidst a cluster of reefs, numerous dark elves' corpses lay scattered around. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared as Wang Ming and the others materialized. They made it out. Surviving such peril left everyone in a state of lingering unease. It took a while for them to regain their composure and curiously survey their surroundings. "Fortunately, we are still in the Royal Sea domain," Yang Shi sighed in relief. At that moment, the unmistakable roar of engines echoed from above. Everyone gazed into the distance and discovered the League's forces approaching. "You must leave at once. Do not let the League discover you. Once I handle matters here, I will seek you out," Wang Ming instructed the group. Now was not the time to reveal identities. He could not allow the League to uncover his connections with the Dark Organization. "Understood, Dark Master. Take care," Yang Shi replied, not hesitating as he led the group away over the ocean. Meanwhile, Wang Ming remained quietly, awaiting the League's arrival. Little did they know, within the secret realm, Dr. Gu Tian and his companions had also witnessed the rift stretching across the sea of dark matter. Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Gu Tian led the team into the rift, unaware of the tremendous horrors that awaited them within. Chapter 133, The Book of Evolution, Sakura Island. Wang Ming returned to this place aboard a yacht from the League S team. It was time to reclaim the Book of Evolution. Gazing at the cherrywood pendant in his hand, excitement flickered in his eyes as he hurried toward the Joy family. An hour later, Wang Ming arrived at the Joy estate, where he was once again greeted by Joy Lan. After exchanging pleasantries, Joy Lan honored her promise, bypassing any further trials and directly escorting him to the Tower of Evolution. Having learned from his previous experience, Wang Ming navigated through the process with much greater ease. Before long, he stood before the stone door leading to the 4th floor. He approached, placing the cherrywood pendant into the groove of the stone door. With a rumble, the door began to tremble, a cloud of dust cascading down as the long-sealed entrance creaked open. Finally, I am about to see the Book of Evolution. Wang Ming took a deep breath and stepped inside. The passage was not lengthy, and soon he found himself at an end. A stone chamber came into view. In the center of the chamber stood a stone platform, atop which rested a small wooden box. The box was crafted from the same ancient cherry wood as the pendant in his hand. Wang Ming hurried forward, opening the box to reveal a weathered tome within. This was indeed the Book of Evolution he had tirelessly sought. At last, I have found you, Wang Ming exclaimed, carefully extracting the book from its confines. As he perused its pages, exhilaration illuminated his face. His suspicions were confirmed. The tome contained secrets regarding boundary breakthroughs. However, the information within was not comprehensive, covering only a few hundred types of Pokémon and not all. Furthermore, some boundary breakthroughs were still debatable and not guaranteed to succeed. In essence, the book lacked completeness and required further refinement. Nevertheless, Wang Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Within its pages, he discovered the method for Dragonite's boundary breakthrough. By gathering the necessary materials and concocting the appropriate potion for Dragonite to consume, he could facilitate this evolution. Yet, the materials would be difficult to procure, making the endeavor anything but straightforward. Still, it offered him a glimmer of hope. Just as Wang Ming reveled in the thoughts of what Dragonite would become after its boundary breakthrough, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Book of Evolution. You have triggered a new system function, Boundary Breakthrough Function. Boundary Breakthrough Function can be unlocked by sacrificing the Book of Evolution. Once unlocked, it allows for the initiation of boundary breakthroughs for certain Pokémon, enabling them to evolve by consuming the corresponding materials. Wang Ming was taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. This meant he could facilitate Pokémon evolution without the need for potion crafting. Merely providing the materials would suffice. Such fortune was indeed a gift from the system. Quickly, sacrifice the Book of Evolution, Wang Ming urged, filled with anticipation. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped the Book of Purification in his hands, which then transformed into a beam of white light that surged into his mind. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Boundary Breakthrough Function. Would you like to view it now? View. Instantly, a stream of clear information unfolded before Wang Ming's eyes. If he wished to ascertain the requirements for a particular Pokémon's boundary breakthrough, he simply needed to click on the corresponding Pokédex entry. The Pokédex was conveniently categorized by attributes, allowing for swift access to any desired Pokémon with just a few clicks. Not bad at all. A satisfied smile crept across Wang Ming's face as he proceeded to check the conditions required for Dragonite's boundary breakthrough. He discovered that the system stipulations closely mirrored those outlined in the evolutionary expenses, with even fewer restrictions. This optimization was surely the system's doing. Truly, you are remarkable, Wang Ming praised with rare enthusiasm. At that moment, the system responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning one simulation attempt as a reward. You may select one initial talent. Ding! The system detects that the host possesses available simulation attempts. Would you like to simulate now? Not yet. He was still within the Tower of Evolution, making it an unsuitable time for simulation. After confirming that there were no hidden secrets in the vicinity, Wang Ming hurriedly departed the Tower of Evolution and rushed back to his residence. As dusk fell, the stars shone brilliantly. In his room, Wang Ming bathed and changed. Reclining on his bed, beside him lay his Super Shinado. Indeed, it was Super Shinado. Every movement captivated Wang Ming, leaving him entranced. He had awaited this moment for so long, and now that it had come to fruition, he could not express his contentment enough. To prevent any mishaps during the reincarnation simulation, Wang Ming had deliberately engaged in some aerobic exercise with Super Shinado, moving up and down, forward and backward, with his presence felt throughout. On this night, the skillful cries of the Super Shinado resonated with an enticing allure, rendering one utterly captivated and brimming with vigor. Traversing mountains and valleys, the path wound into secluded depths. Both individuals found themselves immensely gratified. After a brief tidying of the tumultuous battlefield, Wang Ming summoned the system, embarking upon a sacred and solemn endeavor. System, commence the simulation. Ding. The simulation has begun. Please select 4 initial talents from the following 10 options. Beastmaster. Orange. You will find it significantly easier to gain the approval of mythical beasts, greatly enhancing your chances of capturing them. Chosen 1. Orange. Your luck is extraordinary, making it more likely for you to encounter ultra-rare Pokémon. Boundary breakthrough. Orange. Initial allocation points are 5, and you can disregard attribute limits when distributing points. Pokémon Master. Orange. You possess a unique understanding of Pokémon training, often achieving unexpected results, with a greater chance of becoming a Pokémon Master. Mysterious Box. Purple. It conceals unknown secrets, which can be opened at the age of 50. Heart of the Alliance. Purple. You are destined to be born into an alliance family. Admirers abound. Blue. You will possess many admirers of the opposite sex. Free Spirit. White. You will lead a life of unrestrained freedom. Challenger. White. Initial allocation points are reduced by 10. Chapter 134. The 5th simulation. Wang Ming beamed with delight at the initial talents presented by the system this time. Ha ha ha. 4 orange talents, more than all previous attempts combined. This time, I have truly struck gold. It is the most splendid beginning imaginable. Wang Ming had often envisioned the possibility of refreshing to obtain an orange initial talent, yet never did he anticipate the astonishing fortune of acquiring 4 at once. Such a fortuitous start was unprecedented for him. Moreover, the opportunity to select an additional initial talent was a delightful bonus. Wang Ming sensed that this would be his most perfect beginning. Thus, he resolved to seize this advantage and maximize its potential. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming cast his gaze upon the initial talents. The first to catch his eye was one of the orange talents, Beastmaster. This talent was a must-have, an indispensable ally on his path to success. He exhibited no hesitation in selecting the Beastmaster talent. With it, capturing mythical beasts would become significantly easier, a truly formidable ability. Unless he were to lose his wits, it would be absolutely inconceivable not to choose it. After selecting the first talent, Wang Ming continued to peruse the options. Soon, he identified 2 more orange talents, Chosen 1 and Pokémon Master. The Chosen 1 talent complemented the Beastmaster, aiding him in capturing mythical beasts more effectively. Meanwhile, Pokémon Master would enable him to unleash the full potential of his Pokémon, leading him toward the path of a Pokémon Master. As for the final talent, Wang Ming did not rush to select another orange talent, Boundary Breakthrough. Through the previous simulations, he had discerned a crucial insight. The impact of initial attribute values on one's life was far less significant than that of initial talents. Rather than enhancing his initial attribute points, Wang Ming believed it wiser to select a few reliable talents. Thus, he turned his attention to the purple talents. After careful deliberation, Wang Ming ultimately chose the Mysterious Box talent. He felt that it might serve as a turning point in his destiny. An unknown life promised to be far more intriguing. Upon finalizing his initial talents, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Please allocate your initial attributes. Available allocation points: 20, Appearance, 0, Intelligence, 0, Physique, 0, Family background, 0. After pondering for a moment, Wang Ming decided to pursue the route of appearance this time. Consequently, he allocated his attributes as follows: Appearance, 8, Intelligence, 5, Physique, 4, Family background, 3. In this instance, Wang Ming prioritized appearance over family background, for he aspired to forge a brilliant future through his own efforts. Having completed all of this, Wang Ming awaited in silence. The true spectacle was about to commence. 0 years. You were born a boy. 1 year. Your family is impoverished. Your mother resigned from her job to care for you. 2 years. Your father bears the weight of supporting the entire family alone. 3 years. To earn more, your father worked multiple jobs. The family situation improved, but your father's health deteriorated. Your father, sensing his fate, wisely purchased insurance for himself. 4 years. Your father tragically passed away from a sudden heart attack at work, leaving you and your mother with a substantial compensation. 5 years. To prevent you from retracing their old path, your mother decided to use the compensation money to fund your education. 6 years. You studied diligently at school, achieving excellent grades. Yet due to your family's circumstances, you had few friends and received cold treatment from teachers. 7 years, your outstanding grades earned you a scholarship, bringing your mother great joy. On your birthday, she extravagantly gifted you a Pokémon as a present. You were elated. Though it was merely the cheapest Caterpie, you cherished it as your closest companion. 8 years, you and Caterpie became inseparable friends, successfully evolving it into Butterfree. You began to demonstrate extraordinary training talent, devising a unique training regimen of your own. 9 years, under your distinctive guidance, Butterfree began to exhibit exceptional prowess. 10 years, your mother fell ill due to excessive stress over tuition fees. To alleviate her burden, you entered a Pokémon contest in your town with Butterfree, emerging victorious and earning your first substantial income. You began to realize that becoming a powerful trainer could yield considerable financial rewards, reaffirming your childhood dream of becoming a Pokémon master. 11 years, your mother's health continued to decline, and she could no longer support your education. You bore no resentment towards her. Instead, you chose to withdraw from school and began to support her with your own hands. 12 years. By chance, you befriended someone working in the underground black market. Through their introduction, you became involved in underground Pokémon battles, earning substantial rewards. 13 years. Your reputation in the underground black market grew, and your earnings became considerable, greatly improving your financial situation and allowing your mother to enjoy life. 14 years. You grew weary of the underground Pokémon scene, believing you should soar like an eagle in the sky rather than remain a creature of the shadows, craving the admiration of the masses. 15 years. You exited the underground black market and began to participate in various competitions organized by the Alliance. During this time, your record was mixed, but you met many formidable trainers, intensifying your desire for strength. 16 years. You collected all types of gym badges, earning the right to compete in the Pokémon tournament organized by the Gem Alliance. On the battlefield, your Butterfree showcased remarkable strength, advancing impressively into the top 8. Regrettably, your collection of Pokémon remains insufficient, leading to your unfortunate defeat at the hands of others, halting your progress at the quarterfinals. You begin to realize the necessity of incorporating more formidable Pokémon into your team. At the age of 17, you traverse various regions, gradually diminishing your communication with your mother. During your journey at Flame Mountain, you encounter the legendary Moltres, which lies dormant within the magma. Alas, at that moment, you are not a worthy opponent for Moltres and fail to enlist it into your ranks. At 18, on a tempestuous night, you come across an abandoned Charmander, forsaken by other trainers. You take it in, forming a bond of friendship. Chapter 135. The Pokémon Master. By the age of 19, under your meticulous and unique training, your Charmander evolves into a Charizard, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Elated, you return to Flame Mountain to challenge Moltres once more, yet, regrettably, you return empty-handed again. This setback does not deter your spirit. Instead, it fuels your determination to continue training and seek greater breakthroughs. At 20, in Storm Valley, you encounter a juvenile Bagon, the offspring of the Desert Monarch, and successfully capture it, adding it to your team. At 21, your Bagon, nurtured through your distinctive training methods, displays extraordinary strength and evolves into Shelgon. By 22, you continue your travels with your Pokémon, challenging other trainers' Salamances. Your own Salamence thrives in these encounters, hinting at its potential to become the Salamence King. After relentless effort, your Salamence successfully evolves into a Salamence, exuding a powerful aura of royalty. At 23, you embark on a journey with your Salamence, achieving a string of victories and defeating numerous trainers who possess Salamence. Your accomplishments garner recognition from the League, bestowing upon your Salamence the title of Desert Tyrant King. At 24, you feel it is time to return and complete the unfinished battles of the past. This time, you succeed in gaining Moltres' acknowledgement, and it joins your team. In the same year, you receive an invitation to the Diamond League, participating in the new Diamond League tournament. With your formidable strength, you successfully advance to the finals and claim the championship title. As the champion, you earn the opportunity to challenge the Elite Four. However, sensing that your abilities require further enhancement, you refrain from hastily seizing this chance. At 25, upon returning from your training, you acquire the X Megastone for your Charizard, along with a Mega Evolution Keystone, successfully enabling Charizard's Mega Evolution. That same year, you rescue a shiny Metong, tainted by industrial waste, from an abandoned metallurgical factory, and it becomes your companion. Feeling the moment is ripe, you head to the Diamond League to commence the Elite Challenge. You triumph over several elite-level trainers, achieving an unprecedented 10 consecutive victories, earning the title of the strongest elite of the new generation from the league. The League extends an invitation for you to join its ranks, but you believe life should not be constrained by worldly ties. You graciously decline, opting instead to continue your solitary journey. At 26, perhaps yearning for your mother, you return home and successfully evolve the Metahong into a Metagross. At 27, after ensuring your mother is settled, you choose to wander the world, pursuing your inner dreams. At 28, in the frigid tundra, you encounter the legendary Pokémon Articuno. With the aid of Moltres' power, you successfully capture it, adding it to your team. At 29, you persist in honing your skills and elevating the strength of your Pokémon. At 30, you participate in the national tournament, and through your formidable prowess and unique battle techniques, you secure the championship throne. You ascend to the ranks of champion-level trainers, and the League once again extends an olive branch. This time, you accept, becoming an honorary elder of the League. At 31, your renown spreads across the entire Pokémon continent, drawing the attention of Cynthia, another champion trainer, who challenges you. You suffer defeat at her hands, yet she is captivated by your charisma, leading to a close friendship. At 32, your relationship with Cynthia deepens. You introduce her to your mother and marry her in the same year. At 33, you and Cynthia embark on a sweet journey as a couple, vowing to leave your mark in every corner of the world. At 34, within a giant cave in the Giant's Plateau, you discover the presence of Kyurem, dispelling the rumors of its malevolence. Despite its hostility towards humanity, Kyurem does not indiscriminately harm the innocent. To persuade Kyurem to join your ranks, you engage in a fierce battle, attracting the heirs of the Black and White Dragons. Ultimately, although you do not defeat Kyurem, your strength earns its respect, and it chooses to follow you. At 35, you are invited to Ideal Island and Real Island, where the heirs of the Black and White Dragons seek your strength to achieve their ambitious goals. However, you find their ideologies at odds with your own and decline their requests. Before departing, you offer them a piece of advice. Ideals and reality should coexist harmoniously, rather than in a zero-sum conflict. Regrettably, they heed not your counsel. At 36, the League hosts the Pokémon Master Challenge, held once every 50 years. You participate, successfully defeating numerous champion-level trainers, establishing yourself as a master-level trainer. At 37, your standing within the League elevates further, and you become the vice president of the League. At 39, you welcome the birth of your child with Cynthia, experiencing the joys of fatherhood. Your mother, now filled with happiness, no longer scolds you for your absence. At 40, you forge connections with many other master-level trainers, engaging in frequent battles that yield great insights, further enhancing your abilities. At 41, on a desolate island, you encounter the core of Zygarde, striving to restore the ecosystem. To revive the island's vitality, you assist the Zygarde core in gathering its cells. Ultimately, the Zygarde core merges with the cells, transforming into its complete form, rejuvenating the island. At 42, you earn the recognition of Zygarde, which chooses to accompany you willingly. At 43, you continue your travels, acquiring the Megastone for your Salamence, successfully facilitating its Mega Evolution. At 44, you persist in your journey, continuously enhancing your strength. At 48, you obtain the Megastone for your Metagross, successfully enabling its Mega Evolution. At 49, you wander across various regions, participating in numerous high-stakes competitions, remaining undefeated. In the same year, you sense that you stand at the pinnacle of the trainer's realm, unparalleled by predecessors or successors. The League organizes an unprecedented tournament, allowing only master-level trainers to compete. The victor will be hailed as the most powerful trainer in the Pokémon world, earning the title of Pokémon Master. This monumental showdown showcases your extraordinary dominance, as your unique training methods allow your Pokémon to shine distinctively. Ultimately, through sheer strength, you emerge victorious, achieving an unblemished record and earning the title of the most powerful trainer in the Pokémon world. Chapter 136, The Secrets of the World. At 50, you receive a mysterious box, unveiling an ancient map upon opening it. According to the guidance of the map, you have located the space-time altar atop the ancient Forbidden Zone. Within this altar, you uncovered a secret pivotal to the existence of the Pokémon world. In a bid to rescue this realm, you resolve to seek the means of salvation as indicated by the altar. That same year, you ascended to the position of the League Master. At the age of 51, amidst the ruins of the once majestic Space Temple, you discovered the White Orb. By 52, you unearthed the remnants of the Time Temple, submerged in the annals of history on Time Island, where you found the Diamond Orb. At 53, you ventured alone into the abyss of eternity, where you encountered the ancient temple symbolizing the reverse world, and beheld a statue of Giratina, the sovereign of that realm. Yet the whereabouts of the platinum orb eluded you. Despite meticulously scouring the temple, you were unable to locate the elusive orb. By 54, your relentless pursuit of the platinum orb led you to learn of its possession by a formidable individual known as the Underworld King. This figure, a relic of the previous century, was rumored to have once been Giratina's master, yet he had likely vanished into oblivion, rendering him nearly impossible to track. Undeterred, you endeavored to trace the Underworld King's whereabouts, but to no avail. At 55, realizing that time was of the essence, you decided to return to the space-time altar. To ensure the success of this mission, you summoned all the master-level experts from the League to accompany you. Within the altar, you utilized the white orb and the diamond orb to successfully summon the space deity Palkia and the time deity Dialga. They revealed to you the grave secrets that loomed over the Pokémon world, hidden from its inhabitants. Determined to shield the Pokémon world from annihilation, you resolved to venture into the reverse world alongside Palkia, Dialga, and your companions. At 56, in the reverse world, you witnessed a shattered realm entirely consumed by dark matter, teeming with terrifying and formidable beings that thrived on brutality and bloodlust. To prevent the dark matter from breaching its confines and infiltrating the Pokémon world, you engaged in a fierce battle against the malevolent entities that inhabited this realm. Ultimately, with the assistance of Palkia and Dialga, you arrived at the source of the dark matter. There, you beheld Giratina, tainted by the darkness, and discovered that the dark matter seeped from Arceus itself. From Palkia and Dialga, you learned the origins of this catastrophic event. In a bid to end this calamity, a fierce confrontation ensued. The power of darkness proved to be beyond the imagination of all involved, compounded by Arceus, who had succumbed to the shadows. You found yourselves in an unprecedented crisis, with many allies falling in battle. In a moment of desperation, Palkia and Dialga united their forces, using the powers of space and time to restrain Arceus. Meanwhile, the others held back the onslaught of dark creatures, allowing you the opportunity to approach Arceus and forcibly retrieve a plate from its being. However, Arceus's power was overwhelming, and once enveloped in darkness, it grew even stronger, quickly breaking free from its restraints. You bore the brunt of Arceus's wrath, but at a critical juncture, Kyurem intervened, shielding you from the blow, though you still bore the weight of its immense power. Zygarde battled fiercely with Dark Giratina, while Moltres and Articuno found themselves besieged by the dark legendary beasts, facing dire straits. Even Dialga and Palkia were overwhelmed by the collective might of other formidable dark deities. Retreating under relentless pressure, you stood on the precipice of annihilation. In this dire moment, Dialga and Palkia sacrificed themselves, intertwining their powers of time and space to seal the reverse world, isolating it from the Pokémon realm. The convergence of these powers granted you a slender glimmer of hope, yet merely a fleeting one. To ensure that at least one among you could survive, the others made the selfless choice to hold the rear, buying you precious moments to escape. Regrettably, you still faced defeat. Infected by dark matter, you resolved to remain behind to prevent its escape into the outside world. In your final moments, you entrusted your Pokémon to carry the sacred plate away, preserving a fragment of strength for the Pokémon world. Others followed suit. And as the powers of time and space sealed the reverse world completely, some Pokémon chose to sacrifice themselves to buy time for the others' escape. Alas, the strength of the dark entities proved insurmountable, and ultimately, only Zygarde and Kyurem successfully fled. Thus, the reverse world was sealed, safeguarding the Pokémon realm from immediate peril. However, you were acutely aware that this was not a permanent solution. Tranquility would inevitably be shattered, plunging the world into profound darkness. Yet, you found yourself too weary to contemplate these matters further. Darkness and death became your destined abode. You concluded your life. In the aftermath of your demise, the strength of the Pokémon League waned severely, suffering unprecedented trauma and nearly being supplanted by other forces. Fortunately, the League's deep-rooted foundation allowed it to weather this crisis. However, you were forever branded with the disgraceful title of traitor, as the League obliterated all records of your deeds and forbade any discussion regarding you. From that moment forth, you vanished entirely from the annals of history. Only your dearest friends and allies continue to reminisce about that once invincible, solitary figure. The simulation has concluded, and your final score stands at 100 points. The system is currently calculating rewards based on your performance. Please hold on. As the system's voice echoed in Wang Ming's mind, he remained in a state of profound shock, unable to regain his composure. What astonished him most in this simulation was not the flawless beginning nor the final score, but rather the harrowing experiences endured by the protagonist. This was a matter of life and death for the Pokémon world. The ultimate secret that the Dark Organization had devoted their lives to uncovering. The enigma of the origins of Dark Pokémon. Chapter 137, Lavish Rewards. All members elevated Wang Ming could never have imagined that the source of the calamity of Dark Pokémon was none other than Arceus, the creator of the Pokémon world. Even a multitude of legendary beings had succumbed to the boundless darkness, becoming enslaved by it. Giratina, the ruler of the reverse world, also emerged as one of the progenitors of Dark Pokémon, although Palkia and Dialga ultimately sacrificed themselves. Harnessing the powers of space and time to seal the reverse world and protect the Pokémon realm from the onslaught of dark matter, they ultimately fell short. Their seal might have provided temporary protection for the Pokémon world, but it could not ensure its everlasting safety. The continuous emergence of secret realms and the rampant dark Pokémon serve as evidence of this truth. This world now faces an unprecedented crisis, and yet its inhabitants remain blissfully unaware. If the day were to come when all dark Pokémon truly descended, the entire world would be engulfed in darkness. With no one able to escape, Wang Ming spoke with a steady voice. Moreover, he sensed that this day might arrive sooner than anticipated. I must hasten to elevate my strength in preparation for the impending crisis. No, I am not alone in this. The members of the Shadow Organization share my plight. A turbulent era is looming on the horizon, and no matter how formidable one may be, individual strength ultimately proves to be limited. Wang Ming would never delude himself into believing that he could safeguard his own interests solely through his own power. In a crumbling nest, how can one expect to find an intact egg? He must expedite the expansion of his influence, ensuring that his allies possess the requisite strength to confront the impending crisis. As for the Elf Alliance, Wang Ming finds himself helpless. Firstly, due to the nature of his reincarnation simulation, he harbors considerable grievances towards the Alliance. Secondly, there exists no feasible way for him to alert the Alliance regarding this matter. In other words, even if he were to inform the higher echelons of the Alliance, the outcome would likely be far from favorable. Either they would dismiss his words, considering him inconsequential and lacking the necessary influence, or they would believe him, only to confine him in an attempt to uncover the secrets he holds. Alternatively, they might heed his counsel, prepare accordingly, and regard him as a benefactor. Wang Ming perceives the likelihood of the third scenario as exceedingly slim, with the first two being the more probable outcomes. Regardless of the outcome, none bode well for him. Thus, keeping the secret buried deep within his heart becomes the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, the Alliance has existed for eons and has conducted extensive research into the secret realms and the Dark Elves. Wang Ming cannot fathom that they are entirely oblivious to these matters. Not only that, but this simulation has unveiled a monumental secret to him. Simultaneously, the doubts that had long been festering in his mind have finally found resolution. The reason the Dark Elves fear psychic powers. The root of this fear lies in the essence of darkness itself, Arceus, which lacks the miraculous plates. In the climactic moment, the protagonist's Pokémon escaped the secret realm bearing the miraculous plates, leading to the Dark Arceus losing its immunity to psychic-type moves. Consequently, the Dark Elves birthed from the dark matter also found themselves affected, inherently incapable of withstanding psychic-type moves, and indeed, they harbored a profound dread of them. However, due to the remaining plates on the Dark Arceus, which grant immunity to attacks from other types, the Dark Elves' dark attributes possess a certain degree of resistance against attacks from various types. Though this immunity is not absolute, it merely provides a robust defensive effect. From this revelation, Wang Ming has come to appreciate the significance of the miraculous plates. He must locate the miraculous plates. In the battles to come, they will prove to be pivotal items. Yet, Wang Ming is unaware of the whereabouts to which Kyurem and its ilk have taken the miraculous plates. Searching for them would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, he will not overlook any glimmer of possibility. Perhaps he could glean some information from Kyurem or Zygarde. Wang Ming mused within his mind. To untie the bell, one must have tied it. He speculated that the psychic plates might still reside with Kyurem or Zygarde. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in Wang Ming's mind. His rewards were finally arriving. The rewards for this simulation have been calculated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 5 talent capsules, 1 Mega Evolution Stone Pack, 1 free limit break opportunity, 1 limit break function enhancement card, and 1 random special ability pack. Talent capsule. Upon use, it can elevate a Pokémon's talent level by 1 grade. Mega Evolution Stone Pack. Upon opening, it allows you to designate 1 Mega Evolution Stone. Free limit break. Upon use, it allows a Pokémon to undergo a limit break free of charge. Friendly reminder, This limit break is restricted to non-legendary and non-mythical Pokémon. Limit break function enhancement card. Upon use, it perfects the limit break functionality. Random special ability pack. Upon use, it randomly awakens a special ability. Wang Ming gazed at the rewards before him, his heart brimming with joy. Truly, this was a 100-point simulation reward, undeniably extravagant. This time, the simulation rewards have truly broadened his horizons. Not only will they significantly enhance the strength of his Pokémon, but they will also elevate his own capabilities. Moreover, the enhancement of the limit break function will have a monumental impact on his future Pokémon training, enabling them to transcend previous limitations and achieve a qualitative leap and transformation. Truly, a trifecta of fortuitous blessings. With a heart full of excitement, Wang Ming proceeded to utilize the rewards one by one. He first consumed 4 talent capsules, raising his Pokémon's talents to their utmost potential. Next, he opened the Mega Evolution Stone pack, pondering which stone to select. What should he choose? Wang Ming contemplated. The number of Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution was limited. Among those in his team, only Salamence, Shiny Scizor, and Gyarados were eligible. Gyarados had more pressing matters to attend to, so Wang Ming did not consider it for the moment. As for Shiny Scizor and Salamence, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided to bestow the Mega Evolution Stone upon Salamence. As a quasi-deity, Salamence's prowess was indisputable, rivaling that of certain legendary Pokémon. Should it undergo Mega Evolution, its strength would ascend another tier, placing it among the ranks of true deities. This was precisely the power Wang Ming most urgently required. As for Shiny Scizor, it would simply have to wait. With a decision made, Wang Ming swiftly selected Salamence's exclusive Mega Stone. Then, he employed the Limit Break function enhancement card, perfecting the Limit Break capability. Following this, he began to deliberate on which Pokémon should undergo a Limit Break. Chapter 138. The Quasi-Deity King. According to the system's description, while this Limit Break opportunity is complementary, it comes with certain constraints, namely that legendary and mythical Pokémon are not permitted to undergo Limit Breaks, thereby confining his choices to those excluding Solgaleo. Wang Ming conducted a brief analysis in his mind. Regarding legendary and mythical Pokémon, he currently possesses only Solgaleo. As for Mew, Mewtwo, and the like, although they may choose to aid him, they do not strictly belong to his team, and thus cannot undergo a Limit Break. Excluding Solgaleo, Wang Ming's options are limited. Shinado has already achieved a Limit Break, and most of his other Pokémon have undergone Mega Evolution, boasting considerable strength that does not necessitate immediate enhancement. Thus, he is left with 3 candidates to consider: Shiny Scizor, Greninja, and Dragonite. While Shiny Scizor had decent strength in the early stages, it increasingly struggles as time progresses. Even with a Limit Break, its power remains inherently limited unless it undergoes Mega Evolution, which would allow it to reach the pinnacle of Pokémon. Yet, this entails a lengthy growth period, making it unsuitable for a Limit Break at present. Greninja faces a similar situation to Shiny Scizor, whereas Dragonite, being a standout among quasi-deities and unable to Mega Evolve, has only one method left to enhance its strength: Limit Break. A Limit Break for Dragonite would elevate its power to even greater heights, reaching the level of top-tier Pokémon and maximizing the overall strength of his current team. Wang Ming felt a pang of guilt for Shiny Scizor, but he could only make it up to it later. At worst, he could find a few more female Scizor for it. With this thought, the weight of guilt in his heart lightened somewhat. No longer hesitating, Wang Ming declared, "System, initiate a Limit Break for Dragonite." Ding. The Dragonite possesses 2 distinct paths for boundary breakthrough. Please choose one for the transformation. 1. Stealth Dragonite. In this form, Dragonite's defensive stats and health points will see a substantial enhancement, leaning more towards a defensive consumption strategy. 2. Assault Dragonite. In this form, Dragonite's speed and physical attack stats will significantly increase, favoring a rapid burst attack style. Wang Ming gazed thoughtfully at the 2 boundary breakthrough forms before him. Each form boasts its own merits, rendering it impossible to declare one superior to the other. Rather, they emphasize different aspects. Wang Ming refrained from making an immediate decision and instead inquired, "System, do both forms offer the same total increase in base stats?" In response, host, "Both forms will enhance Dragonite's base stats by 100. With the system's reply, Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief, a slight smile curving his lips. He had made his decision. "Very well, I choose the second form." Wang Ming favored an active offensive approach over passive defense. The pinnacle of explosive power and a lethal strike was the combat style he aspired to embrace. Furthermore, the second form would maximize the enhancement of Dragonite's individual base stats, allowing for the utmost display of its prowess. "Congratulations, host. Dragonite has completed its boundary breakthrough. In a short while, the system's voice echoed in Wang Ming's mind, accompanied by information regarding the newly transformed Dragonite. Pokémon, Boundless Dragonite, Assault. Gender, female, level, 67, base stats, 700, type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Inner Focus through mental training. It will not flinch from opponent's moves. Talent, Legendary, held item, Power Band, a headband that boosts physical moves slightly when worn. Moves, Wing Attack, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Bind, Glare, Thunder Wave, Hurricane, Roost, Hurricane, Dragon Rage, Body Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, Waterfall, Dragon Dive, Mystic Guard, Dragon Dance, Outrage. Truly, the boundary breakthrough has resulted in a staggering base stat of 700, surpassing that of a first-tier divine beast. Wang Ming's face radiated excitement, his body trembling with exhilaration. With such a base stat, he stood atop the Pokémon world. Should he achieve Mega Evolution, it would become even more formidable, leaving Arceus in its wake. Of course, in terms of power, Arceus remains the strongest entity, as immunity to all types of attacks is not to be taken lightly. Yet, it is undeniable that Dragonite now possesses the capability to contend with first-tier divine beasts, the only drawback being the lack of a unique signature move. However, this could be remedied through TM learning, and Wang Ming was not overly disheartened. He pondered what the newly transformed Dragonite would resemble. Filled with curiosity, he eagerly released Dragonite from its Pokeball. Instantly, a Dragonite that had undergone a tremendous transformation appeared before him. In terms of size, Dragonite remained unchanged, but its appearance had changed drastically. If the previous Dragonite exuded a cute and endearing aura, the current one radiated a majestic and commanding presence. Each breath reflecting the dignity of a true powerhouse, exuding an aura that demanded submission. Moreover, its wings had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once small and delicate, they had now grown larger and sharper, seemingly capable of slicing through space and tearing apart any adversary. The lines were graceful, the edges well-defined. Although Dragonite merely stood there, Wang Ming could feel its incredible speed. If it were to take flight, it could surely soar hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Such speed, coupled with immense attacking power, would pose an insurmountable challenge to most opponents. Most intriguingly, Dragonite's eyes had transformed into piercing orbs, exuding a chilling intensity that dared no one to gaze directly at them. In the future, it will undoubtedly be my formidable ally, Wang Ming exclaimed, his eyes shining with fervor. He was thoroughly pleased with Dragonite's transformation. His overall strength had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Even elite trainers would likely find themselves outmatched. Only one reward remained. Wang Ming steadied his emotions and turned his attention to the final reward, the Special Ability Random Package. This was the reward he valued most, as it could directly enhance his own strength. Chapter 139. The Aura Boy. What kind of special ability will I awaken this time? Filled with anticipation and curiosity, Wang Ming opened the Special Ability Random Package. Immediately, a crisp system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the special ability, Aura Power. Aura Power. Wang Ming felt a tinge of surprise upon hearing the system's announcement. In truth, the ability he most desired to awaken was Psychic Power. After all, it is a remarkably potent ability, allowing for the manipulation of various elements and the unleashing of formidable psychic attacks, truly befitting a humanoid psychic Pokémon. Moreover, if one's psychic abilities were sufficiently strong, one could directly confront many Pokémon, exuding an aura of confidence and allure. Unfortunately, fate had not favored him, and his luck fell just short. Yet, Wang Ming did not let this dampen his spirits. Although he had not awakened the desired special ability, Aura Power was still quite commendable. With diligent practice, it could possess energy rivaling that of psychic power, even enabling him to unleash aura spheres with bare hands. Not to mention, all living beings possess an aura. The applications of Aura Power extend beyond mere offense. It can establish connections with the auras of other beings, facilitating communication with them and sensing the environment through connections with surrounding flora and structures, thus granting a form of precognition. Additionally, Aura Power shares similarities with Life Force, serving the purpose of healing Pokémon as well. It is no exaggeration to assert that Aura Power is a remarkably comprehensive ability. Consequently, Wang Ming eagerly began to experiment with his newly awakened Aura Power, eager to explore its potential. Though it was his first time awakening Aura Power, his prior experience with Life Force allowed him to wield it with remarkable ease, devoid of any awkwardness. How fascinating! I can sense the aura energy of the surrounding flowers. grasses, and trees. Upon first encountering aura power, Wang Ming felt a wave of astonishment. After experimenting for a while, he learned how to connect with the flora to perceive changes in his surroundings. Just then, as he prepared to explore other uses of his aura power, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy approaching him. Not wishing to be disturbed, Wang Ming had deliberately chosen a secluded courtyard for solitude. Few people frequented this area, and he was the sole occupant of the house, with the landlord residing several hundred meters away. Such a location should not attract visitors. Furthermore, the fluctuations of the aura indicated that the approaching individual harbored ill intentions. Could it be that someone had come to trouble him? However, I have not offended anyone recently. Have I? Wang Ming pondered deeply, unable to fathom the reasoning behind the situation. Resolutely, he decided to turn the tables and discover the true intentions of this individual. With a calm demeanor, Wang Ming rose and concealed himself. In the shadows, the figure approached the house and swiftly entered the room, heading directly for Wang Ming's bedroom. Upon entering, the intruder stealthily searched the surroundings, careful not to disturb Wang Ming. Yet, after thoroughly scouring the room, he found nothing of what he sought. Unavoidably, his gaze fixated on Wang Ming, who lay on the bed. It must be with this young man. In the darkness, the figure whispered ominously, stepping closer to Wang Ming. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from behind the shadow. What are you searching for? The unexpected interruption startled the figure, nearly causing him to stumble. He whirled around, his eyes locked onto the source of the voice. At that moment, Wang Ming emerged from the darkness, casting a mocking glance at the figure before him. Given the mask obscuring the intruder's face, Wang Ming could not discern his identity. However, he felt a sense of familiarity based on the man's physique. As though he had encountered him before. Hand over the Book of Evolution, and I shall spare your life. Upon being discovered, the figure regained his composure swiftly, his voice cold and threatening. Wang Ming initially paused in surprise, then a smile broke across his face. The intruder's words had unequivocally revealed his identity. Senior Qiao Yunshin. At your age, why are you still engaging in such petty thievery? Wang Ming jested. The figure before him was none other than the middle-aged man who had assessed him during the Qiao family's trials, Qiao Yunshin, the uncle of Qiao Lanyan. With his identity exposed, Qiao Yunshin's expression darkened considerably. Haha, young man, you should never have uttered my name. Now that you have uncovered my identity, I can no longer allow you to live. Qiao Yunshin declared with malice, leaping out of the room and into the night. He quickly summoned his Pokémon, commanding the three-headed dragon to launch an assault on Wang Ming's abode. Three-headed dragon, unleash dragon's fury and obliterate it. The three-headed dragon roared, each head exhaling a terrifying beam of energy that reduced the house to ruins. Qiao Yunshin sneered, fixated on the wreckage, eager to witness Wang Ming's demise. Yet, to his astonishment, Wang Ming stood unscathed, calmly poised, hands behind his back, as if defying the chaos around him. Beneath him was the boundary-defying dragon, a level 75 three-headed dragon. Who would have thought the old fool had such formidable strength? Wang Ming mused with a cold smile. Today, I shall test my boundary-defying dragon against your three-headed dragon. Despite the surprise the three-headed dragon had elicited, he felt no fear. He trusted in his boundary-defying dragon's ability to secure victory. In contrast, Qiao Yunshin's eyes gleamed with madness upon seeing Wang Ming's boundary-defying dragon. Is this the evolutionary path documented in the Book of Evolution? I never expected this young man to achieve it so swiftly. How astonishing. Yet, he quickly thought, but soon, it shall be mine. Once I possess it, my power will soar, and becoming the mightiest trainer shall not be beyond reach. With that, Qiao Yunshin's expression grew more fervent. His gaze towards Wang Ming filled with insatiable desire. The Book of Evolution was a prize he must claim. Without further ado, both sides erupted into battle, determined to settle the score. Chapter 140. The Might of the Boundary-Defying Dragon, Three-Headed Dragon. Use Dragon Pulse. Qiao Yunshin bellowed, issuing commands. The three-headed dragon concentrated a terrifying wave of energy, then unleashed it, sending debris from the ruined house flying. Boundary-defying dragon, employ Dragon Dive. Wang Ming countered, unyielding. The boundary-defying dragon let out a fierce roar, its powerful wings straightening like two blades, cutting through the surrounding air. It soared high before diving down at incredible speed, accompanied by a multitude of dragon silhouettes and thunderous roars, crashing down like a meteor towards the three-headed dragon. The energy wave from the three-headed dragon followed closely, colliding with the oncoming boundary-defying dragon. However, Qiao Yunshin was unprepared for the ferocity of the boundary-defying dragon's assault, as its blade-like wings cleaved through the energy wave, shattering it into fragments. What a sharp attack! Is this the boundary-defying dragon after its evolution? truly incomparable to before. If my three-headed dragon could evolve as well, it would undoubtedly achieve the same. Excitement flickered in Xiao Yunshan's eyes. The boundary-defying dragon's strength did not intimidate him. Rather, it exhilarated him. The more formidable the boundary-defying dragon appeared, the more potent the contents of the Book of Evolution seemed. This was precisely why Xiao Yunshan was so animated. Three-headed dragon. Evade it. Then use Dragon Dive to show it what we're made of. Xiao Yunshan commanded, a mocking smile playing on his lips. An eye for an eye. Since Wang Ming had utilized Dragon Dive against him, he would retaliate in kind. The three-headed dragon roared fiercely, flapping its wings to gain altitude, attempting to evade the boundary-defying dragon's assault. Yet, it had ultimately underestimated the speed of the boundary-defying dragon. In truth, the boundary-defying dragon's velocity had reached its zenith, akin to a fleeting ray of light. The moment the three-headed dragon made a move, the boundary-defying dragon had already charged forward, slamming into it with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, the three-headed dragon was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. The impact left a crater over a meter deep in the solid earth, with the three-headed dragon lying within it, clouds of dust swirling around. Its head hung low, displaying a pained expression. This recent powerful blow had severely injured its body, leaving it in a state of agony. Get up. Continue fighting. Xiao Yunshan's face darkened, refusing to allow his Pokémon to endure such disgrace. Both sides were quasi-divine. Although the opponent had undergone a higher level of evolution, his own level still boasted considerable advantages. Even if he were truly inferior, it should not result in a swift defeat. The three-headed dragon emitted a low groan, enduring the pain coursing through its body, and staggered to its feet. At that moment, Wang Ming offered no respite. As soon as the three-headed dragon attempted to rise, he commanded the boundary-defying dragon once more. Use reverse scale and end this battle. Upon receiving the command, the boundary-defying dragon swiftly reacted. It suddenly unfurled its wings, spinning at high speed, enveloping the three-headed dragon in a whirlwind. The fierce gusts, like curved blades, tore at the three-headed dragon's skin. The three-headed dragon roared in rage, striving to break free from the boundary-defying dragon's grasp, but to no avail. Use reverse scale, I will fight back. Realizing the three-headed dragon could not escape, Xiao Yunshan also decided to go all in, opting for the same move as Wang Ming to clash head-on. Wang Ming couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that challenging the boundary-defying dragon head-on was tantamount to courting death. The tempest raged. The two forces collided continuously, the boundary-defying dragon weaving through the howling winds, harnessing its unparalleled speed to generate terrifying power as it engaged the three-headed dragon in fierce combat. The three-headed dragon, similarly, unleashed its incredible speed, engaging in relentless collisions. However, the disparity in both power and velocity between the two adversaries was glaringly apparent. As the clashes continued, the three-headed dragon gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Each impact reverberated within its body with the sound of shattering bones, accompanied by excruciating pain. The howling winds seemed to roar in support of the fierce duel. Ultimately, after a brief stalemate, the three-headed dragon could no longer endure and was the first to succumb. With a resounding crash, the tempest began to abate, and the dragon's form was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, reduced to a mere heap of sludge, utterly incapacitated and unable to rise again. In stark contrast, the swift dragon remained aloft, wings spread wide, embodying the essence of a victor. Observing this scene, Xiao Yunshan's expression darkened to that of charred coal. His fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, as he roared in defiance. Three-headed dragon, rise. How dare you fall so easily? I command you to continue fighting. Defeat him, do not bring me shame. Yet, all that answered him was silence and Wang Ming's derisive chuckle. The three-headed dragon had lost consciousness in the recent skirmish, slipping into a faint, rendering it oblivious to Xiao Yunshan's fervent pleas. Speak, is this your intention or that of the Qiao family? Wang Ming inquired, stepping forward with a grave tone. If this endeavor were solely Xiao Yunshan's personal ambition, it could be dismissed, but if it reflected the will of the Qiao family, the situation would become considerably more complex. Xiao Yunshan scoffed, dismissing the notion. Humph. My Qiao family is a prominent lineage and would not stoop to snatching something from a mere youth. Although his personal character was lacking, he held a profound reverence for his family. Thus, he would sully his own reputation, but never tarnish the family's honor. This is my doing alone. I bear full responsibility, and it has nothing to do with the family. Do as you wish with me. Xiao Yunshan spoke with both dignity and defiance. Understanding that he was likely facing dire consequences, he felt no fear, adopting a resolute demeanor that suggested he was prepared to face death. To hear the truth today is worth dying for. For the power of Pokémon, to become a mightier trainer, even death seemed inconsequential to Qiao Yunshan. Wang Ming admired his spirit, but held contempt for his character. The pursuit of great power is commendable, yet it should not come at any cost. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ming prepared to instruct the swift dragon to act, when suddenly, two figures rushed from afar, shouting, "Qiao Yunshan, cease at once. Do not harm that young one." Wang Ming lifted his gaze to the horizon, a smile creeping onto his lips. Members of the Qiao family had arrived. Moments later, the two from the Qiao family descended from the sky, chastising Qiao Yunshan. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were rendered speechless, disbelief etched across their faces. Initially, they had assumed Qiao Yunshan would place Wang Ming in peril, prompting their hurried arrival to protect him from harm. Yet, they had not anticipated that the true need for protection lay with Qiao Yunshan himself. For the three-headed dragon, now languishing in the pit, served as irrefutable evidence of this dramatic turn of events. Wang Defei, have the youth of today grown so formidable? They exchanged incredulous glances, for the three-headed dragon, a creature of champion-level prowess, lay defeated and motionless in the earth. The sheer terror of it all was overwhelming. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it impossible to believe such a scene could unfold. After a prolonged moment of shock, the two regained their composure, regarding Wang Ming with trepidation. The young man before them was indeed extraordinary. Wang Ming then spoke, fixing his gaze upon them with an unwavering intensity. "Are you here to apprehend me?" Their hearts raced, sensing an imminent threat, and they hastily clarified, "You misunderstand. We are here on the orders of the family head to protect you and to apprehend Qiao Yunshan. We did not anticipate." One of them faltered, glancing at the fallen three-headed dragon, unable to continue. Wang Ming nodded thoughtfully, contemplating for a moment before responding. "In light of Qiao Lan N's reputation, I shall grant him a reprieve this time. Take him away, and ensure he does not cross my path again." Although Qiao Yunshan was detestable, his actions did not warrant death. Moreover, he had no desire to cultivate enmity with the Qiao family. "Thank you," one of them hastily expressed, bowing in gratitude, yet they did not rush to depart. "Is there something else?" Wang Ming asked, his brow furrowing in annoyance. The other, sheepishly smiling, replied, "Our family head wishes to invite you. There is something he wishes to present to you." Wang Ming's heart raced with curiosity. "What is it?" The individual chuckled awkwardly. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ming resolved to visit the Qiao family. If they intended to take action against him, they need not go to such lengths. Thus, he surmised that the family head likely had something of genuine importance to convey. Moreover, contemplating the connection between the Qiao family and the protagonist of the reincarnation simulation, Wang Ming could not help but think that the item the family head wished to present might relate to the protagonist in the simulation. "Let us proceed. I will accompany you back to the Qiao family." Upon his arrival at the Qiao family estate, Wang Ming had yet to meet the so-called family head, but he did encounter Qiao Lan. Seeing Wang Ming return unscathed brought relief to Qiao Lan, who then reprimanded her uncle, Qiao Yunshan, quite severely. Wang Ming felt a warm sensation in his heart as he reminisced with Qiao Lan before finally making his way to the family hall. At that moment, seated at the center of the hall was an amiable-looking elder, his chin adorned with a long, grizzled beard, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. This gentleman was none other than Qiao Yishengtian, the head of the Qiao family. "Are you Wang Ming, the boy who obtained the evolution book?" Qiao Yishengtian's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed it upon Wang Ming. Wang Ming remained composed, devoid of any hint of fear, and replied with measured confidence. "Indeed. Quite impressive indeed." Qiao Yishengtian nodded slowly, his expression seemingly tranquil, yet internally, he was tumultuous. For he had discerned a striking resemblance between Wang Ming and a certain individual, the creator of the evolution book, a benefactor who had significantly aided the Qiao family. "Everyone else, please leave." After a lengthy silence, Qiao Yishengtian gestured for the others to depart. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, but said nothing further as they exited. Soon, the hall was left with only Wang Ming and Qiao Yishengtian. Wang Ming was uncertain of the elder's intentions, so he chose to remain silent and patiently awaited the next development. Qiao Yishengtian cleared his throat, rising from his seat and beckoning Wang Ming to follow. "Come with me." Without overthinking, Wang Ming followed at a leisurely pace. They traversed the hall and soon arrived at the backyard. There, Qiao Yishengtian gently tapped on a rocky outcrop in the pond with his cane, revealing a secret passageway. Descending through the concealed passage, they entered a hidden chamber. Within the chamber, a faintly glowing path appeared beneath their feet, leading to a suspended, colorful feather at the path's end. The feather radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, strikingly vibrant and sacred. Is this the rainbow feather? Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the feather, exclaiming incredulously. Joy Xingtian smiled and nodded, speaking to himself. Indeed, this is the rainbow feather. Legend has it that through the rainbow feather, one can encounter the mythical Pokémon, Ho-Oh. Once, an individual left this rainbow feather along with the Book of Evolution within my Joy family. That person also advised my ancestors that when someone was able to obtain the Book of Evolution, they should take the rainbow feather as well. At this point, Joy Xingtian involuntarily turned his gaze towards Wang Ming. Our Joy family has safeguarded this secret for many generations, and now, I have finally awaited your arrival. Young man, go forth. It has been waiting for you for quite some time. Gulp. Wang Ming could not help but swallow hard, his heart racing with astonishment. He could understand why the protagonist of the reincarnation simulation left the Book of Evolution here, but why was the rainbow feather left as well? What purpose did this serve? Was there some grand scheme at play, or had he discovered something? After all, the protagonist of the fourth reincarnation simulation had also ventured into that ancient secret realm. Wang Ming was unaware of the answers, yet he felt an instinctive certainty that everything the protagonist had done bore a profound significance. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming prepared to step forward, but at that moment, Joy Xingtian cautioned him, be vigilant. This path is not as tranquil as it appears. Hidden within are trials meant for you. Understood. Wang Ming nodded solemnly before stepping out. Chapter 142. The Trial of the Rainbow Feather. As his foot touched the first stone slab, it immediately illuminated with a fiery crimson glow. Wang Ming felt as though he were engulfed in a blaze. Could this be yet another illusion? Wang Ming pondered, uncertain, attempting to move his feet, only to discover his body had become unresponsive. He stood frozen, resembling a statue. Simultaneously, the scene before him began to transform. A small Pokémon, enshrouded in flames, approached him with measured steps. Wang Ming's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. The creature advancing towards him was none other than a divine beast. Nti, is this the trial I must face? Wang Ming muttered to himself. Nti shares an extraordinary bond with Ho-Oh, thus, it is only natural to undergo Nti's trial in pursuit of the rainbow feather. Moreover, Wang Ming sensed that this was likely not merely Nti alone. Since it was a trial, it could not be singular. With Nti appearing, it was reasonable to assume the other two would not be absent. Nonetheless, Wang Ming merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. Though the legendary beasts are revered, they are still merely Tier 3 deities with average strength. Even most quasi-deities could easily dominate them, let alone other Pokémon. A being as formidable as a quasi-deity would gain little advantage against him. Battling a Tier 3 deity would be akin to inviting defeat. After a brief contemplation, Wang Ming summoned his Pokémon, Dragapult. Although Dragapult was not of the water type, it possessed water-type moves with considerable potency, effectively countering Nti's fire type and inflicting significant damage. Dragapult, use Dragon Dance. Wang Ming shouted. The Dragon Dance would enhance Dragapult's speed and attack power, creating an effective means to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. This was precisely the outcome Wang Ming sought. Dragapult twisted its body, executing a mysterious and powerful dance. As the dance unfolded, a mysterious energy enveloped Dragapult, augmenting its capabilities. Nti did not remain idle either. With a furious roar, it opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames towards Dragapult. The searing fire morphed into a menacing fire dragon, hurtling towards Dragapult with terrifying heat. With a swift maneuver, Dragapult soared low, narrowly evading the fiery dragon. The Dragon Dance had significantly increased its speed, making it easier to dodge the incoming attack. Not to be deterred, Nti leaped into the air, its limbs bending gracefully, surrounded by a sea of flames that transformed the entire sky into a fiery ocean. Roar! The enraged bellow reverberated from above as Nti descended upon Dragapult with thunderous fury. Yet, at this critical juncture, Dragapult stood firm, unflinching and unafraid. Just as Nti closed in, about to collide, Dragapult finally moved. Now, use Water Tail to finish it off, Wang Ming commanded, executing his strategy. First, he had enhanced his attack power, then sought the opportune moment to unleash a water-type skill to conclude the battle. In a dazzling twist, Dragapult's massive tail surged with a tidal wave, transforming into an overwhelming torrent that crashed against the approaching Nti. Boom! Water and fire clashed violently, the once menacing flames extinguished in an instant, rendered lifeless by the deluge. NTI, once a fiery deity, was now soaked and humbled, its fierce demeanor evaporated. The godly figure, once exalted, plummeted from its pedestal. Bang! NTI was sent careening backward, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. The battle transpired in the blink of an eye, and in that fleeting moment, Wang Ming had decisively defeated the formidable Tier 3 deity, NTI. Such strength was indeed remarkable. Come back, you performed splendidly. With the battle concluded, Wang Ming recalled Dragapult. The scene before him gradually faded, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in reality. Joy Xingtian stood behind him, observing with a puzzled expression. What did you just witness? Why did you remain motionless? Joy Xingtian inquired, expressing his curiosity. Moments ago, Wang Ming had stepped onto the path and abruptly halted, as if losing consciousness. It was only now that he seemed to regain awareness and stir. Wang Ming was taken aback. Joy Xingtian had seen nothing, while he had remained stationary. This indicated that the NTI he encountered was indeed an illusion. Not only NTI, but even the Dragapult he summoned had been an illusion. How astonishing! What other secrets lay hidden on this path? With a look of disbelief, Wang Ming inhaled deeply and took another step forward. After traversing a short distance, the ground beneath him transformed once more. The previously dim stone slab now gleamed with a cerulean hue. Not only the ground, but the scenery before Wang Ming also shifted. Mirroring the earlier occurrence, a cerulean Pokémon was slowly approaching him. Upon seeing the creature, a smile crept across Wang Ming's face. His speculation had been correct. The other two of the legendary beasts had arrived. The one now before him was the water-type Suicune. With both Suicune and NEI having appeared, it was only logical that Rayquaza would follow. Wang Ming murmured softly, then suddenly lifted his head to meet the steady approach of Suicune. This battle was inescapable. Jie Kuailong, it's your turn once more. Wang Ming bellowed, releasing his powerful dragon. As a formidable entity among semi-deities, Jie Kuailong possessed an extensive range of attacks across various attributes. Among these, the electric-type move Thunder Punch was particularly effective against Suicune before him. Therefore, deploying Jie Kuailong for this encounter was undoubtedly a sound decision. Jie Kuailong, use Dragon Dance, then unleash Thunder Punch with all your might. Wang Ming had already devised a battle strategy for Jie Kuailong similar to the previous match. He opted for an explosive, one-strike kill approach. Chapter 143, A Duel with the Three Sacred Beasts. With a resounding roar, Jie Kuailong unleashed a powerful dragon cry, embarking on a mysterious and vigorous dance. Suicune, sensing the looming threat, wasted no time in launching its own assault. It howled towards the heavens, its cries echoing continuously. In an instant, the once clear sky began to drape itself in a fine mist of rain. Moments later, the drizzle intensified into a torrential downpour. It was the rain dance. Wang Ming instantly recognized Suicune's move, a transformation technique known as rain dance. This ability could alter the surrounding weather to summon rain, thereby amplifying the power of water-type moves while diminishing the efficacy of fire-type attacks. Amidst the downpour, Jie Kuailong roared defiantly, vigorously moving its body to enhance its capabilities. Observing this, Suicune intensified its resolve. Accompanied by the rain's rhythm, it inhaled deeply and then exhaled a massive torrent, a formidable water dragon surging forth from its mouth. In the face of this powerful water dragon, Jie Kuailong exhibited an unprecedented calm. Although the wind and rain might erode its body and slow its speed, they could not extinguish its unwavering belief in victory. With a blast of dragon rage directed toward the ground, Jie Kuailong harnessed the tremendous recoil to soar into the air, narrowly avoiding the water dragon. Subsequently, it flapped its wings with a fierce cry, transforming into a streak of light, darting towards Suicune. Crackling with electricity, Jie Kuailong gathered terrifying bolts of lightning in its hands, radiating a brilliant golden glow as it descended upon Suicune. Suicune, bending its body, attempted to evade. However, Jie Kuailong's speed was simply too overwhelming. Though Suicune managed to dodge the first punch, it could not escape the second. Bang! The fist, imbued with the terrifying power of electricity, struck Suicune squarely on the head, sending it crashing away. Jie Kuailong relentlessly pursued, closing the distance to deliver another punch that sent the already descending Suicune flying once more. Following this, Jie Kuailong accelerated, weaving left and right, continuously darting around Suicune, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that encircled it. Dazzling bolts of lightning rained down, all directed at Suicune. With a final crack, Jie Kuailong ceased its assault, and Suicune lay motionless on the ground, utterly drained of its fighting capability. Well done. Wang Ming couldn't help but praise. The scene gradually faded, and he returned to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced once more. As he approached within 2 meters of the rainbow feather, the stone beneath his feet changed again, glowing with a yellow light. Just by seeing this color, Wang Ming knew it could only be Raikou. Indeed, his prediction was accurate. In no time, Raikou's form appeared before him. Electric-type Pokémon were best countered by ground-type Pokémon. Alas, he did not possess a ground-type Pokémon. Wang Ming sighed. It is well known that electric-type moves are ineffective against ground-type Pokémon, meaning that a battle between them could end without any damage taken. However, while he lacked a ground-type Pokémon, a dragon-type Pokémon was still an excellent alternative. Wang Ming murmured to himself, though dragon-type Pokémon do not have a type advantage against electric types, the latter has a resistance to dragon-type moves. Thus, utilizing a dragon-type Pokémon in battle still holds a distinct advantage. After a brief contemplation, Wang Ming ultimately chose to deploy Jie Kuai-Long for the fight. Due to Jie Kuai-Long's flying-type attribute, the minor advantage in type was rendered moot. Yet, this posed no issue, even without a type advantage. Jie Kuai-Long could swiftly conclude the battle, for its formidable offensive power was undeniable. As for why he did not opt for the same type, by Dragon, Wang Ming had his reasons. First, By Dragon's repertoire of attack methods was limited, and its dragon-type moves were even fewer, making it somewhat inferior to Jie Kuai-Long. Secondly, for By Dragon to secure a swift victory, it would necessitate overwhelming strength, which meant undergoing Mega Evolution. Such an evolution would inevitably drain Wang Ming's stamina and mental energy. An excessive Mega Evolution could harm By Dragon's body. Therefore, from any perspective, it was ill-advised to send By Dragon into battle. Conversely, Jie Kuai-Long, which did not require Mega Evolution, was the most fitting choice. With his Pokémon chosen, Wang Ming focused intently on commanding the battle. It doesn't matter if the move is new, as long as it is effective. This time, Wang Ming's tactics mirrored those of before. First, he would use Dragon Dance to enhance his own abilities, followed by the move Outrage to dispatch his opponent. Soon, the battle commenced. Raikou, ever the fierce combatant, charged towards Jie Kuai-Long, enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Countless bolts of thunder cascaded from the sky, following Raikou into battle. Jie Kuai-Long deftly utilized its incredible speed to dodge the falling lightning, while continuously augmenting its own capabilities. Roar. During the fray, Raikou suddenly emitted a furious roar. Almost immediately, the skies darkened, and torrents of lightning surged and intertwined, echoing with a resounding crash, as if seeking to shatter the heavens. Crack! In the next instant, a deluge of thunder descended, enveloping the entire space in a sea of lightning. Jie Kuai-Long navigated through this storm, with bolts of lightning striking perilously close overhead, while a multitude of electric arcs pursued it, threatening to obliterate it into ashes. Yet, in this critical moment, Jie Kuai-Long abruptly changed course, charging directly at Raikou. Raikou, undeterred, unleashed a burst of electric energy towards the incoming Jie Kuai-Long. However, to Raikou's astonishment, Jie Kuai-Long did not evade but instead collided directly with the lightning. In an instant, sparks flew as Jie Kuai-Long's body became entwined with countless bolts of electricity, pummeling it relentlessly. Despite the paralysis and pain coursing through its body, Jie Kuai-Long surged forward, unleashing a flurry of frenzied attacks upon Raikou. This reckless assault threw Raikou off balance, leaving it gasping for breath in a state of disarray. Furthermore, Jie Kuai-Long's strength was overwhelming. Every strike was infused with boundless energy, capable of splitting mountains and rocks, pummeling Raikou to the point of exhaustion. At last, after enduring a barrage of blows, Raikou succumbed and collapsed to the ground, granting Jie Kuai-Long victory in the battle. As the scene faded, Wang Ming now stood merely a step away from the rainbow feather. I am finally about to claim you. He beamed with excitement, hastening his steps forward. Chapter 144, Return. With neither wind nor rain, the rainbow feather floated serenely before him, radiating a divine spectrum of colors. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he reached out to grasp the rainbow feather firmly in his hand. In an instant, the originally sacred rainbow light retracted, returning to the rainbow feather, transforming into an ordinary multicolored plume. As the rainbow feather fell into silence, the path beneath Wang Ming's feet gradually faded, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Beside him, Joy Xingtian was taken aback, hastily approaching Wang Ming's side. He gazed at the rainbow feather in Wang Ming's hand, exclaiming in awe, "Truly, it is a feather from the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh. Its extraordinary power is indeed remarkable." Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Joy Xingtian turned to Wang Ming and suggested, It is said that whoever possesses the rainbow feather will become the chosen rainbow warrior of Ho-Oh. Following the guidance of the rainbow feather, one may find Ho-Oh. I believe you should give it a try. Wang Ming nodded noncommittally. I will. Indeed. As Joy Xingtian stated, he was very willing to meet Ho-Oh. After all, in order to combat future calamities, he needed the assistance of more powerful Pokémon, especially the legendary divine beasts. Ho-Oh, with its ability to resurrect life, would undoubtedly be an indispensable ally. After their conversation, Wang Ming departed from the Joy family. Initially, Joy Lan wished to accompany him, but considering his unwavering loyalty to Shinado, Wang Ming politely declined. Joy Lan did not insist on following him. She merely shed tears of sorrow as she watched him leave. Upon returning to the Royal Sky Sea, Wang Ming discovered that the situation had been brought under control. The dark matter gradually dissipated, and the sea regained its clarity, though it lacked a hint of vitality. Reflecting on this, Wang Ming released his 2 shiny Gyarados. You two can stay here for the time being, he said, observing the affectionate shiny Gyarados before him. Due to the earlier dark matter incident, the 2 shiny Gyarados had yet to complete their sacred ritual. If they were to remain by his side, Wang Ming could not guarantee when they would be able to fully share in their joyous union. Thus, with a heavy heart, Wang Ming made a difficult decision to allow the 2 shiny Gyarados to pursue their own happiness. This, after all, was the greatest respect a trainer could show to their Pokémon. With a deep roar, one of the shiny Gyarados nudged Wang Ming with its head, its large eyes reflecting not ferocity, but a profound reluctance. Wang Ming smiled gently, stroking the head of the shiny Gyarados, and tenderly said, Go. Seek the happiness that is rightfully yours. This is the life you deserve. Do not worry about missing me. Should the opportunity arise, I will come to visit you. With a low growl, the shiny Gyarados circled Wang Ming a few times before departing, casting back glances with every few steps as it followed the mutated shiny Gyarados away. After bidding farewell to the shiny Gyarados, Wang Ming boarded a cruise ship, leaving Cherry Blossom Island behind. During the journey back, he took advantage of the leisure time to access the system. He wondered what the new task might be. Curiosity piqued, Wang Ming opened the task interface, and immediately, lines of clear information appeared before his eyes. Task objective: locate the lost miraculous tablet. Task reward: 1 simulation attempt. 20 initial attribute allocation points. Task deadline: 1 month. Upon seeing the task objective, Wang Ming could not help but smile. In fact, he had an inkling that the system would likely assign him the task of searching for the miraculous tablet. After all, the miraculous tablet was crucial, pertaining to the future of the world. Even if the system had not issued this task, he would have returned to search for it. However, judging by the rewards of this task, it seemed that finding the miraculous tablet would not be a simple endeavor. The rewards were quite generous. In addition to the simulation attempt, there were also an additional 20 initial attribute allocation points. What did 20 initial attribute allocation points signify? It equated to the sum of the initial allocation points from 2 reincarnation simulations. This meant that in the next reincarnation simulation, Wang Ming could max out all his attributes directly. It was something he had never even dared to imagine before. Wang Ming was filled with anticipation. How splendid would a life with maxed out attributes be? Of course, amidst his daydreaming, Wang Ming did not forget to contemplate how to search for the miraculous tablet. Currently, his only leads were Kyurem and Zygarde. Only by locating them could he uncover the whereabouts of the miraculous tablet. However, these 2 Pokémon were elusive, and he had never heard of anyone spotting them. It would likely not be an easy task to find them. Nevertheless, he could seek the help of the Alliance, whose influence spanned the globe. Perhaps they would have some clues. Muttering to himself, Wang Ming began to ponder another issue: the rainbow feather in his possession. Finding Ho-Oh was also of paramount importance at this moment. However, compared to locating Zygarde and Kyurem, seeking Ho-Oh was relatively straightforward. After all, he possessed the rainbow feather and merely needed to follow its guidance. With that in mind, he decided to first visit Rainbow Mountain, located in Rainbow City. Rainbow Mountain was an ancient and renowned peak. It was said that Ho-Oh resided there, and only those who had gained Ho-Oh's recognition, wielding the rainbow feather, could meet the legendary Ho-Oh atop Rainbow Mountain. No one knew if this legend held any truth, but Wang Ming felt it was worth a try. He was uncertain if he was among those who had earned Ho-Oh's recognition, yet he indeed possessed the rainbow feather. That was his leverage. Moreover, Rainbow City was not far from Jingbei City. Having been away for so long, it was time to check in on the Adventurers Guild. With this thought, Wang Ming resolved in his heart. First, he would return to Jingbei City to assess the situation. If all was well, he would then proceed to Rainbow City to seek Ho-Oh. The sea breeze was gentle, and the moonlight was bright. In the evening, Wang Ming lay in bed, sharing a profound exchange with Shinado. Loving someone is akin to climbing 2 peaks, crossing a river, and traversing a valley. Life is as simple and unadorned as that. Chapter 145. Selecting new team members 2 days later, in Jingbei City, at the Adventurers Guild, Wang Ming returned to a piece of delightful news. He finally had the opportunity to assemble his own team. Recently, the situation in various secret realms had escalated, prompting the guild to recruit numerous newcomers to expand their ranks. Considering that he was now a squad leader but lacked his own team members, the higher-ups had specifically instructed him to select a few individuals from the new recruits upon his return to ensure his team was not merely a shell. Wu Feng, with a comforting pat on Wang Ming's shoulder, informed him of this. Wang Ming was no longer the naive youth he once was. His current prowess had garnered recognition from the guild, shining brightly. Wu Feng felt both nostalgic and proud of Wang Ming's accomplishments. Regardless, Wang Ming had emerged from their moon team, and even though he had now left the moon team, he would always remain one of them. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Captain Wu. I will head over right away, Wang Ming replied with a firm nod. Technically, he should not be addressing Wu Feng as captain any longer, as Wu Feng was no longer his leader. However, Wang Ming felt no discomfort in continuing to do so. He had grown accustomed to it, and it rolled off the tongue easily. Moreover, he genuinely respected Wu Feng as a captain from the bottom of his heart. A single call of team leader Wu left Wu Feng momentarily stunned. How familiar and endearing that title was, causing his heart to flutter with emotion. This utterance also made him realize that Wang Ming had always regarded him as his captain. A warm current surged within him, and he felt his eyes growing warm with unshed tears. However, when he regained his composure, Wang Ming had already departed. 10 minutes later, Wang Ming arrived at the freshman camp. Perhaps due to his late return, there were scarcely any individuals left in the camp. Upon his entrance, all eyes were drawn to him, or more accurately, to the adventurer's medal adorning his chest. It was a badge only a squad leader could wear, indicating that the youth standing before them was indeed a squad leader of the Adventurers Guild. This revelation was difficult for many to accept. Wang Ming appeared astonishingly young, barely older than them, making it hard to believe that someone of his age could attain such a rank, a notion bordering on the unbelievable. Wang Ming, acutely aware of the astonished gazes upon him, chose to disregard them, instead scrutinizing the elves beside the others, considering potential candidates. At that moment, a pale-skinned youth stepped forward, addressing Wang Ming with bravado. Hey, you over there, are you the squad leader? The tone of the pale youth was brazen, displaying a complete lack of regard for Wang Ming. It was understandable. After all, Wang Ming's youthful appearance was akin to theirs, making it challenging for them to feel any respect. Moreover, the absence of a formidable elf by Wang Ming's side further fueled their disdain. Wang Ming cast a casual glance at the pale youth, appraising him before shaking his head in disappointment and shifting his attention to others. This act ignited a furious response from the pale youth, who felt insulted by Wang Ming's apparent disdain. He considered himself a notable figure among the freshmen, and being looked down upon by a peer was intolerable. Hey, kid, do you dare to look down on me? Let us have a duel with our elves, and I'll show you what I'm made of. The pale youth shouted defiantly, raising his chin. Wang Ming's expression turned peculiar as he regarded the pale youth with a sardonic smile. Are you sure you want to fight me? He inquired. The pale youth stepped forward. Prideful. Absolutely. He added quickly, of course, if you're scared, just leave. We don't need you here obstructing our view. Wang Ming smiled brightly, a smile that sent shivers down spines. They were likely unaware of an eternal truth. A fool's bravado is but a deception. Oh, no, it was more precise to say. When Wang Ming smiles, the outcome is unpredictable. Fine, let us do this, Wang Ming replied coolly. With someone so eager to confront him, how could he refrain from engaging? It presented a perfect opportunity to showcase his strength and earn the respect of the onlookers. Seeing Wang Ming's agreement, the pale youth beamed. Great. Just don't surrender too early. Without hesitation, he released his elf, initiating the battle. Caterpie, the elf was commendable, but regrettably paired with a foolish master, dooming the outcome from the start. Wang Ming assessed the situation briefly before summoning his own elf. For such a trivial skirmish, he deemed it suitable to employ his scyther. When Wang Ming unleashed his shiny scyther, the crowd gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. Good heavens, it's a scyther, and a shiny one at that. How impressive, they marveled. He must be exceptional to possess a shiny. I can't shake the feeling that that pale youth is in for a downfall. TCH. That's a narrow-minded view. What does being shiny matter? The battle isn't about rarity, but power. The shiny scyther was indeed remarkable, yet its strength might not surpass that of Caterpie. That makes sense. Let me use my newly acquired detector to check the stats of this shiny scyther, one individual remarked. retrieving a device to examine the shiny scyther. In the next moment, a loud bang resonated as the detector exploded in the youth's hand. Damn, it maxed out. He cursed, furious that his newly purchased device was obliterated, a loss that would frustrate anyone. The others stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief at the scattered debris. If the detector had shattered, just how powerful could this shiny scyther be? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. What is the limit of your device? Despite his grim expression, the youth begrudgingly replied, it can only detect up to level 40. Anything beyond that risks exceeding the limits. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they processed this information, their gazes drifting towards Wang Ming. The youth's elf exceeded level 40. In that moment, their perception of Wang Ming shifted dramatically. Admiration replaced skepticism. This was the mark of a true prodigy. Even the previously arrogant pale youth now found himself trembling, his bravado dissipating in the face of reality. He had keenly absorbed the discussions and the unfolding events. Realizing that Wang Ming's abilities were far beyond what appeared on the surface, hidden prowess that, when revealed, was astonishing. Now, having taken the initiative to challenge Wang Ming, he found himself in a precarious position, a decision that was anything but wise. Yet, with the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. Even in defeat, he must retain his dignity. The pale youth steeled himself, summoning courage as he fixed his gaze on Wang Ming, embodying the spirit of a soldier ready to face his fate. Huh, fool, Wang Ming scoffed dismissively, shaking his head. Scyther, I entrust you with this. Remember, unleash your full might. Make him rue the day he challenged you. Wang Ming's cold laughter echoed, employing the very tactics of his opponent against him. Let us go. The shiny scyther danced with excitement, sparks flying as it eagerly anticipated the battle. Having waited long for this opportunity to unleash its power, it would not let this chance slip away. With a cruel smile, the shiny scyther vanished in a blur, leaving only an afterimage. Boom. Moments later, a heavy thud resounded as a shadow hurtled past the onlookers. It was Caterpie. The pale youth's heart raced with fear, unable to comprehend how swiftly the shiny scyther had attacked. He attempted to intervene on behalf of his elf, but the shiny scyther was now charging toward him, wielding Caterpie. What the hell is this? Who taught you such audacity? The pale youth's lips twitched in disbelief and anger, but he had no time to ponder further. With a scream that echoed in the air, signaling imminent despair, the battle commenced. Before long, the shimmering scyther unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the fair-skinned youth's visage. It was perplexing, for the scyther seemed singularly fixated on the youth's face, as if it were inexorably drawn to it. After a brief moment, once the lamentations ceased, the scyther reluctantly withdrew, leaving behind a parting gift, a long-preserved phlegm that it had cherished for years. The fair youth promptly fainted, and it was uncertain whether he was rendered unconscious by the blows or the noxious fumes. However, this was of little consequence, for throughout the ordeal, the youth had merely played the role of a jester, while the true protagonist was none other than Wang Ming. At this juncture, all eyes were riveted upon Wang Ming. Their expressions transformed into one of profound admiration and awe. Clearing his throat, Wang Ming relished the attention and was about to speak. Yet, he had underestimated the fervor of the crowd. Before he could utter a word, they surged forward, encircling him and clamoring, "Me, I want to join." Some even exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I can pick up soap." This left Wang Ming utterly speechless. Did he truly require anyone else to complement his companionship with Shinado? What a preposterous notion. Moreover, wasn't he the game of picking up soap already delightful enough with Shinado? Sighing, Wang Ming lamented the inability of these individuals to comprehend the joy Shinado brought him. Silence. Those wishing to join my ranks, step to my right. Individuals with fewer than 3 gym badges need not apply. I seek only the strongest. With a mere glance, Wang Ming quelled the raucous crowd, and then slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. 3 gym badges? Isn't that a bit demanding? I consider myself among the top of the new students. Yet I possess only 2 badges. Another lamented, "Be grateful for your 2 badges. I have nothing but a ralts. Uffed, a bunch of weaklings. Are you all stumped by the requirement of 3 gym badges? Look at what I possess," boasted another, brandishing 3 gleaming badges. Enough said, I am beyond your league. In the future, you might not even be worthy of gazing upon my back. In a short span, several individuals had gathered at Wang Ming's right side. He scrutinized each one, but none met his expectations. Some trainers had impressive Pokémon, yet their pampered nature suggested they would lack fortitude in the long run. Others possessed decent qualities, but their Pokémon were utterly unimpressive, akin to mere cannon fodder. Was the caliber of this new cohort truly so dismal? Wang Ming shook his head in disappointment. Just then, A boy clad in a fiery red shirt strode confidently from the back of the throng. His appearance was striking, with flaming red hair and eyes that sparkled like two miniature suns. Beside him trotted a muscular furfrou, albeit appearing somewhat dim-witted. "Hey there, big brother. I want to join your team, can I?" The red-haired boy scratched the back of his head and flashed a radiant smile. Wang Ming surveyed him closely, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. He sensed an extraordinary wave of aura emanating from the boy, distinctly different from the ordinary populace. Not only the boy, but even his furfrou exuded this remarkable energy. When Wang Ming utilized his insight to examine the furfrou, he was astounded to discover its potential was classified as legendary, a rarity indeed. To think that even his own Blaziken had merely been of epic caliber until now. The fact that this boy possessed a legendary furfrou was utterly astonishing. This lad must harbor some secrets. While Wang Ming was unsure of the reasons behind this, he could certainly feel the boy's exceptional nature. Perhaps he would achieve great things in the future. With this thought, Wang Ming casually inquired, "What is your name?" The boy, beaming like the rising sun, replied slowly, "Yen." "Yen?" Wang Ming murmured, curiosity piqued. It was his first encounter with a single character name, yet it exuded a certain flair. "All right, come here." After a moment's contemplation, he assented, waving Yen over. Upon hearing Wang Ming's invitation, Yen was overjoyed. He had approached with a sense of trepidation, not expecting success. The unexpected delight left him momentarily stunned, standing still in disbelief. It was only after Wang Ming called for him again that Yen snapped to attention and eagerly approached. At that moment, another voice interrupted, expressing discontent with Wang Ming's decision. "Hold on. Why should he, a nobody without a single badge, be allowed to join?" The speaker was a short boy with a sharp, monkey-like face and squinty eyes that were quite unpleasant to behold. He proudly displayed 3 gleaming badges on his chest, as if to boast. Indeed, he was a bona fide holder of 3 gym badges, and his prowess was indisputable, at least in terms of accolades. He far surpassed the unadorned Yen. Feeling slighted by Wang Ming's choice of Yen over himself, he stepped forward, seeking to assert his position. Wang Ming cast a dispassionate glance at the short boy and coolly replied, "I do as I please. Do you have an objection?" The boy's face turned a shade of green, then white with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Wang Ming's aura was formidable. A mere glance left him breathless. After a moment, as Wang Ming's gaze shifted away, the boy exhaled in relief, glaring sullenly at Wang Ming's retreating figure before disappearing into the crowd. Wang Ming, sensing the lingering resentment, chose to disregard it. True strength never concerns itself with the scurrying of ants. With Yen now on board, he resumed his search for additional team members. The other youths stood tall and proud, eager to catch Wang Ming's eye. Some female trainers, though still young, displayed a curvaceous form and mature demeanor, ripe for the picking. When Wang Ming glanced their way, they boldly showcased their assets, casting flirtatious glances in hopes of engaging him in a deeper interaction. Wang Ming remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. Such displays held little allure for him. He had encountered far more impressive sights. The allure of feminine charms was no longer a factor in his considerations. At present, he prioritized strength and potential. Furthermore, due to his inherently indifferent nature, he had no intention of recruiting female team members. Therefore, after a cursory glance at the lovely sights, he redirected his attention to the young men. It must be said that while the overall quality of this new cohort was rather average, a few promising candidates stood out. Among them were 2 individuals whom Wang Ming found particularly noteworthy. One was a remarkably burly lad, brimming with muscle, comparable to those of the Maghok lineage. He bore a somewhat simple-minded demeanor, yet he possessed a formidable presence. Accompanying him was a similarly muscular Pokémon, Maghop. At such a tender age, possessing a formidable spirit like the powerful Machamp is already quite remarkable and can even be deemed exceptional. Consequently, Wang Ming did not hesitate to select him. "What is your name?" Wang Ming inquired with a smile as he stepped forward. The burly youth chuckled awkwardly, shyly scratching the back of his head, and in a deep, rumbling voice replied, I am Zhao Ritian. My mother said she hopes I can conquer the heavens in the future, so she gave me this name." Wang Ming was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. This lad named Zhao Ritian is rather candid. "All right, Zhao Ritian, that's a splendid name. How about you accompany me from now on?" Wang Ming laughed heartily, extending a warm invitation. Zhao Ritian appeared somewhat bashful and after a moment of hesitation, stammered, "But I eat a lot, enough for 5 people, plus my spirit, and it eats just as much as I do." Zhao Ritian was concerned that he might impoverish Wang Ming with his voracious appetite, hence his cautious words. Wang Ming, recovering from his surprise, burst into laughter. Not to worry. I can eat quite a bit myself. As long as you stick with me, I promise you won't go hungry, even if your appetite rivals that of 10 people. Oh, and what about your spirit? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ritian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly looked up at Wang Ming, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Really? Is that true? Wang Ming assured him, thumping his chest. Absolutely. A smile spread across Zhao Ritian's face. All right, then I shall follow you from now on. Wang Ming responded with a grin. Welcome aboard. Zhao Ritian, accompanied by his Macamp, eagerly took his place behind Wang Ming. Yan, ever the extrovert, engaged Zhao Ritian in animated conversation. Meanwhile, Wang Ming's gaze shifted to another young man, one of the individuals he sought. Unlike Zhao Ritian and Yan, this youth exuded an air of cold detachment, his blue attire reflecting his aloofness. Moreover, the spirit beside him was impressive, a Froakie. The Froakie stood quietly, arms crossed, leaning against the blue-clad boy's leg, creating a strikingly cool tableau. In the blue-clad youth, Wang Ming saw a reflection of his former self, once just as proud and solitary. Would you be interested in joining my team? Wang Ming inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he approached the blue-clad boy. The youth slowly lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes betraying a chill, appraising Wang Ming with an air of scrutiny, as if to determine whether this boy was worthy of his allegiance. After a moment, he redirected his gaze to the Froakie, seemingly seeking its counsel. The Froakie regarded Wang Ming with an expression mirroring that of its companion. At that moment, Wang Ming produced a Pokeball and released his Greninja, instantly captivating the attention of all present and leaving them in awe. In the future, you can engage in friendly battles together, Wang Ming stated, addressing both the Froakie and the blue-clad boy. In an instant, the Froakie's eyes lit up, ignited by a fierce fighting spirit as it gazed at Greninja, its eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. The blue-clad youth mirrored this enthusiasm, equally charged with a passion for combat. Yelan. The next moment, the blue-clad youth spoke, revealing his name, and stepped to stand behind Wang Ming. Seeing this, a subtle smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips. His team was finally complete. Chapter 148. The invitation to the Pseudo-King tournament in the luxurious apartment of the Adventurers Guild. After showing everyone around, Wang Ming temporarily settled them in. This will be your residence from now on. There are plenty of rooms. Feel free to choose whichever you like. Wang Ming said generously. The apartment boasted an abundance of rooms, ample enough to accommodate many residents. As his team had just formed and consisted solely of 3 members, there was more than enough space for them to choose from. Thank you, Captain, they chorused, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they began to select their preferred rooms. Only Yelan maintained his usual aloof demeanor, seemingly indifferent to where he would stay. He turned, casually opened a door, and stepped inside. Wang Ming refrained from commenting further, recognizing that everyone has their own personality. Some are naturally warm and extroverted, while others are reserved and taciturn. This was inconsequential, as long as their character was sound. That was what truly mattered. After settling the 3 in their new abode, Wang Ming retired to rest. He had been busy for several days, and after last night's fierce battle with Shinado, he felt utterly drained. If he did not take the time to recuperate, he feared he might truly collapse. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Wang Ming's rest extended to half a day, and it was only in the afternoon that he awakened from his slumber, roused by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from Wu Feng. What could Wu Team want to discuss with me? It can't possibly be about the secret realm, Wang Ming mused as he answered the call. Soon, Wu Feng's familiar voice came through. Wang Ming, do you have a moment? There's something I forgot to mention. In a couple of days, the annual King tournament will commence. After a lengthy discussion, Wang Ming grasped the situation. It turned out that the much-anticipated King tournament, a competition to crown the new generation of champions, was about to begin. Held annually, it garners significant attention from trainers. The tournament boasts stringent entry requirements, permitting only champions from city-level leagues or trainers holding the title of Pseudo-King to participate. To say that it is a fierce clash among the strong would be an understatement, and it is a rare visual spectacle. As the champion of the Jingbei City League, Wang Ming naturally qualified for participation. Wu Feng had called to notify him of this impending event. Such competitions are coveted by every trainer, and Wang Ming was no exception. Thus he readily agreed. Wu Team, when does the King tournament commence, and where will it be held? Wang Ming inquired. As the tournament is traditionally hosted in different cities each year, with varying schedules based on local circumstances, Wu Feng replied, this year's tournament will be hosted by Rainbow City, and it officially begins in 3 days. Rainbow City? What a coincidence. Upon hearing that this year's South competition would take place in Rainbow City, Wang Ming felt a surge of surprise, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had intended to visit Rainbow City, and now that the King tournament would be held there, It conveniently eliminated the need for unnecessary travel. As he pondered, Wu Feng continued, since you are the champion of the Jingbei City League, you automatically possess the qualification to compete, representing the face of Jingbei City. To ensure you achieve commendable results in this year's King Tournament and bring glory to Jingbei City, the league has decided to host a Pseudo King Invitation Tournament for you, allowing you to battle against true Pseudo King level experts. This will not only serve as a warm-up for you, familiarizing you with the strength of Pseudo Kings, but it will also grant you the Pseudo King title, making you a genuine Pseudo King. Wang Ming couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he queried, Wu team, as far as I know, the title of Pseudo King is not so easily attained, is it? Wang Ming found it hard to believe that the league would casually bestow the title of Pseudo King upon him for merely participating in a tournament. Wu Feng offered an awkward smile, then spoke with seriousness, indeed. The alliance has stipulated that only upon your victory in 2 matches can the title of Quasi-King be conferred upon you. Wang Ming chuckled lightly and inquired further, will it be a best-of-3 format? Given his current prowess, he was indeed capable of engaging in combat with Quasi-Kings, even having the potential to dominate. If the competition consisted of 3 matches, securing 2 victories would not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, the allure of the Quasi-King title was substantial, especially as he aspired to become a Pokémon Master, or rather, a Pokémon Champion, perhaps even higher. I have sent you the detailed rules and specific time and location for the competition. You can review them shortly. Understood. After concluding the call with Wu Feng, Wang Ming located the email sent by him in his QQ mailbox. After a cursory glance, he gained a general understanding of the Quasi-King Invitation Tournament. In essence, the format of this tournament bore little distinction from standard competitive matches. Due to time constraints, there would only be 3 matches, employing a best-of-3 format. The Alliance would designate 3 trainers of Quasi-King caliber as his opponents, each limited to utilizing a single Pokémon per match. Should Wang Ming triumph in 2 out of the 3 matches, the Alliance would acknowledge his strength and personally bestow upon him the title of Quasi-King. A best-of-3 format. Although my opponents are Quasi-King level trainers, I believe victory is within my grasp. Winning 2 matches should not be an insurmountable task. Wang Ming mused to himself. However, the query remained. Which 3 Pokémon should he select for battle? While Solgaleo possessed immense strength, it was too conspicuous and unsuitable to reveal at this juncture, especially in the presence of the Alliance. The rest of his Pokémon, however, were certainly viable contenders, as their strengths were commendable, and both Mega Evolution and Limit Breaking could significantly enhance their capabilities, aiding him in securing victory. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Ming devised a plan for the forthcoming exhibition matches. This is an opportune moment to showcase my prowess to those young ones, ensuring they do not underestimate my abilities compared to the seasoned captains of other teams. Being young, many harbored doubts regarding his capabilities, including his newly recruited team members, who might not fully trust in his strength, particularly with Yilan, had it not been for Wang Ming unleashing Blaziken. The battle against the shiny Scyther would have merely captivated the simple-minded Zhao Ritian, but it certainly would not have impressed Yilan. Thus, Wang Ming deemed it necessary to rectify his image in the eyes of his team members. The Quasi-King Invitation Tournament presented an excellent opportunity. He believed that, after witnessing the match, his team members would be utterly in awe, with no lingering doubts about his abilities. Let us proceed and broaden their horizons. With this thought in mind, Wang Ming stepped outside, preparing to lead his team towards the Sky Arena, the very venue for the Quasi-King Invitation Tournament. Chapter 149. The charm persists. Arriving at the dormitory of his team, Wang Ming informed the 3 of his participation in the Quasi-King Invitation Tournament and his intention to take them along to watch. Their reactions were filled with immense enthusiasm, almost bursting with excitement. Even the typically aloof Yilan's eyes sparkled, radiant as a galaxy of stars. Clearly, he was quite curious about Wang Ming's true abilities. Furthermore, witnessing such battles of strength was a rare visual feast for them, not only satisfying their curiosity, but also providing ample opportunity to learn various combat techniques. Truly a situation where they could reap dual benefits. Gather your things. We must head over now. The competition begins tomorrow, and arriving early will allow you to soak in the atmosphere, Wang Ming said with a smile. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for delay. All right, just give me a minute. I need only 3 seconds. I'm already ready. Before long, the group was prepared and embarked on their journey. By evening, Wang Ming and his companions arrived at the Sky Arena. Despite the enchanting night, the area outside the arena was teeming with people, the entrance engulfed in a sea of spectators. Observing the situation, Wang Ming surmised that squeezing through the crowd was futile. so he opted to contact someone from the Alliance to facilitate their entry. Just as he ended the call, a young girl suddenly dashed into his arms. Wang Ming had yet to comprehend the situation when the girl repeatedly apologized, her hands flailing as she expressed her regret for colliding with him. The sheer density of the crowd, coupled with the inky darkness, had led to her unfortunate misstep. Being a reasonable individual, Wang Ming did not wish to make things difficult for the girl. He simply waved his hand and smiled, saying, "No worries." Yet, upon hearing his voice, the girl froze in place. This familiar, magnetic tone belonged to none other than her idol. A wave of ecstasy washed over her. Trembling with excitement as she gradually raised her gaze to confirm Wang Ming's identity, though she hesitated, fearing it might not truly be him. Wang Ming, concerned that the girl might be unwell, gently inquired, "Are you all right, little one?" But his voice seemed to strike her like a bolt of lightning, causing her to shudder and lift her head abruptly, locking eyes with Wang Ming. This voice, so familiar, belonged to her male idol. She was certain she could not be mistaken. Upon finally seeing Wang Ming's face, she instinctively let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Ming Shun!" This outcry acted as a catalyst, igniting a frenzy among the surrounding crowd, which surged forth uncontrollably. "Ming Shun! Where's Ming Shun? I want to see Ming Shun! Ah, Ming Shun! I want to bear your children! Ming Shun, please ravage me! I am willing to do anything for you! Ah, Ming Shun, my Ming Shun!" The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The reason they had gathered here was due to the news of Ming Shun's participation in the Quasi-King Invitation Tournament, prompting them to arrive a day early in hopes of securing a prime viewing spot. Undoubtedly, had it not been for Wang Ming, they would never have braved the night to come here. Now that they knew Ming Shun was present, how could they possibly contain their excitement? Wang Ming was taken aback by the scene before him, astonished by his unexpected popularity and the fervor of his numerous fans, most of whom were female. The crude proclamations they uttered were certainly not something he would want his Pokémon, Shenado, to overhear, lest it stir up jealousy. Additionally, given the crowd's fervor, it was apparent they wished to engulf him entirely. Remaining in this throng would surely jeopardize his modesty. Meanwhile, Zhao Ritian seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, grinning foolishly and murmuring to himself, "Hee, I didn't expect the captain to be so popular, knowing so many girls. Captain, when can you introduce one to me? Preferably one with an ample rear. My mother says those are good for childbirth." Yilan, being quite astute, quietly retreated behind the throng, distancing himself from Wang Ming. "I think you both should keep your distance from the captain." Yin, boisterous and carefree, laughed heartily while patting his chest. "What is there to fear? Look how enthusiastic these people are. We ought to get to know them better. After all, they're fans of the captain, so we're practically family." At that moment, Wang Ming interjected, casting a knowing glance at Yilan, and said softly, "I believe it would be wise for you to heed Yilan's advice." Without waiting for Yin and Zhao Ritian to respond, he hurled a pokeball skyward. In an instant, the majestic dragon of the realm let out a thunderous roar, stirring a tempest as it soared through the heavens. The appearance of the dragon of the realm took everyone by surprise, leaving them momentarily stunned, their gazes collectively fixed skyward. A dragon. Good heavens, it is the quasi-divine dragon. Strangely, this dragon seemed distinctly different from the others, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty, reminiscent of a king among dragons. Undoubtedly, it was a testament to the exceptional training by the revered Master Ming. "I, Master Ming, am invincible." Seizing the moment while the crowd was captivated, Wang Ming deftly leapt onto the back of the dragon of the realm. Otherwise, he would surely have been overwhelmed by the throng. Once liberated from the vast sea of people, Wang Ming sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Ah, my insufferable, all-consuming charm is truly a headache at times." Indeed, possessing excessive allure can be a burden. Surely, everyone present has experienced something similar. However, what Wang Ming did not anticipate was that the crowd's fervor was far from over. "Come forth, Pidgeot. I yearn to soar alongside Master Ming. Wah, I long to be lifted to the heavens by Master Ming and experience the ecstasy of the clouds. Darn it, if Master Ming is ascending, then surely I can perform a left-footed spiral into the sky, right?" In an instant, chaos erupted once more. Wang Ming was left bewildered, caught between laughter and tears. Below, Yilan and the others gazed up at Wang Ming with eyes filled with both envy and admiration. This, indeed, is their captain, the heartthrob. As the tumult grew, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly emanated from the arena, momentarily silencing the crowd. "Silence! Those wishing to witness the match must line up and purchase tickets, or be gone." The voice boomed like thunder, commanding the entirety of the arena. A middle-aged man clad in an alliance uniform stood poised in midair, exuding an aura akin to a deity of war, surveying the crowd with an air of indifference. He was none other than Wang Ming's opponent, the Quasi-King, Fang Shiyu. Chapter 150. The storm approaches the crowd, startled by the commanding shout. Instinctively looked up to behold Fang Shiyu hovering above them. His eyes radiated defiance, surveying the world with a disdainful gaze, as if viewing the gathered multitude as mere insects. Wang Ming found himself intrigued by Fang Shiyu's arrival, murmuring to himself, "He is indeed one of my opponents. I wonder what his strength is like." From an email sent by Wu Feng, Wang Ming had learned that one of his adversaries was named Fang Shiyu. With curiosity piqued, Wang Ming activated his insight to scrutinize Fang Shiyu's pterosaur. Pokémon, pterosaur, gender, male, level, 60, base stats, 515, type, rock flying. Ability, intimidate, instills fear in opponents, with a chance of preventing them from using moves. Talent, epic, held item, hard stone, an exceptionally tough stone that enhances the power of rock-type moves. Moves, wing attack, bite. Supersonic, scary face, thunder fong, ice fong, fire fong, iron head, roar, agility, origin pulse, rock tomb, sandstorm, crunch, tackle, free fall, sky drop, stone edge, solar beam. Indeed, it was a commendable Pokemon, yet it likely was not his primary battle companion. Wang Ming's eyes glinted thoughtfully as he muttered, "This pterosaur, while formidable, has not yet reached the strength of a Quasi-King. This implies that the opponent I am about to face will not be this pterosaur." At that moment, Fang Shiyu noticed Wang Ming, nodding in acknowledgement before speaking, "Captain Wang, please follow me. We have awaited your arrival." Wang Ming nodded, casting a glance at Yi Lan and the others before summoning his own Dragonite, saying, "Everyone, hop on, let us proceed together." Upon seeing this, Yi Lan and the others could hardly contain their excitement. This was a powerful entity among the Quasi-Divine, and it was their first time riding on a Dragonite, leaving them both nervous and exhilarated. "Hee, our captain is amazing." Yin grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he sprang onto the Dragonite's back. Zhao Ritian and Yi Lan quickly followed suit, joining him atop the majestic creature. The surrounding crowd gazed on with envy, their eyes filled with longing. Most had never even encountered a Quasi-Divine, let alone ridden one. Such an act was indeed a source of great envy for them. Carrying Yi Lan and the others, Wang Ming, under Fang Shiyu's guidance, gradually entered the Sky Arena. The Sky Arena earned its name due to its unique architectural style. Unlike conventional arenas built upon flat ground, the Sky Arena was ingeniously constructed in midair, hence its imaginative title. As Wang Ming stepped inside, it was his first encounter with such a grand and peculiar structure. Leaving him in awe, Zhao Ritian and the others beside him were equally mesmerized, their eyes shimmering with fervent excitement. At that moment, Fang Shiyu spoke, his tone measured. "The match will commence tomorrow morning, Captain Wang. You ought to rest early. I shall not intrude further." With that, Fang Shiyu handed Wang Ming the room key and departed. Wang Ming recognized the necessity of rest and the importance of gathering his strength for the battles ahead. He turned to Zhao Ritian and the others, advising, "If you wish to transfer, you may do so, but please refrain from wandering about. I shall retire now." "Rest assured, Captain," Yin assured, thumping his chest. Zhao Ritian nodded earnestly in agreement. Night Lan displayed little interest, muttering a brief farewell before departing, concerned that the two might cause trouble. Wang Ming issued one last caution before retreating to his room. Meanwhile, Yin cheerfully led Zhao Ritian on a leisurely exploration. Elsewhere, Fang Shiyu arrived in the hall, where two others awaited him. One was a plump fellow, with a jovial countenance resembling a Methria, named Yin Lu. The other was a well-proportioned woman, her alluring figure accentuated by her revealing attire, known as Shangwaning Shua. Both were formidable opponents of Wang Ming, powerful trainers at the Quasi-King level. "Old Fang, how formidable is that young man?" Upon Fang Shiyu's return, Yin Lu could no longer contain his curiosity and promptly stood to inquire. Though this competition was an invitation-only event organized by the Alliance, it bore significant weight for their reputations, and a loss could lead to great embarrassment. Thus, the three were acutely aware of the stakes involved in this match. Fang Shiyu, unhurried, lifted a teacup from the table and took a measured sip before responding. "He is quite strong. Both his Dragonite and Pidgeot are exceptional, instilling in me a sense of pressure. Especially that Dragonite. It possesses a unique quality, unlike any other, exuding an aura befitting a king." Gasp. Upon hearing such high praise from Fang Shiyu regarding Wang Ming, Yin Lu could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even Shangwaning Shua, lazily reclined on the sofa, widened her mouth, nearly choking on a large sausage. Wang Ming's strength was indeed formidable. This posed a significant challenge. for the new generation of trainers surpassed their own cohort by leaps and bounds. Yin Lu sighed, a hint of despondency evident in his demeanor. As Shangguan Ingsnow swayed her ample bosom, she exaggeratedly twisted her waist as she approached, exhaling a fragrant breath and declaring, "Since this lad is so formidable, I shall first drain him to ensure he cannot participate tomorrow. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, Fang Shiyu and Yin Lu both felt a tightening in their loins and hastily retreated 2 steps, their expressions gravely serious. They had heard tales of Shangguan Ingsnow's exploits. Though they had not personally experienced her prowess, they held her in considerable apprehension and dared not draw too close. Absolutely not. He is a pillar of the Alliance. Should you dare to toy with him, those old-timers in the Alliance will not let you off lightly, Fang Shiyu stated solemnly, drawing a deep breath. Wang Ming had garnered significant attention from the higher-ups within the Alliance. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to organize this quasi-king invitation tournament for him. If anything were to befall Wang Ming, those higher-ups would surely unleash their wrath upon them. If we can't touch him, then you two must figure it out yourselves. I'm a girl. I cannot be the first to take the stage, Shangguan Ingsnow pouted playfully, twisting her serpentine waist as she returned to the sofa. Fang Shiyu and Yin Lu exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a blend of bitterness and helplessness. After a moment, Yin Lu spoke up. "I'll take the lead and test this lad's capabilities." Being the weakest among the trio and possessing the thickest skin, he was the most suitable to be the vanguard. Giggling, "Such a man. I adore it. I shall reward you tonight." Shangguan Ingsnow winked, licking her lips suggestively, revealing her ample cleavage. Yin Lu, blushing, waved his hands in refusal. "No, I am not worthy of such fortune." He was not the kind of man who could withstand Shangguan Ingsnow's advances. So insincere. Shangguan Ingsnow teased, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. Fang Shiyu, however, wore a solemn expression as he began discussing tomorrow's battle strategy with Yin Lu. This night was destined to be one of sleepless anticipation, with some preparing for battle while others were already engaged in combat. Chapter 151, Master of Superpowers. Super Alakazam. The next day, at the Sky Arena, a sea of humanity gathered. Some were cheering, applauding the forthcoming battles, while others danced, rallying support for the impending clash. Amidst the crowd, some were also making waves, eliciting shrieks from the surrounding ladies, amplifying the fervor of the event. This was a battle of epic proportions, drawing countless heroes eager to witness the spectacle. It was also a highly anticipated contest, with various young women passionately showcasing their youthful vitality, pouring fiery enthusiasm onto the blazing battlefield. The Quasi-King Invitation Tournament officially commenced. "Now, let us warmly welcome the contestants to the arena." The announcer's voice boomed above, stirring the crowd's excitement. As Wang Ming strode confidently towards the arena, he was met with a similar approach from Yin Lu on the opposite side. However, the latter's face lacked the requisite confidence. After the introductions, both competitors took their positions in the combat zone. To Wang Ming's surprise, his first opponent was not Fang Shiyu, who had picked him up yesterday, but rather a corpulent middle-aged man. From the referee's introduction, Wang Ming learned that his opponent was named Yin Lu, a bona fide Quasi-King level trainer. "Let me witness the prowess of a Quasi-King level trainer," Wang Ming murmured to himself, his calm gaze suddenly igniting into 2 radiant suns illuminating the heavens. "Come forth, Dragonite," he bellowed, throwing forth his Pokeball. In this inaugural battle, he had chosen Dragonite to take the field. It was imperative for Wang Ming to secure a victory, demonstrating his formidable strength right from the start. Who would have thought he would lead with Dragonite? Even if I were to step in personally, I couldn't guarantee a win. Yin Lu may be in peril, Fang Shiyu remarked calmly as he observed the screen in the viewing room. Wang Ming's Dragonite possessed extraordinary strength, which Fang Shiyu had sensed the previous day. Although Yin Lu was a powerful Quasi-King, he would undoubtedly face a grueling battle against a Dragonite imbued with the spirit of dominance. At this juncture, Shangguan Ingsnow approached, offering her insights on Dragonite. Indeed, it is an exceptional Dragonite, exuding an overwhelming presence that gives the impression of being able to crush all in its path. Even legendary Pokémon would pale in comparison. Her curiosity piqued. She pondered how this young man had managed to cultivate such a formidable Dragonite. Engaging in a deep conversation with him would surely yield significant insights, but alas, she feared losing control and consuming him. Those old-timers would not spare her. A fleeting look of regret crossed Shangguan Ingsnow's face. In this world, there was no man capable of dueling with her for 300 rounds. Her profound emptiness and solitude had led her to a state of malaise. "Here we go," Fang Shiyu's voice snapped Shangguan Ingsnow back to attention, her gaze refocusing on the screen. In the arena, Yin Lu, too, sensed the unusual strength of Dragonite, feeling an overwhelming pressure. This is no ordinary match. It seems I may face defeat. Under this immense strain, Inlu unleashed his Pokémon. Come forth, Alakazam, he shouted. Instantly, a bipedal, beige Pokémon wielding spoons materialized before them. It was the Psychic-type Alakazam. But that was not all. Inlu extended his arm, placing his right hand upon his wristband, and cried out, "Evolve beyond limits, Alakazam." A brilliant white light surged skyward, enveloping Alakazam. The crowd erupted in fervor at this spectacle. Super Evolution. The legendary Super Alakazam is about to emerge. A wave of excitement rippled through the spectators. Oh my, I can finally witness Super Evolution again. Super Alakazam is hailed as the master of psychic types. Wang Ming may indeed be in jeopardy. An enthusiastic onlooker danced with glee, unable to contain his excitement. Huh, wait. What is this soft thing? Ugh, with little tufts? Could it be Smack? Wah, you scoundrel. It's you again. Always pinching me in the same spot. I'll report you to the police. Even Wang Ming was taken aback, not anticipating that his opponent would initiate Super Evolution right from the start. Is he feeling the pressure? Well, that's fine. It won't be too dull. Wang Ming grinned, intrigued by the upcoming battle, albeit only slightly. Dragonite, use Dragon Dance. Initially, Wang Ming refrained from launching an immediate attack, opting instead to enhance Dragonite's capabilities. Simultaneously, he activated his inside eye to examine the details of this Super Alakazam. Pokémon, Super Alakazam, gender, female, level, 70, base stats, 600, type, psychic, ability, trace, copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it, talent, epic, held item, mega stone, moves, bend spoon, telekinesis, teleport, confusion, psybeam, miracle eye, reflect, psycho cut, recover, telekinesis, psychic, meditate, future sight. Trick. It must be said that the strength of this Super Alakazam was indeed formidable, coupled with its terrifying speed and devastating offensive capabilities. Despite its base stats being merely 600, it could contend with many legendary Pokémon. However, it faced a Dragonite that had undergone a boundary-breaking evolution, boasting a staggering 700 base stats, more terrifying than even legendary Pokémon. Naturally, Inlu would not allow Dragonite to enhance its abilities without opposition. Otherwise, given the frail physique of the Super Alakazam, it would likely be unable to withstand even a single attack. Thus, Inlu opted for a proactive approach. Alakazam employs Psybeam. Although Psybeam may not possess the greatest power, it boasts a unique effect that can induce confusion in the opponent. Should the Dragonite succumb to confusion, the battle would tilt greatly in his favor. Dragonite, evade it, and utilize Mist. Mist serves to protect Dragonite from any status ailments. Wang Ming played this round with utmost caution. Boom. A powerful energy beam surged forth, radiating a resplendent glow. Dragonite ascended into the skies, but alas, it was a moment too late as the beam struck it. However, thanks to the protective veil of Mist, it remained unscathed by confusion. At that moment, Wang Ming seized the opportunity to counterattack. Use Dragon Rush. Dragonite let out a furious roar, echoing with the sound of dragons. Several dragon apparitions emerged behind it, exuding an overwhelming aura as they charged towards Super Alakazam. Chapter 152. The Dragon King faced with such a formidable assault, Inlu refused to be outdone. Bend the spoon to divert its attention. The bending spoon is a rather peculiar method of attack, capable of distracting the opponent, thereby diminishing the accuracy of their moves. Alakazam. The Super Alakazam emitted a low growl as 5 spoons levitating behind it were suddenly bent. This successfully captured Dragonite's attention. Yet, Dragonite's attack remained unperturbed, still hurtling towards Super Alakazam. In a critical moment, Super Alakazam employed Teleport, vanishing from its previous spot and narrowly evading Dragonite's strike. Concurrently, Inlu issued another command. Alakazam, create a Reflect Barrier. The Reflect Barrier can mitigate the damage from physical attacks, which could prove vital for the fragile Super Alakazam. Roar. Having failed its initial attempt, Dragonite soared into the sky once more, generating a tempest that rushed towards Super Alakazam. The fierce winds buffeted Super Alakazam, causing it to sway precariously in midair. Even with its psychic powers. Now's your chance, Dragonite. Use Dragon Rush. Wang Ming's excitement was palpable as he promptly issued the command. Sometimes, employing the same tactic can indeed be a sound strategy, as exemplified now. The roar of dragons resonated far and wide, with countless dragon shadows trailing behind as Dragonite descended with immense pressure, plummeting toward the tempestuous Super Alakazam. A shooting star streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkened earth. The might of Dragonite instilled dread in its adversary. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Super Alakazam's expression shifted dramatically, its two wisps of white whiskers fluttering in the wind like whips, cracking with a sharp sound. Simultaneously, a terrifying psychic force surged around it, solidifying the reflect barrier before it. The winds howled, one a natural gust, the other a force of psychic energy. Both were intangible, yet equally powerful. When they collided, the surrounding space reverberated ominously, hinting at the potential for rupture. Roar. Boom. At last, the moment arrived. Dragonite descended as anticipated. This time, Super Alakazam did not evade, but chose to confront the attack head-on. Of course, it had no room to retreat. Dragon shadows swirled. The roar of dragons echoed through the heavens. Purple light illuminated the vast expanse. Boom. Dust swirled in the air, and white light flooded the arena. For an instant, the spectators lost their sight, unable to discern anything. Even Wang Ming and Yin Lu found their vision obscured by the brilliance, unable to ascertain the situation within the arena. Yet, despite this, Wang Ming remained unperturbed. He possessed the power of the aura and the wave, enabling him to sense the state of his Pokémon. He noticed that although Dragonite's life signs fluctuated, it was not significantly harmed. In other words, Dragonite was not at a disadvantage following this collision. He continued to sense, detecting another wave of aura. However, this aura was evidently far more intense and unstable than that of Dragonite. Clearly, its wielder must have sustained grave injuries. Without a doubt, it could only be Super Alakazam. It seemed the battle was nearing its conclusion. Wang Ming murmured to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. No, its aura is rapidly recovering and becoming even more formidable. Wang Ming gasped in astonishment. He observed that the previously weak and unstable aura surrounding Super Alakazam was gradually stabilizing and growing immensely powerful. It is well known that aura strength is intrinsically linked to a Pokémon's prowess. The stronger the Pokémon, the more potent its aura. Thus, Super Alakazam's enhanced aura indicated a rise in its capabilities. Wang Ming pondered, concluding that only one possibility existed. Super Alakazam had utilized Calm Mind. Wang Ming was familiar with this move, as his own Psychic-type Pokémon, Shinado, employed it to augment their abilities. Now, with Super Alakazam's strength on the rise, it was undoubtedly related to this technique. However, what puzzled Wang Ming was why Super Alakazam's aura had become so much more stable. It is known that the more stable a Pokémon's aura, the better its condition. The current stability of Super Alakazam's aura suggested an improvement in its injuries. The ability to recuperate from severe injuries in such a short span could only point to one possibility. Could it be self-regeneration? Although Wang Ming was not well-versed in Alakazam's abilities, he was a devoted fan of Pokémon and recalled that Alakazam possessed a move known as Recover. As the name suggests, it allows the Pokémon's cells to regenerate, facilitating rapid healing of wounds during battle, a rather overpowered ability, akin to gaining an extra life, and it could be used repeatedly. This explained why Super Alakazam had seemingly recovered from a critical condition. It seemed he would need to secure a decisive victory swiftly, ensuring it could not frequently employ Recover to wear him down. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits. Wang Ming mused inwardly, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Moments later, the blinding light finally dissipated. Dragonite and Super Alakazam re-emerged within their line of sight. Hiss! Super Alakazam appeared unscathed, and it seemed even more formidable than before. Dragonite, too, though bearing some wounds, exuded a heightened aura. Indeed, Wang Ming's earlier conjectures had proven accurate. Faced with this situation, Wang Ming hesitated no longer and commanded Dragonite, close in on it with agility. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Dragonite vanished from its spot, transforming into a streak of light as it surged forward. Alakazam, create distance. Don't let it ensnare you. Inlu promptly countered. Close combat was highly disadvantageous for the Psychic-type Alakazam. Thus it was imperative to avoid a melee confrontation with Dragonite. Alakazam. The speed of Alakazam was remarkable, rivaling that of Dragonite. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce chase, darting to and fro, intermittently unleashing powerful moves and plunging the battle into a stalemate. Such an intense clash truly delighted the audience, providing them with a feast for the eyes. Roar! How thrilling! This is the epitome of combat. It stirred the audience's blood, making even the spectators yearn to step into the arena themselves. Who could possibly disagree? This is the life we yearn for. Enough talk. My hands are itching to seize a couple of those big white rabbits. Snap. Oh no, this is too much. Why do you always catch me? Look, I'm already red from your grasp. Where? Let me see. I'll be a witness. Take me with you. Chapter 153. The final battle of Thunder and Fire Fist. The battle raged on for quite some time, with the two Pokémon pursuing each other, engaging in fierce clashes that left the surrounding arena in disarray. Boom. The resounding roars echoed relentlessly as clouds of dust danced wildly in the air. Accompanied by a dazzling white light illuminating the heavens, the Dragonite and the Mega Alakazam collided once more with intensity. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, both sides were compelled to separate due to the tremendous impact generated by their encounters. In the sky, the Dragonite flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of wind that halted its retreat. Then, with a mighty roar, it transformed into a streak of light and charged forward once again. Meanwhile, the Mega Alakazam, weakened due to its frail physique, prepared to utilize its regeneration ability to heal its wounds. However, the Dragonite, adjusting its form in a fraction of a moment, surged towards it with astonishing speed. Left with no choice, the Mega Alakazam was forced to abandon its healing process. At that instant, Inlu realized the Mega Alakazam was in peril and hastily commanded, "Alakazam, use teleport to evade it." The Dragonite advanced with an unstoppable force, as if bent on obliterating everything in its path. Should the Mega Alakazam choose to confront it head-on, it would almost certainly falter and lose its ability to battle. This was not the outcome Inlu sought. Therefore, to ensure the continuation of the fight, he had to guarantee that the Dragonite could evade this formidable strike. The Mega Alakazam emitted a deep sound in response to Inlu. Simultaneously, a mysterious energy enveloped it. Just as the Dragonite was about to make contact, the Mega Alakazam suddenly vanished from its position, leaving the Dragonite to miss its target entirely. Well done, Alakazam. That's it. Evade its attack and wait for the perfect moment to strike back. Seeing the Mega Alakazam dodge the impending danger, Inlu's expression of concern lifted significantly. However, this state of relief was short-lived, as his countenance soon grew grim once more. Wang Ming has discerned the Mega Alakazam's trajectory. At 12 o'clock, unleash Dragon Rage. Wang Ming declared confidently, his spirit soaring. Possessing the unique ability of aura, he could sense the fluctuations of the Mega Alakazam's aura, allowing him to predict its location in advance. Without hesitation, the Dragonite unconditionally trusted Wang Ming and unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon fire. As predicted, the Mega Alakazam indeed appeared at 12 o'clock. No sooner had it emerged than the searing flames surged towards it. The sudden threat left the Mega Alakazam with no chance to react, and it was sent flying, emitting a pitiful cry as it suffered severe damage. "Alakazam!" Inlu shouted in alarm, his voice filled with urgency. Wang Ming, relentless, commanded, "Finish it with Thunder Fire Fist." The Thunder Fire Fist, a combination of Thunder Punch and Fire Punch, was one of the Dragonite's signature moves in battle. In the sky, the Dragonite's fists intertwined, gathering electricity and flames as they hurled towards the Mega Alakazam. One fist crackled with thunder and unstoppable force, the other descended like a falling star, capable of cataclysmic destruction. The fusion of fire and lightning, the amalgamation of power and speed. Even before the punches landed, the wind had already arrived. Faced with the Dragonite's formidable fists, the Mega Alakazam could only channel all its psychic energy into creating a psychic shield to protect itself. This was its only recourse. Success would offer a glimmer of hope for continued battle. Failure would spell the end. Boom. Thunder rolled, resonating through the skies. The Dragonite's fist struck the psychic shield as if hitting a flimsy sheet of paper, shattering it effortlessly. In an instant, the shield disintegrated into stardust, vanishing without a trace. The Mega Alakazam plummeted to the ground like a fallen star, creating a deep crater upon impact. Dust swirled as the Dragonite stood majestically in the air, radiating an aura of dominance. For a long moment, silence enveloped the arena. The outcome was unmistakable. "I declare the winner of this match to be Wang Ming." The referee's voice rang out, sealing the final verdict. Inlu managed a bitter smile as he gazed at the triumphant Wang Ming, his heart a tumult of emotions. Defeated. With a sigh, Inlu returned the Mega Alakazam to its Pokeball, his expression forlorn. Yet, he lifted his gaze, regaining his confidence. After all, it wasn't he such a disgrace. No one would remember how the defeated walked off the stage. The audience's attention would forever be fixed on the victor's glory. Even if the loser were a quasi-champion, it could not alter this reality. Competition is, after all, merciless. Wang Ming truly is extraordinary. Even a quasi-champion stands no chance against him. How absurd. And to think, he is still just a youth. Every time I see Wang Ming, I can't help but compare him to my own disappointing child, and it infuriates me. How can the disparity between people be so vast? Enough talk. My child is about to indulge in his favorite seven wolves meal. Oh, how I long to experience Wang Ming's essence. A person of such strength must possess an equally formidable character. Being his woman would surely bring boundless happiness. Ah, just the thought is intoxicating. Alas, the god of death is a man I am destined not to possess. As Wang Ming gracefully exited the arena amidst the adoration and admiration of the crowd, he was met with the awestruck gazes of his teammates. Captain, you were incredible. That battle was simply exhilarating. I can hardly speak. Yin exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Zhao Ritian chimed in eagerly. Captain, you're now my idol. My mother said people like you are destined to become titans who will shape the world. Following you, I'll never go hungry. This remark brought a smile to Wang Ming's face. He hadn't expected Zhao Ritian to exhibit such a foodie spirit. Even the usually aloof Yilan showed a significant change in his demeanor towards Wang Ming. While he didn't praise him as exuberantly as Zhao Ritian and Yin, the look in his eyes spoke volumes. Stay humble. This is just a small skirmish, Wang Ming modestly replied. There are still 2 more matches ahead, and they promise to be even more thrilling. Just wait and see. Despite winning the first match, Wang Ming did not let his guard down. The true battles were only just beginning. Go, Captain. We believe in you. His teammates understood that the upcoming battles would be equally challenging, rallying their support for Wang Ming. Even more thrilling contests awaited. Chapter 154. A dilemma of choices. After a brief intermission, the second battle commenced swiftly. This time, Wang Ming's opponent was Shengwaninxue, a woman of striking figure, exuding an irresistible allure with every movement. The moment she stepped onto the stage, the audience's gaze ignited with fervor. Akin to ravenous wolves fixated on their prey, the woman exudes an unmistakable allure, her very presence igniting an intense fervor within me, making it increasingly difficult to maintain my composure. Such a captivating enchantress, with just a glance, stirs a whirlwind of fantasies. Were it not for her affiliation with the Alliance, my companions and I would undoubtedly have resorted to binding her, eager to demonstrate our prowess. The male spectators are not the only ones stirred. Even the female audience is fixated on Shengwaninxue, albeit with an air of palpable jealousy. I once believed my own endowment was substantial, yet in comparison to hers, it seems utterly trivial. I shall indulge in a feast of papayas upon my return home, not 10, but 20 pounds. Amidst this, an innocent young lady casts a glance at her own figure, then at Shengwaninxue, and tears of sorrow begin to well in her eyes. At this moment, a nearby gentleman offers solace. Do not despair, dear child, I shall assist you. Really? If I were to deceive you, I would be a mere pup. Then, do come forth. Even Wang Ming, upon beholding Shengwaninxue, feels a rush of warmth, nearly succumbing to an overwhelming sensation. Fortunately, having endured the trials of Shanai Duo, he manages to maintain his composure in front of the gathering crowd, narrowly averting a collapse of his resolve. It seems he must engage in further training in the future. He muses. This evening, he resolves to practice alongside Shanai Duo. Wang Ming is known for his efficiency, particularly in certain endeavors, and he is determined to act without delay. Yet, the immediate priority remains to resolve this battle. As his gaze lingers on Shengwaninxue, the blood within him boils with an intensity that feels like it might burst forth. Go forth, Dragonite. With the judge's call, he unhesitatingly releases the Pokeball in his hand. Dragonite roars and soars into the air, performing 3.5 rotations before hovering above the arena. Simultaneously, Shengwaninxue releases her own Pokemon, conjuring a Pokeball seemingly from thin air and casting it into the arena. This astonishing display leaves the onlookers dumbfounded. What? Is that even possible? When did Pokeballs become concealed in such a manner? TCH, naive fool, that's nothing. I can hide a Pokeball in my trousers. Come, let me show you the world. Scram. In an instant, Bisharp materializes in the arena. However, the gleaming horn atop Bisharp's head shines brilliantly, as though perpetually polished, radiating an enticing white light that sparks the imagination. Upon witnessing Shengwaninxue's choice of Bisharp, a flicker of regret crosses Wang Ming's face. If only I had deployed Blaziken. He laments. Bisharp, a dual-type steel and rock Pokemon, is renowned for its formidable physical defense, boasting an astounding defense stat of 180, making it a veritable tank. Ordinary physical attackers, without type advantages, would find their most fearsome assaults merely tickling its defenses. However, there is a silver lining. Bisharp's health pool is not particularly robust, providing a glimmer of hope for other physical attackers. While Blaziken also specializes in physical offense, it possesses fighting-type attributes and a plethora of powerful fighting-type moves. Bisharp is weak to fighting-type attacks, facing a fourfold disadvantage. Thus, Employing fighting-type moves against Bisharp would greatly increase the likelihood of victory. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Once a Pokémon is released, the choice cannot be altered. Despite this, Wang Ming remains unperturbed. Though Dragonite lacks a type advantage, its sheer strength is formidable, and its ability to Mega Evolve places it in a league beyond Bisharp. Should Bisharp refrain from Mega Evolution, its base stats of 530 will prove insufficient. It is likely that within 2 or 3 turns, Bisharp will be defeated. Conversely, should Bisharp Mega Evolve, it will confront the issue of type disadvantage. Upon Mega Evolution, Bisharp's type shifts solely to Steel, rendering it vulnerable to Dragonite's Fire-type moves, which will inflict double damage. Thus, irrespective of whether it Mega Evolves, Bisharp's predicament appears dire. Evidently, Shangwan Inshua recognizes this dilemma, her expression darkening as her brow furrows in concentration. To Mega Evolve or not to Mega Evolve? That is the question. She did not anticipate Wang Ming would unleash Dragonite, as she perceived it to be a powerful trump card, reserved for the final showdown. Regrettably, she underestimated Wang Ming's capabilities. While Dragonite is undoubtedly formidable, it is not the sole powerhouse in Wang Ming's roster. Moreover, his trump card has never been Dragonite. Let Bisharp transcend its limits. Ultimately, Shangwan Inshua opts for Bisharp's Mega Evolution. Failure to do so would result in an overwhelming defeat, leaving no chance for victory. Only through Mega Evolution does she stand a chance of turning the tide. Although this choice introduces a type disadvantage, it significantly enhances Bisharp's overall attributes, providing an opportunity for a comeback. Mega Bisharp, encased in a resplendent silver armor, resembles a valiant warrior, standing resolutely in the arena and emitting a roar that chills the surrounding air. Wang Ming, undeterred, his eyes gleaming with excitement, murmurs, "Dragonite, let us also transcend our limits." A battle should be fought with unwavering resolve. Wang Ming intends to hold nothing back. He seeks to conclude this contest with overwhelming force. Chapter 155. The flames that consume all in this clash. Both sides have summoned their Pokémon to Mega Evolve, elevating the might of Dragonite and Bisharp to unprecedented heights. Their terrifying energies surging forth, radiating outward. Even the spectators in the distant stands can feel the heart-pounding energy. This battle promises to be more intense than the last. A spectacle to behold. Such a fierce confrontation awaits, one onlooker murmurs, reflecting on the imminent clash, almost as if to validate his words. In the next instant, Mega Dragonite and Mega Bisharp burst forth simultaneously, transforming into blinding blades that charge ahead. The ground beneath Mega Bisharp shatters under the force of its power, revealing terrifying fissures. Mega Dragonite descends with such ferocity that it generates a sonic boom, shattering nearby rocks into fragments. With a roar, both Pokémon collide with tremendous force. The ensuing explosion sends both Mega Dragonite and Mega Bisharp hurtling backward, struggling to withstand the overwhelming energy of their encounter. In an instant, Mega Bisharp regains its footing, revealing a striking scar etched into the ground beneath it. A rough estimate suggests a depth of approximately half a meter. Truly, this formidable creature boasts an almost grotesque level of defense, effortlessly neutralizing such an intense impact. Wang Ming squinted, fixating intently on the Super Bashadora, unable to suppress an exclamation of admiration. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Faced with the massive presence of Super Bashadora, Wang Ming chose to avoid its strengths and target its vulnerabilities. With a mighty roar, Super Charizard summoned a blazing fireball, its flames roaring like the sun descending from the heavens, seemingly capable of melting rock and significantly elevating the surrounding temperature. Phew, it's so hot, I can't bear it. If I don't shed my clothes, I'll surely perish from the heat. Nearby spectators began to sweat profusely, drenched as if they had just emerged from the water. "Ah, how scandalous!" exclaimed the young ladies at the side, covering their eyes with their hands in a bashful manner. Yet, the gaps between their fingers betrayed their true thoughts. Boom! The colossal fireball, ablaze with fierce flames and emanating terrifying heat, plummeted towards Super Bashadora on the ground. Bashadora, utilize Lightning Body to enhance your speed and evade the attack. In this critical moment, Shangwan Inshua issued a command to Super Bashadora. The Lightning Body technique, a transformative maneuver, allowed it to shed excess mass, significantly boosting its speed. Super Bashadora executed this with determination, fiercely slashing at its own body to remove unnecessary parts, enduring the pain to lighten its weight. Just then, the blazing fireball descended from above. Super Bashadora tightened its legs and bent down, narrowly avoiding the fireball, then sprang forth like a cannonball. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. A fiery mushroom cloud shot upwards, piercing the sky and radiating a dazzling brilliance, a captivating sight marred only by the underlying peril. A moment's inattention could reduce one to ashes. Although Super Bashadora had managed to escape in time, the residual shockwave from the explosion engulfed the arena, delivering significant damage upon impact. Additionally, searing hot rocks, glowing a fiery red, rained down upon Super Bashadora, causing it considerable distress. Such immense power. Is this creature under the influence of some enhancement? Shangguan Yingxue observed with wide, astonished eyes, her face alight with disbelief. She had experienced the might of Flamethrower before, but never had she witnessed such overwhelming force. Curiosity piqued. She wondered if that little creature could match this ferocity, longing to experience it firsthand. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Her gaze sharpened as she licked her lips, involuntarily letting out a soft sigh. Fortunately, the crowd remained engrossed in the battle, oblivious to her unusual reaction. Bashadora. Employ Rock Slide. Rock Slide, a move of the rock type, effectively counters Super Charizard, whose own attack power is formidable. Should it connect, it would inflict significant damage upon Super Charizard. Counter with Flamethrower. In response to Super Bashadora's assault, Wang Ming commanded a counterattack. Boom. A fiery dragon erupted from Super Charizard's maw, colliding with the incoming boulder. Instantly, the boulder shattered, transforming into a rain of rocks. The fire dragon met its demise in the process, issuing a final roar as it perished alongside the boulders. Yet the intense heat melted portions of the rock, converting them into lava that splattered around. Be cautious, avoid the magma. Shangguan Yingxue warned, knowing well that for the Steel-type Super Bashadora, the Fire-type magma posed a significant threat. A moment's carelessness could leave a grievous burn. Unperturbed, Wang Ming commanded Super Charizard to continue its assault. Close in and use Fire Fang. Super Charizard flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest of flames that morphed into massive fiery fangs, lunging towards Super Bashadora. Utilize Rock Block to ensnare it. Shangguan Yingxue retaliated. Enormous rocks erupted from the ground, encircling Super Charizard. Super Charizard darted left and right, twisting and contorting in an array of bizarre maneuvers, ultimately breaking free from the rocky prison. Well done, Charizard! Wang Ming couldn't help but shout in excitement. Upon hearing her trainer's praise, Super Charizard surged with enthusiasm, its flames intensifying, extending several meters as it flickered in the air. In an instant, Super Charizard opened its cavernous jaws and bit down fiercely, engulfing Super Bashadora's entire head. The flames danced wildly, spilling forth from the gaps and enveloping Super Bashadora entirely. In that moment, it seemed as though both creatures were ensconced within a searing inferno. Chapter 156. The Battle of the Three Starters. Goodness. Super Charizard is astonishingly powerful. It just swallowed Super Bashadora's head whole. It appeared that Super Bashadora was in dire straits. Not to mention the raging flames, the sheer sharpness of Super Charizard's fangs was enough to spell its doom. Amidst the spectators' astonishment, a rotund youth suddenly interjected. Do you think Super Charizard has bad breath? Instantly, the crowd exchanged peculiar glances, turning their attention to the chubby boy. Your perspective is quite unique, they remarked. Though it was not entirely implausible. In the arena, Wang Ming remained focused, his eyes deep and inscrutable, leaving others guessing his thoughts. Suddenly, Super Bashadora's massive form collapsed to the ground, reduced to a puddle of weakness. The former pride it bore now vanished. On the ground, Super Bashadora's eyes rolled back, stars dancing before them as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Whether from the searing flames or the smoke, it was unclear. Yet, such details mattered little. A faint smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips. The title of champion was within reach. Shangguan Yingxue, fuming with indignation, felt her chest heaving in agitation, her figure exuding an irresistible charm. You little brat, how dare you make my precious partner so feeble? If I don't bring you to your knees, begging for mercy today, I shall change my surname. Gazing at the fallen Super Bashadora, a look of concern etched itself across her face. In many ways, Super Bashadora was not just her Pokémon, but an indispensable companion. Now, witnessing it laid low by Wang Ming's Super Charizard was, for her, a grievous misfortune. Determined to reclaim her pride, Shangguan Yingxue resolved to confront Wang Ming that very evening, unwilling to relent until she had extracted a fortune from him. The warnings from the higher-ups had long since faded from her mind. The third battle was scheduled for the afternoon. Having already secured victory in 2 rounds, Wang Ming relaxed, treating it as mere practice. As he faced Fang, she used Super Venusaur. A glimmer of anticipation crossed his face. The battle of the starter Pokémon is upon us, and the question lingers, who will emerge victorious? Wang Ming has chosen to deploy Blaziken this time. Both Venusaur and Blaziken are formidable members of the starter trio. Their strengths nearly equal. Should a clash ensue, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. As the battle commenced, Wang Ming activated his piercing eye ability to scrutinize the Mega Venusaur. Pokémon, Mega Venusaur, gender, male, level, 70, base stats, 625, type, grass poison, ability, thick fat. This ability halves the damage taken from fire and ice type moves due to the protective layer of fat. Talent, epic, item, Mega Stone, moves, Petal Dance, Vine Whip, Tackle, Roar, Leech Seed, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Body Slam, Night Slash, Sweet Scent, Growth, Takedown, Worry Seed, Photosynthesis, Petal Blizzard, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam. The thick fat ability truly elevates Mega Venusaur's survivability to another echelon, Wang Ming mused, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Despite being at a disadvantage against Blaziken due to its fire typing, the thick fat ability provides it with a significant edge against fire-type moves, rendering it immune to the usual vulnerabilities. Let us see how formidable my Mega Venusaur can be. Fang Xiu exclaimed with a sinister grin, commanding his Pokémon with a flourish. Venusaur, use Sleep Powder. From the outset, Fang Xiu resorted to underhanded tactics, aiming to send Blaziken into slumber and deliver a decisive blow. With a graceful sway of its substantial form, Mega Venusaur's vibrant flowers danced in the breeze, releasing a cloud of sparkling powder. The shimmering particles twinkled like a constellation, captivating all who beheld them. Blaziken, evade. Stay clear of that sleep powder, Wang Ming urged, his focus sharpening in response to the imminent threat. Should Blaziken succumb to sleep, the situation would become perilous. With a mighty leap, Blaziken soared into the air, simultaneously retreating at breakneck speed. Use Petal Blizzard to assist. The once clear sky darkened ominously. Petals swirled chaotically, forming a tempest that surged toward Blaziken. The wind propelled the sleep powder, hastening its approach, enveloping Blaziken in a cloud of drowsiness. Suddenly, Blaziken felt an overwhelming heaviness, its eyelids growing heavy as if weighed down by an immense burden. Zzz. A soft snore escaped as Blaziken froze, its head drooping as it succumbed to slumber. Wang Ming's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation, desperately shouting to revive Blaziken. Yet, it lay ensnared in the clutches of dreams, impervious to his pleas. Fang Xiu's face lit up with elation, recognizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate Blaziken. Suppressing his excitement, he commanded, Venusaur, unleash Hyper Beam for the finishing blow. With a powerful movement, Venusaur steadied its stance, gathering a formidable white energy from the blossoms on its back. The brilliance of the light intensified, radiating an aura of terror, reminiscent of a force capable of shattering mountains. As the energy coalesced, Fang Xiu's face blossomed into a radiant smile, exuberant as a flower in full bloom. However, he failed to notice the sly smirk forming at the corner of Wang Ming's mouth, as if orchestrating a grand scheme. Victory was within reach, and Fang Xiu's heart raced with anticipation. Yet, in a twist of fate that Fang Xiu could not have foreseen, Blaziken suddenly stirred. With the swiftness of wind and the ferocity of lightning, Blaziken became a streak of light, ablaze with fire, charging forward. The speed was so astonishing that Fang Xiu could scarcely comprehend it. How could this be? Wasn't he asleep? Fang Xiu was taken aback, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been so confident in his victory, believing Blaziken to be incapacitated, allowing him to command Mega Venusaur to unleash a move that required energy accumulation. Yet here was Blaziken, wide awake and poised to retaliate. This was utterly unfathomable, unless Blaziken had never truly been asleep. As this realization dawned upon him, Fang Xiu's pupils dilated, and he turned his gaze toward Wang Ming. Wang Ming, no longer concealing his mirth, laughed unabashedly. The sound resonated with an unsettling sharpness, grating on Fang Xiu's nerves, compelling him to cover his ears to shield himself from the cacophony. You! Fang Xiu's eyes widened with fury, fixated on Wang Ming, sensing the impending revelation. It seems you have discovered the truth, Wang Ming replied nonchalantly, a serene smile gracing his lips. Since you're aware, I see no need for further concealment. With a sudden tilt of his head, Wang Ming fixed Fang Xiu with an unwavering gaze, his lips curling into a sly smile as he uttered, in truth, my Blaziken was never asleep. Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, even Fang Xiu, who had braced himself for this revelation, trembled in shock, his face paling. Blaziken had indeed evaded slumber, and this was all an elaborate ruse, a trap set solely for him. In that moment, Wang Ming recalled the instant when the sleep powder had touched Blaziken. He had been startled, for once sleep powder struck, the recipient would typically succumb unless aided by items, abilities, or an indomitable will to resist. However, to Wang Ming's surprise, due to the prior taint of dark matter, Blaziken's resilience was extraordinary. Even after inhaling the sleep powder, it had not immediately fallen asleep, but had instead endured. This insight had only been made possible through the power of the everlasting spirit. Had it not been for that, Wang Ming would have assumed Blaziken had succumbed. Thus, a cunning plan had formed in his mind, a strategy to exploit the illusion of Blaziken's slumber to catch Fang Xiyu off guard. As it turned out, the ruse was remarkably effective. Fang Xiyu had indeed fallen for it. Seizing the opportunity presented by Fang Xiyu's negligence, Wang Ming executed a swift and unexpected counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Blaziken was upon Mega Venusaur. With a blazing strike, it collided fiercely with Mega Venusaur, sending the latter hurtling through the air. The high-temperature flames blazed fiercely upon the form of the Mega Venusaur, which, despite its protective layer of thick fat, found itself somewhat overwhelmed. And this was merely the beginning. Before the Mega Venusaur even touched the ground, the Mega Blaziken reappeared at its side, with flames swirling beneath its feet. The Mega Blaziken executed a fiery kick that sent the Mega Venusaur soaring into the air. Losing its balance, the Mega Venusaur resembled a kite with its string severed, its body no longer under control. Boom. At that moment, the terrifying energy accumulated within the Mega Venusaur surged forth. A white beam of light, as robust as a millennium-old tree, erupted from it, striking the ground and creating a vast crater. The surrounding rocks were pulverized by this overwhelming energy. Smoke and dust filled the air, obstructing the spectator's view. Such a formidable attack, if it had struck the Mega Blaziken, would have surely spelled disaster. Alas, the Mega Blaziken was a step ahead. Easily evading the destructive beam aimed at the off-balance Mega Venusaur, it swiftly appeared behind it, raising its fist, entwined with flames. It launched a barrage akin to a meteorite's descent. The Mega Blaziken's punches were lightning fast, delivering several strikes in the blink of an eye. The rain of fist shadows shimmered with a brilliant red light, resembling a multitude of faintly visible suns, encircling the Mega Venusaur. Defeated, Fang Xiyu sighed, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes filled with frustration. Just a little more. If only the Mega Venusaur could have been just a fraction quicker, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Unfortunately, all of this remained merely hypothetical. Bang! The massive form of the Mega Venusaur crashed heavily to the ground, signaling the end of the battle. The referee announced the victor with a resounding voice. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, celebrating Wang Ming's triumph. On the podium, Wang Ming stood tall, an excited smile illuminating his face. Thank you. He gently accepted the champion badge, fastening it to his chest. The exquisite badge gleamed with a golden radiance, reflecting upon Wang Ming's visage and immortalizing this splendid moment. Nightfall is a time that enchants the heart. Some bask in the flickering lights, gazing at the magnificent fireworks, while others revel in the vibrant nightlife, indulging in the pleasures of the city. Wang Ming, however, was different. He preferred physical exertion, scaling mountains, exploring uncharted caves, swimming, savoring the intoxicating fragrance of orchids, and listening to melodies that caress the soul, especially in the company of Shinado. The following day, Wang Ming embarked on a journey to Rainbow City with Shinado. The distance from Jingbei City to Rainbow City was not overly far. A day's travel by vehicle would suffice. He pondered the strength of the competitors in the upcoming tournament. Surely, they would be on par with Fang Xiyu and his cohort, he mused. As he contemplated the champion tournament, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Yang Shi. Since their parting at the Royal Sea, they had not met again. Yang Shi's sudden outreach stirred a sense of unease in Wang Ming, hinting that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. Driven by curiosity, he opened the message. Chapter 158. Crisis approaches. Numerous rifts in the secret realms have emerged in the northern region of Hualan City, unleashing a horde of dark elves. Dark matter has seeped from the secret realms in Guangchuan Plain, infecting all nearby elves within a 10-mile radius, plunging them into darkness. A significant number of dark elves have appeared in Qingdu Forest, suggesting the emergence of a dark secret realm. The deluge of information flooded Wang Ming's vision. He was taken aback upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Had matters escalated to such severity? His brows knitted tightly, his expression grave. From the fifth simulation, he had foreseen the impending darkness that would engulf the world. Yet, he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. The frequent emergence of secret realms and the manifestation of dark elves all pointed to one undeniable conclusion. The seal was on the verge of being broken. According to Yangshi's message, despite the proliferation of secret realms and dark elves worldwide, the situation remained under control, devoid of chaos. This implied that the complete unbinding of the seal still required some time. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Once the seal was fully lifted, it would mark the onset of darkness in the Pokémon world. At that point, no one would escape unscathed. It appeared that I must hasten my pace. Wang Ming murmured to himself, feeling the urgency of time pressing upon him. He even contemplated whether to forego the champion tournament altogether. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. His primary objective in traveling to Rainbow City was not the tournament, but rather Rainbow Mountain. The champion tournament was merely a convenient detour. Thus, participating would not hinder his mission. Should the tournament threaten to consume most of his time, he would not hesitate to abandon it. He was well aware of what truly mattered. Having reconciled this, Wang Ming shifted his focus back to the subsequent messages, which were significantly simpler, mostly summarizations from Yangshi. Essentially, they conveyed that the recent unrest across various regions could potentially herald a major disaster, inquiring whether the Dark Organization should take action. After some contemplation, Wang Ming replied, "Cease all current operations and focus entirely on gathering information regarding the legendary beasts, particularly Kyurem and Zygarde. In light of the impending crisis, he needed formidable allies. Legendary beasts were undoubtedly the best choice, and both Kyurem and Zygarde were crucial for accomplishing the tasks mandated by the system." After further reflection, however, he sensed this may not suffice and sent another message. "Contact the elders of the old ideology faction. I wish to meet with them." Given the pressing circumstances, Wang Ming could no longer afford to dawdle with the old-timers. He needed to reclaim the Dark Organization swiftly, bringing it back under his control. Having resolved these matters, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Yet, his mind continued to race, processing at high speed. Regaining control of the Dark Organization would not be a simple endeavor. Currently, his strength was limited, and he lacked renown, possessing only an ancient token that was insufficient to command respect. Not only the new ideology faction, but even members of the old ideology faction might not recognize him as their Dark Lord. If that were the case, he risked not only failing to reclaim the organization, but also courting personal peril. It was indeed a headache. That evening, Wang Ming arrived in Rainbow City, which was teeming with people. Powerful trainers were ubiquitous on the streets, including several who were at the near-champion level. Naturally, this bustling scene was intricately linked to the upcoming champion tournament. This competition promised to be extraordinary. Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. As he walked, he encountered many formidable trainers, some even possessing near-divine Pokémon, their power truly remarkable. Wang Ming sensed that the champion tournament would not be a simple affair. Upon reaching an inn, Wang Ming booked a double room, 2 beds, perfectly suited for his needs. Just as he was about to ascend, he suddenly collided with someone rushing headlong. Their demeanor frantic, as if they were in a hurry to meet their fate. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Ming's face, but upon catching sight of the person before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but the other individual was equally astonished. "Zhang Tianzheng, Wang Ming." The two exclaimed in unison. The person Wang Ming collided with was none other than his dear brother, Zhang Tianzheng. Since their last parting, it had been quite a while since they had seen each other. Upon reuniting, they instantly embraced, leaving the nearby Shanai duo in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, the bond between men is a true testament to love. After a prolonged moment, they gradually released one another. "What brings you here?" Wang Ming initiated, voicing his curiosity. Zhang Tianzheng, who should have been at the Spirit Alliance University in Jingbei City, how could he possibly be in Rainbow City, 100 miles away? Zhang Tianzheng raised his chin with an air of confidence, proclaiming, "I am now a certified field researcher, here for a field study." Wang Ming was taken aback. His brother had become an official field researcher. Impressive. Although Wang Ming was unaware of the exact implications of being a field researcher, the grandiosity of the title was unmistakable. "Well done, you." Wang Ming playfully punched Zhang Tianjing's shoulder, grinning. "Indeed, while my practical skills may be lacking, my theoretical knowledge is unparalleled," he declared, proudly giving a thumbs up. Wang Ming chose not to argue, treating it as mere bravado. "By the way, what brings you here?" Zhang Tianjing countered. "Surely you're not here to enter a secret realm?" As a field researcher, Zhang Tianzheng was well acquainted with the local situation. He had heard that several new secret realms had recently emerged in Rainbow City, attracting many adventurers to explore. As an adventurer himself, Wang Ming would surely not miss this opportunity. Wang Ming, however, waved his hand, smiling lightly. "No, I'm here to participate in the champion tournament." Chapter 159, Night Exploration of Rainbow Mountain, huh? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianzheng was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a look of disbelief. The champion tournament? ISNT that a competition only for quasi-champions? Don't jest with me. If you're able to participate in the champion tournament, does that not imply you've reached quasi-champion trainer status? Zhang Tianzheng's face was painted with skepticism. Though he recognized Wang Ming's formidable strength and his previous victory in the Jingbei City Alliance tournament, the notion of Wang Ming achieving quasi-champion level was still hard for him to fathom. Wang Ming nodded nonchalantly, devoid of any intention to show off. Yet his understated confidence was even more striking. Indeed, I am now a quasi-champion trainer. As he spoke, Wang Ming casually pulled aside his collar, revealing the emblem of a trainer gleaming on his chest. A sudden bright light emanated from Wang Ming's chest, nearly blinding Zhang Tianzheng. What? You truly are a quasi-champion trainer? Zhang Tianzheng gasped, nearly choking on his own astonishment. That resplendent golden insignia was unmistakably the quasi-champion badge. This is incredible. To this day, Zhang Tianzheng could hardly believe his own eyes. The scene before him was overwhelmingly shocking, making it difficult for him to process. While he had been reveling in his achievement of becoming a certified field researcher, his brother had already ascended to the status of a quasi-champion. The disparity was nothing short of staggering. Wang Ming patted Zhang Tianzheng's shoulder, offering a semblance of comfort. No need for awe. This is merely basic practice. By the way, let me correct you on one point. In addition to quasi-champions, champions of city-level tournaments are also eligible to participate in the champion tournament. Zhang Tianzheng was once again taken aback, feeling disheartened. So, you possess dual eligibility to compete? You could say that. Zhang Tianzheng felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of darkness. However, after regaining his composure, he felt a surge of happiness for Wang Ming's accomplishments. By the way, you seem to be in quite a rush. Is there something urgent? Wang Ming inquired, puzzled. Had Zhang Tianzheng not been so hurried, they likely would not have collided. I received word that dark spirits have been sighted on Rainbow Mountain, and I plan to investigate, Zhang Tianzheng explained, revealing the reason for his haste. Has even Rainbow Mountain been invaded? Wang Ming was taken aback, a wave of shock washing over him. It is well known that Rainbow Mountain has always been regarded as a sacred site, the legendary dwelling of the Phoenix, symbolizing sanctity and inviolability. If Rainbow Mountain were truly under siege by dark spirits, how could the Phoenix remain indifferent? Even if the Phoenix were too proud to intervene, its allies would not stand idle. Raikou, Suicune, and Nti, all divine beasts, may be classified as lower-tier 3-tiered deities, yet their power should not be underestimated. Should these three spirits intervene, common dark spirits would never dare to encroach upon Rainbow Mountain. Wang Ming sensed that the situation might not be as simple as it appeared. Wait for me. I will accompany you. After pondering for a moment, Wang Ming declared. What? Zhang Tianzheng was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to participate in the champion tournament? Tomorrow marks the beginning of the competition. Are you certain there is enough time? Zhang Tianzheng expressed his concern. Although Rainbow Mountain lies within Rainbow City, it is not close to their current location. Getting there would take a couple of hours, and with nightfall approaching, the journey would take even longer. It's fine. Going to Rainbow Mountain is more important. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned about the tournament. This left Zhang Tianzheng puzzled and bewildered. However, seeing that Wang Ming had no intention of elaborating, he refrained from pressing further. Soon, the two quickly gathered their belongings and exited the inn, navigating through the bustling crowd. Wang Ming inadvertently caught a glimpse of something in the throng, suddenly halting in his tracks. The fleeting shadow he had glimpsed among the crowd felt strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before, yet he could not place it. What's wrong? Zhang Tianzheng noticed Wang Ming standing still, eyes fixed intently on the crowd, and asked, his voice tinged with concern. Nothing. I might have just imagined it. Wang Ming shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. The shadow had vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving him with the impression that it was merely an illusion. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Not lingering on the matter any further, the two resumed their pace. The moon hung high in the sky, stars casting a vast array of luminescence. The once dim world was now bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Is this Rainbow Mountain? Yes. At the mountain's base, Wang Ming gazed upward at the towering peaks, a sense of reverence swelling within him. This was a feeling born from the heart, unrelated to anything else. There should be no patrols here, Zhang Tianzheng whispered, stepping forward. Wang Ming retracted his gaze and followed closely behind. Rainbow Mountain was enveloped by dense forests, its contours barely visible, imparting an air of mystique. As the sacred mountain of Rainbow City, its ecological environment was undoubtedly pristine, home to numerous wild spirits. There were even rumors that the three divine beasts resided here, guarding this sacred mount. Long ago, there had been news reports claiming that individuals had spotted Raikou and Inti on Rainbow Mountain. Whether these reports were true remains uncertain. The forest was vast, and with the light being insufficient, their progress was unusually slow. Zhang Tianjing frequently glanced around as he journeyed, occasionally pausing to observe the flora, bending down to grasp a handful of soil, or circling a large tree while pondering for an extended period, leaving Wang Ming utterly perplexed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Ming inquired, "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianjing articulated, "This is a fundamental exploratory technique that allows one to analyze the condition of the local Pokémon based on the surrounding environment." His explanation was so convincing that Wang Ming found himself momentarily taken aback. "How remarkable. Have you deduced anything?" Wang Ming, intrigued, asked further. "Nothing at all." Zhang Tianjing's response deflated Wang Ming's enthusiasm. After such a lengthy discourse, it seemed fruitless. While Zhang Tianjing was engrossed in his analysis, Wang Ming suddenly detected a faint stirring nearby. A Pokémon is approaching us," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. Possessing the power of aura, he had become increasingly adept at sensing movements from 100 meters away. What Pokémon? Zhang Tianjing's heart raced as he hurriedly questioned. Could it be a Dark-type Pokémon? His purpose for being here was to investigate matters concerning Dark-type Pokémon. Wang Ming concentrated for a moment before shaking his head. It shouldn't be. He could discern that the aura emitted by Dark-type Pokémon was distinctly different from that of ordinary Pokémon. Zhang Tianjing's expression fell, his demeanor turning dejected. It must be a wild Pokémon. Many of them prefer to roam at night, so encountering one is not unusual. Yet, Wang Ming furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He sensed that this particular Pokémon was far from an ordinary wild creature. Not necessarily. Perhaps it is not a wild Pokémon, he murmured, his eyes glinting with an otherworldly glow, akin to two flickering will-o'-the-wisps in the night sky. He sensed that the approaching Pokémon was closing in at an alarming speed. Moreover, a premonition stirred within him. Although it did not possess the unique aura energy of Dark-type Pokémon, there was an ephemeral connection to them. Could it be that kind of Pokémon? Wang Ming furrowed his brow. Recalling the wild Pokémon he had encountered previously in the Royal Sky Sea that had been affected by dark matter. Pokémon influenced by dark matter, while not fully succumbed to darkness, retained most traits of ordinary Pokémon, yet their temperaments had become exceedingly volatile and bloodthirsty, prone to attacking humans and other wild Pokémon. Just as Wang Ming was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly lunged from the darkness ahead. "Be careful." Wang Ming instinctively pushed Zhang Tianjing aside, his eyes shimmering with a cold light, fixated on the shadow below. Had he not reacted swiftly, Zhang Tianjing might have faced dire consequences. Catching his breath, Zhang Tianjing wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Thanks, brother." He expressed his gratitude to Wang Ming. Wang Ming merely waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure for a prolonged moment. Zhang Tianjing, fueled by curiosity and anger, turned his attention to the creature, which had nearly caused him harm. However, he dared not act rashly and instead glanced at Wang Ming, asking softly, "What is this creature?" Before them stood a Pokémon adorned with black and blue stripes, possessing large ears. At first glance, it resembled a juvenile elephant, yet upon closer inspection, significant differences became apparent. The Pokémon appeared dazed, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, as if sleepwalking. After a lengthy observation, Wang Ming murmured, "Could it be a koala Pokémon? But how could a koala Pokémon bear such markings? Could it be infected by dark matter?" To confirm his hypothesis, Wang Ming activated his aura sight to probe the Pokémon's information. Soon, lines of clear data materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, koala Pokémon, gender, female, level, 30, base stats, 480, type, normal, ability, absolute sleep, always in a half-asleep state and cannot be awakened. Can attack while asleep. Talent, rare, item, none, moves, rollout, tackle, yawn, spit up, swallow, rapid spin, rest, flail, frenzy. Upon reading the information, Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of astonishment. It truly was a koala Pokémon, and in an infected state at that. It appeared my suspicions were correct. This Pokémon had indeed been tainted by dark matter. As this realization dawned upon him, Wang Ming's expression darkened. Does this mean dark matter has started to leak from Rainbow Mountain? This was a grave matter. If dark matter were to leak, it would spell disaster for the entire Pokémon world. I must ascend to ascertain the true state of Rainbow Mountain, Wang Ming determined, feeling it imperative to investigate further. Just as he was about to make his move, the infected koala Pokémon suddenly charged at them once more. Watch out, it's coming again, Zhang Tianjing shouted, preparing to release his own Pokémon to deal with the oncoming koala Pokémon. However, Wang Ming was quicker, summoning his Pokémon in advance. Shiny Scyther. Since his strength had greatly improved, Wang Ming had seldom allowed Shiny Scyther to battle. Now, he deemed it appropriate to call upon him. Not only could Shiny Scyther resolve the conflict swiftly and quietly, but it also served as a form of recompense for the Pokémon. With a flourish, Shiny Scyther emerged, eagerly rubbing its claws together. Perhaps due to the long absence from battle, the sudden appearance of an opponent invigorated it. Before Wang Ming could issue a command, Shiny Scyther dashed forward, executing a swift cut that left the koala Pokémon utterly disoriented. Before Zhang Tianjing could fully comprehend the situation, he saw the once formidable koala Pokémon now sprawled on the ground, its head swollen and grotesque. Wow! Zhang Tianjing could not help but swallow hard, silently giving Wang Ming a thumbs up. Wang Ming, accustomed to such displays, merely remarked, "Let us proceed ahead and take a look." They then ventured deeper into the forest. Zhang Tianjing, not daring to linger, hurriedly followed. After a short distance, they suddenly heard the rustle of the wind stirring the grass. Just as Wang Ming halted, an infected Rattata lunged at them, baring its teeth with a vicious expression, its blood-red eyes fixated on the two, as if eager to devour them whole. Zhang Tianjing felt a chill run down his spine. Edging closer to Wang Ming, he asked in a low voice, "Why do these Pokémon seem so off?" Wang Ming's expression turned grave as he explained, "They have all been infected by dark matter and are no longer ordinary wild Pokémon." Zhang Tianjing was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. Infected? So, they have now become Dark-type Pokémon? But that doesn't seem right. I have encountered many Dark-type Pokémon, and there is still a considerable difference. Engaged in research concerning Dark-type Pokémon, Zhang Tianjing had profound knowledge of their characteristics and could discern the distinctions involved. Before them stood a Rattata that, despite its peculiar appearance resembling that of a creature caught in madness, Zhang Tianjing could not bring himself to believe it was a dark elf. Wang Ming continued, "They are indeed not dark elves. They have merely been influenced by dark matter and have not been entirely consumed by it, which accounts for their current state. Furthermore, I suspect that there is a leak of dark matter from a hidden realm nearby. Otherwise, the wild spirits here would not have transformed in this manner." Chapter 161. Forbidden Zone. Upon hearing Wang Ming's account, Zhang Tianjing felt an even greater shock. If what you say holds true, then the situation here is indeed dire. His expression grew grave as he spoke in a hushed tone. The leakage of dark matter is no trivial matter. It could potentially jeopardize the entire Pokémon world. Thus, we must ascertain the condition here. If the situation has escalated beyond control, we will have no choice but to report to the Alliance and request their intervention. Wang Ming concurred, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent cries erupted around them, sending chills down their spines. This is bad. It seems this creature is summoning its companions. Zhang Tianjing's face paled, an overwhelming fear washing over him as his pupils dimmed, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Ming squinted, scanning their surroundings. To his horror, he discovered that they were encircled by countless pairs of blood-red eyes, glinting with a sinister chill and emanating an aura of malevolence, tightly surrounding them. Damn it, there must be at least a few hundred of them. Have they all been infected by dark matter? This is utterly terrifying. Zhang Tianjing gasped, his face etched with horror. If such a multitude of Rattata were to charge at them en masse, they would surely be reduced to nothing but bones. Faced with such a grave situation, Wang Ming's mood darkened as well. If it comes to that, we may have no choice but to break through. Although Wang Ming possessed formidable strength, even confronting 100 Rattata would pose no challenge. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that these Rattata had been tainted by dark matter, their bodies infused with dark power. Should his Pokémon sustain any injuries during the battle, they too could succumb to infection and become like these Rattata. Currently, Wang Ming had no surplus purification capsules to administer to his Pokémon. If they were to be infected, it would spell disaster. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to engage these Rattata in combat. The cries around them grew increasingly frantic, as if the Rattata were preparing to strike. No time to waste. We must leave this place, Wang Ming thought, disregarding any further deliberation. He promptly released his Dragonite and leaped onto its back. Zhang Tianjing followed suit without hesitation. "Let us go," Wang Ming commanded, and Dragonite flapped its wings, stirring a tempest as it ascended into the air. Simultaneously, the Rattata surged upwards, one after another leaping from the surrounding trees, nearly bringing Dragonite crashing down. Fortunately, Dragonite's reflexes were swift, and it evaded the onslaught of the Rattata with a deft maneuver. On Dragonite's back, Zhang Tianjing wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. That was close. We could have met our end in the jaws of those rodents. Hey, your Dragonite is a bit different, Zhang Tianjing remarked, glancing down to observe the unusual aura surrounding it. Wang Ming nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, it is the Dragon King. His words were delivered with a calmness that belied the significance of what he had just revealed. Yet, to Zhang Tianjing's ears, it resonated like thunder, striking him with awe. The Dragon King? How magnificent! Zhang Tianjing's eyes widened in disbelief. Observing its imposing presence, he could indeed sense that it was deserving of such a title. The aura emanating from Dragonite was undeniably powerful. Even while seated upon its back, Zhang Tianjing could feel its might, which it was intentionally restraining. Were it to unleash its full potential, none would withstand it, and all would be compelled to kneel in reverence. Shall we return? Zhang Tianjing asked, diverting his gaze from Dragonite to Wang Ming, his unease growing in the face of the perilous situation. No, we shall investigate Rainbow Mountain, Wang Ming replied, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes as he contemplated something unknown. Zhang Tianjing was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to voice any objections. He too was curious about Rainbow Mountain. With a powerful flap of its wings, Dragonite soared through the night sky with incredible speed. In mere moments, the duo arrived at Rainbow Mountain. However, as soon as they touched down, they found themselves surrounded by a group of individuals. Who are you? Demanded an elder in a white robe adorned with the Alliance emblem. The other members stepped forward, their expressions hostile as they scrutinized the two newcomers. Wang Ming stepped forward, producing his Adventurer Guild captain's badge, and spoke with a composed demeanor. I am Wang Ming, captain of the Adventurer Guild. I have discovered some abnormal conditions among the Pokémon here and came to investigate. Since you are with the Alliance, that simplifies matters, the elder said, furrowing his brow as he examined the badge closely before returning it to Wang Ming. However, his expression remained unchanged. Since you are from the Adventurer Guild, I will not pursue this matter further, but you must leave here immediately and refrain from returning. Wang Ming's brow furrowed in confusion as he was about to voice his concerns, but the elder interrupted him, continuing, recently, there have been some disturbances at Rainbow Mountain. The situation is perilous. We have taken full control of this area, and no one is permitted to enter. You should leave at once. But I discovered numerous infected Pokémon at the foot of the mountain. Wang Ming felt something was amiss. If the Alliance had indeed taken complete control, why were there still so many infected Pokémon below? Was the Alliance negligent? Or was this incident far more serious than they realized? The elder, noting his apprehension, quickly offered an explanation. The crisis erupted too abruptly. It is not uncommon for us to overlook certain aspects. A few Pokémon may have escaped from the mountain, but you need not worry. A flicker of barely perceptible malice flashed in the elder's eyes. This matter will be resolved swiftly and will not impact the residents here. Wang Ming found the elder's words somewhat irresponsible, but refrained from pressing further. He could clearly sense the group's anger at their sudden intrusion, and lingering any longer could potentially lead to conflict, a scenario that would yield no favorable outcome for him. After considerable thought, Wang Ming decided not to remain any longer and led Zhang Tianjing down the mountain. Chapter 162. A delayed confrontation shortly after Wang Ming and Zhang Tianjing departed. A young man approached the elder in white, lowering his voice in confusion. Elder, why did we not eliminate those two? If they reveal the situation here, our plans will be in jeopardy. The youth's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. Had the elder not intervened, he would have acted decisively, and Wang Ming would not have escaped unscathed. The murky eyes of the elderly man clad in white shimmered with a bright light, reminiscent of the brilliant stars in the night sky, brimming with the vitality of life. He spoke slowly, his tone appearing casual, yet laden with a sense of caution and wariness. You are still too young. Those two lads are no ordinary opponents. Even that formidable Dragonite of theirs is likely to pose a significant challenge. The youth, however, seemed unfazed, clearly dismissing the elder's words. So what if it's a slightly powerful Dragonite? What of it? A quasi-god remains a quasi-god. No matter the circumstances, they cannot change the tides. With the assistance of a divine beast, how could I possibly be outmatched by his Dragonite? The white-clad elder sighed and shook his head, a look of disappointment evident on his face regarding the youth's demeanor. Do you possess a divine beast? So too might he. Remember, there are greater skies beyond the heavens and greater people beyond mere mortals. Do not underestimate anyone. The elder's words weighed heavily, striking the youth as a harsh rebuke. His expression darkened instantly, the glint in his eyes akin to that of a bloodthirsty wolf, his fists clenched tightly, betraying his discontent with the elder's admonition. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Wang Ming immediately to prove his own strength. Noticing the youth's discontent, the white-robed elder uttered another phrase that rendered the young man momentarily speechless, revealing an expression of disbelief. Moreover, I sense a powerful and mysterious force guarding that young man. Should we act recklessly, we may find ourselves in peril. The youth, grappling with disbelief, understood the elder's prowess well. Even champions would struggle against him. The notion that such a formidable figure sensed danger from a mere boy was utterly incomprehensible to him. Yet, the elder's demeanor suggested he was not jesting, which only deepened the youth's astonishment. Was it possible that the young man concealed his true strength? Or was there an extraordinary presence silently protecting him? The entire situation appeared shrouded in enigma, fraught with mysteries. Even the white-clad elder found himself enveloped in profound curiosity about Wang Ming. What secrets lie within you? Pursuing his aspirations with relentless fervor, Wang Ming returned to the inn at around 2 in the morning, utterly exhausted. As soon as he collapsed onto his bed, intending to rest, he was interrupted by Shinado, who emerged from her pokeball demanding tribute. Reluctantly, after a tumultuous encounter, Wang Ming found himself utterly drained, finally appeasing Shinado before succumbing to deep slumber. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Wang Ming was roused from his slumber by Shinado. With the competition looming that day, he abandoned his morning exercises, hastily washing up before rushing off to the Rainbow Arena. At this moment, the atmosphere at the Rainbow Arena was electric, with spectators fervently discussing the upcoming match between Wang Ming from Jingbei City and Zhou Tao from Rainbow City. Zhou Tao, a renowned prodigy and trainer from Rainbow City, had attained quasi-champion status at the tender age of 18, earning the admiration and expectations of many seasoned trainers. His extraordinary talent had garnered him a significant fanbase, and on this day, a tenth of the audience consisted of his supporters, an impressive turnout. As for Wang Ming, his reputation had already spread throughout Jingbei City and beyond, with many traveling great distances to witness his prowess and relive his past glories. However, to everyone's surprise, the referee's voice was nearly hoarse from calling out for Wang Ming, who was nowhere to be seen. Concern began to mount among Wang Ming's fans. What is going on? Where is Ming Shun? The match has almost started, and he is still not here. Did he oversleep? Could he have forgotten about the competition? That seems unlikely. Ming Shun is not one to sleep in. But you might not be aware that Ming Shun is often accompanied by a stunning beauty resembling Shinado. Just a glance at her ensnared my heart. With such a captivating companion by his side, could he possibly sleep soundly at night? I reckon Ming Shun must have been preoccupied last night, which is why he is late. As the crowd murmured, Zhou Tao's fans seized the moment to taunt. What is up with your Ming Shun? Is he afraid to show up? Just moments ago, you were boasting about him. Yet now there is not even a shadow of him. Call him Ming Tortoise. He only knows how to hide. Their laughter echoed throughout the arena, disdain evident on their faces as they relished the opportunity to belittle Wang Ming. Angered by the mockery, Wang Ming's fans turned crimson, ready to confront the instigators. How dare you speak of Ming Shun like that? Do you want me to twist your little birds into pretzels? If you dare insult him again, I'll make sure you can never turn on a faucet again, shouted a bald-headed fan, unleashing a torrent of fury that left the opposing fans speechless. As their confidence waned, Wang Ming's towering and formidable supporters silenced the uproar from Zhou Tao's fans. The latter, who had once been so brazen, suddenly found themselves cowed, unwilling to meet the fierce gazes of Wang Ming's followers. Yet, just as the tension reached its peak, a voice broke through the crowd, exclaiming, "It's Ming Shun." Oh my, Ming Shun has finally arrived. In the sky, the majestic Dragonite descended, exuding an aura of dominance, landing with a thunderous crash in the arena. Upon its back stood a strikingly handsome young man, exuding confidence and poise. He was none other than Wang Ming. Chapter 163. The Contest of Talents. Such a grand entrance left the audience in sheer astonishment. The previously raucous arena fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd finally regained their composure. With a resounding cheer, the silence shattered. Ming Shun is incredible. Ming Shun forever. Indeed, such a magnificent entrance, it utterly eclipses that pretty boy across the way. True strength has always walked an unconventional path, just like Ming Shun. Oh my, how I long for Ming Shun's affection. I would do anything for it. The first to react were the fervent fans of Ming Shun, as they beheld their idol descending from the heavens like a savior, shattering the status quo. Their hearts brimmed with exhilaration. In that moment, it felt as though they stood amidst the crowd, basking in the limelight, not Wang Ming, but themselves. Goodness, Is this the so-called Ming god? Truly, he possesses an undeniable charisma, leaving no stone unturned in his grand entrance. Fear not, the higher one ascends, the more devastating the fall. Let this young man revel in his moment of glory for now. When the battle commences, he shall surely face the consequences. Indeed, if Tao Good does not force this youth to rue his arrogance, it would mean his prowess was for naught. The fans of Zhou Tao, in a chorus of encouragement, rallied behind their champion, brimming with confidence in his abilities. They firmly believed that with Zhou Tao's exceptional skills, victory was an assured outcome. Above the arena, the referee cast an exasperated glance at Wang Ming, displeased with his tardiness and dramatic entrance. Yet, as the allotted time had not yet elapsed, he refrained from further comment. Offering a brief introduction before formally commencing the match, Zhou Tao surveyed his opponent with a darkened expression, a tempest of fury brewing within him. To him, Wang Ming's deliberate tardiness and theatrical descent represented a profound disrespect. Throughout his life, he had been the center of admiration, the brightest moon among stars, with peers idolizing him and many admirers vying for his affection, allowing him to taste the pleasures of adulthood long before his time. Even the older generation extolled his virtues, proclaiming him a once-in-a-century talent destined to reign supreme in the Pokémon world. In essence, he was born at the pinnacle of existence, where all desires were his by right. It is no exaggeration to say that the world exists in anticipation of his arrival. Thus, he had never encountered anyone who dared to belittle him, until now, with Wang Ming. Though this perception was merely his own spiteful conjecture, it mattered not. In his world, his beliefs were the very truths of existence. Come forth, Metagross. I shall make him kneel before me, paying dearly for his insolence. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion, Zhou Tao hurled a poke ball into the air. The sphere radiated a dazzling golden light, blindingly brilliant under the sun. It was a premier ball. Within resided no ordinary creature, but a pseudo-legendary Metagross. And not just any Metagross, but a shiny one. Oh my, a shiny Metagross, my absolute favorite. Who could resist such a magnificent creature? The crowd erupted in cheers, Zhou Tao's supporters fervently chanting. The emergence of the shiny Metagross illuminated their hopes for victory, envisioning Wang Ming humbled and begging for mercy beneath their champion's feet. And this was merely the beginning. Do you think this is the end? Naive. My power extends far beyond this. Zhou Tao's eyes sparkled with determination as he pointed decisively at the Metagross. Metagross, heed my call and evolve to transcend your limits. To his astonishment, Metagross underwent a transformation into Mega Metagross. Wang Ming, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress a flicker of surprise on his visage, yet he felt no trepidation. Mega Metagross was indeed a formidable foe. Very well, let us engage in combat, he thought, his own eyes igniting with fervor as he summoned his Pokémon. Oh, it's Salamence. This promised to be an exhilarating clash between pseudo-legends. Yet, one wondered if the Ming goddess Salamence could achieve Mega Evolution. If it could not, the battle may prove challenging. Foolish fan, of course, Salamence can Mega Evolve. Clearly, you have not attended the invitational. As anticipated, Wang Ming commanded Salamence to Mega Evolve, transforming it into Mega Salamence. This development ensured a fair contest. Wang Ming smiled, aware that his choice of Salamence was strategic. Mega Metagross, a steel and psychic-type Pokémon, would face a significant disadvantage against Salamance's dragon and flying-type moves. Though Mega Salamance's level was not exceedingly high at 70, its type advantage rendered it a worthy contender against Mega Metagross. To ascertain the opponent's Pokémon's capabilities, Wang Ming instinctively activated his analytical vision to scrutinize Mega Metagross. Soon, the details unfolded before him. Pokémon, Mega Metagross, gender, genderless, level, 75, base stats, 700, type, steel psychic, ability, tough claws, enhances contact move power, hidden ability, legendary, item, Mega Stone, moves, meteor mash, Zen headbutt, psychic, bullet punch, magnet rise, pursuit, drain punch, miracle eye, hammer arm, shadow punch, psychic, agility, comet punch, iron defense, hyper beam. Rain Dance. Upon discovering the last move, Rain Dance, Wang Ming's expression soured. A shrewd strategist indeed, equipping Metagross with Rain Dance would effectively negate its fire-type vulnerability, enhancing both its survivability and combat prowess. This complicates matters. His intended type advantage had dissipated, leaving only dark-type moves to counter it. Rain Dance alters the weather to rain, amplifying water-type moves while diminishing fire-type moves. The balance is perfectly offset, Wang Ming muttered, his frustration palpable. He had hoped to exploit type advantages. Yet now his strategy was diminished. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming steeled himself for the match. A 5-level disparity was not insurmountable. It merely required meticulous planning. This battle would not unfold as effortlessly as before. Chapter 164. The King's Battle. Upon witnessing Wang Ming's choice of Mega Salamence, Zhou Tao's face contorted into a sneer. Huh, a mere Mega Salamence dares to challenge my Metagross? What hubris! Zhou Tao's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, dismissing Wang Ming entirely. To him, the outcome was already predetermined. Victory was in his grasp. Let me conclude this battle with the fury of thunder, Zhou Tao declared, gesturing grandly as Mega Metagross surged forth under his command. Metagross, use Bullet Punch. Roaring, Mega Metagross ascended, its massive form levitating gracefully. The power of Magnet Rise enabled this behemoth to soar, ensuring it could reach the airborne Salamence. If Groudon were present, it would surely drool with envy. Boom. With each movement, Mega Metagross exuded tremendous power, each action accompanied by a thunderous roar. Its four sturdy, razor-sharp metallic claws glinted coldly under the sun, whipping up a tempest that sent debris soaring in all directions. The shadows of fists fell like rain, cascading towards the Super Rayquaza, with a graceful flutter of its wings. The Super Rayquaza ascended, soaring rapidly to evade the onslaught of the Super Metagross. Unleash a flamethrower. When Zhou Tao dared to forego his rain dance, Wang Ming's expression darkened. Such an arrogant individual needed to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, in mid-flight, the Super Rayquaza executed a sharp turn, releasing a torrent of fierce flames from its mouth, resembling a ferocious fire dragon that roared towards the Super Metagross behind it. Dodge it. Zhou Tao's expression shifted slightly as he spoke coldly. The Super Metagross reacted swiftly, realizing the fire dragon was charging towards it, hastily retracting its electromagnetic power. Instantly, the Super Metagross, stripped of its electromagnetic force, plummeted towards the ground like a boulder sinking into the ocean. The fire dragon narrowly grazed its head. Had it been a moment slower, it would have surely faced a fiery demise. Impressive reflexes, Wang Ming scoffed, uncertain whether to commend or mock. Just as it was about to crash to the ground, the Super Metagross's descent abruptly slowed. The electromagnetic force recoalesced beneath it, allowing it to hover mid-air. At that moment, the Super Rayquaza launched itself downwards once again, its mouth gathering ominous flames, forming into a massive, fearsome fawn. This was yet another of Rayquaza's techniques, Flame Fawn. Faced with the Super Rayquaza's sudden assault, the Super Metagross had no opportunity to evade. It was left with two choices: confront it head-on or adopt a defensive stance. Zhou Tao clearly recognized this, and his complexion darkened. Time was of the essence. Within mere seconds, he contemplated numerous viable strategies. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, he resolved to confront it directly. Metagross, use Meteor Mash. Crack. The Super Rayquaza opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into the Super Metagross's head. Flames surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing the Super Rayquaza and surrounding it in a fiery inferno. Boom, boom, boom. The Super Metagross, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from its head, swung its limbs, transforming into meteors that emitted a brilliant glow, all crashing into the Super Rayquaza. The Super Rayquaza howled in pain, emitting a deep growl, yet it did not relent. Thus ensued a frenzied clash of gnashing teeth and flailing fists. The scene became increasingly bizarre, leaving the spectators in utter disbelief, shocked by the spectacle unfolding before them. Oh, why do I smell something akin to roasted meat? It's quite fragrant. I smell it too. It's reminiscent of cumin. Could it be the scent of Metagross? Goodness, who would have thought that char-grilled Metagross could smell so delectable? Ideal of a taste. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the judges on the sidelines grimaced, their expressions filled with disbelief. Moments later, Wang Ming seemed to realize the absurdity of the situation and commanded the Super Rayquaza to release its grip. This decision was not prompted by the audience's reaction, but stemmed from his belief that such an exchange of injuries was not worthwhile. Although the Super Metagross was injured, the Super Rayquaza was not in a much better condition. After all, Meteor Mash had a certain probability of enhancing its attack power. This implied that the longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became for Wang Ming. Perhaps due to the Super Metagross's dazed state. The released Super Rayquaza, surprisingly human-like, spat out a glob of saliva. Coincidentally, it landed on the Super Metagross's head, inciting a furious response that ignited its wrath, compelling it to seek further confrontation with the Super Rayquaza. In this pivotal moment, Zhou Tao managed to suppress the Super Metagross's fury, preventing an escalation of the battle. First, use Rain Dance. Do not fall for their trick. To Zhou Tao, This entire scenario was merely Wang Ming's provocation, aimed at disrupting his composure to seize victory. With a thunderous roar, the Super Metagross unleashed its fury, causing the previously clear sky to darken, shrouded in thick clouds, as a gentle rain began to fall. Soon, the rain intensified, chilling the surrounding air. Even the audience was affected, becoming drenched in the downpour. The event organizers initially contemplated erecting a barrier to shield the spectators from the elements, but upon seeing the crowd's enthusiasm for watching the battle in the rain, they quickly abandoned the idea. Male spectators cheered exuberantly, bursting with excitement, while female spectators blushed, instinctively covering their chests. The gazes around them, filled with hunger, left them feeling quite uncomfortable. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and boldly declared their indifference. "I don't care anymore. If you want to watch, then watch." This declaration further heightened the crowd's excitement. In this atmosphere of temptation, Wang Ming, naturally, had no time to appreciate the beauty unfolding before him. He was far too preoccupied with more pressing matters. The Super Metagross in the rain was not to be underestimated. The battle had reached its most intense juncture. Wang Ming had to brace himself for the decisive confrontation. Chapter 165, The Arrival of the Dark Divine Beast. Rayquaza, let us adopt a different strategy this time. Employ Dragon Breath. With a mighty roar, the Super Rayquaza flapped its wings, conjuring a storm imbued with draconic essence, which surged towards the Super Metagross. Under the influence of the rain, the dragon's aura seamlessly merged with the droplets falling from the sky, becoming omnipresent. Soon, the draconic energy enveloped the Super Metagross. While it did not inflict significant damage, a fortunate special effect was triggered. Although the power of Dragon Breath was modest, it possessed a unique effect, with a certain probability of paralyzing the foe. At this moment, the Super Metagross found itself ensnared in a state of paralysis, its limbs feeling heavy and restricted, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. Due to the paralysis, the Super Metagross's speed diminished, becoming sluggish. Wang Ming's expression brightened, recognizing his opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he commanded the Super Rayquaza, "Rayquaza, use Crunch." Crunch was a Dark-type move with considerable power, particularly effective against the Super Metagross. In the blink of an eye, the Super Rayquaza appeared before the Super Metagross, promptly opening its massive jaws and biting down without hesitation. Metagross, evade. In this critical moment, Zhou Tao's expression shifted drastically as he urgently shouted a warning. Yet, it was too late. Compounded by its paralyzed state, the Super Metagross was unable to dodge the Super Rayquaza's oncoming strike. Crack. As expected, the Super Rayquaza's fangs clamped down on the Metagross's head, the sound of bones fracturing faintly audible. Unlike the previous encounter, this time no flame spewed forth from the Super Rayquaza's maw, yet the impact was formidable, causing the Super Metagross considerable distress. To make matters worse, the Crunch move had a special effect that could lower the opponent's defense, while not guaranteed to trigger every time. With repeated use, it was inevitable. This implies that if the relentless assault continues, the formidable defense of the Mega Metagross will gradually weaken, while the already potent attacks of the Mega Salamence remain undiminished. In this scenario, the balance of power will shift dramatically, placing the Mega Metagross in grave peril. Zhou Tao, acutely aware of this reality, felt an unprecedented heaviness settle upon his visage. Should he resort to a self-destructive explosion to ensure mutual annihilation? Zhou Tao's expression darkened, murmuring to himself. The use of such a devastating move would inevitably affect both Pokémon, rendering them incapable of further combat. Moreover, the Mega Metagross would sustain severe injuries, likely incapacitating it for the subsequent battles, a dire omen for him. This apprehension elucidated his hesitance to unleash the explosion, for the repercussions would be too catastrophic for him to bear. Zhou Tao found himself ensnared in a harrowing dilemma. In the midst of his indecision, the Mega Salamence once again opened its gaping maw, lunging at the Mega Metagross with ferocious intent. In that critical moment, Zhou Tao, disregarding his hesitations, urgently commanded the Mega Metagross. Metagross, employ Iron Defense, then follow up with Meteor Mash. The Iron Defense would significantly bolster the Mega Metagross's defensive capabilities, enabling it to withstand the onslaught of the Mega Salamence for a more extended period. The Meteor Mash, a move of tremendous power, combined with the simultaneous strikes from the Mega Metagross, would yield catastrophic damage. In this fierce exchange, the outcome remained uncertain. Boom. The surface of the Mega Metagross shimmered with a radiant aura, rendering it as impenetrable as a fortress. When the Mega Salamence bit down, it could clearly sense the resistance, unlike the ease it had experienced moments earlier. Immediately thereafter, the Mega Metagross unleashed its limbs, glowing with a silvery brilliance, akin to a constellation of comets descending upon the Mega Salamence, striking in unison. Both Pokémon emitted deep, anguished cries, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies. Neither side exhibited any intention of relenting, both unleashing their most formidable powers in a titanic clash. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes, fixated intently on the battle between the Mega Salamence and the Mega Metagross. Surrounding both Pokémon was a palpable wave of aura energy. Yet it was evident that both were rapidly diminishing, although the Mega Metagross's aura was somewhat more potent than that of the Mega Salamence. The intense skirmish had clearly tipped the scales, with the Mega Metagross visibly faltering as its aura energy dwindled at a discernible rate, approaching extinction. In contrast, while the Mega Salamence's aura was also declining, it did so at a notably slower pace. Thus, if this trend persisted, it was highly probable that the Mega Metagross would succumb first, losing its combat capacity. This was precisely the outcome Wang Ming had been anticipating. It's almost time. Just a little longer, and victory shall be mine. A smile crept upon Wang Ming's lips, as though he could already see the goddess of victory beckoning him. Suddenly, from the distant sky, a piercing scream reverberated. The sound was terrifying, sending chills down the spine, as if it had originated from the depths of hell. Everyone was startled by this unexpected cry, instinctively turning their gazes toward the source. Upon witnessing the spectacle, all were rendered speechless in shock. Even Wang Ming felt a tremor run through his body, a fierce sense of impending danger erupting from within. It was a dark flame bird. There, on the horizon, a colossal black creature soared towards them at a tremendous speed. The creature emitted a horrifying shriek, occasionally raining down black flames that transformed everything in its wake into an inferno. Even more alarming, torrents of black flames, akin to pillars of destruction, erupted from the dark flame bird's mouth, devastating the landscape and reducing nearby structures to mere ruins. When Wang Ming finally discerned the true form of the dark flame bird, despite having suspected as much, he was still left in awe. It was indeed a dark flame bird. He had encountered the legendary dark beast once more. Salamence, return. Wang Ming hastily recalled the Mega Salamence, his expression grave. The sudden emergence of the dark flame bird had instilled within him a palpable sense of extraordinary peril. He sensed an ominous crisis looming over Rainbow City. Zhou Tao, too, was momentarily paralyzed by the unfolding scene, staring blankly as if entranced. When he finally regained his composure, the dark flame bird had already opened its massive beak, unleashing a torrent of surging black flames. The colossal black fire dragon surged towards them, intent on incinerating them all alive. Chapter 166. The Crisis of Rainbow Mountain. Oh heavens, what is that? How can such a terrifying creature exist? It was the dark flame bird. Indeed, the dark flame bird. Impossible. How could a dark creature appear here? Especially one that is a legendary beast. Not good. That black fire dragon is heading our way. Run, this place will be engulfed in flames. Instantly, chaos erupted. Faced with the dark flame bird, everyone was struck with terror, becoming frantic as their survival instincts kicked in, prompting them to abandon resistance and flee in all directions toward the arena's exit. Roar. The black fire dragon let out a furious roar, preparing to descend upon the arena and turn it into a sea of flames. Dragonite, stop it. In that critical moment, Wang Ming stepped forward, determined to avert the impending catastrophe. Should the black fire dragon be allowed to descend, countless lives would be at stake, including his own, as he risked being engulfed by the inferno. Just then, as Wang Ming released his Dragonite, several figures emerged from the back of the arena. Each figure bore a distinct form, yet their expressions were grim. Their eyes glinted with a cold light, fixated on the dark flame bird above. Go. Prevent that fire dragon from crashing into the arena. One of them barked a command, pointing at a nearby Glisker. This Pokémon, a formidable presence among the semi-divine ranks, was exceptionally powerful. Glisker. The Glisker emitted a battle cry and took off at full speed. As it neared the black fire dragon, it suddenly bent its legs and launched itself into the air, enveloped in a mysterious protective energy, a dazzling white light converging above its head. With a thunderous explosion, the radiant light erupted, colliding with the black fire dragon and illuminating the entire arena. The black fire dragon disintegrated in midair, scattering into countless black embers that rained down like starlight, no longer posing any threat. Meanwhile, Glisker safely descended to the ground, utilizing the explosive force to cushion its landing. Upon witnessing its plan thwarted, the dark flame bird directed its icy gaze toward Glisker on the ground. It then emitted a piercing shriek, its fury transforming into black flames, once more gathering at its mouth. Not good, it's about to strike again. Some onlookers turned pale, their faces ashen at the sight. Dragonite, unleash Hyper Beam. Just then, Wang Ming sprang into action. The Dragonite had long been prepared for battle, and upon receiving its master's command, it immediately reacted. A beam of white light coalesced in its mouth, brimming with terrifying energy, compressing the surrounding space with an ominous hiss. This was a move of unimaginable power, capable of wreaking havoc on a colossal scale. The super flame bird sensed the palpable energy of trepidation, its instinct for self-preservation compelling it to distance itself from the boundary dragon. Yet, the velocity of the boundary dragon was simply too formidable. Just as the dark flame bird was poised to act, a brilliant beam of white light erupted from the dragon's mouth, hurtling towards the avian creature suspended in the heavens. The dark flame bird's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment as it flapped its wings, turning to flee. However, it was intercepted by the waiting sticky beauty dragon below. The other skilled trainers swiftly released their Pokémon, encircling the dark flame bird in an unyielding grip. In that moment, there was nowhere left for the dark flame bird to retreat, ensnared in a web of impending doom. Simultaneously, the white beam struck true, delivering a devastating blow that obliterated half of the dark flame bird's form. It let out a harrowing cry, flapping in a token gesture before plummeting earthward. Its black blood splattered the ground, staining the earth a deep, inky hue. What a pity! If it were merely an infected dark Pokémon, it might have still held some utility. Wang Ming gazed down at the barely breathing dark flame bird with a look of disdain, devoid of any sympathy. This was a purebred dark Pokémon, impervious to purification capsules. Thus, Wang Ming had opted for its immediate extermination rather than capture. At that moment, several high-ranking officials from the League approached. They regarded the fallen dark flame bird, and then Wang Ming, unable to suppress their astonishment. Indeed, as generations pass, new talents emerge, each leaving their mark for centuries. Bravo, young man. One rather portly middle-aged man stroked his chin, giving Wang Ming a thumbs up, thoroughly impressed by the display of power he had just witnessed. The emergence of such prowess at such a tender age was truly enviable. The others echoed their admiration with heartfelt compliments. Wang Ming, feeling a tad embarrassed by their praises, could only respond with an awkward smile. By the way, esteemed seniors, do you have any insight as to why the dark Pokémon appeared here so suddenly? After a brief pause, he voiced his curiosity. Though he had his suspicions, he remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened. The incident had occurred too abruptly, and they were equally perplexed. Observing their silence and the subtle shakes of their heads, each bearing a grimace, Wang Ming began to piece together the situation. Just then, an alarm blared from the sky. Attention citizens, a sudden event has transpired at Rainbow Mountain, with a surge of dark Pokémon emerging. To mitigate unnecessary complications, we urge everyone to limit outdoor activities and remain indoors while awaiting the League's response. Additionally, the League calls upon capable trainers to assist at Rainbow Mountain. For your safety, we advise that those below the rank of advanced trainer refrain from approaching Rainbow Mountain. It is perilous. Repeat, it is perilous. As the announcement concluded, the crowd descended into chaos. Dark Pokémon. In such a sanctified place as Rainbow Mountain, how could they possibly manifest? Mom, what is happening in this world? I want to go home, Wah. The cacophony of voices and cries melded together. It was unimaginable that such a horrific scene could unfold in this modern era. Even Wang Ming's countenance grew particularly grave. His suspicions had not been unfounded. Rainbow Mountain was indeed in distress. Could it be that something had gone awry with the League personnel last night, triggering this uncontrollable situation? Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Wang Ming felt an unsettling sense of disarray. No, I must travel to Rainbow Mountain. Chapter 167. The Purification Church. The unexpected emergence of dark Pokémon forced the suspension of the Elite Tournament. Wang Ming's primary intention for visiting Rainbow City was indeed to venture to Rainbow Mountain. Thus, for every conceivable reason, he felt compelled to proceed to Rainbow Mountain. Esteemed seniors, I shall head to Rainbow Mountain first, Wang Ming informed the group as he prepared to depart. At that moment, one of them interjected, "Wait a moment, young man. We shall accompany you. We cannot allow you to face this alone. The fate of the world rests upon us all." As League trainers, they felt a duty to be at the forefront during such emergencies. Very well, Wang Ming accepted their company without hesitation. Soon, they set off towards Rainbow Mountain. Along the way, Wang Ming's mind was consumed with thoughts of the previous day. The more he pondered, the more disconcerting it became. First, the peculiar appearance of the individuals from yesterday felt orchestrated, as if they were intentionally guarding against anyone entering Rainbow Mountain. Secondly, the expressions of that group were decidedly unfriendly. harboring significant malice towards both him and Zhang Tianjing. Even when he presented the Adventurer Guild's badge, their hostility did not wane in the slightest. It was as if they were utterly unconcerned with Wang Ming's identity. This peculiarity piqued his suspicions. Logically, if they were truly League personnel, their demeanor would have shifted the moment he displayed the Adventurer Guild badge. Yet, the reality was starkly different. This led Wang Ming to a troubling hypothesis. Unless they were not League members at all, the more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Moreover, he had sensed a faint undercurrent of murderous intent emanating from them, which he had initially dismissed as a misperception. Now, it appeared he had not been mistaken. Those individuals indeed harbored intentions of taking his life. For reasons unbeknownst to him, they ultimately refrained from acting. Contemplating this, Wang Ming's expression darkened. He sensed that those individuals might bring considerable turmoil to this world. Who were they, and what were their objectives? As Wang Ming wrestled with these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from Zhang Tianjing. Could it be that he had already reached Rainbow Mountain? Wang Ming felt an unsettling premonition. Upon answering, Zhang Tianjing's urgent voice rushed through the line. Brother, guess what I've discovered? Major news. The individuals who obstructed us yesterday are not League members at all. They belong to the Purification Church. Damn it, Wang Ming thought. I sensed something was off about them. And it turns out I was right. Zhang Tianjing's incessant chatter filled Wang Ming's ears, but at that moment, he could hardly absorb it. His mind was blank. They were truly not League members. This singular realization consumed his thoughts. He had surmised correctly. Those individuals were indeed suspicious, and they were not affiliated with the League, which explained their bizarre behavior the previous day. However, this only deepened Wang Ming's confusion. What was the Purification Church, and why had he never heard of it before? What was their motive for masquerading as League foes? To resolve his uncertainties, Wang Ming posed his questions to Zhang Tianjing. At that moment, Zhang Tianjing was caught up in his own enthusiasm, somewhat irked by the interruption. After muttering a few complaints, he finally elaborated. Honestly, I didn't know what the Purification Church was at first, but the League clarified it for me. According to the members of the Alliance, the Cleansing Heaven Church is an ancient organization, shrouded in mystery and power. Their presence can be felt in nearly every century, yet they remain elusive. No one knows the location of their stronghold, nor their true aspirations. What is universally acknowledged is that whenever this organization emerges, monumental events unfold, events capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. They seem to act as guardians of this realm, steering the course of destiny itself. After hearing Zhang Tianjing's account, Wang Ming was profoundly shaken, lost in contemplation. If they are indeed the guardians of this world, why then do they allow Rainbow Mountain to fall prey to the encroachment of dark elves? If they have the power to alter the fate of the world, why did they not appear when Arceus was engulfed in darkness? Wang Ming began to suspect that the Cleansing Heaven Church may not be as wondrous as Zhang Tianjing portrayed. There must be secrets hidden from the light, and he was determined to pierce through this veil of obscurity, allowing sunlight to illuminate the truth. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming temporarily shelved his thoughts about the Cleansing Heaven Church and inquired about the situation on Rainbow Mountain. What is the status there? Has the defensive line been breached? Zhang Tianjing replied, the outlook is grim. The number of dark elves is overwhelmingly vast, and dark matter continues to surge forth from the mountain, making it exceedingly difficult for the Alliance to hold their ground. I fear it won't be long before we can no longer endure. The seriousness in Zhang Tianjing's tone tightened Wang Ming's heart. Are you currently with the Alliance? He asked. While Zhang Tianjing began, but Wang Ming quickly grasped the implication. His brother had always possessed a penchant for adventure, and now that he had stumbled upon such earth-shattering occurrences, he would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Even with the Alliance present, they would likely be unable to restrain him. Wang Ming chuckled softly, just as Zhang Tianjing suddenly exclaimed from the other end of the line. What the hell? What is that? Oh my god, could it be that I'm actually seeing Raikou? Wow, not only Raikou, but Suicune and Nei are here too. My goodness, the legendary beasts are all making an appearance. Brother, I have to go. I'm going after them. With that, Zhang Tianjing abruptly ended the call, his exuberant voice still echoing in Wang Ming's ears. The legendary beasts? They have arrived too? This situation is becoming increasingly complex. If the legendary beasts are making their presence known, then their leader, Ho-Oh, is likely to appear as well. There's no time to waste. I must hurry over. The thought of potentially encountering Ho-Oh intensified Wang Ming's urgency. He yearned to reach Rainbow Mountain without delay. After all, his purpose for this journey was none other than Ho-Oh itself. Now, that dream was finally within reach. Chapter 168. The guardians ensnared by darkness Rainbow Mountain. The dark elves were rampaging. Winged dark elves soared through the skies, exhaling black energy that infected the remaining wild elves. On the ground, hulking dark elves charged recklessly, obliterating all life in their path. Behind these dark elves surged a torrent of dark matter, resembling black magma, cascading down from Rainbow Mountain. Wherever it flowed, life was extinguished, plunging everything into an abyss of darkness, transforming them into dark elves that would wage war across the land. Even the formidable like Meowth and Scyther could not evade this sudden catastrophe, succumbing to the infection and joining the ranks of darkness. At this moment, numerous trainers from the Alliance were valiantly resisting, striving to halt the advance of the Dark Elves. They were individuals of great renown, possessing formidable strength. However, with great power comes great responsibility. In the face of crisis, they courageously chose to stand at the forefront, solely to protect the safety of the populace. Black King, we can no longer hold our ground here. We must retreat. Finally, faced with wave after wave of relentless attacks from the Dark Elves, they could no longer withstand the onslaught. The Black King sighed with a wry smile, saying, "Retreat? Where can we go? Behind us lies Rainbow City. If we abandon our resistance, the entire city will fall into the hands of the Dark Elves. At that point, we will truly be homeless." These individuals were all natives of Rainbow City, deeply attached to their home, where their families resided. If they retreated now, the Dark Elves would swiftly engulf the city like a tide. Not only would their families be in peril, but the entire city would suffer catastrophic consequences. But continuing to defend like this is futile. The Dark Elves seem endless. We can't kill them all. Someone urgently protested, their face a mix of anger and despair. Hearing this, the Black King sighed deeply, feeling a bitterness that was hard to articulate. The sheer number of Dark Elves was overwhelming. Their efforts were insignificant in altering the tide of battle. Moreover, the Dark Elves appeared unnaturally intelligent, as if someone were orchestrating their movements from the shadows. Each attack was perfectly timed, gradually eroding the fighting spirit of the defenders. This sense of helplessness was not only a physical torment, but also a psychological strain. Just then, a cacophony of roars erupted from the mountains below. The sound surged in waves, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the weary defenders. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. Oh my God, they're just kids, and they've come to support us. Don't underestimate them. Each of those youths is a near-king level trainer, just as formidable as we are. The previously despondent crowd now buzzed with excitement. Soon, with the aid of the reinforcements, the perilous situation began to ease. The Dark Elves temporarily abandoned their collective assault, opting for a strategy of scattered attacks. At that moment, Wang Ming arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, he could not help but gasp, his mood turning grave. From the current situation, the Dark Elves' onslaught was ferocious, with devastation far surpassing that of the earlier calamity in the Huangtian Sea. It seemed that the seal of the reverse world could not hold much longer. Wang Ming's expression darkened. Previously, Yang Shi had informed him of this matter, yet he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. If this trend continued, it would not be long before the entire world mirrored the fate of Rainbow Mountain. When that time came, the true apocalypse would descend. I must hasten my actions. Wang Ming felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He needed to find an adequate number of divine beasts to assist him in the shortest time possible. As he pondered, a sudden wave of heat surged from his chest. Frowning, he reached for the source, revealing a feather emanating a spectrum of rainbow light in his hand. The rainbow feather is responding. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ming froze momentarily, followed by an eruption of elation. The reaction of the rainbow feather signified that Ho-Oh was nearby. Is Ho-Oh about to reveal itself? Wang Ming's heart raced with excitement. He yearned to meet Ho-Oh immediately. I must find it, he resolved. Turning to plunge into the forest, intent on following the rainbow feather's guidance to uncover Ho-Oh's true form. Meanwhile, in another part of Rainbow Mountain, a figure of a humanoid sprite, entirely cloaked in darkness, suddenly emerged from the shadows, its hollow eyes gleaming with a bright, fiery light. Resembling two large red lanterns suspended in the air, exuding an eerie aura. Surrounding it was a mist of dark matter, coalescing ominously. A menacing ripple surged through its form, accompanied by a deep, resonant roar, as if it had sensed something. The dark sprites in the vicinity trembled in fear, overwhelmed by trepidation. With a sweeping motion of its colossal hand, the humanoid sprite sent a multitude of dark sprites racing down the mountain in a frenzy. It then vanished back into the shadows, its intentions shrouded in mystery. In the forest, the three sacred beasts, engaged in battle, appeared to have heard that foreboding roar. They exchanged glances, nodding in unison, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement, and promptly abandoned their fight with the dark sprites, dashing towards a particular direction, concealed at a distance. Zhang Tanzheng observed this astonishing scene, momentarily struck dumb, utterly bewildered as to what had transpired. Had the sacred beasts uncovered something significant? After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow, sensing the likelihood of such a possibility. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub, he resolved, steeling himself to follow, eager to discover the destination of the sacred beasts. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, guided by the rainbow feather, had ascended Rainbow Mountain. Along the way, he encountered numerous dark sprites attempting to block his path, yet he dispatched them effortlessly. The dark sprites here lacked formidable strength. Their overwhelming numbers had plunged the situation into peril. Fortunately, he had not yet encountered a large battalion of dark sprites, allowing him to progress thus far. Chapter 169. All hands on deck. I can already sense the call of the Phoenix King, Wang Ming declared, gripping the rainbow feather, excitement illuminating his expression. The rainbow feather shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors in his grasp, dazzlingly vibrant. As he advanced, the frequency of its luminous display quickened. He was confident that it would not be long before he would meet the Phoenix King. With this thought, he pressed onward. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountain. What on earth is happening? Wang Ming's heart sank as the ground trembled violently beneath him. As he looked up, horror seized him. Cold sweat trickling down his brow at the sight that unfolded before him. A swarm of dark sprites surged toward him, a scene reminiscent of an army advancing in full force. The sheer magnitude of their presence sent chills down his spine, inducing an instinctive urge to flee. Engaging them head-on would surely spell doom. Fly, Dragonite, take me away from here. In a moment of desperation, Wang Ming shouted, releasing his Dragonite. With a powerful leap, he ascended upon its back. Dragonite responded swiftly, soaring into the sky just as the dark sprites were about to descend upon him, narrowly evading their onslaught. Just when Wang Ming thought he had escaped the peril, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dark sprites appeared to have singled him out, abruptly changing direction and leaping into the air, intent on bringing him down. Startled, Wang Ming shouted for Dragonite to ascend even higher, narrowly avoiding the impending attack. Once distanced from the dark sprites, Wang Ming cast a wary glance downward before continuing deeper into the fray atop Dragonite. Yet, before he could fly far, he was beset once more by dark sprites. This time, they were aerial dark sprites, darkening the sky above him like a menacing storm cloud. Although they had yet to reach him, the fierce winds they generated lashed against his face, stinging painfully. What tremendous force! It rivals that of a small tempest, Wang Ming mused, his expression growing grave. The intensity of the wind signified the formidable nature of his adversaries, and should a confrontation ensue, even he might find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he resolved to reveal his true capabilities, summoning his Mega Charizard and Blaziken. He even initiated the Mega Evolution of Blaziken simultaneously. Undertaking two Mega Evolutions at once demanded immense mental and physical stamina from him. Yet he had no alternative but to endure. The prowess of Mega Blaziken and Mega Charizard was indisputable. They could hold their own even against elite-level Pokémon. The aerial dark sprites posed a lesser challenge in comparison. Dragonite, undeterred, joined the fray alongside Wang Ming. From atop Dragonite, he commanded the battle with fervor, swiftly bringing down swathes of dark sprites that plummeted from the sky, drained of life. However, despite these victories, the tide of battle remained unchanged. The sheer number of dark sprites was overwhelming, with the ground-based sprites closing in, lurking menacingly and disrupting the fight, causing Wang Ming considerable distress. This is troublesome. Scizor and Greninja, join the fray. Handle those below. With a swift nod, Greninja appeared on the ground, engaging in combat with the dark sprites. Though Scizor's battle prowess was not as formidable as Greninja's, it was no less capable, gaining the upper hand against the dark sprites. Unless the few leader-level dark sprites intervened, none could match Scizor's strength. As Greninja and Scizor joined the fight, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Freed from the worry of ground-based ambushes, Wang Ming and his Pokémon engaged the aerial dark sprites, quickly achieving victory and suppressing their advance. Just as Wang Ming prepared to deliver a decisive blow to conclude the battle, the dark sprites suddenly retreated, abandoning the fight entirely. This unexpected withdrawal left Wang Ming perplexed. Why have they suddenly fled? He pondered, sensing something amiss. Despite the cessation of attacks, he remained vigilant, suspecting that the dark sprites had retreated due to sensing something significant. In the midst of his speculation, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a distant figure. That figure wore an expression of cold indifference, devoid of emotion. Its hollow eyes glinting with a fiery red glow, slowly approaching. It was Marshadao. Legend has it that Marshadao, known as the Guide in Shadows, conceals itself in darkness, leading those who wield the rainbow feather, the Rainbow Warriors, to meet the legendary Phoenix King. Furthermore, Marshadao would secretly test these warriors to determine their worthiness to meet the Phoenix King. Now, with Marshado's sudden appearance, Wang Ming felt a mix of joy and unease. Was Marshadao here to guide him to the Phoenix King, or was it here to test him? However, should it not be lurking in the shadows? How could it suddenly reveal itself? Wang Ming's gaze fell upon Mutuo, who was also scrutinizing him. No, to be more precise, it was the rainbow feather in Wang Ming's possession that captured Mutuo's attention. Wait, this is strange. How could there be a trace of dark matter emanating from him? Suddenly, Wang Ming sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes into a slit as he fixed his stare on Mutuo. A faint shroud of darkness enveloped Mutuo, barely perceptible. Had he not observed closely, he might have overlooked it entirely. Could it be that he too was tainted by dark matter? A dreadful possibility crossed Wang Ming's mind, causing his expression to darken instantly. If that were the case, then Mutuo was no longer a guide, but rather an adversary. Chapter 170. The betrayal of the Super Dragonite. Just as Wang Ming was engulfed in uncertainty, a peculiar sound emanated from Mutuo. Before he could react, the dark spirits, as if compelled by an unyielding command, surged toward Wang Ming with reckless abandon, fixated on the rainbow feather he held. Damn it, these creatures. Wang Ming's expression soured as he cursed under his breath. This being could control the dark spirits. His countenance grew increasingly grim. The state of the dark spirits clearly indicated that they had been ensnared by Mutuo's influence. Unsurprisingly, Mutuo had succumbed to the corruption of dark matter, transforming into a dark spirit. A mere glance through his revealing eye confirmed Wang Ming's suspicions. The Mutuo before him had indeed been infected by dark matter. This was a predicament. Wang Ming's brow furrowed in frustration. It was supposed to assist him in locating the Phoenix King. Now, not only was it failing to aid him, but it was commanding dark spirits to attack, seeking to seize the rainbow feather from his grasp. Wang Ming could not fathom why Mutuo was so intent on acquiring the feather, but one thing was abundantly clear. He would never relinquish the rainbow feather willingly. Dragonite. Thwart them, Wang Ming bellowed, issuing a command to the Super Dragonite circling above. The Super Dragonite roared fiercely, flapping its wings as it unleashed a torrent of flames against the encroaching dark spirits, engaging them in battle. Meanwhile, Wang Ming urged his own Dragonite to charge toward Mutuo on the ground. Upon noticing this, Mutuo cast a disinterested glance at Wang Ming's Dragonite, and suddenly a mysterious purple-black gas began to rise from its body. As the gas coiled upwards, Mutuo's eyes transformed, radiating an eerie charm that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Wang Ming caught a glimpse of this and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly toppling from his Dragonite's back. Fortunately, he averted his gaze just in time, recovering from the disorientation. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he surely would have fallen. Dragonite, unleashed dragon rage upon it. Steadying himself, Wang Ming pointed at Mutuo on the ground and commanded his Dragonite to attack. Roar! The Dragonite let out a thunderous cry, its low growl resonating as it gathered a searing flame in its mouth, poised to unleash it at any moment. Just then, an intense burning sensation suddenly surged from behind Wang Ming. He felt as though he were enveloped in a furnace, surrounded by roaring flames. What is happening? Why do I feel as if a fire is barreling toward me from behind? Wang Ming furrowed his brows, instinctively glancing over his shoulder. The sight that met his eyes sent chills down his spine, turning his face pale. Unbeknownst to him, a fearsome fire dragon had appeared behind him, its gaping maw poised to devour him. Dragonite, evade! Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the scorching wind rushing toward him, ready to consume him. The Dragonite felt the impending danger and, at Wang Ming's warning, swiftly maneuvered to the side, narrowly avoiding the fire dragon. In that fleeting moment, Wang Ming could distinctly feel the flickering flames within the dragon's body. When he finally regained his composure and sought the source of the attack, he was met with a shocking sight. Another fire creature lunged at him. To his disbelief, the culprit was none other than the Super Dragonite. Dragonite, what in the world are you doing? Wang Ming could hardly fathom that the one attacking him was his own Pokémon. Yet, in response to Wang Ming's outburst, the Super Dragonite showed no signs of recognition, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light as it launched a frenzied offensive against him. With no other option, faced with the Super Dragonite's relentless assault, Wang Ming could only evade, filled with a mix of anger and urgency. What the hell? Has this creature gone berserk? Wang Ming's face contorted with rage as he fixed his gaze on the super dragonite, as if trying to penetrate its very essence to understand why it had suddenly turned against him. Could it be because of Mutuo? Suddenly, a realization struck Wang Ming, prompting him to glance at Mutuo on the ground. At that moment, Mutuo's eyes glowed crimson, emanating a faintly mysterious aura, strikingly similar to that of the super dragonite in the sky. This revelation sent a shock through Wang Ming, igniting a sense of dread within him. It truly is Mutuo. Sizzle. Just as Wang Ming was grappling with this revelation, a cold flash zipped past him. He felt a sharp chill in his chest, and, upon looking down, discovered a gaping tear in his clothing, exposing his fair skin to the open air. Scyther. Wang Ming's eyes narrowed into slits. The assailant that had just struck him was none other than the Scyther. This creature too had fallen under Mutuo's control? Wang Ming murmured to himself, maintaining a calm demeanor. I wonder if the others have been affected as well. A sense of urgency gripped Wang Ming as he quickly surveyed the other Pokémon. They were still engaged in fierce combat with the dark spirits. Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that only Scyther and the super dragonite had been ensnared. With the situation clarified, Wang Ming began to ponder why the other Pokémon remained unaffected. Or, to put it another way, why had Mutuo chosen only to control Scyther and the super dragonite? What similarities or differences existed among them? As Wang Ming commanded his dragonite to entangle with the foes, he contemplated this question. Before long, a hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be due to the dark matter? It was worth noting that, aside from Scyther, Dragonite, and Solgaleo, all of Wang Ming's other Pokémon had been purified from dark spirits. This meant that, prior to their reclamation, they had all undergone the trials of dark matter. Wang Ming surmised that this very reason might have granted them a degree of immunity, preventing Mutuo from exerting control over them. Otherwise, how could the Greninja, which had not been controlled, coexist with the super dragonite, a being of godlike power that had succumbed to Mutuo's influence? Yet, even with the reasoning in mind, Wang Ming found himself at a loss, unsure of how to rescue them. Since a viable solution eluded him, he resolved to take decisive action. To capture the king, he must first defeat Mutuo. He refused to believe that his Pokémon could not be restored afterward. Wang Ming's gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on Mutuo. Chapter 171. The arrival of the legendary beasts. Wang Ming abandoned all other foes and, without hesitation, directed his assault against Mutuo. However, to his astonishment, Mutuo suddenly vanished into the darkness, disappearing from sight. In a fleeting moment, Wang Ming found himself bereft of a target for his attack. The strike from the Mega Rayquaza consequently missed its mark, crashing into the ground and creating a vast, gaping chasm. The surrounding dark spirits were also caught in the aftermath, sent sprawling by the residual shockwave. Damn it, this creature is exceedingly cunning. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, harboring an intense desire to drag Marshadao out of the shadows and deliver a thorough beating. Though Marshadao had vanished, its dominion over the dark spirits remained intact. A multitude of dark spirits surged forth, encircling Wang Ming with the intent to engulf him entirely. Even the Greninja and the Mega Blaziken found themselves in peril, retreating to Wang Ming's side. His expression darkened to an extreme. Initially, he had held the advantage in battle, but the betrayal of the Mega Rayquaza and the shiny Scyther had obliterated his prior superiority, plunging him into a dire predicament. I have no choice but to summon it as well, Wang Ming remarked with a solemn countenance. Originally, he had not intended to release Solgaleo, but the urgency of the situation left him no room for contemplation. Arise, Solgaleo. However, just as he prepared to unleash Solgaleo, a deafening roar echoed from the mountains above. Following that, a fireball plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the throng of dark spirits. Boom! The fireball erupted, and a sea of flames instantaneously spread forth. In an instant, the dark spirits found themselves engulfed in a fiery inferno, subjected to the searing heat. Their anguished cries filled the air. It's Inti, Wang Ming exclaimed in astonishment, shock evident on his face. Not far from him, a formidable Pokémon, wreathed in flames, charged toward them. That was none other than Inti, one of the legendary beasts. Crack! Before Wang Ming could regain his composure from the shock, a thunderous clap resounded in his ears, and bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, striking the dark spirits and leaving them in disarray. Raikou had also made its entrance. Following the thunderstorm, rain poured down in torrents. Waves of water suddenly surged forth, crashing against the dark spirits and utterly vanquishing them. Suicune had arrived. All three legendary beasts had appeared without exception. They all fixated their gaze upon Wang Ming, seemingly verifying whether this young man was indeed the one they were meant to protect. Only upon sensing the presence of the rainbow feather upon Wang Ming did they finally ease their concerns. Though the immediate crisis was averted, Wang Ming remained tense. For the true peril still lurked in the shadows. Just then, as if summoned, Marshadao reappeared. Upon witnessing the arrival of the legendary beasts, it cast a cold glance before opting to employ its previous tactics once more. The legendary beasts, sensing the impending threat, unleashed their attacks against Marshadao without hesitation. Wang Ming too sought to strike at Marshadao, yet was thwarted by the Mega Rayquaza and the Shiny Scizor. In an instant, the battlefield divided into three distinct arenas, one where Marshadao battled the legendary beasts, another where the Mega Rayquaza clashed with the Mega Rayquaza and Shiny Scizor, and a third where Greninja faced off against the Mega Blaziken and the remaining Dark Spirits. Amidst the fervent battles, no one noticed the silent descent of a nine-tailed humanoid Dark Spirit. In her grasp was a faintly purple tablet, emanating a crystalline radiance. Had Wang Ming caught sight of her, he would have gasped in astonishment. For this Dark Spirit was none other than the Dark Realm's Ninetales, and the tablet she held was the plate of Arceus. The Dark Realm's Ninetales stealthily approached Marshadao. It seemed to sense something, and after a brief skirmish with the legendary beasts, retreated to the vicinity of the Dark Realm's Ninetales. The Dark Realm's Ninetales cast a fleeting glance at Marshadao before handing the tablet to it. Instantly, the pale purple tablet melded into Marshadao's being. Marshadao felt an overwhelming surge of power swell within, as its abilities skyrocketed in response to this newfound energy. In an instant, it reached its zenith. At that moment, Marshadao's confidence soared, its eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson light, charging once more toward the legendary beasts. Meanwhile, Wang Ming detected the anomaly. How could it be her? He was taken aback upon spotting the Dark Realm's Ninetales. He recalled their last encounter deep beneath the ocean in the Huangtian Sea's secret realm. Now, how could the Dark Realm's Ninetales suddenly appear on Rainbow Mountain? Wang Ming harbored a suspicion that her appearance was no mere coincidence, concealing secrets yet to be uncovered. Could it be that all that transpired on Rainbow Mountain was orchestrated by her? A bold hypothesis took root in Wang Ming's mind. He had sensed that the Dark Realm's Ninetales held a significant position within the Dark Spirits ranks, perhaps even linked to the leak of dark matter. Now, with Rainbow Mountain experiencing a fate akin to that of the Huangtian Sea, the fortuitous arrival of the Dark Realm's Ninetales only reinforced Wang Ming's conjecture. Capture her and uncover the truth. A spark of exhilaration ignited in Wang Ming's eyes as he commanded the Mega Rayquaza to charge at the Dark Realm's Ninetales. However, to his surprise, as soon as he made a move, he encountered fierce resistance. The assailants were none other than the legendary beasts. Even they had succumbed to control. Witnessing the state of the legendary beasts, a look of horror crept across Wang Ming's face. Their involvement had turned the tide of battle, but now their subjugation only added to Wang Ming's despair, plunging him further into a dire situation. Even if he summoned Solgaleo now, it would prove futile. Wang Ming felt a profound weight upon his heart. He sensed a life-and-death crisis looming. Should he mishandle this moment, he might very well perish here today. Moreover, the Dark Realm's Ninetales lingered nearby, ever watchful and poised to strike. The likelihood of his successful escape had dwindled to nearly nothing. Chapter 172. The grand finale. In this dire moment, the rainbow feather in Wang Ming's grasp suddenly radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, unleashing a dazzling spectrum of colors. Shortly thereafter, the heavens shifted as a divine and harmonious golden aura descended, enveloping Rainbow Mountain in a golden hue. A fiery crimson figure, cloaked in vibrant light, hovered majestically in the sky, exuding an aura of sanctity and purity that spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. That was the legendary Pokémon Wang Ming had tirelessly sought. Ho-Oh! It had arrived. It remained suspended in the sky, silent yet imposing, its formidable presence halting the battle, drawing the gaze of all present. Even the trainers, who had been fiercely battling below, found themselves captivated by the figure soaring above. Moments later, Ho-Oh acted. A wave of golden, peaceful energy enveloped the Pokémon here, restoring the sanity of the once maddened wild Pokémon. Even the legendary beasts, previously under Marshadao's control, broke free from their binds and regained their autonomy. The Mega Rayquaza and Shiny Scizor returned to Wang Ming's side. In an instant, the tide of battle had drastically shifted, all thanks to Ho-Oh's appearance. Ho-Oh directed its gaze toward the encroaching darkness of Marshadao, its brow furrowing slightly before relaxing once more. Suddenly, a terrifying energy surged forth from Ho-Oh, cascading down upon Marshadao. In an instant, Marshadao found itself immobilized, emitting a piercing, anguished cry. After a considerable duration, as the energy dissipated, Marshadao astonishingly regained its original form, liberating itself from the shackles of dark matter. Wang Ming, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. He hastily inquired, hoping that the Phoenix King would intervene to rescue the spirits of Rainbow Mountain. After all, the abilities exhibited by the Phoenix King were comparable to the purification capsules provided by the system. However, the Phoenix King shook its head and informed Wang Ming that its power could not halt the encroachment of dark matter. It could only expel a small amount of it from the body. Only those spirits possessing immense willpower and strength could, after being tainted by dark matter, recover in a short period by cooperating with its power. Marshadao exemplified these three attributes, whereas the other spirits were beyond its reach. Wang Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood that this was not something that could be forced. Suddenly, he recalled the Dark Realm's nine-tailed fox and sought to capture it. Yet, upon turning back, the Dark Realm nine-tailed fox had already vanished. Along with the monster tablet within Marshadao, Wang Ming, filled with reluctance, searched in vain for the Dark Realm nine-tailed fox's presence. Reluctantly, he returned to the side of the Phoenix King and disclosed the situation regarding Dark Arceus and the impending invasion of the future world by dark spirits. The Phoenix King, upon hearing this, was greatly shaken but seemed to be aware of certain secrets, remaining rather unfazed by the matter of Dark Arceus. At Wang Ming's request, the Phoenix King agreed to assist him in the future. Furthermore, to ensure Wang Ming's safety, the Phoenix King assigned the three sacred beasts and Marshadao to protect him. After obtaining their consent, Wang Ming captured the three sacred beasts. Due to Marshadao's inherent reclusiveness, it opted not to be captured by Wang Ming, instead choosing to conceal itself within his shadow, providing silent protection. Subsequently, with the Phoenix King's aid, the crisis of Rainbow Mountain was averted. The Phoenix King reclaimed the rainbow feather and promised to fulfill one of Wang Ming's wishes. However, Wang Ming was uncertain of what wish to make, or perhaps his desire was something the Phoenix King could not grant. After all, despite the Phoenix King's formidable power, it remained merely a spirit, not an omnipotent deity. At that moment, Wang Ming received a call from Yangshi, learning that an ancient secret realm within the Luo family in North Jing had opened, releasing a multitude of dark spirits, plunging the Luo family into a critical life and death situation. Given that the secret realm was likely the primordial secret realm from the reincarnation simulation, Wang Ming utilized his sole wish, requesting the Phoenix King to accompany him to investigate the primordial secret realm. The Phoenix King acquiesced. On the way back, Wang Ming contacted Luo Li, and upon learning that they had escaped danger, he set off with the Phoenix King towards New Island to find Mutuo. However, for reasons unknown, they did not encounter the presence of Mew. Even Mutuo was unaware of the little creature's whereabouts. Time was of the essence. So Wang Ming abandoned the search for Mew and proceeded to Thunder God Mountain to invite Zeraora to join their endeavor. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zeraora had not returned since leaving Thunder God Mountain and was nowhere to be found. With no other choice, Wang Ming took Mutuo and the Phoenix King to the Luo family's primordial secret realm. Within the primordial secret realm, the Phoenix King and Mutuo demonstrated formidable power, decisively vanquishing the dark spirits. Deep within the secret realm, Wang Ming stumbled upon the skeletal remains of a woman. The remnants of a token indicated that she was the sister of the protagonist from the earlier reincarnation simulation. Yet, it perplexed Wang Ming that he had not found the remains of the protagonist himself. Eventually, at the innermost depths of the primordial secret realm, Wang Ming beheld the primordial sea of dark matter. Floating upon the dark matter sea were two exceptionally large coffins of the Reaper. These coffins lay across the dark matter sea, opposing each other, hovering beside a swirling vortex. The vortex emanated an aura of extreme danger. Even with the Phoenix King and Mutuo by his side, Wang Ming dared not approach. He sensed that entering that vortex would surely result in certain death. Resorting to a secondary plan, Wang Ming focused his attention on the two Reaper coffins, feeling that they might conceal some secrets within. He attempted to open them, yet all efforts proved futile. Ultimately, both Mutuo and the Phoenix King intervened. Just as the Reaper coffins were about to open, the sea of darkness suddenly erupted, and a multitude of dark spirits surged forth, each no less than semi-divine in status. Wang Ming and his companions found themselves in dire combat. In the end, the overwhelming strength of the dark spirits, coupled with their own limited power, led them to the brink of defeat. Wang Ming was besieged by numerous dark divine beasts, nearly perishing in the fray. Ultimately, Mutuo and the Phoenix King combined their might, forcefully staving off the dark spirits' onslaught, creating an escape route for Wang Ming. However, despite this, Wang Ming sustained severe injuries and fell into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Wang Ming found himself enveloped in darkness. After regaining consciousness, with Marshadow's assistance, he learned that he had been transported to this abyss. From Marshadow, Wang Ming discovered that a powerful energy lay dormant beneath this abyss. Eventually, he located the owner of that energy, the sealed Necrozma. As a cosmic Pokémon, Necrozma's strength was beyond question, especially after its ultimate evolution, which could rival Arceus itself. Wang Ming was elated, realizing he had uncovered a formidable ally. With Marshadow's help, Wang Ming unsealed Necrozma and successfully liberated it. Necrozma harbored animosity towards humanity. It had once bestowed light upon them, but was sealed away in this perpetual darkness by them. However, through their interactions, Necrozma's attitude towards humanity gradually softened, and ultimately, the two became partners. Wang Ming successfully captured Necrozma. From Necrozma, Wang Ming learned that to escape this place, he must restore its power, evolving it into Ultra Necrozma to fully break free from the seal and return to the surface. To facilitate Necrozma's evolution into Ultra Necrozma, Wang Ming had Solgaleo practice fusion with it while sending Marshadow, utilizing its ability to traverse the dark, to search the outside world for the exclusive Z Crystal. Ultimately, Marshadow returned triumphantly with Necrozma's exclusive Z Crystal. On that day, the sky shone brilliantly. A new sun rose from the darkness. The first thing Wang Ming did upon emerging was to contact Yang Shi, inquiring whether he knew the whereabouts of the Phoenix King and Mutuo. Previously, the Phoenix King and Mutuo had forcibly sent them away, suffering heavy losses as they were surrounded by dark spirits. Wang Ming genuinely feared for their safety. Fortunately, both Mutuo and the Phoenix King successfully escaped from the secret realm that day. However, both Pokémon were gravely injured. According to Yang Shi, Mutuo was currently recuperating on New Island, while the Phoenix King's whereabouts remained unknown, albeit not in danger. Upon learning that Mutuo and the Phoenix King were safe, Wang Ming felt a temporary sense of relief. Yet, Yang Shi delivered even graver news. The uprising of dark spirits across the nation had become increasingly frequent, and even the Alliance was at a loss. Furthermore, the Dark Organization was thrown into chaos due to the mysterious disappearance of one of the 5 elders of the old ideology faction during an expedition into a secret realm. With no word of their fate, this led to turmoil within the Dark Organization, as the elders of the new ideology faction became aggressive, seemingly poised to usurp power. Now, only one elder from the old ideology faction remained, struggling to hold the fort. Wang Ming found himself in a state of exasperation, burdened with the task of seeking more mythical beasts while simultaneously completing the missions assigned by the system to facilitate the next simulation and earn more formidable rewards. Leaving him no time to contemplate other matters, he urged Yang Shi to endure for a little longer, assuring him that he would soon return to the Dark Organization. After departing from the abyss, Wang Ming finally discerned his current location, Tianlong City. He also learned that not far from the Tianlong Sea, there lay 2 small islands inhabited by 2 prominent families. One was the Black Dragon family, dedicated to an ideal, with their guardian being Zekrom. The other was the White Dragon family, upholding truth, with their guardian being Reshiram. Allegedly, hidden between the 2 islands was an icy isle, home to Kyurem. However, that island had never been seen, let alone Kyurem itself. Wang Ming felt compelled to investigate, believing it might lead him to the whereabouts of Kyurem. Coincidentally, a conflict erupted between the Black Dragon and White Dragon families due to their differing ideologies. Wang Ming first set foot on the island and located the chieftain of the Black Dragon family, followed by the leader of the White Dragon family, endeavoring to persuade both factions to cease hostilities. Curiously, it seemed as though the leaders were aware of Wang Ming's intent to halt the battle, as they surprisingly agreed and entrusted him with the stones transformed from Zekrom and Reshiram. It turned out that a prior battle between the original masters of Zekrom and Reshiram had led to their severance from their owners, resulting in their transformation into fossils and subsequent slumber. Wang Ming successfully awakened Zekrom and Reshiram, becoming their new master. Empowered by Zekrom and Reshiram, Wang Ming managed to bring the icy isle into existence, where he discovered the slumbering Kyurem. Through the strength of the everlasting power, he communicated with Kyurem, successfully persuading it to yield a miraculous tablet. With the system's assistance, Wang Ming harnessed the power of boundary breaking to fuse Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram into the original dragon, the primordial form of these 3 Pokémon before their separation. After obtaining the miraculous tablet, Wang Ming undertook his 6th simulation, receiving even more substantial rewards, including free boundary breaks for all his Pokémon without the need to gather materials. Consequently, his strength experienced a tremendous enhancement. Moreover, with the aid of super experience candies, Wang Ming's Pokémon swiftly ascended to the champion level. He also acquired super abilities, which, when combined with the power of Aura, could unleash formidable strength, rendering him akin to a humanoid Pokémon. From this simulation, Wang Ming garnered a wealth of valuable information. He discovered that Arceus had fallen into darkness due to its connection with the protagonist of the Reincarnation Simulation. In that simulation, Arceus had forged some sort of pact with the protagonist, leading them both to the Ultra World, where they encountered unimaginable peril, resulting in Arceus's corruption by dark matter. The protagonist, in turn, met their demise. Notably, this protagonist bore an intriguing nickname, the King of the Underworld. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, the system issued him a final mission to save the world. Wang Ming returned to Jingbei City, sought out Mutwo, and, alongside Yang Shi and others, single-handedly restructured the Dark Organization, reclaiming control. Subsequently, he purged disloyal individuals from the organization, appointing Yang Shi to manage it, while secretly amassing materials that would enable Pokémon to undergo boundary breaks, striving to allow more individuals' Pokémon to achieve such breakthroughs. Meanwhile, he embarked on a journey across the globe in search of various powerful Pokémon. In the Water Curtain Cave, Wang Ming rediscovered Latios and Latias. Within the Fuji volcano, he awakened the slumbering Groudon using a crimson orb, enticing it with the allure of flight to persuade it to join him. In the depths of the ocean, he utilized an indigo orb to awaken Kyogre and successfully captured it with a Master Ball. Amid the ozone layer, he coaxed Rayquaza from its lair using a verdant orb, employing both emotion and reason to secure its allegiance. One fateful day, a cerulean bird returned to Wang Ming's side, aiding him in locating the remaining mythical creatures, either capturing them or forging partnerships. Thus, Wang Ming became a veritable harvester of legendary beasts, possessing the largest collection of mythical Pokémon in the world. At that time, the uprising of dark Pokémon had reached a fever pitch, yet Wang Ming still found no leads regarding Mew or Jirachi. He sought the assistance of the Swablu, ultimately locating Mew amidst the ruins of the World Tree's origin, effortlessly capturing the 3 legendary pillars and their creator. However, the site had descended into chaos, with Mew weakened from an attack on the World Tree. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of other Pokémon, Mew might have perished alongside the World Tree. Enraged, Wang Ming annihilated the dark Pokémon, but his fury remained unabated. Although Mutwo said little, its ruthless actions spoke volumes. In the end, Wang Ming safeguarded the World Tree and rescued Mew. Wang Ming commanded the members of the Dark Organization to protect the World Tree with heavy forces while leading the mythical Pokémon to the headquarters of the Pokémon League. Setting aside past grievances, he forged an alliance with the League's Grand Master to jointly combat the impending Dark Crisis. The crisis soon arrived as anticipated. Wang Ming sensed that the true moment of reckoning was at hand. Everyone stood ready, including the Pokémon. Only Groudon, that simpleton, flapped its small wings in the air, reveling in its newfound ability to fly since achieving a boundary break. The final battle commenced as foretold. Dark Pokémon surged forth in vast numbers, accompanied by a formidable array of dark legendary beasts. However, due to the majority of Pokémon having undergone boundary breaks, the situation for the dark Pokémon appeared grim. As the battle raged on, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. At that moment, the dark Arceus descended, shattering the delicate balance. Humanity began to falter, with various locations succumbing to attack as dark Pokémon endlessly emerged. Wang Ming realized that unless the dark Arceus was eradicated, this battle would never conclude, and humanity could never claim victory. Wang Ming convened discussions with the League's upper echelons. Ultimately, they resolved to dispatch a team of elite fighters, armed with top-tier psychic Pokémon, directly into the stronghold of the dark Pokémon. Wang Ming and the League Master took command of this operation, leading a small contingent on a perilous journey. After intense bloodshed, Wang Ming and his companions finally breached the core of the reversed world, confronting the lofty dark Arceus. Beside dark Arceus stood the dark nine-tailed fox and 2 dark humans who bore a striking resemblance to him. Wang Ming felt a pang of recognition, realizing these 2 were the protagonists from the Reincarnation Simulation, which explained why he had never found their remains. The voice they had heard in their final moments during the simulation was likely the handiwork of dark Arceus. Wang Ming could scarcely fathom that they had truly allied with the forces of darkness. The battle erupted as anticipated. It was a brutal clash. The boundary dragon fell, the radiant deity perished, and even Mutwo was left gasping for breath. In the end, shiny Gardevoir was bloodied, nearly meeting its demise. Wang Ming faced dire straits. Despite his myriad special abilities, he remained powerless against Dark Arceus. As the multitude faced imminent defeat, an unforeseen event transpired that took everyone by surprise. The Dark Humans, along with the 9 tails of the Dark Realm and a significant number of Dark Divine Beasts, chose to turn against their own in the heat of battle. The Dark 9 tails, in a fierce display, seized 2 tablets from Dark Arceus, drastically diminishing its power. Similarly, the Dark Humans pilfered the tablets from Dark Arceus, placing it in a perilous situation. The sudden turn of events caught even Dark Arceus off guard. Wang Ming, however, glimpsed a glimmer of hope for victory. Alongside the few remaining allies, he managed to subdue Dark Arceus completely. Ultimately, leveraging the power of the system, Wang Ming purified Dark Arceus, restoring it to its original form. From the Dark Humans, he uncovered the secrets behind these events. It turned out that when facing their demise, Dark Arceus had invited them to join the Dark faction, offering to enhance the power of the Dark Pokémon to make them stronger. Sensing an opportunity, they pretended to acquiesce while actually acting as double agents. To avoid raising Dark Arceus's suspicions, they were compelled to engage in morally reprehensible actions that threatened the world, with the Dark Ninetales serving as their instrument in these endeavors. Fortuitously, Dark Arceus placed immense trust in the Dark Ninetales, even entrusting it with the tablets, which enabled their rebellion to succeed. Had Dark Arceus been wary, their plan would have undoubtedly failed. After vanquishing Dark Arceus, Wang Ming and his companions set about addressing the remaining Dark Pokémon. The Dark Humans dissipated following the fall of Dark Arceus, yet they bore no sorrow. Rather, they were filled with joy. Wang Ming restored the Dark Ninetales to its true form and granted a new lease on life to Dark Giratina and the time-space deities. Ultimately, after a brutal conflict, the crisis posed by the Dark Pokémon was thoroughly resolved. However, the world lay in shambles, with countless humans perishing and innumerable Pokémon lost, plunging the entire realm into a profound silence. Mewtwo, suffering from deteriorating wounds, remained in a deep coma, while Shinado was left extremely frail and had yet to recover. Many of their former companions had fallen in the final battle. Wang Ming was overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness and sorrow. In the end, he placed his hopes in the system, preparing for one final simulation, yearning to alter the course of events. During the 7th simulation, Wang Ming, guided by the system's prompts, re-emerged in his true form to relive the 6 previous simulations, striving to eradicate the crisis at its source. Ultimately, he succeeded. When he opened his eyes once more, Shinado sat quietly beside him, gazing tenderly at him on the hospital bed. On that day, the world regained its former tranquility. After a period of recuperation, Wang Ming visited Mewtwo, Dragonite, and Necrozma on a beautiful, sunny day. Hand in hand with Shinado, he stepped into the sacred realm of marriage. That day, the sun shone brilliantly, golden rays cascading from above, enveloping the couple. In his ears, a melodious tune seemed to dance. Clad in a pristine wedding gown and holding a bouquet of flowers, she looked as enchanting as a fairy tale. The story concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until next time, farewell.